Dumbledore. Kate is a legendary genius. His magic has upended the entire world. Snape. He is a superlative intellect. His potions are nothing short of miraculous. Malfoy. Harry Potter. I have honed my skills in the depths of hell. I shall make you taste the wrath of a thunderous inferno. Voldemort. His power leaves me breathless. His students have repeatedly thwarted my plans. Harry Potter. Kate is an extraordinary professor, and I am honored to be his student. Time and again, I have vanquished Voldemort. Haha. Kate is far too perilous. He is on the verge of annihilating the world. Chapter 1. Dumbledore's Invitation. Tris Street, a quaint Muggle town. Life here is populated by the affluent after all. The edifices on Tris Street are magnificent villas, grand in size and beauty, each adorned with splendid gardens. In the darkness of night, a silhouette swiftly traverses the sky, illuminated by the moonlight, drawing nearer before swooping into an upper window of one of the villas. This figure is a raven. Interestingly, this raven swiftly metamorphoses into a human. Before us stands a striking youth, reminiscent of an 18-year-old, with azure eyes akin to the deep waters of the Aegean Sea and tousled golden hair that lazily drapes over half of his handsome visage. Yet, paired with a purple robe and standing at a height of 1.75 meters, Kate Lair exudes an air of nobility, establishing himself as the epitome of beauty on Tris Street. Kate Lair removes the robe draped over him, revealing a black and white suit of European style. With a snap of his fingers, the lights within the villa spring to life. Approaching the hearth, Kate Lair gestures toward it, and a surge of magic ignites the firewood, filling the villa with a comforting warmth. Tap, tap. A gentle tapping sound emanates from the window pane. Kate Lair glances over, and with a slight flick of his finger, the window opens. An owl flutters in, delivering a letter that gracefully lands in Kate Lair's hand. Dear Kate Lair, received. Kate Lair gazes at the handwriting and chuckles. That old coot Dumbledore is still not giving up, is he? Kate Lair, originally named Suning, is distinctly a traveler from another realm. Upon arriving in this world, he activated a unique ability and inherited the magical legacy of an otherworldly sorcerer, thereby becoming a master of magic. Thus, whether it be spells, potions, or the crafting of magical equipment, he is capable of it all. Indeed, since his arrival in this world, he has been invincible. 3 years prior, he fortuitously encountered Dumbledore in a peculiar location, during which Dumbledore became aware of his immense power, astonished by his creations, and has since persistently invited him to join Hogwarts as a professor. Dear Kate Lair, as an old friend, I earnestly extend my invitation for you to join Hogwarts and become a great instructor at this esteemed institution. I can grant you ample authority, provided you are willing to showcase your talents and introduce new magic to the wizarding world. Your old friend, Dumbledore. Kate Lair peruses the letter's contents, smiling before glancing at the owl that has yet to depart, saying, Are you waiting for my response, little one? The owl nods, its gaze towards Kate Lair filled with anticipation. Kate Lair chuckles, waving his hand as a subtle surge of magic manifests. The quill lifts from the nearby table and swiftly inscribes a response on a piece of parchment. In mere moments, the parchment is folded and sealed within an envelope, a flicker of crimson flame dancing upon it without harming the paper in the slightest. The diminutive envelope is sealed, shrinking as it floats towards the owl. However, the owl, upon receiving the envelope, does not take flight. Seeing this, Kate Lair chuckles, You little rascal, are you waiting for a reward before you leave? Very well, I shall indulge you. A box opens, and from within emerges a tiny vial containing a blue liquid. Under the influence of magic, the cork is removed, and the liquid gracefully drifts out. The owl, upon sight of this, flutters its wings as if beholding a beloved treat, swiftly gliding over and consuming the entire contents in a few gulps. This is a potion of magical essence, and of exceptionally high quality. Since the time he used this owl for an experiment, allowing it to ingest the magical potion, the owl has developed a fondness for it, returning eagerly for a taste after each delivery. Simultaneously, this owl has gained its own magical essence, becoming robust and astonishingly swift, an owl imbued with magic, rather than merely transformed by a wizard. How wonderfully intriguing, and surely a sight never before seen. Dumbledore finds this owl fascinating and marvels at its extraordinary nature. At least, while the owl appears smaller, its speed and strength are remarkable. Its talons and beak could inadvertently bring misfortune to the unwary. As the owl departs, Kate Lair remains in the study, quietly engrossed in his reading. These tomes document various spells and forbidden magics of the wizarding world, as well as myriad matters pertaining to it. Hogwarts. Dumbledore watches the returning owl with a smile. Ah, my dear Caesar, you have finally returned. Let us see if you bring me good tidings. Caesar is the name Kate Lair bestowed upon the owl. Though it was meant to be loyal to Dumbledore, after experiencing the benefits of being around Catelyn, it swiftly pledged its allegiance to him. Dumbledore, upon feeling a fleeting pang of sadness, soon brushes it aside, but he catches the incoming letter, extracting its contents, and upon reading the words on the envelope, he bursts into hearty laughter. Oh my goodness. After 3 long years of pleading, Kate has finally agreed to become an instructor at Hogwarts. Now, let me ponder where to best assign such a formidable wizard as Kate. Kate's strength is beyond belief. That remarkable magic so aggressive and destructive, perhaps Slytherin would be the most fitting house for him. However, Harry is also set to attend, and given his character, he will likely be sorted into Gryffindor. Perhaps I could encourage everyone to attend Kate's class, of course. On a voluntary basis, this represents a completely novel form of magic. Nevertheless, I am confident that all will find it delightful. Oh, poor whoever it may be. Yes, Professor Quirrell, you have found yourself a rival. Perched upon a bookshelf, an owl observed the exuberant Dumbledore with an expression rife with disdain, even tinged with irritation. This ancient fellow is far too tedious. At last, as the owl's patience waned, Dumbledore handed a letter. The owl, eager to depart, took flight without delay. Upon returning to Trish Street, the owl delivered the envelope to Catelyn and then settled quietly in a corner, silently observing her as she immersed herself in her reading, admiring her poised elegance and the air of nobility that surrounded her. Indeed, it is far more comfortable and serene in Catelyn's presence. That old scoundrel Dumbledore is still far too mischievous, resembling a perpetually youthful child. Chapter 2. The Leaky Cauldron. Harry, it is a wondrous world, at least as your parents perceive it. From this moment forth, you are to embark on the journey of becoming a wizard. However, prior to your official initiation, certain preparations are requisite. All students attending the school must be equipped with specific items, such as a standard issue number 2 cauldron. If you so desire, you may bring along an owl, which can assist you in delivering correspondence with unwavering loyalty. Alternatively, should you prefer, you may choose to bring a cat or a toad. Between the two, I would recommend the cat, as it is undoubtedly more endearing than a toad. Nevertheless, I must confess my aversion to cats due to my allergies. On the bustling streets, 2 figures, one tall and one diminutive, navigated through the throngs of people. The smaller one, sporting glasses and possessing a youthful charm, was none other than Harry Potter. The larger figure, unkempt and adorned with a scruffy beard, was named Rubeus Hagrid, his voluminous coat resembling that of a vagabond on the streets of England. Hagrid had found Harry and whisked him away from his aunt and uncle's home. Throughout their journey, Hagrid regaled Harry with tales, his chatter reminiscent of a raven, his voice never faltering. Harry brimmed with anticipation towards the world of magic, yearning to escape the oppressive darkness of his aunt and uncle's household. Thus, he listened intently to Hagrid's words, occasionally interjecting with his own musings. Hagrid, will we be able to find it in London? Harry inquired, his eyes alight with excitement. With a slight bend, Hagrid responded with an exaggerated grin, it can always be found. For instance, let us proceed further and see. Harry's heart swelled with hope at Hagrid's assurance, and soon they arrived at the entrance of a pub, the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid, I am still a minor. I cannot partake in drinking, Harry remarked, gazing at the pub's grand entrance. Hagrid erupted in hearty laughter before earnestly replying, Indeed, you are correct, you are not of age, and thus cannot drink. However, I am of age, and I can. With that, he swung open the heavy black door and stepped inside. The Leaky Cauldron, a small and dilapidated inn and pub located at the crossroads of Charing Cross in London, nestled between a grand bookstore and a record shop, is not technically part of Diagon Alley, but serves as a bridge between the two realms. As Harry followed Hagrid into the pub, he observed the patrons engaged in merriment and conversation, feeling somewhat out of place. These individuals were wizards. He had no inclination towards alcohol, nor did he enjoy it. Yet, the colossal Hagrid seemed quite taken with the prospect of drinking. Hello, Hagrid, is everything the same as usual? The bar's proprietor, a balding middle-aged man named Tom, called out with a smile upon seeing Hagrid enter. No need. Thank you for your warm welcome, old Tom. I am here on business for Hogwarts. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Though he longed to sit down for a drink, he had a task assigned by Dumbledore to attend to. He then turned to the somewhat bewildered Harry, who seemed uncertain of what to do, and said, This is Harry. I still need to help him procure some school supplies. As Hagrid's voice resonated, the entire bar fell into a brief silence. My goodness, it's Harry Potter. Tom, the bar owner, was the first to react, his astonishment evident. Soon, others began to glance in Harry's direction, whispering among themselves. Some patrons welcomed Harry Potter with great enthusiasm, extending their hands in greeting and warmly expressing their delight at his return. A few even appeared genuinely excited to see him. At that moment, Harry was utterly confounded. What did welcome back mean? Why such fervor? Do we know each other? Just then, the door of the Leaky Cauldron swung open, and a figure entered, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Oh my, what a dashing and noble gentleman. The woman, Cordelia, who could hardly believe she was witnessing Harry Potter in the bar, was rendered awestruck upon seeing the young man who had just walked in. She quickly approached him, her face aglow with admiration, and said, "Hello, my name is Cordelia. Caitlin." The gentleman looked at her, removed his elegant purple hat, placed it over his heart, and bowed slightly, embodying the grace of nobility. "Greetings, Madam Cordelia," he replied with a charming smile. As Cordelia listened to Caitlin's magnetic voice and beheld his handsome features, she found herself entranced, resting her cheeks in her hands, utterly captivated. Caitlin chuckled softly, then nodded to the patrons of the bar before donning his hat once more. Harry Potter gazed at Caitlin with envy. His handsome, mature visage, along with his noble attire and demeanor, epitomized the ideal of a male idol. Caitlin approached Harry, extended his hand, and smiled. "The lightning scar, the boy who lived. You must be Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Caitlin." Harry was taken aback that Caitlin would approach him and utter his name. Though surprised, he did not feel alarmed. Instead, he extended his hand with a charming smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Caitlin. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are quite brave and remarkably clever." Caitlin chuckled, "Thank you. You are quite handsome yourself and are bound to become my idol." Harry beamed in response. As for Caitlin, particularly when confronted with that spring-like smile, he felt an inexplicable relaxation and a significant uplift in his spirits. Hagrid observed Caitlin, lost in thought, as if recalling where he had heard that name before. "Harry Potter, it is a pleasure to meet you." A man, draped in a shawl, approached with a certain shyness. Reminiscent of a woman, his hands clasped tightly. His voice trembled with excitement, tinged with nervousness, as he smiled at Harry Potter. Hagrid, taken aback by the visitor, chuckled and replied, "Hello, Professor. I seem to have missed your arrival. Your presence is quite unexpected. Harry, this is Professor Quirrell, who will teach you defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Harry extended his hand with a smile, saying, "It is an honor, Professor Quirrell." Caitlin, upon hearing Hagrid's introduction, displayed a hint of amusement, his gaze toward Professor Quirrell now imbued with a touch of intrigue. If memory serves correctly, the position mentioned in Dumbledore's letter was indeed contrary to that of Professor Quirrell. Chapter 3. I shall become a powerful wizard. Professor Quirrell had not anticipated Hagrid's humor, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, Hagrid was merely jesting. "Magic is a wondrous yet terrifying discipline. I believe you may not need it, Potter." The stammering voice left Harry uncertain whether Professor Quirrell was excited or anxious, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Harry offered a smile, which seemed to ease Professor Quirrell's tension. Caitlin looked at Professor Quirrell and gently remarked, "Professor Quirrell, there is no need for such anxiety. Harry is a kind-hearted boy, as I am sure you understand." Upon hearing this, Professor Quirrell turned to Caitlin, his tension easing slightly, though his speech remained stammering. "Yes, you are absolutely correct, Mr. Caitlin. Harry is indeed a kind boy." Harry, listening to their exchange, smiled at Caitlin. He relished the sound of Caitlin's voice, especially when it complimented him. Hagrid also wholeheartedly agreed with Harry's kindness, beaming with satisfaction as he patted Harry on the shoulder, saying, "Kind-hearted Harry, we must be on our way. There is much to procure." Harry nodded, and then smiled at Caitlin and the others, bidding farewell. Caitlin returned the smile, and said, "We are headed in the same direction. At the very least, I am going to that place as well." Harry, intrigued, wondered what that place could be. Hagrid glanced at Caitlin and pondered, "Are you a new student this term?" Harry, hearing this, looked at Caitlin with anticipation. If this gentle, handsome, and sunny older brother was indeed a student at Hogwarts, life would surely be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Why did he find that notion so intriguing? Harry Potter found himself perplexed by his own thoughts, sensing an oddity within. Caitlin nodded and remarked, "I suppose so." She refrained from disclosing her status as a newly appointed professor at Hogwarts, opting for a casual response. Hagrid chuckled heartily and said, "Well, you certainly are a mature student. With your height and age, you ought to have graduated by now. However, it matters not. Hogwarts welcomes all children of potential. Now, I shall take Harry to procure his school supplies. Let us proceed together." With a smile, Caitlin followed Hagrid and Harry as they made their way into the leaky cauldron. Professor Quirrell observed Harry's retreating figure, his expression somewhat vacant and unfriendly. Shortly thereafter, he caught sight of Caitlin's silhouette, particularly as they locked eyes around the corner. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Professor Quirrell distinctly noticed the subtle curve of Caitlin's smile, imbued with meaning. This child appeared rather unwelcoming. He murmured as he gazed at the empty space before him. The entrance to Diagon Alley lay behind the pub, on the brick wall of a small courtyard. If one were to tap the correct brick, counting 3 bricks above the trash bin and 2 horizontally, a door leading to Diagon Alley would reveal itself. Of course, if one possessed flue powder, it sufficed to state the desired destination while standing within the fireplace and scattering the powder at one's feet to be instantly transported. Diagon Alley is a cobblestone street lined with an array of peculiar and thrilling shops and eateries. Typically, Young witches and wizards visit this locale to purchase their school supplies before enrolling at Hogwarts. It stands as the most bustling commercial street in the British wizarding world, where space is increasingly scarce and property prices soar. Yet, it is undeniable that it thrives with prosperity. Any establishment here is bound to yield substantial profits. Look at our dear Harry, how famed he is. Merely hearing your name evokes admiration and welcome. Upon opening the back door of the pub, Hagrid brandished his wand and a rather peculiar pink umbrella, proudly proclaiming to Harry, "See?" Harry, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Why am I so famous? How do those people know who I am?" Hagrid's expression turned a shade somber as he replied, "Perhaps it is not my place to tell you, Harry." After speaking, he began tapping his umbrella against the wall. Caitlin, entering behind Harry, chimed in with a smile. "It is because you have loving parents, especially your mother. Moreover, you are a fortunate boy. Indeed, their knowledge of you stems largely from that title." As Harry listened to Keteller's words, he was astonished to find a connection to his own parents, and his curiosity was piqued regarding the title in question. Thus, he inquired, "Mr. Keteller, do you know the reason?" Hagrid, who had opened the door, furrowed his brow at Keteller's remarks, seemingly reluctant for the conversation to continue. However, he was unable to intervene in time, for Keteller continued, "Indeed, the primary reason for your fame is that you are the boy who survived Voldemort's killing curse. And at that time, you were merely an infant. Hence, you are referred to as the boy who lived. You are a miracle." Keteller smiled at Harry, who turned pale at the utterance of the name Voldemort, his voice trembling as he spoke those 3 syllables. He was acutely aware of what Voldemort represented, and this knowledge filled him with fear. Observing Harry's distress, Hagrid, despite his discontent with Keteller, attempted to comfort him, saying, "Harry, do not be overly anxious. While he is indeed terrifying, he has been vanquished. Of course, you must become stronger so that those who know you will focus not on your identity, but on your prowess." Keteller nodded in agreement, saying, "Mr. Hagrid is entirely correct. Thus, Harry, I eagerly anticipate the day you become powerful. In a sense, you are still a savior. I hope your life at Hogwarts will not be too leisurely." Reassured by Hagrid and Keteller, Harry soon composed himself and earnestly declared, "Hagrid, Keteller, I will strive to grow stronger and become a formidable wizard." Hagrid, pleased by Harry's words, erupted into hearty laughter, his robust demeanor adding a sense of joviality to the moment, which made Harry smile in return. Keteller, with a gentle smile that exuded grace and nobility, welcomed Harry, saying, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." With precision, Hagrid tapped the brick wall, revealing the entrance to Diagon Alley before Harry Potter's eyes. Keteller then smiled at Harry and remarked, "I need to visit Gringotts, and what about you?" "So do we, Keteller." Harry replied with an exuberant smile. "What a coincidence," Keteller said, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Chapter 4. I don't think I will accept a dragoness fiery kiss. The vibrancy and bustle of Diagon Alley, steeped in the charm of a bygone era, starkly contrasted with the modern cityscape, igniting Harry's curiosity and interest. Numerous young wizards, accompanied by their families, were already preparing their school supplies, offering Harry a glimmer of hope, who had often felt friendless. "Is this Diagon Alley? It exceeds my imagination, yet it appears to be quite delightful. Hello, Hagrid, is this the cauldron I need to purchase?" Upon entering Diagon Alley, Harry immediately spotted the nearest potage's cauldron shop to the Leaky Cauldron. He gazed at the cauldrons displayed at the entrance and inquired with a smile. Hagrid responded with a hearty laugh, "Indeed, this is the cauldron you will require for brewing potions. However, before that, we must make a trip to Gringotts. It is the second safest place in the world, next to Hogwarts, where we need to collect some galleons to procure supplies here. The currency from the modern world cannot be used here. Harry, what is a galleon?" Harry asked, intrigued. A galleon is a gold coin in the wizarding world, and merchants have a penchant for these glittering pieces, explained Cattermole with a smile. In addition to galleons, there are sickles and nuts. A sickle is a silver coin, and 1 galleon can be exchanged for 17 sickles. A canute is a bronze coin, with 29 nuts equating to 1 sickle. Trust me, your parents left you a substantial fortune, enough for you to indulge. Upon hearing Cattermole's words, Hagrid cast a scrutinizing glance at him and remarked with a hint of suspicion, "Mr. Cattermole, forgive my boldness, but how do you know that Harry possesses a considerable fortune?" Cattermole looked at Hagrid and replied, "Mr. Hagrid, believe me, I harbor no ill intentions towards Harry." Though Hagrid was a rough and towering giant, he was perceptive. He maintained a degree of wariness towards Cattermole, his mind racing as he pondered where he might have heard that name before. "I trust Mr. Cattermole," Harry said, smiling at Cattermole. Cattermole chuckled, "Thank you for your trust, Harry." The bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley, filled with peculiar and wondrous items, captivated Harry's attention. There were all sorts of owls, wizard hats, and the magnificent Firebolt 2000 among other marvels. Gringotts, the sole magical bank of the wizarding world, was indeed, as Hagrid described, second only to Hogwarts in safety, which is why wizards preferred to deposit their treasures there. Gringotts was managed by a group of goblins, who mandated that only they could guide customers on the mine carts that spiraled underground to the vaults. Only goblins had the authority to unlock the vaults and retrieve stored possessions. They had their own methods to thwart intruders and a set of rules to ensure that secrets of the bank remained confidential among themselves. Welcome. At the entrance of Gringotts, 3 goblin guards clad in scarlet uniforms with golden embellishments stood on either side, bowing in greeting. They appeared diminutive, yet underestimating these goblin guards would come at a cost. As Harry passed through the second door, he harbored some unique thoughts about the bank. Upon noticing the inscription on the door, he couldn't help but recite it aloud. Please enter, stranger, but tread carefully. The consequences of greed can be dire. To take without toil, to seek what is not rightfully yours, will surely invite the most severe retribution. Thus, if you intend to extract wealth from our subterranean vaults, wealth that has never belonged to you, beware, thief. For you may find not treasures, but rather a curse. Caitlin stood quietly beside Harry, listening intently until he concluded, at which point she chuckled, saying, "This is a warning from the elves of the magical bank to anyone harboring unfriendly intentions. It is said that within the bank dwells a dragon of fire. Formidable and fierce, a single breath from it could reduce you to mere dust scattered by the wind." Harry's eyes sparkled with astonishment at Caitlin's words, and he exclaimed, "Wow, that's so cool. I don't think I would want to receive a fiery kiss from a dragon." Caitlin raised an eyebrow at Harry's remark. "Fiery kiss? Is that truly something you should be saying, Harry?" Hagrid, overhearing Harry, turned and approached, ruffling Harry's hair as he said, "Harry, you are still a minor. Such thoughts are unnecessary. Even when you reach adulthood, seeking the embrace of a dragon would be perilous, unless you possess magic more powerful than Dumbledore's." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Harry realized that his words had been misinterpreted by Hagrid. In the spacious marble hall, countless elves, clad in identical attire, busily attended to their tasks behind a lengthy counter. Some weighed coins on scales, while others examined gems through magnifying glasses or stamped documents with a heavy hand. Harry gazed at the industrious elves, marveling, "Hagrid, there are so many elves here, yet they seem quite occupied. Indeed, they are elves, and they are exceptionally clever, but they are not particularly amiable, especially when engrossed in their work. Therefore, it would be wise to stay close to me and not disturb them." Harry nodded and followed Hagrid until they reached an elf. This particular elf wore spectacles, had a long nose, and large, elongated ears. Hagrid's warning made Harry feel that they indeed appeared somewhat unfriendly. "Good morning. We wish to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault, good Sir Elf," Hagrid said with a smile. The elf turned his gaze to Harry and inquired, "Well then, Mr. Harry Potter, do you have your key?" Though Harry had encountered elves before, facing one now, with its scrutinizing gaze and tone, coupled with the sight of its slightly blood-red teeth, caused a flicker of apprehension within him. Nevertheless, Harry steeled himself against his small fear and replied, "Key? I'm not quite sure what the key is." Hagrid paused, then responded with a humorous grin, "Key? Oh, I believe I have it somewhere. Let me have a look." The elf, upon hearing Hagrid's words, turned his gaze towards him. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid produced the key and, with a smile, remarked, "It is so light that I overlooked its weight and failed to perceive its existence. Moreover, it is so small that my large hand struggled to grasp it." After a brief pause, Hagrid reached into his coat and retrieved an envelope, which he handed to the elf with a hint of mystery, saying, "This pertains to a matter that Dumbledore requires my assistance with. It concerns the item located in Vault 713. Chapter 5, The Carsick Hagrid and the Wealthy Harry." The elf cast a meaningful glance at Hagrid before shifting his gaze to Harry, and then carefully opened the envelope to read its contents. Moments later, he returned the envelope to Hagrid and stated, "Gentlemen, please follow me." "What is the item in Vault 713? Harry inquired, tugging at Hagrid's sleeve, unable to contain his curiosity. Hagrid bent down, tilting his ear to listen to Harry's question, and replied in a conspiratorial tone, "I cannot disclose that. It is strictly confidential. It concerns Hogwarts, and Dumbledore places immense trust in me. This is my duty, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Harry simply acknowledged with an "oh" and refrained from further questioning. The elf led Harry and Hagrid through a grand door, and they soon vanished within. Nearby, Kettler, who was conversing with another elf, glanced in the direction of Harry and Hagrid, chuckling softly as he remarked, "Ah, the fortunate child. I hope you no longer endure the complaints of the Dursleys. Bravely stand up and let those heavy galleons fall upon their heads." "Kettler, what are you saying? Could you repeat that?" "I did not quite hear." The elf attending to Kettler asked, having missed his words. Kettler replied with a smile, "It is of no consequence, my dear elf." "Very well." The elf handed a box to Kettler, stating, "Mr. Kettler, this is your possession. Please take good care of it." Kettler accepted the box and opened it, revealing a wand inside. It was a golden wand adorned with fiery patterns, partially wrapped in crimson feathers, exuding the essence of a magically infused creation. "Oh my goodness, this is an exceptionally high-quality wand. If I am not mistaken, it is crafted from dragon heartstring and phoenix feather. Simply remarkable." Kettler exclaimed, unable to conceal his awe as he brandished the wand. The sharp sound of his astonishment resonated in the somewhat noisy hall, drawing the attention of all present towards the wand in Kettler's hand. The crafting of wands typically involves the selection of materials with specific properties. For instance, Ollivander's wands are known for their exceptional magical substances, which form the essence of their uniqueness. The wand is crafted from the exquisite materials of unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstring of a fire dragon. Such rare components are not easily acquired, showcasing Ollivander's remarkable skill. However, the wand in Kettler's possession is not one of Ollivander's creations. It is a wand meticulously fashioned by Kettler himself, composed of the most resplendent and pure feathers from a powerful unicorn, a mighty phoenix, and the bone of a formidable fire dragon. This wand is truly one of a kind in the world. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Kettler unleashed a surge of magic that reverberated throughout the hall of the magical bank. The once excited elves fell into a tranquil silence, their hearts calmed by the purifying spell that dispelled malevolent thoughts and brought serenity to their minds. Thank you, dear elves, for safeguarding my wand so impeccably. Additionally, I must visit the vault to retrieve some galleons, Kettler said, sheathing his wand and smiling at the elves. Certainly, Mr. Kettler, replied one of the elves, a hint of shame crossing his features for his earlier actions. Meanwhile, Harry and Hagrid, under the guidance of the elf, found themselves aboard a remarkable vehicle, racing at an exhilarating speed that surpassed even a roller coaster. The vehicle twisted and turned, ascending and descending, causing a dizzying sensation, particularly for Hagrid, who, poor giant, succumbed to motion sickness. The icy air whipped past, stinging Harry's eyes, yet he resolutely kept them open, surveying his surroundings. In the distance, he glimpsed a flicker of flame and couldn't help but wonder if a fire dragon truly resided within. Alas, the speed was too great for him to discern anything clearly. After a considerable time, the trio disembarked at a small door. Hagrid leaned against the wall, his complexion pale and visibly unwell, his legs trembling. Are you all right, Hagrid? Harry inquired, chuckling at his friend's condition. I'm perfectly fine, Hagrid replied, suppressing the urge to retch, his voice steady yet strained. Harry smiled, but said nothing further. An elf unlocked the door, and a thick plume of green smoke billowed out. Once the haze dissipated, Harry gasped in astonishment. Inside the vault lay mountains of gold coins, silver bars, and heaps of bronze currency. Harry, all of this is now yours, Hagrid said, wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his heavy coat, grinning broadly. As Harry regained his composure, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. The wealth before him was unprecedented, and he found himself contemplating the possibility of leaving the Dursleys' home for good. Hagrid, a rugged man, produced a bag, and Gallon, Seco, and Nate eagerly filled it to the brim before passing it to Harry. This should cover your expenses for 2 terms. The rest can be kept here, he said. Now, we must head to Vault 713. Mr. Elf, could you possibly moderate your speed? Otherwise, we may perish from the dizziness. There is but one speed, Mr. Hagrid. The elf retorted. Good heavens, this is outrageous. Please, no one speak to me for a while, Hagrid replied, his complexion pale once more as he sat in the vehicle, tightly shutting his mouth, displaying a hint of sulkiness. Harry, seated next to him, chuckled, finding Hagrid rather endearing. A charming giant, indeed, how amusing. Vault 713 lacked a key. Only the goblin could unlock it. Otherwise, one would be drawn into the door, becoming a part of it, unable to escape. Within this highly secure underground vault lay undoubtedly something of great value, or so Harry believed. However, to his surprise, the interior revealed no gleaming jewels or coins, nor any fantastical items. Instead, it contained merely a small, brown, filthy bag. Upon retrieving it, Hagrid tucked it carefully into his ample clothing, exhibiting a degree of caution and solemnity. Harry longed to inquire about its contents, but he understood that Hagrid would not divulge any secrets, as he was Dumbledore's most trusted confidant. Chapter 6. Do I have the chance to become your student? Ugh, this goblin cart is utterly detestable. How can one drive so recklessly, especially at such breakneck speeds? It is even more exhilarating than a roller coaster. I feel quite unwell. I must seek out the leaky cauldron for a drink to revive my spirits. Hagrid appeared exceptionally pale and weak, a stark contrast to his imposing physique. Thus he hastily departed in need of a fortifying beverage. Clutching his school list and adjusting his money pouch, Harry entered Madame Malkin's robe shop, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Madame Malkin, a short and plump witch clad in purple robes, wore a welcoming smile that radiated friendliness. However, her attention was not currently on the new customer. Oh my goodness, Mr. Cattle, I must say, that robe looks absolutely splendid on you. It seems tailor-made. You are the most handsome, youthful, and aristocratic-looking teacher I have ever encountered since opening my shop, Madame Malkin exclaimed, admiring Cattle, who donned a silver suit adorned with golden trim, exuding a sunny aura. Cattle smiled at his reflection in the mirror, replying, Thank you for your kind words, Madame Malkin. Indeed, Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This outfit suits you splendidly. And this black ensemble as well. Please assist me in packaging them, Mrs. Moakton remarked with a smile. Of course, it is my honor to serve you, replied Mr. Caterley, who stood at the door and addressed Harry. Are you here to purchase clothing? Upon hearing this, Harry smiled and responded, Yes, Mr. Cater. By the way, I gathered from Mrs. Moakton that you are a teacher. Which institution do you teach at? Harry inquired, feeling a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Mr. Caterley, appearing youthful. Being a teacher was somewhat unexpected for Harry. At Hogwarts, Mr. Caterley replied with a grin. Oh, how splendid. Does this mean I might have the opportunity to be your student? Harry exclaimed with delight. Mr. Caterley chuckled and said, Perhaps. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, as you should know. However, which house you will be sorted into remains uncertain. At this juncture, a knowing smile graced Mr. Caterley's face as he looked at Harry Potter and continued, Yet, based on my understanding of Harry, I believe you will be placed in Gryffindor. Why is that? Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. Because you are courageous, intelligent, chivalrous, and possess a love for adventure, Mr. Caterley replied with a smile. Thank you, Harry said, a hint of shyness appearing on his face as he adjusted his glasses. Feeling quite pleased. Mrs. Moakton, this is my friend Harry Potter. He requires 3 sets of Hogwarts uniforms. Would you kindly prepare them for him? Mr. Caterley then turned to Mrs. Moakton, who was busy packaging items. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Moakton looked at Harry Potter with surprise and astonishment, exclaiming, So, you are that Harry. It is truly an honor to meet you in person. The matter of clothing is quite simple. Leave it to me. Mrs. Moakton's enthusiasm made Harry feel slightly uncomfortable, yet, under her keen gaze, she selected 3 suitable outfits for him. Subsequently, they departed the robe shop amidst Mrs. Moakton's warm farewells. Harry, do you have anything else you need to prepare? I could assist you with that, Mr. Caterley inquired with a smile. Hearing this, Harry replied joyfully, Really? That would be splendid. I need to check what I have yet to prepare. With Mr. Caterley by his side, Harry felt remarkably at ease, fostering an incredible sense of trust in him. Gazing at the lengthy list of supplies, Harry remarked, Indeed, there is quite a bit. It seems I will require Mr. Caterley's assistance. The textbooks listed were Beginner's Standard Charms, History of Magic, Magical Theory, Guide to Transfiguration for Beginners, 1,000 Magical Herbs, Potions, and Elixirs, and Dark Magic, a self-defense guide. The equipment included a wand, a cauldron, a set of glass and crystal vials, a telescope, a brass scale, and either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Kate Lair guided Harry and his family through the bustling marketplace, and before long, Harry found himself burdened with numerous items. Observing this, Kate Lair purchased a leather suitcase from a nearby shop and said to Harry, Place all your belongings into the suitcase, Harry. Harry gazed at the small suitcase, which could barely accommodate 3 sets of clothes, and replied, Mr. Kate Lair, this suitcase is too small. We should find a larger one. Kate Lair chuckled softly and reassured him. No need to worry. Trust me. This suitcase can hold all your possessions. With that, Kate Lair performed a spell on the suitcase, then waved his wand around Harry's books, gear, and clothes, watching as these items were effortlessly drawn into the suitcase. Wow, what kind of magic is this? How did you do that? Harry, still unfamiliar with magic, was filled with curiosity and excitement. After placing his belongings inside, they shrank tenfold and were neatly tucked into a corner of the suitcase. This is a size-altering charm, a rather advanced spell. If you wish to learn it, feel free to come to me, Kate Lair said with a slight smile. Now give it a try. Kate Lair gestured for Harry to lift the suitcase. Upon doing so, Harry was astonished to discover how remarkably light it was. How is this possible? He asked, bewildered. Because I have cast a levitation charm on the suitcase. When you lift it, it feels very light. This enchantment is permanent unless someone dispels it. Kate Lair explained with a grin. Harry was once again awed by the wonders of magic, joyfully swinging the suitcase around and exclaiming, This is so cool. Then, filled with anticipation, he said, Mr. Kate Lair, I wish to learn magic from you. Kate Lair chuckled lightly. I hope so too, though I wonder how that old coot Dumbledore will arrange my duties. Just then, Hagrid pushed through the throng of people, a hint of alcohol on his breath, and exclaimed, Ah, so this is where you are. As he spoke, Hagrid handed Harry a snowy owl and said, Harry, this is a birthday gift from me. I hope you like it. Harry gazed at the adorable snowy owl, touched by Hagrid's words, and replied, Hagrid, thank you. This is the best gift I have ever received. Harry's birthdays had always been rather uneventful, as the Dursleys never prepared any gifts or parties for him. Thus, this was his very first present. Let me see if you have everything prepared, Hagrid said, rifling through Harry's suitcase. You're still missing one essential item. You must go and buy a wand that suits you. Only a wand that resonates with you can truly unleash your power, Hagrid added with a smile. Upon hearing the words, Harry envisioned the prospect of possessing his own wand and wielding magic, and he could not contain his excitement as he exclaimed, Wonderful. I shall have a wand that belongs to me. Chapter 7. Joining Hogwarts. Hagrid had returned, Yet Caitlin was not alongside Harry, for Harry still had his own journey ahead, culminating in the acquisition of his personal wand. Their acquaintance had reached a sufficient depth, the chosen one of this magical realm. One could not help but wonder in which direction his future would unfold. Having departed from Diagon Alley, Caitlin returned home, soon to leave this abode for Hogwarts. He felt the need to tidy up, for he desired that no one intrude upon his sanctuary for a considerable duration. Caitlin retrieved a briefcase and extracted a puppet from within. As the puppet emerged, it grew larger until it reached a height of 6 feet. Dressed in a suit with a bow tie and sporting a mustache, the puppet exuded an air of sharp sophistication. Caitlin then produced his wand and intoned towards the puppet. "Grant you a soul, be loyal to me, divine summoning." A beam of light flickered from Caitlin's wand, enveloping the puppet, and in the next moment, the puppet had come to life. No longer a mere puppet, it had transformed into a being of flesh, blood, and spirit. The puppet moved its limbs and, upon noticing Caitlin, addressed him with utmost courtesy, "Master." Caitlin assessed the figure before him and smiled gently. "From this day forth, you shall be called Caterves, my steward. During my absence, you shall tend to my household. You may peruse the books within, but you are forbidden from entering the basement. Do you understand?" Caterves responded with great respect. "I am most grateful for your generosity, master. I shall diligently fulfill my duties as a steward." Caitlin nodded. "Very well. You may now attend to your responsibilities. I shall be departing for a while in a few days." "Yes, master." Caterves smiled faintly before promptly turning away, seamlessly stepping into his role as he began to manage the household. Caitlin returned to his room, satisfied. While he often employed magic to maintain the home, ensuring it remained tidy, he knew that without someone to oversee it during his absence, it would soon become untidy. Furthermore, the presence of a steward would surely imbue the house with a touch of vitality. The divine summoning was a spell Caitlin had acquired as part of his magical heritage. A highly advanced, forbidden-level light magic. It was a spell that only a grand sorcerer could barely cast, while a holy mage could execute with ease. In the subsequent days, after a brief stay at home, Caitlin prepared to depart. Hogwarts awaited. Utilizing the flight powder, Caitlin effortlessly arrived at Hogwarts, materializing in Dumbledore's chamber. Present in the room alongside Dumbledore was Professor Minerva McGonagall, and they appeared to be engaged in a discussion. The sudden appearance of Caitlin left McGonagall momentarily taken aback, prompting her to glance at Dumbledore. The fact that Caitlin could manifest in the office indicated her prior visits and familiarity with Dumbledore. Upon witnessing Caitlin emerge from the chimney, a smile graced Dumbledore's face as he rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Caitlin, you have finally arrived. I am truly delighted that you accepted my invitation." After shaking hands with Dumbledore, Caitlin smiled and remarked, "I simply believe that my magic is due for some elevation, and despite its formidable destructive capability, I consider this the dawn of a transformative era for the magical realm." Dumbledore chuckled at this, saying, "The world of magic remains perilous and shrouded in darkness. I believe it requires a fresh force to restore tranquility amidst the turbulence. Hogwarts serves as an excellent stage for this endeavor, and I assure you, with my integrity and reputation, that those troublesome individuals shall not interfere with your teaching." Caitlin regarded the earnest Dumbledore with a slight smile and replied, "Albus, I hope you understand that my magic will undoubtedly attract the attention of those within the Ministry of Magic. In the future, Hogwarts will evolve into a bastion of power." At this, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, a smile illuminating his features as he said, "There are far too many Death Eaters who are scheming in the shadows for war, and Hogwarts may find itself entangled in their machinations. The children possess a formidable self-preservation ability that could shield Hogwarts from greater peril." Caitlin observed Dumbledore with a knowing smile, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Albus, in my eyes, you have always been a wise and magnificent wizard. You possess an innate ability to recognize the value in others, regardless of how downtrodden or inconspicuous they may appear. Moreover, your foresight is commendable, and I trust in your vision and wisdom. It is indeed an honor to become a teacher at Hogwarts. However, I am curious as to what position I will hold here." Professor Minerva McGonagall, having listened to the exchange between Caitlin and Dumbledore, felt a mix of confusion and eventual clarity, but interjected, "I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but Albus, shouldn't you introduce us to this young man?" McGonagall gazed curiously at the pleased Dumbledore, wondering if this young individual was indeed the one she had heard about. Hearing her words, Dumbledore let out a hearty laugh, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. "Professor McGonagall, my name is Caitlin, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I have frequently followed your work on animagi, and I have heard that you have authored a book. I hope to have the opportunity to read it someday." Caitlin cast a glance at Dumbledore before proactively introducing herself to Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing Caitlin's words and realizing that she was indeed a fan, a smile graced McGonagall's face, and she confirmed Caitlin's identity. "It is an immense honor. Albus often discusses you with me and holds you in high esteem, especially for your groundbreaking contributions to magic, which are nothing short of miraculous. If possible, I would be delighted to become your student and learn this new form of magic. Furthermore, I welcome you to join Hogwarts. Caitlin smiled gently, shook hands with Professor McGonagall, and replied, "We are mutually learning from one another. I have been conducting my own research on Animagus, drawing upon your papers. Thus, I eagerly anticipate further discussions with you, as perhaps through this opportunity, we can make the casting and application of Animagus more effortless and efficient." Intrigued by Caitlin's additional research into Animagus, McGonagall expressed her interest, saying, "Professor Caitlin, if you would permit, I hope we can delve into a discussion about Animagus right now." Observing this exchange, Dumbledore chuckled and interjected, "Ah, Professor McGonagall. Caitlin has just arrived. We ought to hold a welcome gathering for her. The new students are about to arrive, and you must attend to your responsibilities." McGonagall, somewhat disheartened, replied, "Albus, you are dampening my enthusiasm. You should delegate this task to someone else." Dumbledore disregarded her comment and, taking Caitlin by the arm, led her out of the office, declaring, "We must head to the Great Hall to host a welcome ceremony for the incoming students and for Caitlin." Chapter 8, The Sorting Ceremony. Are you Harry Potter? It seems the rumors are true. I believe we should be introduced. I am Draco Malfoy, and these are Crabbe and Goyle. Stepping off the boat, Malfoy approached Harry Potter with an air of superiority, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. Harry regarded Malfoy with a slight smile, responding, "Harry Potter." Harry's reply seemed to please Malfoy, who then glanced at Ron and Hermione standing beside Harry, and said, "Harry, you must understand that our wizarding families are decidedly superior to some wizards, and not by a small margin. Although you are an attractive girl, a muggle is still a muggle. No matter how beautiful, you remain merely a vase. Even though you have become a witch, you are still an unremarkable one. Just look at him, with his red hair and worn robes passed down in the Weasley family. Children like him are worlds apart from us. I hope you will distance yourself from them, as they tarnish our reputation. We are of the same kind. We are truly friends." With that, Malfoy extended his hand toward Harry Potter, signaling for him to take it. Hermione and Ron were quite displeased by Malfoy's remarks. However, they were also acutely aware of the advantages and pride that came with Malfoy's pureblood lineage. Throughout their journey, Harry Potter benefited from the care and companionship of Hermione and Ron. At platform 9 3/4, Ron's family welcomed him warmly and guided him on how to access the platform. Hermione, charming and exceedingly knowledgeable, even repaired his glasses, despite her tendency to be somewhat verbose. "They were my friends. In stark contrast, your words evoke nothing but disdain from me. You ought to apologize to them." Malfoy, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, spread his arms wide, his face adorned with an exaggerated and scornful grin. He shook with laughter, glancing at Crabbe and Goyle, and exclaimed, "Did you hear? I am being asked to apologize to them." At this point, Malfoy suddenly turned to Harry, his expression turning serious as he declared, "Harry, I can assure you, that is an impossibility. How could a gentleman from a pure-blood family ever bow down to a muggle? Or to a Weasley?" In response, Harry met Malfoy's gaze earnestly and replied, "At this moment, you do not resemble a gentleman." Harry was uncertain about the specific disparities and hierarchies between pure-bloods and muggles, yet he firmly believed that Cedric Diggory epitomized the true essence of a noble gentleman. Malfoy scoffed, then cast a glance at Ron and Hermione before departing with Crabbe and Goyle, for Hagrid was approaching. He had no desire to provoke Hagrid, despite the latter being merely a gamekeeper. Nevertheless, Hagrid's imposing stature made confrontation unwise. This was a child's game, one in which adults should not engage. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall, clad in a striking emerald robe with her flowing black hair impeccably styled, strode down the stairs with an air of seriousness. This demeanor prompted the first-year students, arriving from around the corner, to instinctively halt and fall silent upon catching sight of her. The gravity of Professor McGonagall's expression instilled a sense of apprehension, rendering her seemingly unapproachable. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood together, their mouths shut, hesitant to speak in her presence. However, Ron exchanged a few playful glances with Harry, remarking, "This woman is quite fearsome. We are in for it." Harry, perceiving Ron's unspoken concern, shielded his eyes with a hand to deflect McGonagall's gaze and winked at Ron. "Indeed, she is formidable. Should we fall into her clutches, we may very well face dire consequences." Hermione looked at Ron and Harry, her delicate features reflecting disbelief at their banter. "I cannot believe you two are like this." Hagrid, spotting Professor McGonagall, wore a beaming smile as he announced, "First-year students. This is Professor McGonagall, a magnificent transfiguration master, who will impart the art of transfiguration to you." Harry and the other new students, upon hearing this, promptly broke into applause. Faced with such a stern teacher, they hoped that the sound of their admiration would melt her demeanor and ease their own nerves. It seemed that their efforts bore fruit, as a hint of a smile graced Professor McGonagall's face, revealing a touch of warmth, though her expression quickly returned to its serious nature, the smile fading after just a moment. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," Professor McGonagall said, her impression of Hagrid quite favorable. appreciating the commendable start he had made. Not a problem, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid responded, gesturing invitingly with a smile. McGonagall nodded and turned to open the grand door behind her. The door was immense and towering, even cumbersome, yet it was effortlessly pushed open by the slender figure of Professor McGonagall. The group of students, who had yet to truly encounter the world of magic, gasped in awe. Among them, the Muggle-born children, including Draco Malfoy, who hailed from a pure-blood wizarding family, regarded the spectacle with calm indifference, looking down upon the excited Muggles with disdain. The interior of the Great Hall was nothing short of enchanting, resplendent in its grandeur. Older students from other years were already seated at the long tables, and above them, thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the entire hall. Even more astonishing to Harry were the twinkling stars that adorned the ceiling, giving the illusion of an open sky. The hall radiated a sense of sanctity, particularly under the watchful gaze of all present, which lent it an air of solemnity. Noticing Harry's gaze directed upwards in astonishment, Hermione leaned in to whisper, "It's enchanted to look like the sky outside, which is why it appears so beautiful." Harry nodded in comprehension, finding it hard to believe that there was indeed a ceiling above, or that the hall was not open to the elements. "Welcome to Hogwarts, first-year students," Professor McGonagall announced from the stage. Beside her rested a black hat, prominently placed on a tall table. This was a pointed wizard's hat, patched and worn, looking rather shabby and somewhat soiled. Yet, it stood out starkly against the opulence of the hall. Before the commencement of the feast, it was essential to determine which house you would be assigned to, a significant ritual in which all must partake. For during your time at school, the house becomes your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend your leisure time in the house library, garden, and Quidditch pitch. Hogwarts is divided into 4 illustrious houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each possessing a distinguished history and nurturing many formidable wizards. I aspire for you to excel like them and even surpass their achievements. Now, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. I urge you to compose yourselves, as this may influence which house you are assigned to. Professor McGonagall spoke at length, and the group of newcomers listened intently, refraining from interrupting her, particularly in the presence of other professors and the headmaster. Only after Professor McGonagall concluded her speech did they breathe a sigh of relief. However, Harry's spirits soared as he entered the Great Hall and beheld Mr. Caterwall standing beside Dumbledore. "Mr. Caterwall is truly here. He did not deceive me." Caterwall also noticed Harry and smiled in response to Harry's gaze. Harry clenched his small hands, excitement bubbling within him as he pondered which house he might be placed in and whether he would become Caterwall's student. A gasp erupted, disrupting the solemnity of the hall and inciting a flurry of startled cries from the children. They were terrified. Behind them, over 20 ghosts suddenly emerged from the walls, ceiling, and even the floor, passing through their bodies. These unfortunate children had never encountered ghosts before. What they had seen on television was merely actors. Yet, the ethereal, pearlescent apparitions before them were undeniably real, seemingly embroiled in a dispute, though not all were. Thus, they were certain of the ghost's existence. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you will be sorted into Hufflepuff, my former house. I thought my head might detach from my body, but alas, it did not. I have lost." Professor McGonagall regarded the phantoms with a slight furrow of her brow and admonished, "This is a serious occasion. You must maintain silence." The ghosts, heeding her words, drifted to the sides, quietly observing the children with hints of smiles, evidently pleased with their performance. Noticing the pallor of some faces among the children, McGonagall spoke gravely, "You must learn to embrace the magical and the extraordinary, such as the ghost you just witnessed." After a pause, her gaze swept over Harry and the others before she declared, "Now, when I call your name, you shall come forth to partake in the sorting ceremony." Chapter 9. The Sorting Hat. You may consider me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more beautiful than I could devour myself. As Professor Minerva McGonagall announced the commencement of the sorting ceremony, the tattered and soiled hat atop the high table suddenly stirred to life. Before the astonished eyes of Harry and his companions, the hat wriggled and then split open, forming a wide gash akin to a mouth, which began to hum a melodious tune. Harry and the others widened their eyes, and after the initial shock, curiosity took hold of them. Was this truly an old and worn hat? How could it sing so beautifully? As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Ron clapped vigorously, albeit with a hint of irritation, exclaiming, "That damn trickster Fred said we would have to undergo a perilous test during the sorting that could cause us great harm. I swear I'll get him for this." Harry chuckled and replied, "Ron, I believe you ought to take action." After clapping so fervently, Ron felt a twinge of pain in his hands and quickly withdrew them, resolutely declaring, "I will indeed take action." The hat, delighted as a gentleman, bowed graciously to all sides. Thank you. Your applause fuels my spirit. I believe I can bestow upon you another poem. I shall never concede that the union of two hearts can face any impediment. Love cannot be deemed true love if one falters at the sight of change or turns away upon encountering a bend. Oh, never. Love is an everlasting beacon. Harry and his peers listened, somewhat astonished, to the exuberant Sorting Hat. However, girls like Hermione were utterly enraptured, as if they were enamored maidens. What a beautifully enchanting poem! Hermione exclaimed, entranced. This hat is so delightful. I wish it would sing such lovely verses for me every day, gushed another girl, filled with admiration. I too desire this. I am convinced that this hat is a most gentlemanly poet. Professor McGonagall's stern expression faltered, particularly upon witnessing the children's reactions, leading her to feel a profound sense of embarrassment. No, it was the hat that had suddenly become far too irreverent, a source of great shame. Dumbledore gazed at the Sorting Hat with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Are you still the same Sorting Hat? Where is your nobility? Has it been devoured by dogs? Catler's lips curled into a subtle smile, his mirth unabashedly evident. This Sorting Hat was indeed unlike what he remembered. It even possessed an appreciation for poetry. Silence. McGonagall interjected, pressing down the hat that was intent on continuing its song, her demeanor serious. The hat squirmed, attempting to resist, but ultimately yielded to McGonagall's authority. She then turned to the first-year students, producing a roll of parchment, stating, when I call your name, step forward, don the hat, and take a seat to await your house assignment. Hannah Abbott, among the newcomers. A little girl with a rosy complexion and 2 golden braids nervously stepped out of the line, seated herself on a chair, and donned the Sorting Hat. The hat was somewhat oversized, nearly obscuring her lovely, albeit anxious, large eyes. After a brief moment, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in joy upon hearing the name of the house, enthusiastically waving to Hannah Abbott and welcoming her to join them. Suzanne Burns, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Malfoy. With an air of confidence and the dignity of a pure blood, Malfoy ascended the stage, placed the hat upon his head, and cast a glance towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione, a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding a hint of charm. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Malfoy, at that moment, appeared rather handsome, at least in the eyes of several young girls. Ron, however, merely curled his lip and chose to ignore Malfoy. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat pondered briefly before declaring, Malfoy got his wish fulfilled, for his father had also emerged from Slytherin. Hence, Malfoy was quite satisfied and returned to Crabbe and Goyle, then turned his gaze towards Harry, stating, Harry, you should be in Slytherin. We are of the same ilk. Clearly, Malfoy remained somewhat fixated on Harry. This obsession was understandable, as Harry's parents were quite renowned, creating an awareness in those born into pure-blood families like Malfoy's that they ought to align themselves, standing together to look down upon others. Thank you for your kind offer, Malfoy, but I merely hope we do not become adversaries, Harry replied, rejecting Malfoy's overture. Malfoy's expression soured at this response, and Crabbe and Goyle were equally displeased, itching to bully Harry, but were halted by Malfoy. We must maintain a semblance of gentility. I trust he will comprehend our esteemed status as pure-blood wizards. Harry disregarded Malfoy's remarks, for more and more students were being sorted into their houses. Ron was elated to be placed in Gryffindor, and as Professor McGonagall continued to call names, the Sorting Hat consistently announced the various houses, culminating in Hermione Granger's successful allocation to Gryffindor. Finally, after all had been sorted, it was at last Harry Potter's turn. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated, and nearly every gaze in the Great Hall turned towards him. Many were well aware of the significance of Harry Potter. Accustomed to such scrutiny, Harry felt a twinge of nervousness but approached the stage nonetheless, placing the Sorting Hat upon his head, muttering incessantly, Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Please, not Slytherin. A faint voice resonated in Harry Potter's mind. Have you made up your mind? You are destined for greatness, endowed with a magnificent mission, in Slytherin. You shall receive greater support and become a remarkable being. Oh, you seem reluctant? Ah, it appears you have your own thoughts. If that is the case, then go to Gryffindor. Harry, feeling a wave of anxiety, wondered if he was hallucinating. Was the Sorting Hat communicating with him? Had he already answered? Mr. Cattermole stated that I am suited for Gryffindor. Could it be that Mr. Cattermole teaches at Gryffindor? Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat suddenly exclaimed, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Having finally entered Gryffindor, he turned to look at Cattermole, managing a smile of delight. Ron, Hermione, and the upperclassmen of Gryffindor rushed forward, embracing Harry Potter with uncontainable joy. Dumbledore, observing the jubilant children, stood up unsteadily, his face radiant with smiles, and addressed the gathering. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I have a significant announcement to make. Chapter 10, Elemental Magic Studies. Following the customary sorting of new students, Headmaster Dumbledore delivered a brief welcoming speech before the feast began. However, his words left the faculty and students perplexed. Some who had already noticed Cattermole began to speculate. This might pertain to him. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I must contribute appropriately to this institution. Likewise, I must enhance the safety of our students and staff. This includes improving the means of survival for wizards, which necessitates exposure to more forms of magic. Thus, I solemnly announce. Dumbledore paused momentarily, glancing at the professors beside him and the students before him, and continued. A new course in magic shall be introduced, titled Elemental Magic Studies. Upon hearing Dumbledore's proclamation, the crowd fell momentarily silent, soon overwhelmed by astonishment and shock. Since the establishment of Hogwarts, there had always been 7 core subjects: potions, herbology, divination, charms, astronomy, defense against the dark arts, and care of magical creatures. Dumbledore was breaking tradition by adding a new course in elemental magic studies, an unprecedented development. This discipline represented a unique study of magic, a novel form that was both resplendent and luxurious, promising to be more potent, yet perilous. The creator of elemental magic studies was nothing short of a marvel, a brilliant genius. I have invited him for many years, and just recently, he consented to join Hogwarts as the professor of elemental magic studies, ready to impart this knowledge to all. Now, let us welcome the creator of elemental magic studies, Mr. Cattermole. Dumbledore's exuberance illuminated his mood, radiating joy and exhilaration, while simultaneously brimming with anticipation for Caitlin. The gazes of the professors at Hogwarts, including Professors McGonagall and Hagrid, shifted as they regarded Caitlin. This dashing young man was, astonishingly, a prodigy capable of conjuring new magic. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Hermione, Ron, and even the second-year wizards were left in bewilderment, pondering the nature of elemental magic. Harry had already become aware of Caitlin's existence. Yet he felt an overwhelming curiosity regarding Caitlin's ability to create entirely new forms of magic. Thus, his gaze towards Caitlin was infused with eager expectation. Amidst the collective attention, Caitlin ascended gracefully into the air without the aid of a broomstick. Professors Quirrell, Snape, and McGonagall watched in astonishment as Caitlin silently cast a spell and soared upward. What kind of magic is this? As magic instructors, their inability to recognize it was nothing short of astonishing. Caitlin hovered approximately 3 meters above the ground. Looking down at the awestruck children, a smile gracing his face as he drew forth his wand and waved it through the air. Suddenly, the great hall began to shimmer with moisture, and the atmosphere was suffused with mist. The air cleared, revealing droplets floating like crystalline orbs. Under Caitlin's control, these droplets transformed into palm-sized water sprites, frolicking and tumbling through the air. The water sprites appeared exceedingly charming, leaping before the wizards, darting through the flames, which vaporized upon contact, landing on the wizards with a refreshing, cool touch that was both amusing and delightful. This spectacle elicited gasps of wonder and joy from the young wizards, their cheers echoing throughout the hall. With another flourish of his wand, the gently humid atmosphere of the great hall became charged with excitement. Fist-sized flames materialized in the air, resembling mushrooms breaking through the earth. The flames morphed into tiny sprites, pursuing the water sprites. The temperature rose, causing the water sprites to scatter in fear of the fiery sprites. Should they linger too long, their forms would shrink and grow increasingly transparent. Malfoy, eyes alight with excitement and curiosity, reached out towards a fire sprite as it zoomed past. "Ouch, that burns," he exclaimed, having acted impulsively, suffering a burn on his hand that turned red and swollen, resembling a roasted pig's trotter. Witnessing this, the eager young wizards hesitated. Yet their eager eyes continued to follow the enchanting sprites as they danced through the air. Caitlin smiled gently, and before the gaze of Malfoy and the others, a lively water sprite leaped playfully over Ron and Harry's heads, leaving behind a few droplets of moisture before landing in Malfoy's palm. Instinctively, Malfoy was about to cast the sprite aside, but he quickly restrained himself. The sprite nestled in his hand, exuding a pleasantly cool sensation akin to holding an ice cube on a sweltering summer day. It was utterly delightful. "Goodness, Malfoy, your hand is healed," exclaimed Goyle, his voice filled with surprise and joy as he beheld Malfoy's hand. The surrounding young wizards promptly gathered around, captivated. The charming water sprite had miraculously cured Malfoy's burn. Professors McGonagall and others watched in awe at Caitlin's demonstration, taking a deep breath. Was this the essence of elemental magic? It appeared quite formidable. This was merely a demonstration. What would the repercussions be in a battle? Caitlin gradually descended to the center of the stage, first bowing to the Hogwarts professors, then addressing the students. "Greetings, everyone. I am Caitlin, your forthcoming professor of elemental magic. What I have just showcased are 3 minor spells within this magical discipline. Elemental magic is an entirely new and intricate form of enchantment, encompassing the 7 elements of water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Its practice is both engaging and effortless, though it necessitates each individual's mastery over their magical abilities and a robust mental fortitude. Most importantly, we must attune ourselves to the wondrous energies of the universe. Elemental magic knows no boundaries between muggles and pureblood families, Regardless of who you are, as long as you are willing to put forth the effort, you can become a wizard. However, I prefer to designate myself as a magician. Dumbledore approached Kate Lyle and, looking at the audience, remarked with a smile. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Lyle for unveiling the joys and might of elemental magic. I trust many of you are already intrigued. As a unique and new discipline, elemental magic will be offered as an open course, meaning all wizards at Hogwarts will have the opportunity to learn it. Of course, participation will be on a voluntary basis. Details regarding the scheduling of elemental magic classes will be communicated shortly. Now, let the banquet commence. Chapter 11, Acquaintance. As the feast began, everyone took their seats, filled with exuberance. Harry Potter gazed in astonishment at the sumptuous array of dishes before him, utterly captivated and delighted. He had never experienced such a lavish dinner at the Dursleys, especially with food he genuinely enjoyed and longed for. They were exceedingly frugal, and he had never had the luxury of indulging his appetite, particularly since Dudley always snatched away whatever he desired. Dudley was not only boorish and domineering, but also exceedingly rude, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Roasted beef, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, boiled potatoes, fried chips, and an abundance of other delights filled the table, creating a feast for the eyes. Harry eagerly piled various delicacies onto his plate and began to devour them. Absolutely delicious. Harry Potter exclaimed in delight. Harry, your eating manner is quite unrefined, Hermione remarked with a look of disdain as she overheard his enthusiastic commentary. I suspect Harry has never indulged in such exquisite food before, Ron teased with a grin. Upon hearing this, Harry chuckled. Ron, you're quite astute. Congratulations on your accurate guess. Ron, taken aback, responded earnestly. Goodness, Harry, you've truly never tasted any of this? Indeed. Harry Potter smiled slightly, unfazed by any sense of pity or discomfort. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances and promptly sprang into action. Swiftly, they filled their plates with various dishes and placed them before Harry Potter. Harry gazed at the towering mountain of food before him, momentarily taken aback, then turned to Hermione and Ron, smiling. Thank you. But I can't possibly eat all of this on my own. Harry, you deserve this. Take your time. If you miss this chance, you might have to wait until next term or even next year. Percy Weasley, having appeared behind Harry, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. As he spoke, Percy turned to Ron, saying, Ron, you should indulge as well. At home, you might not have the opportunity to enjoy such a grand feast. Ron rolled his eyes at Percy's words, replying, Yes, brother. Hermione and Harry were taken aback by Ron's comment, simultaneously exclaiming, Your brothers? Percy smiled slightly. Indeed. He is my brother. Did Ron not mention that he has several older brothers? Both Harry Potter and Hermione turned to Ron, who awkwardly chuckled. Perhaps I should reintroduce myself. You definitely should, Hermione insisted, wrinkling her nose at Ron. Feeling a bit embarrassed under her gaze, Ron blushed slightly. Neville Longbottom, sitting to Ron's left, chimed in with a goofy smile. Perhaps I could start from here. I was raised by my grandmother, who is a witch. Interestingly, my family always regarded me as a muggle. As I have never performed magic, perhaps my talents are limited. My uncle often tried to catch me off guard to make me use magic, even throwing me into the Black Lake, nearly drowning me. Yet I failed to cast a single spell. However, when I was 8, my uncle came over for tea and hung me over the edge of the window. And while he was distracted by cake, he lost his grip, and I fell from the second floor. Do you know what happened next? As Neville recounted his tale, Harry Potter, Hermione, Ron, and Percy could hardly contain their curiosity. I suspect Neville has fallen into the pool, Ron exclaimed with excitement. Ron, do you have a swimming pool downstairs? Hermione inquired curiously. No, but there is a vast lake right outside my house where we can play in the water all year round, Ron replied with a grin. Therefore, I conjecture that Neville was magically rescued by his uncle, Hermione remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ron. Percy chuckled and said, I believe Neville must have fallen to the ground and hurt himself quite badly. Hence he must have cried terribly. At this, Ron, Hermione, and Harry Potter erupted into laughter. Hearing their words, Neville couldn't help but chuckle as well, then added, You are all mistaken. I floated up on my own and soared over the garden. It was an exhilarating feeling. My uncle didn't assist me, but his expression was priceless. My family was thrilled. They thought my magic was insufficient to enter Hogwarts. Yet here I am, conversing with all of you. My uncle even gifted me a toad. Upon hearing this, Harry and the others laughed heartily and congratulated Neville, which instilled in him a sense of confidence, lifting him from his previous humility. Subsequently, Harry and the others introduced themselves, getting to know one another. At the professor's table, Caitlin became the center of attention among the faculty. Professor McGonagall wished to discuss animagi with Caitlin, but was consistently interrupted by a throng of ghosts, eventually abandoning her opportunity. Sir Nicholas circled around Caitlin and remarked, Professor Caitlin, can your elemental magic grant me a corporeal form? The Bloody Baron interjected, Mr. Caitlin, I believe I could descend to the underworld. Do you think that is possible? Yet, I have not ventured there. Can elemental magic fulfill my wish? Moaning Myrtle piped up. Can ghosts learn elemental magic? Nearly headless Nick chimed in. Mr. Caitlin, can elemental magic play pranks on students? That would be quite amusing. Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell were equally intrigued by Caitlin, especially given the profound impact her displayed abilities had on their teaching. Professor Quirrell was the first to approach Caitlin, extending his hand with a smile. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Quirinus Quirrell. Professor Caitlin, it is a pleasure to see you again. It is truly astonishing that you have created an entirely new form of magic. You are a genius, and I believe we should engage in substantial discourse. Caitlin regarded Professor Quirrell with a knowing glance and replied, The pleasure is mine, Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell merely exchanged a few words before turning to leave, maintaining a sense of decorum. Upon noticing Quirrell's departure, Snape approached with a glass in hand, extending his hand towards Caitlin. Severus Snape here. Caitlin. Caitlin shook hands with Snape and smiled. I have heard some things about you. Specializing in the dark arts and their defensive techniques, potion making, spell casting, and cerebral closure techniques. You are a master of potion making. You have also authored Advanced Potion Brewing, wherein you refine numerous potion making methodologies. I have had the privilege of perusing your work, which has provided me with considerable inspiration and insight. I possess some thoughts regarding the research and creation of certain potions and hope for an opportunity to discuss them with you. Naturally, I believe there are many areas in magical dueling where we can engage in fruitful exchange. As Snape listened to Caitlin, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he replied with a smile, It is a great honor. Dumbledore, observing Caitlin and Snape, chuckled softly. Perhaps, you might become quite good friends. Snape glanced at Dumbledore, who merely smiled in response, while Caitlin noted the exchange with a subtle smile. Chapter 12. The Late Arrivals of Harry and Ron. Students of Gryffindor, please follow me. Thank you. The stairs here are enchanted and will move, so remain vigilant at all times. If you happen to get lost or find yourself at the mercy of Peeves, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. Unless, of course, you manage to summon the Bloody Baron, who is Peeves' arch-nemesis. After the feast, Percy, as the upperclassman, led Harry and the others through the corridors and up the stairs. Harry, Ron, Hermione, he said. The trio was both astonished and exhilarated. Had Percy not been urging them onward, they would have lingered to examine the moving staircases and ponder where they might lead. These portraits can move? Oh, and they can speak too. Ron exclaimed. Look, he asked, staring at you with such affection. No, Harry, she is looking at you. I dare say she must miss you. Will she come out of the portrait to visit your room? Oh, Harry, your imagination is truly thrilling. Moments later, they arrived at the end of the corridor, where a portrait hung depicting a plump woman clad in pink attire. Password. The woman in the portrait inquired with a smile. Dragon Dung, Percy replied. Immediately, the painting swayed to reveal a door leading into the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy circular chamber, furnished with plush armchairs. Gather here. Welcome to the Gryffindor common room. The boys' dormitory is upstairs on the left, and the girls' dormitory is on the right. Your belongings have already been taken up, so please rest well. Your studies will commence in earnest tomorrow. Percy smiled at Harry Potter and the others. The group responded in unison and began to disperse. In the dormitory, 5 individuals resided, with Harry, Neville, and Ron sharing a room. All were quite fatigued, and Ron and the others fell asleep as soon as they returned. Harry, however, remained awake, seated by the window with Hedwig the owl keeping him company. Bathed in the moonlight, Harry appeared somewhat solitary and melancholic. However, Harry Potter was acutely aware that this place was now his home. If given the choice, he would not wish to return to the Dursleys' residence. The following day, in a corner of Hogwarts, construction was underway on a vast structure, rapidly nearing completion. Caitlin was employing his magic to assist in the construction of a classroom for elemental magic. It bore a striking resemblance to the Roman Colosseum. Designed as a tiered lecture hall, Caitlin's enchantments significantly expedited the building process, and it was certain that completion would not be long in coming. I deeply regret this, Kate, Dumbledore remarked. The venue for your lectures requires some additional time. I have arranged for the pace of construction to be hastened specifically for your dedicated teaching space. If you so desire, I can also arrange for your dormitory to be located there. Despite Dumbledore's immediate efforts following Caitlin's response, the teaching area remained unfinished, causing Dumbledore to express his sincere regret and apologies. Observing Caitlin aiding in the accelerated construction, he approached him. Caitlin, upon hearing Dumbledore's words, smiled and replied, That is quite an excellent idea, Albus. Additionally, I would appreciate the creation of a garden. Dumbledore chuckled at Caitlin's request, saying, That poses no issue at all. For a talent such as yours, I am willing to make exceptions. Therefore, for the time being, you shall have to endure residing in the dormitory. Caitlin smiled, finding these matters trivial. Kate, how old are you? Dumbledore inquired as he prepared to depart, suddenly recalling that he had never been entirely certain of Caitlin's age. 3 years prior, Caitlin appeared as he did now. The passage of time seemed to have little effect on him. I am merely 18. Do you believe that? Caitlin responded vaguely. Dumbledore chuckled and said as he left, "Perhaps I might indeed believe it." Catelyn did not continue the conversation, as the concept of age seemed to shift very slowly for him. In truth, he was already 28, yet he still bore the appearance of an 18-year-old. Hogwarts Castle perched atop a cliff, encompassing 9 levels, including its basements, along with 4 towers. The interior of Hogwarts was somewhat peculiar. Some areas were vast and spacious, while others were narrow and confined, swaying precariously. Every Friday, passages would lead to different locations, some ascending halfway before a step would unexpectedly vanish, necessitating one to remember where to leap. Furthermore, there were numerous doors that would not open unless one politely requested them or precisely prodded the right spot. They would remain steadfastly shut. These doors were not true entrances, but rather formidable walls that merely resembled doors. Memorizing where things are can prove quite challenging, as everything appears to be in a constant state of flux. Can you fathom this? The individuals depicted in these portraits seem to perpetually visit one another. For instance, an hour ago, a portrait might have depicted a corpulent woman, only to transform into an elderly gentleman engrossed in a book. Or perhaps a combination of both, a plump woman alongside a reading old man. Thus, it is all too easy to become disoriented. It is hardly surprising that first-year students may lose their way. Indeed, Harry Potter and Ron found themselves lost on their inaugural day of classes. They had to sprint until they finally located their designated classroom. Inside, Hermione, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle turned to regard Ron and Harry. Hermione expressed her exasperation at Harry and Ron arriving late on the very first day of school, deeming them hopeless. Malfoy, on the other hand, wore a smirk tinged with mockery. "These poor souls. Do you even know what class this is? Oh no, you could never guess. That stern-looking witch has been watching you." Under the gaze of their peers, Harry and Ron felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly took their seats. At last, they had arrived. Had they been any later, her expression would surely have been terrifying. They both dreaded the thought of being reprimanded. "Wow, that cat is adorable. I prefer cats over bats," Ron remarked, slightly out of breath as he spotted the cat on the lectern. However, as he spoke, he faltered, for the cat leapt from the table and transformed into Professor McGonagall. The expressions on Ron and Harry's faces turned awkward, particularly for Ron. Faced with Professor McGonagall, Ron couldn't help but quip. That was quite impressive. He felt quite unfortunate in that moment. "Thank you for your commendation, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall replied sternly, fixing her gaze upon Ron and Harry. "Perhaps I should turn one of you into a pocket watch. At least that would ensure one of you is punctual." "We got lost," Harry explained. "Perhaps I should transform you into a map, so you would never lose your way again," Professor McGonagall asserted with conviction. Harry and Ron were left speechless. They had no desire to become either a pocket watch or a map. Chapter 13, A Special Lesson. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts. Any mischief in my classroom will result in expulsion, and you shall never set foot in here again. Consider this your warning. Professor McGonagall addressed Harry, Malfoy, and the others with a grave demeanor. Ron raised his hand, looking towards Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall noticed Ron and inquired, "Mr. Weasley, do you have any questions?" Given that Ron had raised his hand to ask rather than abruptly interrupting her, she offered him an opportunity to speak. Harry, Hermione, and Draco, along with others, turned their curious gazes toward Ron. Faced with the attention from his peers, Ron felt a sudden wave of shyness and hesitation, particularly regarding the question he wished to pose. Unsure if he should voice it, Professor McGonagall regarded Ron once more and said, "Mr. Weasley." Ron's face flushed slightly, yet he mustered the courage to declare, "Professor McGonagall, I believe that Professor Kettleburn's elemental magic is far more perilous." Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry, Hermione, and Draco began to chatter among themselves. Elemental magic indeed appeared to be more formidable and dangerous. "When does Professor Kettleburn's class commence? He is so charismatic, I can hardly wait to see him. The destructive power of elemental magic is astounding. I suddenly find myself eagerly anticipating the elemental magic course, hoping it won't be as tedious as history of magic." Professor McGonagall, hearing the students' lively discussions, furrowed her brow and adjusted her glasses, stating, "Mr. Weasley, your perception is quite astute. That is a powerful and dangerous form of magic. Now, let us turn our focus to transfiguration." As Professor McGonagall had yet to engage with elemental magic, she refrained from making any rash statements. Thus, she shifted the topic, and the students resumed their earnest study of transfiguration. It was a captivating lesson, with Professor McGonagall transforming a desk into a pig, a lamp into an eagle, and then back again to its original form. Harry and the others were enthralled, eager to master these skills. However, they soon recognized the immense difficulty involved. This endeavor required extensive practice. It was far from the simplicity of merely waving a wand and uttering a spell. Among them, Hermione emerged as a remarkable exception. What others could not achieve, she accomplished, transforming a matchstick into a needle, earning praise from Professor McGonagall. Every Wednesday evening, they would observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets. They also followed a stout which named Sprout for herbology, studying how to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi, as well as their uses. The subject Harry loathed most was history of magic, burdened with an overwhelming amount of notes, which he always managed to jumble. Among the courses they looked forward to was defense against the dark arts. Yet Professor Quirrell was nothing short of a farce. Whether it was his manner of speaking or the tales he recounted to Harry and his friends, he was merely a joke, and no one believed his stories to be genuine. The Professor of Charms was a remarkably diminutive wizard, Professor Flitwick. During class, he had to stand atop a stack of books to elevate his head above the lectern, allowing the students to catch a glimpse of him. Interestingly, in the inaugural class of Charms, Professor Levy seemed to harbor a peculiar fear, no, rather an excitement, towards Harry Potter. He even let out an ecstatic scream before collapsing from sheer exhilaration. Of course, he did not perish. He was merely overwhelmed with joy. As the school day concluded, Harry Potter, along with Ron and Hermione, made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. "Hey, that's Professor Caitler," Ron exclaimed upon spotting Caitler seated alone in a corner. Harry, upon hearing this, turned to look with palpable enthusiasm. "Perhaps we could join him and inquire about elemental magic," Hermione remarked, admiring the way Caitler elegantly savored his steak. "That's a splendid idea," Harry replied, grinning. The trio approached Caitler, somewhat nervously asking, "Professor Caitler, may we sit beside you?" Caitler looked at the three of them and smiled. "Of course, that would be no problem at all." Hermione, brimming with excitement, promptly took her seat and inquired, "Professor Caitler, what kind of magic is elemental magic? Is it easy to learn? What prerequisites does it require? I've heard its destructive power is immense." As soon as Hermione settled, her curiosity erupted, leading to a barrage of questions directed at Caitler, as if 100 queries were clamoring to be voiced. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their faces paling at Hermione's rapid-fire inquiries. "Hey, are you a walking encyclopedia?" Caitler chuckled, looking at Hermione. "Hermione Granger, you are a remarkably bright girl, brimming with curiosity. I see a reflection of potential in you. You shall become a formidable wizard." Upon receiving Caitler's praise, Hermione's delicate face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really, Professor Caitler?" "Indeed," Caitler nodded with a smile. "Although my course has yet to formally commence, if you are interested, feel free to visit me after dinner. I wouldn't mind giving you a private lesson." Hearing Caitler's words, Hermione, Ron, and Harry instantly lit up with enthusiasm. "Absolutely, that would be wonderful," Harry said, excitement radiating from him. Ron chimed in happily, "Professor Caitler, you know, we are eagerly looking forward to your elemental magic class." The discussion about elemental magic consumed their thoughts, leaving little room for consideration of their other subjects. Caitler smiled faintly. Over the past week, he had heard similar sentiments echoed frequently, even eliciting playful complaints from some of his colleagues. Naturally, they too were curious about when Caitler would officially commence his classes. The trio, especially Hermione, known for her adherence to rules, blithely overlooked the prohibition against nighttime wanderings, all for the allure of elemental magic. The class on elemental magic is nearly complete. After 2 more days of preparation, I may commence formal lessons the day after tomorrow. I hope you all have a splendid beginning," remarked Caitler with a smile towards Hermione and the others. During this period, Caitler found himself engaged in few endeavors. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would enjoy afternoon tea with Dumbledore or discuss animagi with Professor McGonagall during her breaks. However, what truly captivated Caitler was his discussions on potions with Snape. Lastly, he attended to the elemental magic class and tended to his charming little villa. Indeed, at this moment, Caitler resided within his exquisite abode, adorned with luxurious and meticulously maintained decor. Chapter 14, The Baptism of Elements. "Mr. Caitler, you are indeed a wealthy professor," they exclaimed. This was a privilege not afforded to other professors. It was a standalone house, well-equipped and far removed from the typical wizarding aesthetic, evoking envy among his peers. Hermione, Ron, and Harry, upon following Caitler to his villa, were left in awe. They had visited Professor McGonagall's office, Snape's lair, and even their own dormitories. Yet none could compare to Catalyle's residence. They could not help but admire Catalyle's noble demeanor, which garnered admiration wherever he went, a testament to his meticulously organized life. "Would you care for a drink? Perhaps soda or coffee? We have cola and sparkling water," Caitler offered with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Hermione, Harry, and Ron's eyes lit up in unison, exclaiming, "Cola!" Indeed, the youth favored their beverages. Caitler snapped his fingers, and from a nearby refrigerator, 3 glass bottles of cola soared towards them, their caps popping off with a soft sound and promptly landing in a wastebasket. Meanwhile, a coffee cup levitated, filled with water and coffee grounds, and began to rotate gently on heated sand, soon bubbling to life and floating before Caitler. The trio watched in wide-eyed amazement, exhilarated by the spectacle. "Wow, Professor Caitler, you can perform silent magic. How marvelous!" Hermione exclaimed. "You can do it too, Hermione." Caitler replied with a chuckle, "Just relax a bit. A calm mindset is essential for learning elemental magic. Carlyle had adorned his villa with European-style decor, infused with noble tones and an aura of sophistication, including several devices sourced from the Muggle world. The only lament was that Hogwarts lacked electricity, rendering some devices unusable. Certainly, for Caitlin, this was of little consequence. After engaging in a brief conversation to help Harry and his companions unwind, he remarked with a smile, "Elemental magic is a distinctive form of sorcery. It necessitates the perception of the elemental energies that surround us, which is the key to casting spells. Moreover, it signifies that you will become more proficient in a particular branch of magic. Elemental magic encompasses the elements of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. They exist all around us, omnipresent." As Caitlin spoke, he conjured various elements. The white light, azure wind, crimson fire, golden earth, cerulean water, violet lightning, and obsidian darkness formed spheres that orbited around him, drifting gracefully before Harry and his friends in accordance with Caitlin's thoughts. Among these 7 elements, lightning, light, and darkness are relatively rare, and not everyone possesses the ability to comprehend and cultivate them. This also pertains to one's elemental affinity. Thus, in order to learn magic, one must consider their affinity for the magical elements, determining which form of magic is best suited for them. At this juncture, Caitlin produced 3 vials of potion, which floated before them as he continued. "Drinking this will enhance your ability to perceive the elemental energies." Harry, Hermione, and Ron were already astonished by the 8 types of elemental magic Caitlin had revealed, and upon hearing this, their gazes turned eagerly towards the potions. Which aspect of elemental magic would they be suited for? Harry accepted 1 vial, stating, "I believe fire magic would be more destructive." Hermione likewise took a vial and contemplated. "I prefer the water element. It feels more enchanting. I am drawn to the wind element. I adore the sensation of soaring freely," Ron expressed with anticipation. Caitlin listened to their musings and chuckled. "This is not the time for prayer. What you must do is drink the potion and quietly attune yourselves to the existence of elemental energy." Upon hearing this, Harry and his friends wasted no time and consumed the potions. The taste was pleasant, somewhat sweet, reminiscent of a syrupy elixir. Albeit the quantity was too scant for a full sip. They knelt down, crossing their legs. As meditation is one of the quickest methods to restore magical power and also a way to sense the surrounding elemental energies, Caitlin guided them in their magical journey. Hermione and her companions settled into a focused state. Caitlin glanced at the trio, then drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, all the furniture and apparatus in the hall instantaneously shrank to palm-sized miniatures, which then floated into a box nestled in the corner. Consequently, the entire hall became eerily empty. At this point, Caitlin did not cease her actions. Instead, she drew a large circle around each of the trio, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, before stepping back in satisfaction. Within mere minutes, elemental energy fluctuations began to manifest around them, pulsating in rhythm. Surrounding Harry were vibrant red fire elements and azure wind elements, thick and lively. Beside Hermione, the blue water elements danced as she had envisioned. Contrary to expectations, Ron did not attract wind elements. Instead, he emanated a rich yellow earth element. Although they had already discerned their affinities for certain types of magic, Caitlin refrained from intervening, recognizing this as a crucial period of growth. The greater the accumulation of elemental energy around them, the stronger their affinity for the corresponding elements, and a larger gathering of energy signified a more substantial reservoir of elemental power. This process is known as elemental baptism. Upon sensing elemental energy and absorbing it within themselves, they underwent a transformation and fortification of their bodies. This transformation could be induced artificially or cultivated organically, symbolizing their innate potential, which could certainly be altered through later efforts. However, possessing such a foundation from birth undoubtedly conferred an advantage over others. The essential prerequisites for casting spells are magical power and mental strength, both of which are vital to the practice of magic. Magical power determines the number and potency of spells a wizard can unleash, while mental strength serves as the guiding force behind spellcasting. Thus, magical power and mental strength are inherently complementary. Following these, the incantations required for spellcasting come into play. Consequently, at this moment, the elemental energies being gathered by Harry and his friends represent a process of elemental baptism. This is significantly influenced by the potion Caitlin had provided them, aptly named Elemental Baptism. Chapter 15, Remarkable Talents. The talents exhibited by Harry and his companions are truly extraordinary, befitting their status as protagonists, particularly Harry, who possesses 2 types of elemental energy. Most individuals can only harness a single attribute, with only a rare few capable of wielding 2 or more. Learning magic that aligns with one's inherent attributes is generally more straightforward, while mastering spells that differ from one's elemental nature proves to be exceedingly challenging. Although some may have a broader range of spells they can learn, others may have a more limited selection, yet the focus should remain on specialization and depth. For magic values quality over quantity. Simply possessing an attribute does not guarantee control over it. The practice of magic primarily hones mental strength, control, and sensitivity to the magical elements present in the air. Mental fortitude can be developed through meditation. The higher one's mental strength, the greater the power of the spells one can cast, contingent upon having sufficient magical energy. At this moment, the magical fluctuations emanating from Harry and his companions had, in Caitlair's view, already reached the standards of an apprentice wizard and were progressing toward the ranks of a novice mage. One could only imagine the extent of their remarkable talents, and Caitlair could readily envision how Harry stood out among his peers. The hierarchy of wizards is classified as follows: apprentice wizard, novice mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, master mage, archmage, and saint archmage. The existence of archmages and above is not something that just anyone can achieve. Figures like Dumbledore are already at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. Yet he merely equates to an archmage. Perhaps Dumbledore could ascend even further, becoming even more formidable. However, in terms of combat prowess, distinctions become somewhat nebulous. Nevertheless, Caitlair harbored the belief that should Dumbledore and he engage in a duel, it would ultimately be Dumbledore who would meet his demise. Such was Caitlair's confidence. Approximately half an hour later, Hermione and Ron awakened in succession, while Harry continued to concentrate on gathering elemental energy. As Hermione and Ron opened their eyes, they gazed at Harry and then around them, filled with astonishment, subsequently falling into a profound silence. Another half hour passed before Harry finally roused. By this time, the trio had all attained the strength of novice mages. Caitlair observed them with a smile, inquiring, "How does it feel?" "It feels absolutely incredible. I feel imbued with magic like never before," Harry responded with a grin. Caitlair smiled gently and suggested, "Try to condense the magical energy you're sensing into the palms of your hands." Upon hearing this, Hermione and the others immediately began to experiment. With a mere thought, they manifested a sphere of energy in their palms. "I want the wind element," Ron exclaimed disdainfully, staring at the yellow energy in his hand. "Eek, mine is blue. It's the water element I desired. This is simply marvelous," Hermione exclaimed, springing up in excitement, causing the energy in her hand to dissipate. Upon witnessing this, Hermione grew a bit flustered and uncertain. "Don't be so anxious. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. You are just beginning to engage with elemental magic, and having such magical fluctuations indicates your remarkable talent. However, you are currently unable to control this power due to your lack of mastery. The moment you can accurately manipulate a water sphere to change form at your will, that will signify your control has reached an elevated level," Caitlair explained, simultaneously conjuring a water elemental sphere in his hand and continuously altering its shape. At times, it morphed into a small figure, at others into an apple or a banana, and even simulated a quaint little house, showcasing a myriad of transformations at will. Harry and his companions gaped in awe, utterly astonished, and soon filled with anticipation. "Harry, you have mastered the elements of wind and fire, which is a rarity indeed. Most individuals can only wield a single magical element. Your dual affinity speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent and constitution. Moreover, the wind augments the fire's intensity, enhancing the potency of your fire magic. Should you desire, I can provide you with specialized training," Caitlair remarked with a smile directed at Harry. Upon hearing Caitlair's words, Harry was momentarily taken aback, then responded with delight. "I would be most grateful, Professor Caitlair." Caitlair nodded before turning to Ron, saying, "Ron, although you have grasped the earth element, do not underestimate it. While its offensive capabilities are moderate, its defensive strength is unparalleled, making it the finest protective magic. Among the three of you, Hermione possesses water magic, which offers average defense and should not be overlooked in terms of offensive power. Additionally, she has the ability to heal and restore. Having such a mage at your side during battles ensures that your wounds will be swiftly treated, sparing you from enduring the agony of injury. Harry's fire element serves as a formidable offensive weapon, albeit with lesser defense. Fortunately, the wind element adds an unpredictability to his attacks, often catching foes off guard with its considerable strength, establishing Harry as a vital source of damage output. With healing and offensive capabilities already in place, your earth magic represents the best means of protecting your allies, capable of absorbing numerous attacks. Furthermore, do not underestimate the destructive power of earth magic. It is indeed formidable." Caitlair's encouragement quickly invigorated Ron, affirming the significance of his own powers. Elemental magic is wondrous. It extends beyond combat, proving exceptionally useful in potion brewing. As you become more adept at controlling your magical energies, you will find it easier to manage potion dosages. Naturally, if you are interested in potion making, I can instruct you on that as well, Caitlair stated with a warm smile directed at Harry and his companions. Harry's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. "Really?" "Absolutely. I assure you, you will not be disappointed," Caitlair replied with a smile. He added, "However, before we proceed, you must first learn some theoretical knowledge. Now, It is getting late. You should return lest you be discovered and face point deductions for Gryffindor. Professor Catellaire, may we return tomorrow evening for further lessons? Harry asked with a sense of anticipation. Hermione and Ron shared the same eager gaze towards Catellaire. Of course, if you are interested, feel free to seek me out. He replied with a smile, for instance, to learn how to harness elemental energy. With their hearts brimming with excitement, Harry, Ron, and Hermione departed. Catellaire observed their retreating figures with a smile before turning to the side and saying, "Why not come in and sit for a while?" Chapter 16. The Dark Cloaked Figure and the Blood Curse. In the shadows, a figure emerged. Beneath the glimmering lights, his silhouette was revealed. Cloaked in a black robe and adorned with a mask, his features remained obscured. It seemed you had lingered here for quite some time. Is there a matter at hand? As Catellaire assisted Harry Potter and his companions in perceiving elemental magic, he sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from outside the house. Subsequently, he discreetly discerned the presence of another. After Harry and his friends departed, the mysterious figure remained, piquing Catelaire's interest. Was this encounter directed toward him? It appeared he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Was the magic just displayed the elemental magic you spoke of? If that were the case, you must possess considerable power. Would you care to accompany me? With a raspy voice and an air of dissatisfaction, Catellaire furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he understood the intent behind the other's words. A smile crept onto Catelaire's lips as he remarked, "You seem quite confident in yourself?" The figure in the black robe replied slowly, "I merely wish to ascertain the true strength of the magic you have crafted." Catellaire smiled faintly and responded, "As you wish." The figure then turned and departed with remarkable speed, not employing a broomstick. Catellaire was taken aback, yet he merely accepted it as such. Empowered by a wind-based spell, Catellaire pursued the robed figure with the swiftness of a gust. "Might you reveal your identity? You do not appear to be affiliated with the school," Catellaire called out. Hovering 3 meters away from the figure, the robed figure gazed at Catellaire, their eyes, hidden beneath the cloak, filled with astonishment. He distinctly sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from Catellaire, along with a swirling breeze encircling him. However, he was perplexed as to how Catellaire could move with such speed. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the robed figure stood beneath a grand tree, addressing Catellaire. "Are you curious about my identity? Your concealed visage compels my curiosity," Catellaire replied with a chuckle. "Then come and see for yourself if you can unmask me." The robed figure retorted, lifting his head to meet Catelaire's gaze. In a sudden motion, he extended a hand from within the robe, brandishing a wand, and commanded, "Stupefy." A beam of light surged forth, poised to render Catellaire unconscious. Yet, as the spell struck, a silent magical barrier materialized a meter before Catellaire, effortlessly deflecting the black-robed figure's attack. The figure, taken aback, realized that while such a test would not significantly affect Catellaire, he had not anticipated that his opponent would so easily thwart the assault. It is not unusual for a magical barrier to withstand attacks. What is remarkable, however, is that he could not discern how Catellaire accomplished this feat. Catellaire gazed at the figure cloaked in black and smiled, saying, "There is no need for you to test the waters. You may unleash your full power. If you cannot shatter even my magical barrier, you shall find yourself incapable of harming me." Crushed to dust, the dark-clad figure responded with resolve, launching another spell towards Catellaire, which once again met the magical barrier. This time, the barrier effortlessly absorbed the impact. Witnessing such a spectacle, the cloaked figure comprehended that Catellaire was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, this barrier was far from ordinary. "What sacred artifact do you possess?" a raspy voice inquired, tinged with palpable excitement. Had he set his sights on some item of significance that Catellaire bore? Catellaire, taken aback by the assumption that he owned a sacred relic, chuckled. "If you say so, then I suppose it must be true. However, without this barrier, taking you down would be quite simple. Yet, I find you rather intriguing. The act of ending your life seems unnecessary. Nevertheless, as a counter to your offense against me, I believe I should leave you with a parting gift." Catellaire regarded the dark figure, brandishing his wand and proclaiming, "I bestow upon you the curse of a fractured body, suffering from division, blood descent curse." The cloaked figure felt the surge of power emanating from Catelaire's wand, but to his astonishment, he perceived no visible light. It was a case of great thunder, but little rain. However, just as confusion washed over him, his entire being began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, under the shroud of his cloak, flashes of light erupted, resembling flames splitting apart. Soon after, muffled groans escaped the dark figure's lips. Catellaire, witnessing the unfolding scene, smiled faintly and remarked, "I wish you good luck." As he turned to depart, he added, "May you enjoy a pleasant night's sleep each evening." With Catelaire's exit, the cloaked figure trembled intensely, eventually collapsing to the ground, desperately clawing at the earth while emitting a harrowing wail. In a moment, the bats, centaurs, and hidden Aragog within the Forbidden Forest were drawn to the commotion. Outside the forest, as its guardian, Rubeus Hagrid burst forth from a small chamber with a crossbow in hand, directing his gaze towards the forest's depths. He then set off into the Forbidden Forest, lantern in tow. Meanwhile, Catelyn silently returned to his secluded villa. He had discerned the identity of his adversary, and, thus, chose not to take their life. Of course, given the opponent's meager strength, he held no desire to slay them. Perhaps a formidable opponent akin to Dumbledore would be more fitting for him. Certainly, during his peak, Voldemort would not hesitate to engage with his adversaries. At present, however, he finds himself more eager to witness the growth of Harry Potter and his companions. After all, in the grand narrative of this world, it is Harry and his two friends who truly occupy the role of protagonists. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Catelyn's features. Just as Catelyn prepared to take a respite, he noticed an envelope appearing at the window, radiating a faint glow. Intrigued, Catelyn wondered who had left him a letter. Upon retrieving the envelope, the light dissipated. After perusing the contents, Catelyn recognized the sender, Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House. An invitation to attend his potions class tomorrow? Catelyn mused for a moment, then smiled, promptly erasing the original text on the parchment and penning a few words in response. Chapter 17, Inspiring Hagrid. The anguished cries echoing from the Forbidden Forest instilled a sense of malevolence amongst its creatures. It was a sound fraught with despair and wickedness, causing tremors of fear. Yet, when Hagrid, the Centaur, and Aragog, those formidable beings, followed the sound, it had vanished, and the source was nowhere to be found. Aside from the fluctuations of battle, there was no evidence of destruction, leaving them unable to ascertain what had transpired or who had emitted those harrowing cries. Hagrid reported the incident to Dumbledore, whose response was notably calm, leading to Hagrid being dismissed. Nonetheless, Hagrid retained his unwavering faith in Dumbledore, just as Dumbledore placed immense trust in Hagrid. Their relationship was indeed unique, perhaps owing to Hagrid's inherent kindness. "Good morning, Professor Catelyn. Are you headed to the Great Hall for breakfast?" Hagrid greeted cheerfully as he made his way to the hall, spotting Catelyn approaching. True to his giant lineage, Hagrid possessed a robust physique, making Catelyn appear diminutive in comparison. "Indeed, Hagrid," Catelyn replied with a smile. "Did you hear that dreadful scream from the Forbidden Forest last night?" Hagrid said mysteriously, lowering his head and glancing around. Exuding a certain endearing quality, Catelyn's small cottage was the closest dwelling to the Forbidden Forest, so Hagrid assumed he must have heard the sound. Catelyn chuckled. "I did hear it. However, my curiosity about entering the Forbidden Forest has left me unaware of the specifics of what transpired within." Hagrid chuckled in return, adding, "I ventured inside to investigate, but I discovered nothing." Catelyn smiled slightly, then regarded Hagrid thoughtfully, asking, "Hagrid, do you wish to become even more powerful? Only with formidable strength can one adequately protect that which they cherish and earn the respect of others. Perhaps, through this opportunity, you may find a woman who loves you." Kettler is notably amicable towards Hagrid. The latter is a kind-hearted individual, albeit with a tumultuous upbringing, dedicating his life to the study of magical creatures, surrounded by various beings. The companions Hagrid chooses for himself are indicative of his character, such as the three-headed hellhound Fluffy, currently accompanied by the hound Fawn, the giant spider Aragog residing in the Forbidden Forest, and the soon-to-be-adopted Norwegian ridgeback Norberta, among others. In the realm of pet care, Hagrid is undoubtedly a genius. However, despite his remarkable ability to nurture these creatures, he lacks the means to safeguard them effectively. Furthermore, Hagrid's father was a wizard while his mother was a giantess. Do not inquire how such a union occurred. It poses a conundrum of global proportions. At least Kettler swears he has not delved into this mystery, but should he be compelled to investigate, he believes he ought to bring Hagrid along. Kettler vaguely recalls that in the lore of Harry Potter, giants, though not classified as humans, are regarded as close relatives, thus permitting intermarriage between the two species. Nonetheless, such crossbreeding typically involves male humans and female giants, as human mothers find it exceedingly difficult to bear offspring of giant lineage, let alone endure the rigors of pregnancy. One can only imagine the size of a giant infant. Its stature would undoubtedly surpass that of its mother. Considering this outcome, it transcends the issue of difficult childbirth and ventures into the realm of catastrophic consequences. The notion of male giants coupling with human women sends shivers down Kettler's spine. Once, Kettler stumbled upon a website created by a group of Harry Potter enthusiasts, where various topics were fervently debated, including the union of humans and giants. The discussions were intense, filled with extensive arguments spanning thousands of pages, yet the participants remained thoroughly engaged. It is indeed a topic brimming with intrigue and imagination. Returning to a more conventional subject, Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, is a towering half-giant. However, half-giants have historically faced disdain within the magical community, much like werewolves, often regarded as malevolent monsters. Yet, during the two wizarding wars instigated by Voldemort, these so-called monsters were ardently courted by both sides. The giants, benefiting from their immense size, possess formidable strength and resilience. Aside from their slightly sluggish reflexes, they exhibit virtually no weaknesses on the battlefield, making them natural warriors. In Kettler's eyes, this suggests that Hagrid harbors a vast reservoir of magical potential within him. Imagine a giant warrior endowed with magic, capable of unleashing powerful spells. What a terrifying prospect that would be. Hagrid listened, a smile breaking across his face, tinged with a hint of shyness as he replied, "Professor Kate, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. I am at a loss for how to respond. You may not be aware, but I am forbidden from using magic. Otherwise, I would face expulsion from the school. As for finding a woman, that is a formidable challenge, as giants like myself are exceedingly rare." Hagrid's disposition was notably open-minded. With a clear understanding of his origins, perhaps it was this very awareness that had deterred him from marriage and fatherhood. "Hagrid, you must reconsider your perspective. Has Dumbledore truly forbidden you from practicing magic? When you assist him, do you genuinely refrain from using it? You should be well acquainted with Dumbledore's magnanimity, and remember, the truth will eventually come to light. At present, you have the opportunity to learn magic and grow stronger. Once the truth is revealed, you can stand before everyone with newfound power and proclaim your strength. You ought to honor the trust Dumbledore has placed in you, diligently utilizing it, and in moments of peril, summon the courage to protect him." Upon hearing Kate's words, Hagrid fell into contemplative silence. He recalled events from many years past, during which he had become a figure of suspicion. Were it not for Dumbledore's support and advocacy, he would have been stripped of his magic and imprisoned in Azkaban for the remainder of his life. Thus, Hagrid understood all too well who had granted him a second chance. After a moment of silence, he turned to Kate and said, "Thank you, Professor Kate. You are absolutely right. I must strive to become stronger. So, would you be willing to teach me elemental magic? My instincts tell me that you possess the power to make me formidable." Kate smiled gently, replying, "Hagrid, you may appear robust, yet your heart is tender. However, I have a prior engagement with Snape this morning to instruct the children. If possible, I will seek you out in the afternoon." Hagrid beamed and said, "That sounds wonderful. I eagerly await your arrival." In the warmth of Hagrid's good spirits, Kate and he enjoyed a delightful breakfast in the Great Hall. Afterward, Hagrid took his leave, and Kate proceeded to the dungeons, where Snape conducted his classes and maintained his office. Speaking of Snape, one cannot help but reflect on his tragic childhood, marked by familial misfortune, distorted values, and a lack of companionship, leading to a life fraught with hardship. After finally arriving at Hogwarts, he was sorted into Slytherin and faced disdain for not being of pure blood, his considerable talents going unrecognized. Additionally, he harbored deep feelings for Lily, yet his affinity for dark magic and crippling insecurity prevented him from confessing, ultimately resulting in a rift between them. Lily Evans, the mother of Harry Potter, was the lifelong beloved of Severus Snape. Tragically, fate did not favor them, and she ended up with James Potter, giving birth to Harry. Subsequently, due to a prophecy that Voldemort discovered, he sought to kill Harry, leading to Lily's demise at Voldemort's hands. This profound loss left Snape deeply saddened, instilling in him a certain bias against Harry. Yet, Snape is a remarkably complex character. He willingly endures the misunderstandings of others while silently safeguarding Harry Potter. Thus, from a woman's perspective, such a Snape might indeed be a cherished love, worthy of possession. "Kate, if you do not arrive soon, I shall come to find you," Snape remarked as he observed Kate entering his office, a smile gracing his features. Noting the unexpected smile upon Snape's face, Kate returned a gentle smile and said, "Severus, you seem quite eager." It is indeed rare to see Snape, typically stoic and somewhat aloof, display such warmth. After all, within the narrative of Harry Potter, he is portrayed as a devoted, brooding, and enigmatic figure, deeply passionate in matters of love. "Certainly, I merely wish to optimize our limited time. For instance, engaging in discussions about potions in class to spark the children's interest," Snape continued. Upon hearing this, Kate laughed heartily and replied, "Let us proceed. I believe they are eager to get started." Nodding in agreement, Snape and Kate made their way to the classroom. In the expansive classroom, Harry Potter and Ron sat side by side, with Hermione positioned behind them. "Harry, it's potion class again. I seriously suspect you have offended Snape at some point. He seems particularly antagonistic towards you, and I find myself ensnared in the same web," Ron murmured, placing his textbook on the desk. Harry fell silent for a moment before responding, "I do not know, perhaps." He recalled the pain from the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead during their first encounter in the Great Hall, and the targeted scrutiny he faced during Snape's first potion class left Harry perplexed regarding Snape's demeanor. However, we must acknowledge that Snape's expertise in potion making is formidable. "We need to focus on our studies rather than complain," Hermione interjected, having overheard their conversation. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy observed the trio, who were whispering among themselves, and frowned slightly before breaking into a smile. He desired to befriend Harry Potter, yet found Harry unappreciative of his overtures. Malfoy recognized Harry's parents as powerful wizards, but he felt Harry was squandering his potential. He believed that Harry should embrace the ambition bestowed by Slytherin, for that would be his opportunity for strength. The alliance of the strong is what truly reigns supreme in the realm of magic. The door to the classroom swung open, revealing Severus Snape, followed closely by the entrance of Kate Lear. The appearance of Kate Lear instantly captivated everyone's attention, for the elemental magic he demonstrated was utterly enchanting. However, the course on elemental magic had yet to be established, and despite a week having passed since the start of the term, they had not yet attended any classes on it. Fortunately, their eager anticipation had prompted the dwarves to hasten the construction, and in just a few days, they would finally embark on their studies of magical elements. Yet, even more delightful was the presence of Kate Lear in their classroom. Harry Potter, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances at Kate Lear, their eyes brimming with excitement and expectation. Only the previous night, Kate Lear had reminded them, and to their astonishment, he now stood before them in class. "This is Professor Kate Lear, whom I believe you have all become familiar with," Snape addressed the first-year students, observing their eager and joyful expressions with an impassive demeanor. "I have invited Professor Kate Lear today because he is also a master of potions, possessing remarkable expertise and fascinating research. Today, we shall impart to you a unique approach to potion making through a discussion format. Now, I invite Professor Kate Lear to enlighten you about a distinct aspect of potion studies." Standing before the audience, Kate Lear smiled gently and greeted, "Good morning, students." Instinctively, he uttered the phrase that his teachers had often said at the beginning of class in his previous life, finding it amusing to now express it himself. Harry, Ron, and even Draco were momentarily taken aback. After all, this was a magical academy, not the outside world, which made them feel somewhat out of their element. Fortunately, Hermione, being a clever and kind-hearted girl, promptly reacted, pretending to be earnest as she exclaimed, "Good morning, Professor Kate Lear." She nudged Harry and Ron as she did so. Realizing the cue, Harry and Ron echoed, "Good morning, Professor Kate Lear." Consequently, the rest quickly followed suit, greeting, "Good morning, Professor Kate Lear." A smile graced Kate Lear's face as he replied, "You are all quite gentlemanly and polite. I appreciate students like you, for it signifies that you are receiving an excellent education. Today promises to be an intriguing lesson. I hope you approach it with a joyful heart and a serious mindset, for here, I, alongside Professor Snape, will personally guide you in the art of potion making. Potion making is a wondrous discipline that enables you to swiftly restore your magical and mental energies in times of battle. It can heal your body faster than magic itself and bestow upon you formidable strength. Even so, he can lead you to wealth. One must recognize that potions today are exceedingly expensive. Should you master the art of potion making, immense riches await you. Moreover, through potions, one can even attain immortality." At this juncture, Caitlin's gaze swept over Harry and Ron, and with a meaningful smile, she remarked, "Mastering this craft will yield unforeseen rewards." Chapter 19, Dark Elemental Magic. Snape's anticipation. "Wow, I find Professor Caitlin's lectures to be most engaging, in stark contrast to the aloof demeanor of Professor Snape. The charming Professor Caitlin is incredibly captivating. It is a delight to behold such a handsome visage while absorbing such fascinating lessons. I have diligently noted everything she has taught. It feels effortless. This sensation is exhilarating. I never anticipated that Professor Caitlin's potion studies could be so remarkable. It appears that Professor Snape might have faltered earlier, while Professor Caitlin succeeded splendidly. I was surprised to discover how intriguing the transfiguration potion is. Once consumed, it allows for prolonged transformation, which is far more convenient than mastering animagus forms." As Snape announced the conclusion of class, Harry Potter and his companions dashed out of the classroom, heading towards the Great Hall. They were famished and brimming with excitement, eagerly engaging in conversation. In that moment, Hermione, Ron, and Harry's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, particularly Ron's. Ron vividly recalled Caitlin's words about mastering potion making to achieve wealth. It was akin to a treasure map for prosperity. "Harry, I think we should give it a try. Perhaps tonight we can approach Professor Caitlin and request her guidance in potion making," Ron suggested, draping his arm around Harry's shoulder and speaking in hushed tones. Noticing their whispered exchange, Hermione patted their shoulders, inquiring, "What are you two discussing? Is there something you don't want me to know?" Upon hearing Hermione, Ron's face lit up with a smile as he replied, "I've discovered a pathway to wealth. You wish to brew potions for profit?" Hermione quickly deduced, her expression transforming into one of delight. "This is a splendid opportunity. I believe I could become a great potion master." After pondering for a moment, Harry said, "I think we should seek Professor Caitlin's advice. Will she assist us?" Ron asked hesitantly. "Perhaps she will," Hermione confidently replied, giving Ron a playful tap. "If all else fails, we can always charm her, Ron," she added with a grin. Harry chuckled, patting Ron on the back. "When it comes to charming her, you should take the lead. You might need the galleons more than I do." Contemplating the gazes of Harry and Hermione, Ron solemnly declared, "All right." In Snape's office, Caitlin surveyed the surroundings, taking note of the various documents and experimental items. Despite the somewhat eerie atmosphere, it was evident that Snape approached his work with utmost seriousness and dedication. Professor Kate, I did not anticipate that you possessed such remarkable capabilities in teaching. It is evident that your students are not only diligent, but also learn at an astonishing pace. I am curious, aside from mastering elemental magic, potions, and becoming an animagus, what other skills do you possess? Severus Snape harbored a fondness for Caitlin, not merely due to Dumbledore's reminders and attentiveness, but also because of Caitlin's amiability and courteous demeanor, in addition to her formidable talents. Snape had a penchant for dark magic and was quite intrigued by the dark elemental magic proposed by Caitlin. Consequently, during their discussions on potion making, Snape would often inquire about dark elemental magic. Alchemy, Caitlin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Snape's face bore a bittersweet smile as he replied, Indeed. I fear your expertise in alchemy is quite impressive. Moderate, at best, Caitlin replied with a slight smile. Professor Kate, I would like to seek your guidance on dark elemental magic, Snape said earnestly. Haven't we just been discussing it? Caitlin laughed. Snape shook his head and replied seriously. I wish to learn dark elemental magic. I believe it suits me perfectly. After contemplating for a moment, Caitlin took out her wand and waved it over a nearby globe, which soon emanated a radiant glow, transforming into a crystal orb. To learn dark elemental magic, we must ascertain whether dark elements reside within you. You now have the opportunity to channel your magical energy into the crystal orb. Do so slowly, without haste. Snape approached the crystal orb, scrutinizing it for a moment before looking at Caitlin and asking, Can this test my magical attributes? The term magical attributes was one he had heard from Caitlin, and he quickly grasped its meaning. Indeed, however, it is a one-time use item, capable of testing only once, Caitlin explained with a smile. Nodding in understanding, Snape placed his right hand upon the crystal orb and, following Caitlin's instructions, infused it with his magical energy. As his magic coursed through the orb, it began to glow. And moments later, the entire orb transformed into a deep black hue. However, shortly thereafter, the orb reverted back to the globe, which subsequently shattered. Snape was taken aback by the sight before him. What is happening? Caitlin glanced at Snape and reassured him, Do not worry. It is merely that your magical energy is so immense that the globe was unable to withstand your power and thus broke. Professor Snape, your intuition is remarkably accurate. Your magic contains a vast amount of dark elements. You are exceptionally suited for the practice of dark elemental magic. It is indeed a miracle. The magic of light and dark elements is exceedingly rare. I firmly believe that among millions, finding such an individual is a remarkable achievement. Upon hearing this, Snape let out a faint sigh of relief and solemnly addressed Professor Catterall. Professor, please teach me the magic of dark elements. Recalling the battle between Catterall and the dark-cloaked figure from the previous night, Snape felt a surge of excitement within him. As an observer, he had inadvertently followed Catterall and the dark figure, witnessing Catterall's formidable power and the desperate cries of the dark figure. That curse must undoubtedly be a manifestation of dark element magic. Simultaneously, Snape was convinced that Catterall possessed even more potent dark element spells, which he believed would be even more formidable. Thus, he brimmed with anticipation. Catterall, observing Snape's slightly bowed head, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, carrying a hint of profound meaning. Professor Snape, it is an honor to assist you. This is a process of mutual learning, and I too look forward to having a great leader in the realm of dark element magic. I created elemental magic, and I hope it shines brightly in the world of sorcery. As Snape listened to Catterall's words, a gleam ignited in his eyes, controlling his trembling body. He extended his hand towards Catterall and remarked, This is a most intriguing and meaningful proposition, one I truly appreciate. Chapter 20. The Earth Mage, Hagrid. Catterall did not linger long in Snape's office. Nevertheless, he imparted to Snape the texts on how to cultivate dark element magic, confident that, given Snape's innate talent, he would find the initiation a relatively effortless endeavor. As for the application of magic, Catterall had no concerns whatsoever. Snape's diligence and strength, along with his resources, were undeniably formidable. Thus, after Catterall's departure, Snape eagerly settled into meditation and practice in his office. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Catterall approached a cottage, holding a bottle of wine, and gently knocked on the door. It swung open, revealing the towering figure of Hagrid, who, upon seeing Catterall, immediately beamed, Professor Catterall. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you far too long. Come in. Catterall smiled and, buoyed by Hagrid's warm welcome, stepped inside. Hagrid, somewhat shy, inquired, Professor Catterall, have you eaten? If not, I've made some sandwiches. Upon hearing this, Catterall instinctively glanced at the table, and his smile faltered slightly. The sandwiches were simply unappetizing, and he could scarcely imagine how they might taste. Catterall had long been aware of Hagrid's culinary skills, or lack thereof, and found it difficult to voice his thoughts. He was certain that Harry Potter and his companions shared a similar sentiment regarding this matter. Kate Lyle's face brightened with a smile as she said, Thank you, Hagrid. I am quite satisfied. Moreover, I have brought you something special. With that, she handed the bottle of mead to Hagrid. Upon seeing the drink she offered, Hagrid's face instantly lit up with excitement. "Oh, Professor Kate, I adore you. My goodness. This is Madame Rosmerta's honey mead, my absolute favorite," Hagrid exclaimed as he eagerly uncorked the bottle and took a hearty sip. "Delicious. The flavor is simply exquisite." Noticing Kate across from him, he added apologetically, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Professor Kate. I should have poured you a glass. I just love it too much." Kate chuckled and replied, "No need to apologize. I prepared this just for you, so it rightfully belongs to you." Hagrid smiled, feeling a sense of comfort and contentment. Kate then produced a crystal ball, placing it on the table before Hagrid. "Hagrid, before I teach you magic, I must first ascertain your magical attributes." Upon addressing the matter at hand, Hagrid promptly stowed the mead in his coat pocket, settling down to listen attentively as Kate imparted her knowledge of magic. "What must I do?" he inquired, studying the crystal ball. "You simply need to place your hand upon it and channel your magic into it," Kate explained. Hagrid complied, his large hand enveloping the crystal ball as his magical energy flowed into it, causing a yellow glow to emanate from within. "Professor Kate, what does this signify?" Hagrid asked, intrigued by the yellow light. With a slight smile, Kate replied, "The yellow energy signifies earth element magic. I must say, this is quite fitting for you, Hagrid. As a giant, your movements are inherently slower than others, making you more susceptible to magical attacks. However, once you master earth element magic, you will be able to summon earthen armor to fortify your body, enhancing your defensive capabilities. In addition to the earthen armor, earth walls serve as excellent defensive measures. And in terms of offensive techniques, you will have access to abilities like earth spikes, fissures, and earth dragon blasts, providing you with formidable options for both attack and defense." As Hagrid listened to Kate's words, his breath quickened with anticipation. Though he was undeniably small for a giant, giants are fierce warriors, instinctively wielding massive weapons and charging into battle. With the augmentation of earth element magic, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly amplified. "Professor Kate, you are truly my savior. Please teach me earth element magic. I can hardly wait to grow stronger." Kate laughed heartily in response, saying, "Hagrid, do not rush. We shall proceed step by step. Firstly, one must learn to sense the potent force of the earth that exists in this world, namely the energy of the earth element. Without this ability, one may possess immense magical power, but remain incapable of unleashing earth element spells. This is of utmost importance. Once you can perceive and control the energy of the earth element, you will be able to weave magic." Caitlin exhibited remarkable patience while guiding Hagrid in his magical studies. For a giant, the pursuit of magic is no simple endeavor, significantly influenced by their physical constitution. Fortunately, Hagrid, being a half-blood, possesses certain unique qualities. After dedicating some time to this endeavor, the kind-hearted Hagrid finally felt the presence of the earth's power and concentrated the earth element energy within his palm. When night began to fall, Caitlin departed from Hagrid's humble abode. At that moment, Hagrid, much like Snape, was earnestly absorbed in his studies. He was diligently working on how to control his magic to shape a pile of sand into various forms without it collapsing. "Kate, you finally returned. I thought you had left for good," Hagrid exclaimed. Caitlin arrived at his quaint little house and immediately noticed the pumpkin lantern hanging from the railing at the door, with a small flame flickering within. Upon Caitlin's arrival, the small flame surged into a fist-sized fireball, transforming into a face that excitedly addressed Caitlin. Upon hearing this voice, Caitlin lifted the lantern and walked inside, smiling. "Dumbledore, what brings you here?" Dumbledore replied, "I heard from the first-year students that you had an engaging discussion on potions with Snape today. Those little ones are quite enamored with you. They claim your teaching prowess surpasses even Snape's. They are eager to attend your potions class." Caitlin chuckled at this, saying, "Dumbledore, I believe you should abandon such notions. Teaching elemental magic is ample enough to keep me occupied. Snape is a genius. His potions instruction is more than sufficient for those newcomers." Understanding Dumbledore's intentions, Caitlin politely declined. Dumbledore, somewhat persistent, replied, "Very well, I merely believe your talents should not go to waste. Should they have any inquiries, I would be more than happy to assist them." Caitlin settled onto the sofa, allowing the pumpkin lantern to float gracefully in the air, and prepared a cup of coffee for himself, smiling. Dumbledore, recognizing the futility of insisting, remarked with a grin, "That is splendid to hear. Furthermore, I have delightful news for you. The elemental magic classroom has been constructed as per your specifications, and your elemental magic course will officially commence the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Caitlin responded with a smile, "That truly is wonderful news." Chapter 21. Is someone sabotaging the elemental magic classroom? The elemental magic classroom. The construction has been completed, and the decorative aspects have also been finalized. It must be said that the craftsmanship of the little artisans is quite remarkable. In less than half a month, they have erected a grand hall reminiscent of a Roman amphitheater, capable of accommodating 500 individuals. At this moment, Caitlair has arrived at the Elemental Magic Academy, surveying the very hall he had a hand in building. This space resembles a semicircular Roman arena, or, perhaps more fittingly, a grand theater featuring a field the size of a football pitch, which Caitlin refers to as the practice arena. To master elemental magic, one must not only learn but also be able to wield it, necessitating an expansive area. The Elemental Magic Academy is a semi-enclosed magical hall, standing 30 meters high, ample enough for these young sorcerers to engage in aerial duels. The ceiling of the academy has been designed to open and close at his request on pleasant days. It can be retracted, while it can be closed during rain or cold weather. As Caitlin gazes upon this scene, a smile graces his face. He then draws his wand and, with a flourish, conjures the spell, Light of Hope. Magic bursts forth from his wand, manifesting as a radiant orb that hovers above, illuminating every corner of the Elemental Magic Academy. Spirit of the Wind, surround me. With another incantation, Caitlin's form transforms, floating gracefully above the practice arena, surveying the entirety of the academy. With his wand in hand, he continuously casts spells, each one infused with potent energy, enveloping the entire Elemental Magic Academy in a dazzling display of light and power. The brilliance of flickering lights and energy dances above the academy. Professor McGonagall, sensing this surge of energy, promptly rises from her desk and moves to the window, peering out at the Elemental Magic Academy. Severus Snape, having just emerged from the basement, also turns his gaze towards the academy, feeling the immense magical energy pulsating in waves, his expression one of astonishment. Truly, Caitlin, the creator of elemental magic, possesses a power that can rival that of the headmaster. Not far from the Elemental Magic Academy, a figure lurks in the shadows, partially concealed behind a tree. Observing the scene, accompanied by 3 others nearby. Harry, what an immense surge of magical energy! Ron exclaims, taken aback by the powerful aura and the shimmering lights before him. It appears to be the Elemental Magic Academy under construction, Hermione remarks thoughtfully. Do you think someone is engaged in battle inside? Ron whispers suddenly. Harry and Hermione exchange glances, momentarily taken aback, then nod in agreement, expressing their profound suspicion. It is quite possible that someone is deliberately sabotaging the academy, preventing us from mastering elemental magic. Hermione seemed to have had a sudden realization. Why? Harry asked, his confusion evident. With a serious expression, Hermione replied. Have you not noticed that Professor Quirrell has been acting rather strangely lately? What does this have to do with the Elemental Magic Academy? Ron inquired, perplexed. Hermione shot them both an incredulous look before methodically analyzing the situation. Consider this. Professor Quirrell teaches defense against the dark arts. But how effective is his teaching? It's laughable. Fred and George could easily pelt him with snowballs. Honestly, his instruction in dark arts defense is inferior to what we could learn on our own. Professor Kate's elemental magic is so wondrous and powerful. Given the choice, whose class would you prefer to attend? Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron nodded in unison, exclaiming, No need to think. We would definitely choose Professor Kate. How come your responses are so synchronized? Hermione scrutinized Harry and Ron. That's not the point. What do you think will happen next? Ron said, patting Harry on the shoulder with a hint of pride, then turned back to Hermione. Do you think Professor Quirrell will accept this? Hermione shrugged, spreading her hands. Does this even require contemplation? Observing Ron deep in thought, she suddenly felt he was rather dim-witted. Professor Quirrell wouldn't want Professor Kate to take his job, so he is likely to sabotage the Elemental Magic Academy. Good point, Harry, Hermione praised. You're much smarter than Ron. She gave Harry a thumbs up, smiling. Ron, displeased by Hermione's praise of Harry at his expense, scoffed. You just haven't discovered my true talents yet. Your talents? All you can do is play magical chess. What else do you know? Hermione delivered a ruthless blow. Ron instinctively clutched his chest, feeling utterly deflated. Sweet Hermione, how could you disdain my intellect and belittle my abilities? He lamented. So, is Professor Quirrell indeed causing trouble at the Elemental Magic Academy? Harry expressed his concern. Very likely. We must stop him, Hermione declared solemnly. But can we stand up to Professor Quirrell? Ron hesitated. Hermione brandished her wand, glaring at Ron. Your twin brothers can toy with Professor Quirrell. Why can't we? With that, she strode forward confidently, prompting a smile from Harry as he followed her lead. Ron scratched his head, bewildered. Is it really the same? Fred and George are advanced wizards now, while we are merely fledgling sorcerers. Despite his confusion, Ron hurried to catch up with Hermione and Harry. Hey, you should wait for me. I am an earth element mage. I can protect you. Ron sought to justify his place in their trio. Hermione merely scoffed, ignoring Ron's attempt to rejoin them. Harry smiled at Ron and said, Ron, you are such a coward. No, I am merely afraid of spiders, Ron replied. His face slightly flushed as he feigned composure. Hermione, walking ahead, suddenly turned around and delivered a merciless blow. Then you are indeed a coward. A coward who cannot even cast the levitation charm. As Harry, Hermione, and Ron approached the Elemental Magic Academy, they were oblivious to a figure lurking a short distance behind, silently following them toward the academy. Chapter 22. the trio under attack. The Elemental Magic Academy. The small sun had vanished, and the lights had gone out, plunging the place into an abyss of darkness. It was at this moment that the doors of the Elemental Magic Academy creaked open, and three figures stealthily entered: Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Initially brimming with excitement to thwart Professor Quirrell, they were taken aback by the eerie darkness that enveloped the room. Harry, do you have a flashlight? Ron whispered. Hermione, without hesitation, chastised Ron. Ron, don't you think you've asked an exceedingly foolish question? At Hogwarts, can you use electrical appliances? Modern devices are forbidden in Hogwarts. Ron felt the weight of his foolishness in that moment. Yet, faced with the encroaching darkness, he could not suppress his fear. Harry's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, shimmered with calmness. Soon, a flame flickered to life in Harry's hand. The sudden illumination startled Hermione and Ron. Hey, Harry, can you now freely conjure fire element magic? Hermione gazed at Harry with a hint of admiration. Harry smiled modestly. It's quite simple. At that moment, Ron's panic dissipated, replaced by excitement. For the light from Harry's fireball was quite impressive. Harry, you're amazing. With this fireball, Professor Quirrell hiding in the darkness will have nowhere to escape. We must capture him and make him pay. Filled with newfound courage, Ron squinted his eyes, striving to see into the shadows. Harry nodded and conjured another fireball, one in each hand, as he moved forward in search of the concealed Professor Quirrell. Wow, is this the Elemental Magic Academy? It's incredible, resembling a Roman amphitheater. Ron exclaimed as he followed Harry, marveling at the vastness and height of the academy. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Harry felt a surge of excitement. Yet he remained focused on their purpose for entering. Thus, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Hey, it seems I've stepped on something. At that moment, Ron's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of jest. Harry and Hermione instinctively turned to look at Ron. Ah, Hermione exclaimed in shock. Harry's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ron, equally bewildered, wondered what was happening. He then sensed something wrapping around his foot and instinctively glanced down. Wow, wow, wow. My heavens, what is happening? Harry, Hermione, help me. Ron could only see a dark mass entangled around his foot, and before he could fully grasp the situation, he was abruptly yanked away, vanishing into the darkness. Nevertheless, Ron's cries for help echoed throughout the Elemental Magic Academy, startling Harry and Hermione into action as they hurried to pursue him. Ron, they exclaimed in unison. Help me, Harry, Hermione. Ah, it hurts. I feel like my bones are breaking. Ron responded in a panic, his voice frantic and somewhat pitiful. After only a few meters of pursuit, Harry and Hermione lost their direction. Meanwhile, from the shadows, more vines surged forth, launching an assault towards them. Harry narrowly dodged one of the vines. But as he saw another aiming for Hermione from behind, he instinctively grabbed her and leaped aside, causing the fireball in his hand to extinguish. The Elemental Magic Academy was plunged into darkness, accompanied by a rustling sound. Harry, Hermione's voice rose in alarm. In the pitch black, Harry gasped for breath. Rising to his feet with his wand clutched tightly, and conjured a fireball, calling out, Hermione. The fireball soared forth, halting 2 meters above Harry's head, serving as a beacon of light. With the illumination provided by the fireball, Harry suddenly noticed that surrounding him were numerous thick vines resembling serpents, exuding an ominous aura. Hermione. Ron. Harry exclaimed, anxiety gripping him. He could conjure a fireball, but lacked the knowledge to wield it as a weapon. In fact, the fireball he had summoned possessed little power, serving merely as a source of light. They were only on the second day of their introduction to elemental magic, and Caitlin had yet to teach them how to unleash potent spells. Harry, help me. Something has me trapped. Ah, I'm being lifted. Hermione's terrified voice cried out, struggling to respond to Harry. Flames, ignite. Listening to Hermione's panicked voice, Ron fell silent. As he watched his two dear friends face peril, the creeping vines lunged towards him, and beads of sweat began to bead on Harry Potter's forehead, his breath growing increasingly frantic. Ultimately, Harry summoned his courage, deciding to take a gamble. With a flourish of his wand, elemental fire surged forth, and in an instant, the wand responded to Harry's command. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted before him, resembling a resplendent crimson lotus, radiating a brilliant light. The vines, upon encountering the flames, twisted and writhed in fear. Harry, filled with exhilaration, unleashed magic in 3 successive directions. Flames, burn. Flames, burn. Flames, burn. In a heartbeat, a roaring inferno enveloped Harry, illuminating the elemental magic classroom. Through the flickering light, Harry quickly sought the silhouettes of Hermione and Ron. Soon, he spotted Hermione ensnared by the vines. Seeing Harry, Hermione struggled desperately, her delicate eyes wide with alarm. Harry, your flames are too intense. If you don't rescue me soon, I will be consumed. The fire blazed fiercely, and the vines, tormented by the heat, trembled in agony. Hermione, feeling dizzy, cried, Harry, not only am I on the verge of fainting, but I will also be burned alive. Harry, Hearing Hermione's words, felt a surge of panic. He desperately wanted to save her, yet he was at a loss on how to navigate through the flames to reach her. In that moment, he felt utterly foolish for igniting the surrounding vines. Hang on, Hermione. I will find a way to save you. At a loss for ideas, Harry could only offer her words of comfort. It was then that Harry suddenly noticed a shadowy figure in a corner of the elemental magic classroom, gazing intently at him. In an instant, Harry clutched his head, the scar throbbing painfully. Chapter 23, The Secrets of Elemental Magic. The sharp sting deeply penetrated his nerves. Bowing his head, he sought to banish the agonizing sensation. But just then, a coolness washed over his mind, and the pain dissipated. Bewildered, Harry could not comprehend what had transpired. When he lifted his gaze again, the figure had vanished. Yet, on the other side of the flames, more vines emerged, heedless of the roaring fire, charging toward him. Harry's complexion shifted once more. Flames, burn. The fire leapt skyward, incinerating a portion of the approaching vines, yet it could not halt the others from advancing. Harry Potter's anxiety escalated further. Harry distinctly sensed that after casting several spells in quick succession, his magical energy was nearly depleted. Just then, a gust of warm wind swept by, and in a moment of clarity, Harry realized what he must do. Wind, take flight, he exclaimed, waving his wand and summoning the scant magic that remained within him. Instantly, a tempest swirled around him, lifting him into the air and enabling him to evade the encroaching tendrils of vines. However, this whirlwind only served to exacerbate the raging flames, which, fueled by the vines, grew even more ferocious. Harry, help me. On the other side, the flames had reached the vines, ensnaring Hermione, and the toxic smoke rising from the blaze left her feeling dizzy. She urgently called out to Harry for assistance, awakened by the power of the elemental wind. Harry's gaze fell upon Hermione, who was released from her bindings and plummeting from the sky. In a moment of panic, he cried out, "Wind, take flight." Once more, he waved his wand, and a gust of wind caught Hermione, gently lifting her and guiding them away from the flames and the vines. Landing safely on the expansive training ground, the vines, ultimately, succumbed to the voracious fire. Hermione landed with a gasp, feeling the marvel of their escape. Relieved to see her unharmed, Harry sighed, but the exertion had drained him completely, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Concerned, Hermione rushed to his side, helping him up as she noticed his pallor. "Harry, what's wrong?" she asked anxiously. Harry wished to respond, yet words eluded him. The sensation of being utterly drained of magic left him with an unprecedented weakness. What about Ron? Taking a deep breath, Harry suddenly remembered Ron. Casting a fearful glance toward the inferno, Hermione mirrored his expression of dread. "What do we do? What do we do?" Hermione's delicate eyes welled with tears as panic set in. Harry, desiring to assist, felt a surge of urgency, but his frailty rendered him powerless. Yet soon, he spotted Hermione's wand, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. "Hermione, you are the only one who can save Ron now," he urged, grasping her hand firmly. "How can I save him?" Hermione asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Use your water elemental magic to rescue Ron. He is still outside the flame's reach. You must cover the areas that remain unburned or extinguish the fire," Harry suggested, biting his lip as he attempted to maintain his composure while articulating his plan. "But I don't know how to use water elemental magic," Hermione replied, her face pale and her expression troubled. She longed to help, but had yet to learn the necessary incantations from Katerina. "No, you can do it," Harry insisted, looking at her with unwavering determination. "I can't." Hermione shot back, her words rapid and filled with fear. Fearful of being unable to assist Ron and terrified at the thought of him perishing in flames ignited by Harry. Harry grasped Hermione's wand-bearing hand and resolutely declared, "Hermione, Professor Kate did not teach me the incantations of magic either, yet I have just unleashed a spell. It is a secret. I have faith that you can do it too." As Hermione gazed into Harry's emerald eyes, a surge of courage filled her heart, compelling her to confront the roaring inferno. Releasing her hand, Harry seized his own wand and demonstrated, "Repeat after me. Water, arise." Hermione raised her wand, mimicking Harry's movements. Enchanted, "Water, arise." To her astonishment, magical energy surged forth, and the water elements in the air coalesced instantaneously, forming a stream that surged towards the blazing fire. However, having only just learned to conjure it, Hermione found her spell fleeting. The water extinguished but a small portion of the flames, insufficient against the raging fire. Undeterred by her initial limitations, Hermione swung her wand again, declaring, "Water, arise." This time, the spell endured for a fleeting 2 seconds longer, managing to quell half of the flames. Taking a deep breath to continue her efforts, a wave of dizziness suddenly overcame her, causing her to stagger perilously, her face paling. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Harry inquired anxiously. "I've exhausted my magic," Hermione replied weakly. Taken aback, Harry pondered how such a brief exertion could drain her energy. "Perhaps if we try just a bit harder, If we can extinguish another section, we can traverse the fiery expanse to rescue Ron, he suggested hesitantly. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione bit her lip, striving to harness her magic, but ultimately it proved futile. I can't do it, she said bitterly. Witnessing her despair, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. You two's performance is rather unexpected, a voice rang out, causing both Harry and Hermione to startle as they beheld Kate Lair descending from above, their spirits lifting with joy. Professor Kate. Ron. Kate Lair, cradling the unconscious Ron, landed beside Harry and gently laid Ron down. She then produced her wand and proclaimed, "Dance of water." Instantly, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, extinguishing the fire. To Harry and Hermione's astonishment, a magical barrier enveloped them, shielding them from the torrential rain and keeping their garments dry. Kate Lair smiled gently before casting another spell. Uttering, "Light of Hope," a miniature sun illuminated the entire elemental magic classroom, revealing the devastation within. The once pristine chairs were now charred by vines, and those that had escaped the flames were cloaked in soot. Moreover, the entire classroom lay drenched, the scene a disarray of chaos. At that moment, the door to the Elemental Magic Academy was thrust open, and Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore entered. The faces of Harry and Hermione turned pale in an instant. In that moment, both Harry and Hermione were deeply convinced that misfortune awaited them. Chapter 24, A Twist of Fate. Good heavens, what has transpired here? Professor McGonagall gazed at the Elemental Magic Academy, now in disarray and charred beyond recognition, her expression one of shock and disbelief. Dumbledore, too, appeared somewhat taken aback, lifting his long robes as he passed through the chaos, as though he feared the deplorable surroundings might tarnish his attire. He noticed a segment of vine on the ground, picked it up for examination, and remarked, "Demon vine? This black vine possesses remarkable resilience, is averse to fire, and will attack any intruders within its domain, ensnaring them to their demise. Ultimately, it buries its victims nearby, secreting a substance that decomposes them. The demon vine is also a favored tool among dark wizards for entrapment or assault. But why is there a demon vine here? Professor Kettler, what has occurred?" McGonagall inquired as she approached Kettler. Kettler smiled faintly, glancing at Harry and Hermione, and replied, "I am not entirely certain. When I arrived, Harry and Hermione were desperately attempting to extinguish the flames." Upon hearing this, McGonagall did not question Kettler's words, but turned her serious gaze toward Harry and Hermione, stating, "Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, you both owe me an explanation." McGonagall then noticed the unconscious Ron and anxiously asked, "Oh, there is another unfortunate soul here. What has happened to him?" "He has merely fainted. It is nothing serious," Kettler said with a slight smile, waving his wand as he intoned, "Spirit of light, heal his wounds and soothe his heart." A beam of light emerged, revealing a spirit of light that danced around Ron before finally merging with his head and vanishing. Harry, Hermione, McGonagall, and the approaching Dumbledore were all captivated by the elemental magic displayed by Kettler, filled with curiosity. Soon after, they witnessed Ron awaken, and the eyes of McGonagall and Dumbledore sparkled with joy. The magic of light not only had the power to heal, but also to mend the spirit. As Harry and Hermione rushed forward to embrace the awakened Ron, their recent ordeal seemed to have fortified their friendship even further. They were all concerned for one another. Kettler observed this with a knowing smile, a hint of profundity gracing the corners of his lips. "Harry, Hermione, Ron, you three must now answer my question. What exactly happened here?" McGonagall's expression was grave as she fixed her gaze upon the trio. In an instant, the smiles faded from their faces. Confronted by Professor McGonagall's stern expression, Harry and his companions found it difficult to feel any joy. "Silence. Does it signify that you have acknowledged your wrongdoing?" Professor McGonagall remarked coldly. "In light of the gravity of the situation, each member of Gryffindor shall lose 10 points. She stated with a serious demeanor. Harry's complexion shifted slightly. Over the past week, due to Professor Snape's evident hostility towards him, Gryffindor had already lost 10 points. Now, with each of them facing a further deduction, the situation felt dire indeed. When recalling Professor Snape's potions class, Harry and Ron were overwhelmed with a myriad of unspoken frustrations. Prior to entering Hogwarts, he had diligently studied and perused all the relevant textbooks. Yet could he possibly remember everything in such a short span? Certainly not. Harry was not foolish. He simply lacked the gift of photographic memory. Moreover, was it not excessive for Snape to issue stern warnings before quizzing him on matters he was unaware of? Hermione, who was eager to participate and answer questions, had been consistently overlooked. Heaven forbid, Snape was blatantly biased towards Malfoy. Malfoy was a cad, perpetually arrogant and insufferably wicked, even more so than Dudley. Professor McGonagall, we were drawn here by the magical disturbances and suspected someone intended to sabotage the elemental magic classroom. However, upon our arrival, we found the place shrouded in darkness and were subsequently attacked. It is evident that there are those who wish to cause harm here. Harry omitted the details of how he had set fire to the vines and earnestly explained the circumstances. Upon hearing Harry's account, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and said, Harry Potter, such matters are beyond the purview of first-year students. Your unauthorized actions have placed you in peril, and thus, the deduction of points remains unchanged. After Professor McGonagall had spoken, Dumbledore, holding a piece of devil's snare, smiled and said, However, in light of your bravery and adventurous spirit in confronting dark forces, Gryffindor shall receive an additional 30 points. Now, you need to return and rest well, and forget about what transpired here. Do you understand? At this, Harry and his friends were instantly elated. What a fortunate turn of events. Should they have lost 30 points? They could only imagine the torrent of Gryffindor wizards who would unhesitatingly inundate them with disdain the following day, a scenario they wished to avoid. Thank you, Headmaster. We shall return at once, Harry exclaimed joyfully, promptly ushering Hermione and Ron away from the elemental magic classroom. Caitlin and Dumbledore exchanged glances and chuckled. Your leniency may well encourage these little rascals. Dumbledore chuckled softly and remarked, They are still young, full of vitality. We must extend them ample tolerance. After speaking, he cast a glance at the elemental magic classroom, then waved his wand and declared, Restore to its original state. In the next moment, the charred tables and chairs were completely restored, pristine and immaculate. The demonic vines and the water on the ground had vanished without a trace. Observing this, Caitlin gave Dumbledore a thumbs up and, noticing the demonic vine in his hand, inquired with a smile, Have you made a discovery? Professor McGonagall then noticed the vine as well and, with a serious expression, stated, The demonic vine. Someone has deliberately left the seeds here and accelerated their growth using dark magic. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, saying, Someone has infiltrated the school and begun causing havoc. Let us hope it is not an individual of great significance, or the consequences for the children could be dire. With that, Dumbledore turned to Caitlin and asked with a smile, Professor Caitlin, are you prepared? To which Caitlin responded with a meaningful grin, Albus, you did promise to assist me in resolving various issues, allowing me to teach with peace of mind, did you not? Dumbledore chuckled again and turned to leave, affirming, Indeed. Professor Caitlin. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry and his friends were returning, with Hermione repeatedly contemplating the incident involving the water element magic in the classroom. Harry, how did you manage that? Hermione fixed her gaze on Harry, unable to contain her curiosity. Ron, hearing Hermione's question, looked at her and Harry with a puzzled expression, asking, Did something happen that I'm unaware of? Understanding Hermione's intent, Harry replied, It's a secret I stumbled upon. He then recounted the events that transpired. So, as long as one channels their magical energy, senses the elemental energy around them, and recites the incantation, they can unleash elemental magic? Ron remarked, his eyes widening in disbelief. If all goes as expected, that should be the case, Hermione affirmed, nodding in agreement as she recalled the sensation of casting elemental magic. This is merely one spell we have conjured. I am certain there exist even more potent elemental spells, Harry stated earnestly. I believe so too. However, we must return now. Otherwise, if discovered, we could face deductions in points, Ron expressed with concern. Let us head back then. Tomorrow we shall seek an opportunity to consult Professor Caitlin and inquire about potions as well, Harry nodded in agreement. Chapter 25, Snape's hostility towards me. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, in a small cabin, Harry received a letter from Hagrid inviting him over for a visit. Without hesitation, Harry accepted the invitation, feeling the need to confide in Hagrid about the events that had unfolded recently. Thus, Harry, accompanied by Ron and Hermione, made their way to the cabin. Before the little cabin stood a crossbow and an oversized pair of rubber boots. Oh, Harry, these shoes are enormous, but they reek, Ron exclaimed, intrigued by the large boots, only to be met with a foul odor that twisted his features into a comical grimace. In that moment, Ron appeared rather frightful. Harry and Hermione, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, which alleviated some of Harry's frustration from being ridiculed by Snape during potions class. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of barking echoed from within the cabin, drawing the trio's attention. Harry approached the door and called out, Hagrid, it's me, Harry. From inside, Hagrid's voice boomed, Step back, Fong. Yes, that's right. Good boy, stay still. When Hagrid opened the door, his bearded face broke into a wide grin. Harry, you finally arrived. Oh, and you've brought two little friends. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of Fong, a large black dog, tightly leashed by Hagrid. Ron jumped back in alarm, scrambling behind Harry, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, what a massive dog. Hermione, unfazed by Fong, calmly observed, he may appear formidable, but he is undoubtedly a coward. Why? Ron asked, puzzled. Because he looks fierce, yet his voice and demeanor tremble, Hermione confidently explained. With that, she approached Fong and made a face she believed to be intimidating, but was actually rather endearing. To everyone's surprise, Fong leapt back, retreating behind Hagrid's legs, too frightened to meet Hermione's gaze. Seeing this, Hermione chuckled, arms crossed, and remarked, Look, Isn't he a bit timid? Harry and Ron gazed in disbelief at the trembling fawn. This dog is quite pathetic, Hagrid remarked, his expression a mix of awkwardness and mild disdain for Fawn. I know you're a bit timid, but you're embarrassing me. Scared off by a sweet little girl? Fawn, you're not getting any meat today, Hagrid scolded as he ushered Fawn toward the door. The cabin contained only a single room, feeling quite cramped for Hagrid's substantial frame. Hanging from the ceiling were hams and wild fowl, while a copper kettle simmered with boiling water over the hearth. In one corner rested a large bed, its bedding a patchwork of tattered cloths. Harry observed this scene with a sense of astonishment. While he was aware of Hagrid's unrefined nature, he had not anticipated such frugality. In that moment, pity for Hagrid welled within Harry, and his gaze softened, filled with newfound trust in his friend. Harry introduced his two friends to Hagrid, saying, Hagrid, this is Hermione, and this is Ron, my dear friends. Hagrid poured boiling water into the large teapot, and then placed several rock cakes onto the plate. With his red hair and freckled face, Ron, are you a Weasley? What relation do Fred and George have to you? Those twin brothers are utterly exasperating, always daring to venture into the forbidden forest, forcing me to expend considerable effort to chase them out. Upon seeing Ron, Hagrid was reminded of Fred and George, and he looked at Ron with disdain, voicing his complaints. Hearing this, Ron could not help but grin mischievously and remarked, Hagrid, they are my brothers. Of course, if it were up to me, I wouldn't mind if you took a frying pan and gave them a good whack on their backsides. They would certainly learn their lesson. At least that's how my mother disciplines them. Harry, listening nearby, turned to Ron and laughed. Hey, Ron, have you ever been disciplined like that by your mother? Ron's face flushed with embarrassment, for that was a memory he would rather forget. Wow, these rock cakes are incredibly hard. I feel like my teeth might fall out. Hermione, curious about the rock cakes Hagrid had set before them, picked one up, examined it with wide eyes, and then took a bite. Instantly, despair washed over her. The toothache was unbearable. This was undoubtedly the hardest rock cake she had ever encountered. Even if you were to recook it in a frying pan, it would be far more palatable and tender than it is now. Harry and Ron, intrigued by the sight of the rock cakes on the table, decided to give them a try. The outcome was predictable. Observing Harry and the others clutching their jaws in discomfort, Hagrid felt an acute sense of embarrassment. As a half-giant, his teeth were quite robust, and to him, the rock cakes appeared quite delightful and chewy. However, in the presence of these three ordinary human children, the rock cakes were akin to stones. Noticing Hagrid's awkwardness, Harry swiftly changed the subject and began recounting the events that had transpired in class over the past few days. When Hagrid referred to Filch, who seemed somewhat sinister and overbearing, as that old toad, Harry and his friends laughed heartily. After all, Filch was the caretaker of Hogwarts, a notoriously foul-tempered and detestable individual whose hobby seemed to be opposing the students. Additionally, Filch owned a cat named Mrs. Norris, who was equally insufferable and perpetually lurking. Harry also shared his experiences regarding Professor Snape's class with Hagrid. Harry, you need not worry at all. He merely possesses a rather peculiar disposition. As long as you do not engage in any wrongdoing, he cannot harm you, Hagrid reassured him. Harry, touching the scar on his forehead, responded earnestly, but I have a feeling he truly despises me. On the day of the welcoming feast, when he looked at me, my head ached terribly. Hagrid smiled faintly and said, Harry, you must be imagining things. Why would he harbor any hatred towards you? After taking a sip of water, Hagrid turned to Ron and remarked, How is your brother Charlie? I have a fondness for him. He is quite amiable towards creatures and possesses remarkable skills. Oh, he is doing well and is currently studying dragons, Ron replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Hagrid burst into hearty laughter. Goodness, he is actually studying dragons. You have no idea how much I wish I could raise one. Harry observed Hagrid conversing with Ron, feeling an unsettling notion that Hagrid was deliberately avoiding him. Reluctant to continue discussing Snape, though Harry found it perplexing, one thing he was certain of was that Snape's gaze had been filled with palpable hostility, causing him considerable pain. There was no doubt about it. Snape's animosity was directed squarely at him. Chapter 26, A Dream of Flight. Oh dear, why must my dream of flight coincide with those Slytherin brats? Harry thought as he gazed at the schedule for flying lessons displayed on the wall. First-year Gryffindors were to attend classes alongside first-year Slytherins. Both Ron and Harry were filled with eager anticipation for the flying lessons, a desire stronger than any other wish. Especially for Ron, who, had it not been for this, would not have uttered, I love the feeling of soaring freely during the night when determining his magical affinity. However, the trio of Ron, Harry, and Hermione lamented over the incessant mockery from Slytherin's Malfoy, which was utterly intolerable. This is a case of love turning to hate, Harry. That scoundrel Malfoy looks down on us so disdainfully, yet he seems infatuated with you. But you, in loyalty to us, have rejected him, and now he seeks revenge. Ron suddenly grasped Harry's shirt, a look of despair etched across his face. Harry was taken aback by Ron's words. What on earth are you talking about? What does it mean for love to turn to hate? Ron, what is going on in your head? Hermione stared at Harry and Ron in disbelief, her delicate fingers gesturing in the air, yet she remained silent, her demeanor almost adorably excessive, leaving Ron momentarily entranced. "Hey, red-haired Weasley, you seem rather frightened of me," Malfoy sneered, accompanied by his two hulking lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, who happened to pass by and overheard Ron's lamentations. "Don't be so nervous. We'll take good care of you during flying class. By the way, I'll show you just who the real flying expert is." Ron, upon hearing Malfoy's taunts, felt his face darken but retorted defiantly, "Humph, you'll soon find out that you're nothing but a loser in my presence." Malfoy, dismissing Ron's bravado with a scoff, turned to Harry and said, "Harry, I'll make you understand that your choice is misguided. Associating with them will only diminish your status and taste." After Malfoy finished speaking, he departed with Crabbe and Goyle. During this afternoon's flying lesson, "They must learn their lesson and understand that we Slytherins are the mightiest," Malfoy instructed Crabbe and Goyle. They nodded, grinning foolishly. This could be troublesome, Harry remarked with a hint of resignation. "I hope the flying lesson this afternoon won't be too embarrassing." Though Harry had never ridden a broomstick, he was aware that it was a rather challenging class. Ron, watching Malfoy's retreating figure, mumbled, "That guy is truly insufferable. He's nothing but a big mouth, constantly boasting about his Quidditch prowess. Believe me, if anyone ends up embarrassed, it will undoubtedly be him." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's words, saying, "You're quite the comforter." Harry chuckled at this, then composed himself once more. Who would truly be embarrassed during the flying lesson remained uncertain. Malfoy boasted about his exploits almost daily in front of his lackeys, often speaking loudly enough in classes with Gryffindor to ensure Harry and the others heard him, inviting envious glances from peers that fed his vanity. For instance, he frequently lamented that first-year students were unworthy of joining the Quidditch team. He also spun thrilling tales where he was always the protagonist, amusingly concluding each with a narrow escape from a Muggle helicopter, showcasing his supposed speed and bravery to highlight his expertise in broomstick flying. Naturally, no one believed Malfoy could achieve such feats. Alongside Malfoy in his penchant for grandiosity were Seamus Finnegan and Ron. Seamus often recounted how, in his childhood, he spent most of his time soaring through the fields on a broomstick, reveling in boundless freedom and exhilaration. This left many first-year students who had never flown a broomstick enviously captivated. As the afternoon flying lesson approached, Neville Longbottom, nervously clutching his food, asked Ron, "Do you have any tips?" Harry and Ron were taken aback by Neville's inquiry. Ron, sizing up Neville's physique, playfully rubbed his belly and said, "Neville, with a build like yours, are you sure a broomstick can lift you into the air?" Embarrassed, Neville chuckled awkwardly. "We have a broomstick at home, but my grandmother never lets me near it," he explained earnestly. "Hey, Neville, I think you should give up on that. Your grandmother is absolutely right. You shouldn't have dreams of flying," Ron jested. "But I want to give it a try," Neville insisted earnestly. Ron, noticing the seriousness in Neville's eyes, then turned to Harry, and they both glanced at Hermione. If there exists a secret, it would be prudent to consult Hermione, a paragon of erudition. As Hermione met the gaze of Harry and his companions, she cleared her throat and said, "Since you have turned your attention to me, I shall reluctantly share my insights." In truth, Hermione was as anxious as Neville, for this endeavor was not as simple as merely observing from a tree and memorizing the observations. It required a broomstick to truly test one's mettle. Nevertheless, Hermione fervently recounted the knowledge she had gleaned from a tome entitled The Marvelous Quidditch Ball to the trio. Harry and Ron listened, somewhat bewildered, particularly Ron, who, despite his occasional penchant for boasting, had indeed once flown on his brother Charlie's broomstick, albeit with less than ideal results, leading to a rather unfortunate outcome. Thus, faced with Hermione's articulate discourse, Ron found it incredulous. "Hermione, I had no idea you were so eloquent." Ron's thoughts were a mystery to Neville, who was solely focused on his impending first flying lesson that afternoon, clutching a broomstick to fulfill his dream of flight. He listened intently, fearing the loss of even a single word, as it pertained to his ability to navigate the lesson with ease and avoid any embarrassment. For that would be a severe blow to his self-esteem. Just as Neville was engrossed in Hermione's detailed explanation, a cacophony of noise erupted. The wizards dining in the great hall lifted their heads as a flock of owls swept in, delivering parcels and envelopes that plummeted from the sky, deftly caught by the wizards. Chapter 27, Confrontation with Malfoy. "Hey, Malfoy, did your mother send you more treats?" Crabbe exclaimed eagerly upon seeing Malfoy with his package. "Of course. Let me see what it is this time," Malfoy replied, appreciating Crabbe's perceptiveness, and without hesitation, he raised his voice, presenting the large parcel. "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. How delightful. There are so many flavors I adore. Smoky bacon, French onion soup, chocolate, curry, oh my goodness, even my absolute favorite, French beef casserole. Do you realize how rare the French beef casserole and French onion soup flavors are?" Malfoy exclaimed, brandishing 2 packets of beans in triumph, casting a glance, intentionally or not, toward Gryffindor, particularly Harry. Ron was drawn to Malfoy's voice, casting an envious look in his direction. He had been fortunate enough to sample those two flavors once, and the exquisite taste was beyond description. Harry had never tried them, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of anticipation. It was said that Bertie Bott's offered over 700 flavors, some of which were exceptionally rare. For instance, those with flavors reminiscent of vomit, earwax, or nasal mucus. On the train, Harry had sampled a few, but fortunately, he had avoided those repugnant tastes. Moreover, during his time in the dormitory, he shared limited quantities with his roommates. However, as Malfoy had mentioned, he had not indulged in those particular flavors. They were rare, and one would require a stroke of luck to encounter them. Of course, if one possessed the means, acquiring them could be feasible. Hey, Neville, you have a small package. Open it, and see what's inside. Ron diverted his envious gaze from Malfoy, and prepared to continue savoring his snacks, only to notice a small parcel in Neville's hands. With a hint of excitement, Neville, with his chubby little hands, unwrapped the package to reveal a glass orb the size of an egg. What is this? Why is it filled with white mist? It looks somewhat appealing, Harry inquired, puzzled. This is a memory orb, Harry, Neville explained with a smile. Speaking of his grandmother brought a delightful innocence and happiness to Neville's face, for she had always cared for him. My grandmother knows I often forget things. And this memory orb tells me if there's something I've forgotten to do. You see, if I hold it tightly, it will turn red. At this point, Neville's expression suddenly grew solemn, and he appeared somewhat dazed. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond to Neville's current state. Finally, Ron, pointing at Neville who was clutching the memory orb and straining to recall what he might have forgotten, hesitantly remarked, "Has he forgotten something?" Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement with Ron's observation. Just then, Malfoy, having noticed Harry's side, approached the Gryffindor table and snatched the memory orb from Neville's hands. "Let me see what this is. It appears quite intriguing. I wonder what would happen if I were to throw it on the ground." Malfoy taunted with a smug grin. Holding Neville's memory orb, he had kept a keen eye on Harry and was aware that apart from receiving a letter from Hagrid, Harry had not received any packages. The same went for Ron Weasley. However, Hermione Granger seemed somewhat affluent, possessing several parcels. Harry and Ron were taken aback by Malfoy's audacity in deliberately coming over to snatch Neville's memory orb, and their irritation began to mount. "Malfoy, return the memory orb to Neville," Harry said, fixing Malfoy with a serious gaze, warning him, "Otherwise, I shall not be courteous." Malfoy, quickly return the memory orb to Neville. "Or I shall inform Professor McGonagall," Ron added, realizing the gravity of the situation. Malfoy dismissed Harry and Ron's warnings with disdain, stepping back a couple of paces and declaring, "Why should I return it? It is in my possession now, and it belongs to me." Harry, filled with indignation, believed Malfoy to be utterly unreasonable, always leveraging his so-called pure-blood lineage to bully others. Consequently, Harry brandished his wand, poised to teach Malfoy a lesson. Observing this, a smirk crept across Malfoy's face as he snapped his fingers, summoning Crabbe and Goyle to materialize behind him. Their fists clenched and eyes fixed on Harry and Ron with an unmistakable air of menace. Ron, upon seeing Crabbe and Goyle, felt a twinge of fear. They were both large and formidable. "Are you looking for a fight? 3 against 2. We are not afraid of you," he retorted. "Harry, we cannot use magic here. You know the consequences." Malfoy continued to toy with the memory ball, tossing it into the air and catching it, which left Harry and his friends in a state of heightened anxiety, fearing that the memory ball might slip from Malfoy's grasp and shatter upon impact with the ground. In response to Malfoy, Harry asserted, "If I am punished, so shall you be. You are the one who has disrupted the rules." With that, Harry prepared to swing his wand at Malfoy. "What do you think you are doing, Harry? Are you planning to cast a spell here?" Professor McGonagall approached with a serious expression, her gaze fixed on Harry's wand. "Professor McGonagall, Malfoy has taken my memory ball and claimed it for himself," Neville interjected, glancing anxiously at the arriving professor but eager to shield Harry from punishment. McGonagall then turned her attention to Malfoy and the memory ball he held, stating firmly, "Malfoy, I require an explanation." Malfoy, with a sullen countenance, hastily placed the memory ball on the table. "Just wait, Harry, I will be expecting you at flying class," he said before slinking away, Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind him. Neville retrieved his memory ball, inspecting it closely with immense relief that it remained intact, as he still needed it to remember certain things. Professor McGonagall cast a penetrating look at Harry before warning, "Be mindful of the school regulations. This is your only warning." With that, she turned and departed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione collectively exhaled in relief, apprehensive that Professor McGonagall might impose a 10-point deduction on each of them, which would be truly dreadful. A careless mistake could lead to them being overwhelmed by the scorn of their upperclassmen in Gryffindor. In the teacher's lounge, Kettler noticed the unfolding events with a smile. The current Harry exhibited far more strength and resolve than the Harry of the story. Otherwise, he would never have dared to draw his wand in the dining hall. If memory serves, they had a flying lesson together scheduled for that afternoon. What kind of collision might transpire, one wonders. As Caitlin observed the four friends laughing together once more, she couldn't help but murmur, her face brightening with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the staff area, Professor Quirrell also noticed Harry's group. When his gaze shifted to Caitlin, his expression darkened slightly. Once the meal concluded, Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the delicious dishes on the table to vanish to their designated places. He then stood up, beaming as he announced some delightful news to everyone. Children, I must formally share some wonderful news with you all. The Elemental Magic Academy has been completed and will officially commence classes tomorrow. In the morning, all faculty and students will gather at the Elemental Magic Academy to listen to Professor Caitlin impart her knowledge of elemental magic. I hope everyone can arrive punctually tomorrow morning, as this is an exceedingly serious and solemn matter. With Dumbledore's announcement, students, including Harry, Hermione, Draco, and others, who had been eagerly anticipating the study of elemental magic, erupted into cheers. Dumbledore, seeing their excitement, chuckled and mischievously winked at Caitlin. Almost unable to contain her laughter, Caitlin thought, Albus. So this is the side of you I never knew. Chapter 28. Neville regains confidence. Harry, this is truly exhilarating news. Tomorrow we can attend Professor Caitlin's class on elemental magic. Does this mean we will learn even more powerful spells? As they exited the hall, everyone was abuzz with discussions about elemental magic, and the four friends were no exception. Neville, in particular, was filled with joy and anticipation. Having already identified their elemental magic attributes, Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged knowing glances and smiled. They had engaged with magic earlier than most, gaining insights into their magical affinities. This implied that they would progress further and faster than their peers. What is wrong with you all? You don't seem very excited, Neville inquired, observing the trio with a hint of confusion. No, Neville, we are indeed thrilled, more than anyone else, Ron replied, stepping closer to Neville with a casual familiarity. However, Neville was no fool. He sensed Ron's underlying meaning. He was aware that Harry and Ron had been returning late over the past few nights, likely engaged in some secretive plans. Thus, he looked at them earnestly and asked, Are we classmates? Ron, taken aback by Neville's serious demeanor, usually timid and forgetful, stammered, Of course we're classmates. And are we roommates? Neville pressed further. Ron cast a puzzled glance at Neville, uncertain of his thoughts, yet replied, Of course. So, do you consider me a friend? Neville reiterated. After a brief pause, he added in a hushed tone, I know you all return quite late at night. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and this time, they grasped the implication. Clearing his throat, Ron coughed a few times, unsure of how to respond. Harry looked at Neville, extended his hand, and smiled, Harry Potter. Ron and Hermione turned to Harry and then to Neville. A playful grin spread across Neville's round face as he took Harry's hand and replied, Neville Longbottom. Ron and Hermione beamed at the exchange. Neville, we are heading to see Professor Kettleburn to discuss potions. Would you like to join us? Harry inquired. Upon hearing this, Neville grinned, sure. Thus, the four swiftly made their way to the charming little house where Professor Kettleburn resided. It was Neville's first visit, and he marveled at the beauty of the quaint abode. Professor Kettleburn. Harry rang the bell hanging at the door and called out. Professor Kettleburn opened the door with a smile. Come in. Spotting Neville among the group, he remarked, Isn't this Neville Longbottom? Professor Kettleburn remembered Neville fondly. Throughout the Harry Potter series, Neville played a significant role, eventually becoming the herbology professor at Hogwarts while maintaining a deep friendship with Harry and the others. Although Neville appeared somewhat timid, he was a boy of quiet strength, firmly holding his beliefs and earning the respect of his fellow Gryffindors, who often stood by him. Just as Harry and Ron had done during their meal in the Great Hall. Surprised that Professor Kettleburn remembered his name, Neville felt a surge of emotion and quickly replied, Professor, I am Neville Longbottom. Kettleburn smiled warmly. Welcome to my home. As they entered, he cheerfully asked, Coke or Sprite? Coke. Harry, Hermione, and Ron replied in unison. Kettleburn nodded and then turned his gaze to Neville, who had remained silent. Under Kettleburn's watchful eye, Neville timidly asked, May I have a cup of coffee? Of course. We share a common interest, Neville, Kettleburn replied with a grin. In my home, there's no need to be so formal. I am not Professor McGonagall. And I won't be deducting points at the drop of a hat. Ron patted the nervous Neville sitting beside him and said, Don't worry, Professor Kettleburn is incredibly friendly. Neville listened intently to Ron and the others, nodding seriously, his demeanor lightening somewhat. Before long, cola and coffee were served, and Professor Kettler, holding a cup of coffee, looked at Harry and his friends with a smile, inquiring if they had come to discuss something. Professor Kettler, we wish to study potions, Ron replied enthusiastically, having already consumed half of his cola. Why is that? Professor Kettler asked, curiosity piqued. I believe what you said, Professor, that potions can lead to wealth. Ron stated with conviction. Professor Kettler was taken aback, realizing this was Ron's motivation for pursuing potions. A slight smile forming on his lips as he turned his gaze towards Hermione. I aspire to achieve a perfect score on my exams and graduate with top marks in all subjects, Hermione declared confidently. A commendable ambition. Kettler responded with a smile. He genuinely had faith in Hermione. She possessed a brilliant mind, remained composed in challenging situations, and had a passion for reading. Most importantly, she was kind-hearted and eager to assist others. A girl who dared to speak Voldemort's name without fear. Turning to Harry, Professor Kettler asked, "And you, Harry? Though I have the wealth left to me by my parents, I wish to create wealth through my own efforts and help others," Harry replied, glancing at Ron and then recalling Hagrid. Professor Kettler chuckled softly, remembering that in the story, Harry's skills in potions were rather lackluster, like Ron. He barely managed to scrape by. "Neville, what about you?" Kettler then directed his attention to Neville. Neville found himself at a loss for words. His performance in potions having been dismal, often ridiculed by Snape during the past weeks, and his mistakes had even caused trouble for his friends. Under the gaze of his peers, he felt anxious, his mouth opening and closing in uncertainty. Finally, summoning his courage, he looked at Kettler and said, "I want to excel in potions. I don't want to be looked down upon by Professor Snape and my classmates." Kettler was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. "Oh, Snape," with that demeanor of his. It seemed he only showed a hint of kindness when addressing Harry, maintaining his aloof and harsh facade with everyone else. Poor Neville, reduced to such a state by Snape's intimidation. "Very well, since you all are eager, I shall teach you potions. This will require immense patience and a solid foundation in herbology. Of course, I hope you will persevere. Those who abandon their studies midway will face strict consequences." Harry, Ron, and the others were taken aback by Kettler's sudden seriousness, an ominous feeling settling in. Chapter 29, Malfoy, You Must Apologize. During the midday break, though only an hour long, it proved to be both a tiring and exhilarating experience for Harry and his friends. During this hour, they engaged in but one task, the mastery of magical power. According to Kettler, the precise control of one's magical abilities is essential for the effective concoction of potions. Such meticulous control not only accelerates the casting of spells, but also enhances their accuracy. In contrast to Harry and his companions, Neville's magical affinity was also revealed, the element of earth. This aligns well with Neville's character. Although he may appear gentle and forgetful at times, he possesses an unwavering determination when it comes to matters he deems important, displaying remarkable resilience and composure. After bidding farewell to the quartet, Kettler turned his gaze to the side, where Dumbledore descended from the second floor. "Professor Kettler, what is your opinion of Harry?" Dumbledore inquired as he approached the sofa. Kettler smiled and replied, "He is a prodigy, imbued with a spirit of adventure and a willingness to lend a helping hand. However, his inner turmoil is quite palpable." Dumbledore nodded, instinctively adjusting his glasses, before asking, "Who do you believe was responsible for last night's incident?" Kettler extended a finger, upon which a flame ignited, flickering with intensity. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps my magic has inadvertently threatened certain individuals. I hope that tomorrow's elemental magic class will commence splendidly. Are you attempting to caution me?" "Professor Kettler?" Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, those troublesome individuals will not interfere with the dissemination of your magic. Additionally, if possible, I would appreciate your extra care for Harry. He is of utmost importance." Kettler pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. For the sake of this prodigy, I would not mind at all if he were to showcase my elemental magic within the wizarding world." Dumbledore chuckled again before departing, and just as he reached the door, he added, "To become an eagle, one must endure the trials of storm and rain. I only hope that the fledgling grows swiftly." Kettler watched Dumbledore's retreating figure, stroking his chin in contemplation. According to the unfolding narrative, what scheme was the old Dumbledore concocting? Though the thought eluded him, Kettler sensed that Dumbledore's machinations would likely intensify in complexity alongside the burgeoning strength of Harry's trio. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the day was bright, pleasant, and graced with a gentle breeze. The verdant grass, swaying in the wind, exuded the essence of nature, transporting one into its embrace. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and their fellow Gryffindors hurried to an open area outside the castle, where their inaugural flying lesson awaited them. Upon their arrival, they found the Slytherin students already assembled, with dozens of broomsticks meticulously arranged upon the ground. However, Harry still recalls how Ron's brother, Fred and George, once lamented about the enchanted brooms at school, comparing them to a drunken man, swaying precariously when soaring too high, leaving one uncertain of when they might veer off course. The red-headed Weasley, "Your nightmare is about to commence. Are you prepared to face it?" Draco Malfoy remarked mockingly as he observed the approaching trio, directing his gaze at Ron. Ron, upon hearing this, grimaced in disdain and retorted, "What an insufferable face. Yet, Malfoy, I shall demonstrate the might of the Flying Knight. Anyone can boast, but who truly embodies a nightmare remains to be seen." Malfoy erupted into laughter at Ron's words, pointing at him and exclaiming, Wow, listen to this. He claims to be a flying knight. I must have misheard. With his appearance, calling him a flying pig seems a tad exaggerated." The Slytherin students, upon hearing Malfoy's taunts and observing Ron's slightly plump figure, burst into laughter, seemingly finding some truth in his words. Ron's face turned pale from the humiliation, his anger directed towards Malfoy. In response, Harry stepped forward, placing himself protectively before Ron, and fixed Malfoy with a steely gaze, declaring, "Malfoy, you are insulting my friend. You must apologize, or I shall not let this go." Malfoy, upon hearing Harry's words, approached him, towering with an air of superiority, and said, "You ought to recognize your own identity and status, Harry. I have long desired to see you in Slytherin." Pausing momentarily, he glanced at Hermione before continuing. "If you cannot comprehend your situation, I wouldn't mind allowing you to experience the sensation of a broomstick spanking you during flying lessons." With that, Malfoy turned to leave. Harry, incensed by Malfoy's refusal to apologize and his subsequent threat, drew his wand in front of the astonished onlookers, declaring, "Malfoy, you must apologize." Malfoy halted, sensing the gravity of the reactions around him. Turning to face Harry, he was taken aback, retreating several paces, his face paling considerably. "Harry!" Ron exclaimed in alarm. Grasping Harry's arm, he was profoundly moved by Harry's willingness to stand up for him, especially in that moment, brandishing his wand to compel Malfoy to apologize. However, if Harry were to use magic against Malfoy, he would risk expulsion from Hogwarts. "Harry, you cannot do this. You will be expelled." Hermione voiced her concern, her anxiety palpable. The new Gryffindors felt a sense of foreboding, yet at that moment, Neville hesitated but stood resolutely beside Ron, glaring fiercely at Malfoy to show his support for Harry. As Harry's roommates, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan exchanged glances before stepping forward to stand alongside him. They shared a dormitory and enjoyed a pleasant camaraderie with Ron and Harry. During classes, Professor Snape, as the head of Slytherin, consistently displayed hostility towards Gryffindor, resulting in the Gryffindor students often becoming the target of mockery from their Slytherin counterparts. Under Harry's assertive influence, the Gryffindor students seemed to have found their leader and stepped forward, partially encircling both Harry and Malfoy. At that moment, the Slytherin students hesitated, which instilled a surge of courage among the Gryffindors. Chapter 30. The Unfortunate Malfoy, the Assertive Madam Hooch. Malfoy's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Harry's audacity in pointing his wand at him. Moreover, he was taken aback by the solidarity displayed by the Gryffindor first years who were confronting him. In contrast, Crabbe and Goyle stepped back in fright, and even the Slytherin first years dared not come forward. "Harry, you must understand the consequences of your actions." Malfoy attempted to placate the enraged Harry, as he wished to avoid any magical retaliation. Although Harry's magic might not pose a significant threat, the humiliation of being confronted in front of so many was daunting. Had Malfoy known that Harry had already mastered fire and wind elemental magic, he might have realized that the situation was far more serious than mere embarrassment. "Malfoy, I have tolerated your repugnant demeanor for far too long. Today, you must apologize to Ron." Harry's stance was resolute, his gaze fixed on Malfoy, radiating hostility. Malfoy's breath quickened, and he felt a surge of anger. This was a humiliation he had never before endured. Simultaneously, he sensed that if he did not apologize, Harry might indeed resort to using magic. Swallowing hard, Malfoy ultimately chose to concede, saying, "Fine, I apologize to Ron." At that moment, a girl's voice rang out from the Gryffindor side. "Harry, Madam Hooch is coming." Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron immediately stepped forward. One restrained Harry, while the other took his wand away. It was imperative that no magic be used at this juncture, lest the consequences be dire. Without his wand, Harry was unable to cast spells, which immediately alleviated Malfoy's sense of threat, causing a smile to spread across his face. Filled with arrogance and disdain for Harry, "I shall remember the humiliation you inflicted upon me, Harry. Soon, I will ensure you pay for it." After threatening Harry, Malfoy returned to Slytherin, expressing his dissatisfaction with Crabbe and Goyle, as well as with the new Slytherin students. "We are Slytherin, and we must embody a fervent ambition and an insatiable thirst for power. What have you just done? In the face of Gryffindor's little lions, we must possess sufficient aggression to instill fear in them, rather than cower like frightened hamsters." Draco Malfoy's voice reverberated among the Slytherin students, serving both as an outlet for his frustrations and a means to establish his leadership, all the while inciting their emotions. Indeed, under Malfoy's outburst, the gaze of some Slytherin serpents towards Gryffindor began to shift. Harry, calmed by Ron and Hermione, found his expression changing once more upon hearing Malfoy's words. Yet soon enough, Harry and the others broke into laughter, a mirthful sound. "Draco Malfoy, I have heard your declaration. However, it is rather unfriendly. In light of your remarks, Slytherin loses 5 points." Professor McGonagall approached, her expression far from amiable as she fixed her gaze on Malfoy. With her short gray hair and sharp yellow eyes resembling those of an eagle, she was undoubtedly a woman of competence. Malfoy, upon receiving this warning and point deduction, flushed slightly, a hint of color gracing his previously pale face. No one believed that Malfoy felt excitement or happiness at that moment, as such emotions were decidedly abnormal. Nonetheless, This only intensified Malfoy's animosity towards Harry, and the new Slytherins regarded Gryffindor with unfriendly eyes. Malfoy's words had indeed made an impact. Naturally, the Lions of Gryffindor would not retreat at this juncture. Professor McGonagall, sensing the charged atmosphere, barked, "What are you all doing? Are you standing here like foolish statues? Now, everyone gather around a broomstick. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If anyone is slow, please leave, for it indicates a lack of enthusiasm for flying lessons." Faced with McGonagall's stern demeanor and the barely concealed fury emanating from her, both Slytherin and Gryffindor students hastily moved to the brooms. Slytherin and Gryffindor formed opposing lines, each casting varying expressions at one another, all aimed at their rivals. Harry glanced at the broom beside him. It was tattered and worn, with branches protruding haphazardly, presenting a rather chaotic appearance. Recalling Fred and George's words, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss with this broom. For instance, if it were to sway uncontrollably like a drunken man, it would be a tremendous embarrassment, especially since Malfoy would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. "Extend your right hand and place it above the broom," Professor McGonagall commanded, standing between the two houses. "And now say up." Harry and his companions were momentarily startled, quickly responding. With a swift motion, Harry's broomstick leapt into his hand with remarkable speed. A sense of joy washed over him, accompanied by a sigh of relief. He then glanced at Hermione, Ron, and Neville, thankful to see that they too had successfully grasped their broomsticks. Malfoy, effortlessly summoning his broomstick, cast a somewhat provocative glance at Harry. In response, Harry merely smiled faintly, dismissing Malfoy's arrogance without concern. The students of Gryffindor exhibited commendable performance, while the situation was less favorable for Slytherin. Fred and George's earlier antics were now mirrored among the Slytherins. Several, including Goyle, failed to catch their broomsticks. And after repeated attempts, Goyle finally managed to summon his broomstick, only for it to playfully thump his head multiple times in apparent rebellion. The Gryffindor students erupted in laughter, with Ron seizing the moment to mock Malfoy, exclaiming, "Malfoy, it seems your lackey isn't much good. Oh dear, he might be knocked unconscious by his own broomstick." Malfoy, sensing the embarrassment and humiliation from Ron's taunts, grew increasingly agitated. "Shut up," Malfoy shouted at Ron. Although Ron fell silent, the grin on his face remained. It was indeed a rare opportunity. This unexpected turn of events disrupted the order, delighting Gryffindor while unsettling Slytherin. Soon, under Madame Hooch's authoritative magic, the broomsticks returned to a state of calm. It must be noted that Goyle, as Malfoy's henchman, was surprisingly robust after several thumps. He merely had a flushed face and did not faint. Chapter 31, Neville's Aerial Adventure. The remarkable experience compelled Goyle to rest under Madame Hooch's firm guidance, and the broomstick assigned to him also entered a resting state. Malfoy's expression soured, as Ron and Harry's gazes seemed to linger on him, intentionally or not. Additionally, Madame Hooch appeared to have her eyes on him, casting glances his way from time to time. "Now, let me demonstrate for you all. Not only must you learn to summon your broomsticks, but you must also master the art of mounting them without slipping off. Do you understand? Pay attention to the grip technique. It is crucial." Madame Hooch's teaching was meticulous and rigorous. Harry and the others observed closely, eager to try once she demonstrated how to take flight. However, they refrained from acting without her command, knowing it could lead to points being deducted from their house. "Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing? Do you yearn to soar into the heavens only to plummet back down, experiencing the shattering sensation of disintegration? Exercise caution in your methods. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life." Madame Hooch approached Malfoy, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his hand, her expression a mixture of anger and seriousness. Stung by the blow, Malfoy winced, causing his broomstick to tumble to the ground. Harry, Ron, and the others observed this with suppressed laughter, their amusement barely contained. Malfoy's expression darkened, yet he complied with Madame Hooch's instructions, hastily retrieving his broom to correct his technique. Madame Hooch cast a glance at Malfoy before continuing her inspection, arriving at Gryffindor's side, where she found Harry, Hermione, and Ron performing admirably. However, when she reached Neville, her brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, Neville was exceedingly anxious, not only due to Madame Hooch's gaze, but also from an inner turmoil. Fearing he had faltered in some way, his palms slick with sweat. Madame Hooch said nothing and turned away, prompting a sigh of relief from Neville. "All is well. Shortly, when I whistle, you shall kick off the ground with both legs. Remember to exert yourself." Madame Hooch's gaze swept over everyone as she spoke solemnly. "Hold your brooms steady, grips facing upward. After ascending a few feet, lean slightly forward, tilting the grip downward to return vertically to the ground. However, heed this, as you approach the ground, lift the grip slightly, otherwise, you may find yourselves in an intimate encounter with the earth, a consequence I trust you do not wish to experience. Now, on my whistle, 3, 2. Yet, just as everyone prepared to realize their dream of flight, Neville, overwhelmed by anxiety and fearing he would fail to take off, propelled himself upward without waiting for Madame Hooch's whistle, soaring into the air. "Come down at once, Mr. Longbottom," Madame Hooch shouted, her eyes fixed on Neville. Meanwhile, Harry and the others watched in curiosity, wondering at Neville's unexpected aptitude for flying. How could he master the broomstick so swiftly? Their intrigue soon morphed into concern, as Neville struggled to control his broomstick. "I have a bad feeling about this," Harry remarked, his expression troubled. "Me too," Ron echoed, sharing the same apprehension. "What is it?" Hermione inquired, confused. At that moment, Neville was oblivious to their concerns, consumed by panic as his broom whisked him higher. Within moments, he had ascended to a height of 100 meters, and, in a moment of sheer terror, he collided with the tower. In that instant, everyone instinctively shut their eyes. Neville was doomed. Neville felt as though death was imminent, gripping his broomstick tightly. Miraculously, the broom transformed into a springy rocket, bouncing him several times atop the tower before plummeting towards the ground. The descent was too steep, too swift. Neville's heart raced with anxiety, burdened by layers of fat that could no longer support such excitement, and a piercing scream erupted from his lips. "Oh dear, I must make it stop." Madame Hooch brandished her wand, intent on halting Neville's descent. However, his speed was overwhelming, and as he desperately attempted to lift the broom before landing, he veered uncontrollably towards Harry and the others. Madame Hooch had no time to cast her spell and was forced to dodge. "Get out of the way," Harry shouted, and everyone scattered, sensing the imminent danger. Neville soared through the crowd, weaving through alleyways, ascending ever higher and further. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, along with their Slytherin companions, erupted into laughter. "Oh, is this the brave lion? Goodness, he now resembles a frightened little mouse, shrieking in terror." A terrified mouse, Malfoy seized the opportunity to humiliate Gryffindor, especially after they had just endured a harsh rebuke from them. Consequently, a barrage of derogatory remarks ensued. Harry shot a fierce glare at Malfoy and his cronies before rallying the Gryffindors and pursuing Neville through the alleyways. Neville screamed as he ascended into the sky, only to be ensnared by the long hair of a statue, which caught his clothing. The broom soared towards the forbidden forest, vanishing from sight, while Neville became entangled. Momentarily dazed, the sound of fabric tearing echoed, and panic surged within him. He looked up to see his clothes ripping bit by bit, leaving him bewildered. In the next instant, unable to bear his weight, his clothing gave way, and he plummeted towards a sharp iron cage used for lighting charcoal. Neville screamed in renewed terror. Harry. One misstep could cost him his life. Harry, having just emerged from the alley, was taken aback by the sight before him. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly drew his wand, exclaiming, "Wind, take flight." A spell shot forth, intended to save Neville, but in his haste, he lost his aim, and the wind failed to catch him. Fortunately, the gust softened Neville's fall, allowing his clothing to catch once more, mitigating the impact. Bang! The fabric tore again. And just as Harry prepared to cast another spell, Neville hit the ground. "Neville!" Harry rushed forward to help the fallen boy. "Stop!" Madame Hooch called out, hurrying to intervene. Harry stood frozen, helplessly watching Mrs. Hooch cautiously tend to Neville. "Oh dear, his wrist is broken. Poor child. Yet, there is a silver lining. You are fortunate. At least you are still alive." Mrs. Hooch assessed Neville's condition and exclaimed in astonishment. Neville's heart was a tumult of emotions. His inaugural flying lesson had been nothing short of disastrous, and this surreal experience only intensified his fear. Tears streamed down his pale face as he murmured, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Mrs. Hooch comforted Neville with a smile, saying, "Poor child, do not fear. Your hand will heal swiftly." She then cast her gaze over to Harry, Draco, and the others, declaring, "Now, I must take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital. You all stay here obediently, and place your brooms on the ground. Do not move them. Otherwise, I will ensure he regrets it. I trust none of you wish to miss Quidditch or be expelled from Hogwarts." With that, Mrs. Hooch assisted the limping Neville away. Meanwhile, Draco picked up Neville's memory ball, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. "Harry, our game is about to begin." Chapter 32, The Aerial Contest. "Look, the brave lion has been injured. Did you see that face? He looks so foolish, so endearing." As Mrs. Hooch escorted Neville away, Draco erupted into uproarious laughter. The Slytherin students joined in, their laughter ringing out in cruel harmony. Draco, pleased with his peers' reaction, directed a gaze at Harry filled with provocation and confidence. "Shut up, Malfoy. You cannot humiliate him like that," Parvati Patil retorted angrily. The Slytherin girl's unpleasant countenance was only exacerbated by her fury. Draco, upon witnessing this, wore a look of disdain and disgust. "Have you developed a crush on Neville? How amusing that you fancy that whiny, bumbling chubby boy." As he spoke, Draco advanced toward Patil menacingly, saying, "Patil, you must understand, you are a Slytherin. Your sympathy and pity will not be reciprocated by a lion." Patil, intimidated by Draco's formidable presence and malice, took a step back, silenced by uncertainty and inner turmoil. Draco dismissed her and turned his attention to Harry, lifting Neville's memory ball with a wicked grin. Harry, look what I have. It's Neville's memory ball. Ron quickly reacted, exclaiming. Harry's expression darkened. He knew that with the memory ball once again in Draco's possession, mischief was afoot. Nevertheless, he stepped forward, demanding, "Give me the memory ball, Malfoy." Upon hearing these words, Malfoy took 2 steps back with a wicked grin. Crabbe and Goyle, displaying an admirable sense of awareness, stepped forward protectively, casting disdainful glances at Harry. Harry retreated a couple of paces, distancing himself from Crabbe and Goyle, and then turned his gaze toward Malfoy, declaring, "Malfoy, you are nothing but a coward." Malfoy, running his fingers through his hair with a nonchalant gesture and a smug expression, replied with a hint of amusement, "Please be mindful of your words. This is not cowardice, but rather cunning." Continuing, Malfoy surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Harry, do you think if I were to hide him and send Neville to search, with his tendency to forget what he is doing, he would even remember that he lost a memory ball? Or should I hide it in a high place, allowing the non-flying Neville to retrieve it? I can just picture him trembling as he climbs a tree, only to once again break his wrist while attempting to grab the memory ball." Ha ha. Harry, listening to Malfoy's taunts, was filled with rage and attempted to advance. But Crabbe and Goyle swiftly intervened, pushing him back and causing him to fall to the ground. Malfoy, observing Harry's disheveled state, smirked wickedly and proposed, "Harry, let us play a game. If you can catch me, I shall return the memory ball to you." With that, Malfoy mounted his broomstick and, in a swift motion, soared several meters into the air. It became evident that Malfoy was indeed not exaggerating. His flying skills were commendable. Ron's expression shifted slightly, compared to Malfoy's current prowess. His earlier boasts seemed rather inflated. "Come on, Harry, show your courage and join me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting this memory ball experience a perfect free fall." Malfoy sneered coldly at Harry. Enraged, Harry promptly seized his broomstick. "No." Hermione quickly grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "Madam Hooch will be back soon. She instructed us not to move, or you will find yourself in trouble. That's Neville's property. He is my friend." Harry shouted in a fit of anger. With that, he broke free from Hermione's grip, mounted his broomstick, and with a powerful push against the ground, soared into the sky. The wind rushed past him, tousling his hair, as he flew through the air. For the first time, Harry, after circling twice on his broom, felt an exhilarating joy. Following his mastery of elemental magic, he had once again learned to fly without instruction. It was remarkably easy and utterly delightful. "Wow, Harry, you are incredible," Ron exclaimed in admiration. He was well aware that prior to this moment, Harry had never ridden a broomstick, yet he had taken to it effortlessly and with great stability. Hearing Ron's cheers, along with the jubilant shouts of other Gryffindor students, a smile spread across Harry's face. Suddenly, Harry's thoughts turned to Malfoy, and his gaze towards him sharpened. "Hand over the memory ball, Malfoy, or I shall toss you from your broomstick." Malfoy was taken aback to see Harry soaring through the sky on his broom with such steadiness. This did not please Malfoy, who had hoped to witness Harry falter. "Humph, even if you've mastered flying, you shall never catch up to me. I will show you the true power of a flying knight," Malfoy scoffed. Enraged, Harry leaned forward, gripping his broom tightly. In the next moment, he transformed into a javelin, hurtling towards Malfoy at incredible speed. Malfoy's expression shifted slightly before he accelerated, swiftly increasing the distance between them. The two engaged in a fierce chase, performing various aerial maneuvers that elicited gasps from the students below. "Wow, that was amazing." Harry executed a challenging move, a complete 180-degree spin, and is closing in on Malfoy. "Oh, what a pity. He was so close to snatching the memory ball," Ron exclaimed, watching Harry and Malfoy in the sky, transforming into a commentator with excitement. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students were anxiously cheering for Malfoy, particularly Crabbe and Goyle. Crabbe waved his powerful hand, letting out a frantic roar. "Malfoy, take him down." Goyle added, "Knock him off his broom. Let him experience the taste of defeat." The Slytherin crowd cheered for Malfoy, reveling in his ability to toy with Harry and keep the memory ball from him. Go, keep it up, Malfoy. Show those Gryffindor wimps our strength." Chapter 33, The Out-of-Control Broom, A Brush with Death. The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin were captivated by the fierce competition between Harry and Malfoy. Their cheers intensified the rivalry, making the contest increasingly tense and reckless. Malfoy evaded Harry's sudden bursts of speed multiple times in his attempts to seize the memory ball, reveling in his triumph and arrogance. "Harry, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be impressive? Weren't you just so brave? Why haven't you taken it from me yet?" Malfoy taunted, openly provoking and insulting Harry as he spiraled in the air, dodging Harry's attempts again and again. Harry's expression darkened, although he was fast. He continually fell short of catching Malfoy. In that moment, upon hearing Malfoy's taunts, Harry understood that to reclaim the memory ball, he had no choice but to draw his wand. Thus, with one hand gripping his broomstick and the other brandishing his wand, he prepared for action. Below, Hermione and Ron witnessed Harry's display of magic and were immediately filled with concern, knowing the potential consequences of his actions. "Harry, you mustn't use magic. It could lead to serious trouble, Ron exclaimed anxiously. Although they had both threatened to knock each other off their broomsticks, neither Harry nor Malfoy acted on such impulses, as reason prevailed, warning them of the dire repercussions of such recklessness. However, Harry could not suppress his irritation at Malfoy's provocation. Hermione, desperate to prevent further escalation, shouted, "Harry!" The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, all too aware of the looming danger, fell silent, their eyes fixed on the tense standoff between Harry and Malfoy, their apprehension palpable. They were merely children, burdened by worry, unwilling to see anyone lose their life over such a confrontation. Malfoy, hearing the shouts from below and seeing Harry wield his wand, felt a flicker of panic rise within him. "Malfoy, you are without Crabbe and Goyle to protect you up here. Do not push me," Harry shouted, his anger evident. Startled by Harry's words, Malfoy momentarily hesitated, his expression darkening. "Here, catch if you can," Malfoy retorted, throwing the memory ball into the air while masking his own fear with laughter, swiftly maneuvering his broomstick downward. The memory ball soared in a perfect arc towards the distant tower, and should they collide, it would undoubtedly shatter. Harry could hardly bear to envision such a scene or the sorrow it would bring to Neville. With a deep breath, Harry leaned forward, urging his broom to accelerate beyond imagination as he raced to intercept the memory ball. As the memory ball neared the tower, and Harry realized he might not reach it in time, he quickly drew his wand and called out, "Wind, arise." Magic surged forth, and just as the memory ball was poised to collide with the tower, a gust of wind caught it, creating a protective wall that softened the impact. The disaster he had dreaded was averted, and Harry swiftly grasped the memory ball in his hand. Yet, at that very moment, a sharp pain seared through his forehead scar, causing him to lose control of his broomstick. Harry nearly tumbled off as the erratic broom twirled him around at a dizzying speed, crashing him against the walls repeatedly, blood trickling from his forehead. "Harry, regain control of your broom," Hermione cried out in desperation. "I find myself powerless to control it. It resembles a frenzied wild dog," Harry exclaimed, striving to manage the erratic responses of his broomstick. The students of Gryffindor gasped in astonishment. Neville's plight was being reenacted through Harry Potter. The grounded Malfoy, witnessing this spectacle, initially wore a look of shock, which swiftly morphed into raucous laughter. "Look, the fierce lion has once again, much like Neville, transformed into a feeble cat. One can only imagine that his fate would be even more pitiable." Malfoy seized the opportunity to mock, and his loyal companions, Crabbe and Goyle, joined in the derision. Not all the serpents of Slytherin harbored malevolent hearts. Some laughed at Harry, while others expressed concern for his safety. Harry's face turned pale as he struggled to tame the broomstick, but a sharp pain throbbed in his forehead, leaving him feeling woefully inadequate in strength. Suddenly, the broomstick plummeted towards the ground at an alarming speed, rendering Harry's complexion ghostly pale. Hermione and the others gasped in horror. "Harry Potter! Harry! Oh my goodness! Harry is doomed." Malfoy's face, already ashen, grew even paler at the sight. Confronted with the possibility of Harry meeting his end before his very eyes, Malfoy felt an unexpected surge of fear and disbelief. "Wind dance." At that moment, a voice resonated, jolting Hermione and Ron to attention. In the next instant, a figure appeared with remarkable swiftness, accompanied by a surge of magical energy. Diving downward with astonishing speed, a gust of wind swept in, enveloping Harry and propelling the broomstick away. Caitlin extended her hand, catching the panicked Harry, and gently descended. With a flawless posture, incredible speed, and a soothing presence, Caitlin resembled an angel, rescuing Harry from peril. Hermione and Ron, filled with joy, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Harry!" Caitlin set Harry down, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she extended her hand, saying, "Water spirit, heal your wounds, healing spell." A water spirit materialized from thin air and settled upon Harry's forehead. The cool sensation was quite pleasant, and before the eyes of the onlookers, the injury on Harry's brow began to mend. Harry touched his wound, feeling no pain, and a sense of relief washed over him. Surrounded by Hermione and Ron, who expressed their concern for his well-being, Ron exclaimed, "Harry, you were incredible." Despite his worry, he offered praise. "Silence, Ron," Hermione scolded him, then turned her ire towards Harry. "Harry, what you just did was exceedingly dangerous, and you nearly lost your life." Harry retrieved a memory orb, a youthful smile illuminating his face. Hermione and Ron gazed at the memory orb, sharing a moment of silence before breaking into smiles. "Harry Potter." At that instant, a grave voice resonated, familiar to all and sending a chill down the spines of Harry and his companions, particularly for Harry, whose complexion paled further, while Ron and Hermione were consumed with concern. Chapter 34, Panic and Reversal. The stern figure that had suddenly appeared, calling out to Harry Potter, was none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall. Moments earlier, she had been in her office engaged in a discussion with Kettleburn regarding the research of Armanigus, only to witness the altercation between Harry and Malfoy over the memory orb. The sight of Harry chasing after the orb had left her astonished. However, the ensuing chaos with the uncontrollable broomstick filled her with both worry and indignation. It dawned upon her that these two youngsters had defied Madame Hooch's guidance by recklessly mounting the broomstick, engaging in such a perilous game. The predicament Harry found himself in further fueled McGonagall's fury. He had yet to fully master the art of flying. Had it not been for Professor Kettleburn's timely intervention, Harry could have met with dire consequences. This incident could have marked the unfortunate distinction of being the first student to fall during a flying lesson at Hogwarts. Harry Potter, in all my years at Hogwarts, I have never encountered anyone as reckless as you. The Gryffindor's spirit of adventure, while brave and daring, is ill-suited to a first-year student such as yourself, especially during your inaugural flying lesson. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you just experienced? You could have broken your neck here. You would have become the first student to perish in a flying class, a disgraceful legacy. Is that how you wish to be remembered? The more McGonagall spoke, the angrier she became, and Harry's pallor deepened. Hermione and Ron's worry intensified. This is not Harry's fault, Professor. Hermione attempted to defend him, but was swiftly admonished by the irate McGonagall. But Malfoy, enough. I witnessed the entire incident. Mr. Weasley, McGonagall interjected, turning her gaze upon Malfoy. The latter's expression shifted slightly as he met her scrutinizing stare. Mr. Draco Malfoy, you have committed a grievous offense. 10 points will be deducted from Slytherin, McGonagall declared sternly. Mr. Potter, your actions and their repercussions are equally severe. 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Malfoy's face turned an ashen hue. Due to his actions, Slytherin had now lost 15 points. Harry's expression was similarly grim, yet he dared not utter a word in protest. Potter, you must accompany me at once. Do not let me discover that you have vanished behind me. With that, Professor McGonagall turned briskly and left, showing no inclination for debate. A sense of foreboding enveloped Harry as he glanced at Caterwall. Caterwall reached out, ruffling Harry's hair with a comforting smile. Go on, do not fret too much. He then recalled that, for Harry, this might not be entirely adverse. However, witnessing their anxious expressions, he refrained from elaborating further. With an uneasy demeanor, Harry hurriedly followed in Professor McGonagall's wake, fearing that if she turned around and did not notice him, Gryffindor would surely incur a loss of points. As he departed, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle exchanged triumphant grins directed at Harry, aware that he was on the brink of expulsion. Harry pressed his lips together, striving to justify himself to Professor McGonagall. But the recent flight had left his throat in disarray. Despite Caterwall's reassurance, an overwhelming sense of panic gripped him. Was this truly the end? He had scarcely been at Hogwarts for 2 weeks, and in just 10 minutes, he would be preparing to leave. The experience of expulsion would undoubtedly be quite unpleasant. The Dursleys would be overjoyed to see him at the entrance. Professor McGonagall maintained a stony silence throughout their journey, intensifying Harry's anxiety as he yearned to explain himself but lacked the courage, trailing behind like a forlorn shadow. Was she taking him to see Dumbledore? Given Dumbledore's benevolent nature, would he be spared? If expelled, could he remain at the school like Hagrid, serving as a caretaker? The thought of being a caretaker led him to consider Hagrid. Perhaps he could become Hagrid's assistant, patrolling the Forbidden Forest while enviously watching Ron, Hermione, and others thrive as wizards. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Harry's brow furrowed deeply, adding an air of weariness and sorrow to his otherwise charming visage. I apologize, Professor Flitwick. Might I request Wood to come out for a moment? Professor McGonagall's voice broke through his reverie, and Harry suddenly realized that he had unwittingly followed her to the outside of a classroom. However, he was puzzled by what Professor McGonagall meant by summoning Wood. Harry recognized Wood as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, a fifth-year student, and a notably robust individual. A punch from him would surely be painful, and his mastery of magic undoubtedly surpassed Harry's. Wood was perplexed by Professor McGonagall's request, but with Professor Flitwick's consent, he had no choice but to step out. McGonagall glanced at Wood and commanded, "You too, follow me." As Wood emerged and glanced at Harry, he noted Harry's diminutive stature, yet acknowledged his notoriety, deepening his confusion. Inside, Professor McGonagall pointed towards a classroom and exclaimed, "Oh dear, someone is coming. Quick, run." As the classroom door swung open, Peeves the poltergeist, who had been scribbling something on the blackboard, caught sight of Professor McGonagall and promptly dashed out with a mischievous grin. Harry glanced at the blackboard and noticed the impish poltergeist had been writing insults about the Bloody Baron. It was evident how terrified Peeves was of the Baron. Professor McGonagall entered the room, closing the door with a firm thud, and turned her serious gaze to Harry and Wood. "Harry, this is Oliver Wood. Oliver, this is the seeker I found for you." Wood's expression shifted from confusion to delight. "Are you certain, Professor McGonagall?" With a serious demeanor, McGonagall replied, "Absolutely certain, Wood. Harry is a prodigy. Today was his first flying lesson, and despite unforeseen circumstances, his performance was exemplary." She proceeded to recount the incident between Harry and Malfoy. Once finished, Wood excitedly grasped Harry's hand, beaming, "Harry, welcome to the Gryffindor Quidditch team as our seeker. He then turned to Professor McGonagall, stating, "Professor, his physique is perfectly suited for the role of Seeker. Additionally, we must procure a Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweep 7 for him." In stark contrast to Wood's elation, Harry felt bewildered. What? Wasn't I supposed to be expelled? How did I become the Seeker? Recalling the cursed broomstick from flying class, he added, "All right. I need to have a word with Professor Dumbledore to see if we can make an exception for a first-year student. If approved, I expect you all to train diligently. I do not wish to continue witnessing you being soundly defeated by the Slytherin Quidditch team. It has kept me from facing Professor Snape for weeks." She concluded sternly. "And Mr. Potter, I hope you will train hard and not let me down. Otherwise, I shall reconsider and bring up past matters." Her final words were delivered with utmost seriousness, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily. Yet within, he felt a surge of excitement. For now, he would not face expulsion. Chapter 35, The Wizard's Duel. "Water Sprite, heal your wounds, healing charm," Caitlin pronounced, standing beside Neville's hospital bed as he cast the water elemental magic. The water sprite leaped and landed on Neville's wrist. In the next moment, much to Madame Pomfrey's astonishment, Neville's fractured wrist returned to its original state. Caitlin lowered his wand and smiled at Neville. "All done, Neville. Your arm is perfectly fine now." Neville flexed his wrist, feeling no pain and noticing the swelling had subsided. Overjoyed, he sprang up from the bed. As Hermione, Ron, and their roommates visited Neville, they were greeted with jubilant cheers at the remarkable scene before them. Professor Kate, taken aback by the astonishing healing powers of water elemental magic, was thoroughly impressed. With tomorrow marking the start of your elemental magic class, one wonders how many students might emerge as adept water elementalists. They could potentially excel in the field of healing. Madame Pomfrey, witnessing the therapeutic effects of Caitlin's water elemental magic, was filled with immense joy and exclaimed with excitement. Caitlin smiled and remarked, "If Madame Pomfrey can find a group of students passionate about medicine, I would be more than willing to impart some healing spells to them." Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey beamed and replied, "Oh, that would be simply wonderful." After a brief exchange, she departed, needing to attend to a little one suffering from a severe stomachache. "Professor Kate, will Harry really be all right?" Ron inquired hastily. Caitlin smiled gently and responded, "Do you not trust me?" Ron and the others paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the Great Hall, during dinner, Ron and Hermione spotted Harry returning. "Are you joking with me?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief, chewing on his steak, utterly astonished and questioning his own hearing. Not only had Harry not been expelled, but he had also become the Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This was simply unbelievable. "Incredible, Harry. Did you know you are the youngest Seeker in history?" "Professor McGonagall helped you achieve a miracle, breaking the school's rules," Hermione remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Harry, smiling slightly, replied, "I heard would say I am the youngest Seeker in a century." With that, he eagerly grabbed a pie and stuffed it into his mouth. After the thrilling events of the afternoon, Harry felt an unprecedented hunger. He needed to consume ample food to replenish his energy. Ron and Hermione, still in shock, sat there dumbfounded, watching Harry devour his meal. After a while, feeling his stomach full, Harry chuckled softly, "I'll begin training next week. However, this is a secret. You must keep it under wraps." Wood said, "We need to surprise Slytherin." Ron and Hermione nodded earnestly in response. At that moment, Fred and George entered the Great Hall, their eyes lighting up upon spotting Harry at the table, and they hurried over. Fred squeezed past Ron to sit on Harry's left, while George took the seat on his right, both resting their hands on Harry's shoulders. "Well done, Harry." George chuckled softly. "Wood has already informed me that you are indeed a star player. Oh, by the way, we are also part of the college team, and we are batsmen. Harry, with a talent like yours, we are certain to secure the Quidditch Cup this year and redeem ourselves." Fred added with a grin, "You have no idea how arduous our previous encounters were. The Slytherin fellows have become so arrogant. I wish Merlin would teach them a painful lesson. Nevertheless, it matters not. We have faith in you, you know. Wood is brimming with confidence in you." Upon hearing Fred and George, Harry instantly grasped their sentiments and extended his fist towards them. Smiling, "Let us do this." After exchanging fist bumps with Harry, Fred and George departed with laughter. "Let us go," Ron exclaimed, extending his fist towards Harry with a smile. Harry chuckled and bumped fists with Ron, and soon Hermione joined in, extending her fist as well. "What are you all up to? Having your last supper? A final farewell?" teased Ron. "Hey, Harry, when are you catching the train back to the Muggle world? If you need, I could reluctantly give you a ride." As Ron and Harry stood up, they cast a glare at Malfoy, the events of the afternoon still fresh in their minds, which fueled their disdain. Upon hearing Malfoy's taunts, Harry's gaze swept over Crabbe and Goyle, his two lackeys, before fixing on Malfoy and coldly retorted, "Malfoy, you seem rather pleased with yourself. Let me think. How terrified you were when I was chasing you this afternoon. But now, with your two little sidekicks to back you up, your courage has ballooned." In truth, Crabbe and Goyle could hardly be termed little, as they towered over Harry. However, the term did provoke their ire, and the two brutes, fuming with anger, prepared to confront Harry. Harry, in turn, swiftly drew his wand, ready for a confrontation. Malfoy raised his hands to halt Crabbe and Goyle, then turned to Harry, declaring, "You're underestimating me, Harry. If that's the case, let us engage in a genuine duel. Tonight, we shall have a wizard duel, strictly using wands." With that, Malfoy fixed his gaze on Harry, a sneer playing on his lips. Faced with Malfoy's disdainful stare, Harry felt a surge of irritation and replied firmly, "Are you sure, Malfoy?" Confident in his magical prowess, Harry knew he had command over both fire and wind elemental magic, more than capable of besting Malfoy. Malfoy smirked wickedly, "Absolutely sure. At midnight, I shall await you in the trophy room. I hope you will show up." With that, Malfoy strode off, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. As they walked ahead, Malfoy wore a smile that suggested he had successfully executed a scheme. "Harry, savor this delightful evening before you depart from Hogwarts," he taunted. Chapter 36, Death Eaters. "Harry, have you truly agreed to his challenge? Do you comprehend the nature of a wizard's duel? Do you grasp what it entails?" Ron gazed at Harry in disbelief. Overwhelmed by shock, he had never anticipated that Harry would succumb to Malfoy's provocation and accept the duel scheduled for that very night. "Isn't it merely a battle between two?" Harry inquired, somewhat perplexed. Both Ron and Hermione covered their foreheads in exasperation. "Harry, a wizard's duel involves 4 participants, 2 from each side. One acts as the primary challenger, while the other serves as an assistant. I will be your assistant, but should you perish, I must take your place. This implies that someone is bound to die." Ron hesitated, explaining the gravity of the situation and assuring Harry of his support. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry's expression shifted slightly. "Are we really expected to kill? I cannot do that." However, he resolved that he would not die, nor would he allow Ron to face death on his behalf. With this thought, Harry tightened his grip on his wand. "You need not worry so much. I have mastered both wind and fire elemental magic, and Ron, you have mastered earth elemental magic. But what of Malfoy? He might only know a simple levitation charm or a spark for illumination. His magical prowess pales in comparison to yours," Hermione explained with a subtle smile. At her words, Harry and Ron paused briefly before donning expressions of newfound confidence. The trio continued their meal, but soon after, an air of unease crept into Harry and Ron's gazes. Once they concluded their dining, they did not immediately return to the Gryffindor common room. Instead, they made their way to Professor Caterwall's quarters. "Professor Caterwall," the 3 greeted him. He smiled faintly and inquired, "Shall we commence with magic or potions?" "Potions," Harry responded earnestly. They had previously agreed to formally study elemental magic in class the following day. For now, they intended to supplement their knowledge with Professor Caterwall's guidance, and then impress Snape with their outstanding performance in potions class. After a moment, Neville arrived, appearing somewhat anxious and furtive, as if fearful of being discovered. Professor Caterwall waved his hand, causing all items in the hall to vanish, and before them materialized a fully equipped laboratory table. "Let us begin," he announced, surveying the 4 of them with a smile. Harry and his friends nodded in unison, ready to engage in Professor Caterwall's potion tutorial. The learning process spanned 3 hours, lasting until around 10 in the evening, during which the spirits of Harry and his companions were taught with discomfort. Throughout this period, they engaged in a continuous cycle of study and practice. Caitlin's instruction was marked by an unwavering strictness, demanding not only the memorization of formulas, but also precise control and speed. She showed no concern for their mistakes. Failure simply meant starting over. Neville, unfortunately, struggled, often forgetting crucial elements in his haste, leading to repeated failures. Caitlin, although gentle in her demeanor, maintained a pressure that weighed heavily on him. Yet, this seemingly soft-hearted individual possessed a resilient spirit, remarkable fortitude, and an admirable capacity for endurance. Suddenly, during the lesson, Caitlin's gaze drifted to the distance, and she smiled, proclaiming, "All right, that concludes today's session. You may return and rest." Upon hearing this, Harry and his friends exhaled in relief, swiftly tidying their workspace before departing for the Gryffindor common room. After their exit, Caitlin's eyes turned again to the horizon, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In an instant, she transformed into a raven, soaring swiftly away. Perched atop a tree 5 kilometers from Hogwarts, Caitlin surveyed her surroundings with keen eyes. Moments later, she spotted 3 figures moving stealthily through the night. A glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes as she swooped down and transformed back into her human form. Her sudden appearance put the 3 figures on high alert. One even unleashed a spell. "Shatter." Caitlin waved her hand, conjuring a magical barrier that effortlessly intercepted the incoming attack. "You shouldn't be here," she stated, fixing her gaze on them. The 3 figures, clad in black robes, emanated a peculiar aura. They shared a common identity: Death Eaters, the loyal followers of Voldemort, each bearing the dark mark etched upon their left arm. Caitlin's awareness of their presence and her ability to sense their approach stemmed from her familiarity with the dark mark. Over the years, she had quietly dealt with her fair share of Death Eaters, becoming intimately acquainted with the mark. Interestingly, while Voldemort needed to touch a Death Eater's dark mark to sense the presence of others, Caitlin possessed the unique ability to sense them directly. One of the Death Eaters, fixating on Caitlin, demanded in a low voice, "Who are you?" His companions, well-versed in dark magic, were left intrigued by how easily she had deflected their spell. Caitlin smiled gently, saying, "You should not approach Hogwarts at this time. My students are not yet prepared." One of them, upon hearing this, instinctively inquired, "Are you a professor at Hogwarts?" The utterance of one person's confusion became the opportune moment for another strike. This appeared to be a tactical maneuver, the inquiry merely a ruse to draw Caitlin's attention. Yet, astonishingly, once more, magic surged against the barrier, and Caitlin remained unharmed. "Deathstorm," she proclaimed, brandishing her wand as she gazed at the trio, adding with a smile, "Feel the taste of the wind." The three, upon hearing her words, braced themselves. However, their efforts were evidently futile. In an instant, a tempest engulfed them, and countless blades of wind tore through their bodies, eliciting screams of agony. Moments later, as the gale subsided, trees lay severed around them, and the three had met a tragic end. Caitlin, unfazed, conjured flames to incinerate their remains. Just as she prepared to depart, from the charred ground emerged a swirl of green mist, coalescing into a vague silhouette. "I have memorized your essence. I shall seek you out," a hoarse voice echoed, laced with an eerie quality. To this, Caitlin replied with a slight smile. "Welcome to your arrival." With a casual wave of her hand, she summoned a gust that dissipated the apparition, and she transformed into a raven, soaring away. Chapter 37. Malfoy's machinations. Back in the dormitory, Harry and Ron, after a brief moment of disorientation and regaining their spirits, promptly rose from their beds. Neville, Moxie, and Andy were fast asleep, and the two chose not to disturb them as they quietly exited the dormitory. In the common room, they encountered Hermione, who had been waiting for them. "Why aren't you back in bed?" Ron asked Hermione. He was reluctant for her to partake in such a wizard duel, deeming it rather cruel for a girl. "I'm worried about you both," Hermione hesitantly replied. Ron smiled slightly, raising his wand, and declared, "I am an earth elemental wizard. I can conjure earth spikes. Malfoy and Crabbe stand no chance against us. So, you should return to sleep." Hermione shook her head, resolutely stating, "No, I must accompany you. Even if we ultimately lose, I can seek vengeance for you. At the very least, if things go awry, I can summon a professor." I doubt Malfoy would dare to act so brazenly. Seeing her determination, Harry finally said, "All right, then we shall go together. Ron, you take care of Hermione." With that, Harry strode purposefully toward the exit. Ron glanced at Hermione and whispered, "You should trust us." Having spoken, they continued to follow in Harry's footsteps, with Hermione trailing closely behind. Having engaged in several nocturnal escapades under Professor Kettleburn's tutelage, Hermione, who was typically one to adhere to the rules, found herself enamored with the thrill of such midnight adventures. The trio ambled down the corridor, the moonlight streaming through the lofty windows, casting silvery beams upon the floor, illuminating their path ever so slightly. Nevertheless, they proceeded with utmost caution, fearing that each turn might bring them face to face with Filch and Mrs. Norris, the nocturnal guardians of the castle. The consequences of being discovered were too dire to contemplate. "Wow, we're incredibly fortunate not to have encountered Filch and his cat." Ron exhaled in relief. Perhaps he is tucked away in a corner, dozing with his feline companion. Harry jested softly. Before long, they arrived at the 4th floor and cautiously entered the trophy room. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of any sound. In the dim light, trophies, shields, medals, and statues glimmered in shades of silver and gold, casting a warm glow that contrasted with the room's stillness. Yet, the trio remained vigilant, inching along the walls, their 6 eyes scanning for any potential hiding places. Draco Malfoy was a scheming individual. He could very well be lurking in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack. As time passed, and they meticulously explored the modest trophy room, they soon realized it was entirely unoccupied. "I can say with utmost certainty that Malfoy is too frightened to show himself. After all, you did scare him during flying class today, Harry," Ron remarked, a sense of relief washing over him, followed by a note of cheerfulness. However, Harry furrowed his brow slightly at Ron's words and whispered, "We might be in trouble." "Why?" Ron asked instinctively. "Malfoy has set a trap for us," Hermione interjected, her voice laced with anger. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression shifted, panic creeping into his heart as he hastily said, "Then we must return at once." Just then, following Ron's words, a chilling voice resonated from the adjacent room, sending shivers down their spines. The last person they wished to encounter had made an appearance. "Darling, take a deep whiff. They must be hiding in some corner." Filch's voice echoed, and the silhouette of Mrs. Norris stretched ominously in the moonlight. "That scoundrel Malfoy." Harry's face darkened as he lowered his voice, urgently commanding, "Let us get out of here, quickly." At that moment, Harry comprehended Malfoy's cunning scheme. Filch's certainty of their presence could only be attributed to Malfoy's betrayal. The trio stealthily maneuvered towards the door furthest from Filch, and as he entered the trophy room, they slipped out unnoticed. I am well aware of your presence here. Harry Potter, your attempts to hide are futile. My dear Mrs. Norris will undoubtedly locate you. Filch's expression darkened as he scanned the shadowy trophy room, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He relished tormenting the students and, at times, indulged in a rather amusing form of entrapment. Presently, he took pleasure in teasing the likes of Harry Potter. Outside, Ron, having bent down to run, inadvertently tripped over his own robes and fell. Hermione, who was closely trailing him, collided into his back. Bang! Ouch! The heavy object that fell to the ground, coupled with the pain of Ron's backside hitting the floor, elicited a startled cry from him, instantly alerting Filch within the trophy room. Quickly, quickly, Ron, they've escaped, Filch exclaimed, hastily clutching his lantern and making his way outside while calling out, run. Harry's expression shifted, and he growled, run. He grasped Ron's arm, who in turn clutched Hermione's hand, and the three of them dashed down the corridor, not daring to hesitate or look back. They navigated around columns and traversed corridor after corridor, losing all sense of direction, only aware that they had run a considerable distance. As they rounded a corner, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. In that moment, Harry and his companions felt their hearts momentarily cease, their breaths caught in their throats. Wow, wow, wow. What a nuisance, those pesky first years wandering about at this hour. How terribly mischievous, cackled the voice. Oh ho ho, Filch will catch you, hee hee hee. It turned out to be Peeves the poltergeist. After recovering from their fright, the trio recognized him, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Hermione glared at Peeves in anger, exclaiming, be quiet, Peeves. You nearly scared me to death. Hermione, brave and bold, had indeed been frightfully startled, momentarily believing she might be expelled from the school, a notion utterly unfathomable and despair-inducing. Peeves, far from silencing himself, reveled in her dismay with a mischievous grin, proclaiming, oh, so you were frightened? How delightful. This proves my antics are effective, does it not? You should consider yourselves fortunate. Blast it, you are insufferable, Ron retorted, infuriated by Peeves' antics, and reached out to grab him. Peeves evaded Ron's grasp, soaring higher and mocking, Filch, where are you? Here are some students who refuse to sleep. They are so naughty, bullying a ghost. Harry, seething with the desire to cast a fireball at Peeves to teach him a lesson, realized he had no time for such thoughts as he heard Filch's voice calling out, where are you, troublesome Peeves? In the corridor for Charms class. Peeves shouted back gleefully, let us go. Harry muttered under his breath and hurriedly dashed down the corridor, colliding heavily with a locked door. Unable to push it open, he felt a surge of desperation. Ron, glancing back, noticed flickering flames at the corner of the corridor. Filch was closing in. In a moment of utter despair, Ron exclaimed, what do we do? We're doomed. Alohomora. Hermione seized Harry's wand, tapping the door lock and calling out. Instantly, the expressions of the three brightened with hope as they swiftly entered and shut the door, pressing their ears against the wall to listen intently for any sound from outside. Chapter 38. The Three-Headed Dog and the Thrill of Flight. Where have they gone, Peeves? Quickly tell me. I must catch them. Filch, accompanied by his Lady Loris, impatiently addressed Peeves. Do say please, Filch. A bit of politeness goes a long way, or I shan't tell you a thing, Peeves replied with a serious demeanor, though mischief sparkled in his eyes. Filch, infuriated by Peeves' words, retorted, now is not the time for your antics, Peeves. Just tell me where they went. Lady Loris, sensing Filch's fury, bared her teeth at Peeves. Seeing their wrath, Peeves burst into laughter, saying, you must say please, Filch, or I shall remain silent. Filch scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking Harry and his friends, but to no avail. Frustrated, he finally relented. Fine, please tell me, Peeves. Ha ha ha, you've been outwitted. I won't divulge anything, Peeves exclaimed, reveling in his triumph over Filch. Filch, watching Peeves dart away, was so enraged that he nearly hurled the lantern in his hand at the mischievous spirit, but alas, he could not match Peeves' speed. My dear little friend, it's up to you now. Find them, and I want those rascals to regret their actions, he bellowed as he stormed off in a fit of anger. On the other side of the heavy door, Harry and his companions listened as the sounds of Filch faded into the distance, breathing a collective sigh of relief. We're finally free, Harry exclaimed as he sank onto the ground, relieved. Indeed, let us hope he doesn't linger outside, waiting for us to re-emerge, Ron said, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Then let us wait a while before we head back, Hermione suggested with a soft chuckle. At that moment, Ron felt something fall onto his head and reached up to touch it. What is this? Sticky and gross, he exclaimed, recoiling at the foul smell. Harry and Hermione turned to look, both stepping back in alarm. Harry was convinced that this night had transformed into an utter disaster, a true nightmare. A colossal beast, with three enormous heads and pairs of gigantic eyes radiating an eerie green glow, gazed intently at them. To their horror, each head sported a gaping mouth dripping with drool. The sticky substance clinging to Ron's head was a result of the saliva cascading from one of those monstrous maws. Regaining his senses from the shock shared with Harry and Hermione, Ron instinctively looked up. Suddenly, a fresh droplet of drool plummeted from the beast's mouth, splattering across Ron's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. What am I witnessing? Enormous heads, gaping jaws. In a moment of terror, Ron sprang to his feet and dashed toward the stone door, desperate to push it open and flee from this nightmare. His scream jolted the three-headed dog back to reality, instilling a profound sense of dread in Harry and Hermione, who yearned to escape this peril. Faced with the grim choice of being devoured by the monstrous canine or captured by Filch, they would rather take their chances with the latter than face such a gruesome fate. However, in their haste, they failed to locate the switch to open the stone door and forgot to cast any spells. With a thunderous bark, the three-headed dog shook them to their core, despair echoing in their minds. We're doomed. Alohomora. A voice rang out, and the door swung open, sending Harry and his friends tumbling through. At that very moment, the beast lunged towards them, its three mouths poised to bite down. Sleep. Another incantation resonated, and under the influence of magic, the three-headed dog immediately succumbed to slumber. Gasping for breath, Harry and his companions stared at the sleeping beast, their hearts still racing with fright. Then, they heard footsteps approaching, shadows drawing nearer. Realizing their predicament was far from over, they braced themselves. You three are quite fortunate. You were almost a meal for the beast, Harry. Upon hearing this, Harry and his friends turned in surprise, nearly gasping aloud upon seeing Kate Lyle. Shoo! Do not scream. You will attract Filch and his Mrs. Norris, Kate Lyle cautioned, placing a finger to his lips. He had merely wanted to observe whether the unfolding narrative had shifted, but was taken aback that Draco had yet to appear. Just as the story had always foretold, Draco's scheming against Harry had evidently failed. Meanwhile, from a nearby corner, the sound of flames and Filch's voice echoed. Quick, quick! They must be there. I heard them. Panic surged through Harry and his friends. Kate Lyle offered a slight smile, then brandished his wand. Invisibility charm. Winds of the heavens. Grant us wings to soar, spell of flight. In an instant, the four of them became invisible, and under Catalile's guidance, they glided through the expansive window into the night. Harry, Hermione, and Ron soared through the void alongside Caitlin, their faces illuminated with joy as they observed Filch and Mrs. Norris wandering the corridors in search of them. Hasn't he noticed us? Soon, they sensed an invisible pair of ethereal wings behind them, gliding freely in accordance with their thoughts. Caitlin released her hold over them, allowing them to frolic in the air. Fortunately, being astute children, they refrained from exclaiming in delight, knowing that speaking would cause the invisibility charm to falter. The exhilaration coursing through Harry and his friends was unparalleled. This was their first encounter with such an extraordinary sensation. Standing amidst the void and experiencing flight without the aid of a broomstick was simply wondrous. Before long, Caitlin guided them back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Professor Caitlin, was that wind elemental magic? Can I also learn to wield such magic, soaring freely through the skies like you? Upon landing, the invisible wings dissipated, and Harry eagerly inquired. Ron and Hermione were equally filled with anticipation. Their initial flying lesson had been unexpectedly thwarted, leaving them yearning for the thrill of flight. Yet, tonight, Professor Caitlin had helped them realize a different dream of flying, one that felt more authentic and profound. It was as if they were soaring like the owls in the sky, truly magnificent. Of course, once you possess greater magical power and master the flight spell, you will be able to cast such magic upon yourself or your companions, Caitlin replied with a smile. Now, it's time for you to return and rest. Moreover, forget about tonight's events. With that, Caitlin turned and vanished from sight. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances filled with excitement and anticipation, especially Harry. Ron, beaming at Harry, whispered, "You absolutely must learn the flight spell. It's incredible, far more splendid than riding a broomstick." Hermione added mysteriously, "I heard Professor Caitlin call out, Child of the Wind. Grant us wings to soar, fly through the heavens, flight spell. Harry, you should earnestly attempt it." Harry's eyes sparkled as he nodded. All right. The trio returned to their respective dorms. Ron washed up and promptly fell asleep. However, Harry remained awake, his mind echoing with the enormous visage of the three-headed dog, which seemed to guard something, and they had unwittingly intruded. He vaguely recalled something that Professor Dumbledore had mentioned. Could it be related to the underground vault number 713? What connection might it have with the events reported in the newspaper he had casually glimpsed at Hagrid's? Chapter 39, Elemental Magic Class. Ron, Neville, I need to hurry up, finish breakfast, and rush to the elemental magic classroom to secure a good seat. Having risen early, Harry was fully dressed and urging Ron and Neville along. As for Dean and Seamus, they required no prompting, for their enthusiasm for elemental magic was boundless. The events of the previous night had left Ron feeling somewhat weary, as the poor lad had endured far too much fright. Harry, too, was not in the best of spirits. However, the entire school would soon be attending Professor Catlair's elemental magic class, which was of utmost importance and necessity. Before long, Ron and the others quickly consumed their breakfast in the Great Hall. Hey, Shouldn't you be having breakfast here? Malfoy exclaimed incredulously, his voice laced with anger and discontent. Ron, recalling Malfoy's words from the previous night, rose to confront him. Yet, Harry restrained Ron and stepped forward, whispering to Malfoy, "You are nothing but a coward. You initiated the wizard duel, yet you are too afraid to show up. I suppose you were hoping Filch would catch us, but alas, your plan has failed. We are still students of Gryffindor." Upon hearing this, Malfoy, meeting Harry's gaze, felt an indescribable rage, clenching his fists in a futile attempt to release his pent-up frustration. However, upon noticing Hagrid approaching, his expression darkened, and he warned Harry, "We'll see about this, Potter." With that, Malfoy turned on his heel and departed. Hagrid approached, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Harry, have you finished? We must head to the elemental magic classroom." Hagrid was very caring towards Harry and held a fondness for him. Noticing the situation, he had come over. Harry, uncertain of Hagrid's precise thoughts, still managed a genuine smile, replying, "Almost, we need to find a good spot. Then let's go together." Hagrid laughed heartily as they set off. Harry and the others followed closely behind, their faces alight with excitement. Upon arriving at the elemental magic classroom, despite their eagerness, they found that some students had arrived even earlier and had secured prime positions, leaving Harry feeling a tinge of regret. "Harry, Ron." At that moment, Hermione's voice rang out, waving her hand to beckon them over. Hermione had claimed 2 excellent seats for them, and Harry and Ron could not help but smile with delight. By 8 o'clock, all the faculty and students were present, including Professor Quirrell and the ghosts. The atmosphere was lively, with discussions predominantly revolving around elemental magic. As the crowd pondered the absence of cattle, a dazzling array of magical light flickered within the expansive arena, coalescing into a hexagram formation. A surge of potent magical energy erupted, causing Dumbledore, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, Professor Flitwick, and others to widen their eyes in astonishment. The intensity of the magical waves served as a significant indicator of an individual's prowess, and it was evident that cattle possessed formidable strength. Before the gathered spectators, cattle materialized within the hexagram, gracefully ascending to a height of 3 meters. "Welcome all esteemed faculty and students of Hogwarts to the Elemental Magic Academy. I am your professor, Cattle." After a prolonged wait, the moment had finally arrived for our inaugural lesson in elemental magic. Cattle's voice resonated clearly, amplified as if by a trumpet, filling the air with its clarity. Ron and the other pure-blood wizards erupted into applause, exclaiming in excitement, "Cool." This was a simple amplification spell. Harry and his companions joined in the enthusiastic clapping, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Surrounding us is a form of spatial energy. Through incantations, one can harmonize their mental force with the magical elements of the external world, thereby generating corresponding magical effects within a defined spatial realm. I shall refer to this as elemental magic studies. Elemental magic encompasses 7 elemental forces: the white light element, the azure wind element, the crimson fire element, the golden earth element, the cerulean water element, the violet thunder element, and the black shadow element. With each elemental force Cattle introduced, a corresponding elemental sprite materialized in the air with a flick of the wand, each no larger than a palm and gracefully fluttering. Before long, the 7 elemental sprites danced amid the air, leaving trails of elemental energy in their wake. These trails shimmered like a rainbow after a rain, exquisitely beautiful. Each elemental sprite then showcased its magical abilities. The fire sprite unleashed a barrage of fireballs, igniting with fervent flames, summoning a protective phoenix, and astonishing even Dumbledore with its breathtaking fire phoenix dance. Next, the earth sprite conjured spikes of earth, walls of soil, fissures in the ground, and a series of earthen dragons. The water sprites soared above the crowd, showering them with droplets of luminescent rain that invigorated all beneath it, instantly healing the minor ailments of several children. Following this, the wind sprite, thunder sprite, light sprite, and shadow sprite each demonstrated their unique powers. The exhibition of various spells on the practice field was a dazzling spectacle, vibrant and formidable, leaving the faculty and students in awe and igniting their eagerness to explore the wonders of elemental magic. Under the guidance of Cattell, these energies intertwined, coalescing into a formidable force that left behind a few words: elemental magic. The sight of this spectacle elicited jubilant applause from both faculty and students alike. Unlike the magical displays at the welcome banquet, the enchantments conjured by Cattell at this moment were undoubtedly more sensational and breathtaking. Consequently, they gained a deeper appreciation of Cattell's immense power. Some even began to surreptitiously compare Cattell with Dumbledore in terms of strength. The more they pondered, the more they recognized the formidable nature of Cattell's abilities. You have already witnessed the potency and dazzling variety of elemental magic, yet this is merely a prelude. Even more formidable spells await your study and exploration. Before delving into elemental magic, however, there remains an essential task: the elemental magic attribute test. Now, in class groups, You will stand before a crystal ball to undergo the attribute assessment, guided by professors who will register your magical properties. I eagerly anticipate discovering a prodigy among you who will astonish me. Chapter 40. Luna Jennifer, Light Magic Sorceress. In the practice arena, 8 crystal ball pillars rose at various positions. Each pillar stood just 1 meter tall, crowned by a crystal ball the size of a plate. This crystal ball serves as the elemental attribute testing sphere. Simultaneously, beside each crystal ball stood a respective headmaster or professor from each college, overseeing the registration process. Severus Snape was responsible for Slytherin College, harboring curiosity about how many talented individuals capable of elemental magic would emerge from Slytherin. Similarly curious were Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, and Professor Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff. While many may not recall Pomona Sprout distinctly, they might remember the woman often seen wearing a patched hat, wandering through the gardens. The first to undergo the attribute test were the first-year freshmen. From Gryffindor, Harry Potter and his friends stepped forward, while others queued behind them. To Gryffindor's left stood Slytherin, and to the right, Ravenclaw. At the forefront of Slytherin, Draco Malfoy stood, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy cast a challenging glance toward Harry Potter, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Malfoy, how many types of elemental magic do you think we will possess? Professor Cattell is incredibly powerful. He wields 7 types of elemental magic, which is splendid. If it were up to me, I would choose wind and earth magic. Such a combination would undoubtedly be fascinating, Goyle remarked enviously, gazing in the direction of Cattell. Upon hearing this, Malfoy confidently declared, I shall possess at least 3 forms of elemental magic. What I anticipate the most are the wind, lightning, and dark elements. They are powerful enough, particularly the wind element, which will grant me ample mobility and combat prowess. I intend to dominate Harry and make him fully comprehend the extent of my strength. Goyle and Crabbe, upon hearing Malfoy's words, eagerly offered their praises. Nearby Snape, having caught wind of the exchange between Malfoy and Goyle, observed with a glimmer in his eyes, subsequently directing his gaze towards Harry. Though it was but a fleeting glance, Harry felt an uncomfortable sensation as it registered with him. Snape has fixed his attention on me again. Instinctively, Harry rubbed his forehead. Harry, what's the matter? Ron inquired with concern, having noticed Harry's gesture. Hermione, too, was intrigued by Ron's question. It's nothing. Harry shook his head and turned his gaze to the right. To Harry's astonishment, standing at the forefront of Ravenclaw House's first-year students was a girl who appeared remarkably composed. Those who stand at the front are typically recognized by their peers for their authority and capability. For example, during flying lessons, he was regarded as the de facto leader among the first-year Gryffindors. The ethos of Ravenclaw House is wisdom, fairness, astuteness, and erudition. Thus, the girl before him must surely be the most intelligent among the first-year Ravenclaws. Harry, why are you staring at her? Do you have some sort of inclination? Ron jested, following Harry's gaze. Let me tell you, her name is Luna Jennifer, and she has recently accomplished something quite sensational in Ravenclaw. Curiosity piqued, Harry asked, what did she do? With a serious expression, Ron replied, Luna is a genius, particularly in herbology. She managed to memorize all the spells from the elementary standard charms and can cast 10 different spells, earning the admiration and affection of Professor Flitwick. Hermione, standing behind Ron, glanced at Luna Jennifer, her eyes betraying a mix of shock and intense jealousy. Despite her diligent self-study prior to arriving at school, Hermione, who had already exerted considerable effort, could not claim to have memorized everything and to be able to cast 10 spells. Yet here was a girl who surpassed her in both speed and prowess, leaving Hermione feeling somewhat discontented. Luna Jennifer seemed to sense something, turning to meet Hermione's gaze, and a captivating smile graced her face. Both Harry and Ron were momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Stunning, absolutely stunning, Ron exclaimed, leaning against Harry's back, his infatuation nearly overwhelming Harry. However, Hermione intervened. Irritated by Harry and Ron's fixation on Luna Jennifer, Hermione extended her hand and gave Ron a firm slap on the back. Thud. Ouch. Harry and Ron fell to the ground, Ron wincing as he gingerly touched his back. The commotion immediately drew the attention of others, particularly Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cohorts, who erupted in laughter. Professor McGonagall regarded Harry and Ron with a stern expression. The two had made fools of themselves in front of everyone, bringing embarrassment to Gryffindor. Initially, Ron was seething with anger and intended to question Hermione about her reasons for striking him, but upon seeing McGonagall's demeanor, he restrained himself, casting a fierce glare at Hermione instead. Hermione, arms crossed, averted her gaze, neither explaining nor acknowledging his discomfort. Observing this, Ron and Harry had no choice but to relent. Luna Jennifer stepped forward for the evaluation. Professor Flitwick's voice rang out, prompting Harry and the others to instinctively look in her direction. Luna approached, placing her hand upon the crystal ball, channeling her magical energy. Harry and the others were filled with curiosity about what elemental affinity this brilliant Luna might possess. Before long, The crystal ball began to shimmer with light. Harry, Ron, and Hermione widened their eyes in disbelief as Luna presented an astonishing display. "Oh my goodness, Luna. You have truly astonished me from the very start," exclaimed Professor Flitwick, his voice resounding with excitement, reflecting his immense delight. This immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. As Katarina and Dumbledore made their way over, the crystal ball radiated a dazzling white light, brilliant yet not blinding, exuding a warm and comforting aura. "Albus, Katarina, this is a rare light element. Luna is a prodigy," Flitwick exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Dumbledore and Katarina approach. Both Dumbledore and Katarina smiled, recognizing the rarity of light, dark, and lightning affinities, particularly the former two. Katarina, observing Luna's calm demeanor and lack of overt excitement, asked with a smile, "What is your name, child?" "Luna Jennifer." Luna's soft voice chimed, accompanied by a smile. "Excellent. You are a genius, and I shall take great care in nurturing your talents," Katarina replied with enthusiasm. "Moreover, if there are no other light element wizards present, this magical artifact shall belong to you." As she spoke, Katarina produced a necklace that radiated a brilliant white light in her hand, breathtakingly beautiful and pulsating with powerful magical energy. Channeling her magic into the necklace, they heard the melodic praises of the scriptures, and soon, a winged, ethereal angel emerged from the necklace, taking its place beside Katarina. This necklace, known as the Guardian of Light, was akin to the most powerful light protection spell, capable of summoning guardian angels to shield its wearer from various magical threats and, in times of dire need, to safeguard their very life. Listening to Caitlin's words and gazing at the guardian angel, both faculty and students gasped in astonishment, especially the children, who looked at Luna Jennifer with deep envy. Luna could no longer maintain her previous composure. Gazing at the necklace and the exquisite angel, she felt an overwhelming affection. In that moment, she could not resist the urge to step forward and claim it. However, Luna refrained, for this magnificent piece known as Guardian of Light was not yet hers. Among the crowd, Professor Quirrell observed the necklace in Caitlin's hand, his astonishment matching, if not surpassing, that of the others, coupled with a hint of trepidation. The light element was the nemesis of the dark element, meaning that certain tactics employed by dark wizards would be immune to or countered by light magic. Severus Snape paid particular attention to Luna, as he was a dark element magician, inherently positioned in opposition to her. A smile graced Dumbledore's face. Even he was uncertain of Caitlin's capabilities. However, he was well aware that Caitlin possessed a magical artifact of comparable potency to a sacred relic. Previously, he had consulted the alchemical master Nicolae, who had expressed admiration for Caitlin's ingenious ideas. Naturally, the scene unfolding before them was one that Caitlin had discussed with him. This endeavor aimed to stimulate the students of Hogwarts, piquing their interest and providing invaluable practical experience. "Students from all houses, there is no need for envy. I possess an ample supply of magical artifacts, each imbued with unparalleled potency and purpose. If you wish to acquire one, showcase your talents," Caitlin declared, "based on varying attributes. I shall select the most gifted individuals for special rewards of magical artifacts. Furthermore, an elemental duel club will be established, where you will also have the opportunity to obtain powerful magical artifacts. Indeed, the venue for the Elemental Duel Club is currently being planned and constructed, but it will soon be completed. The forthcoming club promises to be immensely entertaining. However, heed this warning. Great temptation may also lead to perilous consequences. For elemental magic is formidable." Chapter 41, Granting Magical Artifacts. Caitlin's words resonated throughout the Elemental Magic Academy, leaving all in awe. For the students, this was undoubtedly an exhilarating and challenging prospect, enriching their academic lives. Consequently, anticipation surged regarding the elemental attribute assessments, and curiosity about magical artifacts flourished. Draco Malfoy, a lightning element magician, Professor Quirrell stammered, his voice trembling, drawing the attention of Harry and his peers to Malfoy. The lightning element, one of the 3 rare elemental magics, elicited envy from many students. However, upon glancing at Malfoy, he wore an expression of profound disappointment and resentment. "Professor, could it be that the test is flawed?" Malfoy inquired, unable to suppress his growing discontent as he met Harry's gaze. After all, he had just been filled with anticipation and confidence. He aspired to master at least 3 magical elements: wind, lightning, and darkness. Yet, it seemed that fate had played a cruel jest upon him. Snape, standing nearby, remarked with a detached demeanor, "You may retake the test." Malfoy, invigorated by this opportunity, placed his hand upon the crystal orb once more. Closing his eyes, he devoted himself entirely to the task, channeling his magical energy into the orb. Moments later, the orb emanated a violet glow, revealing only a single magical element, lightning. "How could this be?" Malfoy lamented, his discontent evident. "That is enough, Malfoy. You have squandered sufficient time." Snape cast a cold glance before delivering his unfeeling verdict. "Malfoy, His face pale and contorted with displeasure, felt the weight of his failure. Professor Quirrell, tasked with recording the results, observed Malfoy's ashen countenance and remarked with a glimmer in his eyes, "Malfoy, there is no need for concern. Lightning, like light, is a relatively rare elemental energy, and lightning magic is among the most potent of elemental magics. You need not be disheartened." Malfoy retorted, "I wish to possess 3 elemental magics." Quirrell smiled, remaining silent but allowing a knowing smile to grace his lips. "Oh, Harry Potter, you have surprised me and provided Gryffindor with a splendid beginning. Harry Potter, wind and fire. Dual element magic." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated with excitement, her confidence in Harry palpable. The surrounding faculty and students, upon hearing McGonagall's words, turned to gaze at the crystal orb before Harry, erupting in exclamations of astonishment. It was universally understood that the more elemental magics one possessed, the greater their power, for they could wield a broader range of formidable spells and possess greater magical energy. Malfoy, observing the orb before Harry as it radiated red and azure energies, felt his pallid face darken with an unsettling gloom. Turning to Malfoy, Harry's lips curled in a slight, provocative smirk. Malfoy understood the challenge, scoffed, clenched his fists, and swiftly turned away. Caitlin regarded Malfoy, surprised to find that beneath his temperament lay a latent affinity for lightning. In Caitlin's studies of elemental magic, she had explored the correlation between personality traits and magical affinities. It seemed that individuals with tempestuous natures were often favored by fire elements, while a select few garnered the attention of lightning. Given Malfoy's shadowy disposition, it was somewhat extraordinary for him to possess an affinity for lightning. However, since he is a wizard of the lightning element, he truly merits focused cultivation. As for the rivalry between Malfoy and Harry, it shall be revealed whether the eagle prevails or the vulture reigns supreme. "Draco Malfoy," Caitlin called out, capturing Malfoy's attention once more, her voice resonating with high expectations from the onlookers. Malfoy, taken aback by Caitlin's summons, quickly recalled the magical artifact and felt a surge of excitement. He hurried to Caitlin, anticipation evident in his gaze. "Extend your hand," Caitlin instructed with a smile. Although Malfoy was uncertain of her intentions, he complied. Caitlin produced her wand and inscribed a spell within the palm of Malfoy's hand, causing a small lightning sprite to materialize there. He felt his magical energy being consumed. Yet his curiosity about the sprite grew. "Indeed, you have garnered the favor of the lightning element. You are a remarkably gifted lightning wizard. Currently, you are a candidate for the reward of a magical artifact," Caitlin remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's excitement bubbled over, and he then glanced at Harry Potter, a challenging glint in his eye and a devilishly handsome smirk upon his lips. When Harry met Malfoy's gaze, a spark ignited in his eyes, but he promptly ignored Malfoy, turning away. "Harry Potter," Caitlin's voice rang out, causing Malfoy's grin to falter instantly. "Damn it, I forgot this guy is a dual-element wizard." Harry paused for a moment. Then, amidst Ron and Hermione's enthusiasm, he was nudged towards Caitlin. Realizing the situation, a smile broke across his face, and his gaze towards Malfoy took on a playful edge. Who wouldn't desire a magical artifact, a sacred tool to amplify one's power? "Luna Jennifer," Caitlin's voice echoed once more, and from the first-year Ravenclaw students, Luna Jennifer gracefully stepped forward. At this moment, all eyes were enviously fixed upon Harry and his companions. The elemental attribute tests continued, revealing the magical properties of more and more students. The young wizards predominantly exhibited fire, water, and earth attributes, with occasional appearances of wind, mostly among the Ravenclaw students. Perhaps this is the essence of Ravenclaw. Their emblem is the eagle, a symbol of faith in the wind, thus favored by the wind element. Apart from Luna Jennifer, no light wizards had emerged throughout the testing of all students. While 10 lightning wizards, including Malfoy, had appeared, not a single dark wizard was present, their rarity seemingly surpassing that of other elements. Snape's gaze swept across the surroundings, keenly attuned to the records and exclamations of his fellow professors, yet he noted with regret the absence of any dark magic practitioners among them. Similarly, Professor Quirrell harbored expectations regarding the potential presence of dark wizards among the students. Furthermore, Harry stood alone as the sole student tested and confirmed to be a dual-element wizard, drawing the attention and care of all. Chapter 42, The Magical Law Enforcement Bureau's Bold Invasion of Hogwarts. It was indeed surprising. Hogwarts harbored sufficient talent, and you have not disappointed us. Among you, after rigorous selection, 6 individuals emerged as the most gifted in the inaugural Elemental Magic Academy. They were Draco Malfoy from Slytherin, Luna Jennifer from Ravenclaw, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, and Cedric Diggory and Seamus Forbes from Hufflepuff. They were about to receive powerful magical artifacts from the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore. Suspended in midair was a magical staff, with Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, standing beside it. In the center of the arena, Harry and his companions were met with cheers and admiration from the entire faculty and student body, stirring profound excitement within them. Mr. Malfoy, in recognition of your talent, I bestow upon you this lightning magical artifact, the Thunder Wand. Thank you, Headmaster, Malfoy exclaimed, receiving the 1-meter-long purple wand and examining it with uncontainable excitement. Miss Jennifer, you are the only wizard in our school with light magic. The Guardian of Light is now yours, Dumbledore remarked with a smile as he approached Luna Jennifer. Miss Granger, congratulations on being the most talented water magician. This water spirit pearl will grant you immense magical power. Mr. Diggory, congratulations on being the most gifted earth magician. This earth spirit pearl will bestow upon you. Mr. Forbes, congratulations on being the most talented fire magician. This fire crystal will enable you. The crowd erupted in applause, their gazes shifting to Harry Potter. The elements of water, fire, earth, and lightning had been introduced, yet the wind element remained absent. Undoubtedly, the wind element would belong to Harry Potter. More crucially, as a dual-element wizard of wind and fire, what magical artifact would Harry receive? Dumbledore opened a box and retrieved a feather, smiling as he said, "This belongs to you." Harry took the feather, puzzled. "Is there something special about this white feather?" "Place it upon your arm," Dumbledore advised with a grin. Upon hearing this, Harry placed the feather on his arm, and it transformed into a beam of light, merging seamlessly with him. Harry could distinctly feel, as the feather merged with his body, his perception of the surrounding elemental forces becoming increasingly pronounced. "Thank you, Professor," Harry exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Dumbledore smiled and then addressed the entire assembly of students and faculty, employing a sonorous charm to proclaim, "Congratulations on becoming elemental wizards. You shall learn an array of invaluable magic." He continued, "Now, I invite Professor Cattler to impart the knowledge of various elemental magics." Professor Cattler reappeared, smiling at the crowd. "Students, let us embark on our magical journey. However, before we commence, we must categorize the elements for your learning convenience. Fire elemental wizards, gather in the center. Water elemental wizards, to the right of the fire wizards. Earth elemental wizards, to the left. Wind elemental wizards, beside the earth wizards. And finally, the lightning elemental wizards, along with Luna, shall stand at the forefront." As the students organized themselves according to Professor Cattler's instructions, they began to learn elemental magic. There were too many students for Cattler to teach individually, but this was merely the introductory lesson aimed at enhancing their understanding of elemental magic. In the days to come, the curriculum for the study of elemental magic would be established, with classes held every morning and afternoon, catering to wizards of varying grades. Dumbledore observed the eager expressions of the students, who were brimming with anticipation for elemental magic, thus enhancing their enthusiasm during lessons. The elegant and gentle incantations, as well as the stern and powerful spells, captivated their interest like a melodic chant. "Professor, someone is approaching and is intent on breaching Hogwarts," Snape whispered to Dumbledore. Suddenly appearing before him, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned his gaze towards the distance. The individual Snape referred to had already arrived uninvited. Hovering above the elemental magic classroom, they were all wizards of considerable renown within the magical community, and the dark wizards certainly would not welcome their presence. For they were Aurors. A formidable group of 10 Aurors had suddenly appeared above the elemental magic classroom at Hogwarts. Leading them was the Deputy Minister of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Devin Augustine. Their arrival stirred a wave of intrigue within the classroom, as all students turned their attention to the figures clad in black robes, filled with confusion. After their arrival, they encircled Professor Cattler. The faculty and students of Hogwarts gathered closely, while Malfoy, Harry, and others stood protectively behind Professor McGonagall, who cleared a path for them. Dumbledore gazed at Augustine, his expression somewhat somber as he remarked, "Mr. Augustine, you are violating our established regulations. You have intruded upon Hogwarts and are casting an unfriendly influence upon the students." Dull Augustine dismounted from his broomstick, approaching Dumbledore with an air of calmness and a slight smile. "It has been a long time, Professor Dumbledore." Severus Snape, standing behind Dumbledore, cast a dispassionate glance at a man with a mustache following Augustine and coldly stated, "Your presence is repugnant. I would prefer not to see you here, dog's tail." Darnell Rhodes looked at Snape, a hint of devilish amusement dancing on his features as he replied, "Please watch your words, Snape. I have missed our encounters, particularly the one in Azkaban." Upon hearing Darnell's words, Augustine turned his gaze to Snape, chuckling softly before addressing Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, I apologize for our uninvited arrival. However, there is a matter of utmost importance concerning the safety of the entire magical realm." As Augustine spoke, he deliberately glanced at Caitlin. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a measure of displeasure, and responded, "You have indeed made a grave error, Augustine. I am quite curious as to what necessitated your bringing them here." Chapter 43, Augustine's Accusations and Threats. Augustine smiled faintly, then directed his attention to Caitlin. In truth, when the 8 Aurors surrounded Caitlin, nearly all eyes were fixed upon her. What were they planning? Harry observed the encircled Caitlin with bewilderment. Beside him, Malfoy suddenly spoke with seriousness. This is certainly not a good sign. Those individuals are far from virtuous. By the way, they bear a title that sends shivers down the spines of dark wizards, the Aurors. Harry, you are a genius. Just as we stand here now, under everyone's scrutiny. I have always looked forward to you becoming my friend and realizing our ambitions, Malfoy whispered excitedly in Harry's ear. Harry frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Luna glanced at Malfoy, who inexplicably quieted under her gaze. Malfoy, you should keep quiet if you don't wish to be taken away by the Aurors, Luna cautioned softly. Malfoy retorted, my father is a board member at Hogwarts. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. Then you may find out. Luna replied with a slight smile. Malfoy fell silent, refraining from testing his luck. Harry, however, paid no heed to Malfoy, his concern for Caitlin growing. Are you Caitlin? Augustine approached her, surveying her intently. Do you have any insights to share? Caitlin maintained a composed demeanor, adorned with an aristocratic smile, as he spoke. Advice? Augustine chuckled in response. I wouldn't call it advice. It is said that you have created remarkable elemental magic, which is indeed impressive. However, at this juncture, Augustine paused dramatically, surveying the surroundings and scrutinizing Dumbledore, Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Harry Potter. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply to face Caitlin, declaring, you are an unregistered wizard. Your existence is a conundrum. The so-called elemental magic you have conjured is no less than formidable dark magic. We harbor grave suspicions regarding your identity and intentions. Every wizard must be registered for the sake of governance and oversight. Those who roam freely, casting spells without registration, will inevitably attract the attention of Aurors. Who will detain them? The consequences range from a mere warning to imprisonment in Azkaban, where they would endure punishment and torment. Upon hearing Augustine's words, Dumbledore stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Caitlin, and admonished Augustine, Augustine, I implore you to choose your words with care. Furthermore, I possess the right to file a complaint against you. You are deliberately slandering our esteemed professors at Hogwarts. In my capacity as headmaster of Hogwarts, I hereby issue a solemn warning. You must vacate this place immediately. Your presence is severely disrupting our educational environment. Augustine met Dumbledore's stern gaze with an expression of indifference and disdain. He extended his hand, pushing Dumbledore aside, and said, Dumbledore, you must contemplate the gravity of your actions. He is an unregistered wizard, and there is no record of him within the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, the so-called magic he has created is potent dark magic. These students are far too young. They do not comprehend the notion of safety. Their wills are too fragile to control themselves, and at any moment, they could unleash these powerful spells, posing a grave threat to both the magical and muggle worlds. Thus, the dissemination of dark magic must be prohibited. Each of Augustine's statements dripped with coldness and contempt, even in the face of Dumbledore's serious demeanor. Dumbledore furrowed his brow tightly, while Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat perturbed. Professor Snape stood impassively behind Dumbledore, resembling a loyal servant. Professor Flitwick fidgeted nervously, his small legs trembling with anxiety. Professor Quirrell lingered behind the other professors, his expression oddly gleeful. At that moment, Harry stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Augustine, and asserted, this is a school of magic. We are here to learn magic and how to control it. Moreover, Professor Caitlin's elemental magic is not dark magic. This is a wondrous and magnificent magic. Professor Kate cannot possibly be a dark sorceress. Darnell turned to Harry and approached him, mockingly exclaiming, Aha! Who do we have here? The boy with the scar. Known as the boy who lived, Harry Potter. You are indeed brave, yet you fail to comprehend the darkness that resides within a person. Before outsiders, he presents a polished facade, embodying the image of a virtuous individual. However, in the shadows, he is nothing more than a malevolent devil. Harry recoiled in fear at Darnell's ominous words and expression, retreating a few steps until Hagrid appeared, steadying Harry and preventing him from falling awkwardly to the ground. The half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid, then retorted, You are indeed ugly. Darnell glanced up at the towering Hagrid and laughed derisively. True, but you are even more grotesque. Seeing you incites an urge within me to slap you into a cesspool. Hagrid responded with a hint of displeasure. Darnell, infuriated by Hagrid's retort, recognized that this was not the appropriate venue for physical confrontation. After all, engaging in a battle of words that could escalate to violence would be exceedingly undignified. Augustine, witnessing Darnell's humiliation without retaliation, turned his gaze toward Kate, his words laced with menace. Kate, we request your cooperation, for I would prefer that my subordinates refrain from any egregious actions. At this point, Augustine surveyed the surrounding students, disdainfully adding, especially in this place, which could impart a decidedly unfriendly influence on the children. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and others regarded Augustine with palpable discontent. Dumbledore stepped forward once more, addressing Kate with a grave tone. You must leave this place at once, or I shall file a complaint with the Ministry of Magic. I am here as a representative of the ministry. Augustine smiled faintly, then turned to Kate, feigning humility. Kate, I hope you can appreciate my leniency, though my patience is not without limits. Upon hearing this, Kate smiled slightly and replied, Are you threatening me? That is a rather irresponsible interpretation. We merely seek to understand you and ensure the safety of the Hogwarts community. We hope for your cooperation. Augustine ardently explained. Kate chuckled, then looked at Dumbledore, asking, Albus, do you have a plan? Augustine and his companions regarded Dumbledore with a mix of curiosity and disdain. Dumbledore met Kate's gaze before turning away, stating, Perhaps we require some straightforward and direct measures. Upon hearing this, Kate's face lit up with a smile, and she directed a knowing smile at Augustine. Chapter 44. You have no right to investigate me. Augustine stared at Dumbledore, momentarily at a loss for words. Or rather, at that moment, he was firmly convinced that he held the upper hand over Dumbledore. Unbeknownst to them, Professor McGonagall and her companions had taken several steps back. In Darnell's eyes, this signified that they had relinquished their support for Caturle. Thus, Darnell turned to Caturle with a smile and said, Come with us, Caturle, until your identity is clarified. You must remain within the Ministry of Magic for a while. Caturle chuckled, extending his hand with fingers splayed, as a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through. Before Darnell could comprehend the situation, he was propelled by the whirlwind to a height of 3 meters and crashed down to the ground 100 meters away. Caturle's abrupt action prompted Augustine and the others to draw their wands, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Caturle, I advise you to abandon this folly, Augustine said darkly. His eyes locked on Caturle. Opposing the Ministry of Magic will bring you no good. Furthermore, your recent assault on an Auror is a serious violation of magical law. You must submit to an investigation by the Ministry. Upon hearing this, Caturle merely laughed, responding, Submit to an investigation by the Ministry? You lack the authority to demand my compliance. There are few matters in this world that warrant my cooperation, and you certainly are not among them. Do you dare to resist? Augustine said, shaking his wand, his expression grim. Caturle smiled faintly, extending his hand as he declared, Gust of wind. As he did so, Augustine and his companions heightened their vigilance. However, they still underestimated Caturle. A tempest arose, engulfing the entire training ground in a whirlwind. Harry Potter and his friends had to rely on Hagrid to shield them from the gale, while Dumbledore and others conjured barriers with their wands to fend off the wind. The unfortunate Aurors from the Ministry, perched on their flying brooms, were tossed about uncontrollably, ultimately dislodged and hurled through the air, Augustine among them. The students in the audience, confronted with the sudden gust, lost their view of the training ground and were compelled to bow their heads, shielding themselves with their hands. Thud, thud, thud. 10 figures plummeted from the sky, crying out in distress or retching. Augustine's countenance darkened, his eyes reflecting both anger and dread towards Caturle. Come here, Caturle commanded, curling his outstretched fingers. The 10 fallen individuals, including Augustine, were suddenly lifted into the air, uncontrollably soaring towards Caturle as if descending from the heavens. Caturle, you will inevitably receive an arrest warrant from the Ministry, and what awaits you is Azkaban. Augustine glared at Caturle, seething with fury. Caturle's eyes sparkled with intensity, a slight smile playing on his lips. Without even raising his wand, he called out, Fireball barrage. As all eyes were upon him, fireballs began to materialize around Catelyn, relentlessly hurtling towards Augustine and his companions. Each fireball, no larger than an egg, possessed moderate power. However, they were more than sufficient to discipline Augustine and his ilk. Dumbledore had not anticipated Catelyn's formidable display of prowess, as he effortlessly restrained 10 Aurors while playfully tormenting them with the fireballs. Albus, is this not a bit excessive? Professor McGonagall murmured as she approached Dumbledore. He shook his head slightly, responding, Though it poses a challenge, the study of elemental magic must be disseminated. Pausing momentarily, he added in a hushed tone, Fudge has grown quite muddled. Upon hearing this, McGonagall fell silent. Malfoy, observing Catelyn's calm demeanor and unwavering confidence, felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Catelyn's current stance embodied Malfoy's aspirations of what a man should be. Had he not just stated, You have no right to subject me to an inquiry. There are few matters in this world that warrant my cooperation, and you certainly do not. Such audacity was truly captivating. This was the essence of masculinity. Furthermore, his posture was both striking and powerful. Nearby, Harry's eyes sparkled with admiration, his heart brimming with awe. Is this truly Professor Catelyn? Remarkable. Luna also beamed with a smile, her wide eyes filled with admiration for Catelyn. This is but a minor reprimand for you. Should you offend me again, you will regret ever crossing my path. Catelyn then directed his gaze towards Augustine, whose figure promptly appeared a mere meter before him. It would be wise for you to silence that foul mouth of yours. Elemental magic is far more noble and aspirational than the dark arts you envision, he declared. With a casual flick of his wrist, Augustine and his companions were sent soaring away, their trajectory forming an arc that would propel them beyond the bounds of Hogwarts. Firebolt 2000. At that moment, Malfoy spotted a Firebolt 2000 broomstick and exclaimed with excitement. Initially intending to send all the broomsticks away, Catelyn waved his hand, and 10 Firebolt 2000s swiftly materialized before him. After a brief glance, he waved again, and 6 Firebolt 2000 broomsticks glided towards Harry, Hermione, Malfoy, Luna, Seamus, and Cedric. They are now yours, Catelyn smiled, addressing them. Upon hearing this, Malfoy and the others beamed with delight, overwhelmed by the thrill of acquiring one of the finest broomsticks available. Renowned for its incredible speed. This surely contravenes the rules, Professor McGonagall interjected, eyeing Catelyn with concern. Professor McGonagall's words compelled Harry and his companions to suppress their impulses and stow away the thought of their Firebolt 2000. Professor McGonagall, this is my rule. One that even the Ministry of Magic cannot alter, declared Catelyn with confidence and authority. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze upon Catelyn, and Snape, too, felt a flicker of surprise, his expression shifting as he regarded Catelyn. This individual is indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, I respect Catelyn's opinion. He then turned to Harry and his friends, saying, You deserve this. It is a reward for you. Upon hearing this, Harry and his companions excitedly embraced the Firebolt 2000, inspecting it with glee and erupting into cheers. Congratulations on becoming elemental wizards. Today's elemental magic class concludes here. The specifics of the next class will be announced tomorrow. Now, you should return to enjoy your lunch. Dumbledore addressed the crowd with a smile. The students cheered, their joy stemming from both their newfound status as elemental wizards and their admiration for Catelyn's displayed strength. As they departed, they eagerly discussed the topic of their powerful peer. Chapter 45. Malfoy's Inquiry and Hellish Training. You have accomplished something remarkable, Catelyn. It is something I have long desired to do, but never managed. You possess even less regard for rules than I do. Well, as you said, no one can constrain you, Dumbledore whispered, standing beside Catelyn. You know I will not accept any constraints, Catelyn replied with a subtle smile. Dumbledore nodded and said, Very well, this shall be our agreement. However, Catelyn, I am quite curious. Do you truly have no contingency plans? Some individuals within the ministry are not so easily swayed. If they wish to act against you, they typically employ two methods, force and public opinion, both of which are their customary tactics. Dumbledore cautioned Catelyn, not wishing for her to encounter any setbacks. Yet, it was evident that Dumbledore underestimated Catelyn. Public opinion? Catelyn chuckled. The quality of public opinion holds little significance for me. Albus, believe me, as long as I desire it. The only information disseminated will be positive. As for force, unless they wish to become dung beetles in a cesspit, the experience must be rather delightful. Dumbledore listened to Catelyn's words, momentarily taken aback, and then quietly inquired, Catelyn, do you possess some secret means? You may confide in me. I assure you I will keep your secret. Secret means? Albus, do you believe anything could be more persuasive than absolute strength? After Catelyn finished speaking, she turned to leave. The brazen appearance of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement raised questions about the ministry's current state. Dumbledore, stroking his beard, pondered whether that old fool, Cornelius, had truly lost his wits. Hagrid, would you kindly make a trip to the Ministry of Magic? Bring the necessary documents to register Professor Cate's magic. Dumbledore called out to Hagrid, who responded with a smile. Of course, this matter seems quite serious. But, Professor, are you certain they won't threaten me when I arrive? Given your stature as a giant, trust me, they will not dare to act recklessly. Dumbledore replied with a slight smile. Very well, if you say so, I shall go. I hope they will converse amicably, Hagrid said, producing his red umbrella. Dumbledore glanced at Hagrid's umbrella, then patted him on the shoulder and departed with a grin. In truth, Dumbledore was not fully aware of Kate Lyle's true identity. Some matters did not require complete understanding. He knew, however, that her magic was of great significance to Hogwarts. Professor Kate. Malfoy called out breathlessly as he caught up to her. Surprised, Kate turned to face the approaching Malfoy and curiously inquired, Were you calling me, Mr. Draco? Although Malfoy felt somewhat apprehensive in her presence, he took a deep breath and earnestly stated, Professor Kate, I believe you are a remarkable and powerful instructor. Upon hearing this, Kate chuckled and affectionately ruffled Malfoy's blonde hair, walking alongside him while saying, From what I know, this is quite uncharacteristic of you. It is rather astonishing to hear you praise someone. As the only child in his family, Draco was spoiled by his parents, resulting in an arrogant and haughty demeanor. This was why he harbored jealousy towards Harry and sought to undermine Hermione and Ron while trying to win Harry's favor. Malfoy felt a hint of embarrassment at Kate's words, a shy smile creeping onto his face. What can I do for you? Kate asked with a smile. Professor, I can sense the immense power of your lightning magic. I wish to grow stronger. I want them to recognize my strength, Malfoy replied earnestly. Reflecting on his recent encounters with Harry Potter, where he always found himself at a disadvantage, Malfoy felt a sense of discontent. Additionally, he was eager to prove himself. even if it meant showing that his singular mastery of lightning magic could surpass Harry's dual attributes. Ultimately, he aspired to defeat Harry in a true confrontation, ensuring that his name echoed throughout Hogwarts, proclaiming that he, Draco Malfoy, was the true genius. Kate Lowell smiled gently and said, "There are myriad ways to grow stronger, such as through personal study and reflection, which leave the most profound impressions on oneself. Additionally, I can impart my knowledge to you, but be warned. The process can be arduous. I wonder if you possess the tenacity to endure. If you can persevere, it will yield substantial benefits." Lightning magic is the most destructive among the 7 elemental magics, and akin to light magic. It possesses formidable countermeasures against dark magic. Malfoy nodded solemnly and replied, "I have contemplated this, yet I still wish to become stronger. I implore you, Professor Kate, to teach me." Kate Lowell paused, observing the pale determination in Malfoy's eyes. After a moment of thought, she smiled and said, "Very well, since your resolve is so steadfast, I shall take you to a place of interest." Upon hearing this, Malfoy was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Gagging uncontrollably at the edge of a cliff, Malfoy found himself overwhelmed. "This is unbearable. Oh, you must learn to acclimate to this sensation. It will become a frequent experience." Kate Lowell chuckled as she watched Malfoy retch. After a while, Malfoy began to feel somewhat better, although his face remained notably pale. "Where's this? What magic was just employed?" he inquired, surveying his surroundings. Kate Lowell grasped Malfoy and descended onto a small island, barely 10 square meters in size. "This is a secluded area, devoid of inhabitants. Yet beneath the surface dwell some extraordinary fish capable of generating electricity. Do you not wish to learn powerful magic? Let us commence from here. You must now attune yourself to the presence of the lightning element. Then, according to my instructions, dive into the water and engage these fish in battle." Malfoy, upon hearing Kate Lyle's words, gazed at the tranquil lake with a hint of skepticism. "Professor, are you certain there are electric fish here?" "Indeed. Now, you must learn to sense the lightning element. Follow my guidance, Draco," Kate Lyle replied with a smile. Malfoy fell silent for a moment. But recognizing the necessity of action to grow stronger, he asked, "What must I do?" "Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and clear your mind to perceive the energy surrounding you," Kate Lyle instructed, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Simultaneously, she placed her hand upon Draco's forehead, and the knowledge of 3 lightning magic spells vividly manifested in Malfoy's mind. Upon hearing her, Malfoy promptly seated himself, closed his eyes, and discovered 3 magical incantations materializing in his thoughts, bringing him immense joy, completely oblivious to Kate Lyle's enigmatic smile. Then, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, it was atop the cliff. As chaotic thoughts dissipated, darkness enveloped Malfoy, and he found himself immersed in an extraordinary sensation. A gentle breeze accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water enveloped the surroundings in an almost serene stillness. Suddenly, a series of delicate sparks of lightning seemed to dance through the air. Draco Malfoy's breath quickened in response, and he reached out in an attempt to grasp them. With a tearing sound, countless bolts of lightning converged, creating an awe-inspiring display. In an instant, Malfoy let out a piercing scream. On the small island, he abruptly opened his eyes and stood up, his gaze fixated on a face the size of a basin that emerged from the water, surrounded by a multitude of jumping sparks. "What is this? Where am I? What has transpired here?" A whirlwind of questions flooded Malfoy's mind, leaving him bewildered by the surreal situation. "Draco, they are the jumping thunder attracted by the thunder element within you. Yes, this is a magical creature that feeds on lightning, and you must exercise caution, for they perceive you as their prey," came the voice of Caitlin. Malfoy's complexion paled in an instant, dread washing over him. With trembling hands, he drew his wand and stammered, "Professor, will they consume me?" "Undoubtedly, they would," Caitlin replied. "However, you possess the capacity to cast a spell to repel them. Yet, if it were me, I would devise a method to capture them, as their flesh could significantly aid you in understanding the thunder element." Malfoy, though still trembling with fear, felt a flicker of excitement at the thought. "But there are too many of them. Fear not, I shall control them," Caitlin reassured him. "For instance, set yourself a modest goal. Begin by enduring the disturbances of 100 jumping thunders." No sooner had Malfoy heard Caitlin's words than a jumping thunder leaped from the water and launched an assault against him. It resembled a fish on 2 legs, akin to a tadpole, yet it was evident that these creatures were vastly larger. "Ah, it can discharge electricity. Blast it, Merlin's trousers." Thunderball spell. Malfoy felt engulfed by despair. The electrical discharges from these jumping thunders, though not overwhelmingly powerful, stung considerably. However, their sheer numbers compounded the pain, leaving Malfoy in a precarious position as he braced against their onslaught and retaliated. Caitlin observed Malfoy, tormented by the jumping thunders, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I wonder if this training will alter Malfoy's character. What choices will he make as his future unfolds?" Furthermore, if Malfoy perseveres, Harry will undoubtedly face greater challenges. So Harry, how will you strive to prove yourself? Chapter 46, Malfoy's Declaration of War. Have you heard? Malfoy did not attend class this afternoon. The fellow seems to have vanished into thin air. Professor Snape appears to be quite concerned about him, having even sent someone to search for him. Ron, seated opposite Harry, murmured. Upon hearing this, Harry felt a sense of astonishment and promptly inquired, "How do you know this? Malfoy has actually disappeared? That is indeed peculiar." Considering Malfoy had just emerged as a prodigy in lightning magic today and acquired the formidable lightning wand, given the talent he has displayed, the school would undoubtedly take notice of him, and it should have caused quite a stir. I overheard Goyle and Crabbe discussing it while I was in the restroom. They are looking for Malfoy, but they have not found him. Ron continued, glancing towards the professor's table. Have you noticed? There is no Filch, no Snape, nor Professors Kate and Dumbledore present. Harry turned his gaze toward the professor's table and indeed found them absent. Do you think someone has set their sights on Malfoy's wand? Perhaps abducting him to seize it? Ron speculated with a hint of excitement. Oh, and let's not forget his Firebolt 2000. Harry, I have a foreboding feeling that it could be someone from the Ministry of Magic secretly returning to capture Malfoy, aiming to reclaim their broom and simultaneously snatch his wand. You might be in trouble, Harry. Harry furrowed his brow slightly and replied, perhaps, or it could be that Malfoy is hiding away, eager to test the wand's power. Ron pondered for a moment before saying, that is possible, but I lean more towards the notion that that insufferable Malfoy has indeed been captured and his wand pilfered. Otherwise, he would certainly flaunt it before me. Hey, what are you two discussing? Hermione approached with a cheerful demeanor, taking a seat across from Harry with a smile. Ron promptly shared what he had learned with Hermione. Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she remarked, perhaps he has truly been abducted. Someone is after his wand. Ron, amused by Hermione's response, turned to Harry and said, see, even the clever Hermione concurs with my theory. Harry chuckled but remained silent. Hermione. Ron, the items Professor Kate has rewarded us with are extraordinary, Hermione stated earnestly. Do you know where I just went? Right? You were called away during class. Where did you go? Ron inquired curiously. I visited St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Hermione replied. What? Are you all right? Were you injured? Ron asked anxiously. No. I'm perfectly fine. Hermione smiled slightly, her excitement palpable as she continued. I went there because Madame Pomfrey sought me out and conducted a test with the Water Spirit Pearl. I can now easily cast healing spells with it. Oh, Hermione. You have actually mastered healing magic? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. With a hint of pride, Hermione declared, Madame Pomfrey has specifically invited me, hoping I might become a healer. You agreed? Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. Not at all. Hermione chuckled at their expressions. Oh, you scared me. Ron sighed in relief and added, I can say with utmost certainty that if you were to become a healer, it would be an utter waste of your talents. The medical staff at St. Mungo's undergoes rigorous training, mastering a vast array of knowledge related to magical medicine and injuries. I believe this would pose no challenge for Hermione. Harry remarked. Hermione, upon hearing Harry's words, nodded in satisfaction and agreement, her demeanor appearing quite charming. Simultaneously, she was also quite confident in her abilities. So, Malfoy must be in trouble, Hermione stated seriously. Then I should celebrate, for I shall finally be rid of him, Ron joyfully said as he munched on a sausage. Just then, a commotion at the entrance caught Harry's attention. He soon spotted Malfoy, disheveled and in a pitiful state, collapsing onto the table and ravenously shoveling food into his mouth, resembling a famished wretch. Harry patted Ron and chuckled. Hey, Ron, your wish has been thwarted. Upon hearing this, Ron turned to see Malfoy looking like a beggar, and in an instant, he sprayed the food from his mouth. You bastard, Ron. Go to hell. Hermione's shrill voice erupted. Ron, pale-faced, looked at Hermione, shocked. He had not anticipated Malfoy's dire state, which was both surprising and amusing, causing him to lose control. Unfortunately, he inadvertently sprayed food all over Hermione's face, leaving her feeling utterly despondent and disgusted. Enraged, Hermione seized a plate from the table and hurled it at Ron. Terrified, Ron dodged and was about to apologize when Hermione stormed off in anger. Harry Potter. Malfoy was drawn by Hermione's voice and, clutching a piece of bread, approached Harry while eating, speaking in a low tone. Harry regarded Malfoy with a slight frown but replied, Malfoy, you look quite a mess. I heard you were captured? Malfoy paused, momentarily taken aback. How was I captured? However, he quickly realized he had been tormented for an entire afternoon, missing classes, which had certainly caused a stir. Harry, I shall grow stronger and utterly defeat you. I will make everyone understand that even with your dual magical abilities, Draco Malfoy can triumph over you. I shall prove that I am the greater genius. Malfoy's voice rose, laced with a certain fury. All the students dining in the hall, along with the arriving professors, overheard Malfoy's proclamation. Snape's gaze swept over Harry and Malfoy, his eyes, darkened by shadows, revealing a hint of perplexity. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell observed the scene before him with keen interest, his smile standing out awkwardly among the gathered professors and students. Yet, none seemed to notice the change in his demeanor. "Mr. Malfoy, I require you to accompany me," Professor McGonagall stated with a serious expression after a moment of surprise. Malfoy withdrew his gaze from Harry, turning instead to McGonagall, and replied, "Very well, Professor." As Snape prepared to depart, he halted at Malfoy's words. Casting a glance at the boy who was passing by, there appeared to be a subtle shift in Malfoy's demeanor. What had transpired? Why did he seem so transformed? Snape scrutinized Malfoy for a moment before following him. Chapter 47. Caterpillar, you are under arrest. Mr. Malfoy, would you kindly explain where you spent your afternoon? Furthermore, what transpired with you? Professor McGonagall asked earnestly as they entered Snape's office. As a Slytherin student, Malfoy was naturally expected to be there, alongside Snape, the headmaster, and the recently arrived Dumbledore. In the presence of these three, Malfoy felt a considerable weight of pressure. "I was with Professor Cater and sought his guidance in learning lightning magic," Professor McGonagall, Malfoy stated, fully aware that he needed to provide an explanation, lest he face penalties. The three professors exchanged glances of mild surprise. Could this incident truly be connected to Professor Cater? "Are you certain?" Snape inquired, fixing Malfoy with a penetrating stare. "Yes, Professor," Malfoy replied after a brief pause. Although unsure of the implications of mentioning Cater, he felt compelled to speak up. "Reveal your true form," Snape suddenly commanded, brandishing his wand at Malfoy. However, to Snape's astonishment, Malfoy exhibited no change whatsoever. Startled by Snape's abrupt action, Malfoy was at least relieved to recognize the spell Snape had cast. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged contemplative glances before collectively exhaling in relief. Granting Malfoy the lightning wand signified their acknowledgement of his potential, indicating that they deemed his talents worthy of cultivation. Thus, they hoped for no complications to arise concerning him. Nonetheless, the current predicament led them to question whether Malfoy had undergone any transformation. Snape, unfazed by his sudden action, withdrew the magical barrier with an impassive demeanor and stated, "Draco, I expect you to respond to my inquiries earnestly, rather than compelling me to administer a truth serum." Malfoy's complexion shifted slightly before he extended his hand, swiftly conjuring a ball of lightning before the scrutinizing gazes of Snape and the others. However, within less than 3 seconds, it dissipated into a cloud of sparks. Malfoy's face paled further, his strength waning. "What is happening?" Professor McGonagall inquired, puzzled by Malfoy's state. "I have no magic left," Malfoy replied weakly. Dumbledore glanced at Malfoy, then said, "Since there is nothing further to discuss, let it be. Severus, this is a student from your Slytherin house. I leave him in your care." With that, Dumbledore departed with Professor McGonagall. Once Dumbledore had left, Snape turned his attention to Malfoy and coldly asked, "What did Professor Kettleburn teach you?" Malfoy did not conceal the truth and recounted the events of the afternoon. After listening, Snape waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave. But do not speak of this to anyone." With a sigh of relief, Malfoy promptly turned to leave, fearing any potential punishment from Snape. Snape remained by a row of potions, his dark circles hinting at a melancholic weariness, yet his gaze revealed deeper sentiments, tinged with shadows. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione, as per their agreement, arrived at Kettleburn's quaint cottage. Hermione had changed into fresh attire and bathed before joining them. The four were exceedingly busy. During the day, they attended classes, utilized their lunch breaks to study potion making, and in the evenings, they focused on elemental magic, leaving little time for leisure, particularly for Harry, who also needed to carve out time for practices with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. That night, upon returning to the dormitory, Harry promptly fell asleep after his evening routine. The following day, Harry and Ron overslept, and Neville did not wake them, forcing them to rush to Professor Flitwick's charms class. As they hurried through a corridor, they caught sight of several figures swiftly passing by on broomsticks. "The Ministry of Magic," Ron exclaimed, recognizing their attire and grasping Harry's arm. Harry immediately recalled the previous night's events. "They must be seeking trouble with Professor Kettleburn," he said, his eyes glinting with intensity. Ron nodded, then asked, "What should we do?" "Let us follow them," Harry suggested. However, Ron hesitated, "But if we skip class, we'll lose points." "Let them deduct points," Harry replied without a second thought. With that, he dashed towards the elemental magic classroom, knowing that Slytherin had the elemental magic lesson that morning. As all individuals commence their learning from the fundamentals, the Elemental Magic Academy is sufficiently expansive, and the number of students in each house is relatively limited. Thus, nearly 200 students and faculty of Slytherin have gathered at this moment. At present, Kate Lyle is imparting the intricacies of elemental magic to the Slytherin students, who are arranged in a vast semicircle within the immense practice arena, categorized according to their elemental affinities. Indeed, Kate Lyle exhibits remarkable talent, simultaneously teaching multiple forms of elemental magic. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, he cannot help but admire Kate Lyle's pedagogical prowess. In truth, mastering elemental magic is not as daunting as one might presume. Once one comprehends the essence of elemental magic and establishes the proper sequence, the subsequent casting of spells merely necessitates the utterance of incantations. The release of elemental magic does not adhere to the conventional methods of traditional spells, which often require specific gestures, tones, and pronunciations. Furthermore, with adequate familiarity with elemental magic, one can perform silent spells, significantly enhancing the speed of spellcasting. Remarkably, it is even possible to cast spells without the aid of a wand, giving rise to an entirely new profession. However, it is likely that no one has yet attained such a proficiency. Nevertheless, the existence of this profession is undeniably formidable. Kate Lyle, you are under arrest. A resonant voice booms across the Elemental Magic Academy. Almost immediately, 6 figures materialize in the sky above. Augustine fixates on Kate Lyle, his eyes flickering with a shadowy fury, his demeanor cold and commanding as he brandishes a piece of parchment. This document outlines the accusations against Kate Lyle, along with the arrest warrant. Augustine's declaration sends the Slytherin students into a frenzy of disbelief and exclamations. Draco Malfoy observes Augustine and his companions, and after a moment of shock, a smile spreads across his face. Following the grueling training session the previous afternoon, Malfoy has gained a considerable understanding of Kate Lyle's formidable abilities. Coupled with the powerful display Kate Lyle exhibited yesterday, Malfoy is convinced that Augustine is about to face misfortune. Chapter 48, Meteoric Fire Rain. Augustine arrives brimming with confidence. With the arrest warrant in hand, he believes he can apprehend Kate Lyle. Furthermore, should Kate Lyle resist, they would have justification to publicly discredit him. Augustine is supremely confident that under these circumstances, Kate Lyle has no option but to accompany him. Although Harry and Ron have yet to enter the Elemental Magic Academy, they overhear Augustine's pronouncement. Augustine deliberately invoked a loud curse, intending to inform the students of Hogwarts that Catelyn had been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. This was meant to exert pressure on Catelyn while simultaneously conveying a message to Dumbledore. Something has happened, Ron exclaimed, his voice tinged with anxiety. Although Ron was not entirely familiar with the Ministry, he understood it to be a place from which escape was exceedingly difficult. The individuals within were known for their ruthless methods, willing to fabricate and amplify one's dark past, creating societal pressure and persuading certain individuals to believe their actions were justified. Consequently, those who were captured had no choice but to accept their charges, and even after release, they would face societal ostracism. Harry, visibly distressed, took off running, his pace quickening with each step. Observing this, Ron hurriedly followed suit. Malfoy, stroking his chin, allowed a slight, sinister smile to curve his lips as he regarded Augustine. How could this fellow exude such confidence? However, Malfoy soon noticed Harry and Ron emerging through the main entrance, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Harry Potter had arrived. Was he about to become a student of Slytherin and attend classes here? With this thought in mind, Malfoy approached Harry. Catelyn glanced at Augustine and his companions, a faint smile gracing his features as he remarked, "It seems you have not taken my words from yesterday to heart, Augustine." Faced with Catelyn's gaze, Augustine recalled the events of the previous night, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Catelyn's displayed power had indeed startled him. This strength was formidable. Yet, upon reflection, Augustine felt that Catelyn had merely seized the advantage, depriving them of a chance to retaliate. Thus, he signaled for the Aurors he had brought to draw their wands and prepare for action, ready to respond at the slightest indication of aggression from Catelyn. Augustine, holding the arrest warrant aloft, declared with a grave tone, "Catelyn, we possess the legal mandate. You must submit to our investigation. Should you resist arrest, we will act without hesitation." Catelyn, calm and composed, replied, "The arrest warrant holds no sway over me. You may leave now. You are disrupting my teaching. And if you wish to wait, stand aside, unless you desire to wallow in the muck for a spell." Augustine's expression soured. Catelyn's audacity disregarded his status and the authority of the Ministry. "Do you persist in your refusal to be arrested?" Augustine brandished his wand, fixating on Catelyn as he repeated his demand. "I am innocent. What grounds do you have for an arrest?" Catelyn replied with a slight smile. Stupefied, Augustine, unwilling to wait any longer and tired of idle chatter with Catelyn, immediately took action. The other Aurors swiftly followed suit, all casting petrifying spells. Petrificus Totalis, Leg-Locking Curse. Augustine and his associates launched their surprise attack, eliciting gasps of shock from the students, who turned their anxious gazes towards Catelyn. Harry and Ron grew increasingly tense, their eyes fixed on Catelyn, fearful that something might happen to her, leading to her capture. Amidst flickering lights and the sound of sudden impacts, a barrier materialized, deflecting all of Augustine's assaults. Malfoy, Harry, and the others were momentarily stunned, then erupted in exhilarated laughter. They had faith that Professor Catelyn would not succumb easily to an attack. However, Augustine's expression darkened as he cast a wary glance at Caitlin. Avada Kedavra! Augustine and his colleagues struck once more, but this time their intent was lethal. Protego! Caitlin's speed was unparalleled. A brilliant white light enveloped her, shielding her within its embrace. Simultaneously, the barrier shattered, and Augustine's spells collided with the luminous shield. The duel of magic persisted for a brief moment, with Augustine and his allies quickly realizing that the protective aura surrounding Caitlin was extraordinarily potent, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities that withstood their simultaneous casting of the killing curse. Windblast! Caitlin's voice resonated, and the faces of Augustine and his companions shifted dramatically, particularly recalling the overwhelming sensation of being swept away by the wind just the day before. They hastily brandished their wands, chanting, "Stupefy," as multiple spells were cast simultaneously. The gathering tempest shifted dramatically. The raging wind subsided. Meteor shower. Caitlin's voice rang out once more, the ambient temperature rising as the sky turned crimson. Augustine, still reeling from the previous events, was horrified to witness large flaming stones plummeting from the heavens. Levioso! Augustine bellowed, brandishing his wand. The levitation charm proved somewhat effective, as several falling firestones lost their momentum and hovered in midair. Yet, the sheer volume and velocity of the descending projectiles overwhelmed the spell. The levitating stones were soon dislodged by the onslaught of those behind them. Students in the seating area watched in awe as the fiery meteor shower rained down, their expressions a mixture of terror and exhilaration. It was a spectacle both magnificent and beautiful. Harry Potter, possessing fire elemental magic, was particularly taken aback and filled with anticipation. Such a formidable spell. Impedimenta, armor charm, levitation charm. Augustine and his comrades evaded with all their might, casting protective enchantments upon themselves, acutely aware that a moment's negligence could lead to their demise. They have provoked Caitlin, and he seeks retribution. Augustine has come to a stark realization of Caitlin's formidable strength, particularly with such a vast magical assault that leaves one in awe. Remarkably powerful, he bears an uncanny resemblance to that individual. No, it seems he surpasses that person in might. Furthermore, this is a form of magic he has never encountered before, one that even that individual could not wield. Chapter 49, Augustine's Terror. Cough. Augustine clambered out of the pit in a wretched state, his expression one of utter bewilderment. His garments were in tatters, and his body bore numerous wounds, one arm bent and bloodied. Others, similarly distressed, fared even worse than Augustine. Caitlin had spared their lives, which was not a favorable circumstance for Hogwarts, but a necessary punishment was indeed warranted. However, at that moment, Augustine felt utterly despondent. By Merlin's trousers, how could such extraordinary magic exist? Professor McGonagall, who had arrived promptly upon receiving word of the incident, happened to witness the meteor shower engulfing Augustine and his companions, and she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Harry and Ron, upon hearing McGonagall's words, were taken aback and felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They were currently skipping class and had ventured here. If McGonagall caught sight of them, points would surely be deducted. With a swift motion of his hand, Caitlin conjured a gust of wind, compelling Augustine to soar before him. Healing spell. Caitlin mended much of Augustine's injuries and then inquired, "I am quite curious. Whose orders have you been given to pursue such fervent opposition against me?" Faced with Caitlin's penetrating gaze, Augustine felt an overwhelming dread seeping into the depths of his soul, causing his body to tremble. This fear stemmed from Caitlin's might and his piercing eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through one's very essence, rendering one unable to meet his gaze. "I do not know his exact identity, but he is my superior. His command was to expel you from Hogwarts," Augustine stammered, his voice trembling as his fear remained unabated. Caitlin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "You are a Death Eater?" As he spoke, Caitlin grasped Augustine's wrist and rolled back his sleeve. There was no mark of a Death Eater. Seeing this, Caitlin's brow furrowed once more, and he extended a finger to Augustine's arm, a white light flashing, revealing the distinctive dark mark of the Death Eaters. Augustine's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought his concealment impeccable, yet he was still uncovered. Caitlin's gaze sparkled with intensity, the corners of her mouth curling upward as she turned to Augustine and uttered, "Soul extraction." In an instant, Augustine's memories were laid bare before Caitlin, who read them without reservation. Augustine had no opportunity to resist, let alone to cry out in despair. This was the effect of overwhelming power. Moments later, Caitlin withdrew from Augustine's mind, realizing that he indeed had not lied. The communications he had with her were strictly one-sided, and the few encounters were masked, leaving only a note before departing. "This time, you are spared. However, should I encounter you again, and should you dare to offend me, the punishment of the tribunal awaits you. I trust you understand the methods those individuals favor." Caitlin's voice resonated, causing Augustine's countenance to darken with dread, even fear. The tribunal was the most clandestine and enigmatic organization within the magical department, known to but a handful. Augustine was, regrettably, one of them. The individuals there were aberrant, almost beyond the realm of humanity. Leave now. I hope you remain of use. Caitlin released her hold, and Augustine fell to the ground. Simultaneously, her voice echoed in his mind. Augustine found it difficult to articulate the shock overwhelming him at that moment, particularly the fact that Caitlin had chosen to spare him after uncovering his secret. This was compounded by her words, which filled him with uncertainty regarding her true identity. Who was she? Was she a member of the tribunal? Or perhaps a figure of significant authority? Augustine dared not dwell further on these thoughts and swiftly turned to depart, though his subordinates were in disarray, rendering him unable to leave effectively. Dumbledore materialized via apparition in the training grounds, casting a serious glance at Augustine as he declared, "Augustine, you shall pay the price for your actions." Dumbledore was incensed, having not anticipated that Augustine would disregard his warning and once again intrude upon Hogwarts, resorting to violence within its walls. Augustine remained silent, laboriously guiding his team towards the hospital for necessary treatment. Additionally, he felt an urge to take action. "Kate, you ought to have notified me sooner." Dumbledore approached Caitlin, expressing his dissatisfaction. Caitlin, upon hearing this, smiled and remarked, "Albus, it is not my duty to inform you. Rather, you should devise a way to expel them before they infiltrate Hogwarts." Dumbledore pondered her words momentarily before responding, "Very well, we must implement some changes. However, prior to that, I need to personally visit the Ministry of Magic to question Fudge's competency for his position." Dumbledore finished speaking and turned to leave. "Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, can you enlighten me as to why you are here?" Professor McGonagall, having observed that the situation was resolved, turned her serious gaze upon the quietly departing Harry and Ron. The two boys immediately turned pale, glancing back at Professor McGonagall with downcast eyes, unsure of how to explain. "Should we confess that we deliberately skipped class? That is certainly out of the question. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor." McGonagall's voice rang out, leaving Harry and Ron in utter despair. Another deduction. Ignoring the boys' plight, Professor McGonagall turned and walked away. The appearance of Augustine and others made her acutely aware that Hogwarts' defenses remained woefully inadequate. "Harry Potter." After McGonagall left, Malfoy approached, fixing his gaze on Harry. Harry looked up at Malfoy and asked, "Is there something you want?" Malfoy chuckled, "Are you planning to join Slytherin?" "Impossible." Harry firmly rejected. Malfoy's initial hope vanished without a trace, and he regarded Harry with an air of superiority, stating, "Harry, Gryffindor is not suited for you. However, it matters not. I shall make you understand who the true genius is, and that your choice was misguided." Harry merely scoffed, turning away with Ron. Malfoy, infuriated by their dismissal, growled, "Harry Potter, I challenge you to a wizard duel." Chapter 50, Malfoy's Admiration. "Harry, Ron, what have you done today?" exclaimed Hermione, her tone charged with agitation as she observed the two sneaking back. "Oh, Merlin's socks, you skipped class. Do you have any idea how many points you've cost Gryffindor?" As they walked towards herbology, Neville joined them, saying, "Harry, your tardiness led to a 10-point deduction for us." "Another 10 points deducted?" Ron exclaimed in shock, Merlin's trousers. Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, attempting to lead him away. "Stop. You must provide an explanation. I just heard Ron mention a point deduction. Tell me what you were up to." Hermione's frustration boiled over, her voice rising and attracting the attention of other Gryffindor students, who gathered around, their gazes scrutinizing Harry and Ron with increasing intensity. Regardless of the circumstances, the deduction of points from Gryffindor was intrinsically linked to their actions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Harry and Ron instinctively stepped back, feeling an immense pressure. "Gryffindor, don't hold back. We can earn it back," Ron awkwardly remarked. "Ron." Hermione, overhearing his words, erupted once more, this time directly seizing Ron by the ear. Ron yelped in pain, and Harry, witnessing this, was taken aback. When did Hermione become so violent? He sidled away a few steps, eager to make his escape. "Harry, save me!" Ron exclaimed as he realized Harry was abandoning him. A pang of guilt struck Harry's heart, yet he fled without looking back. The thought of being publicly humiliated by a girl tugging at his ear was unbearable. "What on earth did you do? Why did Professor McGonagall deduct points?" Hermione could not help but inquired during herbology class. "The Ministry of Magic has issued an arrest warrant for Professor Kate and announced it loudly in her elemental magic class," Harry explained, directing his gaze towards Malfoy. Malfoy, at that moment, looked at Harry with a smirk, for he knew that Gryffindor had lost 20 points due to Harry's actions. Harry scoffed, refusing to acknowledge Malfoy, which only soured Malfoy's expression further, as he was being disregarded once again. "What has become of Professor Kate?" Hermione asked anxiously. "She is incredibly powerful. We lost to her once more and ended up in the hospital," Harry replied quietly. "Professor Kate defied the Ministry's arrest warrant and retaliated against them? Goodness, the Ministry will surely seek revenge," Hermione gasped, her worry evident. "Perhaps, but Professor Kate seems unperturbed. I doubt anything will happen to her," Harry contemplated. "Maybe," Hermione said, still fretting. Throughout the lesson, Hermione found it impossible to concentrate. Augustine was receiving treatment in the hospital. Madame Pomfrey's healing skills were exceptional, and after just 2 hours, they were free to move about. Augustine quickly gathered his companions and left the hospital to return to the ministry. After completing his handover in the office, Augustine hurried back to his residence. He entered his study and, within, opened a concealed chamber, rushing inside. Navigating the winding paths and corridors, he arrived at an underground hall. Augustine was uncertain how much of his memory had been exposed to Kate Lair, but it seemed his cover was blown. Regardless, he was eager to acquire information and seek assistance. Before a statue, a large black serpent, he paused, intent on what lay ahead. With his hand placed upon the surface, Augustine murmured incessantly, and soon 3 shadows materialized within the dim chamber. Clad in black robes and adorned with masks, these figures exuded an air of mystery. "You summoned us. What is it that you require?" one inquired. Augustine's gaze swept over the trio before he posed a question. "Are any of you familiar with Kate Lair?" The 3 fell into silence, none offering a response. "Has something transpired?" one of them eventually replied. Augustine recounted the events of the past 2 days, concluding with, "He has discovered my identity, yet chose to spare me." Upon hearing his words, the 3 lapsed into silence once more. "I have not heard of his existence. Yet I am quite intrigued by elemental magic," one remarked. Augustine, upon hearing this, cautioned, "I advise against provoking him. At least, I do not wish to meet my demise." Having already exposed himself, Augustine was reluctant for these unreliable individuals, lurking in the shadows, to provoke him and thus invite trouble upon himself. "We shall investigate his existence. You ought to focus on your own affairs," one responded, and with that, the figure vanished into thin air. "A fascinating magic. Were he one of our own, the Dark Lord could return more swiftly," another commented before similarly disappearing. Augustine's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. "Augustine, who issued your directive?" the last remaining figure inquired. Uncertain of the individual's identity, Augustine replied, "I do not know, but the message was conveyed in our manner, and it seems they are well acquainted with me." The cloaked figure fell silent for a moment before vanishing as well. Augustine lingered in the chamber for a brief while before quietly departing. Upon returning to his study, he swiftly received a message from an owl and hurriedly left. The following day, explosive news regarding Kate Lair erupted throughout the magical realm. Headlines such as "The New Elemental Magic," "Dazzling and Devastating," "The Secrets of Elemental Magic's Founder Kate Lair," "A Mysterious Wizard Without Registration," "Horrors Breach Hogwarts Only to be Defeated by a Mysterious Professor," and "The Enigmatic Wizard Who Ignored Arrest Warrants" dominated the pages of renowned publications such as The Prophet, The Quibbler, and Today's Transfiguration. Concurrently, intrigue surrounding Kate Lair surged. Not only did he evade capture, but he also incapacitated the Aurors sent to apprehend him, an exceedingly rare occurrence in the magical community. Consequently, many within the magical world found themselves amused by the Ministry of Magic's predicament. Naturally, the new elemental magic, resplendent and breathtaking, possessed a power that instilled awe and curiosity in all who beheld it. Thus, they began to converge towards Hogwarts, including those with ulterior motives. Chapter 51, The Renowned Arrival. "Harry, Professor Kate has become famous," Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the newspaper detailing information about Kate Lyle. Of course, Ron's reaction was hardly unique, as the entire dining hall buzzed with discussions about her. Indeed, she had gained notoriety, yet Professor Kate also found herself in a predicament. Hermione set down the newspaper, her expression serious. "That is indeed the case," Harry responded, a hint of concern in his voice. "Look, many people are arriving." At that moment, a Hufflepuff girl standing by the window cried out, her cheeks flushed, her golden braids framing her face. People affectionately referred to her as the Glass Girl, for she would dissolve into tears when overwhelmed by pressure. The students, captivated by her voice, gathered around. Outside, they beheld a multitude of figures suspended in midair, some renowned wizards and others esteemed reporters. Among them were elves and diminutive gnomes skilled in alchemy. What could their purpose be? They had undoubtedly come for Professor Kate. Elemental magic is a novel discipline, and their excitement was palpable. Harry and his companions gathered by the bedside, their anticipation growing as they engaged in the conversation, clearly indicating their purpose was to see Kate Lyle. On the outskirts of Hogwarts, Filch, Hagrid, and Professor McGonagall formed a barricade against those seeking to interview Kate Lyle. They were prepared for the events of the day, yet McGonagall and her colleagues were taken aback by the sheer number of visitors, over 1,000, who had journeyed from far and wide overnight. If these individuals intended to act against Hogwarts, the consequences could be dire. "Professor McGonagall, we seek an exclusive interview with Professor Kate Lyle. Please allow us through." "Professor McGonagall, I am a reporter from the Daily Prophet," another voice chimed in. "Professor McGonagall, we are filled with anticipation and curiosity regarding elemental magic. Could we request Professor Lyle to share her insights?" An elf, clad in a suit and sporting a gentle smile, spoke courteously. "Professor McGonagall, we wish to experience elemental magic. We hope it is not a mere jest." Various voices clamored about them, and McGonagall and her peers found themselves increasingly exasperated. After explaining to several individuals, their patience began to wane. Finally, Professor McGonagall cast a sonorous spell. Silence, ladies and gentlemen. I empathize with your enthusiasm and curiosity. However, this is not the appropriate time for interviews. Moreover, Professor Caitlin is not inclined to be disturbed at this moment. Therefore, if you wish to gain insight into elemental magic, it would be prudent to wait until we convene internally, after which a public lecture will be made available for a comprehensive understanding of elemental magic. For now, I kindly ask everyone to return. Some individuals, however, were dissatisfied, having traveled great distances without receiving the answers they sought or satisfying their curiosity. Consequently, disregarding Professor McGonagall's admonitions, they attempted to force their way into Hogwarts. Upon witnessing this, Hagrid grew furious, raising his crossbow and glaring at the intruder, exclaiming, "Hey, you! Come down. You are engaging in something exceedingly perilous." "Oh, those individuals who recklessly intrude into Hogwarts must be held accountable," exclaimed Filch. With one leading the charge, more followed suit, leaving Filch, as a mere bystander, powerless to intervene. Professor McGonagall, though somewhat irate, found herself unsure of whom to confront. These individuals, one can only hope, will not provoke Professor Caitlin's ire. As McGonagall observed the intruders, she endeavored to detain some while simultaneously harboring expectations. Yes, expectations. McGonagall found herself unable to act against them casually, yet Caitlin could. Just as with the Aurors from the Ministry, Caitlin would not hesitate in the least. These intruders entered Hogwarts and, upon spotting a student, immediately inquired who Caitlin was, what elemental magic entailed, and whether it could be studied. Some burst into the potions classroom. "Are you Professor Caitlin? What is elemental magic? Did you truly create it? Could you demonstrate elemental magic for us? How does it differ from our traditional magic?" A journalist, unfamiliar with Severus Snape, pressed on with questions. Behind him trailed other journalists and wizards. The students in the classroom were taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding scene. "Hey, this is the renowned Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, not Professor Caitlin. If you wish to find Professor Caitlin, you must go to the Elemental Magic Academy." Snape, with a darkened expression, coldly and somewhat irascibly cast a spell, stating, "Silencio." Instantly, the classroom fell into silence. "Who permitted your entry? Leave." Snape's voice resonated, icy and filled with authority. The intruders were instantly subdued by his formidable presence. Wingardium Leviosa. Before they could react, they found themselves levitating, and Snape's deep voice followed. A gust of wind to escort them out. In that instant, the classroom echoed with the sounds of the spell. Ventus. Severus Snape had personally spoken. And how could the serpents of Slytherin possibly miss such an opportunity? Those wizards adept in wind magic immediately unleashed their newly acquired skills. The unfortunate interlopers who had intruded upon the potions classroom were swept away by a gust of wind, crashing against the wall. Snape paid them no heed and promptly instructed, "Prefect, escort the students back to the common room. Do not engage with anyone outside the school." With that, he turned and departed. The prefect organized the students' return to the Slytherin common room. Upon reaching the ground, Snape surveyed the chaotic scene outside, filled with reporters, elves, and wizards, and his brow furrowed in discontent. "Halt! Entry into the castle is prohibited. Otherwise, you shall be treated as intruders," he declared, brandishing his wand with an impassive expression before a dozen wizards. Among them, some recognized Snape and halted their advance. "Severus, we wish to meet Professor Caterley. Could you facilitate an introduction?" An elf stepped forward, inquiring. Snape glanced at him and replied, "Elvis, Professor Caterley's elemental magic class is not held here. If you wish to learn more, you may go that way. However, I hope you do not provoke him, for you shall face the consequences. Pray tell, where is the elemental magic class?" A female reporter queried, her gaze filled with intent. Snape, maintaining his aloof demeanor, chose to ignore her, remaining silent. The reporter, sensing the awkwardness, sheepishly retracted her smile and retreated into the crowd. Chapter 52. Non-Hogwarts staff and students prohibited from entering outside the elemental magic classroom. Those who had breached the academy were largely driven to this location. However, many were restless and dissatisfied, as they found themselves barred from entering the elemental magic classroom. As they approached, 30 magically fortified statue warriors emerged to confront them, treating them as foes and poised to attack at any moment. The hapless reporters could only take pictures of the statue warriors, too intimidated to advance. Some wizards, harboring different intentions, attempted to mount their broomsticks and fly into the elemental magic classroom. Yet, they quickly discovered their efforts thwarted. A sudden wall of wind repelled them, and any attempt to draw near resulted in being hurled away by fierce gusts, posing a danger of tumbling from the sky. Hagrid observed their frustration with amusement. "Professor McGonagall, how do you suppose Professor Caterley will discipline these disruptors of his teaching?" He chuckled, glancing at Professor McGonagall. She responded with a smile, "I cannot say. But if they cannot approach, they should not disturb Professor Caterly's lessons. These individuals must be swiftly removed, as some wizards are negatively influencing the students. Filch hurriedly approached, cradling his Lady Loris, and spoke. Soon after, they witnessed Snape descending beside Professor McGonagall, casting an aura of coldness that commanded both respect and trepidation, rendering others hesitant to engage. Snape remained silent. His delayed arrival was due to his casting of a protective charm on the teaching building, establishing a barrier to prevent other wizards from intruding. Does anyone know which house's students were in class this morning? Professor McGonagall inquired suddenly. It was Ravenclaw, Professor McGonagall. Professor Flitwick responded as he hurried over. I see. Professor Flitwick, please visit Professor Kettleburn and inquire about the particulars, Professor McGonagall suggested. Flitwick hesitated for a moment, glancing at the gathered crowd, and finally replied, Perhaps it would be better if you went, Professor McGonagall. McGonagall surveyed Snape and the others who had congregated, then conceded. Very well, I shall go inside. With that, she approached the statue of the warrior amidst the gazes of onlookers and entered the elemental magic classroom. Remarkably, the statue did not attack her, prompting some eager souls to draw closer. However, the outcome was far from welcoming, as the statue unhesitatingly launched an assault on them. One individual narrowly escaped being impaled by a spear, which served as a cautionary lesson for the others. It seemed that except for those from Hogwarts, no one else could approach. Inside the elemental magic classroom, Kettleburn was imparting knowledge of elemental magic to the Ravenclaw students. Although the children were intrigued by the commotion outside, none of them chose to leave or venture out for a closer look. The arrival of Professor McGonagall captured their attention and made it evident that those outside were indeed there for Kettleburn. This realization only deepened their admiration for him. Kettleburn's prowess was such that he could disregard the Aurors and the Ministry of Magic with ease. Professor Kettleburn, may we have a word? McGonagall approached him, inquiring. Professor McGonagall, I understand your purpose for coming to see me, Kettleburn replied with a smile. If you deem it necessary, I can escort all intruders out of Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, McGonagall nodded and added, Could you employ relatively gentle methods? I mean, some of these individuals have rather special identities. Kettleburn nodded and replied with a smile. That shall not be a problem, Professor McGonagall. As he spoke, a pentagram appeared beneath his feet. McGonagall looked on with a mixture of curiosity and perplexity. This phenomenon had occurred once before, at a time when she did not fully comprehend its purpose, and now it re-emerged. Shortly thereafter, a crystal ball materialized before Kettleburn. With both hands placed above, Caitlin began to perceive Hogwarts from a divine perspective through a crystal orb. Spirits of the wind, heed my call, wind spirit charm. Caitlin's voice resonated in Professor McGonagall's ears, and soon, a multitude of wind spirits materialized upon the hexagram formation, before the astonished gaze of the onlookers. These ethereal beings fluttered out of the elemental magic classroom. Outside the classroom, wizards, journalists, and fairies beheld the diminutive, winged sprites, their size akin to that of a palm, and were instantly filled with awe. However, just as their curiosity piqued, and they found these spirits utterly charming, the sprites descended upon them. In an instant, before they could react, they were lifted into the air. A gust of wind enveloped them, stripping them of control over their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing outside the gates of Hogwarts. As they regained their senses, a barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of Hogwarts, forbidding their approach. Non-Hogwarts students and faculty, entry prohibited. A voice boomed, and 11 fiery words materialized in the air before them. The wizards gasped in astonishment, while the journalists hastily retrieved their cameras to capture the moment. Many lamented the lost opportunity, having just glimpsed the wonders of elemental magic. Yet its mysteries remained tantalizingly out of reach. They had drawn near to the elemental magic classroom, but the creator of this magic, Caitlin, felt impossibly distant. Some attempted to shout, yearning to encounter Caitlin once more and experience more of her elemental sorcery. Alas, such opportunities eluded them. At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, her demeanor exuding a graceful composure as she addressed the crowd with a sonorous charm. This serves as a warning to all present. Hogwarts is a sacred space, and we do not wish for you to disrupt the order here. Among you are former students of Hogwarts who should understand its regulations. Furthermore, regarding elemental magic, we will convene an internal meeting to determine a time for individuals from all realms to witness the power of elemental sorcery. Now, I kindly ask you to vacate this area. Otherwise, we shall take action. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and departed. At this moment, she felt no concern for whether these individuals would attempt to infiltrate Hogwarts, for any who dared to do so would face consequences. Chapter 53, The Eve of Halloween. Professor McGonagall expressed admiration and astonishment at Caitlin's methods for thwarting all intrusions into Hogwarts. Upon returning from the Ministry of Magic and after a verbal duel with Cornelius, Dumbledore, upon learning of the happenings here, erupted into applause. Kate, you have truly excelled. Were I to possess the gift of wind affinity, I would undoubtedly fall in love with such a method, direct, unrefined, yet imbued with an air of mystery. Dumbledore's voice resonated in his office as Kate chuckled softly and turned to depart. It was evident that old Dumbledore intended to shift the burden onto her, and I harbored grave suspicions that he had foreseen such events, thus making his way to the Ministry of Magic in advance. Time swiftly passed, and Caitlin continued imparting her knowledge of elemental magic at the academy. At noon, she released Malfoy for 2 hours of rigorous training, and in the evenings, she conducted potion-making or elemental magic sessions with Harry and his companions. Caitlin found herself exceedingly busy, her days nearly monopolized by her responsibilities. Consequently, she had to establish a schedule, instructing Harry and his friends to come on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, with 2 days dedicated to elemental magic classes and 2 days to potions, while Malfoy would endure his grueling training on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Only through this arrangement did Caitlin find a semblance of relief, albeit momentarily. Caitlin set her sights on a future goal. Once these young ones graduated, she would surely recruit a few to specialize in teaching elemental magic, allowing her to focus on overseeing and nurturing the elite talents. Harry, Ron, what has transpired with you? Luna Jennifer inquired, observing Harry and Ron as they emerged from the dining hall. Her curiosity piqued. During this time, Caitlin had often gathered the 6 most gifted students in the academy for magical training, thus establishing a familiarity between Luna and Harry. What else can we do but study? Our time has been utterly depleted. I never realized how much I would come to enjoy learning, Ron lamented, his dark circles under his eyes revealing a state of exhaustion. And you? Luna Jennifer turned her gaze towards Harry, seeking his response. Likewise, Harry replied weakly. Their time had been effectively siphoned away. They were required to rise earlier than others and return later to rest, with scarcely any opportunity for a midday break. As Halloween approached, Luna Jennifer smiled gently, saying, "You may take the time to relax. Wishing you a delightful Halloween." Ron and Harry nodded, steeling themselves for the upcoming class. This morning, they had Professor Flitwick's charms lesson, where he introduced them to the levitation charm. The amusing pronunciation and gestures elicited laughter from Harry and his peers for quite some time. Professor Flitwick paired the entire class into duos for practice. Harry's partner was Seamus, while Ron's was Hermione. Harry attempted the incantation, yet to their dismay, the feather on the table remained firmly grounded. Harry attempted several times, becoming somewhat exasperated, and ultimately resorted to wind elemental magic. However, due to a lack of control, he inadvertently summoned a fierce gust, prompting the Gryffindor Lions to express their grievances towards him, while Harry received a stern warning from Professor Flitwick. In contrast, Seamus, in a fit of anger, ignited a feather, and when Harry attempted to extinguish the flames, he unwittingly fanned the fire, resulting in the feather's complete incineration and nearly singeing Seamus's hair. Ron's attempts were equally amusing. After several failures, he was teased by the brilliant Hermione, which led him to ignite a feather in frustration, but the flames grew too fierce and singed his own hair. Had it not been for Hermione's timely intervention, dousing him with a water balloon, he might have ended up with a bald head. Despite the ongoing mishaps and laughter, everyone was in high spirits. They were not only learning traditional magic, but also making commendable strides in elemental magic. That evening, on the eve of Halloween, the school had prepared a sumptuous feast. The corridors were adorned with an abundance of Halloween decorations, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted pumpkins, prompting Ron and Harry's stomachs to protest even before they entered the dining hall. Tonight, we finally don't have to attend class. Harry, I've lost weight since starting school. I intend to eat a great deal tonight, Ron exclaimed excitedly, inhaling the scent of the roasted pumpkins. Harry smiled, equally filled with anticipation. This would be his first Halloween without the Dursleys. Professor Kettleburn. Upon spotting the professor clad in a white suit, Harry cheered joyfully. Happy Halloween, Harry. Ron. Kettleburn replied with a smile upon seeing the two. Happy Halloween. They both responded eagerly. Where's Hermione? Aren't the three of you usually together? Kettleburn inquired with a slight smile. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and Ron replied, I don't know. She seems to have gone ahead. We weren't together. Kettleburn chuckled and looked at Ron with a teasing expression, asking, have you two had a quarrel? No, absolutely not. Ron hastily denied. Kettleburn's eyes flickered with curiosity. According to the narrative, Hermione had hidden in the bathroom, crying for quite some time after hearing Ron express his disdain for her. However, given the current situation, the bond among the three seemed quite profound, and a quarrel appeared unlikely. Kettleburn then glanced towards the professor's table, noting the absence of Professors Quirrell and Snape. Would the events unfold as the story foretold? The current Snape was certainly not the same as before. With that thought, Kettleburn looked over at Hagrid, pondering whether the trio would face any trials at the hands of Snape. Well, perhaps she got held up somewhere. Now, let us commence our delightful dinner. Caitlin playfully ruffled the hair of both individuals before making his way towards the professor's table. Undoubtedly, Caitlin was quite popular, greeted warmly by many. Harry smiled, tidying his tousled hair, exuding an innocent charm. Ron gazed enviously at Caitlin, then turned his attention to the dining hall, momentarily dismissing all other thoughts. The vibrant Halloween decorations were resplendent and enchanting. On the long table, an array of delectable dishes emitted an irresistible aroma, rivaling that of the welcoming feast. Eagerly, Harry and Ron approached Neville and others, sitting together to indulge heartily in their meal. Just as Harry and Ron were savoring their food, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst through the door, his face awash with panic. He stumbled and fell to the floor, capturing everyone's attention. Stammering in terror, Professor Quirrell exclaimed, "They're a troll. They are very dangerous in the dungeons." Chapter 54, The Troll Attack. They're a troll. They are very dangerous in the dungeons. With that, Professor Quirrell fainted. Instantly, chaos erupted among the faculty and students in the dining hall. A few timid girls let out shrieks. A troll had appeared within the school, and it seemed there were not just one or two. In the students' world, trolls were as perilous as dark wizards, and the fear instilled in them since childhood surged through their psychological defenses. After a moment of surprise and alarm, Draco Malfoy's eyes glimmered with excitement as he turned to Harry. Dumbledore, observing the panicked students, felt compelled to step forward, waving his wand to conjure a flurry of purple fireworks to capture everyone's attention. He then cast a sonorous charm, commanding silence. At this, the students quieted, focusing their gaze on Dumbledore. "Prefects," Dumbledore continued in a grave tone, "lead your respective houses back to the dormitories at once." Percy Weasley, adeptly taking charge, called out, "Follow me, do not stray." To the first-year students, he assured, "As long as you stick with me and heed my instructions, you need not fear the troll's sudden appearance or potential harm. However, should you wish to become the troll's dinner, you may disregard my guidance." With that, Percy swiftly led the group out of the dining hall. Harry and Ron prepared to follow the crowd, but at that moment, Malfoy blocked Harry's path. "Malfoy, what do you want?" Ron glared at Malfoy, his tone unfriendly. "Harry, let us have a little contest," Malfoy replied, ignoring Ron. "Since there's a troll in the dungeons, let us see who can take it down the quickest. How can one possibly confront such a behemoth?" Even Professor Quirrell fainted in terror. Upon hearing this, Ron immediately interjected. Malfoy, upon listening to Ron's words, disdainfully remarked, "Professor Quirrell is nothing but a joke. If a person like him can become a defense against the dark arts professor, then surely I can as well." As he spoke, Malfoy's voice grew more assertive, his demeanor brimming with arrogance and confidence. The training he had undergone over this period had indeed elevated him considerably. Thus emboldened, Malfoy dared to challenge Harry. "Are you afraid?" he mocked, casting a scornful glance at Harry. Squinting at Malfoy, Harry replied with a smile, "Very well, let us see who can defeat more trolls. The loser shall consume 3 beans of the flavors of snot or vomit in front of everyone." "Have you lost your mind, Harry?" Ron exclaimed anxiously upon hearing Harry's words. Harry chuckled, looking at Ron, and said, "You must trust me, Ron." After a moment of silence under Harry's gaze, Ron conceded, "All right, I will accompany you. I should be able to assist you in a critical moment." Malfoy, upon hearing Ron's words, laughed and contemptuously said to Harry, "Harry Potter, you actually require assistance from others. How amusing." "In a hurry," Ron clarified, "I simply do not want Harry to be killed by a troll." After mocking Harry, Malfoy promptly departed. "Just wait to savor the taste of vomit-flavored beans," Harry retorted, brandishing his wand as he hurried after Malfoy. Ron, unable to abandon Harry, followed suit. Caterwaull's gaze fell upon the trio, and he eavesdropped on their conversation, stroking his chin with a smile creeping across his lips. The situation had shifted slightly. One could only wonder how their contest would unfold. "Professor Caterwaull, might you assist in reviving Professor Quirrell?" Madame Pomfrey inquired, looking at Caterwaull. Caterwaull smiled in response. "It would be my honor, Madame Pomfrey." He approached Professor Quirrell and proclaimed, "Healing charm." A water sprite descended, swirling around Professor Quirrell, yet moments later, there was still no sign of him awakening. "Why hasn't he regained consciousness?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Caterwaull, with a slight smile, replied, "Professor Quirrell is unharmed. He simply needs to recuperate from his fright." Upon hearing Caterwaull's explanation, Dumbledore addressed Hagrid. "Hagrid, please escort Professor Quirrell to the restroom." "Madame Pomfrey, I would appreciate your assistance in watching over him." Merlin's pants. There are numerous trolls outside the castle. Just then, Filch burst in, carrying Mrs. Norris, exclaiming in terror. Caterwaull's eyes sparkled at this news, and he said, "Albus, I shall head to the underground classroom to deal with the trolls. The outside is in your capable hands." Upon finishing her words, Kate, while disregarded the conversations of Dumbledore and the others, hastily departing. Observing this, Dumbledore made his way outside. As Filch had indicated, a multitude of trolls had emerged. Towering over 5 meters, they wielded colossal clubs and bore grotesque visages. Although they were trolls and not giants, they were indeed larger and seemingly more formidable than Hagrid. At that moment, they invaded Hogwarts, wreaking havoc under the cover of night, displaying their immense strength. Witnessing this chaos, Dumbledore rallied his companions and swiftly initiated an assault against the trolls. Meanwhile, Harry pursued Malfoy, eventually arriving in the basement. As Harry and Ron traversed the corridor, preparing to turn the corner, they heard hurried footsteps approaching from ahead. Quickly, Harry pulled Ron behind a massive stone statue of a griffin. Peering from their hiding place, they caught a glimpse of Severus Snape hastily passing by, vanishing from their sight. "It's Professor Snape," Ron whispered. "Indeed, but what is he doing? Aren't the trolls in the basement?" Harry queried, perplexed. Although both were filled with questions, they chose to press on toward the end of the corridor. Suddenly, they encountered a colossal figure, its heavy footsteps echoing as it angrily collided with the wall, causing a thunderous crash and a shower of debris. This was the first time Harry and Ron had seen a troll, and they were taken aback. The creature was exceedingly ugly, standing nearly 5 meters tall, with dull, gray skin akin to granite. Its massive, cumbersome body appeared somewhat foolish, covered in warts, as if it had crawled out of a muddy pit. Its large frame was topped with a comically small head resembling a cocoa bean, creating an odd spectacle. However, the most repugnant aspect was the foul odor emanating from the troll, which was enough to make one feel nauseous. At that moment, the troll brandished a thick club, exuding a palpable threat. Just then, heavy footsteps resonated from a nearby corner. Upon seeing the figure emerge, Ron's face instantly paled. "By Merlin's beard, there's another troll," Ron exclaimed in disbelief, his complexion drained as he realized they had been spotted. Harry's expression shifted as he noted 2 trolls, one on the left and one on the right, both aware of their presence. "Harry, they're coming this way. What do we do?" Ron nervously brandished his wand, positioning himself behind Harry. "Thunderball spell." At that moment, Malfoy's voice rang out, followed by the sight of a lightning ball striking the giant beast to Harry's left. The creature, in pain and slightly numbed, let out a furious roar. Around the corner, Malfoy stood with his wand, trembling slightly, clearly intimidated by the colossal beast. However, upon spotting Harry, he mustered his composure and called out, "Harry, our duel begins." As soon as Malfoy finished speaking, he had to swiftly dodge, for the enraged giant was swinging its spiked club toward him. With a resounding crash, the club smashed into the wall, sending debris flying perilously close to Malfoy's face. Malfoy's presence ignited Harry Potter's fighting spirit, prompting him to brandish his wand and launch an attack against the giant. Fireball charm. A fireball the size of a soccer ball, radiating intense heat, shot forth toward the giant. The creature, cumbersome and unable to evade, let out a howl of pain as it was scorched. "It fears fire, Harry," Ron exclaimed as he noticed the giant retreating in terror. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, then waved his wand again, declaring, "Fireball charm." He unleashed a barrage of fireballs, igniting the scant clothing on the giant's body. Even the club it wielded in defense against the fireballs was not spared. In a brief moment, before the giant could close the distance to Harry and Ron, it collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Ron laughed joyfully. "Harry, you're amazing. You brought down a giant." Boom. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound echoed from the side. It was the giant attacking Malfoy, now marked by several charred patches, particularly its head, which bore the scorch marks of lightning strikes. Malfoy's attack had been remarkably precise. He had cleverly dispatched a giant with a lightning ball. "Our game is not over yet, Harry Potter," Malfoy said, fixing his gaze on Harry with a serious tone. "There's another giant here. Though smaller, it is far more cunning. Let us see who can defeat it." Having already vanquished one giant, Harry was brimming with confidence. "I will surely win," he declared. Malfoy smirked disdainfully before taking off. Harry and Ron quickly pursued him, convinced that Malfoy knew the location of the other giant. "Harry, use the Gale Charm. We need to be faster than him," Ron urged. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately took action, waving his wand and proclaiming, "Spirit of the wind, grant us the swiftness of the Zephyr, Gale Charm." The wind spirit flowed past them, and they felt themselves grow lighter. In the next moment, Ron charged forward, darting like a released arrow, covering several meters in an instant. Elated, Harry, swift as the wind, soon caught up with Ron, and together they discovered the giant. As Malfoy aptly noted, the creature before them was a relatively smaller and more slender giant. Furthermore, this giant wielded not a mace, but rather a thick wooden club akin to the girth of a thigh. "Harry, save me." At that moment, Ron accelerated recklessly, failing to halt his advance, and charged directly at the giant, which immediately swung its club, intent on swatting Ron away. Indeed, the giant was eager to deliver a resounding blow. Harry's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Ron's reckless charge. He yearned to rescue Ron, yet the latter was moving too swiftly and was perilously close to the giant. Malfoy's face also contorted with concern. After a brief internal struggle, he brandished his wand and shouted, "Thunderball Charm." Simultaneously, Harry unleashed his own spell, declaring, "Levitation Charm." The giant, however, was far from clumsy. Despite both Harry and Malfoy casting their spells, their efforts were evidently a fraction slower. The giant's club was poised to strike Ron with alarming speed. One blow would be sufficient to claim Ron's life. In that moment, Harry was engulfed in anxiety, his eyes wide with determination. Malfoy gripped his wand tightly, focusing intently on the trajectory of the thunderball, his thoughts known only to himself. Ron was the most despondent of the trio. He had not anticipated that his momentary excitement would lead him into such dire straits, particularly as he beheld the impending blow. He felt a chill of dread creeping over him. Protego! Bang! The giant's club collided with the shield, and Ron found himself sheltered within it, unscathed. Concurrently, Harry and Ron's spells finally struck the giant. Harry's spell levitated the giant, while Malfoy's thunderball crashed into its head. Professor Cater! Harry exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Cater enter the scene. It was evident that the radiant shield enveloping Ron was the result of Cater's magic. Malfoy too breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Cater, though it was quickly followed by a shiver of realization regarding the misfortunes he had endured recently. Cater smiled, and Ron, awakening from his terror, hurried back to Harry's side. Thank you, Professor Cater. Ron expressed his gratitude earnestly. Thunderball barrage. At that moment, Malfoy's voice rang out, accompanied by the giant's anguished cries. Bang! The giant was felled to the ground by Malfoy's thunderball, breath extinguished. Harry Potter, I have triumphed. Malfoy retracted his wand and cast a triumphant glance at Harry, exclaiming, Harry Potter, do not forget our wager. I shall procure 3 vomit-flavored beans for you. Remember, you must consume these 3 beans in front of everyone. Ha! Malfoy was brimming with uncontainable pride and excitement, and promptly went off to prepare the vomit-flavored beans for Harry. Harry's complexion was ashen, bordering on ghastly. The mere thought of the vomit-flavored beans made him feel nauseous. Harry lamented deeply, regretting that he hadn't taken the opportunity to defeat the troll. Had he vanquished the creature, it would have been Malfoy who faced the vile beans, rather than himself. Ron quickly hid behind Kate Lyle, fearfully exclaiming, No, I absolutely refuse to help you eat those, Harry. This is your battle. Harry, pale-faced, turned to Professor Kate Lyle in search of aid, pleading, Professor Kate Lyle. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle chuckled lightly. I cannot assist you. Harry, this is your agreement. We must be individuals of our word. However, rest assured, I shall support you. For instance, I will record your expression when you consume the vomit-flavored beans with this crystal ball. At this, Harry let out a mournful wail. Professor Kate Lyle, this is far more despairing than eating those wretched beans. Chapter 56, Harry's Doubts and Catalyle's Reminder. In the basement, the 3 trolls had been dispatched by Harry and Malfoy. Naturally, the contest between Harry and Malfoy concluded with Malfoy's triumph, forcing Harry to eat the vomit-flavored beans, a scene that was sure to be highly anticipated. Kate Lyle disposed of the troll's remains and led Harry and Ron out of the basement. Thunderball spell. Upon returning to the surface, Malfoy did not leave immediately but engaged in the battle against the trolls. The number of trolls was greater than anticipated, approaching from all directions. Unlike giants, these trolls stood between 3 and 5 meters tall, exhibiting greater agility. Once provoked into a rage, they became exceedingly fierce. Their congregation here was unusual. It seemed they had a purpose and were organized in their destruction of Hogwarts. It's him, Ron exclaimed, having overheard Malfoy's voice, and discovered Malfoy battling a 5-meter-tall troll. This troll was remarkably robust and powerful, and not only endured several thunderballs from Malfoy, but also retaliated with a hefty club. The troll's strength surpassed all expectations, proving to be quite resilient. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry, too, focused on Malfoy and, wand in hand, dashed forward. How infuriating it was that Malfoy had become so formidable. Having previously underestimated him, Harry was determined not to allow Malfoy to revel in his victory again. Watching Harry rush forward, Ron's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly followed, grumbling, Merlin's trousers. How did I end up with a brother who always seeks out danger? Caitlin observed the departing figures of Harry and Ron, then shifted her gaze to Malfoy beside her, remarking with a chuckle, how amusing. It appears that their rivalry will endure for quite some time. Moreover, Caitlin found it intriguing that Malfoy, despite his continued antagonism towards Harry, had seemingly undergone a transformation in character, striving to surpass Harry and earn the admiration of others at such a young age. Caitlin had no intention of lingering here to admire the scene. She swiftly joined the fray. A formidable troll was effortlessly vanquished by Caitlin with a single strike. A fiery tempest could ignite a troll instantly, while a whirlwind of blades severed its limbs, rendering it powerless. Even a single thunderous incantation could send a troll into oblivion amidst a storm of lightning. Malfoy, somewhat disheveled, evaded the chaos and ultimately triumphed over the troll, collapsing breathlessly against a large stone. Fireball barrage. Wind blade slashes. Harry's voice rang out, prompting Malfoy to spring to his feet, directing his gaze toward Harry. In the next moment, Malfoy clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with resentment and fury. For at that moment, Harry Potter had also defeated a troll, appearing far more at ease than he. Dual elemental magic does not equate to supreme strength, Harry Potter. Malfoy wished to avert his gaze from Harry's triumphant and smug demeanor, choosing instead to turn away. Harry, Look, this is my masterpiece. Ron exclaimed with exuberance, having also vanquished a troll. This troll, quite pitiable, had been pierced by spikes through its thigh and arm, rendering it incapacitated, additionally trapped beneath the rubble of a collapsed earthen wall. Harry approached Ron, admiring his friend's accomplishment, and joyfully remarked, "Ron, you are truly impressive." Caitlin regarded the two with a smile, then soared into the air, casting a spell, restored to its original state. Instantly, within her line of sight, the structures ravaged by the troll were swiftly restored, much to the awe of Harry and Ron. After completing this task, Caitlin led Harry and Ron to gather with Dumbledore and the other professors, including McGonagall, Quirrell, Flitwick, and others from Hogwarts. Aside from the troll that had fled, all others had been defeated. "Professor Snape, what has happened to you?" Filch inquired upon noticing Snape's approach, realizing that Snape's thigh was injured. Caitlin, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Snape. Injured? Given Snape's prowess, surely the three-headed dog could not have harmed him significantly? With that thought, Caitlin turned her attention to Professor Quirrell, who maintained an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by Snape's injury. As Harry cast his gaze towards Snape, Snape reciprocated with an indifferent expression, cloaking his injured thigh with his dark robe. "It's nothing, merely an inadvertent injury inflicted by a troll," Snape replied coldly. Harry's eyes remained fixed on Snape's thigh, while his mind echoed with the image of Snape departing the basement, seemingly ascending to the 4th floor. The wound appeared inconsistent with the troll's assault. It bore a striking resemblance to a gash made by a dog's claws. Caitlin approached Snape and cheerfully said, "Allow me to treat your injury." Without waiting for Snape's consent, she cast a spell, Healing Charm. A water sprite darted into the folds of his robe, navigating its way through, causing Snape's cheek to twitch slightly. Observing Snape's reaction, Caitlin smiled and patted his shoulder, jesting, "Severus, do be cautious. The Trolls Club is rather perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead you to meet Merlin." Snape's expression darkened slightly, yet he remained silent. "Harry, Ron, while dealing with these trolls may not be your responsibility at this moment, in light of your courageous and selfless knightly spirit, Gryffindor House is awarded 30 points, Caitlin declared, turning her gaze to Harry and Ron, who erupted in jubilant cheers. They had previously lost points for various reasons, and now they finally had the chance to earn some back. "Malfoy is working hard too, isn't Professor Severus, from Slytherin House?" Caitlin remarked, glancing at Snape with a smile. "Slytherin House earns 10 points. Snape replied blandly. Dumbledore and the others exchanged knowing glances, chuckling lightly. Before Dumbledore addressed Harry and Ron with a smile, "You two should return and rest now." Harry and Ron understood that Dumbledore and the others likely had matters to discuss, so they bid farewell and promptly returned to the Gryffindor common room. "This situation is far from simple. It is a premeditated and organized operation," Professor McGonagall stated seriously. "Professor Caitlin, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, have you made any discoveries?" she inquired. "None, but I suspect it may be connected to the Death Eaters. Perhaps there is something within the school that has caught their attention," Caitlin mused, casting a glance at Snape and Professor Quirrell with a subtle smile. In response to Caitlin's gaze, Snape remained expressionless, while Professor Quirrell appeared somewhat awkward, chuckling nervously. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation and stated, "I understand. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I would appreciate everyone remaining vigilant tonight." With that, Dumbledore turned to depart, and Professor McGonagall echoed his sentiments. Snape, with a cold demeanor, exited without uttering a word. During this period, Snape's demeanor grew increasingly eccentric. His coldness instilled fear among the students, while his temperament became rather volatile. Harry found himself frequently scrutinized by Snape, who seized upon even the slightest misstep to unleash a tirade. Despite Harry's diligent efforts in mastering potion making and achieving significant progress, he remained the target of Snape's disdain. Chapter 57, The Arrogant Malfoy and the Dazed Harry. "Ron, do you think there is a dog capable of harming Professor Snape?" As they made their way back to Gryffindor, a persistent question occupied Harry's mind. Reluctantly, he shared his thoughts with Ron. Ron, initially taken aback, soon turned to Harry and whispered, "Harry, you cannot be implying that Professor Snape went to that place, can you?" "Why not?" Harry replied earnestly. "When we were in the basement, did you not see him hastily leave? That path leads to the 4th floor. The last time we inadvertently stumbled into that area, there was a massive 3-headed dog. I believe only such a formidable creature could inflict harm upon Snape." Then another question arose. The 3-headed dog was stationed there, guarding something significant. What could possibly compel Professor Snape to be in such a rush? I can even speculate that those trolls were summoned by Snape to divert the professor's attention, facilitating his own actions. Ron, captivated by Harry's analysis, gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Harry, are you serious?" Upon hearing this, Harry met Ron's gaze and said, "Do you think I'm jesting?" Ron nodded solemnly, looking at Harry. "Yes, precisely. I believe your intricate theories stem from the fact that Professor Snape is always targeting you." "Harry, you've changed." "Changed?" Harry stared at Ron in bewilderment. Yes, you've transformed into someone quite abnormal, Ron remarked before turning to leave. That night's escapade had nearly cost him his life. It was thrilling yet exhausting, and now all he desired was to lie in bed and sleep soundly. Watching Ron's retreating figure, Harry bit his lip. Upon returning to the dormitory, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The following day, Harry, his mind racing with countless thoughts, had not slept well. His eyes resembled those of a panda, fatigued beyond measure. Observing Harry's state, Ron expressed sympathy. Harry, you shouldn't overthink things. Harry offered no explanation. As they entered the dining hall, Ron spotted Hermione and curiously approached her. Hermione, where were you last night? We didn't see you. In response, Hermione explained, I was at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. Madame Pomfrey needed my help with a patient treatment. Ron, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiries and instead began to boast about the glorious exploits he and Harry had achieved the previous night. Ron was quite the chatterbox. And soon Neville, Seamus, and other Gryffindor lions, as well as students from other houses, gathered around. Harry found himself at the center of attention, listlessly munching on potatoes, showing no desire to engage. Oh, red-haired Weasley, have you forgotten something? He proclaimed. Harry Potter faced me in a duel and lost. As the vanquished, he is to consume 3 Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Did you know? This proposal was put forth by none other than Harry Potter himself. At that moment, Malfoy swaggered over, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, a triumphant smirk adorning his face as he ruthlessly confronted Ron. With an air of arrogance, Malfoy approached, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a true overlord, his gaze towards Harry Potter rife with mockery. Harry's complexion turned pale as he suddenly recalled the agreement he had made with Malfoy the night before, a duel he had ultimately lost. Ron, upon Malfoy's arrival, displayed an uneasy expression, sneering, "Puffed. Harry let you seize the opportunity to ambush the boggart and win the match just to save me." Malfoy, unfazed, retorted, "And what of it? The opportunity was presented. He failed to seize it. Thus, I am the victor." With that, Malfoy turned his attention to Harry, extending his hand to produce 3 every flavor beans, tauntingly declaring, "According to our agreement, you must consume these beans before everyone. The time to fulfill our pact has arrived. I trust the illustrious Harry Potter is not one to resort to trickery." Hearing Malfoy's words, Hermione, who had intended to speak in Harry's defense, found herself momentarily speechless. Malfoy's proclamation captured the attention of all the students in the dining hall, drawing them closer. Harry Potter rose to his feet, facing Malfoy, and reached out to take the beans. Malfoy, surprised that Harry accepted the beans, remarked, "Harry Potter, I sincerely hope you refuse my every flavor beans. That way, I can continue to humiliate you. After all, a Harry Potter known for deceit and untrustworthiness would earn the disdain of many." Harry, his expression grave and his tone steady, gazed at Malfoy and replied, "You shall be disappointed." With that, he picked up one of the beans, poised to place it in his mouth. "Harry, wait. My crystal ball isn't ready." Caitlin squeezed through the throngs of students, looking at Harry Potter with a smile. "Professor Caitlin, what is this?" Hermione inquired curiously from the side. "This is a magical crystal ball that can capture images, akin to a Muggle video recorder. It's quite an extraordinary item," Caitlin explained, standing beside Hermione as she pointed the crystal ball at Harry Potter with a grin. Harry's face paled further, losing the calm demeanor he had maintained in front of Malfoy. "Professor Cater, is this really appropriate?" Harry implored. Caterlaire chuckled. "Harry, you must believe that this will become one of your fondest childhood memories." The others understood Caterlaire's intent and erupted into laughter. Resigned to the situation and determined not to let anyone down, Harry reluctantly closed his eyes and consumed the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which were of the vomit variety. Ugh! No sooner had he swallowed than he was unable to contain himself and began to retch uncontrollably. Witnessing Harry's distress, even Ron and Hermione could not suppress their laughter. After 3 beans, Harry felt his stomach completely empty, and any inclination to vomit was lost. He had no appetite for the delightful feast laid before him. Caterlaire recorded the entire scene, his smile unwavering. Malfoy, seeing Harry's woeful state, reveled in his triumph like a victorious general, laughing heartily and bragging to anyone who would listen about how he had bested Harry by forcing him to eat the vomit-flavored beans. Familiar acquaintances seized the opportunity to tease Harry Potter as well. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione inquired anxiously, observing Harry as he leaned against the wall, taking small, faltering steps. "I'm fine. Really," Harry replied, his face pale and voice weak. "You certainly don't look it." Hermione was about to say more when she noticed Harry collapse, prompting her to exclaim, "Harry! Harry!" Chapter 58, Harry's Nightmare and Discovery. Harry had not anticipated such a dire outcome. 3 vomit-flavored beans had landed him in the hospital. And once again, Caterlaire documented the event. "Professor Cater, statements like that will surely turn Harry into a laughingstock," Hermione remarked, glancing at Caterlaire, who held a crystal ball. Caterlaire smiled slightly and replied, "These are precious memories. Trust me, you will be grateful for them in the future." There are no Muggle cameras or video recorders here. Capturing your lives, especially in video form, is not so simple. Ron, eyeing the crystal ball in Catterlair's hand, wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. Is the footage recorded in that crystal ball permanent?" Catterlair responded, "As long as the memory crystal is not damaged and the information within is not erased. It requires just a bit of magic to activate and view the stored images. It's a remarkable item, believe me, in the Wizarding World. It could fetch at least 100 galleons. Of course, if you could mass-produce them, the price would drop, as rarity dictates value." Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Professor Catterlair, is it easy to make memory crystal balls?" Catterlair cast a sidelong glance at Ron and smiled faintly. "For me, it is a simple task. For you, perhaps in your next life." Ron, filled with excitement, quickly transformed into a withered eggplant, deflated and dispirited. "All right, you all should return to rest. Allow Harry to lie down for a while. He is merely a bit weak, though one might interpret it as a psychological effect," said Caitlin with a smile. "Harry, be sure to rest. For this afternoon's classes, let Hermione excuse you temporarily." With that, Caitlin took the crystal ball and departed with a grin. "Harry, I cannot assist you. That is destined to be your cherished memory," Hermione remarked as she glanced back at the despairing Harry, stifling a laugh as she left. Harry, feeling helpless, waved goodbye to Hermione and then reclined on his bed to rest. As Harry lay there, he gradually drifted into slumber, yet this dream did not bring him fortune. Instead, a voice echoed persistently in his mind. "This is Harry Potter. This is Harry Potter." Tossing and turning, the voice grew ever more insistent, and memories that did not belong to him invaded his consciousness, flashing through his mind, making it feel as if it might burst. Suddenly, Harry jolted awake. He wiped the sweat from his face, donned his glasses, and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, realizing he had been asleep for an hour. Rising from his bed and dressing quickly, Harry resolved not to return to sleep, fearing that bizarre dream would linger in his mind, inducing terror. Upon leaving the hospital, he wandered through the campus, eventually arriving at the library without even realizing it. Considering that he didn't have to attend class, he decided to peruse a book on herbology. As he walked past the rows of shelves, he was pleasantly surprised to spot Hagrid searching for a book. "Hagrid," he called out. "Harry, aren't you supposed to be in class right now?" Hagrid asked, astonished to see Harry in the library. "Oh, by the way, I heard you ate 3 of those vomiting pastilles," Hagrid remarked, continuing to search for his book, completely oblivious to Harry's now pallid complexion. Harry felt his stomach churn again. The sensation was truly unbearable. "Well, I should be heading back now. Come visit me sometime," Harry, Hagrid said, clutching several books as he turned to leave. Harry, eager to escape the conversation that might delve further into the topic of vomiting pastilles, found a book on herbology and nestled himself in a corner to read quietly. However, it wasn't long before he heard Professor Quirrell's voice nearby, which filled Harry with confusion and curiosity. "This is extremely dangerous. No, please, I will not do it. I beg you." Hearing Quirrell's pleading tone, Harry immediately realized that Professor Quirrell was being threatened and that he was being coerced into undertaking a perilously dangerous task. "Yet, I do not wish to perish." Professor Quirrell has acquiesced. He is about to undertake a perilous endeavor. Soon, footsteps echoed in the corridor, prompting Harry to hastily conceal himself around a corner. Peering through the gaps in the bookshelves to observe the scene, Professor Quirrell emerged from the turn, running while adjusting his scarf. His pale visage, reddened eyes, and his awkward, almost feminine gait, reminiscent of a wronged woman, caused Harry's brow to furrow in disbelief. Such an unacceptable manner of movement. Once Harry was certain that Professor Quirrell had departed and no one else emerged from the corner, his curiosity compelled him to venture inside. However, the space was utterly vacant. At the end of the hallway, a door stood ajar. Without further contemplation, Harry approached and gently pushed the door open. He swore he had glimpsed a figure vanish around the corner. This silhouette, along with its hair, left no doubt in Harry's mind. It was Severus Snape. Snape was threatening Professor Quirrell, compelling him towards an exceedingly dangerous act. This thought led Harry to recall the location guarded by the 3-headed dog. After leaving the library, he hastily sought out Kettler and recounted the events he had witnessed, along with his suspicions. Ron was skeptical of his conjecture and was disinclined to broach the subject of Hagrid's peculiar beings, leaving Kettler as the only trustworthy confidant capable of aiding him. Upon hearing Harry's account, Kettler's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The narrative was indeed shifting. According to the original plot, Harry ought to have shared his findings with Ron and Hermione before seeking Hagrid's counsel, only to be brusquely dismissed. Yet Hagrid, despite his rough exterior, was a fascinating individual, often revealing crucial information even in denial. "So, Harry, do you believe Snape is threatening Professor Quirrell, plotting something nefarious?" Kettler mused, feeling a tinge of pity for Snape, who, while ostensibly monitoring Quirrell, had been misconstrued by Harry as the malevolent adversary attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. "It is quite evident, Professor Kettler," Harry replied earnestly. "Perhaps your intuition is correct, Kettler contemplated, a smile gracing his lips. However, at times, what we perceive with our eyes may not reflect the truth. Taken aback by Kettler's words, Harry inquired, Professor Kettler, are you suggesting? Kettler chuckled softly, gesturing towards Harry's eyes. What I mean is, you should seek evidence. If you can substantiate your claims, I shall certainly intervene to thwart Snape and ensure Professor Quirrell's safety. However, as of now, we lack tangible proof to validate that Quirrell is under threat from Snape or to discern Snape's intentions. Harry pondered in silence for a moment before responding with solemnity. I understand, Professor Kettler. After a brief pause, Harry stated, Then, Professor Kate, may I borrow the memory crystal ball for a while? This is not an issue. I can provide you with a new one. I cannot lend you mine, as I fear you would unhesitatingly delete that segment of footage, replied Kate Lyle, producing a fist-sized memory crystal ball and handing it to Harry with a smile. Hearing this, Harry smirked, accepted the memory crystal ball, and bid farewell to Kate Lyle. Chapter 59. Neville and Hannah Abbott in a small grove at Hogwarts. Neville held a book, searching for the herbs mentioned within its pages. He murmured to himself while gathering the plants. Recently, following Kate Lyle's guidance, Neville had been striving to enact some changes. Thus, he diligently studied, although he still occasionally forgot certain things. Nevertheless, Neville firmly believed that if he forgot something, he could simply recommit it to memory. Of course, the motivation for Neville's determination was akin to Harry's. He often forgot things, leading to repeated failures in experiments, thus earning the ire of Snape, becoming the second most scolded student after Harry. While Neville was engrossed in his task, a figure came running from a distance, clearly sobbing as if suffering some injustice. The girl seated not far away seemed to think she was alone, transitioning from silent restraint to an outburst of tears. Drawn by the sound of crying, Neville approached. Observing the girl weeping beside him, he scratched his head, hesitating before walking over. Hello, I am Neville Longbottom. He introduced himself, immediately capturing her attention. However, upon reaching her, he felt uncertain about how to provide comfort, resulting in a rather awkward hesitation. Ultimately, under the girl's gaze, he extended his hand and spoke. The girl, glancing at the pudgy Neville, hesitated for a moment, wiped her tears, and replied, Hannah Abbott. Upon hearing her name, Neville regarded Hannah Abbott with curiosity and remarked, I have heard tales of you, but there is no need for you to be so anxious. If we put in the effort, everything will turn out splendidly. However, noticing the tears welling up in Hannah's eyes once again, Neville grew alarmed and quickly added, I apologize. I did not mean to upset you. I just wanted to comfort you. Hannah Abbott dabbed at her tear-streaked face, lowering her head as she replied, Thank you. I know you. You are from Gryffindor. You often forget things, which is why Malfoy seizes every opportunity to bully you. Initially relieved by Hannah's gratitude and feeling a sense of joy, Neville's expression suddenly stiffened. He did not wish to engage Malfoy in conflict. In truth, Malfoy had not physically attacked him, yet the foulness of Malfoy's words had, on numerous occasions, pushed him to the brink of violence. Hannah Abbott gazed at the silent Neville, glancing up at the chubby lad before realizing that she had uttered an inappropriate comment. I'm sorry. Neville managed a somewhat forced smile and replied, It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. He then clenched his fist and asserted earnestly, However, you must believe me. If Malfoy dares to act, I will ensure he receives a thorough lesson. Upon hearing Neville's words, Hannah chuckled softly, a charming sound. And soon Neville joined in with a grin. What are you doing? Hannah inquired. I'm studying herbology, Neville replied, raising his hand to display his notes. Indeed, there are quite a number of herbs here, and I have a fondness for herbology as well. Let us study together, Hannah suggested with a smile. Neville nodded enthusiastically and then beamed at Hannah, saying, I know a place where many fascinating herbs grow. With that, he took Hannah's hand, and they sprinted off into the distance. They arrived at a small lake, surrounded by aquatic plants that emitted a soft glow at night, a discovery of Neville's. The duo delightedly searched for the herbs mentioned in their textbooks. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light flickered from the nearby woods, followed by a piercing scream and a dark figure swiftly retreating. Both Neville and Hannah were startled, particularly Hannah, who dropped the herbs she had gathered. Neville, that's the Forbidden Forest. We mustn't go near, Hannah exclaimed, having regained her senses only to find Neville walking toward the ominous woods. Fear gripped her during the start of term ceremony. Dumbledore had warned them, and the prefects had repeatedly cautioned against approaching the Forbidden Forest. Neville retrieved his wand, turned to Hannah, and said, That light seemed somewhat familiar. I want to investigate. Without waiting for a response, he strode forward without a backward glance. At that moment, the petite Neville appeared quite formidable and strong. Hearing his words, Hannah felt a surge of helplessness, but ultimately gritted her teeth and chased after him. She was unwilling to return alone or abandon Neville, who had been the first to comfort her and was a truly wonderful friend. Cautiously, they approached, the towering trees of the Forbidden Forest exuding an ancient aroma, yet simultaneously radiating danger, as it was home to some extraordinary beings. Neville, I've heard tales of man-eating werewolves lurking within. There are centaurs skilled in archery and divination. We must not venture too deep, Hannah warned. Neville's hand trembled, as if his wand might slip from his grasp at any moment. Encouraged by Hannah's words, he steadied himself and reassured her, Hannah, do not fear. I am an earth wizard, and I can protect you. Hannah trailed behind Neville, nodding while tightening her grip on her wand, whispering, I am a water magic practitioner. I can cast the water ball spell. Neville, however, remained silent, his attention fixated ahead with palpable tension. He parted the underbrush and soon discovered a girl lying not far away, her body adorned with a necklace known as the Guardian of Light, shimmering and enveloping her in its protective glow. Beside her lay various herbs, indicating that she had been foraging. She was Luna Jennifer from Ravenclaw. As Hannah brushed aside the leaves and recognized the girl on the ground, Neville and she hurried to Luna's side, and the radiant barrier of light vanished. At that moment, Luna had succumbed to unconsciousness. Neville, I cannot perform healing spells, Hannah exclaimed in a panic. Neither can I, but we can take her to Professor Kate, Neville replied, also flustered but quickly devising a plan. However, we cannot move her. Perhaps we should call the professor, Hannah suggested. No, it's too dangerous here. We must get her out first. Let us support her together, Neville insisted, grasping Hannah's arm as they positioned Luna's limbs over their shoulders and began to carry her away step by step. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow emerged from the underbrush not far behind. A dark presence surged forth, suddenly lunging toward Neville and Hannah. Chapter 60. The Erupting Neville and the Unhelpful Hannah. A howl echoed through the forbidden forest, sending Neville and Hannah into a frantic dash, supporting Luna as they ran. Behind them, 3 centaurs galloped through the trees, skillfully launching arrows at a werewolf. Yet, the howls indicated that the number of werewolves was far from small. In that critical moment, had it not been for the centaur's sudden appearance to drive the werewolf back with their arrows, Neville was certain the 3 of them would have become the werewolf's next meal. But the ordeal was far from over. Numerous spiders began to emerge from the foliage and trees, attacking the werewolves. Naturally, Neville and his companions became targets as well. Ah, spiders, so many spiders, Hannah cried, her eyes wide with alarm at the sight of the swarming arachnids. Neville, too, felt panic rising within him. Hannah, take Luna and flee quickly. I will deal with them, he urged, trembling as he brandished his wand, clearly apprehensive as he faced his inaugural battle. But I can't do it. Hannah wept in terror, overwhelmed with fear and lacking the strength to support Luna, causing her to tumble to the ground. Neville was quite anxious. Yet the swarm of spiders continued to approach. He hurriedly waved his wand and exclaimed, Earth Spike. Instantly, the ground erupted, rising rapidly and piercing through several spiders with its sharpness. However, this was evidently insufficient, as the spiders were numerous and diminutive. Earth Wall. Neville, in his desperation, cast another spell. It had a slight effect, as the erected wall forced the spiders to either navigate around it or climb over it to close the distance. Neville unleashed his inner strength, lifting Luna with urgency, and urged Hannah Abbott, run. In her haste, Hannah struggled to keep pace, overwhelmed by the immense pressure that rendered her unable to cast a single spell. Being portly, Neville's burst of energy did not last long, and he soon found himself gasping for breath. Hurry together. Neville implored Hannah to assist him, for behind them, the tiny spiders were hot on their heels. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Hannah inadvertently knocked Neville to the ground. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, quickly helping him up, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. With Hannah's support, Neville scrambled to his feet and glanced back, noticing the swarm of spiders drawing ever closer. Neville above. Hannah suddenly screamed in terror, for a gigantic black spider was descending towards them. Neville's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if all his courage had been extinguished in that moment. Wind gust. A voice called out, and before the falling spider could react, it was swept away by a powerful gust. The surrounding smaller spiders were likewise vanquished in an instant. Wind spirit. In the next moment, Neville, Hannah, and the unconscious Luna were enveloped in a whirlwind, swiftly carried away from the forbidden forest. Caitlin observed the trio and unleashed another spell, declaring, Purifying Light. As the radiant glow enveloped them, Neville and Hannah swiftly regained their composure from the panic. Caitlin then approached Luna, examining her condition with a slight frown. There were no other injuries on her body, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness, suggesting that her mind may have been affected. This indicated that her very soul might have sustained damage, endangering her life, thus triggering the self-protection mechanism of the Guardian of Light. Since the necklace had been given to Luna, it had formed a bond with her. Whenever Luna faced a life-threatening situation, it would automatically activate. Of course, the necklace could also be activated voluntarily. Caitlin had sensed the power emanating from the Guardian of Light, prompting her to retrieve her crystal ball in search of Luna. Upon discovering the situation at hand, she rushed to their aid. Could you please tell me exactly what transpired? Cato lifted Luna into his arms, a gust of wind swirling around them, elevating Neville and Hannah as they soared towards St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The arrival of Cato greatly eased Neville's tension, prompting him to recount the events in detail. Upon hearing his account, Cato began to form a conjecture. Chaos had erupted within the Forbidden Forest, with centaurs, werewolves, and spiders embroiled in a fierce melee. This turmoil caught the attention of Dumbledore and others, who promptly took action. At Street Mungo's hospital, Cato addressed Madame Pomfrey. I require your assistance. Please prepare some potions for me. They will be indispensable. He then listed the items he needed. Without hesitation, Madame Pomfrey understood his requirements and swiftly departed. Professor Cato, is Luna in grave danger? Neville inquired with concern. Fear not, she will be well soon. Cato reassured him, adding with a smile, you both did remarkably well. Had you not intervened in time, Luna would have either been prey to the werewolves or the spiders. Thus, you saved her. His words brought a sense of relief and a modest sense of achievement to Neville and Hannah. Before long, Madame Pomfrey returned, cradling an assortment of potions. Cato wasted no time. He quickly began to concoct remedies using the various potions and herbs. Moments later, he held a vial glowing with a golden light. He administered the golden potion to Luna and subsequently cast a spell, proclaiming, praise of light. A radiant glow enveloped Luna, revealing a dark aura within her mind. This dark essence, upon contact with the sacred light, swiftly dissipated. Only when no trace of the darkness remained did Cato retract his magic. All is well now. She merely needs to awaken, Cato remarked with a gentle smile. A glimmer of light sparkled in Cato's eyes as he anticipated that the adversary would inevitably act, though he had not expected such a swift response. Nevertheless, the process must have been excruciating. After all, as the creator of the Guardian of Light, he understood its profound effects all too well. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, two figures could be seen, one cloaked in black robes, trembling violently, accompanied by anguished cries. Cato, I shall kill you, echoed through the chamber. Severus, we must find a way to expel him from this school. He is my greatest obstacle in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 61, Luna's Gift. Malfoy's Challenge. Neville, you are truly valiant. You evaded the pursuit of both werewolves and colossal spiders, successfully rescuing Luna. This was far more astonishing than battling a giant. Ha. Neville, you are truly remarkable. Professor Dumbledore has awarded Gryffindor 30 points. Neville has become a hero, having saved the brilliant Luna Jennifer from Ravenclaw, who is now receiving the congratulations of her fellow Gryffindors. Some of the girls cast sweet smiles in Neville's direction. At this moment, they no longer mocked him, for his bravery was undeniable. What girl would not cherish a knight capable of protecting them in times of peril? Similarly, Harry and Ron were undoubtedly the happiest, as Gryffindor's point tally increased, narrowing the gap with the other houses. The encouragement from the crowd brought a delightful smile to Neville's face, transforming his previously timid demeanor. Surrounded by Harry and Ron, he prepared for flying class. Along the way, they encountered Luna Jennifer, who was waiting specifically for Neville. Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances and discreetly stepped aside, granting Neville a moment with Luna. Luna approached gracefully, gently presenting a neatly wrapped gift she had concealed behind her back. Neville, thank you for saving me. This is my gift to you. I hope you like it. Upon hearing Luna's words, Neville beamed with joy as he accepted the gift. It was not just me. Hannah helped as well. Without her assistance, I wouldn't have been able to get you out. Oh, and Professor Kettleburn was the one who ultimately rescued us. Otherwise, we would have become the spider's dinner. Neville felt elated, as he received recognition and gratitude. I know. I have gifts prepared for them too. Luna smiled, and then joyfully departed. Harry, Ron, and the others, who had been eavesdropping around the corner, immediately rushed over, encircling Neville with curiosity. Neville, quickly open it, and see what lovely gift she has given you. With a joyful smile, Neville began to unwrap the box before the eager eyes of his friends. Oh, it's a notebook. A herbology notebook filled with notes. And it even has Luna Jennifer's name on it. What does this signify? A token of affection? Ron and the others immediately began to gossip upon seeing the notebook Luna had gifted Neville. Had it not been for Hermione's timely arrival, urging them to hurry to class, they might have debated this matter until dusk. Neville carefully tucked the notebook away, a smile illuminating his face. It held significant meaning. However, his good spirits did not last long, as Draco, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, blocked Neville at the entrance of the Great Hall. Crying fat boy, I hear you defeated a werewolf and a giant spider. How impressive. Malfoy tossed a white glove at Neville and mockingly remarked. Neville caught the glove and gazed at Malfoy in silence, his eyes fixed intently on him. Malfoy, meeting Neville's gaze, smiled slyly and continued to taunt. I cannot believe you vanquished a werewolf and a giant spider. You are nothing but a cowardly fraud. A coward could never defeat such foes. Seeing Malfoy bully Neville, Harry and Ron rushed over, positioning themselves protectively in front of Neville. Malfoy, what do you intend to do? Harry glared at him, issuing a warning. Goyle, towering over Harry, growled, Neville Longbottom is nothing but a liar. Crabbe chimed in. Yes, he is a big liar. It was Professor Kate who saved Luna, not Neville. Ron glared angrily at Goyle and Crabbe, struggling to find the right words to counter them, but when he opened his mouth, no words came forth. Malfoy, you are a scoundrel. Harry stepped forward, fixing his furious gaze on Malfoy. Malfoy calmly took a step back, waving his hand dismissively as he distanced himself from Harry, then said, "Thank you for your compliment. If you disagree, let us duel." "Malfoy, I will not be fooled again," Harry replied defiantly. "You are merely a coward who resorts to cunning tricks." Malfoy's expression darkened slightly, and he produced a piece of parchment, fixing his eyes on Harry. "Harry, this time, I will not flee. I will defeat you before everyone." Ron, Harry, and Neville looked at the parchment in Malfoy's hand, their eyes widening in curiosity. "Elemental Magic Duel Club?" Ron read aloud. "Indeed, it was established today by Professor Kate," Malfoy stated earnestly. "Neville, I formally challenge you. I want everyone to know that you are a cowardly fraud unfit for battle." Harry, taken aback by Malfoy's relentless pursuit of Neville, declared, "Malfoy, I challenge you. According to the rules of the Duel Club, since Neville accepted my glove, he must duel me." Malfoy smirked. "Once I defeat the weeping coward, I will challenge you, Harry." Neville stood frozen, staring at the glove in his hand, bewildered. "This glove was clearly tossed by you. I had no idea what it was for." At that moment, Harry seized Neville's glove and threw it to Goyle, who caught it without a second thought. "Goyle, I challenge you," Harry said, his voice steady. Goyle was immediately incensed, gripping the glove tightly as he glared menacingly at Harry, stating, "Harry Potter, you will regret this. The one who should regret it is you, Goyle." Harry disregarded Goyle's threat and turned to Malfoy, speaking in a low tone. "He cannot defeat me. You can either duel me, or I shall vanquish him. I presume you would not relish witnessing your minion reduced to a state of utter humiliation." "What did you say?" Goyle, incensed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to unleash his formidable fists upon Harry's glasses. Malfoy intervened, halting Goyle's advance, and with a mocking glance at Harry, declared, "Harry, you are destined to lose." With that, Malfoy, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, strode into the dining hall, proclaiming loudly to those inside, "Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, in the Elemental Magic Duel Club, I shall challenge the great fraud Neville. All are welcome to witness." "Ha ha." At Malfoy's words, Harry and his companions wore particularly grim expressions. Chapter 62, Mobilization Before the Duel. In the Gryffindor common room, after dinner, first-year students had gathered, their attention particularly fixated on Harry and Neville. The reason for their interest was Malfoy's grandiose announcements regarding their impending duel, which had spread throughout Hogwarts. "Harry, Neville, are you prepared for battle?" Hermione exclaimed as she forcefully slammed a flyer onto the table, her gaze fixed on both boys. The flyer detailed the events of the Elemental Magic Duel Club, outlining the corresponding rules and rewards. For instance, there would be an annual ranking based on accumulated points, with the top 3 contenders receiving random magical artifacts or certain potions. Furthermore, students could exchange their points for various herbs, potions, and even magical instruments, depending on their accrued points. Additionally, the top 10 rankings would contribute to their respective houses' scores. Each additional member from a house would grant that house 5 points, thereby enhancing their standing in the semester's house rankings. These incentives were designed to encourage active participation among students. Growth can only be tested and proven through continuous combat. Kate Lyle needed them to engage. Otherwise, when war broke out, they would not only fearfully refrain from battle, but also become mere fodder. Of course, challenges could not be issued lightly. If the challenge party accepted the gauntlet, the challenge was essentially established. However, should they choose to accept the gauntlet and then not attend, their reputation would suffer. To prevent the strong from preying upon the weak, it was stipulated that a clearly superior opponent could not challenge a weaker adversary to unfairly manipulate points. Each victory in a point challenge would yield a single point. If one could accept a platform challenge and achieve consecutive victories of 5, 10, 15, or 20 matches, they would receive additional points of 3, 5, 7, and 10, respectively. Aside from these regulations, there were other rules in place. Before the formal duel, certain rituals must be observed. "Harry, I stand with you. Vanquish Goyle, and subsequently Malfoy." "Bringing honor to Gryffindor," Ron proclaimed, waving a flyer with a grin. Moreover, winning the duel yields numerous advantages in points, herbology, potions, and even wondrous magical artifacts, wands, and more. Nearly every student clutched a flyer, eagerly drawn to the rewards promised by the dueling club, leading to hushed discussions about the point system. Upon hearing this, Harry's face brightened with a smile. "I am fully prepared. Tomorrow I shall show Malfoy his place and let the Slytherins know that Gryffindor reigns supreme." Ron approached Harry, offering a supportive clap on the shoulder, before turning to Neville and inquiring, "Neville, what are your thoughts?" Neville, somewhat anxious under Ron's gaze, hesitated before asserting, "I will defeat Malfoy." However, it was evident that Neville lacked confidence, and his spirits were dampened. "Neville, you must embrace a greater sense of assurance. Defeat Malfoy and declare loudly that you are no fraud," Hermione advised earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. "Do not fear, Malfoy merely enjoys bluster. He cannot best you. Ron reassured, patting Neville on the shoulder with a smile. Neville managed a tentative smile, yet hesitated, saying, "But I only know 2 spells." Hermione retrieved her notebook. Focusing intently on Neville. "What spells do you know? We can assist in formulating a strategy." "Indeed, let us devise a plan to overcome Malfoy," Ron concurred. The Gryffindor Lions gathered together, their spirits high as they fervently plotted how to triumph over Malfoy. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, situated at the bottom of the Black Lake, a part of Hogwarts dungeons, an atmosphere of foreboding prevailed, earning it the moniker of the Slytherin dungeon. Accessing the room required a verbal password to the stone wall, though they preferred to use pureblood as the key phrase. The Slytherin common room was narrow and low-ceilinged, its architecture extending into the depths of the lake. The eerie green light imbued the space with a dark emerald hue, evoking a sense of mystery akin to a sunken ship beneath the waves. Given that the common room lay submerged, its windows often afforded glimpses of the giant squid, and occasionally, even more intriguing creatures. Thus, despite its dimness, it was far more captivating than other common rooms. At that moment, in the Slytherin common room, Malfoy and the upperclassmen were instructing Goyle. Malfoy was acutely aware that Goyle was no match for Harry. Therefore, he felt compelled to take action. For instance, he aimed to embarrass Harry, and ideally, if possible, to defeat him outright. And he must ensure that Neville is vanquished as well. Once a victim of bullying, he has now risen to the status of a hero, drawing admiration from many, which has incited a profound jealousy in his former tormentor. Thus, he branded Neville a fraud, seeking to provoke him into accepting a challenge. By defeating Neville, he aimed to ascend the ranks on the coattails of his opponent's fame. That night, nearly all the students at Hogwarts engaged in fervent discussions about the dueling club, with the spotlight predominantly on the impending clashes: Malfoy versus Neville, Harry versus Goyle, and even Malfoy against Harry. Amidst this fervor, the twin brothers Fred and George emerged as the most animated participants, traversing each dormitory to rally support and place bets. Harry's duel, set to be the inaugural contest of the dueling club, captured widespread attention and curiosity. It was evident that the entire school community would gather to witness the event the following day. The next morning in the Great Hall, cheers erupted for Harry and Neville. "Harry, go for it. We believe in you." Yet, not everyone shared this optimism. Some placed their bets on Malfoy, urging Harry to secure a victory for them. Fred and George approached Harry, bubbling with excitement, and after he expressed his gratitude, they departed. Neville, seated nearby, felt his presence diminish considerably. The majority of the attention was directed towards Harry, with many eager to see the battle between him and Malfoy, implying that Malfoy would likely triumph over Neville. As Gryffindor students of various years greeted Harry and Neville during breakfast, they offered encouragement. Aware that this initial duel represented a fierce contest between Gryffindor and Slytherin, an age-old rivalry neither side wished to lose. On the other side, Malfoy basked in the support of his Slytherin peers. As Harry and Malfoy exchanged glances across a table of Ravenclaw students, Harry remained composed, offering a slight smile, while Malfoy exuded an overconfident arrogance, as if he had already secured victory. Observing this, Ron nudged Harry and remarked, "Trust me, the more he acts like this, the darker his expression will be when he loses." Harry chuckled and continued his breakfast before heading off to class. When the afternoon bell rang, all students and faculty hurried to the Elements Magic Dueling Club. As the inaugural duel for this newly established club, anticipation was palpable, particularly among Malfoy and his entourage, whose fervent promotion ensured that the entire Hogwarts community was well aware of the event. The dueling club was located just 100 meters outside the Elements Magic classroom. The structure, reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum, is a building that occupies an area half the size of the Elemental Magic Academy. At this moment, students and faculty from various colleges and grades have gathered here, their curious gazes exploring the dueling club. The club comprises 4 halls, each housing sizable rooms and conference areas. Although these spaces remain inaccessible for the time being, the architectural styles within differ significantly, yet they strive to align with the essence and aesthetics of the 4 houses, igniting a sense of anticipation among the students for these uniquely styled rooms and halls. Following the tour, everyone eagerly entered the arena and settled into the stands. The Colosseum is vast, allowing for the seamless transition between multiple platforms through the use of magic. Currently, solo duels are taking place, conducted directly in the expansive arena. "Wow, this feels incredible, akin to the thrill of watching a football or basketball game," exclaimed Hermione as she and Ron navigated through the crowd, joining Harry's roommates, including Seamus, captivated by the vibrant atmosphere. Particularly, many pureblood children found this ambience reminiscent of the rare excitement felt during Quidditch matches, which, unlike this event, do not occur frequently. Suddenly, Hermione had a thought and whispered a few words to Ron before engaging with other classmates. Students from the 4 houses instinctively congregated, their allegiances unmistakably clear. It was evident that everyone understood the significance of the four halls and the architectural designs. The arena also features a special viewing platform for professors, signifying their esteemed status. At this moment, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Quirrell, among others, arrived at the platform under Cotterell's guidance. "This is quite splendid. The students are brimming with enthusiasm," remarked Professor McGonagall, her expression radiating satisfaction as she observed the assembly of students from the four houses. "Ha ha ha, regardless of the house. Each of them harbors a wild heart, and their anticipation is palpable," chuckled Cotterell, relishing the lively atmosphere that epitomizes the essence of the club's establishment. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the students below, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Snape remained stoically silent, his demeanor icy and suffocating. Professor Quirrell, too, sat in an inconspicuous corner, his eyes darting around as if searching for something, imparting a rather comical impression. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor Players' Lounge, Harry and Neville were led by an elegantly dressed elf, who proceeded to adorn them with wristbands. "Greetings, I am Jem, and it is my honor to serve you. This is the Fate Bracelet, an extraordinary creation by Professor Kate. This bracelet emits a defensive barrier that safeguards your body. When struck by magic, the force of the attack will be absorbed by the barrier. However, the pain and effects of the magic will not be erased and will still affect you. Simultaneously, the score displayed on the bracelet will diminish. Once the score reaches 0, it signifies your defeat, and you will be eliminated from the competition. You start with a score of 100, and depending on the type of magic used against you, a corresponding amount will be deducted upon being hit. Therefore, it is imperative to protect yourself and avoid being struck by your opponent." Harry and Neville listened to Jem, their expressions shifting from curiosity to astonishment, revealing their emotions clearly. It was truly marvelous. Harry exclaimed, "What sort of alchemy is this? Professor Kate is an extraordinary professor, and his alchemy is beyond imagination." A look of admiration spread across Jem's face as he pointed to a crystal ball, saying, "This is the memory crystal ball. Participants who have not yet entered the arena must remain in the lounge and cannot venture outside. However, they can observe the ongoing match through the memory crystal ball." Upon hearing this, Harry and Neville were momentarily taken aback, then a sense of joy washed over them. They were indeed very concerned about the situation outside and feared being confined here, oblivious to the happenings beyond. The presence of this crystal ball would undoubtedly prove to be quite convenient. Jem smiled and then turned to Neville, asking, "Neville Longbottom, are you ready? The match will officially commence in 3 minutes. If you are prepared, then follow me." Neville hesitated slightly, feeling inexplicably anxious. Harry looked at Neville, gently tapping his fist against Neville's chest, and said with encouragement, "Neville, believe in yourself. You are a strong and courageous lion." With his eyes slightly glistening, Neville wiped them with his sleeve, took a few deep breaths, and earnestly stated, "Harry, I can do this. I will definitely defeat Malfoy." Hearing Neville's words, Harry chuckled heartily, extending his fist once more in support. "You can do it." Neville, understanding the gesture, bumped fists with Harry, smiling. "Let us do this." Jem observed the camaraderie between Neville and Harry, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "What delightful children. I hope you both have a splendid battle experience and return victorious." Meanwhile, in the Slytherin lounge, Malfoy and Goyle had also donned their fate bracelets and understood their function. Wands in hand, confidence radiated from their eyes. "Draco Malfoy, are you ready?" The elf Sko inquired with a slight smile. "The match will officially commence in 3 minutes. And if you are prepared, then follow me." Malfoy adjusted his attire, his demeanor composed as he declared, "I have no need for preparation. Neville is nothing but a fraud, and I shall mercilessly trample him beneath my feet. I will make the Gryffindor lions aware that we Slytherins are the strongest." Hearing Malfoy's words, Scorpius revealed a shadowy smile, then began to chant, "We hail from the mire. We are filled with ambition. We crave power. We are strong and composed. We are elegant and self-restrained. We never regret. We are Slytherin." A smile graced the faces of Malfoy and Goyle as they joined in the rhythm of Scorpius's chant, humming along. "Ah, the ambitious youth yearning for power. Slytherin shall aid you in reaching the pinnacle." Chapter 64. A Grand Entrance, the Clash of the Two Great Houses. Elemental Magic Duel Club. Before the gaze of the assembled crowd, Caterwaul leapt from the professor's viewing platform. A pair of silvery wings bore him aloft above the arena. Simultaneously, as Caterwaul waved his wand, irregularly shaped stone blocks, approximately 1.5 meters high, began to emerge throughout the vast arena. Additionally, in certain areas of the venue, smaller versions of the Whomping Willow made their appearance, thus altering the entire landscape. As Caterwaul made his striking entrance, especially amidst the gathering of the entire faculty and student body, all eyes were drawn to him, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The floating spectre, gazing upon Caterwaul as if witnessing a divine being, fell silent, becoming his adoring audience. The reason for such reverence was clear. At that moment, Caterwaul was simply magnificent. Clad in a pristine white suit, With striking features and his grand silver wings gently fluttering, he radiated a celestial glow, reminiscent of an angel. Professor McGonagall rose from her seat, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Caterwaul, hands covering her face, exclaiming, "Oh, Merlin's beard, you have been set ablaze. The wings before us are exquisite, truly breathtaking. How handsome. Professor Caterwaul, I adore you," cried a pair of dark-skinned twin sisters, their eyes sparkling as they unabashedly cheered for him. Hannah Abbott stared at Caterwaul, her gaze entranced as she murmured, "Professor Caterwaul, my angel. My word, how splendid he is. Truly my idol." Hermione Granger enthusiastically nudged Ron, exclaiming in excitement. Ron, feeling the pinch, was equally captivated by Caterwaul, filled with envy. "Wow, Merlin's undergarments have caught fire. A birdman. No, an angel has appeared. Quick, document this. Good heavens, is this light magic? It is simply marvelous." Luna Lovegood exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight. Severus Snape, his eyes wide, stared intently at Caterwaul, then withdrew, bowing his head, lost in contemplation of some unspoken thought. Professor Chilo's hand suddenly clenched tightly, quickly retreating into his robes. He lowered his head, his expression somewhat fierce, with a fleeting glimmer of red light in his eyes. Standing beside Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore was equally filled with admiration and remarked, "What astonishing magic. Professor Kate always surprises us." Professor Cateriel hovered in the void, listening to the cheers and gasps of the students, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Utilizing the amplification charm, she proclaimed, "Welcome to the Elemental Magic Academy Duel Club." In an instant, the entire Duel Club erupted in a chorus of cheers and whistles. Notably, in a corner, the sound of a horn echoed, adding a unique flair. Cateriel's gaze turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a boy with yellow skin, who appeared somewhat shorter than his peers. Nevertheless, he was remarkably courageous, brandishing a large horn and blowing it with great vigor, with silver-white wings fluttering. Cateriel circled the area twice, garnering a wave of admiration and establishing a new image before returning to the center, arms wide open, and exclaiming, "Yesterday, the Elemental Magic Academy Duel Club was officially established. Today, we are graced with our inaugural spectacular event. The brave warriors participating in this duel are Draco Malfoy and Gregory Goyle from Slytherin House, and Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor House. Are you all ready for the thrilling match to come?" As Cateriel finished her speech, the crowd erupted in applause once more, with countless screams and the sounds of instruments resonating, embodying their enthusiasm and anticipation. A satisfied smile graced Cateriel's face as she continued, "Now, let us welcome our first contestant. Hailing from Slytherin House, Draco Malfoy. Slytherin students, where are your cheers?" Amidst the fierce cheers from the Slytherin students, a figure emerged from the next exit of the Slytherin Hall. Malfoy raised his hands, stepping forward amidst the applause, a confident smile illuminating his face. Upon reaching the center stage, Malfoy turned to face Slytherin House, employing the amplification charm once more, and declared, "Slytherin." In response to Malfoy's call, the serpents of Slytherin rose to their feet, echoing his rallying cry throughout the venue. "We hail from the mire, brimming with ambition, yearning for power, strong and composed, elegant and self-assured. We have no regrets. We are Slytherin." Malfoy spread his arms wide, relishing the wave of support that enveloped him. Severus Snape watched Malfoy and the enthusiastic response from the Slytherin students, a glimmer of light flickering in his gaze, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, Ron glanced at the Slytherin response, sneering slightly before rallying his fellow classmates. Caitlin cast a glance at Malfoy, a smile gracing her features. This Malfoy was quite impressive, indeed, for he had managed to create quite a spectacle for himself. Nevertheless, putting aside all else, this maneuver was indeed effective, and the ambitious Slytherins were quite formidable. Now, may I present our second competitor, a hero who recently rescued classmates from the clutches of werewolves and giant spiders. Hailing from Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom. As Caitlin shouted amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, the Gryffindor Lions watched with anticipation. In an instant, the Gryffindor Lions erupted in joyous screams, striving to let their voices resonate throughout the dueling club and beyond. Neville Longbottom emerged from the passage, his somewhat plump figure resembling a ball from a distance. Unlike Malfoy, who exuded confidence and ease, Neville appeared somewhat anxious under the scrutiny of all present. Consequently, Malfoy regarded Neville with disdain, declaring, "You are nothing but a fraud. I shall trample you before everyone here." At Malfoy's words, Neville shrank back, seemingly attempting to curl himself into a ball. Hermione, observing Neville's demeanor, immediately nudged Ron, her expression tinged with urgency. Ron quickly grasped the situation, channeling his emotions into a loud incantation, shouting, "Gryffindor." Upon hearing Ron's voice, Neville swiftly turned to face him. At that moment, the faculty and students from other houses also turned their attention towards Gryffindor. In response to the collective gaze, the Gryffindor Lions did not disappoint, responding with resounding, righteous voices, akin to the kings of the forest, challenging their adversaries. In the face of desire, we do not cower. We are brave, resolute, and just. We pursue truth and resist evil. We are Gryffindor. Chapter 65, Malfoy vs. Neville. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter listened to the cheers echoing from outside. Peering through the crystal ball to witness the unfolding scene, he could not help but clench his fists, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. This was Gryffindor. A profound sense of belonging resonated within Harry's soul, solidifying his determination to defeat Malfoy. In the arena, Caitlin hovered between the two competitors, her demeanor lighthearted as she inquired, "Draco Malfoy, Neville Longbottom, are you both prepared?" "Ready," Malfoy replied with confidence. Caitlin then directed her gaze towards Neville, who took a deep breath. His eyes steadfast as he looked at Malfoy, responding earnestly, "I am ready, Professor." Encouraged by Ron's shout and the support of Gryffindor, Neville felt a surge of inspiration. Thus, he resolved not to let them down. "Since we are all prepared, let the duel commence." As Kate, Lyle finished speaking, her silvery wings fluttered, lifting her gracefully into the air. Simultaneously, a magical barrier enveloped the entire dueling arena, designed to prevent any magical attacks from spilling into the audience and causing harm. Neville and Malfoy exchanged a brief glance, each raising their wands before them in a gesture of respect as they bowed to one another. Following this, they each retreated 10 paces, adhering to the strict etiquette observed during wizard duels. Thunderball spell. As soon as he halted, Malfoy unhesitatingly unleashed his magic upon Neville. Although Neville was slightly delayed, he nonetheless brandished his wand to formally meet Malfoy's challenge. Earthen wall spell. A sturdy wall of earth rose up, successfully intercepting the incoming thunderball, allowing Neville to swiftly retreat behind its protection. Seeing Neville withdraw, a sly smile crept across Malfoy's face as he hastily pursued him, taunting, "Neville Longbottom, not only are you a fraud, but also a coward." Despite Malfoy's derision and provocation, Neville refrained from retaliating. Instead, he quickly sought refuge behind a rocky outcrop, then began to reposition himself. From their elevated vantage point, the spectators observed the arena, while some continued to mock Neville as a coward. A greater number held a sense of anticipation. They recognized that this was undoubtedly part of Neville's strategy. Malfoy approached the chaotic pile of stones, momentarily taken aback when Neville, who had seemingly vanished after a few fleeting glimpses, suddenly disappeared from view. It dawned on him that Neville was using the rocks to engage him in a game of hide and seek. "Cunning Neville, do you think that hiding behind there will spare you from my grasp? It is futile. I will capture you and allow you to experience the exquisite sensation of crackling lightning. You cannot conceal yourself. These stones cannot hide your bulky frame. Just wait. I shall triumph over you with a perfect score." At that moment, Malfoy resembled a self-indulgent madman, moving swiftly among the stones, his exaggerated expressions reflecting a combination of excitement and determination as he sought to catch sight of Neville. In the Gryffindor stands, Hermione, Ron, and others were fixated on the shifting figure of Neville. According to their strategy devised the previous night, Neville was to use the earthen wall to obscure Malfoy's line of sight before launching a surprise attack. However, to their astonishment, the arena, under Kate Lyle's influence, had manifested obstructive stones, facilitating Neville's concealment. Now, whether Neville could seize the opportunity to vanquish Malfoy rested solely upon his own resolve. Earth Spike. Thunderball spell. At a crucial moment, Neville burst forth from behind the stones, launching an offensive against the searching Malfoy. Quick to react, Malfoy immediately cast a spell and swiftly ducked back into the stones, maneuvering toward Neville from another direction. Neville had indeed gained some weight, causing his reflexes to lag by a fraction of a second, just enough for the bludger to strike him. He was propelled a meter away, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Merlin's undergarments. Neville had been hit, and his fate bracelet deducted 10 points. Ron, anxiously gazing at the large screen displaying Neville's fate bracelet, gasped as the points vanished. "Neville, run!" Hermione shouted in desperation. Malfoy seized the opportunity, swiftly closing in on Neville. Although Neville's face paled slightly with panic, he hastily rose to his feet. Bludger spell. At the corner, Malfoy spotted Neville and quickly waved his wand. Unfortunately for Malfoy, Neville evaded the attack and sprinted away once more. Channeling his inner strength, Neville ran swiftly, circling around in search of an opportunity to cast a spell. Earth Spike. The ground erupted, and Malfoy's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. In his pursuit of Neville, he was caught off guard by Neville's sudden counterattack. Malfoy was sent flying, clutching his foot in pain. Though he suffered no bloodshed or serious injury, the sensation of being struck by magic was undeniably real. Malfoy, 10 points deducted. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter witnessed Malfoy being struck by Neville and could not contain his excitement, pumping his fist and exclaiming, "Yes, fantastic." The sight of Malfoy in pain brought a flicker of joy to Harry's heart, indicating that Gryffindor might be on the verge of victory. Malfoy glanced at his fate bracelet, now reading 90 points, his expression darkening. How could he let Neville, someone he believed he could easily dominate, inflict such pain and deduct points from him? It was utterly unforgivable. I am the one destined to trample you underfoot for a perfect score. What a chance. Ron and Hermione cheered as they witnessed Malfoy take a hit. However, Neville's subsequent actions left them thoroughly disappointed, contrary to their expectations. He did not continue his assault, but instead crouched behind a rock, gasping for breath. Merlin's undergarments. Surely, he wouldn't succumb to that wretched old habit again. Ron, hands on his head in frustration, lamented. The first-year Gryffindor Lions joined in a chorus of dismay. Their perfectly crafted strategy had been cast aside. Malfoy, fists clenched and his expression twisted with rage, charged forward once more. Neville, I swear, you will pay for this. Enraged, Malfoy brandished his wand and plunged into the fray again. Thus, Neville and Malfoy found themselves entangled in a chaotic chase and counterattack amidst the scattered stones. The students in the audience watched the fierce duel with bated breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Among them, the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor exhibited the most exuberance, fervently cheering for their respective champions. On the professor's viewing platform, McGonagall, Hagrid, Flitwick, Snape, Dumbledore, and others were captivated by the electrifying atmosphere, their expressions tense as they observed the duel. Notably, Professor McGonagall was particularly invested. For Gryffindor had suffered 3 consecutive defeats to Slytherin in Quidditch, and she harbored immense hopes that Neville could vanquish Malfoy and bring glory to Gryffindor. In stark contrast to McGonagall's anxious demeanor, Snape appeared remarkably composed, as if victory were already assured. Chapter 66. The Fearless Roar of the Lion. In the arena, the memory orbs, following the combatants, tirelessly captured every moment of the battle, ensuring that their extraordinary feats would be immortalized. These thrilling instances of their confrontation would be documented and displayed on the club's bulletin board, or compiled into booklets for circulation within Hogwarts. The excitement of the live audience, composed of faculty and students alike, was palpable as they were swept up in fervor and enthusiasm. Neville, with his somewhat clumsy physique, engaged in a series of life-and-death struggles against Malfoy. The battleground was a chaotic landscape, riddled with crumbling earth walls, explosive spikes, and shattered stones, creating a scene of utter disarray. At this moment, Neville felt utterly exhausted, as if his legs no longer belonged to him. They were heavy and weary. His clothes and hair were drenched in sweat, and he gasped for breath, a testament to his fatigue. As his physical strength waned, so too did his magical reserves. Malfoy, perched atop a fragment of stone, wore a brooding expression, his breath slightly labored, yet he appeared far better off than Neville. However, both combatants had dwindling scores, Neville with 20 points and Malfoy with 40, giving Malfoy the numerical advantage. Yet such a lead did not guarantee victory. With his wand in hand, Malfoy fixed a cold gaze on Neville beside a stone, sneering, I must admit, although you've grown somewhat portly and are prone to tears, you possess a modicum of cleverness and have successfully toyed with me. Neville met Malfoy's gaze, a hint of a smile breaking through, and retorted, Thank you. I've always wanted to tell you that I'm not afraid of you. I will defeat you. At this, Malfoy's expression darkened as he waved his wand, commanding, Thunderbolt, fire. A wall of earth sprang up as Neville defended against the Thunderbolt attack. When the wall crumbled, he darted behind a stone to regroup. Malfoy leaped down, pursuing Neville relentlessly. Just then, Neville suddenly emerged from behind the stone, erecting a wall of earth approximately 1.5 meters high before Malfoy. Malfoy let out a cold scoff and abruptly turned, moving towards the right. Earthen wall. Neville's voice echoed once more, growing ever nearer. On the Gryffindor stance, Hermione observed Neville approaching Malfoy and immediately grasped the situation, exclaiming, He remembered. Remembered what? Ron inquired, confusion etched on his face. The triangular tactic. Hermione cried out, her excitement palpable. Ron too realized, his gaze fixed intently on Neville, his fists clenched with fervor. Meanwhile, Neville was straining to lift his feet, pushing himself to run, searching desperately for his next position. He had to deliver a decisive blow before Malfoy emerged from that spot. Bang! Exhausted from exertion, Neville lost control of his body while running, his head colliding with a stone. For a moment, the world spun around him, and his heavy form staggered unsteadily, almost collapsing. He managed to brace himself with his hands against the ground, summoning all his strength to propel himself forward. Neville, you can do it. Hannah Abbott watched the valiant Neville Longbottom, tears welling in her eyes, filled with emotion and determination, unwilling to see him lose. In that moment, she unleashed a cheering spell. At Ravenclaw, Luna Lovegood turned her gaze towards Hannah Abbott, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. A voice within her urged her to act. She raised her hands and began to shout, Go, Neville, you are the best. The male and female voices of Ravenclaw turned towards Luna, astonished by her fervor. Charge! 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 We are Gryffindor, we are courageous lions. The Gryffindor students were inspired by Neville's display of bravery and perseverance, joining in a rousing cheer. Professor McGonagall gripped the railing tightly, her heart racing with tension, her eyes fixed on the large screen displaying the crystal ball's projection, breath quickening in anticipation. A smile spread across Cattermole's face. Only one opportunity lay before Neville now. Malfoy had stepped into the trap Neville had set for him. All Neville needed to do was position himself and unleash the spell, or corner Malfoy against the wall, turning him into a mere prey. Everyone watched this moment with bated breath, aware that Neville was on the brink of defeat. His magical energy and stamina were nearly depleted, while Malfoy still retained substantial strength and ample magic. Yet, they were all eager to witness the moment Neville would turn the tide. At this moment, Neville's mind resonated with a multitude of voices, all rallying in his support. He was running, laughing, and tears mingled with sweat streamed down his cheeks, glistening in the air. Simultaneously, through Neville's blurred vision, he seemed to perceive the emergence of a figure, prompting him to raise his wand. Earth Spike Bloom, Thunderball Barrage. The two incantations echoed almost in unison. With unsteady movements, Neville waved his wand, his body succumbing to an uncontrollable fall. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderballs struck Neville with precision, the overwhelming surge of electricity sending tremors through him. In an instant, Neville found himself 100 meters away, a radiant white light enveloping him. The next moment, he awoke. Neville Longbottom's score reset to 0, defeated. The victor was Draco Malfoy. Caterwall lifted Neville and approached Malfoy, who was similarly graced by a beam of divine light, restoring him to optimal condition. Cheers erupted from the Slytherins above the dueling club, joined by students from other houses who supported Malfoy. A hint of a smile crossed Malfoy's face, though it quickly morphed into indifference. During the climactic battle, Neville's magic had faltered. It was a formidable spell, and had it not wavered, the outcome could have been different. Either he might have lost, or they both might have been disqualified. For Malfoy, whether in a tie or defeat, such outcomes were intolerable. Yet even in victory, Malfoy could not find joy, for he had nearly succumbed to Neville. What irked him further was that despite his loss, Neville had emerged as a hero. Hearing Caterwall's words, Neville stood in a daze, mouth agape, gazing towards Gryffindor, a torrent of words bubbling within him. Yet nothing escaped his lips. Neville, you are the best. You did not lose. You brought no shame to Gryffindor. Hermione, casting a cheering charm, called out to the stunned Neville. Her voice stirred something within him, and soon, he could no longer hold back his tears. Neville, you are the best. Neville Longbottom, you are a hero. Neville Longbottom, you are the pride of Gryffindor. The hall resounded with cheers from Gryffindor, filling Neville's heart with immense solace and support. At that moment, he no longer felt like a solitary figure. He cried, but with joy. Chapter 67, Goyle's Defeat, Malfoy's Challenge. In the Slytherin corridor, Malfoy returned to the common room, his face dark as he focused on Goyle, commanding, Goyle, you must find a way to defeat Harry, no matter the means. If that is unfeasible, then at least aim to deplete his stamina and magical energy. Do you understand? Goyle nodded heavily, declaring loudly, don't worry, Malfoy, I will make Harry pay. In the Gryffindor corridor, Harry Potter observed Neville Longbottom approaching with a smile, embracing him warmly as he exclaimed, Neville, well done. You were incredibly brave and powerful. You nearly took down Malfoy. Rest assured, I will defeat Goyle and avenge you, defending the honor of Gryffindor. Neville, overwhelmed with joy and tears, listened to Harry's words, his emotions spilling forth as he tightly embraced Harry, proclaiming, Harry, I am a brave lion. They support me, and I have gained everyone's backing. I am no longer alone. Releasing Neville, Harry gave him a thumbs up and smiled, saying, indeed, you are not alone. Suddenly, Neville halted his weeping, his eyes glistening as he looked at Harry and asked, Harry, are you scolding me? Harry, taken aback, replied, what? Did I scold you? Hesitating, Neville responded, but I feel that way. At the center of the arena, Kate Lair floated in the air, once again presiding over the match, his voice resonating throughout the dueling club. Let us thank Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom for their exhilarating battle. Now, let us welcome Gregory Goyle from Slytherin House. As Goyle emerged from the Slytherin exit, he flaunted his muscles and waved to the other houses. Slytherin, Goyle roared, striking a powerful and fierce pose. The cheers of Slytherin echoed throughout the dueling club, filled with excitement and anticipation. If Goyle were to defeat Harry, the reputation and honor of Slytherin would ascend to new heights, a prospect that thrilled these ambitious souls. Kate Lair glanced at the Slytherin house before turning to Gryffindor, smiling as he announced, now, let us welcome the boy who lived, the talented wizard with mastery over both fire and wind magic, Harry Potter. Ron and the other Gryffindor lions chanted their slogans, creating a rousing atmosphere to welcome Harry's entrance. Harry stepped out from the corridor, surveying his surroundings as countless eyes turned towards him. Despite the pressure, he felt invigorated, especially by the Gryffindor chants that filled him with courage. Harry, go for it. Defeat Goyle, then take down Malfoy and avenge Neville. Ron Weasley shouted, raising his fist in encouragement. Upon hearing this, Harry turned to Ron, raising his fist with a confident smile gracing his face. Wand in hand, chest held high, Harry Potter stepped into the arena, basking in the gaze of all present. Following his acknowledgement of Gryffindor, Caitlin observed Harry as he emerged, casting his gaze around before finally resting it upon the professor's table, a smile illuminating his features. Severus Snape maintained his stoic demeanor, while Professor Quirrell fixated intently on Caitlin. Caitlin withdrew his gaze and addressed Gregory Goyle and Harry Potter, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" "We are ready, Professor." Both Goyle and Harry replied in unison. Caitlin nodded, instructing bow. Goyle looked down at Harry from his elevated stance, fixating on him as he declared, "Harry Potter, I shall make you understand the cost of underestimating me." Harry, slightly furrowing his brow at Goyle's words, responded, "I have never overestimated you." With that, Harry turned to retreat. Fireball spell. Fireball spell. As the 10th step fell, both Goyle and Harry sprang into action. Their fireballs collided and were swiftly extinguished. The moment of probing had concluded. Harry did not evade but instead maneuvered closer to Goyle, proclaiming, "Fireball barrage." Harry's speed of casting was remarkable. Goyle lagged momentarily, forced to evade hastily. Fireballs were unleashed in quick succession, narrowly missing Goyle several times before scorching the ground beneath them, leaving it hot and red. "Goyle, you can never hope to be my equal. I shall thoroughly obliterate you." Listening to Harry's words, Goyle, after dodging a few more times, retaliated fiercely, shouting, "Fireball spell." Harry countered with a fireball of his own, intercepting Goyle's attack. Gust spell. Harry darted behind a stone, immediately casting a gust spell upon himself. Whoosh. As Goyle sought a vantage point to attack, he saw Harry's figure zooming past. Before Goyle could react, he heard Harry's voice call out, "Fireball barrage." Bang, bang, bang. His back was struck by 5 fireballs in succession, the searing heat and tremendous force causing him to tumble to the ground, rolling as if a fire were raging within him. Fireball barrage. Harry reappeared above Goyle's head, once more waving his wand and exclaiming. Another 5 fireballs struck Goyle, and a shimmering light enveloped him, propelling him 100 meters away. Simultaneously, Goyle's score was obliterated. A joyous smile spread across Harry Potter's face as he waved his wand and fist, turning to Gryffindor, exuberantly shouting, "Gryffindor!" Ron and the Gryffindor Lions erupted in jubilant cheers, even breaking into their chant once more. Kettler bestowed a radiant light upon Goyle, alleviating his suffering, and remarked with a smile, "Gregory Goyle's score is reset. He has been vanquished. The victor is Gryffindor, Harry Potter." The applause reverberated throughout the dueling club, as Harry Potter's formidable prowess took many by surprise. Goyle was almost entirely defenseless against his defeat. Harry Potter triumphed with remarkable ease. He did not exit the stage but instead turned his gaze towards the Slytherin direction, where Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, his eyes glinting with fury as he regarded Harry Potter. "Draco Malfoy, I challenge you," Harry Potter called out. Fixing his eyes on Malfoy, with a sullen expression, Malfoy mounted his broomstick and soared into the air, spiraling in a display of rage that drew cheers from Slytherin and other houses alike before finally addressing Harry Potter. "Harry Potter, I accept your challenge." At the professor's table, Professor Quirrell wore a grim and somewhat sinister expression, emitting a faint sound. Snape seemed to sense something amiss, casting a cold, emotionless glance in Quirrell's direction. Simultaneously, Kettler's gaze landed on the professor's table, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 68, Aerial Combat. Slytherin, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Harry Potter boldly initiated the challenge, to which Draco Malfoy responded with an air of arrogance. The fervor generated by the students of the two houses resonated throughout the dueling club, each side brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. At the professor's table, Dumbledore observed the eager students with a smile, declaring, "Kettler has accomplished something of great significance for the students of Hogwarts. The Fate Ring is a marvelous invention. Its defensive mechanism enables students to fully unleash their strengths and advantages, fostering growth through genuine competition. I foresee that upon their graduation, they will become the ultimate forces within the magical realm." Professor McGonagall, hearing this, chimed in with a smile, "Albus, other subjects besides elemental magic are equally important." Dumbledore chuckled in response. "Indeed, a well-rounded education is of utmost importance. We must reconsider the arrangement of our curriculum to ensure a balanced approach across various disciplines." "They're bound to complain, Albus," Hagrid interjected, having overheard the conversation between Dumbledore and McGonagall, chuckling. "We are thinking of their future, Hagrid." Flitwick supported from the side. The other professors, upon hearing this, displayed varying degrees of amusement. To be honest, they too were eager to partake in the unfolding battle, especially in such an exhilarating atmosphere, which would undoubtedly heighten the thrill of the fight. In the center of the arena, in the midst of such a deafening atmosphere, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy stood at the center of the duel arena, their gazes locked, each brimming with combat fervor. Carlyle observed the two with a smile gracing his face. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, you are the most promising talents I have encountered thus far, and I am filled with anticipation for your futures. You need not concern yourselves with safety during the impending battle. Should either side score 0, they will be immediately transported to safety. Now, everyone eagerly awaits the confrontation between you two, myself included. As Malfoy absorbed Catalyle's words, his gaze towards Harry shifted slightly. Professor Catalyle's admiration for Harry Potter stirred a tinge of jealousy within Malfoy. He had begun to sense the support Catalyle had provided him. Although the journey felt akin to traversing through hell, Malfoy could distinctly perceive his growing strength. Harry, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He too recognized Malfoy's might. Yet he possessed an unwavering resolve not to succumb. Catalyle surveyed the duo once more, chuckling softly before announcing, "Begin." Malfoy and Harry exchanged a glance, both raising their wands in front of them and bowing to one another, then stepping back with resolute expressions. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers once more. Unlike before, the two did not immediately engage in combat. "Do you wish to take to the skies?" Harry inquired, eyeing Malfoy's broomstick resting nearby. "Let us have a contest in the air. I have no desire to play hide and seek amidst the stones," Malfoy replied. Harry nodded and turned to Professor Catalyle at the faculty table, calling out, "Professor Catalyle, might you temporarily lower the barrier?" Catalyle obliged with a nod, releasing the enchantment. Harry waved his wand, exclaiming, "Nimbus 2000. In the chamber designated for broomsticks, the Nimbus 2000 that belonged exclusively to Harry seemed to heed his call, soaring out of the room with remarkable speed and descending vertically before Harry. Catalyle observed this display with a smile, remarking, "Impressive. You've mastered the summoning charm, I see. Professor Flitwick, when did you teach them this?" Flitwick, grinning, explained, "Though I have diligently instructed the first-year students, none before Harry had succeeded. His performance is indeed surprising." "Professor Flitwick, you ought to feel proud. Harry's display is remarkably stylish, and many students will surely admire this spell." Catalyle responded with another smile. "Perhaps," Flitwick replied, though the joy on his face was unmistakable. Catalyle cast a glance at the jubilant Flivvy, and then turned her attention to Mrs. Hooch, smiling as she spoke. "Mrs. Hooch, are you looking forward to it?" They are about to engage in a fierce battle on their flying broomsticks amidst the boundless sky. Indeed, both of them are exceptional flyers. Mrs. Hooch beamed with excitement as she replied. She held no bias, acknowledging that among the first-year students, Harry and Malfoy's flying skills were truly remarkable. No one could dismiss such talented pupils, and as a professor, she yearned for all her students to exhibit genius. Harry Potter ascended on his Nimbus 2000, gazing at Draco Malfoy with fervor, declaring, "Draco Malfoy." Malfoy's expression darkened with anger as he grasped his broom and soared into the air, wand in hand, retorting, "Harry Potter." The two locked eyes and, without a word, swiftly launched their attacks. Thunderbolt charm. Fireball spell. The electrifying thunderbolt collided with the searing fireball in midair, bursting forth in a dazzling display of light, marking the commencement of their duel. As Harry and Malfoy unleashed their spells, they quickly maneuvered through the sky. In aerial combat, standing still was not an option. This contest in the air posed a formidable challenge for both. However, they were brimming with confidence in their flying prowess. Both wielded Nimbus 2000s, unmatched in speed. Thus the battle hinged more on their control of the broomsticks and their ability to seize opportunities to strike. Fireball barrage. Harry soared upward, gripping his broom tightly with his legs, executing a swift 180-degree turn. With his body inverted, he raised his head to focus on the pursuing Malfoy. Dangerously clutching the broom with one hand while brandishing his wand with the other, he shouted. The magical brilliance flickered as 5 fireballs, emanating intense heat, shot forth in rapid succession. Malfoy, observing the oncoming fireballs, deftly maneuvered his broom to avoid the fiery assault. Thunderbolt barrage. With a sharp turn, a grin of exhilaration spread across Malfoy's face as he seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack against the descending Harry Potter. "Watch out. Harry is in danger." In the audience, Hermione leaped to her feet, her voice rising in alarm. "Harry, behind you," Ron shouted, his face etched with concern. The faculty and students in the stands fixated on the descending thunderbolt, a mix of anticipation and trepidation filling the air. Should Harry Potter be struck and plummet from the heights, the repercussions could lead to a catastrophic score of 0. Chapter 69, A Turn of Events. In the passage of time, amidst the baptism and frenzy of the bouncing thunder, Malfoy found himself enveloped in profound despair. However, this purgatorial training significantly enhanced his mastery of magic. Recently, he had successfully passed a trial set by Caterwall, which required him to enter the water and strike a stone-headed fish amidst 100 bouncing thunders. Thus, Malfoy brimmed with confidence, convinced that his barrage of thunderballs would surely strike Harry Potter. Bang! Of the 5 thunderballs launched, 2 found their mark. Harry Potter was penalized 20 points. A cry of anguish escaped him, the prickling and numbing sensation almost causing him to relinquish his grip on the broomstick. Yet, despite this, His control over the broom seemed akin to a deflated balloon, bobbing erratically. In that moment, those who were concerned for Harry Potter gasped in alarm. Hermione clutched Ron's hand tightly. Anxiety and worry etched across her face. Snape remained impassive, his cold gaze tracking Harry's form. Professor Quirrell wore a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Professor McGonagall leaned forward as if to rush out and catch Harry, filled with hope, yet the unfolding events were difficult for her to bear. Malfoy, observing Harry's descent, could not suppress a grin. But that was insufficient. During the first magic class, Harry's performance had stirred envy and jealousy within him for quite some time. Therefore, Malfoy brandished his wand once more, exclaiming, "Thunderball barrage! Thunderball barrage! Thunderball barrage!" He sought to deny Harry any opportunity, launching a relentless assault from his elevated position. In an instant, a multitude of thunderballs descended, covering a wide area. Harry, gritting his teeth against the pain, fought to maintain control of the broom. "Up, fly up," he urged desperately, a fierce grimace on his face, his voice laced with fury. Indeed, at that moment, Harry was consumed by rage. He refused to accept defeat so easily. It would be utterly humiliating. Even worse, such a loss would be more devastating than Neville's. As the ground loomed closer, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, bang, bang, bang. The thunderballs struck with alarming speed, their impacts resonating with thunderous booms that sent clouds of dust swirling. As the cacophony erupted, the breath of the onlookers quickened. Some had already begun scanning the field for Harry's figure. Had Harry lost? Surely all the thunderballs had found their target? He must have fallen to the ground. His score reduced to 0. In that fleeting moment, the crowd's thoughts swirled in a tumult of anxiety and schadenfreude. Even so, some students from Slytherin began to celebrate. At that moment, even Malfoy was filled with anticipation. Should Harry Potter lose outright, he would achieve a perfect score, thus defeating Harry Potter, an accomplishment worthy of great pride. Harry Potter's score dwindled, 70, 60, 50. The numbers halted their descent, indicating that Harry had not yet been eliminated. Malfoy's smile abruptly froze as he gazed at the stagnant score, then turned his attention to the ground where Harry was situated, and without hesitation, he waved his wand, exclaiming furiously, "Reductor curse." Just then, a gust of wind swept away the obscuring dust, revealing Harry Potter soaring on his Firebolt 2000. Fireball barrage. Harry's sudden appearance and counterattack elicited renewed cheers from the faculty and students who supported him. At the Professor's table, Hagrid leapt up, his fists raised as he shouted, "Go, go, Harry! You're incredible!" Hagrid's hefty frame startled his fellow professors, including Kettleburn. Professor McGonagall, with a fluttering heart, admonished him, "Merlin's beard. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Hagrid chuckled awkwardly, then turned his gaze to the sky, shaking his fist at Harry's retaliation against Malfoy. His face alight with elation. Having just witnessed Harry's fall and Malfoy's subsequent attack, Hagrid had been deeply concerned, wishing he could rush forward to rescue Harry. After several waves of attacks, Harry skillfully maneuvered his broomstick, evading Malfoy's strikes, and began to dance through the arena with him. At this juncture, Harry recognized the considerable gap between himself and Malfoy. At the very least, Malfoy exhibited superior control over his magic. Windblade. Harry flew low, utilizing the rocks as cover, and unleashed a gust of air at the pursuing Malfoy. Taken by surprise, Malfoy failed to notice the incoming wind blade, which struck his hand. The score of the fateful ring shifted to 85. In pain, Malfoy released his grip on the broomstick, losing control and nearly colliding with the rock. The impact, at such speed, would surely be more agonizing than being struck repeatedly by a reductor curse. While the timid instinctively shielded their eyes, the bold clenched their fists in astonishment. Snape squinted, while Kettleburn wore a bemused smile. With a crash, Malfoy opted to leap from his broom, the tremendous force propelling him several meters away. 20. The score plummeted to 65, a mere 15 points shy of Harry's advantage. Despite feeling pain and dizziness, Malfoy quickly regained his footing, his gaze darting through the chaos to locate Harry Potter, spotting his fallen broomstick amidst the scattered rubble. Fireball barrage! Fireball barrage! Fireball barrage! Harry Potter emulated Malfoy, seizing the opportunity with precision as fireballs rained down relentlessly. Without hesitation, Malfoy plunged into the debris, utilizing the cover to evade the descending fireballs while reclaiming his broomstick. Windblade spell. Fireball spell. Harry, mounted on his broom, deftly controlled his speed and direction, launching a series of attacks upon Malfoy from his elevated position. Malfoy found himself in a dire predicament, surrounded by fireballs crashing down just a meter away, the scattered embers radiating intense heat, creating the illusion of being engulfed in flames. Additionally, the invisible wind blades were ruthlessly sharp, causing the stones they struck to fragment. The debris splattered against him, resulting in a continuous deduction of his score, which plummeted further. The tides of battle shifted in an instant, leaving Malfoy in a state of utter disarray and resentment. Chapter 70. The unexpected Harry Potter. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. The cheers resonated, bolstering Harry's spirit, while Draco Malfoy, in his frantic retreat, felt his anger intensifying, his fists clenched tightly. Grasping his broom, Malfoy relentlessly sought an opportunity. Levitation spell. With a flourish of his wand, he manipulated the debris around him, elevating it to obscure Harry's line of sight. Seizing the moment, Malfoy mounted his Nimbus 2000 and soared into the sky. Observers were taken aback by Malfoy's display, particularly the professors. It was not surprising for a first year to cast a levitation spell, but to control multiple objects with such finesse was indeed remarkable. Blocked from view, Harry refrained from wasting magical attacks. However, as he witnessed Malfoy ascend, Harry surprised everyone by descending to the ground and discarding his broom. This unexpected action left the crowd in astonishment. They could not deny Harry's exceptional flying skills, which surpassed those of many upperclassmen. In comparison to Malfoy, their abilities appeared evenly matched. In midair, Malfoy noticed Harry's discarded broom, feeling a surge of offense and humiliation. Harry Potter, are you conceding defeat? Malfoy looked down at Harry Potter with disdain, his voice laced with anger. In response, Harry met his gaze and replied with a smile. I shall not yield until I have defeated you. With all eyes upon him, Harry brandished his wand and intoned, Child of the Wind, grant me the wings of flight. Soar through the heavens, flight spell. In an instant, a gust of wind enveloped Harry, and he felt the emergence of invisible wings. A spark ignited within him, and he ascended into the air, his speed rivaling that of the Firebolt 2000. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, their curiosity piqued as they marveled at Harry's remarkable feat yet. Amidst their wonder, envy coursed through them. Hermione and Ron, having experienced flight themselves, quickly realized the truth. It's Professor Kate's flight spell. By Merlin's beard. Harry has actually mastered it, they exclaimed, drawing the attention of the curious crowd. Draco Malfoy, consumed by jealousy and admiration, watched Harry soar without the aid of a broomstick. Gripping his broom tightly, Draco charged towards him. After swiftly adapting to his newfound wings, Harry cast a determined glance at Malfoy. Windblade spell. Thunderball spell. Thunderball barrage. The two engaged in a breathtaking aerial duel, exchanging spells in a flurry of speed. The arena trembled under the onslaught of their magic as obstacles shattered. Dust and debris swirling around them amid the cacophony of explosive sounds. Fireballs and thunderballs, along with invisible wind blades, crisscrossed the sky, either striking the protective barrier or colliding with one another, raining down destruction upon the ground. As time passed, Harry and Draco continued their fierce contest of wits and skill, relentlessly pursuing each other. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted, the Whomping Willow. The attention of students and teachers was once again captivated as Harry and Draco inadvertently ventured into the attack range of the notorious tree. The row of Whomping Willows swung their thick branches with exuberance, launching an assault on both boys. Harry ducked low, evading the branches with the grace of a fish in water, darting through the air with remarkable speed. Draco followed closely, deftly maneuvering his broom to avoid the strikes. Time and again, he attempted to retaliate against Harry but was forced to refrain. Crash! Just as Draco was about to escape the reach of the Whomping Willow, he was struck, instantly losing 30 points as he plummeted to the ground, subsequently incurring an additional 10-point penalty. On the scoreboard, Draco Malfoy's points plummeted to a mere 15. In stark contrast, Harry Potter's score still stood at 30. Malfoy tumbled several times before finally regaining his balance, overwhelmed by dizziness and a stinging sensation throughout his body. Unsteady and weakened, he struggled to rise, his wand lost somewhere in the chaos. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity. Yet, Harry Potter's actions defied all expectations once more. Instead of launching an attack on Malfoy, he soared before him, landing gracefully and waving his wand, conjuring a gust of wind that sent Draco's wand flying even further away. Draco Malfoy, you have lost, Harry declared resolutely, gazing at Malfoy as he attempted to stand. Staggering, Malfoy slowly regained his footing, locking eyes with Harry and expressing his fury. Harry Potter, do you believe that without my wand, I am destined to lose? With his wand firmly directed at Draco, Harry paused for a moment before responding. At this distance, you cannot retrieve your wand. I shall defeat you before you manage to do so. Draco erupted into laughter, a sound tinged with a sickly, deranged quality, evoking complex emotions. Harry felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at Malfoy's sudden mirth, perplexed by how he could still laugh in the face of impending defeat. The faculty and students of each house, observing through the large screen, regarded Malfoy with bewilderment. Had the boy lost his mind? Or was he simply unable to cope with such a crushing blow? In this unsettling atmosphere, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall sensed something was amiss. It appeared the boy's psyche had twisted in some way. What is happening? Professor Flitwick voiced his unease. Madame Pomfrey, what is your perspective? Professor McGonagall inquired, turning to her. Madame Pomfrey hesitated before responding. Perhaps he is unable to bear the shock of losing the duel. Severus Snape fell silent for a moment before abruptly rising, intent on entering the arena. However, at that moment, Kettleburn intervened to stop him. Snape fixed Kettleburn with a piercing gaze, wordlessly questioning him. Do not be alarmed. Things may not be as dire as you presume. This is merely a transient phase of extreme emotion, Kettleburn remarked, scanning the crowd and noticing their expressions of confusion before shifting his attention back to Draco Malfoy. Professor Kettleburn, are you certain this child is unharmed? McGonagall asked earnestly. Absolutely. Kettleburn affirmed with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. On the contrary, the upcoming confrontation will prove quite intriguing. However, it may also conclude rather swiftly. Chapter 71. The Magical Warrior, Harry Potter's Defeat Gryffindor. The deafening cheer reverberated through the air of the dueling club, as all present were convinced of Gryffindor's triumph. Yet, Harry Potter did not immediately take action, leaving some in a state of confusion, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. What was he doing? Why was he hesitating? Was he truly willing to spare this insufferable bully who had tormented them for so long? Ron, observing Harry's reluctance, was filled with anxiety and anger. Harry, strike now. Defeat him. His roommate, Seamus, could no longer restrain himself and shouted, do it. Bring him down. The lions of Gryffindor roared in unison, joined by students from other houses who also disdained Malfoy. Despite hearing their fervent calls, Harry seemed impervious to their pleas. Draco Malfoy, he intoned, fixing his gaze upon his adversary. Are you conceding defeat? The very words that Draco had once hurled at him were now being returned in kind. Harry grappled with his thoughts. For the honor of Gryffindor and the desire to win, he knew he should strike decisively against Draco Malfoy. Yet, he refrained from doing so. This was a testament to Harry's inherent kindness, as he hesitated to vanquish Draco in such a manner. Draco, upon hearing Harry's words, wiped the smile from his face and glared darkly at him. Harry Potter, are you jesting? Surrender? I am a noble pureblood, a Slytherin, and I shall never yield. His resolve was unwavering, his anger palpable. Even though he was devoid of a wand and had no chance of victory, his steadfastness perplexed Harry. Harry, trembling slightly, gripped his wand tighter, biting his lip as he declared, I will make you face reality. He felt compelled to deliver a significant blow to Malfoy, to ensure he recognized his dire situation. Fireball barrage. 5 fireballs, each the size of a basin, launched forth with astonishing speed. The mere distance of a few meters was ample to secure Draco's defeat. Harry's onslaught plunged those who supported Malfoy into despair and regret, while his own supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, confident that Draco had been rendered defenseless. Yet, just as victory seemed certain, a flash of lightning enveloped Draco Malfoy, causing him to vanish in an instant. The fireballs, having missed their target, detonated upon impact with the ground, producing a series of explosive booms. Behind you. Harry Potter suddenly sensed a looming threat behind him, accompanied by a hissing sound. A look of alarm crossed his face, yet his movements were devoid of hesitation. Wind blast. Thunderblade. In an instant, Harry propelled himself forward, as Draco Malfoy's voice echoed behind him. Bang! A sharp sensation akin to a knife slicing deeply into his back surged through him, both scorching and painful. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed a deduction of 15 points from Harry Potter's score. Consequently, Harry's score aligned with that of Draco Malfoy. Both had their own means to incapacitate the other. It was a matter of who would strike first. At that moment, arcs of electricity flickered around Draco Malfoy, while a ball of lightning coalesced in his right hand, swiftly pursuing the wind-enhanced Harry Potter. The two engaged in a rapid chase within the arena, their speed remarkable. Draco Malfoy launched a series of attacks, effortlessly cleaving stones in half with his Thunderblade, demonstrating immense power. As Harry zigzagged to evade, he was compelled to counterattack swiftly. Yet neither afforded the other a moment's respite, both diligently seeking an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The spectators were left astounded by Draco Malfoy's performance. A chorus of awe and admiration rising from the crowd, all pondering how Draco had achieved such prowess. On the professor's podium, all the instructors stood, their eyes fixated on the fierce duel unfolding between Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. Professor Quirrell maintained a keen gaze on Malfoy, instinctively licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. This was a novel application of combat magic. Realizing this, Professor Quirrell shifted his attention to Kettleburn, suspecting his influence behind such a combat style. This surely exemplified the proper utilization of elemental magic. As these thoughts coursed through him, Professor Quirrell trembled with anticipation. Snape's gaze diverted from Draco Malfoy to Quirrell, his hand tightening around the railing in silent contemplation. Professor Kettleburn, is this a groundbreaking combat method? Could I possibly replicate it? Hagrid, increasingly enamored by Malfoy's fighting style, could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and others turned their attention to Kettleburn, equally filled with anticipation and curiosity regarding Draco Malfoy's remarkable feats. This indeed represents an alternative application of elemental magic, Kettleburn mused. I shall refer to those who employ such methods as magical warriors. This combat approach is particularly suitable for Hagrid, significantly enhancing offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, my research indicates that werewolves, goblins, and giants also make excellent candidates for magical warriors. However, the journey to becoming a magical warrior is fraught with challenges. The ascent of Draco Malfoy to such a status is intimately connected to the rigorous training he has undergone over time. In my vision, Draco Malfoy embodies the essence of a lightning mage, yet he has honed his physicality through innate talent and relentless effort, initially mastering the art of stimulating his body to activate strength and speed. Nevertheless, Draco's physical condition cannot sustain this for long. Thus, if he fails to vanquish Harry Potter within the limited time frame, he will succumb to dizziness. As Carlisle elucidated the situation to Hagrid, gasps erupted from the arena. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy once again ventured into the domain of the Whomping Willow. The two young adversaries were frantic. Harry sought to leverage the Whomping Willow to aid in his confrontation with Malfoy and carve out an opportunity for retaliation. Conversely, Draco was determined to defeat Harry within the restricted time, for failure was not an option. Windblade, Fireball Barrage. Harry continuously evaded the whipping branches, unleashing spells indiscriminately. Regardless of whether they struck Malfoy, his sole objective was to confine Draco's movements, ensuring he was struck by the Whomping Willow, thereby securing victory. Draco's complexion had turned pale, and his speed had noticeably diminished. Yet, he persisted, maneuvering deftly to close the distance to Harry. Harry Potter, your defeat is inevitable. I will triumph over you, Malfoy bellowed, narrowly dodging the relentless lashes of the Whomping Willow as he advanced menacingly towards Harry. Harry, taken aback, quickly distanced himself from Malfoy. At that moment, Draco executed an astonishing maneuver that left Harry, and indeed everyone, in utter shock. He seized a branch of the Whomping Willow, aimed it at Harry, and released it in an instant. The branch lashed out towards Harry, while Malfoy charged directly at him. Alarmed, Harry cast the Windblade spell, attempting to sever the approaching limb. Thunderblade. Seizing the opportunity, Malfoy closed in on Harry, merging the lightning orb in his hand with his palm, and struck downwards. Bang! Harry felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the score on his Destiny bracelet instantly plummeted to 0, causing him to vanish before Malfoy's eyes. Bang! Before Malfoy could revel in his triumph, he too was struck by the Whomping Willow. His score also reduced to 0, and he disappeared from the realm of the tree. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, the battle reached its climax, decisively establishing the victor in a breathtaking moment. The series of dramatic reversals left the onlookers in a state of exhilaration and lamentation. Harry Potter, I have won. Malfoy, enduring excruciating pain, rose from the ground, tears of exhilaration streaming down his face as he gazed at Harry Potter, unable to contain his ecstatic cry. However, no sooner had he uttered his words than he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 72, The Importance of Mindset. Lying on the ground, Malfoy's face was pale, his brows knitted tightly together. Although the fate ring spared him from physical wounds, the agony he felt remained unabated. For a boy of 11 or 12, such suffering was almost unfathomable. Who could have imagined the toll he had endured in his quest to truly best Harry Potter? How many could comprehend the extent of the torment he had withstood during this battle? Had he delayed just a few seconds longer, his body would have succumbed, leading to inevitable defeat. Yet, his efforts were not in vain. His sacrifices bore fruit. He had triumphed over Harry Potter. He had vanquished the renowned boy who lived. He had defeated the prodigy of Hogwarts, gifted with dual magical attributes. He would now share a reputation, honor, and wealth that rivaled that of Harry Potter. Harry Potter looked at the fallen Draco Malfoy, his expression a tumult of complexity and shock, his heart tumultuous and unsettled. The boy endowed with dual magical prowess had, against all odds, lost to Draco Malfoy. This was beyond his wildest expectations. However, upon reflection, a hint of bitterness crept onto Harry's face. The reason for his defeat lay in his own overconfidence. He had been too self-assured, believing that Draco Malfoy had lost all capacity for resistance. Thus, he had returned to the ground, standing before Malfoy. Had he acted immediately after Malfoy was struck by the willow, expelling him from the contest, victory would have been his. Yet, in this world, there are no remedies for regret, no multitude of what-ifs. Harry Potter's score was reset, marking his defeat. Draco Malfoy emerged victorious. Caitlin soared into the arena, a radiant light enveloping both Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, alleviating their pain and aiding in their recovery, swiftly rendering the final judgment. Caitlin's ultimate decree incited ecstatic cheers from Slytherin and Malfoy supporters. Ultimately, they had triumphed. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor side was left in a state of despair, devoid of motivation. Ron and Hermione stood there, their gazes toward Harry Potter filled with a complex mix of emotions. In the Gryffindor common room, Neville Longbottom sat vacantly, staring at the crystal ball, lost in thought, as if his very soul and vitality had been drained away. Yet, moments later, Neville departed the common room. In the arena? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. Draco, please take care of yourself. Caitlin observed Draco Malfoy, who lay unconscious, and addressed the approaching Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey quickly embraced Draco and departed, accompanied by Snape. As the head of Slytherin House, Snape was exceedingly pleased with Malfoy's performance, fully embodying the house's motto. Such a prodigy must be meticulously honed, particularly with the new applications of elemental magic, which filled Snape with anticipation. Caitlin noticed Harry Potter, who appeared as though he had lost his spirit, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him with a smile. Do not despair. You have performed admirably, and you possess a talent that rivals Malfoy's. However, your application of magic still requires refinement. Talent is yours, and it is indeed enviable. Yet, you must remember that no matter how great your talent, if it remains undeveloped, it will ultimately fade away. Even the finest gift can lead to mediocrity if not cultivated. Then why have I still lost to Malfoy? Harry questioned, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, which he hastily wiped away. Because he has endured more hardships and has invested greater effort than you, Caitlin replied, observing Harry intently. The experiences he has faced are beyond your current comprehension. Do you know what sustains him in his endeavors? What is it? Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. It is you. Caitlin pointed to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Your fame and your talent have incited in him a profound envy, driving him to strive relentlessly to surpass you. Now that he has achieved his goal, what about you? Harry paused, a flicker of realization igniting within him as he looked at Caitlin and exclaimed, Professor Caitlin, Malfoy's strength is due to your direct instruction in magic. Therefore, I implore you to assist me as well. I wish to become even stronger. Caitlin smiled gently and responded, I can assist you, but it will require some time. In the meantime, I can teach you the agile use of wind and fire magic. Additionally, your mindset is crucial. You must learn to adjust your perspective. Do you understand? Harry nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his face. Caitlin, noticing his joy, affectionately ruffled his hair and encouraged him, strive diligently. A person's rapid growth, aside from external influences, also hinges on personal effort and perseverance. Now go. Your companion has come to seek you. Caitlin gestured towards Neville Longbottom, who was emerging from the Gryffindor corridor. Harry, seeing Neville approach, smiled and said, I apologize, Neville. My carelessness and failure allowed Malfoy to triumph. However, you must believe me. I will undoubtedly triumph over him. Harry Potter remarked with a smile as he gazed at Neville Longbottom, who had approached him. Upon hearing this, Neville stepped forward to embrace Harry, then released him and said, Thank you, Harry. However, I believe I do not require your assistance in seeking vengeance. I shall grow stronger and subsequently defeat Draco Malfoy. Neville's gaze was resolute as he clenched his fist and waved it, appearing both fierce and endearing. Observing this, Harry chuckled and extended his hand to drape over Neville's shoulder, waving toward Ron and Hermione in the audience. Ron, witnessing Harry's wave and unexpected smile even after his defeat, couldn't help but scoff at Hermione beside him, exclaiming, This guy, having lost, can still smile. Does he not realize he just lost a duel and has brought shame upon Gryffindor? Although Hermione felt a surge of complex emotions, she retorted to Ron's incessant complaints. If you possess the courage, then go challenge Malfoy to a duel. If you lack such bravery, spare us your words. Furthermore, do not mention Malfoy in front of Harry and Neville. They have not lost. Hermione warned Ron, her irritation evident as she hurried away. Ron watched Hermione's retreating figure in disbelief. What have I done wrong? Chapter 73, Lucius Malfoy. It has been a week since the duel between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. During these past 3 days, the recognition and anticipation for the dueling club have not waned. In fact, they have grown even more fervent. After classes or in the afternoons during the permitted 3-hour window, students from various houses can be seen dueling at almost any time. The existence of the Fate Ring allows them to genuinely experience the joys and pains of combat. While they do not bear physical scars, they feel authentic pain, which, to some extent, influences their combat abilities. Thus, at this juncture, perseverance becomes crucial. If one cannot endure such pain, they need not await the score to reach 0 to concede defeat. In fact, during this period, some individuals have succumbed to the unbearable agony and ultimately forfeited their duels. Regarding these occurrences, Kate Lyle turned a blind eye, recognizing that they were merely in the early stages and needed time to adapt. After all, Hogwarts is not a military academy but a school of magic, and the students are still young, with much to experience. Aside from the dueling club, Harry Potter's days have not been particularly pleasant either. Following his loss, Draco Malfoy constantly flaunted his triumph before him. Moreover, whenever Slytherin encounters students from Gryffindor, they inevitably utter scornful remarks, with the term sickly cat frequently escaping the lips of Slytherin's ambitious members, evoking a sense of revulsion. Consequently, Harry Potter finds himself the subject of incessant whispers among some Gryffindor students, with others brazenly pointing fingers at him. An opportunity that should have been seized slipped away due to Harry Potter's carelessness, allowing Malfoy to turn the tide in his favor. However, it is worth noting that not everyone harbors animosity towards Harry Potter. All are astute individuals. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy provided them with a thrilling spectacle of combat. Additionally, even they were caught off guard by Draco Malfoy's transformation, which rendered him exceptionally formidable. As classes continued, Caitlor found himself busier than ever. The emergence of the profession of magical warriors opened the eyes of professors such as Dumbledore, garnering attention within Hogwarts. This event, however, inexplicably spread beyond the school walls, igniting curiosity about the profession of magical warriors and propelling elemental magic back into the limelight of various magazines and newspapers. The press extensively covered the significant enhancement in combat capabilities that magical warriors brought to races such as werewolves, dwarves, giants, and trolls. The question arose, what enhancement might this signify for humanity? Thus, anticipation swelled around the first magical warrior, Draco Malfoy, with many eager to conduct interviews. Indeed, during this time, Draco Malfoy basked in the limelight, drawing envious glances from many. In light of the overwhelming publicity, people began to congregate outside Hogwarts, yet having learned from past experiences, no one dared to trespass again. Amidst all this, Caitlor re-emerged into the spotlight of the magical community. On this particular day, Draco Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, entered Hogwarts in his capacity as a board member and arrived at Caitlor's quaint abode. Ding, ding, ding. The bell at the fence outside the cottage chimed. Caitlor emerged to greet the visitor, curiosity evident in his inquiry. Sir, how may I assist you? Unfamiliar with Lucius Malfoy, Caitlor recognized that the man's ability to breach the protective barrier indicated he was not to be taken lightly. Yet, Caitlor harbored no fears of any nefarious plots or assassination attempts. Lucius Malfoy removed his hat and, with a slight bow, graciously smiled, Professor Caitlor. I am the father of Draco Malfoy and a member of the Hogwarts board. It is a pleasure and an honor to meet you. Upon hearing this, Caitlor instantly understood the visitor's identity. He waved his hand, opening the fence, and cheerfully invited, Please, come in and have a seat. Lucius Malfoy chuckled lightly, stepping forward to extend his hand, saying, It is a pleasure and an honor to finally meet you in person, Professor Caitlor. Keitel clasped Lucius Malfoy's hand briefly before proceeding inside, remarking, It is rather effortless for you, as a board member, to meet with me. With a snap of his fingers, 2 cups of coffee, brewed to perfection in hot sand, gracefully descended onto the table. This is a unique Turkish coffee, and its flavor is quite delightful. Lucius set his garments aside and, without hesitation, lifted the cup to his lips, inhaling its rich aroma before taking a tentative sip. Indeed, it is robust and exquisite. It seems Professor Keitel has a fondness for coffee. Coincidentally, I am familiar with several delightful varieties, which I shall bring to you another day. Keitel smiled subtly, offering no indication of acceptance or refusal. Observing this, Lucius placed his cup down and addressed Keitel, saying, Professor Keitel, I have come merely as a representative of the board to inquire about the matter of magical warriors. Might you be able to elaborate on this? Keitel regarded Lucius with a smile and inquired, Mr. Malfoy, have you consulted Draco regarding the magical warriors? Lucius, slightly taken aback, shifted his gaze. In truth, I have asked him, but his responses did not permit me to form a conclusive judgment. I am far more interested in understanding the training methods, their implications, and the potential combat prowess of magical warriors. I believe no one is more familiar with the existence of this profession than you, Professor Keitel. His tone grew somewhat serious as he continued to look at Keitel. I regret to inform you, Mr. Malfoy, that I cannot provide answers to your inquiries at this time. Currently, aside from Draco, it seems that very few individuals at Hogwarts, perhaps only Rubeus Hagrid, meet the standards required of magical warriors. Therefore, the implementation of magical warriors at Hogwarts is not imminent, and the relevant training methods will remain undisclosed. If your sole purpose for this visit was to inquire about this, I must express my apologies. I require some rest. Upon hearing Lucius's words, a smile crept onto Keitel's face, his gaze towards Lucius now tinged with a hint of amusement. How eager he seems to acquire the training methods of magical warriors. Given the current might of the Death Eaters, particularly the werewolves and trolls, acquiring such knowledge would undoubtedly enhance their overall strength significantly. Lucius had not anticipated Keitel's direct and unequivocal refusal. However, the emergence and training methods of magical warriors were matters Lucius needed to pursue, making it unwise to foster unnecessary discord with Keitel. I apologize for the interruption, Professor Keitel. Perhaps we require some time to rationally clear our minds. Until next time. Lucius Malfoy departed with unhesitating decisiveness, devoid of any lingering doubts or hesitation. Excessive hesitation would only render one's intentions painfully evident. After leaving the quaint cottage, Lucius did not immediately abscond from Hogwarts. Instead, he made his way to the tranquil outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, a place seldom frequented by others. Have you acquired the training methods for magical warriors? Rasped a voice, as a dark figure draped in a black cloak materialized from beneath a great tree. No, however, he did mention that Hagrid possesses the qualifications to become a magical warrior. Perhaps we could seek a breakthrough through him, Lucius Malfoy replied with an air of calmness. There is another individual, Lucius. The raspy voice continued, prompting a subtle change in Lucius's demeanor. It is imperative that you obtain the training methods for magical warriors, by whatever means necessary. The cloaked figure declared before dissipating into a plume of black vapor, vanishing from sight. Lucius Malfoy remained silent for a moment before he too took his leave. Chapter 74, An Interview, a Banquet, and Nicodemus. Professor Caitlare, it is a pleasure to conduct this interview with you regarding elemental magic and magical warriors. Professor Caitlare graciously accepted an interview from the Daily Prophet, elucidating on elemental magic and the training of magical warriors, along with sharing insights into various elemental spells. Upon concluding the interview, Caitlare promptly attended a symposium that also revolved around elemental magic, engaging in profound discussions and exchanges. The event was graced by numerous luminaries from the magical community, including Ola Maxim, the headmaster of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic from France, Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang Institute from Bulgaria, Cornelius Fudge, the minister of magic, and the renowned alchemist Nicodemus, among others. Within the banquet hall, accompanied by Dumbledore, Caitlare encountered various illustrious figures from the magical world. Their conversations, however, remained largely superficial. While there was a desire for deeper dialogue, time was exceedingly limited, and the number of individuals wishing to engage with Caitlare was overwhelming. Albus, if possible, I earnestly wish for Professor Caitlare to come and teach at Beauxbatons Academy. Ola Maxim approached, her face adorned with a warm smile as she regarded Caitlare. Ola Maxim, a woman of fierce temperament and striking beauty, possessed an exquisite olive complexion, large, expressive dark eyes, and a sharply defined nose. Her hair was elegantly styled into a gleaming bun at the nape of her neck, and she was draped in luxurious black satin attire, adorned with opulent opals around her neck and on her robust fingers. Her feet were clad in footwear reminiscent of a child's sled. Despite her towering stature, she exuded the grace of nobility, her deep voice consistently endearing her to those in her proximity. Dumbledore lifted his head to gaze at Olam Maxim and remarked with a smile, Olam, I wholeheartedly concur with your thoughts. However, at present, Professor Kate is exceedingly busy, and I suspect he has little time to spare. That may not be the case. Olam Maxim replied, turning towards Caterly. Professor Kate, I believe I require your response. Caterly clinked glasses with Olam Maxim and replied, Thank you very much, Ms. Olam. But as Albus mentioned, I truly have little time at the moment. That is indeed a regrettable piece of news, Professor Kate. Olam Maxim responded with a look of disappointment. In the future, we may still have the opportunity to discuss matters further, Caterly replied with a smile. Despite being the focal point of the soiree, Caterly did not linger long at the gathering. Dumbledore led Caterly away from the crowd into a private room. Albus, Kate, you have finally arrived. Nicolaim exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Dumbledore and Caterly enter, though his physical condition made moving as freely as an ordinary person a troublesome affair. His movements were slow, and his speech mirrored this pace. By the time he finished speaking, Dumbledore and Caterly were already seated before him. Dumbledore smiled at Nicolaim and said, Well then, my old friend, had you been as nimble as an adult, I would already be savoring a steaming cup of coffee. As he spoke, Dumbledore waved his wand and conjured 3 cups of coffee, which he then presented. Nicolaim smiled faintly and turned to Caterly, saying, Kate, you are the first person I have met who evokes a sense of wonder in me. Elemental magic is a novel form of sorcery, more intricate, more beautiful, and truly extraordinary. The emergence of magical warriors will undoubtedly alter the future of the magical realm. It symbolizes immense power, and that individual will not let this opportunity slip by. Nicolaim was both candid and forthright, praising Caterly while also warning her of the dangers posed by elemental magic. Caterly, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, Master Nicolaim, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, no matter how unpredictable he may be in my presence, he can only create a few ripples. Caterly exuded confidence, believing that Voldemort was still far from resurrection. However, it should also be noted that the Death Eater army permeated various sectors, operating in the shadows. After Voldemort's initial defeat, most of the exposed key members of the Death Eaters were apprehended and either imprisoned in Azkaban or killed. A few, like Lucius Malfoy, who claimed to have evaded Azkaban through the use of the Imperius Curse, also managed to escape punishment. As a unique entity, the Death Eaters had a remarkably intricate network of relationships among their members. The weak seek refuge, the ambitious try to ride on the coattails of others, and some, with an innate cruelty, seek companionship in their quest for amusement. Among these individuals are graduates of Hogwarts, those transformed by werewolf bites, and others coerced into joining. Over time, this group has grown larger and increasingly perilous. To this day, shadows of their actions linger throughout the magical realm and even in the Muggle world. The conversation with Nicodemus was brief. Dumbledore and Catelyn returned to Hogwarts, where Dumbledore remarked to Catelyn, "You might find it enlightening to discuss alchemy with him. He is a remarkably talented alchemist. I had initially considered inviting him to teach alchemy at the school, but alas, he is too elderly. His pace would surely send students into slumber." Catelyn chuckled in response. "Albus, do not divert my thoughts. Teaching elemental magic is already quite enough to keep me occupied." Dumbledore popped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, producing a comical roar, and then cheerfully added, "Catelyn, you must not squander your talents." Catelyn glanced at the jelly bean, took one for himself, and in the next moment, the sound of a train departing echoed, which, while somewhat unbecoming for Catelyn, was undeniably amusing. Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter at Catelyn's antics. "Albus, let us set aside the matter of alchemy for now. Perhaps we shall revisit it when I can cultivate a proficient elemental magician to take over my teaching duties," Catelyn said with a smile, before turning to leave. During this time, Catelyn had expended considerable energy dealing with those ruffians, and he yearned to return to his quaint residence for some well-deserved rest. However, upon returning home and observing certain areas that had been disturbed, he furrowed his brow slightly. Catelyn lifted his gaze to the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and with a wave of his hand, his magic surged forth, causing the chandelier to detach and float into his grasp. As his magic intertwined, the events that transpired in his absence began to unfold in his mind's eye. Chapter 75, Dialogue in the Forbidden Forest. "Ron, Harry, are you both out of your minds? That is the Forbidden Forest. It is home to werewolves and trolls, and centaurs inhabit it as well. They will not allow us to trespass in their territory. Just recently, Dumbledore warned us to be vigilant against dark wizards and werewolves, explicitly forbidding us from approaching." Hermione intercepted Harry and Ron, lowering her voice in irritation as she spoke. "There are poachers in the Forbidden Forest, angering the centaurs. We would be hunted down as if we were game." "Hermione, we are not mad. We require a sufficient quantity of herbs, and the Forbidden Forest is an ideal location, abundant with the necessary flora to sustain us in concocting an ample supply of potions." Ron replied earnestly in the face of an irate Hermione. "What about you, Harry?" Hermione, infuriated by Ron, turned her gaze toward Harry, desperately hoping he would retain his composure. "Hermione, we need potions. Let us not forget our prior agreement to brew enough elixirs to establish our own apothecary," Ron interjected before Harry could respond. Ron was eager to amass a fortune in galleons, and potions represented his current opportunity. Ignoring Ron, Hermione continued to focus on Harry. After a brief silence, Harry declared, "We can do this." His response elicited a smile from Ron, who urged, "Let us hurry. We must act swiftly and remain undetected." Watching Harry and Ron depart, Hermione felt a mix of urgency and frustration but resolved to follow, stating, "We should seek Hagrid's guidance. He is well acquainted with the Forbidden Forest and can assist us in mitigating unnecessary troubles. He is unlikely to help us, so we must rely on ourselves," Ron promptly replied. Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. As the keeper of keys and grounds, one of Hagrid's duties was to expel students who ventured into the Forbidden Forest. At the forest's edge, the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, entered with lanterns in hand. "What herbs are you searching for?" Hermione inquired. "Sage, snow lotus, and the feathers of a deadly bird. If possible, I would also like to find thunderbird feathers, unicorn hair, and werewolf leg hair," Ron enumerated, listing dozens of herbs and types of fur. Suddenly, a water balloon fell from nowhere, striking Ron on the head and leaving him bewildered. Harry, startled by the unexpected splash, gripped his wand, prepared for action. "Hermione, what are you doing?" Ron exclaimed angrily, glaring at her. Fuming, Hermione pointed her wand at Ron and retorted, "Have you lost your mind? You might be lucky enough to find unicorn hair, but you are actually searching for werewolf fur? Do you wish to become a werewolf's meal? This is for your own good, to help you calm down. If I possessed fire magic, I would certainly show you what it feels like to be roasted." Ron, on the verge of madness, bellowed, "I said if. Do you understand?" Harry, witnessing Ron's outburst, grew anxious and quickly covered his mouth, insisting, "Be quiet. Your noise will bring us trouble." "Hermione, you just frightened us. This is an exceedingly perilous situation," Harry admonished her. Hermione huffed in response, choosing not to say anything further. Hermione was acutely aware that her actions might have been excessive. However, her anger was palpable, fierce, and undeniable. Moreover, she was a woman. Ron, comforted by Harry, remained somewhat irate, choosing to disregard Hermione. Fortunately, as they delved deeper, they stumbled upon a plethora of herbs, which distracted Ron from his irritation. Hermione, feeling that they had come this far, decided to join in the venture. The trio navigated through the darkness, simultaneously searching for and depositing the gathered herbs into a bag enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. "Hush!" Harry extinguished the light. At that moment, Hermione seemed to have noticed something and quickly seized Harry's arm to caution him. Puzzled, Harry complied, snuffing out the flame of the oil lamp before being drawn beneath a large tree, where Hermione signaled for him to remain silent. Slowly peering from the shadows, Harry's pupils dilated slightly as he fumbled through his pockets, only to realize that he had forgotten the memory crystal ball he had requested from Catler. A wave of anxiety washed over him. This was a golden opportunity for proof. Do you know for whom you are working? Severus Snape glared at Professor Quirrell. His face darkened with menace. Severus, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Professor Quirrell stammered, his voice trembling with fear, as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Where is the item I instructed you to procure? Snape's expression remained grim. I don't know what you're talking about. I must return. Professor Quirrell, gripped by terror, attempted to flee from Severus, hurriedly sidestepping him. However, Snape was unwilling to allow Quirrell to escape so easily. He swiftly intervened. Blocking the professor's path, Quirrell halted, his body quaking with trepidation. Yet, at that moment, Snape turned away, his face shrouded in shadow as he departed. The pale-faced Quirrell, panicked, fled, his body trembling even more as he vanished into the night. After witnessing Snape and Quirrell leave, Harry and Hermione emerged from behind the tree. Hermione, I told you. Snape is fixated on whatever the three-headed dog is guarding. He is threatening Professor Quirrell. He wants Quirrell to assist him in stealing something. I overheard their conversation in the library last time. Professor Quirrell was just as frightened then. Harry spoke with fervent excitement. Hermione took a deep breath, her mind racing with thoughts, before finally declaring, I understand. I know what we must do. Snape is coercing Quirrell to help him steal something of great significance. Quickly, let us find Ron. No, we must tell Dumbledore. Grasping Harry's hand, Hermione dashed towards the exit. Harry broke free from Hermione and exclaimed, We cannot seek Dumbledore. We must find Professor Kettler. He promised me that if I could provide evidence, he would take decisive action against Professor Snape. In Harry's view, whether they could locate Dumbledore was uncertain, and even if they did, his belief was not guaranteed. However, Professor Kettler was entirely different. He was someone truly worthy of trust. Let us hasten to find Professor Kettler. Upon hearing this, Hermione quickly grasped the situation, redirecting her steps towards the small cottage. Wait, Ron has gone to search for herbs. We must bring him along, for if he remains here alone, he could be devoured by a werewolf, Harry called out, restraining Hermione once more. Suddenly, two piercing screams shattered the night, causing Harry and Hermione's faces to drain of color. The chilling cries echoed through the dark forbidden forest, instilling a sense of terror. Even more alarming was the realization that the screams belonged to Ron and Professor Quirrell. Something has gone awry. Ron, where are you? Harry and Hermione shouted as they ran, desperately seeking a reply from Ron. Yet, the surrounding silence only heightened their anxiety. Windblade spell. In the midst of their frantic sprint, Harry sensed something amiss. Yanking Hermione back and casting a spell. Without a moment's hesitation, Hermione drew her wand and cried, Waterball spell. Bang, bang. The sounds reverberated, and Harry and Hermione exchanged anxious glances. In the enveloping darkness, no one emerged. They were uncertain if their spells had struck true, yet worry gnawed at them. Who is there? Show yourself. We have discovered you, Harry demanded, fixing his gaze into the shadows. Just then, both he and Hermione felt a presence on their shoulders. Instantly, they froze, hearts racing, fearing that an enemy had seized them. Do not be alarmed. It is I. Kettler appeared behind them, smiling. Hearing his voice, relief washed over Harry and Hermione. Professor Kettler, your sudden appearance is quite frightening. Hermione turned to him, voicing her complaint. I did not intend to startle you, Kettler explained. I have been nearly drained of herbs due to your studies in potion making. I had entered here to gather some rare plants when I unexpectedly heard the screams, which compelled me to investigate. However, Harry, your vigilance is impressive. I was detected the moment I approached. A smile spread across Harry's face at Kettler's praise. Professor, Ron is in trouble. We must find him at once, Hermione interjected. Harry quickly realized and exclaimed, aside from Ron, there is also Professor Quirrell. We heard his agonized cries. Furthermore, we have just discovered that Professor Snape threatened Professor Quirrell into assisting him in theft, yet Professor Quirrell refused, prompting Snape to assault him. Hermione nodded vigorously in agreement. To both Harry and Hermione, Quirrell's screams were evidently the result of Snape's attack. Snape was indeed a treacherous and vile individual. Upon hearing this, Kettler pondered thoughtfully, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, this matter requires further clarification. Professor Snape possesses a rather unique identity. Moreover, I can reveal to you that the three-headed dog guards something known as the Philosopher's Stone, a remarkable alchemical artifact. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Hagrid are among its guardians. Do you truly believe that as guardians, they would require the assistance of an uninformed Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Both Harry and Hermione were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Could they have been mistaken? However, Professor Snape had just threatened Quirrell. Enough of this. We must hasten to Ron. If possible, we might also locate Professor Quirrell, Catelyn urged, leading the two away before they could dwell further on the matter. As the trio traversed the darkness, guided by Catelyn, Harry and Hermione quickened their pace. In a brief while, they found Ron, who had collapsed to the ground. Ron, please wake up, Harry cried out, rushing to his side and shaking him in an attempt to rouse him. Hermione quickly restrained Harry, pointing to Ron's chest and saying, "Don't shake him, Ron is injured. Professor Catelyn, please check on him." Catelyn approached and assessed Ron's injuries, promptly casting the spell of luminous benediction. A sanctified light enveloped them. And moments later, Ron's wounds were healed, and he awakened. Harry, seeing Ron regain consciousness, joyfully exclaimed, "Ron, are you all right?" Hermione shared in the happiness. Despite Ron's tendency to vex her, he was nonetheless a friend she valued. She was also aware that her excessive demeanor had led some classmates to dislike her, isolating her from their company. It was Harry and Ron who accepted her, willing to be her friends. And thus she could not bear to see any harm come to Ron. Suddenly, Ron bolted upright, shouting, "A werewolf!" Harry and Hermione could not help but laugh at Ron's words. Even if there had truly been a werewolf earlier, there certainly was none at that moment. "Harry, I was so scared. I thought I was done for," Ron exclaimed, abruptly embracing Harry in a panic. Although Harry was momentarily taken aback by Ron's reaction, he quickly offered him a comforting smile. Hermione, witnessing this scene, curled her lips and remarked with a hint of jealousy, "There's no shame between two men." Harry and Ron, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily released each other. Observing their discomfort, Catelyn sought to ease the tension and divert their attention, stating, "Ron, did you say you encountered a werewolf?" Upon hearing this, Ron replied, "Yes, Professor Catelyn, I did come across a werewolf, and it even attacked me. I was injured, and it hurt terribly." As he spoke, Ron began searching for the wound, only to discover that it had vanished. "It was Professor Catelyn who saved you," Harry explained from the side. Ron promptly bowed to Catelyn, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Catelyn." With a smile, Catelyn looked at Ron and inquired, "I am quite curious. Why did the werewolf not consume you?" The smile faded from Ron's face, leaving him feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Harry and Hermione were equally perplexed, yet inexplicably assumed that Ron ought to have been devoured by the werewolf. The nature of werewolves is perilous and cruel. Any human who approaches them becomes an enemy, to be slain and consumed. Furthermore, you should be thankful that tonight is not a full moon, or you too would have transformed into a werewolf. Of course, the greatest relief is that you are still alive and unharmed, Catelyn explained to the trio with a slightly serious demeanor. After hearing this, Ron exhaled deeply, though a lingering fear remained in his heart. Could it have been Professor Quirrell? Harry suddenly interjected. "What do you mean?" Ron asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Hermione quickly grasped Harry's implication and elucidated, "We heard your screams, as well as Professor Quirrell's. Upon closer inspection, it seems Quirrell's cries came shortly after yours. Thus, Harry suggests that the reason you were not eaten by the werewolf is that Professor Quirrell appeared unexpectedly to save you, while he himself was attacked." At this, Ron's face paled slightly, and he anxiously urged, "Then we must hurry to find Professor Quirrell. With Professor Kettler's presence, we might still be able to save him." Catelyn, overhearing their conversation, silently lamented for Snape. "Although I have already attempted to clarify certain matters, it appears that these three little ones have grown increasingly fond of Professor Quirrell amidst various circumstances." Chapter 77, Unicorns and Centaurs. Catelyn led Harry and his friends through the Forbidden Forest, searching for Professor Quirrell while simultaneously gathering herbs. "Professor Catelyn, are we not in search of Professor Quirrell?" Ron inquired, a note of confusion evident in his voice as he observed Catelyn collecting herbs. "Indeed, we are in search of him. However, we must not overlook any herbs we encounter, for I do not possess an abundance of them to facilitate your learning." A faint smile adorned Catelyn's face as she spoke. Harry and his companions fell into a brief silence, recognizing the validity of her words, as Professor Catelyn undertook these efforts for their benefit. Consequently, they felt compelled to gather the herbs they discovered while continuing their quest for Professor Quirrell. There are signs of a struggle here. At that moment, Catelyn noticed the traces of a conflict surrounding them and remarked, "Perhaps we shall soon find Professor Quirrell nearby." The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged excited glances and promptly dispersed in search of him. "Hold on, Hermione, Harry, do not separate. We must be able to assist one another in the event of a werewolf attack," Ron called out as he observed his friends moving apart. Harry nodded in agreement and said, "All right, Ron, you shall remain with me, while Hermione teams up with Professor Catelyn." Catelyn glanced at Ron, smiled, and replied, "Very well, Hermione. You shall be in my group. Additionally, do not stray too far. Should you make any discoveries, signal the sky with a beam of light." Harry and Ron nodded in unison before departing together. Hermione approached Catelyn, searching in another direction. "Professor Catelyn, what exactly is the Sorcerer's Stone?" Hermione inquired, having been intrigued and puzzled since learning that the stone was guarded by a three-headed dog. The Sorcerer's Stone is a rather ominous object. It is also known as the Resurrection Stone. True to its name, it possesses the ability to bring a person back to life. However, the revived individual may be driven to madness, potentially causing insanity in another. Furthermore, do you recall the potion I mentioned that grants immortality? One of its key ingredients is the Sorcerer's Stone. Caitlin patiently elucidated to Hermione, who became engrossed in the explanation, seemingly forgetting the urgency of finding Professor Quirrell. As Caitlin spoke, she continued searching for herbs. Meanwhile, Hermione became lost in thoughts of the Sorcerer's Stone and various speculations that swirled within her mind. Elsewhere, Harry and Ron proceeded cautiously, attempting to locate Professor Quirrell. Look, what is that? A shimmering feather? Ron exclaimed excitedly as he spotted a glimmering tuft of fur in the distance. That must be a unicorn's feather, Harry declared as he approached and picked it up. How fortunate we are, Ron exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Harry too felt elated, smiling as he tucked the radiant feather away. Harry, I believe there are surely more unicorn feathers nearby. We are destined for great fortune, Ron exclaimed, suddenly animated with the thought. We must continue searching for Professor Quirrell, Ron. Harry restrained the excited Ron, urgently stating, we cannot disregard Professor Quirrell. Upon hearing this, Ron suppressed his thrill and replied, all right. The two continued onward. And as they rounded the corner of a grand tree, they discovered a unicorn lying on the ground. Harry, what is this? Ron exclaimed in shock at the sight of the fallen creature. It is a unicorn, but it has been attacked, Harry said, approaching and gently touching the still warm body of the unicorn, wand in hand. Can it be saved? Ron inquired. Harry shook his head, responding, I don't know. But we can notify Professor Kettleburn. Perhaps he has a solution. With that, Harry waved his wand and called to the sky Lumos. A beam of light shot upward, illuminating the night, making it visible from afar. It's Harry. They're in trouble, Hermione exclaimed upon seeing the white signal. Kettleburn nodded and swiftly made his way with Hermione. Meanwhile, as Harry sent the glowing signal into the sky, he and Ron heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They exchanged a glance and quickly concealed themselves beneath the great tree, using the shadows to shield their sight and protect themselves. It's centaurs. Harry and Ron, seeing centaurs for the first time, were taken aback. However, their astonishment was overshadowed by the terrifying arrows that came shooting towards them. Earthen wall. Ron swiftly cast the spell. The arrows struck the barrier, allowing Harry and Ron to narrowly escape disaster. The centaurs, galloping swiftly, split to the sides and launched another assault on the two boys. Gust of wind. Earthen wall. Harry and Ron retaliated in quick succession, evading yet another onslaught. Seize them. The hunters who mercilessly slay unicorns must not go unpunished, shouted one centaur, his voice brimming with fury, while the others echoed his sentiments with fierce cries. Gust of wind. Harry realized that, given their shorter legs, they could not outrun the centaurs. So he cast the spell on himself and Ron. Yet, the centaurs were not slow, and their archery skills were remarkably precise. Harry and Ron desperately dodged the incoming arrows, but their escape routes were blocked. Damn hunters, you shall face the harshest retribution. A centaur glared at Harry and Ron, seething with anger. Fear gripped Ron and Harry, especially Ron. Yet, in that moment, Harry understood that the more frightened they appeared, the more they would be perceived as hunters. Thus, he defended. We did not kill the unicorn. We came here upon hearing the commotion. We are students from Hogwarts. The agitated centaurs paused momentarily, fixating on Harry Potter and Ron. Then, one centaur stepped forward, illuminating Harry and Ron with a beam of light. Are you Harry Potter? Firenze inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Harry, hesitating at the words, replied, I am Harry Potter. We are not hunters. After confirming Harry's identity, Firenze gazed skyward at the myriad of stars and proclaimed, Ah, the boy who cannot escape his destiny. Come, this is not a place for you to linger. The Forbidden Forest has seen much turmoil of late, and it is perilous. With Firenze's warning, the centaurs lowered their bows, which had been aimed at Harry and Ron. Both Harry and Ron, uncertain of the truth behind Firenze's words, stood hesitantly. Fire. A voice commanded at that moment. The centaurs swiftly directed their arrows towards a specific direction, launching their assault without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 78. Werewolves, Spiders, and the Noble. The onslaught from the centaurs was relentless. Their remarkable archery skills imbued their arrows with formidable piercing power. The werewolves lurking in the shadows, faced with the barrage of arrows, were compelled to flee in disarray. Yet, they showed no intention of departing, concealing themselves in various corners, seeking opportunities to strike. Harry Potter, you must hasten away with your companions. These werewolves are not to be trifled with. Firenze urged Harry urgently. Harry and Ron caught sight of the werewolves, and their numbers were more than just a few, which filled them with shock and fear. However, their path back to Hogwarts was blocked by the werewolves, leaving them no choice but to regroup with Caitlin. Harry and Ron were left wondering if the centaurs would genuinely allow them to escape. Nonetheless, they had to flee swiftly from the scene. Harry, ground spikes. Just as they attempted to retreat from the werewolves, one leapt from behind a large tree, lunging at Harry. Ron, in a panic, warned Harry and quickly cast a spell. The werewolf was caught off guard by the sudden emergence of the ground spikes, which pierced through its body. Harry, taken aback by the sudden attack, breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Ron," he said gratefully. "Not at all. After all, I wield earth elemental magic. I should retaliate to protect you." Ron's heart swelled with joy at having used magic to vanquish a werewolf and save Harry. With a smile, Harry set off to reunite with Caitlin and Hermione, only to notice a figure rushing towards them. He swiftly waved his wand, exclaiming, "Gust Blade spell, the Wind Blades world," striking the werewolf, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground, letting out a howl of anguish. Levitation spell. Harry then bestowed wings upon both Ron and himself. "Quickly, let us take flight." The two soared through the air, evading the lurking werewolves. As they ventured a short distance, they encountered a colossal spider weaving its web. Ron's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly exclaimed, "Harry, be cautious, there's a spider ahead." The two halted, suspended in midair. As Harry cast a Lumos spell, the beam soared skyward, illuminating their surroundings. They soon realized that the area was teeming with spiders, each one immense and perilous. "Harry, use fire to burn the web," Ron urged. "No, if we ignite a flame here, the Forbidden Forest will catch fire," Harry retorted. "But if we don't burn it, those spiders will ensnare us, and we will perish." Ron replied anxiously. "That won't happen," Harry said seriously, surveying the surroundings. He drew his wand, fixating on the most numerous and formidable group of spiders, declaring, "I learned a new spell from Professor Kettleburn. It's time to put it to the test." "Will it work?" Ron asked, intrigued. "It should be fine." Harry nodded affirmatively. Taking a deep breath, he focused, attuning himself to the elemental winds around him. As magic surged through his wand, hurricane spell, boom. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, the tremendous backlash propelling Harry's slight frame a meter through the air. Meanwhile, the gigantic spiders were swept away by the tempest, their webs torn asunder. Witnessing this, Ron laughed joyfully. "Harry, this is incredibly effective." Harry beamed, deftly maneuvering his wand to encompass their surroundings. The threat of the spiders and their webs had dissipated. "Let us hurry and reunite with Professor Kettleburn," Harry urged. Elsewhere, Kettleburn, accompanied by Hermione, arrived at the spot where Harry had first cast the light, discovering the slain unicorn. Kettleburn glanced at it and immediately cast a size-altering charm, reducing the unicorn to the size of a fist before stowing it in his pocket. They then proceeded toward the location of the second beam of light Harry had released. However, upon their arrival, they found that Harry and Ron had vanished once more. "Are they playing hide-and-seek with us?" Hermione fumed, unable to locate Harry and Ron. Kettleburn smiled slightly, saying, "There's nothing wrong with this. At least up to now, they are still alive." Just then, another beam of light shot into the sky. "Let us go. Harry has sent us another signal," Kettleburn remarked, gazing at the light with a smile. Hermione expressed a mild complaint, but still flew toward Harry's location. Hurricane spell, Earth Spike. Harry and Ron felt foolish for having wandered in circles, ultimately finding themselves back where they started. Therefore, they had no choice but to join forces to confront the werewolves. The centaurs exhibited commendable speed and archery skills, yet these werewolves were no easy adversaries. Several centaurs had already sustained injuries. When Caitlin and Hermione arrived, the werewolf was still engaged in a fierce battle with the centaurs. Witnessing this scene, Caitlin immediately intervened, exclaiming, "Wind and thunder charm." In an instant, a howling gale swept through the air, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, as bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, striking the werewolves with precision. The anguished cries were momentary, fading into silence. The centaurs, along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, stood in astonishment at the sight before them. All the werewolves they could see had fallen. Such was the marvel of magic. Forenza gazed at Caitlin's figure, remarking, "If I am not mistaken, you are the remarkable Professor Caitlin from Hogwarts." Caitlin smiled at Forenza, responding, "Indeed, I am Caitlin." Forenza briefly explained, "Do you require my healing? My magic can conserve some of your potions." As Caitlin spoke, she was already waving her wand. Praise of light. A melodious sound resonated as a pure radiance enveloped them, and Harry, Forenza, and the others felt a warm current coursing through their bodies, dispelling fatigue, restoring their strength, and healing their wounds. The centaurs looked at Caitlin, who had wielded such sacred magic, their eyes filled with astonishment. In the centaur's perspective, the ability to cast such a divine light was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, Caitlin resembled a sacred and pure unicorn, undeniably holy. "Professor Caitlin, you are a wondrous being. If possible, our centaur clan would be honored to have you as our esteemed guest in our tribe," Forenza said respectfully, placing his right hand over his heart. Caitlin smiled at his words, pleasantly surprised by the centaur's goodwill. Centaurs are natural seers, possessing great talent in divination. Living within the Forbidden Forest, they often foresee the future, albeit in a rather vague manner. They do not wield wands to perform spells, yet they possess profound knowledge of healing, divination, archery, and astronomy. They are a remarkable race. Fostering a good relationship with the centaurs may prove beneficial for future endeavors involving divination. I am truly honored, Forenza, Caitlin replied with equal decorum. Being a distinguished guest among the centaurs is no small feat, as they are generally averse to interactions with humans. Centaurs harbor a strong sense of pride in their race, and any attempts by humans to exploit them often provoke their ire, resulting in a volatile temper. However, gaining the status of a centaur guest could alleviate unnecessary complications should Caitlin require their assistance in the future. Chapter 79, The Two-Faced Man. After bidding farewell to the centaurs, Caitlin, accompanied by Harry and the others, continued her search for Professor Quirrell. Regrettably, they were unable to locate Professor Quirrell, not even a single article of his clothing. Unable to linger any longer in the Forbidden Forest, Caitlin led them out. That will suffice for today. We must hasten back. If we are caught by Filch, we shall be in grave trouble, Caitlin advised before departing swiftly. Why do I feel that Professor Caitlin seemed rather anxious? Ron mused, gazing at the vanishing figure of Caitlin. Hermione glanced at Ron, reminded of the unicorn concealed in Caitlin's pocket. Yet, she chose to remain silent on the matter. The unicorn, as a rare and protected magical creature, was sacred and could not be desecrated. Even in death, its body would receive a sanctified burial. Hermione was uncertain of Caitlin's intentions for the unicorn's body, but it was evidently significant. Perhaps she urgently desires to conduct some experiment after collecting sufficient herbs, Hermione casually suggested. Ron and Hermione gave it little thought as Harry cast the levitation charm, and the three ascended back to the Gryffindor common room. It is truly peculiar. We clearly encountered Professor Quirrell and heard his anguished cries, yet he remains elusive, Harry remarked, perplexed. Do you also find this strange? Hermione turned to Harry. He nodded, stating, Professor Quirrell was present. We heard him and observed signs of a struggle, yet his figure is nowhere to be found. Has he possibly departed ahead of us? But he is a professor. Why would he save Ron and then not return for him? Indeed, it is quite baffling, Hermione affirmed. Ron interjected. Perhaps he saw Professor Caitlin approaching and chose to remain hidden? Regardless, since he is not to be found now, we shall learn more in class tomorrow. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and shrugged in agreement. Ron, observing Harry and Hermione turning away in silence, felt somewhat bewildered. Did I say something amiss? However, neither Harry nor Hermione responded. In a quaint cottage, Caitlin retrieved various bottles and jars, placing the unicorn upon the table, releasing the size change charm. The unicorn returned to its original dimensions, prompting Caitlin to busy herself. The unicorn possessed numerous valuable components essential for brewing certain potions, with extraordinary effects. Meanwhile, in a chamber at Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell exuded dark vapors, surrounded by an array of bottles and jars. At this moment, Quirrell appeared exceedingly pale, his face slick with sweat, and he seemed to be in considerable agony. Even more terrifying was the grotesque visage that loomed from the back of his head. You must act swiftly, Quirrell. The face suddenly unfurled, and a somewhat hoarse voice emerged, declaring, I have exerted myself to the utmost. Do not forget your promise. Once I procure the resurrection stone for you, you must vacate my body. Professor Quirrell spoke without a hint of stammering. Yet his voice bore the weight of exhaustion and anguish. Your time is running short, the face continued. Professor Quirrell inhaled deeply and replied, I understand. I can only hope you will honor our agreement. With that, he grasped his scarf and once more enveloped his head within its folds. Within him, Professor Quirrell was beset by profound fear and deep regret for that most unpleasant experience. He had merely wished to travel and to immerse himself in the realm of dark magic. However, he never anticipated encountering the Dark Lord there and becoming his vessel. From that moment forth, his world was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. This was undoubtedly a source of despair. Quickly, let us hasten. If Professor Quirrell is teaching, it means he returned yesterday. Harry was fervently eager to ascertain whether Professor Quirrell had indeed been devoured by a werewolf. In the dining hall, their anticipation had not borne fruit, as they awaited Professor Quirrell but were instead on the brink of being late. Ron, trailing closely behind, gasped. I was as swift as I could be, Harry. Upon pushing open the classroom door, Harry and Ron were taken aback by the sight of Professor Quirrell standing at the lectern. Hermione, seated at her desk, looked on with a hint of exasperation as Harry and Ron appeared. Today's defense against the dark arts class was once again shared with Slytherin. Malfoy, observing the tardy Harry and Ron, wore a mocking grin and mouthed to Harry, prepared to lose points. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, you are late. This is a most undesirable habit. Please find a seat promptly. Professor Quirrell stammered as he regarded Harry and Ron. Malfoy glanced at Professor Quirrell with a look of disdain, muttering under his breath, they ought to lose points. Yet, it was evident that Professor Quirrell did not hear him and continued with the lesson. Harry, Hermione, and Ron engaged in hushed whispers, confirming that Professor Quirrell was indeed the same as ever. His defense against the dark arts class remained as farcical as it was serious. eliciting laughter despite its educational merit. Nonetheless, it could not be denied that Professor Quirrell's defensive magic was sufficient to instruct the first-year students. After class, Harry had herbology to attend, and they were obliged to hurry to the next greenhouse. Harry Potter, I have mastered a new spell. Would you be interested in serving as my test subject? Draco Malfoy materialized before Harry, once again asserting his presence, and mockingly gazed at him. Harry Potter cast a glance at Draco Malfoy and remarked, I have also mastered a rather impressive spell. If you wish to assist me in testing it, I would not object. However, I currently find myself pressed for time. With that, Harry departed, clutching his books. Ron and Hermione exchanged amused looks at Draco Malfoy's expense before trailing after Harry, laughter escaping their lips. Draco Malfoy, incensed by the trio's disregard, yearned to retaliate, but ultimately restrained himself after much inner turmoil. Harry, you were astonishing just now. Malfoy looked utterly furious, Ron quipped, chuckling at Malfoy's vexation. Harry responded with a smile, he may be formidable at present, but I am equally determined. To triumph over him, I must do so decisively, until I possess sufficient strength. I am reluctant to engage him in a duel. Perhaps after class, we might seek guidance from more experienced students to enhance our abilities. Hermione concurred. That is a splendid idea, Ron. You must join us. Hermione, you should participate as well. There's a group duel that promises to be more intricate and engaging. We could form a team, Ron added eagerly. What do you think we should name our group? The Golden Alliance? The Thunder Squad? No, those sound dreadful. How about the Birdie Bots Every Flavor Beans team? I quite enjoy them, he suggested. Ron, I swear, the names you propose are utterly atrocious. Chapter 80. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Hagrid, you must learn to control your own strength. You are a giant. When is it appropriate to unleash your power? The earth element magic has endowed you with astonishing defensive armor. What is there to fear? Your physique may appear cumbersome. Yet as long as you can run and manage your body, agility will follow. The magic warrior thrives in close combat, possessing immense explosive power. Should a wizard fail to distance themselves before your strike lands, despair will engulf their world. Malfoy, what are you doing? Attack swiftly, utilizing all your strength to defeat Hagrid. On a distant island, Kettler intermittently unleashed wind blades, fireballs, water spheres, and lightning orbs, persistently troubling Hagrid and Malfoy. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, each employing their strength in battle. A magic warrior requires a certain physical constitution and the ability to harness elemental forces throughout their body. In the absence of a wand, they must rely on their hands and feet to cast melee spells or stimulate their bodies for defense and other support. This demands both talent and perseverance. Not everyone can achieve such prowess. Consequently, while the profession of a magic warrior exists, its numbers remain scarce. Yet, one cannot deny the explosive power they wield. The formidable strength and physical prowess often serve as a bane to wizards, particularly in close quarters, where one's wand may be swiftly wrested away. A wizard bereft of their wand is akin to a warrior stripped of their might, rendered as powerless as an ordinary individual. Carlyle, with an air of leisure, diligently honed their skills. When necessary, he would personally demonstrate the might of a magical warrior. For instance, he effortlessly shattered a 3-ton boulder with a single punch, employing earth elemental magic. From sunset until dusk, they labored tirelessly on their physical conditioning, with only an hour's respite and half an hour for replenishing their energy. Hagrid, despite his cumbersome physique, undoubtedly improved his stamina, though Draco Malfoy fared poorly, his developing body quickly succumbing to exhaustion, necessitating frequent breaks. All right, that will suffice for today. You may return now. Upon your return, adhere to the methods I have imparted and focus on your training, Carlyle instructed, observing the fatigued pair. With a wave of his hand, he transported them back to Hogwarts. Hagrid, dragging his weary form, exchanged a brief farewell with Carlyle before departing. Malfoy, however, was retained by Carlyle, who remarked, your body is still developing. You must take it step by step, lest it impede your growth. Do you comprehend my meaning? Malfoy nodded, replying, Professor Carlyle, I understand, and I will be mindful of my rest. After Malfoy returned to his dormitory, he was eager to rest and satisfy his hunger. However, just as he succumbed to slumber, a chilling presence enveloped him, abruptly rousing him from his sleep. Scanning his surroundings, he soon discerned a shadowy figure cloaked in black, lurking behind the curtains. You appear rather fatigued, Draco. The mocking voice conveyed an unfriendly tone. Malfoy sprang from his bed, fixing his gaze upon the figure, drawing his wand, and demanding, who are you? Who am I? Ha ha ha, you wouldn't truly wish to know, would you? The cloaked figure sneered at Malfoy. However, I am quite intrigued by how Carlyle intends to transform you into a magical warrior. Surely, you will share that with me, won't you? Malfoy smirked, swiftly retrieving his wand from beside his bed, aiming it at the figure, exclaiming, lightning ball spell. The cloaked figure merely chuckled, quickly countering, sleepy spell. The collision of the lightning ball and the incoming spell resulted in an instantaneous nullification. Disarm. Yet another incantation echoed, and before Malfoy could react, his wand was snatched away. His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately entered his magical warrior mode, launching an offensive at the cloaked figure. Sleepy spell. The figure attempted to cast magic upon Malfoy once more, but in an instant, he evaded and swiftly closed the distance toward the shadowy figure. The figure cloaked in black, unhurried and composed, swiftly conjured a spell before him, declaring, "Armor of Protection." Malfoy's lightning blade struck against the protective barrier, radiating a blue luminescence. And they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Ah, truly a formidable magic warrior, such strength he possesses. Yet, you remain too weak, perhaps in a few years. When you have matured, you might be capable of vanquishing me. The cloaked figure observed Malfoy's furious gaze, a smile creeping onto his face as he spoke. That remains to be seen. Malfoy growled softly, his foot crackling with electricity as he charged with a powerful strike, proclaiming, "Thunder Kick." The cloaked figure, witnessing the unleashed lightning, felt his eyes widen beneath the shadow of his hood. He intended to cast a spell but abruptly realized that if he relinquished his defense now, Malfoy's lightning blade would surely strike him down. Yet, if he maintained his defense, Malfoy's subsequent attack would pierce through the armor and land upon him, trapped in a web of peril. At that moment, two additional figures materialized in the room, casting spells directly at Malfoy. His body began to exhibit signs of petrification. However, under the stimulating effects of the electricity coursing through him, the petrifying influence was notably diminished. Malfoy's expression turned to one of horror, yet he found himself powerless to resist. The cloaked figure, nearly losing his life at Malfoy's hands, quickly evaded. Bang! Malfoy's strike collided with the barrier, causing it to cave in perilously close to shattering. And he himself fell to the ground, succumbing to a state of petrification. "Take him away," a voice echoed, as one approached Malfoy, seizing him to depart. "To arrive unannounced and attempt to whisk away my student. How audacious." A voice resonated, causing the three cloaked figures in the room to tense, as they grasped Malfoy and, through the window, executed a spell to teleport away. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions ensued. Yet the three cloaked figures did not find themselves transported to some distant location as anticipated. Instead, they collided violently with the southern wall, crashing painfully to the ground. In an instant, they were left dazed and despondent, all petrified. A voice commanded, and before the three cloaked figures could react, they were turned to stone. Concurrently, a figure materialized within the room. Chapter 81, The Exorcism Potion. Malfoy had not foreseen the assault, nor did he comprehend that the attackers sought to acquire the means to become a magic warrior. This confrontation made him acutely aware of the troubles he had unwittingly entered, troubles that would persist for an extended duration. Caterly offered words of comfort to Malfoy, saying, "Do not be so anxious. This is Hogwarts. As long as you are within the school, you shall be quite safe." Malfoy, upon hearing Caitlin's words, inquired with concern, "Professor Caitlin, who are they?" "Death Eaters," Caitlin replied, removing the hoods from the three figures to reveal their faces. Malfoy's expression shifted slightly. They were indeed Death Eaters. Caitlin gazed at Malfoy and remarked, "Draco, every individual possesses dual facets, one illuminated, the other shrouded in darkness. The light guides us forward while darkness tempts us towards wrongdoing. Yet, if we can resist such temptations, we aspire toward the light. Those whose hearts are inclined toward the light will find assistance and redemption. Draco, I am aware of your grievances with Harry Potter. But fret not. I perceive a kind heart within you. Do not let prejudice lead you astray. Do you understand my words?" Malfoy nodded slightly and replied, "I understand." "Professor Caitlin." Caitlin smiled gently, then conjured a levitation charm, guiding the three cloaked figures away from Malfoy's dormitory. After emerging from the Slytherin common room, they encountered Snape, who was patrolling the area. Caitlin remarked, "Severus, how fortuitous to find you here. I entrust these three to you." "Professor Caitlin, what is the situation? Who are they?" Snape inquired with curiosity. "They are Death Eaters who assaulted Draco Malfoy and interrogated him regarding the use of magic fighters," Caitlin explained with a smile. Snape regarded Caitlin with a momentary look of confusion before responding, "Then I shall take charge." With a wave of his wand, he took the three cloaked individuals away. Caitlin watched Snape's departing figure, smiled, and soon vanished as well. As November arrived, the weather turned exceedingly cold. The surrounding mountains were enveloped in a gray mist, cloaked in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and hard. Each morning, frost blanketed the ground. On this day, Caitlin gathered the students of the wind magic discipline, with Hagrid standing nearby, his mood somewhat buoyant. Observing the 20 students before him, Hagrid exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Having these students to assist is truly splendid." Caitlin chuckled and addressed the students. "You have been studying wind magic for some time. Today we shall test your control over it, and, in doing so, assist in clearing this area in preparation for the Quidditch match. Let us commence." Under Caitlin's guidance, the students began to wield wind magic, amusingly clearing the snow while frequently encountering various mishaps. In no time, snowflakes swirled through the air above the Quidditch pitch, creating a delightful spectacle. On this extraordinary day, Hogwarts welcomed a special event, the commencement of the Quidditch season. After several weeks of rigorous training, Harry was set to participate in his very first Quidditch match on Saturday, where Gryffindor would face Slytherin. A victory for Gryffindor would elevate their standing in the House Cup to second place. Few had witnessed Harry's prowess in Quidditch, as Wood had opted to keep Harry's participation a closely guarded secret, positioning him as their clandestine asset. Nevertheless, the news of Harry's role as Seeker had leaked. While some harbored doubts about Harry, a greater number chose to place their faith in him, recognizing his command over wind magic. Harry Potter, I hear you've been designated as the secret weapon? I must admit, you possess the qualifications, yet ultimately, the triumph will belong to us Slytherins. Draco Malfoy taunted as he observed Harry passing by. Malfoy, it seems your presence is inescapable, Harry retorted with a smile before departing. That fellow is as insufferable as ever. Ron remarked from the side. At least he has grown stronger, Hermione interjected. He nearly bested a formidable Death Eater. By 11 o'clock, the entire student body and faculty had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. The players had yet to enter the field, yet the air was already filled with the cheers and chants of Gryffindor and Slytherin supporters. Professor Kettleburn occupied a seat in the professor's area alongside Professor Quirrell, while Severus Snape sat in the corner beneath Kettleburn. Is this truly a suitable position? With Quirrell here, I hope he refrains from causing trouble. Perhaps I should relocate to allow him some room to maneuver, keeping one eye closed while the other remains open. It seems that a swift resolution is in order, and the matters concerning Harry and his friends are not my concern, Kettleburn pondered. Unexpectedly, as Kettleburn contemplated Quirrell's potential actions, Quirrell initiated a conversation. Professor Kettleburn, I did not anticipate having the opportunity to sit beside you. Kettleburn was taken aback by Quirrell's remark. What do you mean by the opportunity to sit together? Are you implying I am a woman, or that you are? Quirrell appeared somewhat flustered and hesitant. Kettleburn, suppressing his bemusement, replied with a smile, Professor Quirrell, do you enjoy Quidditch? I do. It is the most significant sporting event in the wizarding world, Quirrell responded earnestly. Professor Quirrell, would you be interested in joining the game? Kettleburn jested. Quirrell hastily waved his hands and chuckled. No. While I enjoy it, I am not skilled at playing. Kate Lyle pondered for a moment before inquiring. Professor Chilo, have you heard of the exorcism elixir? Upon hearing this, Professor Chilo reflected slightly, shaking his head in response. I have not heard of it. With a smile, Kate Lyle proceeded to elucidate. The effects of the exorcism elixir are truly extraordinary, possessing 3 significant functions. Firstly, anyone who has fallen victim to a soul-seizing curse can utilize this elixir to liberate themselves without any ensuing complications. Secondly, a person afflicted by a werewolf during the full moon can ingest the elixir within an hour to avert transformation. At this juncture, Kate Lyle cast a meaningful glance at Professor Chilo and added, thirdly, should an individual's body be commandeered by another soul, this elixir can forcibly expel and annihilate the intruding spirit. Professor Chilo's hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly together, his heart a tumult of anxiety and anticipation, revealing his inner turmoil. Professor Chilo, are you jesting with me? How can such a miraculous potion exist in this world? He stammered, unaware that his voice quivered with a hint of trepidation. How could it not? This is the exorcism elixir I have created. Kate Lyle confidently produced a petite, star-shaped vial sealed with a red liquid. Professor Chilo's breath quickened as he gazed at the elixir in Kate Lyle's hand. He yearned desperately to seize it at that very moment, to retreat to a secluded place and consume it. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. The formidable presence of Kate Lyle made it abundantly clear that the disparity between them could not be resolved through mere force. He needed to devise alternative means to obtain the elixir. Moreover, his head throbbed excruciatingly. That individual has heard. We share a mind, and he can discern my every thought. Professor Chilo, what troubles you? You appear quite unwell, Kate Lyle observed with concern as he noticed the professor's face twitching, reminiscent of a seizure. The turmoil within Professor Chilo was dire and painful. He struggled to concentrate on one singular thought while simultaneously communicating with the other entity. Stop it at once. Do you wish to expose us before others? He mentally implored. A voice responded within him. Do you desire it? Are you exceedingly eager to possess it? Only to cast me out of your body. Queerness, such a magical elixir cannot possibly exist in this world. He is questioning your identity. This is a test. Should you reveal yourself, you shall be undone. The voice echoed relentlessly in Professor Chilo's mind, and he wrestled profoundly with his inner conflict. In the end, as Professor Chilo struggled and felt his head about to burst from the overwhelming pressure, that voice faded away. A sense of calm returned to Professor Chilo, yet his forehead was drenched in perspiration. Professor Chilo, your condition does not seem favorable, Kate Lyle remarked, supporting him with a slight squint. A strained smile emerged on Professor Chilo's face as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Professor Kate. I am merely feeling a bit unwell. Upon hearing this, Kate Lal chuckled softly and said, if you are fine, then that is a relief. It is quite lively over there. It would be more heartening to be with the students. With that, Kate Lal rose and departed. Professor Chilo watched Kate Lal's retreating figure, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, glancing at the departing Kate Lal and then at Severus Snape, whose dark circles had deepened, the latter appeared lost in thought. His expression inscrutable. Snape had heard Kate Lal mention the exorcism potion. Did such a potion truly exist? If it were a fabrication, then what was the nature of the potion Kate Lal held, which purportedly possessed such miraculous effects? Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Slytherin. Just then, as the competitors soared into the arena, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiastic cheers and cries. The Quidditch match had officially commenced. Madame Hooch, serving as the referee, blew her silver whistle. Lee Jordan, under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall, provided a humorous commentary, only to hastily apologize when reprimanded by her stern gaze. Lee Jordan often became overly excited during his commentary, resulting in a somewhat jumbled delivery. Hagrid, Professor Kate, Ron and Hermione shifted their positions to make room for Hagrid and Kate Lal to sit. Professor, why are you not watching the match from the professor's box? Ron inquired curiously. It is too quiet without your vibrant energy, Kate Lal replied with a smile. Haha. Indeed, I feel the same way, Hagrid responded, holding a pair of binoculars and laughing heartily. Wonderful. Gryffindor has scored again, Hermione exclaimed as she cheered upon seeing Angelina score. In the arena, Harry performed a somersault, expressing his inner joy. The cheers for Gryffindor resonated throughout the stadium, mingled with the hisses and groans of Slytherin's serpents. Harry, be sure to protect yourself. You are our seeker, and I do not wish to see you attacked prematurely, Witch shouted as he approached Harry. Hearing this, Harry grinned and replied, I understand. I will act once I spot the snitch. With that, Harry took off on his broomstick, soaring into the air. The bludger was ferocious, akin to a rampaging giant, moving without rules or purpose, and suddenly launching an attack on the players in the arena. Harry narrowly avoided being struck by a bludger, managing to evade it just in time, only to be knocked away by Fred. The match continued, with both teams scoring points. However, as Gryffindor gained a slight advantage, the Slytherin players resorted to underhanded tactics. Desperate for glory and victory, they began to charge and suppress their opponents. Just as Slytherin took the lead and a Gryffindor player fell from their broomstick, the golden snitch appeared within Harry's line of sight. The only way to turn the tide was to seize the elusive snitch. Harry pursued the snitch with fervor when suddenly, Flint from Slytherin struck a bludger towards him, while another bludger hurtled in from the opposite direction. A perilous scene unfolded, eliciting gasps from the students and faculty alike. Merlin's socks, he's trying to murder him, Lee Jordan exclaimed in horror. Hermione, pale-faced, shouted, that's a foul. Referee, red card. Realizing the impending danger from both sides, Harry knew he had to escape. Yet at that moment, he discovered that his broom had lost control. Time was running out. In a state of panic, Harry, under the gaze of all, released his grip. His body plummeted rapidly, and a chorus of screams erupted from the crowd. Falling from such a height would surely be fatal. Katerina narrowed her eyes, preparing to intervene. But the timing was not right. Hurricane spell. As he descended, feeling the rush of wind, Harry spread his arms and shouted. With a mighty force, a gust erupted from him, propelling him back into the sky, where he grasped the uncontrollable broom and mounted it once more. Draco Malfoy stood in shock at Harry Potter's audacious maneuver, incredulously exclaiming, how could he also be a magical warrior? Draco had a familiar understanding of such magical finesse. Having practiced it himself, many other students and faculty shared his disbelief. They were astounded and immensely elated, especially Hermione and Ron, who embraced each other in excitement before realizing their impropriety and pulling apart. Katerina smiled at the sight, pleased that her extended training had not been in vain. Chapter 83, Evidence Required. Upon regaining control of his broom, Harry resumed his pursuit of the golden snitch, showcasing exceptional skill in the ensuing chase. Successfully capturing the golden snitch with a score of 170-60, Gryffindor triumphed in the match. Harry Potter emerged as a hero, hoisted aloft by his fellow Gryffindor students in a whirlwind of excitement. At Kettler's quaint cottage, Hagrid, Harry, and their companions gathered for tea. Professor Kettler, I believe the reason Harry's broom went out of control was due to Professor Snape casting a jinx, Hagrid exclaimed. His gaze was fixed on Harry, and he was muttering incantations. He was undoubtedly casting a disruption spell. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione seated herself and spoke. Indeed, it was him. I witnessed it as well. Ron chimed in, impossible. He would never do such a thing. Hagrid firmly dismissed Hermione and Ron's observations without any hesitation. Harry, what do you think? Hermione, somewhat indignant, turned to Harry. Harry nodded and replied, the troll that appeared on Halloween was released by Snape, and I saw him on the 4th floor during the chaos it caused. He attempted to access the area guarded by the three-headed dog, but failed and was bitten. I believe he was trying to steal the sorcerer's stone that the dog protects. Recently, in the Forbidden Forest, I saw him threatening Professor Quirrell, hoping to enlist his help in stealing the stone. And today, Hagrid, you must trust my skills. Besides, it's a Nimbus 2000. It wouldn't lose control so easily. Hagrid, astounded, questioned, how do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? How could you possibly know about it? We know everything we need to know, Hagrid. Hermione replied, casting a glance at the quietly sipping Professor Kettler. Hagrid, upon hearing Hermione's words, was once again taken aback, murmuring, "You little ones, how on earth did you manage this? We have kept it hidden for so long." With a serious demeanor, Hagrid fixed his gaze on Harry and the others, warning, "Harry, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of the Sorcerer's Stone. It is exceedingly dangerous." Hagrid, "Someone is indeed after the Sorcerer's Stone," Harry explained. "This matter ends here, and I will discuss it with Dumbledore," Hagrid interrupted, rising to leave. As Hagrid departed, Harry and his companions turned their attention to Kettler. Smiling gently at their inquisitive expressions, Kettler remarked, "Are you looking at me to say something?" Harry asked, "Professor Kettler, do you not believe us either?" Kettler set down his cup and replied, "Of course, I believe you. However, I require evidence." "Harry, what of the memory crystal I promised you?" "The best evidence would be to document his actions. In the face of such proof, he would find it difficult to deny. Mere words, however, he could easily refute. Could we make him drink a truth serum?" Ron suggested, raising his hand. Harry and Hermione were immediately stirred with excitement and anticipation upon hearing Ron's words. Could it be possible that Professor Snape truly harbored no intentions of stealing the Philosopher's Stone? If so, I would be unjustly accusing an innocent man, potentially resulting in Professor Snape's departure from Hogwarts, which would indeed be a grave matter. Can you comprehend the repercussions of wrongfully accusing a good person? Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Was there truly no way out? Hermione voiced her frustration. Seeing their gaze turn towards him once more, Cattermole remarked, "This is something you must figure out on your own. I cannot afford to spend my time monitoring Snape or Professor Quirrell. I have far more pressing matters at hand. Unless you can procure evidence for me, trust me, Snape will not evade my grasp." The trio exchanged glances, a sense of resignation settling among them. They often believed they had uncovered the truth. Yet each time they felt assured, they were met with further frustration. Hagrid did not believe them and offered no opportunity, while Cattermole demanded proof and hesitated to assist without tangible evidence. Who else could they turn to for help? "You have the day off today. There is no need for study. Go out and enjoy yourselves. Harry, remember the method I showed you. You must practice it on your own. Do you understand?" Cattermole urged as he dismissed Harry and his friends. Harry nodded, replying, "I understand, Professor Cattermole." As they left the cottage, the prospect of a relaxing evening did little to brighten their spirits. "What shall we do? Our evidence is merely what we have witnessed," Ron lamented, kicking at the snow beneath his feet, feeling uncertain. "Since they cannot assist us, we shall solve this ourselves," Harry declared after a brief silence. "How shall we do that? Are we to confront Professor Snape?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "Why not? We are the Lion Squad, brave lions unafraid of danger, charging forth," Harry asserted confidently. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement with Harry's proposal. "We must devise a thorough plan. We cannot allow Professor Snape to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Nor can we permit Professor Quirrell to fall into Snape's trap," Hermione articulated, employing her keen intellect to organize her thoughts. Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement, and the trio moved forward, their voices hushed as they deliberated on their strategy. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell emerged from the potion-soaked bath, tidying himself up as he prepared to don his clothes. However, he felt a curious sensation in his pocket. Upon reaching in, his expression shifted slightly. When he retrieved the object from his pocket, Quirrell's face twitched in dismay. It was a vial of the potion. Professor Quirrell recognized the object. It was the miraculous potion for exorcism spoken of by Kettler during today's Quidditch match. Yet, how could such a significant item reside in his pocket? Had Kettler deliberately placed it there? "Quirinus, I sense your thoughts. You cannot conceal them. You are exceedingly anxious and profoundly stirred. Do you trust him? It will not manifest before you willingly. This is a premeditated scheme." The voice resonated, causing Professor Quirrell's complexion to drain, rendering him pale and weak. "Are you frightened? I can perceive your fear. You are afraid I might consume it." In a state of panic, Professor Quirrell clutched the exorcism potion tightly, his expression contorted as he growled. "Ha ha ha, do you dare to drink it? Are you bold enough?" Chapter 84, Professor Quirrell's Choice and Kettler's Caution. The voice instilled in Professor Quirrell an overwhelming sense of shock and terror. Did he need to test it? Was Kettler's assertion regarding the exorcism potion genuine? Did it truly possess such effects? Was this merely a trial? Kettler must harbor doubts about him, hence the casual mention of the potion, embellished with such extraordinary claims. Thus, it could not possibly be the exorcism potion. Professor Quirrell found himself at an impasse. the voice incessantly influencing him, rendering him incapable of making a precise and resolute decision. Quirinus, are you afraid? The voice echoed once more in Professor Quirrell's mind, tauntingly. Indeed, you should question him. You must remain composed, in this fleeting moment. Devise a sound plan for yourself, Quirinus. Feeling utterly defeated, Professor Quirrell slumped to the ground, the potion he had tightly grasped now slipping into his pocket. As he grappled with his indecision, at that moment, the clock in the room chimed, and upon glancing at the wall clock indicating midnight, horror washed over his face. In an instant, Professor Quirrell's expression morphed into one of sheer malevolence. His eyes reddened, veins bulging, and he was consumed by excruciating pain. Not only Professor Quirrell, but the voice also shared in the torment. The agonizing sounds reverberated through the room, chilling the air. Blood, sacred blood. As the scarf fell away, a visage that was grotesque and hideous emerged, accompanied by a raspy voice that emanated from that repugnant mouth. Professor Quirrell struggled to rise, only to collapse once more. Each step he attempted was fraught with agony, demanding immense effort. He persevered towards a box, clutching his wand and laboriously waving it to unveil layer upon layer of enclosures. With trembling hands, he retrieved the crimson potion from within, hurriedly pouring it into his mouth. Moments later, Professor Quirrell regained a semblance of calm, yet felt utterly drained. It is imperative, Quirinus, that we obtain that particular spell without delay. A hoarse voice urged Professor Chilo. Gasping for breath, Professor Chilo responded, that girl possesses considerable talent. However, Kate Lear did not impart that spell to her. Quirinus, you wouldn't wish to endure such torment any longer, would you? The other person remarked. Professor Chilo remained silent. Yet his eyes conveyed a multitude of unspoken words. Taking a deep breath, he grasped his scarf and wrapped it around his head before departing the room. The Elemental Magic Classroom. This morning marked Ravenclaw's elemental magic lesson. The students immersed themselves in the study of various elemental magics. Air, fire, water, earth, and more, each demonstrating their skills in the practice arena, where orbs of light danced before them, moving incessantly. Luna Jennifer, as a distinguished light magic practitioner, enjoyed special privileges, following closely behind Kate Lear, who diligently guided her. Luna, your serene demeanor, refined elegance, and poised confidence are admirable. However, your unassertive nature, while aligning with one aspect of light magic, ultimately leaves you lacking. Light magic, as a rare and exceptional form, possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as the power to heal and purify, boasting tremendous potency. Here are some spells pertaining to light magic for you to ponder. However, any that touch upon forbidden levels should not be attempted lightly, for the consequences could be dire until you possess the strength of a grand sorcerer. Luna accepted the spellbook Kate Lear offered, and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Professor Kate Lear, what would happen if I were to attempt it? You would perish. Kate Lear replied with a serious countenance. You lack the vast magical and mental energy required to wield a forbidden spell at your current level. You can only be considered a novice wizard. A novice wizard? Luna Jennifer echoed in slight surprise, then asked, Professor Kate Lear, how do we categorize our levels of power? Is achieving A good or excellent on the exam sufficient? Well, did I not mention this to you before? Kate Lear responded, somewhat bewildered and embarrassed. Observing Kate Lear's awkward expression, Luna stifled a giggle and cheerfully remarked, Professor Kate Lear, I doubt anyone in all of Hogwarts is aware that wizards have classifications. Kate Lear chuckled lightly and replied, it seems I must take the time to elucidate this matter to everyone. Luna, I entrust this task to you. Would you mind spreading the word? I would be more than happy to assist, Professor Kate Lear, Luna Jennifer replied with a sweet smile. Kate Lyle produced a small booklet and handed it to Luna Jennifer. Smiling as she explained, the classification of wizards is primarily divided into apprentice wizard, junior wizard, intermediate wizard, senior wizard, archmage, mage, grand mage, and holy mage. The criteria for validating each level are based on magical power, mental strength, and the ability to cast spells of the corresponding rank. Only when all three conditions are met can one ascertain the wizard's level. There are comparative standards provided, as well as methods for testing magical power and mental strength. Luna Jennifer accepted the booklet and perused it briefly, a smile blossoming on her face as she remarked, rest assured, Professor Kate. We Ravenclaws embody wisdom and shall not disappoint you. Kate Lyle chuckled heartily and leaned closer to Luna Jennifer, whispering, you possess the Guardian of Light. It not only protects you, but also grants you sufficient magical power and enhances your mental strength. However, it is not invincible. Once your magical energy is depleted, it ceases to function. Nonetheless, should you attain the status of senior wizard, you could wield the Guardian of Light to cast a forbidden spell. Luna Jennifer instinctively touched the necklace adorning her neck and exclaimed, it possesses such miraculous properties. The last time I was attacked, it was this that safeguarded me. Kate Lyle glanced at Luna Jennifer and advised with a smile, do not overly rely on it. True strength always lies within your own abilities. If you possess sufficient power, it will be others who fall, not you. Luna Jennifer nodded earnestly, responding, I understand, Professor Kate. I will strive to become stronger. Kate Lyle's demeanor turned serious as she cautioned, Luna, the praise of light is an incredibly wondrous magic. It not only heals the wounds of others, but also purifies the soul, and most remarkably, it can lift curses. However, remember this, do not hastily break a curse for a stranger or someone you barely know. Anyone who has been cursed and yet continues to live is not to be trifled with. Learn to use your own eyes to discover and observe the hidden stories behind such situations. Luna Jennifer solemnly nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Kate Lyle's earnest counsel stemmed from wisdom beyond her own comprehension. Chapter 85, Christmas Gifts, Part 1. As Christmas approached, students from various houses began registering their intentions to either remain at school or return home. For Harry Potter, this was not a joyful matter. He had no desire to return to his uncle's home, for their prejudices against him made staying there unbearable, and even with ample galleons, he knew they would not treat him kindly. Harry Potter, you seem rather cheerful. Would you care to share? Kate Lyle inquired curiously, observing the solitary Harry Potter. Upon hearing this, Harry Potter hesitated for a moment before recounting his decision to remain at Hogwarts over the Christmas holidays. After listening to Harry's account, Caitlin realized that the festive season was indeed approaching. Harry, while this may be a fortunate circumstance for you, do not become overly fixated on it. Caitlin remarked with a smile. If you truly wish to avoid going home and find the school dull, feel free to join me at my cottage. I can ensure your little holiday is filled with engaging activities. Harry hesitated, for he had longed for a break to unwind. Hey, Harry, I've been looking for you, Ron exclaimed as he approached. I heard from Professor McGonagall that you've chosen to stay at school, so I've decided not to go home either. I'll be spending Christmas here with you. My parents took Ginny to Romania to visit Charlie. Caitlin looked at Harry with a grin. You need not feel lonely now. Ron is more than willing to stay and share a delightful holiday with you. Of course, should you find the school tedious, you are always welcome at my cottage. With that, Caitlin turned and departed. Even during the holidays, she had a few matters to attend to. Is Caitlin planning to treat us? Ron inquired of Harry, intrigued by Caitlin's words. It seems so, Harry replied with a smile. Although I have been compelled to study diligently of late, I still desire to indulge and have some fun. Without hesitation, Ron declared, 2 days before Christmas, the holidays commenced as students boarded the train leaving Hogwarts. Departing one by one, Harry and Ron bid farewell to Hermione and Neville, leaving behind the vast, snow-covered Hogwarts. The Weasley twins, along with their friends, began building snowmen, which soon led to a snowball fight. Harry and Ron became the targets of focused attacks, yet they remained undaunted. Ron consistently raised earthen barriers to deflect the incoming snowballs while retaliating in kind. Harnessing his wind magic, Harry cast a gusting spell on himself and Ron, enhancing their speed and allowing them to launch snowballs that frequently troubled Fred and George. They reveled in snowball fights, skiing, constructing ice castles, and playing wizard's chess, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Ron excelled at wizard's chess. Undeterred by the relentless onslaught, he emerged victorious time and again, much to his delight. Of course, no Christmas celebration would be complete without the grand feast that all staff and students remaining at Hogwarts would partake in. On Christmas Eve, as Harry and Ron prepared for bed, they eagerly anticipated the sumptuous banquet, longing for a hearty meal. Caitlin arrived at the Gryffindor common room, holding 2 beautifully wrapped gift boxes. At this moment, Dumbledore emerged from Harry Potter's room. What a coincidence, Albus, Caitlin remarked, smiling at the appearing Dumbledore. Dumbledore, gazing at Caitlin and the 2 gift boxes in his hands, responded with a smile. Are you preparing Christmas gifts for Harry and the others? Indeed. I assume you are as well, aren't you? Caitlin replied with a grin. Every Christmas, I prepare a gift for the children who remain at the school, Dumbledore said, turning to leave with a smile. I still need to visit other places. They require my care. Caitlin watched Dumbledore depart, chuckling softly before entering the dormitory where Harry resided. Observing the still slumbering Harry and Ron, she smiled, left the gifts, and turned to leave. In the castle's basement, Severus Snape was in his potion storage room. A knock echoed through the chamber, causing Snape, who was busy concocting a potion, to freeze momentarily. Setting down his potion, he retrieved his wand and opened the door. Merry Christmas, Severus, Caitlin greeted, holding the prepared Christmas gift. Noticing Snape's wand in hand, she curiously inquired, Severus, do you seem wary of me? Or is there some misunderstanding between us? Snape, retracting his wand, calmly regarded Caitlin as he replied, How did you know I was here, Professor Caitlin? Caitlin handed the prepared Christmas gift to Severus Snape, smiling as she explained, I visited your dormitory, but you were not there. I encountered Albus, who informed me that you often stay here. Snape regarded Caitlin with a scrutinizing glance and remarked, This is the first Christmas gift I have received in many years. What is inside? Caitlin observed the materials Snape was using for his potion, picking up a few to examine. You are researching a certain potion. Let me guess. This is unicorn hair. There are many potions that utilize it, though still a limited number. And this is phoenix feather, Severus, How did you acquire it? Ah, Albus has one of those, so it is easily obtainable. However, this Thunderbird blood, how did you come by it? It still emanates the energy of thunder elements. This is the leaf of the Joyflower, Severus. I believe I can surmise the direction of your research. Are you developing a potion to counteract curses? Snape, maintaining a calm demeanor devoid of a smile, listened to Caitlin's words and replied, "This is merely a hypothesis of mine." Caitlin's face brightened with a smile as she said, "Your hypothesis is commendable, but it lacks one crucial element." She pointedly glanced at the gift box in Snape's hands and added, "This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you enjoy it." Snape placed the gift box on the table and, before Caitlin's eyes, began to unwrap it. Within the confines of the envelope lay but a single sheet of paper. Severus Snape cast a puzzled glance at Catterwall, then picked up the paper, scrutinizing it with a mixture of astonishment and wonder. "A potion of Jichu?" he inquired. Catterwall smiled gently, replying, "This is a concoction I have painstakingly developed over a considerable period. Before this elixir, no vow or curse remains unbroken. As we are both scholars of potion making, I have no other gift to offer but this. I trust it will prove useful to you." Chapter 86, The Christmas Gift, Part 2. Harry, wake up. Look at what we have here. In the stillness of the night, chilled by the wintry air, Harry longed to burrow deeper beneath his blankets, wishing to sleep until morning's light. However, he overlooked one key individual, Ron. With a swift motion, Ron threw back the covers, causing Harry to huddle together for warmth. Stirred by Ron's persistent shaking and shouting, Harry sat up abruptly, snatching the cup from Ron's hands. "If you can't provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I'll send you outside to face the cold winds," he grumbled from beneath his covers. Ron chuckled at this, lifting a Christmas box and exclaiming, "Look, what is this? Christmas gifts?" Harry exclaimed with delight upon seeing the box. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Ron shouted joyfully. "Happy Christmas to you too, Ron," Harry replied, noticing a box at the foot of his bed. He quickly rose, grinning. "Let us see how many gifts I have received." "Harry, what do you think I will receive?" Ron pondered. "Cabbage. Or perhaps Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I suspect one gift I cannot do without is a sweater knitted by my mother." As he spoke, he returned to his bedside where a mound of gift boxes loomed, significantly larger than Harry's. Harry cast a glance at Ron's pile, chuckling as he picked up one of his own gifts. Wrapped in brown paper, it bore Hagrid's name, and within lay a rather rudely crafted flute. "I wager this flute is Hagrid's handiwork," Harry remarked, blowing into it and laughing. "Doesn't it sound remarkably akin to an owl's hoot?" Ron responded with a grin. "It resembles it somewhat, but it sounds more like a newly hatched owl." The second, smaller box contained 50-pence coins, a gift from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. "Is this Muggle money?" Ron inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the coins in Harry's hand. "Here, you can have it," Harry offered. Noticing Ron's delighted expression as he handed the coins over with a smile, Ron accepted eagerly, saying, "Harry, did you know my dad has a penchant for Muggle items? Sometimes. He even engages in secret trades with them." "Well, Merlin's beard, I can't believe I just told you that. You must keep it a secret, or it could spell trouble." "As friends, I shall certainly keep your secret," Harry assured him with a grin. "Merlin's beard. My mother has knitted you a sweater unique to the Weasley family." Ron exclaimed in astonishment as he opened a Christmas gift, revealing a sweater, a large box of homemade fudge, and a letter. He roughly pulled the sweater over Harry's head, and upon seeing how handsome Harry looked, he couldn't help but express his envy, saying, "My sweaters are always a dull maroon, which I find rather unattractive. However, this bright green sweater suits you perfectly, Harry." Harry felt a surge of happiness at Ron's envious expression and replied, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. This fudge is absolutely delightful. It is, without a doubt, the finest Christmas gift I have received thus far." As Harry continued to unwrap his gifts, he discovered a large box of chocolate frogs from Hermione. "Is this a potion?" Ron inquired, gazing curiously at the liquid Harry had extracted from the box, which shimmered with a white light inside a star-shaped vial. "There's a letter," Ron exclaimed, noticing a piece of paper in the box. He pulled it out and read aloud. "Elixir of life, possessing the ability to grant rebirth to those who have experienced the passage of life. Handle with care. From Caitlor." "It's a gift from Caitlor, Harry," Ron remarked, both doubtful and envious of the potion's alleged wonders. Harry carefully stored the potion, regardless of its authenticity, vowing to keep it with utmost reverence. "What is this?" Ron wondered as he unwrapped his own gift, revealing a cross adorned with a blue gem the size of a peanut. "The Key of Light, which bestows good fortune and defies the power of enchantment. From Caitlor." "Ron, that's a gift from Caitlor," Harry noted as he read the accompanying paper. Ron admired the cross necklace more and more, delightfully putting it around his neck and exclaiming, "Professor Caitlor truly is as remarkable as everyone says. Not only does he possess powerful magic and extensive knowledge of potions, but his expertise in alchemy is astounding." Harry glanced at the cross necklace around Ron's neck with a tinge of envy. He then picked up his final Christmas gift, which was small and light. Inside lay a smooth, silvery substance that glimmered and slipped through his fingers. Upon witnessing this, Ron took a deep breath and whispered excitedly, "Harry, if I'm not mistaken, this is incredibly rare and valuable. It's a treasure beyond measure." Harry looked at Ron and replied, "I know what you're thinking, Ron. I understand its value. But this is my Christmas gift, and I won't part with it. I'm not in need of galleons." Ron stroked his chin, regaining his composure, and said, "Harry, I can confidently assert that this is an invisibility cloak. If you don't believe me, we could put it to the test." Harry donned the invisibility cloak, and Ron, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed, "Harry, look at your feet. You truly are invisible." Harry glanced down, marveling at the wondrous sight. Every area enveloped by the cloak had vanished completely. He hurried to the mirror, where he beheld his reflection. Only his head floated in midair, while his body was nowhere to be seen. "Harry, there's a note," Ron shouted, pointing to a piece of paper that had slipped from beneath the cloak. Quickly removing the invisibility cloak, Harry seized the paper. It read, "Harry Potter, your father left this for me before he passed. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Merry Christmas." No signature adorned the note. Harry stared blankly at the paper, while Ron marveled at the cloak. Harry pondered the origins of the cloak and whether it truly once belonged to his father, feeling an unsettling notion that something was amiss. Just as confusion swirled in his mind, Fred and George, the mischievous Weasley twins, burst in, prompting Harry to hastily conceal the cloak. "Merry Christmas. Look, Mum has knitted a Weasley sweater for Harry. Ron, why don't you put on yours? Hey, you're all too noisy. Hurry up, our Christmas feast awaits. Don't you want to try the plump roast turkey? Oh, and the mountain of roasted meats and boiled potatoes." Chapter 87. The Mirror of Erased, an Unconventional Reunion. The Christmas feast marked Harry's first experience at such a grand celebration. A long table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, towering piles of roasted meats, potatoes, sausages, and more, filling the hall with an intoxicating aroma that stirred the appetite. Beyond the culinary delights, the hall was adorned with various festive activities, including wizarding crackers and trinkets. At the staff table, Professor Kettleburn mingled among the guests, his face aglow with delight. Dumbledore's pointed wizard hat had been whimsically replaced with a floral-adorned lady's hat. As he shared jokes with Professor Flitwick, both of them bubbling with laughter and joy. Hagrid, fond of drink, indulged excessively, his cheeks flushed, and he unexpectedly planted a kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek, almost causing Harry to choke on his food in astonishment. "I never imagined you could be like this, Hagrid." Among the professors, undoubtedly the most popular was Professor Kettleburn, the handsomest and most radiant of them all. Professor McGonagall joyfully approached him, clinking her glass against his, sharing a few jokes, her face beaming with happiness. Ultimately, she successfully invited Professor Kettleburn to dance the waltz in a relatively spacious area, their movements exuding grace and beauty. As the final notes of the melody faded, Professor McGonagall blushed with joy, reveling in the moment. The faculty and students remaining on campus embraced this opportunity for relaxation. Even the mischievous Weasley twins began to engage in playful spells. However, Harry and Ron found themselves puzzled by Professor Quirrell's absence. They later learned that he had chosen to take a holiday rather than remain at Hogwarts. Following the Christmas dinner, Harry and the Weasley brothers ventured outside for a snowball fight, which soon escalated as students from other houses joined in, transforming it into an all-out snowball battle. They were lost in the thrill of play, and had it not been for the biting cold and their drenched clothes, they might have continued until only one remained. Exhausted and exhilarated, everyone soon succumbed to sleep. This was, without a doubt, the most delightful Christmas Harry had ever experienced. Yet, amidst the merriment, he found himself unable to drift off, as a particular thought lingered persistently in his mind. "Harry, you truly haven't fallen asleep," came the voice of Professor Kettleburn as he entered the Gryffindor common room, finding Harry warming himself by the fire. "Professor Kettleburn," Harry exclaimed, surprised that he would visit at such an hour, seemingly aware of Harry's insomnia. "Did you receive the gift I sent you?" Kettleburn asked, taking a seat beside Harry. With a wave of his hand, the flames in the fireplace surged, warming the entire common room. "I did, Professor. Thank you for the gift. I absolutely love it," Harry replied gratefully. The elixir of life is not easily created and holds great significance. When you choose to use it, exercise caution. However, when the time comes to utilize it, do not hesitate, understand? Kettleburn advised Harry earnestly. Harry nodded solemnly, hesitated briefly, and then asked, "Professor, did you know I wouldn't be able to sleep?" Kettleburn chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed. Besides the gift I bestowed upon you, I believe you have received another special present." Harry's spirits lifted, and he looked at Kettleburn, excitement bubbling within him. "Professor Kettleburn, do you know who sent it to me?" Kettleburn affectionately ruffled Harry's hair and laughed heartily. "Of course I do. I also know what that gift is. Trust me, that piece of clothing once belonged to your father. It is of immense value, and you must take great care of it. Do you understand?" With Kettleburn's affirmation, a radiant smile illuminated Harry's face. "Thank you, Professor. I will cherish it. Come. I shall take you to a special place, Kettleburn said, rising and extending his hand toward Harry. Where are we going? Harry inquired with curiosity. Kettleburn raised his arm with a grin. Today is Christmas, and on this special day, how could a family not come together? Family? Harry echoed, a hint of hesitation mixed with anticipation in his heart. Certainly, Harry was acutely aware that his parents were gone, forever lost to him in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he placed his hand upon Kate's. In an instant, they vanished from the Gryffindor common room, only to reappear before a wall. Professor Cateler, where are we? Harry inquired, surveying his surroundings. Cateler gestured for silence, chuckling, be quiet. Although Filch is somewhat inept, his hearing is keen, and we must remain discreet. Harry nodded, closing his mouth in compliance. Cateler pushed against the wall, revealing a door that opened, and they stepped inside. It was an abandoned classroom, cluttered with disheveled desks and chairs stacked against the walls, casting an uninviting shadow. With a flick of his wand, Cateler illuminated the space, restoring the furniture to its pristine condition and arranging it neatly. The classroom transformed, the stale air replaced with freshness. There stood an imposing mirror, its ornate golden frame supported by claw-like feet. It loomed high, seemingly embedded in the wall, and inscribed across the top were the words, "What I show is not your reflection, but the desires of your heart." At that moment, Harry stood before the mirror, utterly astonished. He beheld many figures behind him, their faces alight with joy, emanating warmth and kindness. Yet, when he turned to look, they vanished. But upon gazing back at the mirror, they reappeared, watching him intently. "Mum? Dad?" Harry whispered, his gaze fixed on the closest man and woman behind him. The Potter family waved cheerfully at him, and Harry pressed his hands against the glass, yearning to leap into their embrace. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he fought to maintain his composure. Harry was resilient, fully aware that while these visions represented his deepest desires, they were not real. Cateler approached him, enveloping him in a gentle embrace, and said, "A brave and strong boy will always be surrounded by loved ones. What you see existed once." Harry Potter turned to embrace Cateler, striving to hold back his tears. Yet, the sight of them standing beside him filled him with immense joy and excitement. "Merry Christmas, Harry." Cateler comforted him, offering heartfelt wishes. "May this reunion strengthen your spirit and fortify your resolve." Chapter 88. Hagrid, so this is who you are. The Mirror of Erased captivated Harry Potter, the sensation of familial love enveloping him, leaving him yearning for more. As the words left by the Mirror of Erased suggest, what I reveal is not merely your reflection, but rather the deepest desires of your heart. This embodies Harry's yearning. Thus he craves such an experience. However, he finds himself unable to locate the chamber that houses the Mirror of Erased. The place to which Cotterell led him was a dimly lit corridor, and he was uncertain of its precise location. Cloaked in invisibility, he searched repeatedly, nearly being discovered by Filch. "Harry, does that mirror reveal our most fervent wishes?" Hermione inquired with a hint of anticipation after hearing Harry speak of the Mirror of Erased. Ron, too, was intrigued, eager to uncover what he might see and whether his future aspirations could be realized. "Indeed, but at present, I cannot find it," Harry replied with a note of regret. "It is but a fleeting illusion, a remnant of the past." After contemplating for a moment, Hermione, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "Harry, you must not become ensnared by it. That would be a sheer waste of time. Instead, you should dedicate your efforts to studying. Now, I believe it is time to assess your knowledge of herbology." Startled by Hermione's sudden reprimand, both Ron and Harry were taken aback. Hermione's expression was particularly grave at that moment, prompting the two to exchange glances before lowering their heads to focus on their books. In defense against the dark arts, Harry observed the stuttering Professor Quirrell, while his mind wandered, contemplating how to free Quirrell from Snape's looming threat. However, even after class concluded, he could devise no solution. "Harry Potter, what are you contemplating?" Professor Quirrell approached Harry with a smile, as Harry was lost in thought. Regaining his composure, Harry hastily stood and replied, "Nothing, Professor Quirrell. It is essential not to daydream during class. Learning is of utmost importance," Quirrell remarked cheerfully. "Of course, Professor Quirrell." Harry nodded earnestly. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Professor Quirrell hurriedly departed. Though Quirrell's stammering was somewhat awkward, he was far more agreeable than Professor Snape. Ron commented as he watched Quirrell's retreating figure. "Perhaps," Hermione replied from the side. At that moment, an owl flew in, the very owl belonging to Hagrid. Harry took the envelope, glancing at it before exclaiming, "Hagrid wants us to visit him at noon. He has a surprise for us. I hope his surprise isn't his cooking," Hermione said with a hint of trepidation. Ron chuckled mischievously. "Harry, you could respond to him. If it involves food, perhaps we should reconsider." "That seems wise," Harry hesitated. At noon, the three of them indulged in a hearty meal at the dining hall before heading to Hagrid's small abode. Their interest in Hagrid's so-called culinary delights was utterly non-existent. "Hagrid, we have arrived." Harry knocked on the door, calling out. Hagrid cautiously opened the door, a hint of mystery in his demeanor, and exclaimed, Harry, you've finally arrived. Come in quickly. Harry and his companions exchanged dubious glances, but swiftly stepped into the room. Hagrid, what surprise do you have for us? Harry inquired eagerly. Hagrid chuckled heartily, pouring each of them a cup of tea, and replied, just a moment. I've also invited Professor Kettleburn. With this revelation, Harry and his friends grew even more suspicious. What secret was Hagrid concealing that warranted such an air of secrecy? Ron glanced around Hagrid's modest room, noting the small fireplace crackling warmly, and curiously asked, Hagrid, what have you done to make it so cozy in here? Hagrid, with a hearty laugh, averted his gaze and did not respond. Harry and Hermione observed the subtle changes in Hagrid's expression, leading them to speculate. They began to scan the room in search of Hagrid's hidden secret. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Hagrid to rise with delight. That must be Professor Kettleburn, he declared. Indeed, standing at the threshold was Kettleburn himself. Professor Kettleburn. Harry and his friends greeted with smiles. Kettleburn nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired playfully, Hagrid, what surprise have you prepared for us? Hagrid laughed boisterously. It's something extraordinary. You'll be utterly astonished. With that, Hagrid lifted a wooden plank from the floor, reached beneath it, and pressed down. A surge of magic erupted, revealing a pit before them, from which a shimmering egg emerged, rolling in a cascade of sand. By Merlin S. Beard, the markings. This is a rare Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. Hagrid, how on earth did you acquire this? It must have cost a fortune in galleons. Ron exclaimed, recognizing the egg due to his brother Charlie's expertise in dragon studies. Hagrid beamed with pride at Ron's astonishment and replied, I was in the village yesterday having a drink, and a fellow lost it to me in a card game. Trust me, he was eager to rid himself of it, and deliberately lost, but that's of no consequence. I adore it. But what will you do when it hatches? Hermione questioned, her brow furrowed in concern. This is a fire dragon, and as everyone knows, the 1709 Wizarding Congress passed a law prohibiting the keeping of fire dragons. If we raise it in the backyard and muggles notice, it will cause tremendous trouble. Ron concurred with Hermione, adding swiftly, Hagrid, this is extremely dangerous. My brother Charlie was burned by a fire dragon. Hagrid, seemingly unconcerned, replied, I understand your worries, but this little darling is simply, how should I put it? Stalwart? That's a fitting description. Indeed, it possesses remarkable strength and grows at an astonishing rate. This little cabin cannot accommodate it. Nor will the school allow it to soar freely. The dragon's nature is inherently wild. Harry felt compelled to offer his counsel. Catelyn observed Hagrid and Harry engaged in a spirited debate regarding the dragon, escalating in intensity. Ultimately, Hagrid conceded, cradling the dragon egg. He appeared sorrowful and reluctant to part with it. Hagrid, if you trust me, you may entrust the dragon egg to me, Catelyn suggested with a smile. Is that truly so? Professor Catelyn, do you possess the means to rear it? Hagrid inquired, his spirits lifting at the thought. Do you doubt my capabilities, Hagrid? Catelyn replied with a chuckle. I am in need of a fine companion. Let it accompany me. Professor Catelyn, you already have Caesar, who is incredibly robust and fierce. No other owls dare to bully him, Hagrid exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief that Catelyn wished to adopt the Norwegian ridgeback as a pet. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten about Caesar. How is he faring? Catelyn inquired playfully. He is thriving beyond measure. Within the confines of our home, he is nearly a king. Hagrid responded, intrigued. He truly is formidable, especially during mating. Catelyn, upon hearing Hagrid's accounts of Caesar's exploits, couldn't help but cover his forehead, silently mourning for Caesar for a moment. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions gazed at Hagrid in astonishment, realizing the nature of his character. Chapter 89, Fantastic Beasts. Under Hagrid's reluctant gaze and well-intentioned reminders, Catelyn departed with the dragon egg. Harry and his friends returned to the Gryffindor common room to rest. How long have you been waiting here, Draco? Catelyn inquired, noticing Draco Malfoy standing at the entrance. It's no trouble, Professor. Draco Malfoy replied. Come in. Catelyn beckoned. Professor Catelyn, may I have a word with you? Malfoy asked, seated on the sofa while observing Catelyn preparing coffee. You wish to converse with me? Very well. It seems you carry some concerns, Catelyn noted. Professor, magical warriors are immensely powerful, aren't they? Draco Malfoy asked, looking at Catelyn. Indeed. Magical warriors represent a formidable magical vocation, Catelyn affirmed earnestly, yet they are not the most powerful. Are there even more potent professions? Draco Malfoy inquired, curiosity piqued. Each profession, when mastered to its fullest potential, can yield the few mightiest individuals in the world, Draco, Catelyn explained. Magical warriors are indeed powerful, able to vanquish foes without the need for wands. However, wizards, too, are formidable. With a mere gesture, they can unleash transcendent spells. And even the strongest magical warrior must engage in conversation with Merlin. Are magical warriors unable to triumph over wizards? Draco Malfoy questioned, puzzled. Each has its strengths and weaknesses, varying from person to person. Defeating an adversary often hinges on two critical factors, as explained by Caitlin: absolute power and wisdom. In the face of overwhelming strength, any devious schemes will ultimately dissipate into nothingness, rendering them insignificant. Furthermore, when one's strength is not absolute, wisdom becomes exceedingly vital. It can bridge the gap between contenders, securing victory in any duel. Draco Malfoy fell silent for a moment before stating, "Professor Caitlin, I wish to train. You may take the day off and return home." Upon hearing this, Caitlin smiled and replied, "Your body is still developing. You must balance work and rest. Overexertion will not only hinder your growth, but could also diminish your looks." Draco's expression shifted abruptly. He rose to his feet and turned to leave, saying, "Thank you, Professor Caitlin. I suddenly feel quite fatigued and in need of rest." Draco maintained a certain confidence in his appearance. The thought of becoming ugly and shorter was simply intolerable. Caitlin chuckled softly. After Draco's departure, she cast a spell on the door and proceeded into the room. Inside, Caitlin opened a carefully stored suitcase, stepping inside. This was a case enchanted with a seamless extension charm, providing ample space with a corresponding environment. Within, a multitude of magical creatures resided. Caitlin found herself in a meadow, observing several large venomous horned beasts basking in the sun. A smile graced her face as she waved her wand, causing fresh meat to soar from a wooden abode and land before them. Overjoyed at the sight of food, they eagerly indulged, displaying their friendly dispositions. Their thick hides could withstand numerous spells and curses, making them favored materials among alchemists and wizards. Intriguingly, they appeared as a hybrid of elephants and rhinoceroses. After taking a few steps, Caitlin felt as if she had traversed a tunnel, emerging into an entirely different scene. A warm and cozy room was adorned with several lush trees, home to dozens of tree guardian lizards. These delicate, twig-like creatures were exceedingly shy and could transform to resemble any leaf. Their branches were remarkably flexible, making them adept locksmiths. The tree guardian lizards were charming, just as their name suggested, as they served to protect the trees that produced wands. However, if one could offer them a soiled bug, they might reward you with a slender tree. Approaching one of the tree guardian lizards, Caitlin playfully engaged with the little creature, which immediately latched onto her. "All right, little one," she said, producing a vial of magical potion and pouring it into a small basin. Instantly, a flock of tree guardian lizards went into a frenzy, rushing toward the basin and extending their branches, eager to immerse themselves in the potion. Those who hesitated would surely miss out. "Hey, Sass, where have you gone?" Caitlin glanced at the nest filled with an abundance of gold coins, crystals, and necklaces, but upon failing to find Sniff anywhere within, she called out. A rustling sound erupted as the little creature emerged from a corner, clutching a silver eggshell in its tiny hands. Sniff, although gentle and affectionate, was certainly not a suitable domestic pet. It was charming yet exceedingly mischievous, a remarkable creature native to Britain known for its burrowing abilities. This enchanting beast, cloaked in black fur with an elongated snout, possessed an extraordinary fascination for all things that shimmered. Caitlin lightly flicked Sass on the forehead, sending the little one soaring through the air, limbs flailing in struggle. "Sass, have you been pilfering snakebird eggs again? I must warn you. If you get eaten by a snakebird, I shall not come to your aid." At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared and promptly dashed away. With swiftness, Caitlin brandished her wand, exclaiming, "Come here, Bibby." This invisible creature resembled a monkey, remarkably intelligent and capable of blending seamlessly into its surroundings without a need for an invisibility cloak. Moreover, it possessed the ability to foresee the future. The little one had just predicted the outcome of Sniff's imminent discovery. Though fleeting, it understood the danger of exposure and hastily fled, but alas, its efforts were in vain against overwhelming power. "Well, I now know you assisted Sniff in stealing the snakebird's eggshell. You are quite fortunate, otherwise you would both have become snakebird sustenance," Caitlin remarked as she set them aside. Sniff emitted a series of peculiar sounds, displaying a somewhat bashful demeanor, a clear indication of its prideful delight. The invisible creature remained silent, behaving quite obediently, as was customary. Caitlin chose to ignore them, continuing onward through a series of wondrous worlds and environments, ultimately arriving in a rather humid locale. Retrieving a shrunken Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg from her pocket, she placed it on the ground and dispelled the enchantment, restoring the egg to its original size. Caitlin waved her wand, causing the surrounding environment to shift in response. For the ensuing period, the little one would grow and thrive in this space. "Bibby," Caitlin called out to the invisible creature that had yet to reveal itself. Bibby materialized, approaching Caitlin and taking her hand. "Bibby, please keep watch over this area. It is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, somewhat perilous. You must notify me the moment it is about to hatch, understood?" Caitlin instructed Bibby earnestly. Bibby nodded in acknowledgement, indicating comprehension. After imparting her instructions, Caitlin departed. Each room represented a distinct world, varying in size and home to countless magical creatures. These creatures were gathered by Caitlin upon her arrival in this world. Occasionally, she would take them to a secluded place, allowing them to run freely and indulge in their instincts. Likewise, when Caitlin required certain special materials for her research, it proved to be quite convenient. Chapter 90. Luna is captured. Harry confronts Snape. Ron, Harry, what are you planning to do? Hermione called out in confusion. Observing Harry and Ron as they ventured away into the snowstorm, the two halted, glancing back at Hermione, and replied, "We've discovered a little secret and intend to investigate." "What secret?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. "It concerns Draco and Jennifer." Ron chuckled softly. Hermione was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you saying that Malfoy and Luna are together?" Ron nodded vigorously, saying, "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems likely." A smile crept onto Hermione's face as she gleefully asked, "Where are they? Let us go take a look." "Harry, did you bring the memory crystal ball?" She then turned to Harry. "No, it's back in the dormitory," Harry replied. "What a pity that you didn't bring it," Hermione lamented. "Never mind. Let us hurry over there." Thus, the trio stealthily made their way into the distance. Meanwhile, Caitlin observed the trio slipping away, puzzled by their intentions. What were these three little rascals plotting? After pondering for a moment, she decided not to involve herself. The little fire dragon, Red Snow, was about to hatch. "Hey, where did they go?" Ron asked, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. "There are footprints over there." Harry pointed to a relatively concealed corner, where he could discern faint tracks. Excitedly, he remarked, though somewhat indistinct, "They must have headed this way." "Then let us go see," Ron and Hermione urged. The three continued onward, braving the biting wind and snow. 10 minutes passed, and the chill made them shiver uncontrollably. Finally, as they pressed on, they turned a corner to find Malfoy sprinting frantically, moving with remarkable speed, employing the powers of a magical warrior. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, a spell flashed through the air, aimed directly at Malfoy. Not far behind, 3 figures in dark robes emerged, pursuing him. "Malfoy is in danger," Ron said in astonishment. "They are Death Eaters," Harry observed sharply, noticing the distinctive mark on their arms. "They must be after the training methods of the magical warriors." Ron and Hermione were visibly alarmed by this revelation. "What should we do? Should we help Malfoy?" Ron asked, his voice laced with hesitation and concern. "What about Luna?" Hermione gazed into the distance, attempting to discern Luna's silhouette, and remarked, "Luna must also have been attacked." Harry, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly responded, "Ron, you and Hermione aid Draco Malfoy. I will search for Luna." "No, you cannot act alone," Hermione firmly rejected. "I will employ wind magic. My speed will allow me to locate Luna more efficiently, and once I find her, I can swiftly return to assist you," Harry resolutely declared. "That shall be the plan. Wingardium Leviosa." He cast a spell upon himself, summoning wings to propel him rapidly through the biting winds. Hermione and Ron, though filled with reluctance and discontent, felt powerless to intervene. "Let us hope he succeeds," Hermione said as she moved towards the direction from which Draco Malfoy was being pursued, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "We must trust him," Ron added from beside her. "I do not trust you," Hermione retorted, turning to shout at Ron. Ron stood in stunned silence, watching Hermione storm away, pondering what this had to do with him. Battling against the frigid wind, Harry's flight speed was evidently hindered, yet it was far superior to running through the snow. Nevertheless, the biting cold against his face remained a discomfort. He navigated through towering trees, desperately seeking Luna's figure amidst the swirling snow. At last, amidst the vast expanse of white, Harry spotted several figures. However, the scene before him filled him with anxiety and fury. A battle had transpired here. Luna appeared to be unconscious, captured by Professor Quirrell. Beside Quirrell lay 3 fallen figures clad in black robes, their exposed arms still bearing the distinctive mark of Death Eaters. What enraged Harry further was the sight of Snape standing opposite Quirrell, casting spells to assault him. "Windblade spell," Harry shouted, brandishing his wand at Snape. Upon hearing Harry's voice and seeing the wand aimed at him, Snape swiftly retaliated without hesitation. He deflected Harry's attack and, noticing Quirrell attempting to flee, immediately commanded, "Petrificus Totalis." Fireball barrage. Harry was taken aback by Snape's continued assault on Quirrell, especially with Luna in Quirrell's grasp. Did he intend to kill them? This thought only fueled Harry's fury as he launched his own counterattack against Snape. Faced with the relentless barrage of fireballs, Snape had no choice but to use apparition, reappearing at a safe distance to evade the incoming attacks. Disarming charm. Snape immediately countered upon his arrival. Harry evaded the spell and retaliated once more. "Professor Quirrell, take Luna and flee. I will hold off Snape," Harry called out, moving swiftly. Quirrell, clutching Luna, instinctively glanced at Snape upon hearing Harry's words, a flicker of panic crossing his features. "Apparate." Professor Quirrell hurriedly departed with Luna. Snape, observing the retreating figure of Professor Quirrell, felt compelled to pursue him. However, at that moment, Harry directed a powerful wind spell towards Snape. The howling winds and swirling snow obscured visibility, making it difficult to breathe, while simultaneously hindering Snape's progress. Snape raised his hand defensively while keenly monitoring Harry's movements, and suddenly unleashed a spell, Shadowless Strike. Sensing imminent danger, Harry darted behind a large tree, using its cover to evade the attack, and swiftly repositioned himself at a greater distance from Snape, launching fireballs and sharp blades in rapid succession. He had already secured ample time for Professor Quirrell and could not afford to continue engaging Snape. Despite Harry's confidence, he dared not claim he could assuredly defeat Snape. Snape often bore a stern expression, yet as he grew increasingly formidable, he became acutely aware of the extent of his own power. As the wind subsided, Snape glared at the fleeing Harry, shaking off the snowflakes from his robes, his demeanor betraying a seething anger within. Yet, at that moment, he chose to disregard Harry. Time was of the essence. With a fierce declaration, Snape cast a flying spell and departed swiftly. He needed to locate Professor Quirrell and reclaim Luna from his grasp. Chapter 91. Into the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, we are here. Hermione and Ron waved as they spotted Harry descending from the sky. Harry landed and inquired, "Where's Malfoy?" "We encountered Hagrid on patrol. He helped Malfoy evade the Death Eater pursuit. Hagrid is escorting him back to the castle to seek Professor Dumbledore," Hermione replied. "Moreover, Hagrid has informed Professor McGonagall about the situation. The presence of Death Eaters at Hogwarts is exceedingly perilous." "What about Luna?" Ron asked, noticing Luna was not among them. Harry promptly recounted the recent events to Hermione and Ron. "Professor Quirrell defeated the Death Eaters and rescued Luna from Professor Snape?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. "I never imagined that Professor Quirrell, who seemed so timid and easily intimidated, could be so formidable. They are ruthless Death Eaters, and there were 3 of them. No, 4. Including Snape." Hermione nodded in agreement. "He is a hero." Harry brandished his wand, his excitement palpable as he declared, "We must leave this place at once and seek out Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore before Snape finds us. Otherwise, he will kill us." Fueled by passion and fervor, Harry had witnessed the unfolding of a grave incident. Snape was a despicable villain, attempting to murder Professor Quirrell and Luna while conspiring with the Death Eaters and orchestrating the pursuit of Malfoy. Indeed, we must hasten back before we encounter Snape. Upon hearing that Snape was on their trail, Ron felt a surge of anxiety and spoke rapidly. Hermione immediately dismissed Harry and Ron's decision, asserting, "No, we ought to go to that location at once. Professor Quirrell has fled, and Harry has evaded Snape's pursuit. Snape now has but one option left, to seize the Philosopher's Stone before Professor Kettleburn or Professor Dumbledore finds him." Ron's expression shifted slightly as he countered. "But that is Snape. The upperclassmen say his dark arts defense is far more formidable and terrifying than his potion skills. We are no match for him. Nothing is impossible." "We are bold, unyielding lions," Harry replied, understanding the gravity of their situation. He turned to Ron and said, "Ron, we are a team, and you must assist us." Faced with the earnest gazes of Harry and Hermione, Ron hesitated. "Ron, do you wish to be a coward?" Hermione exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Ron opened his mouth, hesitating several times before declaring, "I am not a coward. We will defeat Snape." A smile spread across Harry's face as he responded, "Well said, Ron. Wingardium Leviosa." With a flourish of his wand, Harry cast the spell, and in the next moment, the 3 soared into the air, vanishing into the depths of the forest. On the 4th floor of the castle, the trio arrived before a partially opened door, indicating that someone had entered. They each drew their wands and floated in the air. Exchanging solemn nods, Harry approached and pushed the door open. The 3-headed dog, Fluffy, lay quietly on the ground, its massive form still imposing even in slumber, with loud snores echoing in the air. Beside Fluffy, a harp was conspicuously present, evidently left behind by Snape. The trio silently closed the door, striving to avoid awakening Fluffy. They surveyed their surroundings, careful not to touch the ground so as not to make a sound. Harry gestured for Ron and Hermione to move forward, and they nodded in understanding, gliding over Fluffy's head. However, they soon discovered that, although there was a chamber inside, it was entirely empty and reeked of an unpleasant odor. "This stench must be from Fluffy," Ron remarked, noting the piles of dog waste in the corner. "Why is there nothing here?" "I am equally perplexed." "There should be something guarded by the 3-headed dog," Harry responded, sharing Ron's confusion. The space was not only foul-smelling and barren, but it also bore no signs of Snape's presence. Moreover, it felt more like a dog-esque den than a treasure chamber. "Could it be that we have come to the wrong place?" Ron pondered aloud. "Impossible," Harry declared, dismissing the notion outright. "Snape was injured at that time, bitten by a dog, and he made his way to the 4th floor. What shall we do next?" Ron inquired, feeling at a loss and turning his gaze towards Hermione. "Why are you looking at me?" Hermione responded, a hint of pride swelling in her chest from being relied upon, though she feigned indifference. "I have no idea either. Let us search for a secret chamber. Perhaps there is something hidden here," Harry suggested, regaining his composure and contemplating their surroundings. A secret chamber? Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, both in agreement with Harry's proposition. Thus, they began to search inch by inch, enduring the unpleasant odor. Harry joined in the search, yet after a moment, they found no mechanisms or any trace of a secret chamber. "There is no secret chamber here," Ron exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration. The discomfort was palpable, as Hermione's expression mirrored an unsettling pallor. Could the entrance to the chamber not be here? Harry mused, glancing towards the corridor. However, it was blocked by a formidable three-headed dog. "Perhaps we should look elsewhere," Hermione suggested, eager to escape the stench, believing they might find relief in the corridor. Harry nodded, and the trio commenced their search. "Harry, over here," Hermione called, having discovered a suspicious area. She flew to his side and whispered. Harry followed Hermione to the space beneath the dog's massive paws, where they found an iron door obstructed by the creature's claws, initially unnoticed. Yet it seemed to conceal an underground chamber. "It appears Snape did not descend," Hermione murmured into Harry's ear. Harry shook his head, gesturing towards a nearby harp. "Not necessarily. Let us not forget, Hagrid inadvertently mentioned that Fluffy falls asleep to music." Hermione gave Harry a thumbs up, realizing her previous considerations were somewhat narrow-minded. Harry shared a quiet strategy with Hermione and Ron. "I will cast the levitation charm. You both quickly open the iron door and enter." Nodding in agreement, Hermione and Ron positioned themselves, preparing for action. Harry regarded the enormous three-headed dog with a touch of trepidation. Its size demanded immense magical and mental strength to levitate. Should he fail, it would awaken Fluffy instantly. "Levitation charm," Harry whispered, waving his wand. In that moment, the hearts of the trio raced with anticipation. One of the dog's heads swayed slightly, its ears and nose twitching, as if on the brink of awakening. Harry, filled with anxiety, concentrated and intensified his magical output. Slowly maneuvering his wand, Fluffy's massive form began to levitate gradually, shifting aside. Harry and Hermione held their breath, fearful of disturbing Fluffy. They slowly moved aside, finally revealing the iron gate, and Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. "Achoo!" The sudden sound of a sneeze startled both Harry and Hermione. In particular, Fluffy, right before them, opened its enormous eyes like brass bells. Woof. Chapter 92. The Devil's Snare, Slippery Corridor, and the Aggrieved Hermione. The unexpected sneeze caused Harry and Hermione's expressions to darken, especially when Fluffy roared at them. The foul stench and its menacing jaws filled them with horror and disgust. Hurricane spell. Harry, disregarding everything else, abandoned the levitation charm and unleashed a hurricane spell upon Fluffy. A gale erupted from Harry's wand, and Fluffy struggled to grip the ground with its limbs. But it was futile. The force of the wind relentlessly pushed it backward. "Get inside," Harry shouted to Hermione and Ron, noticing the spell's effectiveness against Fluffy. Hermione reacted first, slapping Ron, who was still dazed, on the face and urged, "Hurry, open the door." Ron, jolted awake and slightly flushed, could not afford to hesitate any longer. Grasping the handle firmly, he pulled the iron door open. "Quickly go in," Hermione urged as soon as the door swung ajar. I know," Ron replied repeatedly, flustered by the pressure and Hermione's incessant prodding. "I'm going in." With that, Ron began searching for a ladder or a way down. However, Harry's further insistence made Hermione anxious as well, prompting her to push Ron down. "Ah!" Ron's desperate cry echoed at the cave's mouth, freezing Hermione in her tracks as she prepared to descend, panic and regret washing over her. Ron, are you okay?" she called out. "Merlin's beard. You nearly dropped me to my death," came Ron's terrified voice from below. Relieved that Ron seemed unhurt, Hermione ignored his complaints and asked, "What's down there? Can we descend?" "I don't know. It feels fluffy, like toasted bread, and it caught me," Ron responded. Hearing this, Hermione turned to Harry and said, "Harry, there's no ladder here. We need to jump down. Something will catch us." Harry nodded, glancing at Fluffy, who was now struggling to ascend and tear them apart, and called out, "I understand. Let's hurry down." Hermione leaped down, and Harry followed suit, stowing his wand as he jumped. Flying spell. During the fall, Harry cast a spell upon himself. In midair, he paused, extending his hand. A fireball materialized, illuminating the dark space around them. "Ron, what happened to you?" Harry inquired, astonished, as he saw Ron entangled in vines. "What is wrong with me?" Ron asked, bewildered. Ron had not initially reacted, still caught in the fear of nearly engaging in a profound conversation with Merlin after being pushed down by Hermione. However, upon Harry's reminder, he too became aware of the dire situation and immediately began to struggle. Yet, the more he fought, the tighter the vines ensnared him. This was the devil's snare. Hermione's voice rang out as she too attempted to free herself from the tendrils wrapped around her ankles. "Harry, the devil's snare thrives in dark and damp environments. Your fire can combat it." Seeing Ron nearly encased like a dumpling, Hermione quickly recalled the plant's fatal weakness and shouted. Upon hearing this, Harry hurled several fireballs at the nearby devil's snare. The flames ignited the plant, causing it to recoil in shock, releasing its grip on both Ron and Hermione. They tumbled to the ground and swiftly scrambled away. The flames Harry unleashed burned fiercely, and the devil's snare, unable to evade, ultimately succumbed to the blaze. "Hurry!" Harry called to Hermione and Ron as they pressed forward. They found themselves in a stone corridor, the only viable path ahead. Water dripped slowly from the walls, creating a rhythm that evoked a peculiar sensation, especially as the passage descended into darkness. At the end of the corridor, a glimmer of white light marked the exit. Yet the extent of the passage remained unseen. The ground was slick, and Ron lost his footing, exclaiming as he fell, inadvertently tripping Harry, who slid down alongside him. Both releasing startled cries. Hermione, though not falling, felt her speed significantly hampered. Witnessing Harry and Ron tumble down, she felt a surge of anxiety and called out, "Harry, Ron." Harry and Ron landed with a jolt, feeling the sting of their fall, particularly Ron, who faced the ground, his eyes reddened and nose running. Harry stood up and reassured her, "Hermione, we're fine. You should come down. It's safe here." As soon as Harry's words left his mouth, Hermione launched herself from the sloping corridor, shouting, "Catch me." Harry and Ron, startled, rushed forward with arms outstretched. A dull thud echoed through the air. They exchanged a glance before turning away silently. "Harry, Ron, I despise you both," Hermione exclaimed, her face pale and eyes glistening with tears, covering her sore backside as she furiously shouted at them. Ron, feeling somewhat guilty, turned to her. "I just fell and hurt my nose." I was a bit slow to react. After speaking, Ron glanced at Harry, who was met with Hermione's glare. In that moment, Harry felt an immense pressure and, mustering his courage, stammered, "I didn't expect you to slide down. I hate you both." Hermione, with a demeanor reminiscent of a petulant child, rushed towards Ron and Harry, repeatedly striking them as if to vent the grievances she had just endured. Ron, feeling the sting of Hermione's blows, was taken aback and, in a moment of impulsive affection, turned to embrace her, securing her arms firmly with his. "Stay still and don't hit me. It wasn't intentional," Ron exclaimed with a hint of irritation. Tears welled up in Hermione's eyes as Ron's outburst struck her, causing her to feel a mix of indignation and sorrow. Observing this, Harry's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly intervened, separating Ron from Hermione. "Hermione, I'm sorry. If there's next time, we will definitely catch you," he reassured her. "For now, we must hasten to thwart Snape." Wiping away her tears, Hermione articulated her grievances, albeit still somewhat aggrieved. "This chamber contains several challenges. The devil's snare was set by Hagrid, and if I'm not mistaken, the light traps were devised by Professor Pomona Sprout. Therefore, we can expect more obstacles ahead, likely established by Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Quirrell, and Snape. Dumbledore's involvement is also probable," Harry added. "What about Professor Kettleburn?" Ron interjected, unwilling to remain silent. "Ron, have you been using your brain? Hagrid mentioned that it was those 6 who set this up. Kettleburn is not involved," Hermione retorted with displeasure. "However, Kettleburn said that Quirrell was unfamiliar with the chamber," Ron countered. "If Quirrell is involved, then he must know everything about it." Harry and Hermione paused at this revelation, grappling with the contradiction. Hagrid asserted Quirrell's participation, yet Kettleburn claimed he lacked knowledge of the chamber. Who, then, was telling the truth? Chapter 93, The Electrifying Creatures and the Key. Harry and his friends held faith in Kettleburn, yet Hagrid seemed to be truthful as well. Unsure how to discern the truth, the trio pressed onward, knowing full well that retreat was no longer an option. They arrived in a spacious chamber teeming with strange, unidentified creatures that moved with astonishing speed. Moreover, these fantastical beings emitted bolts of electricity. While the individual shocks were not particularly powerful, their collective presence was enough to induce a prickling sensation on one's scalp. Thus, the room was alive with flickering flashes of lightning. Through the layers of this electric tempest, Ron spotted a tightly shut door on the opposite side and called out, "There's a door over there. We should be able to get through." Ouch! As he extended his hand, it was met with a jolt of electricity, causing him to retract it swiftly, feeling a sharp sting and numbness. Harry and Hermione noticed this as well. But traversing through the shimmering curtain of lightning posed a significant challenge. "Harry, these lightning flashes are released by those flying magical creatures. Why don't you try to blow them away?" Hermione exclaimed excitedly as she observed a magical creature soaring by, intermittently discharging bolts of lightning from its wings. Harry nodded and promptly cast a hurricane charm. The winds howled, causing chaos among the magical creatures in the room as they scrambled to escape the tempestuous area. However, the trio soon realized that the fierce winds were insufficient to deter the creatures. They moved with astonishing speed and fervor, even reveling in the exhilarating sensation of gliding with the wind. Harry retracted his magic, expressing his disappointment. "My wind cannot stop them." Earth wall. Ron instinctively conjured a thick earthen barrier, measuring a solid 30 centimeters. The magical creatures collided with the wall, their lightning-infused wings failing to breach the barrier and harm them. Harry and Hermione shared a smile at the scene, simultaneously devising a plan. Ron, quickly, use your magic to create a passage. It will aid us in reaching the other side, Harry said with enthusiasm. Ron, suddenly feeling needed, beamed with joy and declared, watch this. Fortunately, Ron had made considerable progress in his magical control during this time. In no time, he constructed a direct passage to the opposing door. Run, Harry shouted, leading the charge. With Hermione closely following and Ron bringing up the rear. Harry ahead, Hermione cried out, spotting the exit as magical creatures swooped in. Harry, while running, waved his wand and shouted, Fireball Barrage. The magical creatures struck by the fireballs ignited instantly, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Hurry, we are being followed by numerous magical creatures, Ron exclaimed, hearing the buzzing noise behind them. He turned to see dozens of magical creatures surging in, continuously releasing lightning as they pursued them. Harry and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Water barrier. Hermione suddenly acted, waving her wand, causing Ron to duck in alarm. A thick wall of water rose behind them, and the magical creatures crashed into it as if they had collided with jelly, causing ripples to surge forth while lightning crackled and danced upon the surface. Yet, this too proved inadequate to halt their advance. One by one, the magical creatures penetrated the water barrier, continuing their relentless pursuit. The trio burst through the earthen passage, and Ron swiftly turned to cast a spell, sealing the exit. Alohomora. Harry gazed at the imposing door before him, imbued with magic, and called out. However, the door remained utterly unresponsive. Both Hermione and Harry were taken aback. Undeterred, Harry attempted once more, yet the door remained steadfast. Let me give it a try. Hermione stepped forward, brandishing her wand and articulating with precision, Alohomora. Still, there was silence, devoid of any reaction. Is this not the entrance? Ron remarked from the side. It is the entrance. We simply have yet to discover the correct method, Hermione asserted solemnly. Look over there, it's a flying broom, Ron exclaimed, having inadvertently spotted a broomstick floating in the corner. Upon hearing this, Harry turned his attention back to the magical creatures and inquired, do we need to capture them? Indeed, but perhaps we need not capture them at all, Hermione suddenly interjected. Why? Harry asked, puzzled. Ron, remove that wall, Hermione commanded, pointing at the earthen barrier before them. Although Ron was bewildered, he nonetheless employed a spell to push the wall aside. Hermione dashed inside, and moments later emerged, clutching several keys. Look, what is this? She displayed the keys to Harry and Ron. Keys. It seems we must use these to unlock this place, Harry deduced. Hermione articulated her thoughts, stating, I surmise that a more formidable magic has been cast here. Our own magical prowess is simply too weak, rendering our spells ineffective against this door. There must be multiple methods to unlock it, such as these keys. Yet, there are far too many keys, Ron remarked, glancing at the myriad of magical creatures with trepidation. There is still a chance, Harry replied resolutely. Do you have a plan? Ron and Hermione asked in unison. We can certainly give it a try, Harry said with a grin. Taking a deep breath, he waved his wand and recited a rather intricate incantation. Oh, all-powerful wind spirits. With the atmosphere as your bow and radiance as your arrows, heed my will and cleave through the void, blade storm. As Harry chanted, wind spirits swirled around him, and in an instant, with a flourish of his wand, they surged forth. Countless blades of wind shot from the hands of the spirits, slicing toward the magical creatures. In the astonished gaze of Ron and Hermione, the creatures darting about the room were all struck by the wind blades, transforming into keys that cascaded to the ground. In the span of 3 breaths, every magical creature had metamorphosed into a key. Harry beamed at the sight of the creatures now turned into keys. Yet, in the next moment, he rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 94. The Fierce Battle of Wizard's Chess, the Song of Hell. Harry. Ron and Hermione cried out in alarm upon seeing Harry fall. Ron hurriedly lifted Harry, his voice laced with concern. Harry, don't you dare die. I'm fine. Harry was awakened by Ron's vigorous shaking. He fished a vial of potion from his pocket and consumed its contents, his once pallid face immediately regaining its color, and his overall demeanor appeared significantly more vibrant. That spell I just cast can only be used once, and it depletes all my magical energy, he explained while shaking the self-made potion in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Ron and Hermione sighed in relief. Harry, you nearly scared us to death, Hermione remarked, giving his chest a gentle slap in discontent. Harry chuckled, rising to his feet, and began searching among the multitude of keys scattered on the ground. Eventually, he spotted a singular blue key that stood out among the many golden ones. Approaching it, he picked it up and said, a rare find indeed. This must be the key to unlock the grand door. With nods of anticipation from Hermione and Ron, Harry inserted the key into the door, effortlessly turning it before pulling the handle, allowing the door to swing open with ease. Harry, how did you manage that spell? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued. It's categorized as intermediate magic in the spellbook Professor Kate gifted me, With my current abilities, it requires a specific incantation to barely unleash it. And the cost is the complete exhaustion of my magical power, Harry elucidated. Intermediate magic? You actually managed to cast it. That's incredible, Ron exclaimed in admiration. I still have some magical potions here. You can fight back against Snape now, Hermione added, revealing her own potion with a smile. As they conversed, the trio passed through the door and traversed the corridor. Before them lay an enormous wizard's chessboard, emanating an eerie glow. The board was populated with pieces that radiated formidable energy. Harry, Hermione, this is wizard's chess, my forte, Ron declared, looking at them with confidence. All right, you're in charge, Harry replied, choosing not to overshadow Ron at that moment. Ron stepped forward, caressing the stone-like chess pieces. In that instant, the pieces on the entire board sprang to life, transforming from mere stone into flesh and blood warriors. In Harry's gaze, the centaur that Ron had touched raised its formidable sword and swung it towards Ron. Ron, watch out, Harry shouted, rushing forward to grab Ron and pull him away from the centaur's attack. Ron's face paled, disbelief etched across his features. Aren't those our pieces? Shouldn't I be commanding the battlefield and directing our forces against the enemy's empire? Stop dreaming, they're coming for us, Harry called out to Ron, who still seemed dazed. Water sphere spell, Hermione cast, striking a charging knight. The immense force of the water sphere sent the knight flying, though it did not vanquish it. Hermione, her expression somewhat grim, exclaimed, damn it, the initial damage from water magic is far too low. I refuse to be merely a healer. Windblade spell. Harry's voice rang out as a centaur was struck by the gust, severing its two forelegs. The magical effects on the centaur dissipated, transforming it into stone. Earth Spike Bloom. Ron approached Hermione's side, unleashing magic against the two knights who had ambushed her. The ground erupted as his spell unleashed, piercing the bodies of the knights, who too were turned into shattered stone. Ron, send one over here. Harry noticed that these warriors were rather sluggish in their responses, showing no inclination to evade, and called out, Hurricane spell. A fierce wind howled, sending the nearby warriors and centaurs crashing against the wall. Ron quickly caught on and shouted, Earth Spike Bloom, Earth Spike Bloom, Earth Spike Bloom. With 3 successive spells released, the centaurs and warriors were all impaled and turned to stone. Splendid. Harry cheered, applauding Ron as he exclaimed, Ron, I believe I've discovered a combat strategy that suits our combination perfectly. Ron was equally exhilarated. The Earth Spike Bloom was currently the most powerful spell he had mastered. The thrill of having unleashed 3 spells in succession, defeating these pawns, brought a flush of excitement to his cheeks. And me, Ron, your earthen walls combined with my water, huh? Next time we confront the Malfoy duo, we can trap them inside, rendering them unable to breathe, Hermione chimed in joyfully. Onward to the next challenge. The trio traversed the chessboard and opened the grand door. Yet, before they could pass through the corridor, sounds of battle echoed from within. Instantly, they were jolted to attention, having already deduced who was engaged in the fray. Snape. The trio hastened their pace, bursting into the corridor just in time to witness Snape bringing down a giant troll, causing the ground to tremble and a deep thud to resonate. The troll was enormous, twice the size of the one that had attacked Hogwarts on Halloween, with the surrounding walls being battered to pieces by its massive club. Windblade spell. Earth Spike. Waterball spell. Without hesitation, the trio launched their assault at Snape, who was walking towards the door after vanquishing the troll. Snape conjured a protective armor, raising a barrier that effortlessly deflected Harry and his friends' attacks. Looking at the trio, Snape's expression morphed into one of irritation and disdain as he intoned darkly, Disarmament spell. Water shield. Earth wall. Both Ron and Hermione easily countered Snape's offensive spells with their own. What a bothersome bunch. Always seeking trouble. You shall pay for your ignorance, Snape sneered, unwilling to offer any explanations. The repeated disruptions caused by Harry Potter particularly irked him. Petrify them all. Suddenly, Snape cast the summoning charm, appearing beside Hermione, brandishing his wand as he shouted, Fireball barrage. Harry swiftly retaliated, launching an attack against Snape, forcing him to retreat. Freeze spell. Ron commanded, directing his wand at the petrified Hermione. As Hermione regained her freedom, she immediately joined forces with Ron to counterattack Snape. The Lion Trio displayed remarkable bravery, their synergy growing stronger as they fought in unison. Under the relentless assault from the trio, Snape found himself in a precarious position. You foolish lot, he sneered. Sleep curse. Snape attempted several times to approach the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, but was repeatedly thwarted by Harry and his companions, with Ron erecting yet another earthen barrier to seal the door. Enraged, Snape abandoned any pretense of restraint against the trio. Extending his right hand, he conjured a sphere of dark elemental energy and hurled it forth. Song of Hell. Chapter 95. The Terror of Dark Magic, the Late Caterol. The Song of Hell. An intermediate spell of dark magic surged forth in a torrent of black energy, engulfing the room in instant darkness, rendering them unable to see their own hands in front of their faces. The absence of light cloaked them in an abyss of uncertainty, inciting fear within Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Yet, what truly terrified them was the haunting whispers resonating in their ears, accompanied by a myriad of illusions that flooded their minds. The cacophony of distressing sounds and the blurred line between reality and illusion unveiled visions of despairing battles, treachery, and assassination among them, alongside the haunting images of loved ones lost. The growing number of those they had lost filled them with an overwhelming sense of rage and sorrow. These harrowing scenes continuously replayed in their minds, saturating their entire existence with agony, leaving them in a state of utter despair. Surrounded by swirling black mist, Snape observed the three, who had collapsed to the ground in their anguish and helplessness, his expression cold and detached, resembling a grim reaper, tall and merciless. Turning away, he waved his wand, effortlessly dismantling the earthen barrier that Ron had erected at the door. "Dad! Mom!" Harry's anguished cry pierced the air, reaching Snape's ears with clarity. Snape halted, glancing back at the suffering Harry Potter, and with his characteristic icy tone remarked, "Harry Potter, you are just as arrogant, reckless, and detestable as your father." If it were not for... At that moment, Ron's cross pendant, hanging around his neck, suddenly emitted a radiant, holy white light, piercing through the darkness and welcoming the dawn, enveloping Ron and his companions in its glow. The darkness dissipated, and the despairing images and sounds vanished, replaced by warmth. Snape gazed at the unfolding scene before him, incredulous. The Song of Hell, upon its first release, revealed its formidable power, one that was far from easily decipherable. However, it was unexpected that the initial attempt at employing it against a person would result in its unraveling. "You are indeed fortunate to possess the extraordinary alchemical artifact bestowed upon you by Professor Kate," Snape remarked, his tone calm as he regarded the cross necklace that had broken the Song of Hell. With the earth walls and water barriers in place, Ron and Hermione had little interest in conversing with Snape. They acted in unison, seeking to subdue him. They swiftly conjured walls and a water curtain around Snape. "O omnipotent spirit of the wind, with the atmosphere as my bow and brilliance as my arrow, pierce the void with the force of my will." Bladestorm. Harry, holding a potion in one hand while brandishing his wand with the other, shouted fervently. The wind spirit enveloped Harry, and guided by his wand. A flurry of wind blades tore through the water barrier, aimed directly at Snape. Snape was taken aback by Harry's ability to unleash such a powerful spell. Yet he was far from surrendering. Dark Shield. A colossal black shield materialized before him, successfully deflecting the oncoming blades. Harry's expression shifted as he was overtaken by a sudden dizziness from the depletion of his magical energy. Quickly, he consumed the potion, alleviating the disorientation and replenishing his internal magic. As Snape lowered the dark shield, his gaze towards Harry Potter shifted subtly. Sphere of darkness. Snape waved his wand, conjuring orbs of black energy, each the size of a human fist, that hovered ominously around him. "Harry Potter, you have surprised me, but this is where it ends." His voice resonated as the dark spheres pierced through the water curtain and earthen walls, hurtling towards Harry, Hermione, and Ron. The trio's faces paled as they dodged frantically, the thunderous explosions of the spheres striking the ground reverberating throughout the room. Stones flew, and the floor was left riddled with craters, as if plowed mercilessly. Although they managed to evade the dark spheres, each sustained varying degrees of injury, blood staining their bodies. Pale and shaken, they felt as if they had brushed against the edge of hell. "This serves as a lesson for you, foolish and ignorant wretches," Snape said coldly, his dissatisfaction evident. With that, he extended his hand, preparing to open the door and enter. Windblade spell. Summoning his courage, Harry made his move, yet his attack veered off course, striking the door instead and failing to harm Snape. "I will never allow you to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, Snape," Harry declared, appearing somewhat disheveled, a trace of blood from the stone splinters marking his forehead. Nevertheless, his resolve to thwart Snape remained unwavering. Severus Snape glowered, his gaze fixed on Harry as he brandished his wand, directed squarely at him. Ron and Hermione stood resolutely alongside Harry, wielding their own wands with unwavering determination. "Ahem. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Severus, cease this at once." A flicker of light heralded the appearance of Catterwall between the two parties, an unexpected turn of events. Catterwall turned towards Snape, a smile gracing his lips. "Severus, you can elucidate the situation, especially since Luna has also been brought here." While Catterwall awaited the hatching of the dragon in the quaint little house, he had not anticipated the alarm sounding at Hogwarts, nor the revelations he gleaned from Hagrid regarding the unfolding circumstances. Through the crystal ball, he discerned the presence of Harry, Ron, Hermione, Snape, Luna, and Professor Quirrell in a certain location, and the realization dawned upon him. The narrative had shifted once more, and the timeline had advanced unexpectedly. The appearance of Luna alongside Professor Quirrell clarified the origins of this predicament for Catterwall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione listened to Catterwall, their expressions a mix of astonishment and concern. Professor Caterwaul, Snape is colluding with the Death Eaters, attacking Luna and Professor Quirrell. Harry implored with urgency. Caterwaul, upon hearing this, directed his gaze toward the grand door. Harry, I have informed you before that evidence is paramount. Furthermore, what you perceive with your eyes is not always the truth. Given Severus's prowess, with your meager attempts, had this been a genuine life-or-death struggle, you would all be deceased by now, rather than entangled here with him. But, Hermione interjected, her anxiety palpable. There are no grounds for this. The truth lies within. Caterwaul interrupted her defense, with a wave of his hand. 3 beams of light enveloped Harry and his companions before he approached the sealed door and gestured, causing the entrance to the next chamber to swing open. If you wish to uncover the truth, follow me. Caterwaul strode ahead, with Severus expressionless in his wake. The trio, left with no alternatives, followed closely behind, though a sense of confusion and foreboding settled over them, as if they had erred in some fundamental way. Chapter 96. The Defiance of Professor Quirrell against Voldemort. Do you still wish to consume it? Consider carefully. Once you drink it, both you and I shall perish. More accurately, you will die, while I shall continue to exist in another form. In the depths of the chamber, a raspy, yet mocking voice reverberated through the air, neither hurried nor slow, but undeniably penetrating. Professor Quirrell stood before the mirror of Ariste, clutching a vial of the potion with an expression rife with hesitation. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a wondrous vision. Upon drinking the potion, a part of him was severed, granting him freedom to roam the world once more. Yet, such beauty was utterly shattered by that voice. Reality imparted yet another lesson, as he continued to confront monumental choices. Within the confines of the chamber, there lay another individual, Luna Jennifer. At this moment, however, she was ensnared in a deep slumber. She had been manipulated by Professor Quirrell, who had forcibly invoked the praise of light to dispel the curse that Caterwaul had cast upon him. No longer would he endure the torment of the curse each night. Over the past year, he had suffered immensely. Had it not been for the consumption of unicorn blood, the anguish would have been far more unbearable. Perhaps, he would not have even survived to witness this day. Before Caterwaul, Professor Quirrell was still enveloped in fear. The latter was simply too formidable. Quirrell had no desire to provoke Caterwaul, yet if he refrained from taking action, that individual would relentlessly torment him, a punishment equally dreadful. I have come here as you requested. Yet, as you can see, the sought-after Philosopher's Stone is not present. It is concealed with utmost secrecy. Perhaps it is not hidden here at all. Time is slipping away. Snape will soon arrive with Dumbledore to apprehend me. Professor Quirrell's demeanor was frantic, his body trembling, uncertain of his next course of action. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yearning to escape that person's clutches. However, without sight of the Philosopher's Stone, he could not fulfill the pact, and that individual would not release his hold on him. The mirror of Ariste must conceal what we seek. Awaken that child. She may assist me. You must trust me. Once I obtain the stone, I can be resurrected, and you too shall gain your freedom. The hoarse voice echoed again, igniting a flicker of hope within Professor Quirrell, albeit laced with hesitation. I cannot harm her. She may perish. Quirrell refused, having already drained Luna Jennifer's magical energy by compelling her to cast that spell, further ensnaring her in the soul-sucking curse and the memory charm. Her mental realm was exceedingly fragile at this moment. Should he persist in his control, Luna Jennifer's world would utterly collapse. You must do this. Our time is running short. I can sense that individual drawing closer to us. Quirrell, you have no room for regret. No, I cannot proceed with this. Professor Quirrell struggled internally, distancing himself from Luna Jennifer and the mirror of Ariste, exclaiming in despair. He sought to break free from that individual, yet was plagued by deeper fears and uncertainties. What if that person acquired the stone? Would he be slain? Or would his body be usurped for rebirth? This was the very reason Professor Quirrell had clung to the exorcism potion since its acquisition, never relinquishing it from his grasp. You must do this, Quirrell. The individual roared with unrestrained fury, startling Professor Quirrell. Before he could mount any form of resistance, a sharp pain pierced his head, and soon his body began to convulse. Professor Quirrell felt his limbs slipping from his control, first his head, then his hands, and ultimately, his legs. He gazed at the exorcism potion he clutched tightly, panic overtaking his features as he exclaimed, No, you shall not commandeer my body. I will not yield to you again. You wretched fiend. Professor Quirrell's voice trembled as he struggled to regain control of his hands, ultimately managing to unscrew the cap of the potion. He opened his mouth, intent on consuming the exorcism potion, but that person thwarted him, their hands shaking and convulsing as they wrestled for dominance over his own. I deeply regret allowing you to ingest so much unicorn blood, Professor Quirrell gasped, battling against the overwhelming force. The blood of unicorns could suppress the curse, yet it simultaneously bolstered that individual's strength, making them increasingly formidable. As they faced his defiance, the individual gradually began to reclaim control over his body. Regret? Huh. Without the sacred blood, you shall perish in the curse. The sensation of being cursed, is it not excruciating? Are you not terrified, Quirrell? The individual mocked, relishing in his torment. Closer, ever closer, Professor Quirrell focused solely on the goal of consuming the exorcism potion. Yet, despite the short distance, it felt insurmountably far. Quirrell, you have utterly disappointed me. You are nothing but a waste. A voice seethed in frustration, yet glimmers of excitement flickered in Professor Quirrell's anguished eyes. If you do not relinquish my body, you shall perish as well. After acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, you indeed sought to resurrect yourself through my form. I shall die, and you will rise again, attaining immortality. Voldemort, you are truly wicked, tyrannical, and merciless. Is this your intent? Your anxiety grows. You fear Quirrell. Do not forget. Our thoughts align. Professor Quirrell's voice rang out with clarity, reveling in the opportunity to deride Voldemort. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Voldemort, yet simultaneously, he was filled with trepidation. Now, Voldemort was gripped by fear of Quirrell, sensing his proximity. Curse you, curse you. Voldemort spat in a fit of rage. And in a moment of carelessness, Professor Quirrell allowed Voldemort to gain the upper hand. In that instant, Voldemort seized control of Professor Quirrell's body, discarding the exorcism potion into the air. He was uncertain of its authenticity, yet his fear of Quirrell rendered him wary of the potion. Voldemort approached Luna, employing some unknown means to forcibly awaken her, bringing her before the mirror of Erased. At this moment, Luna stood with her arms hanging limply at her sides, her posture bent in utter weakness. Voldemort, indifferent to Luna's fate, leaned closer, whispering in a seductive tone, "Gaze into the mirror, let your mind dwell upon the Philosopher's Stone, and reveal to me its whereabouts." In an instant, Voldemort grasped the secret of the mirror of Erased, deducing Dumbledore's intricate plans. Suddenly, a sound broke the tense silence as a dark red stone slipped from Luna's grasp, clattering to the ground. Chapter 97. Harry's Awakening and Voldemort's Invitation. The clear sound of the stone hitting the floor successfully captured Voldemort's attention. The Philosopher's Stone. A smile spread across Voldemort's face, brimming with exhilaration. What do we have here? Quirrell, you still fail to comprehend the essence of the mirror of Erased. Voldemort picked up the stone, which radiated a crimson glow and exuded a unique energy. Absorbed eagerly by him, his smile deepened, bordering on madness, as he exclaimed, "What a magnificent hue! Alas, had you assisted me in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Considering your efforts over the years, I could have granted you a chance at rebirth. However, you chose to oppose me for the sake of a feeble individual. Thus, your body shall serve as the sacrificial vessel for my resurrection." Professor Quirrell remained silent, or perhaps he lacked the strength to respond. Now in possession of the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort wielded greater power, facilitating his control over Quirrell's body. "I apologize for interrupting your moment of triumph, Professor Quirrell. Yet, it appears you have lost control of yourself. You have yet to utilize the potion I provided you. Thus, I shall refer to you as Voldemort, shall I not?" Catalaire's voice resonated as he, along with Severus and others, entered the room. Voldemort's smile vanished upon seeing Catellaire. Quirrell, Luna, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gazed in shock and disbelief at Professor Quirrell and the fallen Luna. It dawned on them that the one who had sought the Philosopher's Stone was none other than their professor. In that moment, their glances towards Snape were filled with regret. If they had not comprehended the situation by now, it would indeed be unfortunate. Alas, Snape showed no sign of acknowledging their remorseful looks. "Catellaire, I hold great admiration for you. You are an extraordinary individual. The magic you have created is a priceless treasure, particularly the profession of the magical warrior, which I eagerly anticipate. This vocation can bestow unique powers upon many, potentially revolutionizing the entire magical realm. Should you choose to follow my words, I can bestow upon you the wealth and status of this world." Voldemort, wand in hand, and the Philosopher's Stone at his side, gazed at Caitlin with an air of unwavering confidence. Even though he had perished over a decade ago, his loyal disciples, though beset by betrayal and destruction, continued to thrive in the shadows of this world. The mere act of his reemergence would summon them to his side with a simple gesture, and darkness would once again envelop every corner of existence. Thus, Voldemort remained assured of his wealth, connections, and influence. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, upon hearing Voldemort's words, instinctively turned their gaze towards Caitlin. Would someone as formidable as Caitlin ever acquiesce to Voldemort's entreaty? The answer was a resounding no. Caitlin was imbued with both integrity and strength. Voldemort could never hope to rival him. Amidst the scrutiny of those present, Caitlin stepped forward, ignoring Voldemort's penetrating gaze, and unleashed a powerful light-based spell of Life-S Reverence. This was a magic far superior to mere light-S praise. Holy light enveloped Luna, radiant yet gentle, permeating the entire chamber. Luna's condition was dire. Without continued healing, her life hung in the balance. Avada Kedavra. At that moment, Voldemort launched an attack on Caitlin without hesitation. Snape and the others were taken aback, too late to react due to their proximity. Bang! The anticipated outcome did not occur. Voldemort's assault was thwarted by the holy light, inflicting no harm upon Caitlin whatsoever. You are no match for me now, Voldemort. You are far too weak. Perhaps in your prime, you might have piqued my interest. Caitlin regarded Voldemort with a hint of amusement on his face and remarked, Harry, he is now yours. Feel free to play with him. He cannot escape this place. Caitlin then turned to Snape and said, By the way, Luna is in grave danger. I require a moment. Severus, could you assist in watching over them? Caitlin completely disregarded Voldemort, his words laced with contempt for the Dark Lord's current state. Snape, upon hearing this, cast a cold glance at Voldemort before turning to Caitlin, remaining silent. Observing this, Caitlin smiled and said, I appreciate your help, Voldemort. Feeling utterly dismissed and humiliated by Caitlin's indifference and meticulous arrangements, was engulfed by a sense of indignity. As the Dark Lord, even after facing defeat and his current predicament, he still lived and retained his notorious reputation. Yet, at this moment, he felt reduced to a mere jester. Harry touched his forehead, where a dull ache lingered. Harry, Hermione, and Ron noticed the change in Harry's expression and immediately called out in concern. I'm fine. Harry shook his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Professor Quirrell, whose body was under Voldemort's control. Voldemort, I challenge you to a wizard duel. Hermione gasped in shock. Harry, are you out of your mind? I am not mad. I intend to duel him, Harry replied earnestly, fixing his serious gaze upon Voldemort. Ron, staring at Harry, said with a hint of anger, he is controlling Professor Quirrell's body, and he remains immensely powerful. You cannot face him alone. If you go, we go with you. We are the Lions Trio. Voldemort observed the trio, slowly moving to a relatively open space. He was unwavering in his intent to eliminate Harry Potter. Since Quirrell had allowed Harry to play, he was more than willing to engage in this game himself. Harry Potter, I have long desired your demise, whether it was 13 years ago when you were but a newborn, or during Halloween with the troll, the devil's snare in the elemental magic class, or the chaos during Quidditch practice with that out-of-control broom. All these were orchestrated by me, or more accurately, by Quirrell under my command. Yet, it is regrettable that Quirrell proved too inept to accomplish any of my directives. Severus Snape, that traitor, aided you, as did Quirrell, which is why you still draw breath. However, that matters not. I can still end you now. Come, do you not wish to engage in a wizard duel? Chapter 98. The trio battles Voldemort's divine judgment. At this moment, facing the emergence of Quirrell and Snape, Voldemort adopted a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to his predicament. Thus, as he regarded Harry Potter, who was eager to duel him, Voldemort felt intrigued and stepped forward, inviting Harry to proceed. Harry stared at Voldemort, taking a deep breath as he declared, I will kill you. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, stepping forward to stand alongside Harry, their wands at the ready as they proclaimed, and us. Voldemort chuckled, unconcerned with the number of Harry's companions. His sole focus was on the task of eliminating Harry Potter. Perhaps we should observe the customary etiquette of a wizard duel. What do you say? Voldemort said, holding his wand before him and bowing slightly. The trio reciprocated the gesture, and the duel commenced. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort did not retreat. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful curse aimed at Harry. Earth Spike, Disarming Charm, Fireball Barrage. The trio, undeterred during this critical moment, unleashed their own spells in retaliation. Logically, with 3 against 1, they should have had the upper hand. Yet, it was evident that the outcome was far from favorable. After Voldemort unleashed his magic, he moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly deflecting the magical assaults from Ron and Hermione. Meanwhile, Harry engaged in a battle of attrition against Voldemort's magical onslaught. It is quite surprising that you now possess considerable magical power, Voldemort remarked, his gaze fixed on Harry Potter with a smirk. I can become even more formidable, Harry retorted, brandishing his wand and casting Gale Charm. In the next moment, Ron, Hermione, and Harry swiftly maneuvered, their speed remarkable. Water Prison Charm, Earth Wall Charm, Wind Blade Charm. Streams of elemental magic surged forth, compelling Voldemort to shift positions, evading the trio's attacks while desperately seeking opportunities to counterstrike. Hermione and Ron's spells continually aimed to restrain him. The consequences of being subdued would be dire. Standing beside Kettler, Snape observed the battle unfolding before him, showing no inclination to intervene. Only when faced with a sudden magical strike did he finally act to defend himself. You are awake? Kettler asked, smiling at the revived Luna Jennifer. Professor Kettler, Luna exclaimed, rising to her feet, her gaze fixed on the chaos of the battle, perplexed. Professor Kettler, what is happening? The brave lion is currently engaged in combat with a demon, Kettler replied, his eyes drifting towards the fierce clash among the four. Luna, do you recall how you were captured? Kettler inquired. Luna nodded, stating, it was the Death Eaters and Professor Quirrell. They appeared and controlled me, forcing me to unleash the Patronus charm to lift the curse from Professor Quirrell. Kettler responded, Professor Quirrell is a pitiable soul, merely under the control of the Dark Lord. Luna, do you grasp my meaning? Luna's complexion paled slightly as she murmured, "Is it that person? Luna, you must bravely utter his name." "My esteemed student is not a coward," Kettler admonished earnestly. "But that name is cursed," Luna hesitated. "That is merely a ruse of the timid," Kettler replied flatly. "Yes, Professor Kettler." Luna promptly nodded in solemn agreement. As Snape observed the awakened Luna and listened to their exchange, he pondered silently, withholding his words. Hurricane charm. Harry's voice resonated, and in an instant, the entire chamber was engulfed by ferocious winds. Kettler extended his hand, and before him, the tempest transformed into a serene and gentle breeze. Yet beyond that, the howling winds continued unabated. Snape, witnessing Kettler's effortless barrier against the hurricane, felt a ripple of intrigue in his usually placid gaze. Earth Spike Bloom, Water Prison Charm. As the tempest unleashed by Harry rendered Voldemort defenseless and immobile, Hermione and Ron swiftly joined Harry's side, launching their counterattack. Kate Lyle, witnessing this spectacle, felt a spark of exhilaration ignite within him. Ensnared by Hermione's water prison curse, Voldemort found himself engulfed in a colossal sphere of water, akin to being submerged in an endless ocean. In that very moment, Ron unleashed his spikes, piercing through the water sphere and impaling Voldemort's body. Instantly, the water was stained crimson with his blood. Breathless, Harry retrieved a vial of magical potion and consumed it once more. The recent battle had drained an immense amount of his magical energy, leaving him nearly depleted. Nevertheless, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. They had vanquished Voldemort. Cough, cough. This wretched body. However, one could not deny the extraordinary nature of elemental magic. Clutching the glowing red Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort exhibited formidable will and power, gradually lifting himself from the spikes and visibly mending his wounds. Yet such injuries cannot extinguish my life. Harry Potter. Harry, taken aback by the unfolding scene, was aware of the stone's legendary capabilities to grant resurrection and immortality. Yet he had believed these to be mere myths. Little did he expect to witness Voldemort's resurrection firsthand. Kate Lyle, brandishing his wand, declared, "Philosopher's Stone." In an instant, the stone hovered from Voldemort's grasp into Catalyle's possession. Stripped of the stone, Voldemort's expression turned sinister, but soon a smile crept upon his face. "Have you finally decided to act? How shall you deal with me now? To kill me would also mean the demise of that fool Quirrell. And as for your antidote, do not harbor any illusions. Such elixirs are surely scarce, and I doubt you carry them with you at all times." Voldemort spoke with an air of invulnerability, his gaze fixed on Kate Lyle. "It seems your understanding of me is rather superficial, Voldemort." As Kate Lyle advanced toward him, Voldemort's countenance grew increasingly grim. For a radiant aura enveloped Kate Lyle, leaving him utterly discomfited. Avada Kedavra. Frantic and disoriented by Catalyle's approach, Voldemort unleashed his curse. Divine Judgment. Catalyle's voice resonated as sacred light enveloped the surroundings. The killing curse shattered before Kate Lyle, while the divine radiance encased Voldemort. His anguished screams echoed as, before the onlookers, Voldemort's grotesque form began to detach from Professor Quirrell, subjected to the purifying light. "Your heart is laden with darkness and filth. Before divine judgment, you have nowhere to flee." Voldemort. The voice of Kate Lyle resonated softly, akin to that of a deity, as his figure magnified under the radiance of holy light. Harry and the others stood in astonishment, overwhelmed by the spectacle. "Kate Lyle, our feud is far from over. Await my wrath." Voldemort uttered his final, anguished cry and warning, ultimately dissolving into dust beneath the sanctified illumination. Chapter 99. Horcruxes, Quirrell resigns. Is Voldemort truly dead? Harry's voice echoed within the chamber, curiosity evident in Ron and Hermione's expressions. Kate Lyle approached Professor Quirrell, assessing his condition, and remarked, "What was just extracted from Professor Quirrell was merely a fragment of Voldemort's soul. He is dead, yet not entirely." "What does that mean?" Harry inquired, intrigued. Kate Lyle produced a vial of potion and administered it to Professor Quirrell, stating, "In his final moments, he severed his soul, fragmenting it into 7 pieces, concealed in various locations. We refer to these as Horcruxes. If we can destroy his 7 souls before his resurrection, then Voldemort will indeed be vanquished. So, we must locate his 7 souls." Harry comprehended and asked, "Professor Kate Lyle, how shall we find them?" Kate Lyle glanced at Snape and then smiled. "Harry, to discover Voldemort's 7 souls, one must confront adversaries as formidable as Severus. At present, you are still too weak. Only when you have attained power akin to Severus can you stand against them." Snape remained aloof, disregarding the glances from Harry and his friends, making them acutely aware of their prior foolishness. It was evident that Snape would never bestow upon them any semblance of kindness. A tribute to life. The divine light enveloped Professor Quirrell. A minute later, he stirred from his slumber. "Have I perished?" Upon awakening, Quirrell's first sight was Kate Lyle, prompting an instinctive question. "You have died, yet you have also been reborn. Congratulations." Professor Quirrell, you have attained freedom and a new life. Catellaire extended his hand with a smile. Quirrell, somewhat dazed, reached out and, with Catelaire's assistance, rose to his feet. He beheld Harry's trio, Severus Snape, and Luna, realizing that he truly lived once more. Luna Jennifer, I deeply apologize for the torment I caused you, nearly leading to your demise. Quirrell quickly approached Luna, bowing in apology. Startled by his sudden contrition, Luna instinctively took a step back, glancing at Catellaire in a state of confusion. Professor Quirrell did not intend any harm. He possesses a kind heart. Catellaire explained with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Luna nodded emphatically and addressed Professor Quirrell, saying, Professor Quirrell, I forgive you. The professor, overwhelmed with joy, was on the verge of tears. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also wore smiles on their faces. It seems I have arrived late. Dumbledore's voice resonated at that moment. I apologize. I was drawn to the Ministry of Magic by a letter, and only after meeting Fudge did I fully comprehend the situation. As Dumbledore entered, he continued to explain, clearly. Matters appear to have been resolved. Albus, your timing is impeccable, said Catellaire, smiling at Dumbledore. However, this is not the place for discussion. Let us find another setting. Agreed. Dumbledore glanced at Professor Quirrell and replied. The group swiftly departed, and after Catallaire's treatment, Harry and his friends emerged unscathed. Following Dumbledore's admonitions, they were permitted to leave. Catellaire, Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor Quirrell then proceeded to Dumbledore's office. Professor Quirrell recounted the events he had endured without any reservation. Listening to Quirrell's harrowing experiences left Catellaire astonished and filled with sympathy. Professor Quirrell, I lament the occurrences you have faced. Moreover, regarding your actions, I extend you ample leniency. Hoping you will diligently continue your instruction and defense against the dark arts, Dumbledore stated to Professor Quirrell. In response, Quirrell quickly expressed, thank you for your kindness and understanding. Professor Dumbledore. However, I believe I am no longer fit to teach students, thus I kindly request to submit my resignation. Dumbledore endeavored to dissuade him, saying, you need not do such a thing, Professor Quirrell. With a serious demeanor, Quirrell replied, Professor Dumbledore, during the years I was under Voldemort's control, I never had the chance to truly relax. I wish to seize this opportunity for a genuine journey around the world, and I hope you will grant me this. Dumbledore and Quirrell exchanged glances for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, Dumbledore nodded, very well. Though it saddens me greatly, I respect your decision, Professor Quirrell. Quirrell expressed deep gratitude, his face beaming with joy and anticipation for his travels. Severus, would you mind temporarily taking over the defense against the dark arts class? Dumbledore inquired. Snape did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. That evening, Quirrell quietly packed his belongings and departed. However, before leaving, Quirrell made a visit to the small cottage. Thank you, Professor Catellaire. Although I did not take the exorcism potion out of fear, I recognized that without it, I would not have had the courage to confront Voldemort. Quirrell gazed at Catellaire with utmost sincerity and said, I believe that even without the exorcism potion, you would still resist, Quirrell. Quirrell nodded excitedly and inquired once more, Professor Catellaire, may I ask you a question? Upon hearing this, Catellaire nodded and replied, of course. I will do my utmost to answer if I can. Gathering his courage, Quirrell asked, Professor, did you know from the very beginning that I was possessed by Voldemort? Indeed, I was aware, and I also know where you were possessed, Catellaire responded. If you knew I was possessed by Voldemort, why didn't you expose me? If you had intervened, so much chaos could have been avoided, Quirrell questioned in confusion. Quirrell, had I intervened, you likely would not have had the opportunity to enter Hogwarts. And Harry would not have grown up, Catellaire chuckled. Thus, Quirrell realized that Professor Catellaire acted for the sake of Harry Potter. Voldemort fears Harry Potter. He believes in the prophecy that Harry is his nemesis and will ultimately be his downfall, Quirrell stated earnestly. Catellaire produced a transparent crystal ball and handed it to Quirrell, saying, prophecies are remarkable. If you believe in them, they become true. This is for you. You may use it to contact me should you need assistance. Moreover, if you discover intriguing materials or magical creatures, do not hesitate to reach out. Chapter 100, Harry's Doubts and the Imposter Dumbledore. Secrets that ought to be kept often spread like wildfire. Harry and his companions became heroes, especially as they united to pass the trials and defeat Voldemort. Among the students, it was well known that Voldemort was a name not to be spoken. Yet, they spoke freely of him, for they revered their heroes. Professor Quirrell's departure had an impact on the first-year students. It was neither entirely positive nor negative. With Quirrell, their defense against the dark arts classes were much more lively. However, after Snape took over, their enthusiasm waned. Snape's stern demeanor and forbidding presence instilled apprehension and trepidation. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Snape's expertise in teaching defense against the dark arts surpassed that of Professor Quirrell, as did his proficiency in potions. Malfoy, do you know there is danger there? Are you in cahoots with the Death Eaters, deliberately leading Luna into that peril? In a relatively secluded corner, Harry fixated on Draco Malfoy, speaking in a low, cautious tone. Malfoy, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully and replied, Harry Potter, everything requires evidence. I am unaware of the Death Eater's existence. We simply went there to converse. With a fireball in one hand and a wind blade in the other. Harry glared fiercely at Malfoy and said in a low voice, You are lying, Malfoy. In response to the imminent threat posed by Harry, Malfoy immediately entered a combat-ready state, conjuring a lightning ball in his hands, prepared for battle. Malfoy sneered, You are merely my defeated foe. To this, Harry retorted coldly, I may not be so easily vanquished now. Then let us see. Malfoy exclaimed, swiftly creating distance between them. There will be a chance. Harry fixed his gaze on Malfoy, fell silent for a moment, then retracted his magic and turned to leave. Watching Harry depart, Malfoy also dispelled his magic, his expression one of somberness and coldness. As time passed, Hogwarts returned to a brief tranquility. The students continued their studies, and Quidditch matches proceeded as usual. Harry demonstrated exceptional prowess on his broom, leading the Gryffindor Quidditch team to withstand Ravenclaw's relentless assaults, ultimately winning the match by a margin of 50 points. Nevertheless, Gryffindor remained in second place, trailing 30 points behind Slytherin, who claimed the top position. Draco Malfoy boasted about this for several days in Harry's presence, even going so far as to jealously declare, Even if you become a hero, you cannot lead your team to victory. Slytherin is first. In response, Harry merely smiled and chose to ignore him. Apart from the Quidditch activities, Harry and his peers were compelled to immerse themselves in intense study, for in less than 10 days, they would face their final examinations. Each year, Hogwarts students undergo a single round of exams. Students from 1st to 6th year must pass their subjects to advance. Otherwise, they risk being held back. 5th year students must also sit for the ordinary wizarding level, OWL, exams, while 7th year graduates must pass the ultimate wizarding examination, the NEWT, in EWL, to graduate. Therefore, in order to continue their education and avoid being held back or expelled, Harry had to give his utmost effort. In a small cottage, Professor Kettleburn was approached by Dumbledore, who inquired, Do you have the Philosopher's Stone in your possession? Indeed, Albus. Kettleburn replied, engrossed in his experiments. I believe you could hand it over to me. I have some use for it. Dumbledore regarded Kettleburn and said, Why? Kettleburn paused his work, smiling as he replied, In your hands, it can no longer serve its purpose. Coincidentally, I have a keen interest in the Philosopher's Stone. Allow me to conduct some experiments. Dumbledore fixed Kettleburn with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent for a moment before asking, What experiments do you intend to conduct? Kettleburn studied Dumbledore thoughtfully, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he remarked, I am quite curious about who you truly are. To have the audacity to transform into Dumbledore's likeness to request the Philosopher's Stone from me. Dumbledore listened to Caitlin's words, somewhat taken aback, and then chuckled. Kate, do you harbor any misconceptions about me? Dumbledore remained remarkably composed, adjusting his glasses as he continued with a smile. Your skepticism saddens me a tad. Upon hearing this, Caitlin snapped her fingers, and a cup of coffee floated gracefully before Dumbledore, inquiring, Would you care for a cup? Dumbledore regarded Caitlin with hesitation and replied, Kate, you ought to know that I do not relish coffee. Caitlin curled her finger, and the coffee returned to her side, lamenting, What a pity. Although Albus dislikes coffee, he has never declined a cup when presented by me. Dumbledore, maintaining his calm demeanor, retorted with a smile, Kate, there is no need to test me. I have never partaken of coffee in your presence. What a shame. Caitlin remarked as she sipped her coffee. In the next moment, Dumbledore had no chance to react as several fiery tendrils suddenly emerged from the flames beside them, encircling him tightly. The fire formed rings that threatened to ignite him should he make any erratic movements. Pray tell, who are you? Who sent you? Caitlin inquired, a smile playing on her lips. My patience is limited, and I would prefer not to resort to that particular spell. With that, Caitlin gestured towards various potions, stating, I have concocted numerous peculiar elixirs here. Should you be compelled to sample one, the experience would be unbearable. Just then, the door swung open, and a figure entered with their head bowed, saying, Kate, with the end of term approaching, the students' performance assessments. Dumbledore's sentence trailed off as he observed the person ensnared by the fiery rings, feeling a mix of surprise and curiosity. From the figure's back, he noted a resemblance to himself. Caitlin, noticing the incoming Dumbledore, remarked with amusement, Albus, your timing is impeccable. Now, you must prove that you are indeed Albus Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore quickly grasped the situation and approached the other Dumbledore, scrutinizing him curiously before asking, Who are you? The Dumbledore, ensnared by the fire rings, responded warily, And who might you be? I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus, the other Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. Kate, what brings him here? Dumbledore inquired of Caitlin with genuine curiosity. The Philosopher's Stone, Caitlin replied candidly. Dumbledore nodded, retrieving his wand and pointing it at the Dumbledore ensnared by the fiery rings, declaring, Reveal your true form. As the magic of transformation took effect, the The trapped Dumbledore gradually diminished in size, his features altering as well. Chapter 101. Noster's Plea for Help. Noster, Dumbledore exclaimed, gazing at the transformed elf with astonishment. Before me stands a diminutive elf, scarcely reaching a meter in height, adorned with spectacles that lend him an air of scholarly gentility. Yet, Albus Dumbledore is acutely aware that this individual is not one to be trifled with. Long time no see, Albus Dumbledore. Noster greets him with a smile, revealing their familiarity. It appears to be an old acquaintance, remarks Catelyn, amused by the encounter. Dumbledore catches the drifting coffee and states, Noster, this is a perilous individual, Catelyn. The elf rebellion of yesteryear wrought immense devastation and casualties, and he was one of its architects. Catelyn, taken aback, regards Noster with newfound wariness. So, you are a dangerous elf after all. However, I am quite intrigued. How did you ascertain that the Philosopher's Stone resides with me? Moreover, what were you searching for during your previous visit? Catelyn extends his hand, allowing a crystal suspended from the ceiling to descend into his grasp. The scene of that day, when intruders stealthily rummaged through the quaint abode, projects onto the wall. Do not deny it. This individual is you, Noster, Catelyn asserts, twisting his fingers as the fiery ring constricts around the fidgeting Noster. Noster feels the searing heat of the flames and ultimately concedes, truly an unexpected alchemical artifact, remarkably deceptive. How many do you possess here? Might you part with some? Alternatively, I could offer you some fine herbs in exchange. Noster's curiosity and interest in the crystal sphere's capabilities are palpable, despite having inadvertently revealed his identity. He does not perceive any imminent danger. Noster, have you not concealed yourselves, avoiding public scrutiny? What schemes are you concocting? Dumbledore inquires sternly, uninterested in Noster's unproductive rhetoric. There is no scheme. I am merely bored and wish to explore, Noster replies with a light chuckle, exuding confidence and composure. Professor Catelyn's elemental magic piques my interest. I simply wish to learn. Is that so? If you seek to learn elemental magic, why then do you desire the Philosopher's Stone? Furthermore, how did you discover its presence with me? Catelyn questions, his curiosity piqued. It is quite simple, for I know that Voldemort is concealed within Quirinus Quirrell. Noster observes his surroundings with an air of anticipation and curiosity, reminiscent of a shifty character. However, while you have plotted against Voldemort, you allowed Quirrell to escape, which means the Philosopher's Stone will ultimately find its way into the hands of either Dumbledore or yourself. Dumbledore, being magnanimous, would conceal it, ensuring it remains unknown. But you, though you present a facade of gentleness and friendliness, are a domineering individual. You exude a sense of cunning that surpasses even Dumbledore's. It seems as if everything is within your grasp. You appear to possess an intimate knowledge of many matters. Noster fixed his gaze intently on Catelyn. For as a vigilant observer of Catelyn for quite some time, he harbored numerous tactics and advantages. Thus, he had been meticulously analyzing Catelyn's actions. During this process, Noster discerned something extraordinary about Catelyn. Dumbledore also turned his attention to Catelyn, finding himself somewhat in agreement with Noster's assertions while simultaneously filled with curiosity. You have been observing me, yet have I not been observing you all along? Catelyn gently applauded Noster's perceptiveness, then added with a meaningful smile. Noster, somewhat taken aback, replied, You know I have been watching you? Catelyn nodded and said, Your transfiguration and invisibility spells are quite impressive. I noticed your surveillance but refrained from exposing you, merely intrigued by your true intentions. However, your appearance here today as Dumbledore makes it clear that your ambitions are far from simple. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me? Noster chuckled softly, snapped his fingers, and vanished from the circle of fire, reappearing directly opposite Catelyn. Might I trouble you for a cup of coffee, Professor Catelyn? Catelyn nodded, and shortly thereafter, a cup of coffee floated over. Noster eagerly lifted the cup to his lips, slurping noisily in a manner unbecoming. Ah, the taste is truly nostalgic. Your coffee here far surpasses that found outside. Were it not for the fear of arousing your suspicions, I would indulge in several cups daily. In hindsight, I should have done so long ago. Noster appeared genuinely regretful, soon finishing the coffee in his cup. Noster, you have concealed yourself at Hogwarts for such an extended period. What exactly are you plotting? Dumbledore inquired, observing Noster keenly. Noster replied with calm amusement, Dumbledore, do not be so anxious. I am merely here to witness elemental magic and, incidentally, to request a favor from Professor Catelyn. A favor? Catelyn said, his interest piqued, as a piece of parchment fluttered over. To request my assistance, one must pay a price. State your intentions, and I shall offer you a fair rate. Followed by the signing of an agreement. Must it be so formal? Noster said incredulously. It seems that enlisting your help will be quite the ordeal. Not at all. For any transaction, I will provide you with a satisfactory response, Catelyn asserted confidently. Noster pondered for a moment before articulating his purpose. Finally, he stated, There are many Death Eaters who seek to obtain that item and are stirring up war. We require individuals who can assist us. In return, I can offer you an ample supply of galleons, some precious herbs, and our friendship. Caitlin and Dumbledore fell silent for a moment after listening to Nost's words. The unfolding events were somewhat unexpected for them. Furthermore, the hidden realm of Nost and his kin is a unique magical world. How many like you have emerged? Dumbledore inquired hesitantly. Currently, I am the only one. The others have either been captured by Death Eaters or have perished, Nost replied with a hint of sorrow. Caitlin stroked his chin and said, Very well, I shall accept your commission. However, I have one condition. I need to borrow that item for a few days of study. Really? Nost exclaimed with a glimmer of joy. Absolutely. Caitlin responded earnestly. Albus, our summer will be an extraordinary journey. Caitlin smiled at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded and smiled back, remarking, It is indeed something to look forward to. Chapter 102, A Magical Journey for Your Holiday. Hogwarts enjoyed a brief period of tranquility and harmony, lasting until the year-end feast. During this time, Harry and his friends successfully passed their annual examinations and advanced to the next year, much to their delight, particularly as they had felt somewhat insecure during the tests. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable, yielding high scores. Hermione, ever the prodigy, rightfully claimed the top position in their year. Neville, who was often a source of concern due to his forgetfulness, astonishingly outperformed both Harry and Ron, even achieving a higher score in herbology than Hermione, thereby securing the top rank in that subject. Harry and Ron were somewhat disheartened to discover that Draco Malfoy's results were equally commendable, allowing him to advance as well. Even his two tall companions, seemingly dull-witted, also passed. This dashed Harry's hopes of avoiding their company in the second year. Well, although it is somewhat regrettable, life is often fraught with disappointments. And it cannot always be smooth sailing, Ron comforted with a smile after listening to Harry's grievances. Harry nodded in acknowledgement and said, Thank you, I know. Now, we should consider what we ought to do during the summer. Hermione chimed in with a smile. Shall we continue our research and production of potions? Or should we prepare for the opening of a potion shop? That's a splendid idea. With the potions we currently possess, they are bound to be a hit. Harry replied with eager anticipation. I want to earn a great deal of galleons, Ron said, his eyes shining with excitement. The year-end feast was a lively and enjoyable celebration. The auditorium was filled to capacity, adorned with banners and decorations of Gryffindor lions. The atmosphere was vibrant and joyous, reminiscent of the roaring forests. As the Gryffindors celebrated their triumph over Slytherin, ending their 6-year reign, Professor McGonagall beamed with delight, deliberately flaunting her victory in front of Professor Snape, whose expression soured, particularly when he was obliged to offer a strained smile during their handshake. Harry noticed the subtle shifts in Snape's demeanor and couldn't suppress a smirk. Malfoy's countenance was equally dismal, as if he had tasted something foul. The sumptuous feast before him lost its appeal. Harry and Ron relished Malfoy's discomfort, their spirits buoyant as they indulged in the lavish spread amidst the lively ambience. Reflecting on the past year, Harry found it to be a remarkable journey. In elemental magic class, he had burned the demon vine to rescue his companions, igniting his imagination and confidence in elemental magic. During Halloween, despite losing to Malfoy in the troll fighting contest, he regarded it as a mere mishap. However, the taste of the bogey-flavored Bertie Bott's beans was truly dreadful, almost leading him to meet Merlin. In the dueling club, he had faced Malfoy in an exhilarating battle, though he ultimately lost, bringing a slight blemish to Gryffindor's reputation. Yet, he felt he had grown from the experience, hadn't he? Alas, he had fallen to Malfoy once more, which was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, he triumphed in Quidditch, subduing Slytherin. By Merlin's beard, they still ended the year trailing behind Slytherin in points. How disheartening it was to feel perpetually overshadowed by Slytherin. The only solace for Harry lay in the fact that amidst the awkwardness and blunders, they had thwarted Voldemort's schemes. These were all delightful memories. As the end-of-year feast concluded, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville to stay behind. The four friends exchanged bewildered glances, but complied. Once the crowd dispersed, they soon realized they were not the only ones remaining. From Slytherin House, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson were present. From Ravenclaw, Luna Lovegood and Edward Wilson, and from Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan and Cedric Diggory. Besides the students, the house heads remained as well. Professor McGonagall of Gryffindor, Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw, Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff, Professor Snape of Slytherin, along with Professor Kettleburn and Dumbledore. The gathered individuals were unaware of the reason for their summons, but they understood that the presence of so many heads of houses indicated the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore gazed at the assembly, a smile gracing his lips. Esteemed professors and students, a wondrous journey awaits you, one that is both intriguing and fraught with peril. You are the fortunate chosen ones, and this experience will play a pivotal role in your development. I urge you to prepare yourselves. At his words, Harry, Malfoy, and the others remained perplexed. Does this mean we have no holiday? Ron inquired with curiosity. Holiday? Huh. Your holiday will be a journey to a mysterious realm, Dumbledore replied, chuckling. Why do I sense an ominous undertone? Luna whispered quietly. Professor Flitwick, upon hearing her, chuckled. Because your journey comes with a mission, but trust me, it will be immensely enjoyable. What mission? Edward Wilson asked, intrigued. I cannot disclose that just yet. You will understand once your journey commences, Flitwick teased, though in truth, he possessed little information himself. Are there still places in the magical world I have yet to explore? If it's the Muggle world, I have no desire to go. Malfoy remarked disdainfully, hands shoved into his pockets. Perhaps it is a wondrous realm unknown to us. My father has spoken of certain special places in the Muggle world that may hide a magical and uncharted domain. In his country, such places are referred to as little worlds. Kalyana stated, her eyes glinting with indifference. Why have I never heard of this? Malfoy's cheeks stiffened slightly. Perhaps we are not destined for such places? Kalyana fell silent. Harry and his companions were somewhat bewildered by the arranged expedition, yet they understood one thing. Their holiday had been scheduled. However, for Harry, this seemed a fortuitous development. At least during this somewhat prolonged holiday, he would not have to face the Dursleys. With this thought, a smile and a sense of anticipation spread across Harry's face. Caitlin looked at the gathering with a knowing smile. This journey will be led by me, and together we shall embark on an enjoyable, yet mysterious and perilous adventure. I hope you are adequately prepared. Dumbledore seized the moment to assert his presence once more. Now, you may gather your personal belongings and pen a letter to your families, offering a brief farewell and explanation. Rest assured, my letter will arrive in due time. Chapter 103. Welcome to the Elven World. Returning to their dormitory, Harry and the others began to pack their clothes into the specially prepared, magically enhanced bags. In addition to their essentials, they included some snacks, determined to ensure that their journey would not be marred by hunger. As other students from the academy boarded the train at King's Cross Station to reunite with their parents and depart, Harry and his companions' adventure commenced. The deans of various colleges, accompanied by their respective students, gathered by the shores of Hogwarts Lake. Ron, what do you think this journey will be like? Harry murmured to Ron. I have no idea. But it's bound to be thrilling, Ron replied with palpable excitement. Lacking sufficient galleons, the Weasley family's expedition necessitated meticulous planning. Otherwise, they might find themselves unable to return due to financial constraints. Thus, despite the potential dangers, anticipation lingered in the air. Hagrid, what brings you here? Are you joining us on this mysterious journey? Harry inquired, astonished at Hagrid's sudden presence in their group. Harry, you're quite perceptive. Indeed. I shall accompany you to that enigmatic land for an exhilarating adventure. Trust me, I will keep you safe, Hagrid replied, his gaze sweeping over Harry and Draco Malfoy, before bursting into hearty laughter. Professor Kettleburn, will you be leading them? I cannot endorse your plan. It poses considerable risks, and they might not survive. You must understand. I will not bear the responsibility for their demise. Not remarked from a distance, observing Harry and the others. Kettleburn chuckled, gesturing toward them. Do not underestimate them. They might prove to be invaluable. Besides, with me around, they shall be unharmed. Not believe Kettleburn to be excessively self-assured and countered. I acknowledge your strength. Yet I worry that their fragile hearts may not withstand such sights. Very well, I must accept the reality that you are indeed formidable. Kettleburn led not to the lakeshore, where Dumbledore approached as well. Are you all prepared? Dumbledore asked, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Harry and the 10 others. Ready, Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Ron responded in unison. Draco Malfoy glanced at Harry Potter and echoed, Ready, Professor Dumbledore. The group of young ones remained filled with eager anticipation. Beside Professor Kettleburn stood a sprite. Our journey may be connected to this sprite, Ron whispered to Harry. Hermione chimed in, Indeed. Kettleburn raised his wand and declared, Since you are prepared, let us commence our journey. Professors, please step aside from the students, or I shall have no choice but to have you accompany us, he warned. Professors McGonagall and her colleagues stepped aside, distancing themselves from Harry and the others. At that moment, a golden light shimmered beneath their feet, encircling them. Now, let our adventure begin. The golden circle formed a hexagram, radiating brilliance, as Kettleburn and Nott stepped within, the light becoming ever more resplendent. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and others watched the scene before them, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the surroundings. As they instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes from the glare, Caitlin and the other 13 individuals vanished into thin air. Such remarkable magic, they thought, had effortlessly whisked away so many in an instant. McGonagall was overwhelmed with astonishment and intrigue. Indeed, this was extraordinary. It hinted at spatial magic, suggesting that Professor Caitlin's elemental sorcery was far more complex than we had anticipated, Dumbledore remarked solemnly. Snape remained silent, his expression unreadable. On the other side of the earth, within a scorching desert landscape, towering pyramids loomed in the distance, exuding an enigmatic aura. In one corner of this vast expanse, a flicker of light appeared, and Caitlin, along with Harry and the others, materialized in the desert. Harry, Ron, Draco, and the rest felt as though time had shifted. abruptly transitioning from the dark night of Hogwarts to the sunlit sands of the desert, each one stunned and incredulous. Wow, this is an endless desert. Have we arrived in Egypt? Hermione exclaimed, her voice tinged with astonishment. Indeed, clever human girl, you are correct. This is Egypt, Nostar replied, surveying the arid landscape with a smile. Your journey begins here. Crossing the desert? Draco frowned, clearly dissatisfied. What is the purpose of such a journey? If it merely entails traversing these sands, I would prefer to forego it altogether. Nostar, catching Draco's words, regarded him with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes and agilely leaped in front of him, saying, Yes, you need not partake in such a holiday. His gaze shifted to Harry and the others, deridingly adding, Not just you, but all of you. Do not require it. Why do you say that? Harry inquired. His personal preferences cannot dictate our choices. Why? Nostar chuckled coldly. This is a perilous journey. Here, you shall encounter beings unlike any you have seen before. They are tall. They are short. They are strong and robust. They are swift and nimble. They relish meat, especially tender little morsels like yourselves. One bite, and you will be left juicy and succulent. Thus, a moment of carelessness could lead to your demise. At his words, Harry and the others were immediately struck with fear, especially Hermione, Luna, and Neville, who let out shrieks of terror. Hey, there is no need to frighten them so. We do not possess return tickets for this journey, Hagrid interjected, grasping Nostar firmly. Before Hagrid, Nostar appeared no larger than Harry and the others, and now, held in Hagrid's powerful grip, his fiery temper resembled a powder keg ready to explode. Oh, you wretched half-breed giant, release me at once. I shall have your head for this. It is a grave insult, an unforgivable affront. Hagrid chuckled lightly, dismissing Nostar with a wave of his hand, and remarked, Well, you are even more impatient than I had anticipated. As Nostar landed, he prepared to cast a spell against Hagrid. Nostar, lead the way. We may squander our time. But you cannot, Kate said, her gaze fixed intently on him. Nostar raised his hand only to let it fall again. He produced a golden bell, placing it upon the desert sands, and gently struck it, declaring, Very well, welcome to the realm of the elves. The crystal-clear chime resonated in the ears of all present, and the desert beneath their feet began to swirl like a vortex. Before Harry and the others could comprehend the transformation, they vanished into the endless sands in the blink of an eye. Chapter 104. Why should we fear? Stretching branches, tender green leaves, lush vegetation, a riot of colorful flowers, and butterflies and dragonflies frolicking in the warm breeze, all mingled with the rushing waters of a river. Everything before them was infused with the vibrant essence of nature. They had transitioned from the boundless desert into a wondrous and enchanting forest. Harry and his companions dispersed, their excitement piqued by the various flora surrounding them. Welcome to the realm of the elves, little ones. May this journey allow you to survive, rather than remain here forever. Nostar's ominous voice disrupted the idyllic scene, drawing Harry and the others' gazes away from the captivating landscape. There is no need to heed his threats. You have been chosen for a reason. You possess sufficient talent and potential. I believe you can complete this journey and aid the elven race in defeating the giants and Death Eaters, Kate declared, extending her hand, her magic surging forth to seal Nostar's mouth, as she turned to Harry and the others. I hope you can truly enjoy this journey. Upon hearing Kate's words, excitement illuminated the faces of Harry and his companions. They were eager to prove themselves. Professor Kate, I can hardly wait to embark on this adventure, Draco Malfoy exclaimed, his expression alight with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, sparks of electricity danced around him, a testament to his exhilaration. Harry Potter, our game can begin anew. Hearing Draco's words, Harry furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Malfoy, I am more than willing to compete with you. This time, I shall not be defeated. Draco laughed heartily at this, filled with anticipation. The prospect of competing against Harry Potter always thrilled him. Ravenclaw's Luna Jennifer and Edward Wilson also expressed their eagerness, glancing over at Hufflepuff's Sihon Forbes and Cedric Diggory. Luna, shall we join in? Cedric inquired with a smile directed at Luna Jennifer. This promises to be exceedingly intriguing. Luna Jennifer harbored a certain fondness for the senior before her, who was 2 years her elder, and thus responded. Caitlin smiled, and then turned to Nostar, inquiring, Shall we first rescue your kin? My kin indeed requires salvation. However, prior to that, we must journey to a specific location to rendezvous with them. I need to ascertain what transpired in this world over the past 6 months, Nostar replied, shaking his head. Then let us embark, Hagrid said, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. I wonder how far we are from the person you wish to meet. This splendid environment is quite suitable for a delightful outdoor adventure, perhaps to admire the natural scenery. Then sit down for a light repast and a drink. Do you genuinely believe you have come here for a vacation? Nostar retorted with noticeable dissatisfaction in his raised voice upon hearing Hagrid's words. Hagrid, undeterred, patted his ample backside and declared, I believe there is scarcely a difference. You underestimate the might of Professor Kate. There is no foe that he cannot vanquish, Noster scoffed. You are woefully naive about the denizens of this world. Here exist colossal man-faced spiders, no smaller than you. Their silk is remarkably sturdy and possesses formidable stickiness. Your cumbersome physique would be nothing short of a delectable feast to them. There are also cannibals, who are larger than you, and the half-orcs, elves, high elves, and dwarves of this world would all serve as their sustenance. They are not at all discerning. However, the cannibals appear quite diminutive in the presence of giants. The wonders of this realm surpass your imagination. What may seem like an insignificant mountain to you could very well be a giant, several hundred meters tall, lying in slumber. By Merlin's beard, these giants are even taller and more formidable than trolls, possessing terrifying strength. Fortunately, their numbers are few, and they remain in their specific domains, rarely emerging. Most importantly, this land is home to the shadowy and fearsome black dragons, the most perilous beings in existence. The Norwegian Ridgeback and the Romanian Green Dragon are mere ants in comparison to these black dragons. Our magic holds little efficacy against them. Their scales are exceedingly thick and resilient, capable of withstanding numerous assaults. At this juncture, Noster turned to Caitlin and remarked, "To be frank, Professor Kate, I cannot be certain that your prowess is sufficient to conquer a black dragon." Harry and the others were taken aback, filled with astonishment and curiosity. "Mr. Noster, are you certain there are colossal man-faced spiders here?" Hagrid eagerly inquired. "Oh, and what of the cannibals larger than me? What manner of creatures are they? Furthermore, how tall and powerful are the giants? Where might one encounter stone giants towering hundreds of meters?" Draco Malfoy approached Noster with a series of questions. "What exactly are half-orcs?" Cedric Diggory inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I am intrigued. What manner of race are the high elves? Are they not more exquisite, handsome, and towering than your kind?" Luna Jennifer asked eagerly. "I have a fascination with the dwarves, for they are said to be a wondrous race capable of transmuting decay into the extraordinary. Many alchemical items of great worth have been crafted by their hands," Ron exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Noster gazed at the group of Hogwarts students surrounding him, somewhat taken aback and bewildered, before feigning anger and saying, "Do you not feel the slightest bit of fear?" "Fear? Why would we be afraid?" Draco Malfoy retorted, lifting his chin defiantly, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. "We place our faith in our own strength. No matter the adversary we face, we shall not be daunted." Harry Potter declared resolutely, fixing his gaze upon Nostert. Nostert regarded Harry and the others, furrowing his brow, then pushed past Malfoy to approach Caitlin, stating, "What thoughts have you instilled in them? Are they so naive as to be unacquainted with the dangers that lie ahead?" Caitlin, thoroughly pleased with Harry and his companion's demeanor, chuckled. "Nostert, they are indeed remarkable and confident. I trust them, so let us hasten our departure. You shall lead the way, and I shall carry you aloft." Wingardium Leviosa, an unseen pair of wings manifested upon each individual, instantly lifting them into the sky. "Ha ha, I am flying. This sensation is extraordinary, even more exhilarating than riding a broomstick." Hagrid exclaimed joyfully as he soared through the air. "Hee hee." At this moment, the large Hagrid resembles a flying pig, Ron whispered to Harry as he flew beside him. Harry, observing Hagrid's merriment, could not help but nod and chuckle. "I think he resembles a flying elephant more." Chapter 105. We require the aid of great power. What is the sensation of soaring freely, unfettered, gliding across the heavens, filled with love and yearning? The beauty of the elven world is enough to leave them spellbound. However, what piqued their greater interest were the wondrous creatures encountered along the way. The Aladaska rabbit, twice the size of an ordinary rabbit, boasts a speed rivaling that of a gray wolf and possesses remarkable stamina. The triangular fire rhinoceros, when provoked, transforms its skin to a fiery red and emits highly corrosive lava. The enchanting peacock, no larger than an adult's fist, releases a kaleidoscope of colors upon unfurling its magnificent tail, ensnaring those who gaze upon it in a trance. The headed wolf, a creature as large as a tiger, exudes wild ferocity. It is often the mount of the half-orcs, predominantly tamed by them. The mobile bamboo grass thrives in its freedom content as long as there is land and moisture to absorb nutrients, allowing it to relocate at will and dwell in another place. In addition to these wonders, there are numerous extraordinary creatures. Upon witnessing them, Kate Lyle seized the moment, capturing them within a special box. Harry, inspired by this action, yearned to do the same. However, lacking the requisite strength, he contemplated ways to acquire some of their fur or blood for their potion-making studies. While traversing a certain path, Harry and Draco Malfoy encountered dozens of Alaskan running rabbits. Consequently, the 10 little fellows engaged in a competition to see who could capture the most rabbits. Regrettably, within the allotted time, they lost track of all the rabbits they intended to catch. Observing the discontent and disappointment on Harry's face, Noster was filled with exhilaration, mercilessly mocking them. After more than 2 hours, shielded by the flying charm, they finally arrived at the location where Noster needed to meet certain individuals. Noster soared ahead, murmuring incantations, and extended his right hand. To his surprise, he encountered a barrier within the space, which opened a breach as he recited his spell. "Hurry up. You have only 5 seconds." Noster called out, prompting Harry and the others to swiftly enter. This was a concealed little town, bustling with activity. Various fairy cottages emanated the rich aroma of architectural styles from the 1970s and 1980s. It was a fairy town, evidently home to numerous fairies. Ron, gazing at the town before him, inquired with curiosity, "Is this truly a fairy town? Have you not noticed how diminutive their houses are?" Malfoy, overhearing, derisively retorted, "It seems your eyesight is rather poor, spouting nonsense, red-haired Weasley. Are you looking for a fight?" Ron shot back, glaring at Malfoy. "Let us see about that." Malfoy sneered. "I'm cheering for you," Luna Jennifer chimed as she passed the group, smiling. Harry stepped between the two, confidently addressing Malfoy. "Enough, Malfoy. This is not the place for our duel. If you wish to play, we have plenty of time for that." With that, Harry led Ron away. "Your student is a troublesome one. He may bring you trouble and could even lose his life," Noster remarked to Kate Lyle, who, unfazed, replied, "They're just elementary students. It's best to understand them." As the group landed, the effect of the flying charm dissipated. In the next moment, a dozen figures swooped in, surrounding Kate Lyle and the others. They were all fairies, clad in black robes trimmed with gold, their expressions serious and wielding wands, exuding considerable strength. "Glacé, it's me, Noster," he announced to the fairies that had appeared. "Produce your credentials." Referred to as the Fairy Grace, she regarded Caturle with a serious demeanor and spoke. Nost, reaching into his pocket, retrieved a black stone inscribed with several characters. He tossed it to Grace, who glanced at it before unleashing her magical energy, causing the stone to emit a faint glow. It resonated with an inconspicuous mark on Nost's arm, prompting her to nod at the other fairies. Caturle observed this scene with astonishment, realizing the stringent scrutiny that existed among these fairies. Grace inquired, "Who are they, Nost?" Nost introduced Caturle to Grace, saying, "They hail from Hogwarts Academy. This one is the remarkable professor who has created extraordinary elemental magic, known as Caturle, a friend of Albus Dumbledore." Caturle nodded at Grace, smiling. "And this is Rubeus Hagrid, who can barely be considered a professor." Nost hesitated when mentioning Hagrid. However, Hagrid was unfazed, thumping his chest and declaring, "Rubeus Hagrid. I delight in the company of magical creatures. These are Professor Caturle's students. They can be quite mischievous, yet their talents appear to be exceptional," Nost continued, introducing Harry and the others. Each student reacted in their own way. Harry appeared slightly embarrassed, Luna and Hermione maintained their tranquility, Malfoy exuded arrogance, and Cedric exhibited composure, all radiating youthful vigor. "I invited them to assist us in overcoming our crisis," Nost added, "but Professor Caturle is our true hope. The rest of these youngsters are fortunate to have survived thus far." Listening to Nost's introduction, Grace's gaze remained fixed on Caturle, her expression softening from its initial severity. "Welcome to the fairy realm, Professor Caturle," Grace said, performing a noble gesture by placing her hand over her heart and bowing slightly. "I hope to be of assistance to you, Grace," Caturle replied with a smile. "Please follow us, Bach, and instruct our kin to prepare a banquet to honor our esteemed guests," Grace instructed a nearby young fairy. Bach nodded and promptly vanished with a flicker of apparition. "Please, follow me." Grace led the way, beginning to enlighten Caturle about the events unfolding in this world. This realm was once meant to be a haven of tranquility. Even though half-orcs and trolls are exceedingly perilous, they are rather dim-witted. When we collaborate with the high elves and dwarves, we are unafraid of them. However, a decade ago, the rise of the Death Eaters transformed this world. They instigated wars here, empowering trolls and half-orcs and endowing them with sufficient intelligence. Our circumstances have increasingly become perilous. Especially, we have lost something vital. Our strength has been curtailed. Thus, we require assistance, a formidable force to aid us in overcoming the Death Eaters, orcs, and trolls, and to reclaim what has been lost. Chapter 106, The Stark Disparity. The grand bonfire banquet radiated an unparalleled vibrancy in this modest town. Caitlin and Harry, among others, became the objects of enthusiastic welcome, with a plethora of delectable foods laid before them, allowing them to indulge in culinary delights and frolic with the local fairies. Laughter filled the air, while Caitlin engaged in conversation with Nost and others. In addition to them, the esteemed leaders of the fairy community, including Grace, were present. Has the situation truly escalated to such tension? The dwarves have lost Isidore, along with a significant portion of their valiant warriors, now forced to retreat to the secluded shores of Spirit Lake Town. The High Elf King, having lost the artifact, finds his power diminished, bereft of blessings. The defenses of the orcs and trolls remain unassailable. We have been met with an all-out assault by the Death Eaters, our magic proving ineffective against them. Grace solemnly remarked to Caitlin. "Where's the artifact?" Caitlin inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow. "We are uncertain of its exact location. But the sole clue lies within the Black Mountain, a known gathering place for the Death Eaters, Grace replied. Well, it seems rather complicated, yet not insurmountable. Caitlin responded with a smile. How many warriors can you muster? 30,000 dwarf warriors, 1,000 elven sorcerers, and 3,000 high elf fighters. Grace responded after a moment of contemplation. What of the enemy? Caitlin asked with curiosity. 100,000 orcs, 1,000 trolls, and over 1,000 traitorous Death Eaters. Grace said, taking a deep breath, adding, along with other trolls. What a staggering disparity. Without Isildur, have the dwarves truly lost their might? Caitlin inquired, intrigued. They have merely lost their faith. The place has now become a stronghold for the orcs, Nost explained. The orcs and dwarves are natural enemies, steeped in centuries of animosity. The orcs seek to annihilate the dwarves and seize Isildur, while the dwarves aspire to completely eradicate the orcs, destroying the caverns beneath Mount Erida. So, according to your perspective, if the High Elf King were to acquire the artifact, he could regain strength to vanquish the orcs, trolls, and Death Eaters? Caitlin asked again, curious. The leaders of the fairy realm, including Grace, remained silent, not responding to Caitlin's inquiry. It appears you do not believe that the High Elf King, upon obtaining the artifact, would be capable of defeating them. The vast numerical and power disparity, compounded by the support of the Death Eaters, indicates that the crisis you face is far more severe than one might anticipate. Caitlin turned to Norster and said, such a task, our transaction, seems rather inequitable. What transaction? Grace inquired, casting a surprised glance at Norster. He could surmise that Norster had invited Caitlin for assistance, and it certainly would not be without reason. There lay an undisclosed arrangement within. Norster hesitated slightly, but replied, we require a variety of herbs from this world. The more precious, the better. Additionally, he wishes to study that item for a few days. That item? Grace rose, his expression grave as he regarded Norster. Did you consent? Norster did not respond. Yet Grace understood. It appears you have agreed, otherwise they would not be here. Norster murmured to himself before turning back to Caitlin, stating, we fairies have always upheld our promises. Since Norster has acquiesced, we shall certainly fulfill our part. I wonder, however, if Professor Caitlin possesses the capability to retrieve it for us. You need not doubt my abilities, Caitlin replied with a confident smile. However, given your current predicament, we must augment our transaction with one additional item. What item? Grace inquired. The token of the High Elven King, Caitlin articulated clearly. The fairies, including Grace, were taken aback by the unexpected and incredulous request. That is of no use. It belongs solely to the High Elven King, a symbol of their legacy and honor, which shall not be bestowed upon you, Grace asserted, taking a deep breath and meeting Caitlin's gaze. I do not require it permanently. I merely wish to borrow it for a few days of study, Caitlin stated calmly, and then return it undamaged. In return, I shall guarantee the expulsion of the Death Eaters from this realm, restoring tranquility to this world. Grace and the other fairies fell into silence. We must journey to the Eternal Forest to seek the High Elven King's consent. Ultimately, Grace resolved to visit the Eternal Forest to obtain the King's approval. Very well. We have ample time, Caitlin remarked, rising and making her way outside. This interval shall allow my students to enjoy themselves thoroughly, with little restraint. Caitlin soon engaged playfully with the fairies present. After a moment of contemplation, Grace turned to Norster and asked, can we trust him? Indeed. Norster replied after a brief pause. Before him, Voldemort is but a mere insect, easily crushed. The fairies gasped in astonishment. They had sought refuge in this world, yet were not entirely ignorant of the one they had fled. Voldemort was formidable and perilous. He was the entity they had encountered and must continuously evade. Yet, such a presence is to be effortlessly grasped by Caitlin. Just how formidable is he? Is he an entity even more powerful than Dumbledore? Grace paused for a moment and said, I shall take a journey to the Eternal Forest. Perhaps he can truly assist us. With a snap of his fingers, two elves appeared alongside him outside the barrier. Having discerned their direction, they vanished into the cloak of night. Unbeknownst to Grace, amidst a multitude of crows, one transformed into a figure clad in black robes. Grace, go. Inform our comrades that Grace has departed. A voice, devoid of warmth, echoed. The crow flapped its wings, soared into the air, and flew off in various directions. He raised his hand, igniting the great tree, illuminating the darkness. Those lurking in the shadows gazed at the flames, slowly emerging and gathering. With the absence of those three old fellows, this little town should vanish. Ha ha ha. Chapter 107. 10 little wizards face off against the half-orcs. Pock, what distinguishes the high elves from your fairies? Harry inquired curiously, standing beside Pock by a small lake. Upon hearing this, Pock's face lit up with admiration as he replied, they are a powerful race of elves, each tall and beautiful, possessing magical prowess surpassing ours. Furthermore, they bear an uncanny resemblance to you, yet their eyes shimmer like precious sapphires, brimming with color, and their slightly pointed ears enhance their enchanting beauty. Similar in appearance to us? Hermione asked eagerly, captivated by Pock's words. Are they more handsome and charming than Professor Kate? Luna chimed in, her excitement palpable. While I believe they may not surpass Professor Kate in allure, I am nonetheless filled with anticipation for the High Elves. You will have the opportunity to meet them. Pock chuckled. Bang! A dull sound resounded as flickering sparks illuminated the void above. They were stones ablaze with fire, yet these fiery stones were thwarted by the barrier. Nevertheless, this sudden spectacle plunged the bonfire gathering into chaos. Weak and elderly fairies swiftly sought refuge under the guidance of the strong and youthful. Meanwhile, the battle-ready fairies clustered together, bracing for what was to come. Pock's gaze turned outward. The barrier's tremors and flickering lights revealed the scene beyond. The half-orcs had surrounded them. What is happening? Ron queried, setting down his food and peering outside. Is someone preparing to invade here? There are far too many half-orcs. Pock glanced at Harry and the others, stating, the barrier cannot protect us indefinitely. I must join the fight. My human friends, I regret that I can no longer stay with you. In a fleeting moment, the figure of Boke vanished. Nost, a half-orc, was part of a numerous race. Boke entered the tall loft, his expression grave. Nost nodded slightly, his diminutive stature peering over the low wall, gazing into the distance. Calmly surveying his surroundings, he remarked, they have been watching us. Glaze's departure has given them a glimmer of hope. Yet, they remain oblivious to the formidable adversaries they shall encounter. The last statement was directed towards Caitlare. Boke, perplexed and anxious, responded, Nost, we must summon Glaze back. Without him, this barrier will soon be breached by the half-orcs. We face not only half-orcs, but also Death Eaters. Nost, with his rough yet elongated hand, gazed afar and replied, things are not as dire as you envision. Perhaps this is an opportunity. However, Boke continued. But, Nost raised his hand to interrupt Boke. Turning to Caitlare, he implored, Professor Caitlare, could you lend your aid and instill hope in my kin? Caitlare glanced at Nost before directing his attention to the approaching group of 10, consisting of Harry and his companions. He declared, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Draco, Luna, Edward, Carly, Sahan, Cedric, your mission is upon you. Do you see those half-orcs outside? Your task is to devise a way to eliminate them and hold your ground for 10 minutes. The group of 10 stood in stunned silence, acutely aware of the overwhelming number of half-orcs outside. They were not only numerous, but also possessed formidable size and grotesque features. Moreover, they were equipped with fine armor and sharp weapons. Professor Caitlare, is this not excessive? Boke interjected, astonished and concerned. They have never faced war. They will be terrified and will surely perish if they step outside. Who claims I am afraid? Draco Malfoy retorted, visibly displeased by Boke's words. I am a noble pureblood, a powerful wizard. I, Draco Malfoy, shall never know fear. His declaration left Harry and the others momentarily speechless. Is he serious? Are you certain this is genuine? Boke gazed incredulously at the 12-year-old boy, his frustration mounting. Silence your tongue. You know nothing of the horrors of war. You are not facing a single half-orc, but hundreds, if not thousands. Yet, perhaps he was right. There was little to fear. Harry Potter, regardless of whether Draco was speaking nonsense, remained confident in himself. Moreover, he was unwilling to be outdone by Draco Malfoy. He possessed no shortage of courage. The Lion's cohort would naturally stand united in the face of adversity. Ron wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulders, smiling. If you require healing, do let me know. My restorative magic is quite commendable, Hermione remarked with a smile. As the representative of Ravenclaw, we shall not falter. Luna Lovegood, accompanied by Edward Wilson, stepped forward with a grin. We, Hufflepuff, shall equally stand resolute in the face of adversaries, Cedric Diggory added, standing alongside Sahan Forbes. The high-ranking fairies, including Noster and Poke, observed Harry and his companions from the balcony below, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and hesitation. A commendable spirit and courage indeed. In light of your inaugural encounter with the trials of war, allow me to bestow my blessings upon you. O spirits of light, heed my call and protect these brave souls who dare to challenge the darkness and safeguard the radiance, Kate Lyra intoned, waving her wand. A holy light enveloped Harry and his companions, and with a flourish of Kate Lyra's wand, they instantaneously appeared beyond the barrier. In the midst of the night, amidst the overwhelming number of orcs and the blazing inferno of fiery stones, Harry and his companions resembled celestial warriors dispatched from the heavens. They stood resolutely before the vast horde of orcs, a luminous spirit hovering above their shoulders. What manner of magic is this? Such pure light, such sanctified power. Reminiscent of what I once beheld in the presence of the High Elven King, pondered Poke and the other fairy dignitaries, marveling at the sight of Harry and his companions, now bathed in the continuous glow of the holy light. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the fairies, Harry and his companions found themselves taken aback by the formidable and towering orcs that loomed before them. The sheer presence of their numerous foes instilled a sense of dread, for they felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in an unfathomable sea, seemingly devoid of the strength to resist. Crackling sounds echoed through the air as Draco Malfoy, his face pale yet resolute, shouted alongside Caliana, Slytherin. Hearing this, Harry and his companions exchanged glances before unleashing a lion-like roar, proclaiming, Gryffindor. Luna and Edward exchanged glances as well, declaring, Ravenclaw. Sahan and Cedric, leading the charge, called out, Hufflepuff. Each invoked the name of their respective houses, as if some latent force burgeoned within them, granting them the courage to confront the orcs. They dispersed, each taking their position and brandishing their wands. Cedric, as the eldest, stood at the forefront, understanding the weight of his role as a leader. He raised his wand, a massive orb of magical energy coalescing at its tip. For glory. For victory. Chapter 108. The Blessing of Light, the Blooming of Magic. Warriors descending from the heavens? Wizards? Elvis gazed at the 10 individuals enveloped in white light, his expression a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Elvis, you have been deceived by them. They are merely a band of children. He admonished, just wait and see. They will be terrified by the half-orcs, only to be crushed into oblivion. Calman observed them, but held little faith in Harry and his companions. Thus he scoffed. The half-orcs charged forth, launching their assault upon Harry and his group. Fireball barrage, hurricane spell, lightning bolt barrage, water prison spell, earth spike eruption. The magic erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance against the night sky, continuously releasing exquisite radiance, while simultaneously claiming the lives of the half-orcs. This instilled hope and anticipation within Harry and his companions, filling them with courage. Harry Potter, at 4 o'clock, do not let them near. Cedric shouted after dispatching several half-orcs with his fireball barrage. Noticing more half-orcs swiftly approaching, he called out, Understood. Harry responded, directing his gaze to the side, hurricane spell. The howling winds sent the half-orcs, now mere 20 meters away, flying backwards, colliding with their comrades. Some unfortunate souls met their end upon crashing into their allies' weapons. Ron. Harry exclaimed with exhilaration upon witnessing this. Earth spike eruption. Ron seized the opportunity, brandishing his wand and bellowing. The earth erupted with spikes within a 10-meter radius, piercing through the half-orcs huddled together by the fierce winds, chilling them to the core. O spirits of water, reveal your beauty with your gentle hands. Draw your bow and pierce through the flames of fury, rain arrows. Hermione, observing the densely packed throng, yearned to showcase her prowess, for her friends needed her strength and protection. Thus, she produced the water spirit pearl, waved her wand, and joyfully chanted. Mist swirled around her head, swiftly transforming into a multitude of sharp, transparent arrows, numbering in the hundreds. The rain arrows descended, some striking the half-orc armor, while others found their mark, extinguishing their lives. A single wave of arrows successfully felled dozens of half-orcs. Do not recklessly cast intermediate spells. They will deplete our magical energy significantly, Cedric cautioned. We possess ample magical potions. Here, take these. They will aid in swiftly replenishing your energy. Harry produced the magical potions, distributing them to Draco and others, stating, in this moment, I shall not be stingy due to personal grievances. Thus, Draco Malfoy stood momentarily taken aback upon receiving the potion from Harry. Luna, clutching her magical potion, beamed with delight and inquired, Harry, how many of these magical potions do you have left? If you are able to assist us in gathering a sufficient quantity of herbs afterwards, we could concoct a greater number of magical potions. Ron cast forth a spike of earth, producing a potion of magical essence, and while uncapping it, he immediately responded, a splendid idea. Cedric, well aware of the benefits of the magical potion, readily agreed without hesitation. Luna carefully stored the potion and, waving her wand, declared, do not employ intermediate magic just yet. Allow me to bestow upon you a blessing first. Spirits of light, heed my call and grant us strength, light's blessing. In an instant, a radiant light descended, summoning a spirit of light beside each individual, which harmonized with the spirit of light bestowed upon them by Caitlin. 2 spirits of light circled around them, and in a fleeting moment, Harry and his companions felt their strength surging. Their magical energy became more potent, and their mental fortitude also intensified. Luna, breathless and weary, consumed the magical potion, stating, this spell will enhance all aspects of your powers for 10 minutes. Now, you may unleash your magic freely. A look of exhilaration spread across Sahanthubus's face as he exclaimed, this sensation is exquisite. Allow me to present these half-orcs with a magnificent display of fireworks. Under Sahanthubus's command, his wand unleashed fireballs the size of basins, resembling molten lava, as he shouted, Inferno dance. Boom, boom. Each fireball that soared forth collided with the half-orcs or the ground, resulting in immediate explosions. The flames that erupted from the blasts plunged the surrounding half-orcs into searing agony. Their bodies were swiftly consumed by fire, eliciting anguished cries. Before long, they perished, becoming obstacles that tripped their comrades, who in turn trampled over them. Harry was taken aback to discover that Sahamphubus had mastered the intermediate spell, Inferno Dance. Whether it was due to Luna's blessing or merely his own learning, which still required incantation, remained unclear. However, at that moment, Harry was determined not to lag behind and proclaimed, Fire Dance Tornado. The combination of wind and fire magic birthed a colossal fire tornado, soaring dozens of meters high and spanning an area of about 10 meters, radiating intense heat and terrifying lethality as it surged forth. As the fire tornado swept through, half-orcs were lifted into the air, some burned to death, while others plummeted to the ground. Draco Malfoy was startled by Harry Potter's spell. It was not only swift, but also terrifying. This revelation ignited a flicker of jealousy within Draco as he recognized the formidable nature of dual-element magic awakening within him. Harry Potter had become increasingly perilous. Draco bit his lip, his jealousy evident, yet uncontrollable, further fueling his frenzy. Spirits of thunder, heed my summons and obliterate the foes before us. Chain lightning. The spirit of thunder danced around Malfoy, countless bolts of lightning crackling and glowing with a cerulean hue. Harry and his companions gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating from Malfoy, sensing the peril emanating from him as he unleashed magic that transcended his own control. In that moment, Draco Malfoy was oblivious to everything else. A sphere of lightning shot forth, accompanied by a flurry of electric arcs. The sphere struck a half-orc, causing it to explode in a violent eruption, sending forth a cascade of electric sparks. In an instant, it resembled a shower of fireworks, engulfing an area of over 50 meters in radius. The ground was charred black, and within that vicinity, hundreds of half-orcs were reduced to charred remains. Draco Malfoy surveyed the havoc wrought by his magic, a pale face breaking into a smile of satisfaction and pride, casting a somewhat provocative glance at Harry Potter. However, his triumph was short-lived. Within moments, Draco collapsed to the ground, drained of magical energy. Chapter 109, The Triumph of the Apocalypse. What manner of sorcery is this? Why have we never encountered it before? They are astonishingly powerful. Who are these young wizards? Elvish gazed in horror at the dazzling display of magic and its terrifying lethality. This was a type of magic they had never witnessed, too formidable and fearsome. The half-orcs before them stood no chance of resistance, swiftly dispatched. Even now, they had yet to approach these young wizards. Calmly observing the still-charging half-orcs, Calman intoned, there must be some secret about them. This secret could aid us in swiftly unifying this world and leading the Death Eater army to trample the realm of Muggles. Elvish, inform them that we seek captives alive. Calman bellowed. Elvish produced a horn, its sound echoing through the air, redirecting the half-orcs charging towards Harry and his companions, compelling them to retreat and engage in ranged attacks against the barrier. Simultaneously, 20 figures emerged, encircling Harry and his group. Within the barrier, atop a towering loft, Noster wielded an oversized telescope, observing the encroaching Death Eaters surrounding Harry's party. He urgently addressed, Professor Cater. They now faced the perilous Death Eaters. Beside Cater, an hourglass stood, its sand nearly depleted. Cater's gaze remained fixed on the distance, seemingly oblivious. Your attire suggests you are not of this realm. I am most curious about the magic you just unleashed. Might you enlighten me? Calman inquired, scrutinizing Harry's group with keen interest. Elemental magic, Edward replied, locking eyes with Calman. Elemental magic? A whispering sound emerged, leaving the crowd perplexed about the nature of elemental magic, for they had never encountered it before. You cannot fathom the might of elemental magic. It transcends your imagination, Harry proclaimed. Is that so? Calman replied with a smile. We have already witnessed its power, and our curiosity is piqued. If you refuse to divulge, we shall have no choice but to capture you and extract the truth. Capture us? Malfoy retorted with a haughty sneer. Do you truly believe you can? You seem rather confident for such a little fellow, Calman remarked, glancing at Malfoy. Though you outnumber us, we are not intimidated. With a flick of his wand, Harry declared, Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, 10 individuals, including Harry, sprouted ethereal wings and soared into the sky. Thunderball. Malfoy initiated the assault, unleashing 5 thunderballs towards Calman. Calman conjured a shield charm, successfully deflecting the thunderballs, though the protective barrier was shattered in the process. Water prison. Hermione's voice rang out. Sensing danger, Calman executed a disillusionment charm to evade the impending attack. The battle reignited, but this time, Harry and his companions possessed enhanced mobility. Bladestorm. Harry evaded an incoming spell and retaliated against Calman and the Death Eaters. 2 Death Eaters fell before Harry's onslaught, vanquished in an instant. Thunderblade. Abandoning ranged combat, Malfoy swiftly closed the distance to 1 Death Eater, striking with lethal precision. The blade tore into the Death Eater, unleashing arcs of electricity that illuminated his form. The Death Eater shrieked in agony, only to be engulfed in flames moments later. Harry Potter and his allies displayed formidable combat prowess, soaring with an imposing grace. The ranks of the Death Eaters dwindled, while the half-breeds continued their assault against the barrier. Harry, Ron, do you still have any magical potions? One left, Harry replied after casting a Windblade spell. I have another, Ron added. I am out, Hermione announced, having ensnared a Death Eater with her water prison spell. How long have we held out? Cedric cast a disarming charm, though it regrettably missed its mark. Surely, it has been more than 10 minutes. Edward, panting as he surveyed the battlefield littered with slain Death Eaters and half-breeds, exclaimed, perhaps we have endured for half an hour. So, have we completed our task? Forbes, drained of magical energy, inquired with a hint of anticipation. Everyone be aware. The blessing bestowed upon us by Professor Kate is about to fade, Luna warned, sensing the light spirit upon her shoulder growing faint, urging her companions to heed her words. Navi unleashed a spike bloom spell and dashed back, exclaiming, the half-orcs are approaching us. Hurricane spell. Harry swallowed a potion of magical energy, dispersing the attacking half-orcs. Professor Kate. They have performed remarkably. It's time for them to return. Nost looked anxiously at the accomplished Harry Potter and his companions, hastily adding, I told you not to underestimate them. Kate Lyle chuckled, extending her hand, and in an instant, beams of light enveloped Harry and the others. Beneath their feet, the magical array flickered and vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already beneath the attic. Professor Kate, if you don't let us in soon, we are doomed, Ron sat on the ground, gazing up at the levitating Kate Lyle. Aren't you all doing quite well? Kate Lyle smiled at Ron and the others. Now, you have earned the respect and trust of the fairies. As Kate Lyle finished speaking, she instantly materialized outside the barrier. Observing the half-orcs and Death Eaters still besieging the barrier from all directions, she gently waved her wand and inquired, have you ever experienced the sensation of being scorched by flames? Apocalyptic storm. Flames swirled around Kate Lyle's wand, growing thicker and more perilous. A tempest engulfed the town, stretching out 1,000 miles. The fierce winds and flames swept up all the Death Eaters and half-orcs. The searing light and fire illuminated the night, igniting their bodies in a dazzling yet terrifying display. Nost and the other fairies emerged from their homes, gazing up at the flames and storm enveloping the town. Their eyes filled with horror as they heard the screams. What kind of magic is this? Cedric exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. If I recall correctly, this is a dual application of wind and fire magic, a forbidden level spell. Harry's mind flashed back to the tome detailing wind and fire magic, recalling that very spell. Nost stared in fascination at the ever-burning flames, mercilessly annihilating countless half-orcs and Death Eaters without a trace of sympathy, exclaiming, it is truly astonishing. Such wondrous magic exists in this world. Chapter 110, Special Items. The flames consumed everything, leaving the half-orcs and Death Eaters utterly dead. Their demise left no excessive traces behind. Remarkably, the fire did not even scorch the forest. The crisis for the fairies had temporarily lifted. Professor Kate, your power exceeds my imagination. I now have every reason to believe that you can help us overcome this crisis and achieve victory. Nost, accompanied by the fairy leadership, welcomed the descending Kate Lyle with praise. Harry and his companions gathered around, looking at Kate Lyle with immense admiration and cheering. Luna joyfully grasped Kate Lyle's hand, exclaiming, Professor Kate, you are truly incredible. Luna, your blessing of light is quite remarkable as well. On the other side, Hermione grasped Professor Kettler's hand and inquired, Professor Kettler, how about my rain arrows? Are they not impressive? Indeed, Hermione's rain arrows are exceptional. As your prowess grows, there will be even more formidable offensive spells at your disposal. Kettler chuckled, reassuring her, Luna, there is no need for concern. While light magic is rare, it possesses considerable strength, capable of offense, defense, enhancement, and notably effective in dispelling curses. Hermione and Luna exchanged a glance, their lips curving into a gentle smile, as radiant as blooming fireworks, exuding exquisite beauty. Harry, Ron, Draco, Cedric, Edward, and Sahan were all captivated by the charm of the two girls' smiles. Such lovely and beautiful young ladies. May you find husbands who cherish and support you, Noster observed. Noticing the change in expression among Harry and the others, his voice warm with admiration. At his words, a rosy hue blossomed on Luna and Hermione's youthful cheeks, rendering them utterly endearing. Kettler affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and remarked, while the blessings of fairies may not be as potent as those of the high elves, they certainly hold some merit. When you encounter a powerful fairy willing to bestow their blessing, trust me, the likelihood of fulfillment is over 90%. Ron and the others momentarily paused, then their anticipation grew. Luna and Hermione shared another mischievous glance, smiling playfully. Professor Kettler, you seem to possess more knowledge than I initially imagined, Noster remarked, looking at Kettler. Before entering Hogwarts, I traveled extensively, visiting many places, including realms akin to yours. Kettler explained succinctly. Hard to fathom, Noster responded, somewhat astonished. We endeavor to keep worlds like ours concealed from outsiders, as it is a veritable paradise. Yet, some individuals invariably uncover ancient routes and unique artifacts, discovering hidden realms and waging war within them, seeking dominion. Is it that bell? Harry interjected instinctively, listening intently to Noster. Noster paused, turning his gaze toward Harry, and said, "What an astute child you are. If I am not mistaken, you are Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I have heard tales of your exploits. You are correct. The bell is one of those unique artifacts, and as far as I know, the Death Eaters possess one as well. Noster, we have completed the collection of the half-breed's weapons. They are the work of dwarves who seized them after conquering Esladu." Bach approached, adding to the conversation. Nearby, a gathering of fairies appeared, each wielding well-equipped weapons, armor, and shields. Kate Lyle cast a glance and remarked, "It is no jest that dwarves are regarded as the greatest artisans. Their alchemy is quite remarkable, and much of it has been preserved beneath such scorching flames. Their craftsmanship is indeed exceptional. While these weapons may hold little utility for us, they are of great value to the dwarven folk." Nos pondered for a moment before replying. "Brock, place them in the chest for now. We must deliver them, as the dwarves are in dire need of such exquisite equipment." "Understood, Nost," Brock responded, turning to lead his companions away. The residual warmth from the flames lingered, and the fairy town at night felt less frigid. The moon, casting a faint glow, descended from the west, while the sun, radiating warmth and brilliance, rose from the east. Under the guidance of Brock and the higher-ups, the fairies waved their wands, causing green shoots to emerge from the earth. When Harry and the others awoke from their slumber and gazed through the window at the bustling fairies outside, a twinge of envy washed over them. Despite the previous night's fireworks turning the surroundings to ash, they had transformed into nourishment, allowing nature to once again flourish under the fairies' magic. Hermione called from outside, "Harry, Ron, Neville, what are you doing? Aren't you getting up? Is something the matter?" Neville glanced at the still sleeping Harry and Ron, sat up, and inquired, "What is going on? Hurry up and eat breakfast. If you linger, Draco Malfoy and his lot will finish it all, and you'll miss today's outdoor activities," Hermione stated at the doorway. Draco Malfoy. Harry and Ron sat up, their voices tinged with annoyance. "Quickly, we mustn't let that scoundrel eat everything." Ron sprang up, hastily dressing and washing up. Harry and Neville followed suit, urgency and enthusiasm driving them. Hearing their commotion, Hermione wore a satisfied smile. The breakfast prepared by the fairies for Harry and his friends consisted largely of fruit and bread, and it was quite abundant. By the time they arrived, Draco and his companions had nearly filled their stomachs, though the table remained laden with delightful fare. After breakfast, under the organization of Hagrid and Brock, Harry and the others explored the nearby area, simultaneously learning about the world species. Their morning proved fruitful, as they discovered an abundance of herbs suitable for potion making. Upon realizing this, Harry urged his friends to assist in gathering. The previous day's battle had made them acutely aware of the significance of magic. Without it, they would be utterly powerless against the many half-orcs, ultimately succumbing to their onslaught once their magical energy was depleted. "Hagrid, what are you so mysteriously up to?" Kate Lyle inquired curiously, observing Hagrid returning from his outing with an air of caution. Hagrid, oblivious to Kate's presence, was startled. Upon recognizing that it was Caturle who called out to him, Hagrid patted his chest and exclaimed with a grin, "I have discovered something splendid." "What is it?" Caturle inquired with curiosity. "Take a look," Hagrid said, as he pulled back his ample cloak to reveal two adorable little heads. "These are golden weasels, extremely clever and undeniably charming. I intend to take them back with me," he added with a proud smile. "I believe I can cultivate a new species with them," he continued. Caturle, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up and chuckled. "Hagrid, you are truly endearing." Hagrid laughed heartily, filled with joy, interest, and anticipation. "What is that?" came Harry's voice from a distance, prompting everyone to turn and gasp in astonishment. "What enormous eagles! They are hardly less formidable than the Norwegian Ridgeback," Ron exclaimed excitedly. "Why are there so many giant eagles? What do they intend to do?" Cedric pondered, looking perplexed. "Something must have transpired," Luna Jennifer remarked hesitantly. "Look over there. The high-ranking fairies have emerged to communicate with them," Hermione pointed out, noting the fairies who had operated away. "It seems there are individuals atop the giant eagles." "Professor Caturle, is there trouble afoot?" Hagrid inquired with some concern. Caturle gazed at the figures in the sky, contemplating, "Perhaps it is time for us to embark on our next journey." Chapter 111. Journey to Spirit Lake Town to aid the dwarves. Upon the giant eagle sat a young and robust dwarf. Noster engaged in brief communication with the dwarf atop the eagle. Moments later, Noster returned to the fairy town, the eagle and dwarf landing gracefully without departing. "Professor Caturle, Lord Noster has sent me to summon you." A fairy swiftly approached Caturle, speaking with utmost respect. At this, Caturle nodded slightly and followed the fairy away. "Hagrid, is something wrong?" Harry and the others gathered, inquiring. Hagrid watched Caturle's departing figure and contemplated before responding. "It is nothing particularly alarming. We simply need to undertake a new journey." "Where are we headed?" Malfoy asked. "I do not know," Hagrid replied, gazing at the giant eagle outside. "Perhaps it is connected to them." Harry and the others also looked towards the giant eagle, their eyes filled with anticipation. The battle from the previous day had instilled in them a sense of excitement and confidence. Harry, we need to promptly prepare some magical potions, Hermione reminded him. Upon hearing this, Harry turned to Luna, Cedric, and the others, saying, "Everyone, let us collaborate and prepare for the upcoming battle. I would be delighted to help, Harry." Luna smiled at him. "I am quite proficient in potion making as well. Perhaps I can be of assistance," Kalyana added with a grin. "Then let us get to work." Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. Harry and his 9 companions diligently crafted powerful potions, while Caitlin arrived at the gathering place where Noster and the others were convening. "Professor Caitlin, this is Bob, a valiant warrior from the Dwarven clan," Noster said, introducing the young dwarf standing nearby to Caitlin. Caitlin bent down, shook Bob's hand, and smiled. "Caitlin, a friend of Noster. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Professor Caitlin. I have just heard from Noster about your remarkable prowess as a wizard. He mentioned that you could assist us in overcoming our predicament," Bob said, his excitement palpable. Upon hearing this, Caitlin glanced at Noster, who quickly elaborated. "The dwarves have received news that a horde of half-beasts is advancing towards them. With their current strength, they cannot withstand such an army, and they find themselves with no escape. Thus, they seek our support." Caitlin nodded in understanding and replied, "It is an honor to be able to assist you." Bob, filled with enthusiasm, placed his arm across his chest, attempting to appear more gentlemanly as he expressed, "Thank you immensely for your assistance, Professor Caitlin. You will earn our friendship and be regarded as our esteemed guest." Nosta chuckled lightly, looking at Bob as he said, "Bob, Glace has gone to meet the High Elven King. I must remain here to protect my kin. Moreover, I can only send 500 of our finest wizards to aid you. I hope they can be of assistance, and please understand, the half-beasts could strike at any moment. In fact, we recently faced an assault from over 1,000 half-beasts last night. Our crisis persists." Bob stepped forward and embraced Noster, his eyes glistening with tears as he said, "Thank you profoundly for the help from the fairy clan. We will swiftly defeat our adversaries and ensure that the esteemed wizards return promptly." Observing their sorrowful farewell, Caitlin interjected with a reassuring smile, "Do not be so anxious. The situation shall not devolve into dire straits. Noster, here are 2 items for you. The smaller crystal ball will allow you to contact me in a timely manner. The larger black crystal ball must be safeguarded, as it can be cast into the midst of the half-beast army at a critical moment to help resolve your crisis." Caitlin handed the 2 crystal balls to Noster, then turned to Bob, instructing, "Have your companions and the giant eagles rest and replenish their provisions. We shall depart in 1 hour." Bob nodded eagerly, responding, "Absolutely, Professor Caitlin." After bidding farewell to Noster and Bob, Caitlin swiftly sought out Hagrid, saying, "Prepare those little ones. In 1 hour, we shall head to the Dwarven gathering place at Spirit Lake. They have been diligently preparing," Hagrid remarked with a chuckle. "They are gathering ample magical potions, and it seems they are ready to showcase their skills. Professor Caitlin, do you believe it? The herbs here are remarkably abundant, both in variety and quantity. Our harvest this morning surpasses what we could gather in the Forbidden Forest over the course of a month. This place is nothing short of paradise." Caitlin observed the exuberant Hagrid with a smile before finding a spot to settle down. The fairies busied themselves, led by Bork, as 500 exceptional elven wizards prepared for battle. During this time, Harry and his companions concocted the magical potions and healing elixirs they required. In a relatively open area, they climbed onto the back of a majestic eagle and soared towards the direction of Spirit Lake Town. Behind the giant eagle, 2 boats meticulously crafted and controlled by the fairies followed suit. Each vessel could accommodate 300 smaller elves. These boats were remarkably lightweight and exquisitely designed, capable of withstanding numerous sudden magical assaults once their protective barriers were activated. "I feel like I'm riding on the back of a Norwegian ridgeback," Ron exclaimed with excitement. "I am truly a flying knight now." "We are eagle knights, riding on a giant eagle," Harry corrected him. "Same thing," Ron chuckled. The giant eagle soared swiftly and high above. The elevated perspective filled Draco Malfoy with exhilaration. He stood up, arms outstretched and chin raised, eager to embrace this sensation. He felt like a great monarch, surveying his domain. Suddenly, the eagle flapped its wings and ascended sharply, causing Draco to lose his balance and tumble uncontrollably. Kalyana, witnessing Draco's impending fall, widened her eyes and quickly reached out, exclaiming, "Draco, help!" She grasped his clothing, yet he remained perilously suspended in midair, at risk of plummeting. "Draco, don't stand up too hastily. You might be thrown off by the eagle," Caitlin warned, waving his wand to bring Draco back onto the eagle's back. Draco's complexion turned pale as he gasped for breath atop the eagle. Harry, Ron, and the others erupted into laughter at the rare spectacle of Draco's misfortune, particularly relishing the moment when the pompous Malfoy was brought back down to earth by reality. "Look over there. A multitude of half-orcs is gathering towards Spirit Lake Town," Cedric exclaimed, standing on the eagle and pointing towards the advancing horde of half-orc warriors. "What is that? A troll? Edward inquired as he spotted a colossal figure lumbering behind the half-orcs. Hagrid, it's 10 times your size. I know, but trust me, I will take him down. Hagrid declared with fervor. Then you better prepare yourself. Their numbers are quite formidable, Draco remarked, attempting to assert his presence. Draco, you are a magical warrior too. I would gladly invite you to join me, Hagrid jested. As he gazed upon the colossal behemoth, Malfoy's expression shifted once more, muttering that he would never engage in battle with such creatures. Chapter 112, Roy Sophie, for the sake of Esladu. A vast army of half-beasts advanced purposefully towards a singular destination. At the end of this path lay the last refuge of the dwarves, the town of Spirit Lake. Behind Spirit Lake was the boundless sea. The dwarves of Esladu, having lost their homeland, were nearly engulfed by despair. They had not only forfeited their nation but also witnessed the fall of countless valiant warriors. Eager to reclaim their territory, they found themselves with far too few fighters. Now, as the half-beast army marched closer, they were compelled to seek the aid of the fairies and the high elves. Upon witnessing the return of the great eagles and 2 fairy arcs, the dwarves erupted into cheers atop the constructed walls, brandishing their weapons and screaming with excitement. They beheld the approaching fairies, and with them, a glimmer of hope. Roy Sophie, the sole heir to the throne of the dwarven royalty of Esladu, stood supported by the valiant dwarven warriors upon the wall. Bach was the first to soar forth and alight upon the battlements, proclaiming, Prince Roy Sophie, I, Bach, led 500 esteemed wizards to your aid, ready to confront the half-beasts alongside the valiant dwarven warriors. Upon hearing this, Roy Sophie stepped forward to embrace Bach, joy illuminating his face as he exclaimed, Bach, I am immensely pleased by your arrival. Please extend my gratitude to Glacé and the fairy kin. Bach nodded slightly, and then addressed the approaching Caitlin. Prince Roy Sophie, this is Noster's friend, Caitlin, who possesses magic rivaling that of the High Elf King. A truly legendary being. Upon hearing Bach's introduction, Roy Sophie hurriedly approached, kneeling slightly with his right hand placed upon his chest, saying, Roy Sophie pays respects to Caitlin. Caitlin regarded Roy Sophie and raised his hand, a force lifting Roy Sophie to his feet as he stated, Prince Roy Sophie, you are the royal hope of the dwarven kin. There is no need for you to kneel before me. It is your people whom you ought to honor and for whom you should express gratitude. Roy Sophie, upon hearing this, bowed deeply to Caitlin, his silence imbued with unwavering determination. A smile graced Caitlin's face as he remarked, Now that I have arrived, the battle shall come to an end. The dwarven warriors of Esladu still possess the spirit to fight. Believing Caitlin intended to conclude the conflict single-handedly, Roy Sophie immediately declared, The fairy shall fight alongside the warriors of Esladu. Bach proclaimed confidently. Roy Sophie, observing the half-beasts advancing around the corner, raised his weapon high, his face aflame with the fervor of battle, shouting, Esladu. The dwarven warriors gathered in Spirit Lake raised their weapons in unison, unleashing a furious roar. Esladu, Esladu, Esladu. Cheers resounded throughout the town of Linghu, their spirits soaring as their gazes toward the half-orcs brimmed with hatred. Ysrador was not merely their capital, it was their very nation. In such a moment, their thoughts were few and singular. Battle, fight, or fight again. Harry and his companions looked on in astonishment. The deafening roar was unlike the shock experienced in the dueling club. It was far more terrifying and stoked the blood's fervor. Caitlin turned to Roysify and remarked, Morale is indeed palpable. How many warriors do you currently possess? 5,000 warriors, Roysify replied gravely. This represents the entirety of Linghu's forces. But do you not have 30,000 dwarven warriors? Caitlin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, we do possess 30,000 warriors. Yet they are scattered across various locations and are now converging towards us, Roysify stated somberly. Caitlin glanced into the distance. The number of half-orcs exceeded 30,000. Moreover, behind the half-orcs loomed 20 colossal ogres, each standing 50 meters tall. The ogres moved with great clumsiness, their pace exceedingly slow. In addition to the ogres, 20 massive griffins soared above the half-orc army, each bearing 2 hooded Death Eaters. Roysify, if your warriors were endowed with formidable defense and strength, how long would it take to vanquish these foes? Caitlin asked, directing his gaze toward Roysify. Taken aback, Roysify found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond to Caitlin's inquiry. Professor Caitlin, will you bestow upon us the blessing of light? A visibly excited Bach asked. Although Roysify may not have grasped the full meaning of Caitlin's words, Bach, having witnessed Luna unleash the blessing of light, understood the magnitude of such power. You are deserving of it, Caitlin replied with a smile. Roysify, that is a wondrous spell. It can grant warriors extraordinary strength and shield them from considerable harm, Bach explained to Roysify. In truth, as long as Professor Caitlin is with us, we cannot lose. His final statement was imbued with admiration and reverence for Caitlin. Having seen Caitlin dispatch thousands of half-orcs with ease in a remarkably brief span of time, Bach harbored a blind confidence in Catelaire's prowess. The warriors of Icerador, regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, would not retreat. Royzify came to understand this truth and recognized the need to make a decisive choice. Warriors of Icerador, emerge from the city and engage in battle. Royzify raised his weapon once more, shouting fervently, for Icerador. The dwarf warriors were perplexed by Roy Sophie's decision to refrain from engaging in the city defense battle, as such an action could prolong their endurance until reinforcements arrived. Yet, in deference to Roy Sophie's command, they remained steadfast in their support. Consequently, the dwarf warriors of Esraldo descended from the battlements, gathering before the walls in an orderly formation. Roy Sophie also stepped down from the walls and positioned himself at the forefront, addressing the 5,000 warriors of Esraldo. For Esraldo, we must trust in our fists, believe in our weapons, and have faith in our comrades. For Esraldo, you must trust in me. As he spoke, Roy Sophie cast a glance towards Catellaire atop the walls, proclaiming, for Esraldo, I entrust my life and yours to the legendary mage, a being more formidable than the High Elven King. His words sparked a sense of uncertainty among the 5,000 dwarf warriors, who turned to look at Catellaire, eager to comprehend the nature of this being, who commanded such reverence from their noble king. Chapter 113 God? Hagrid is to hunt the giant. Roy Sophie's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. The warriors of Esraldo regarded Catellaire with anticipation. Harry, Malfoy, Hagrid, and others could not help but direct their gazes toward Catellaire upon hearing Roy Sophie's declarations. At that moment, nearly all eyes were fixed on Catellaire, filled with expectation. Catellaire radiated a holy light, and before the astonished onlookers, a pair of magnificent white wings emerged from his form, lifting him into the skies. God! The fairies, including Bach, gazed in awe at Catellaire. Adorned with white wings and emanating a sacred glow, their eyes wide with astonishment. Roy Sophie, too, was taken aback by the spectacle before him. He had never conceived that a human could possess wings and bask in divine light. At that moment, Catellaire appeared extraordinarily beautiful and sanctified. The warriors of Esraldo beheld Catellaire with excitement, filled with longing and reverence. The half-orc legion was also drawn to his presence. Unfamiliar with Catellaire, they questioned why a human would possess wings and radiate such a holy aura, eliciting a sense of distaste within them. What manner of being is that? An elf? An angel? From a distance, Elrebus, seated upon a griffin, gazed at the figure hovering in the air, uttering in astonishment, "What is that? Is he a human? How can a human have wings?" Another Death Eater exclaimed in disbelief. Elrebus furrowed his brow as he listened to the continuous inquiries from his companions. He harbored an unsettling premonition, sensing that their attempt to eradicate the dwarves of Spirit Lake Town would prove to be a formidable challenge. Silence. The voice of Elrebus reverberated, compelling the other Death Eaters upon their griffins to mute their murmurs. Regardless of what adversaries they faced, in the presence of absolute strength, they were mere refuse, fodder for their relentless advance. Now, rally them and charge forth. Upon hearing these commands, a Death Eater sounded the horn. Its resonant blare echoed across the battlefield, instilling the half-orcs with a fierce resolve, as they trampled their fears beneath their feet and roared defiantly. The horn of the half-orcs jolted the warriors of Islotto back to reality. Royzify turned to face the charging half-orcs, raising his long sword without hesitation. His expression resolute as he proclaimed, "For Islotto! For Islotto!" The warriors of Islotto echoed his fervent cries, their collective courage soaring to new heights. "Kill!" Royzify shouted as he led the charge, his spirit and that of the 5,000 warriors of Islotto radiating an unparalleled vigor. Observing the warriors of Islotto, their indomitable spirit akin to a death-defying resolve, Catellaire extended his hand, summoning a silver-white wand roughly 1.7 meters long. "O spirits of light, heed my call, and bestow your protection upon these brave souls who dare to confront the darkness and safeguard the light. May the holy light guard them." As the holy light descended, Royzify and his 5,000 warriors found themselves enveloped in its divine glow. The spirits of light alighted upon their shoulders, shielding them from the relentless barrage of crossbow bolts. Witnessing this miraculous event, Royzify and his companions were invigorated, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. "For Islotto!" A voice, unclear in origin, roared, and the warriors of Islotto collided with the half-orcs. The clash of these two formidable forces produced a resonant, thunderous sound that echoed across the battlefield. The 5,000 warriors of Islotto unleashed an awe-inspiring display of strength and courage, fearlessly beginning to sweep through the ranks of half-orcs. How could one possibly remain on the sidelines during such a thrilling spectacle? Hagrid, atop the city walls, watched with fervor as Royzify and others engaged in fierce combat, his massive hands rhythmically pounding against the wall in exhilaration. Levitation charm. At that moment, Harry's voice rang out, and a pair of wings sprouted from Hagrid, lifting him into the air. Harry had cast the levitation charm specifically for Hagrid, then proceeded to bestow the same enchantment upon Cedric and others. Gryffindor, Harry exclaimed as he soared into the skies with Ron and the others, excitement bubbling within him. Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Kalyana echoed. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Luna and Cedric joined in the jubilant cheers. Caitlin observed Harry and the others rushing forth, a smile gracing his countenance. The battle before him posed no challenge whatsoever. However, he was eager to assist the warriors of Israel in reclaiming their courage and instilling a sense of hope within them. It is our turn to take the stage. Esteemed fairy wizards, he declared. Upon witnessing Harry and his companions engage in combat, Bork immediately joined in the cheer. Almost all fairies possess an innate magical prowess, demonstrating exceptional control over their spells. While certain magics elude human practitioners, fairies effortlessly wield them. Indeed, some enchanted barriers could be traversed by fairies using the art of apparition. Hurricane spell. Harry soared into the heart of the battlefield, casting a formidable spell from his elevated position. The half-orcs were sent tumbling by the ferocious winds, disrupting their rhythm. Explosive pillar. Hermione chanted as she brandished her wand, targeting the gathering throng. Thunderblade. Thunderkick. Malfoy's diminutive form darted through the flanks of the half-orcs, sending them flying or crumpling to the ground. In contrast to the distant magical assaults, Malfoy found himself relishing the exhilaration of engaging in close combat with the enemy. Caitlin noted Malfoy's audacity with surprise. When had this little fellow become so brave? Ah, is this what half-orcs are like? Hagrid, radiating a warm ochre glow, charged into the fray, wielding an enormous shield and a 2-meter-long spiked club, resembling a cannonball. Wherever he passed, half-orcs were either bowled over by Hagrid or struck down by his club, undeterred by the assault from the half-orcs. Hagrid's ochre aura coalesced into a formidable armor that absorbed the blows. Is that all you've got? Hagrid bellowed, exhilarated by the carnage. Hagrid, watch out. A giant is coming for you. Harry called out in concern, narrowly evading the outstretched hand of a 50-meter-tall giant. Hagrid, shield in hand, laughed heartily at the approaching behemoth. Too slow. Just watch how I take it down. Ha ha ha. With a booming laugh, Hagrid positioned his giant shield before him and charged. The sheer force of his impact sent half-orcs flying, and he swiftly pivoted, stomping the ground with great force. Earth spikes arise. Chapter 114, The Unfortunate Hagrid. At the point where the giant's foot descended, the earth spikes erupted from the ground. Though remarkably resilient and sharp, Hagrid was astounded to find the giant's defenses astonishingly formidable. The spikes were crushed beneath the giant's foot, failing to pierce its soul. By Merlin's beard, this giant exceeds my expectations. After his moment of shock, Hagrid steeled himself, determination radiating from him as he faced the colossal foe. I am a formidable magic warrior, a giant among men. This time, I shall shatter your feet. Hagrid charged forth, brandishing his spiked club, and leaped into the air. Thud! The club struck solidly against the heel of the giant, sending a jolt through his hand, leaving him suspended momentarily in midair. Hagrid, somewhat bewildered, glanced upwards, noticing the club embedded in the giant's tough skin, with no blood to be seen. However, it was evident that he had inflicted pain upon the giant, as it lowered its colossal head and beheld Hagrid dangling from its massive foot. With a swift motion, the giant extended its hand towards him. The wretched skin of the giant exhibited formidable defenses. Hagrid delivered a powerful kick against the giant's thigh, forcefully dislodging the spiked club. As his feet touched the ground, Hagrid swiftly adopted a serpentine maneuver, relentlessly striking the giant's thigh with the club. The giant's skin was peculiar, resembling the color of granite, with a surface that was both hard and thick, brimming with resilience. Despite Hagrid's considerable strength wielding the club, he was unable to breach the giant's defenses. The giant, ensnared by Hagrid's relentless assault, could only stomp down repeatedly in an attempt to crush him. Yet, Hagrid evaded like a pesky mosquito, vexing the giant immensely. Earth spikes arise. As the ground spikes were once again crushed under the giant's foot, Hagrid sighed in exasperation. All right, you truly infuriate me. You have forced my hand. Casting aside his shield, he unsheathed his wand, declaring, Quicksand spell. A surge of magic erupted, and the once solid ground, littered with the remains of countless half-orc corpses, began to soften at a visible pace, transforming into quicksand and forming a swirling vortex that expanded with the continuous flow of magic. Upon witnessing this, Hagrid erupted in laughter. Haha, this time you are doomed. The ground morphed into quicksand, catching the giant unaware as it sank deeply, losing its sense of balance and tumbling down. In mere moments, Hagrid had created a quicksand pit spanning 50 meters, ensnaring numerous half-orcs just like the giant. With half of the giant's body engulfed in the earth, Hagrid decided to cease the spell, for further consumption of his magic would be taxing. Hagrid, their eyes are their weakness. Bach, observing from a distance, saw Hagrid ensnaring the giant in quicksand and immediately unleashed a loud spell. Hagrid, upon hearing this, chuckled in delight. Aha! So the eyes are your weakness. You are finished. He charged once more, wielding the spiked club, leaping onto the giant's back. It would soon be noticed that the over 3-meter-tall Hagrid moved with the grace of a swallow across the giant's form. Caitlin, looking down from above, watched Hagrid's agile movements with eager anticipation. Throughout the course of this year, Hagrid, much like Malfoy, has frequently engaged in rigorous training, thus establishing himself as a formidable earth element magic warrior. Giant, take that. With a powerful leap, Hagrid evaded the giant's grasping hand and struck down towards its eye. A piercing scream echoed as a massive spiked club became embedded in the giant's eye. Boom. Before Hagrid could revel in his moment of triumph, the anguished giant swatted him away with a forceful hand. Hagrid fell in a graceful arc, plummeting dozens of meters while letting out a terrified scream. Levitation charm. Just as he was about to make an intimate acquaintance with the ground, Hagrid curled up to shield himself. The anticipated disaster did not occur, and Hagrid felt a surge of exhilaration. However, he soon found himself crashing to the ground, as nearby half-orcs, sensing his vulnerability, charged at him with their large blades. Suddenly, a flash of lightning accompanied by a swift figure darted past, and all the half-orcs surrounding Hagrid collapsed to the ground. Hagrid, you've truly become quite pathetic. Draco Malfoy appeared at Hagrid's side, wielding a steel sword, his pristine clothing now stained with the blood of half-orcs, and the energy of lightning crackling around him, rendering Malfoy an imposing and wild figure. Hagrid, still on the ground, gazed at Malfoy's arrogant demeanor and exclaimed, Draco, do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders and helping me up at this moment? Is that so? Draco Malfoy replied, a smirk creeping across his lips. Then I shall grant your wish. Observing Malfoy's grin, Hagrid was reminded of their training sessions together and hastily declared, No, I don't require your assistance. But it was too late. With a surge of lightning, Malfoy grasped Hagrid's large hand, and, amid Hagrid's astonished cries, Malfoy's veins bulged as he spun Hagrid around. By Merlin's underpants. Draco, I'll remember this. Should I get the chance, I shall make you regret it. Petrification spell. Hagrid encased his body in a stony defense. Even his eyes and hair were not spared. For Malfoy, having charged up his strength, hurled Hagrid away. He soared 100 meters, and wherever he landed, half-orcs were left severely injured. Dazed and disoriented, Hagrid stood up, rubbing his head as the petrification charm dissipated. Hagrid, there are 19 more giants. Shall we compete to see who can slay the most? Without waiting for Hagrid's response, Malfoy dashed towards the nearest giant. Hagrid, upon hearing Malfoy's words, shook off his disorientation and charged forward once more, roaring his grievances. Draco, you little rascal, you've successfully provoked me, and I will make you regret it. However, just as he charged forward, Hagrid was sent flying by a single kick from the troll. Levitation charm. A smile spread across Harry's face as he caught Hagrid, inquiring, Are you all right, Hagrid? I'm fine. Hagrid replied with a grin upon landing. Bring me 2 potions of magical energy. I intend to take down that giant and teach Draco a lesson. Harry handed Hagrid the potions, chuckling. Give it your all, Hagrid. Let us see who can defeat more trolls. Casting a glance at Draco, Harry flew towards another troll that had already sent several Israel warriors flying. Upon hearing this, Hagrid looked at Draco and then back at Harry, before charging towards a troll, declaring, You 2 little rascals, I possess far greater magical power than you. How could I possibly lose? By Merlin's beard, let this mini giant take down those trolls. Chapter 115, Growth on the Battlefield. As an earth mage and a magical warrior, Hagrid's combat prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, he still lacks refinement in his magical application. However, it cannot be said that opportunities have eluded him. In fact, Hagrid's current strength has reached the level of an intermediate magician, allowing him to effortlessly cast intermediate spells. Nevertheless, combat is not solely reliant on brute strength. Intellect is, at times, of paramount importance. The immense power and defense of the trolls are formidable, and Hagrid's inability to breach them illustrates their might. Quicksand spell. Hagrid had grown fond of this enchantment, as it proved quite effective against trolls. However, at this moment, he favored the swamp spell, which required water. And as a pure earth mage, he found himself at a disadvantage. Hermione, we need sufficient water over here. Hagrid joyfully called out, spotting Hermione grappling with a Death Eater atop a griffin. I'm busy, Hermione shouted, dodging a spell from the Death Eater with visible frustration. Her discontent stemmed from being entangled with the Death Eater, having narrowly avoided several attacks, leaving her feeling quite anxious. Observing Hermione in distress, Hagrid felt a pang of embarrassment. He swiftly dodged the troll's massive foot and, brandishing his wand, exclaimed, Earth Spear spell. 3 2-meter-long, earth-colored spears, as thick as an adult's arm, shot forth with a flick of his wand. The Death Eater and Griffin pursuing Hermione had no time to react, as they were impaled by the spears and fell to the ground. Nice, Hagrid exclaimed, excitedly swinging his club to repel an advancing half-orc, proclaiming, If I can't handle a troll, How could I possibly struggle against you mere insects? Hermione flew to Hagrid's side, smiling. Well done, Hagrid. Hurry. I require the vast ocean. I wish to summon this giant to meet Merlin, Hagrid exclaimed upon spotting Hermione. The vast ocean? You overestimate my abilities. Such feats are reserved for Professor Kate, Hermione promptly replied. Is it possible for you to conjure enough water within a 100-meter radius? Hagrid inquired eagerly. No. Hermione shook her head resolutely. Then what can you accomplish? Hagrid dodged the giant's grasping hand and called out to the retreating Hermione. I am merely a novice sorceress. Hermione countered as she circled behind the giant, declaring, Water geyser. Her wand pointed at the giant's feet, unleashing a tremendous water column that surged with immense force. Lifting the giant's foot, the giant lost its balance, toppling backward, causing the bewildered half-breeds behind it to scatter in shock. However, due to the sheer number and density of the crowd, many half-breeds were crushed before they could escape. Witnessing this, Hagrid gave Hermione a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well done, Miss Granger. He then sprinted forward, a tan shield raised before him, unstoppable in his path. This brazen charge and violent dismantling allowed Hagrid to relish the advantages of being a giant. Earth Spear. Hagrid seized an opportune moment, targeting the giant's eyes and mouth. The spear, imbued with formidable penetrating power, struck true. The 2-meter-long spear penetrated at least a meter into its eye. Most critically, one spear lodged itself within the giant's mouth, and Hagrid was certain that this creature was doomed. Satisfied with his handiwork, he picked up a shield from the ground, shielding himself as he charged recklessly. Employing the Earth Spear spell to wreak havoc, such a sublime sensation was truly the art of war. Roy Sophie watched in astonishment at Hagrid's fierce combat style. Wizards can fight like this? She mused, doubting whether Hagrid was indeed a wizard. Bladestorm. 6 wind sprites swirled around Harry, rendering the diminutive figure reminiscent of a deity. Leaving Roy Sophie in awe, invisible wind blades descended upon the giant, their sharp edges slicing through its thick hide, causing pieces to fall away. Under Harry's relentless assault, the giant staggered backward and ultimately collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from its eyes as it emitted a wretched howl. A reminder from Ron made Harry acutely aware of the giant's vulnerabilities, ensuring he would not miss the opportunity. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy's combat style was far more direct, bordering on ferocity. He dashed up the giant's body, relentlessly employing lightning blades and kicks to inflict damage upon the creature. In a remarkable display of courage, Draco Malfoy found himself atop the colossal troll's head, brandishing his wand and intoning Thunderball Barrage. The spell surged into the troll's large ear, detonating within its skull, eliciting a wretched scream as the creature toppled to the side. Malfoy nimbly leaped upon the troll's body, landing gracefully before charging towards another giant without a backward glance. Roy Sophie watched in astonishment as yet another young wizard single-handedly vanquished a giant. Not only Harry, but also Malfoy and Hagrid, along with the other young wizards, engaged in a fierce battle against the Death Eaters mounted on griffins, their efforts harmonizing with the fairies above. The number of Death Eaters on the griffins dwindled rapidly, with many meeting their demise at the hands of Cedric, Forbes, Hermione, and Caliana. However, it was Luna Jennifer who ignited Roy Sophie's excitement and astonishment the most. Luna adeptly wielded her light magic, bestowing blessings upon the valiant warriors of Iceredu when necessary, and conjuring light shields to mitigate significant damage. Kate Lair hovered like a deity in the void, observing the conflict, keenly aware of Harry and his companions' valiant efforts. Particularly, Draco Malfoy's fervor in battle reminded Kate Lair of a certain iconic figure, the Super Scion. It seemed as though this young nobleman was destined for a similar path. A scion of aristocracy turned war fanatic? This thought led Kate Lair to ponder whether, years hence, when Voldemort sought Malfoy's allegiance, Malfoy might transform and decisively subdue him. The warriors of Iceredu exhibited extraordinary bravery, especially under the support of the wizards, unleashing an unprecedented force. A half-hour later, as the holy light faded, the battle was declared over. Apart from the retreating half-orc army, which suffered a crushing defeat, over half of the 30,000 half-orcs had been slain, and 20 trolls had met their end at the hands of Malfoy, Harry, and Hagrid. Ultimately, the tally revealed that Harry had slain 8 trolls, Malfoy 7, and Hagrid 6, with 1 troll falling to the combined efforts of Ron and Neville. Harry emerged victorious in this contest. Next time, it will surely be mine, Malfoy declared, casting a sidelong glance at Harry Potter. Harry smiled in response. Perhaps not. Is it truly wise to assume so? Maybe next time, I shall be the victor. Hagrid, overhearing their exchange, chuckled. In a sudden display of camaraderie, both Malfoy and Harry raised their middle fingers at Hagrid, leaving him momentarily stunned. With a frown, Hagrid seized both boys by the scruffs of their necks and chided, Draco, Harry, you two are rather audacious. At once, the expressions on Malfoy and Harry's faces shifted, as they attempted to wriggle free from Hagrid's grasp. However, Hagrid would not let such an opportunity slip away. He approached the two who were facing each other, a mischievous smile adorning his face. What did Professor Kate say? When you argue, the best way to cool off and become friendly again is to embrace. Hagrid, you have lost your mind. Hagrid, this is far from over between us. Chapter 116, The Fear of Death Eaters and Ron's Thoughts. The battle for the defense of Elridu in the town of Linghu came to a close. They had triumphed over a horde of half-orcs that outnumbered them by several times, with not a single casualty among their ranks. This was an unimaginable feat. The warriors of Elridu erupted into passionate cheers and jubilant shouts. Simultaneously, their admiration for Master Catural grew immensely. Master Catural, please allow me to express my respect and faith on behalf of the warriors of Elridu. Roy Sophie said earnestly as he approached Catural. From this moment forth, Master Catural shall be our most esteemed guest in Elridu. Roy Sophie spoke with utmost sincerity. Had it not been for Catural's radiant protection, had it not been for the assistance of Catural's students, the crisis they faced against such a multitude of half-orcs would have been significantly more dire, resulting in even greater losses. Upon hearing this, Catural smiled and replied, without me, I firmly believe the warriors of Elridu would still have vanquished the enemy. You possess the courage, wisdom, and strength befitting true champions. A dwarf warrior approached, cradling a sword adorned with red gemstones. Roy Sophie presented the sword with both hands to Catural, saying, Master Catural, please accept my heartfelt offering. The sword, Morris, belonged to the royal family of Elridu and was crafted by the finest blacksmiths in the realm. Only 10 such swords existed in all of Elridu, and aside from the prince and the king, only those who had made significant contributions to Elridu could receive one. Bok stood nearby, eyeing the sword in Roy Sophie's hands with envy. Upon hearing Roy Sophie's words, Catural extended his hand and accepted the Morris sword, saying, Thank you. Catural's acceptance of the Morris sword brought relief and immense joy to Roy Sophie. Standing atop the battlements, he looked down at the assembled crowd and proclaimed, Warriors, clear the battlefield. Tonight, we shall drink and celebrate. A roar of approval echoed once more across the battlefield. The warriors of Elridu swiftly stripped the half-orcs of their armor and weapons, throwing them into a great pit to be incinerated. Much of the armor and weaponry belonged to the skilled blacksmiths of Elridu. Though many had been damaged, they could be taken back, reforged into exquisite dwarven craftsmanship. As night fell, the entire town of Linghu erupted into a lively celebration. Harry and his companions once again became the focal point of enthusiastic cheers. The dwarven warriors of Elridu remained optimistic and filled with a zest for life. They are exuberant, reveling in their libations, and delighting in spirited dances at the celebratory feasts, graciously offering their finest wines to esteemed guests. Roy, Sophie, and Pock are in close attendance to Catelare, enveloping the atmosphere in a vibrant jubilance. Izrat, once the capital of the dwarfs, now lies under the dominion of the orcs. The defeat at Spirit Lake has left the ecstatic Death Eaters and the Orcish horde feeling suppressed and humiliated. As the victorious leader commanding tens of thousands of orc warriors, Eliba bears a particularly grave countenance. He is uncertain of Catelare's true nature, yet the descending holy light serves as a sanctuary for the dwarves of Izrat. Furthermore, the magic and attire of Harry and his companions have led Eliba to realize that the fairy kin have summoned individuals from another realm to assist them. Eliba muses that these outsiders might be students from some academy. Kos, seated opposite Eliba, remarked upon hearing of the defeat at Spirit Lake, however, I have not heard of the magic you speak of. What do you make of the winged individual? Eliba pondered. The magic he unleashed can protect those dwarfs, besides him. I also noticed a young girl possessing a similar magic. Bakaton, deep in thought, replied, although I am unaware of their exact origins or the nature of their magic, and even less so about the person with wings, as long as they remain in this world, we still have the opportunity to uncover their circumstances. Kos nodded in agreement, suggesting, let us activate our informants to gather intelligence on them. Agreed. Bakaton replied with a smile. After a brief silence, Eliba acknowledged, I have no objections. At Spirit Lake, a night of revelry has left the dwarves slumbering until midday, while Harry and the others rise early, bustling about their surroundings. Bob, are you certain there will be sufficient herbs in these areas? Harry inquired of the guiding dwarf, Bob. Upon hearing this, Bob halted and responded, you should trust me. We are primarily interested in the mines and ironworks, and we have little fondness for herbs, so we rarely harvest them here. Bob, I presume you are quite interested in glittering gold coins as well, Ron chimed in. Indeed, anything that sparkles is fascinating, Bob replied with a cheerful grin. Can you tell me where we might procure an ample supply of gold coins? Ron promptly asked. Of course, one must venture into the mines. Extracting gold ore and smelting it yields substantial coins, Bob said, a smile spreading across his face. Bob, are we not friends? Ron eagerly inquired. Upon hearing Ron's question, Harry and Hermione immediately grasped his intentions. Absolutely, Bob responded, looking at Harry and the others with a smile. You are all my friends. Bob, if we leave, Could you possibly grant me a sufficient number of gold coins as a testament to our friendship? Ron promptly inquired. That is hardly an issue. Prince Royzify is more than willing to bestow upon you ample gold coins, Bob replied with a cheerful laugh. Harry, Neville, over here. We have stumbled upon something remarkable. Cedric emerged from a nearby hillock, waving to Harry and the others. Upon hearing him, Harry and his companions quickly followed. Cedric, what have you discovered? Harry asked curiously. As they approached, they found Luna, Malfoy, and others were also present. There are numerous eggs here, Cedric exclaimed joyfully. It seems we can start a fire and enjoy some roasted eggs. Are you joking? Those are the eggs of an acromantula. Bob's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the eggs, exclaiming, how is it possible that there are acromantula eggs here? We need to leave immediately, or we will be in grave trouble. Harry and the others stood in stunned silence. Bob, are acromantulas truly that terrifying? Are they more fearsome than trolls? Malfoy asked curiously. After all, we are geniuses capable of defeating trolls. Bob quickly explained, we must depart at once. If they discover we have disturbed their offspring, they will become frenzied. They stand over 3 meters tall, and their massive claws can stretch 7 or 8 meters wide. They are exceedingly dangerous. Their silk is not only resilient, but also toxic and adhesive. If we become ensnared, we will be in dire straits. I fear we may already be in trouble. Neville remarked as he sensed something amiss, glancing sideways with a flicker of fear in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Harry and the others turned to look, their eyes widening in alarm. Run. Chapter 117. Just as one wave recedes, another crashes forth. Run, Bob shouted, turning on his heel and sprinting away. Though the legs of the goblin were short, he was surprisingly swift. In no time, he had covered several dozen meters. However, such speed was insufficient against the acromantula. The acromantula was colossal, its legs long and razor-sharp, especially the barbed spikes that adorned its lengthy limbs. Its head was fused with its body, devoid of a neck, revealing a flat visage reminiscent of a human face. With large black eyes, a flat nose akin to that of a monkey, and a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. It exuded an aura of grotesqueness and peril. Earth spikes arise. Cedric turned, casting a spell at the rapidly approaching acromantula. With a resounding thud, the creature was impaled by the suddenly erupting spikes. Harry used the levitation charm. Hermione cast a water prison spell to subdue a gigantic acromantula before urgently calling out. Facing these enormous beasts, soaring above them was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Fireball's barrage. Forbes sprinted swiftly, casting a spell without a clear line of sight. Ron, trailing behind him, suddenly turned pale and hastily dropped to the ground, exclaiming, Forbes, are you trying to kill me? Forbes, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Ron. I was just so frightened. The lightning ball ricocheted. Malfoy's lightning orb struck the attacking humanoid spider, who provocatively remarked, do you wish to become food for the humanoid spider? Red-haired Weasley? Ron glanced back in alarm, scrambling to his feet and bolting forward. There were two mini humanoid spiders, large and small, densely packed together. Levitation charm. Harry's voice rang out, and Ron immediately ascended into the air. Harry quickly followed, grasping the counterattacking Kalyana, soaring into the distance and urging, aren't you afraid for your life? If you don't leave now, you'll be doomed. Kalyana, a fire mage of remarkable talent, was lifted into the sky by Harry but continued to wield her wand, precisely targeting the humanoid spiders with fiery assaults. Upon being struck by fireballs, the humanoid spiders ignited in flames. Well done. Harry placed Kalyana atop a sturdy tree trunk, praising her and casting a levitation charm on her before dashing off to assist the others. Kalyana smiled and nodded at Harry, then took to the skies, initiating her attack on the humanoid spiders below. Before long, after helping his companions ascend, Harry gazed down at the hundreds of gathering humanoid spiders and remarked, somewhat nervously, thank goodness we can fly, otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. These humanoid spiders were formidable and perilous. Their long legs moved swiftly, while their short legs paled in comparison. Wow, this feeling of flying is absolutely incredible, Bob exclaimed, exhilarated as he tumbled through the air for the first time. Just then, a humanoid spider climbed the tree and launched a web towards the sky, ensnaring Bob. In an instant, Bob lost control of his body and was pulled towards the humanoid spider. Help! Bob's voice echoed as numerous spiders began to spew webs, attempting to ensnare Harry and the others. Seeing Bob in peril, being dragged by the humanoid spider and on the verge of being cocooned, Ron anxiously shouted, Wind Blade spell. Harry attacked the humanoid spider that was ensnaring Bob. The sharp blade sliced through the web connecting Bob to the spider as easily as cutting tofu. Yet it left the humanoid spider extremely displeased. The piercing, agitated sound seemed to issue commands to the other humanoid spiders, inciting them into a frenzy. Ron, Cedric, and Neville summoned earthen walls to shield Bob. Observing the humanoid spiders rushing towards Bob, who had fallen to the ground, Harry urgently exclaimed, Earth Wall spell. Earth Spike eruption. Earth Wall spell. Upon hearing this, Ron and his companions promptly unleashed their spells, simultaneously vanquishing the monstrous spider while encasing Bob within the protective confines of a wall to thwart any further assault from the creature. Total defense. Luna and Edward swiftly cast their magic, erecting a barrier that shielded Bob from harm. Fireball's barrage. Water sphere spell. Earth spikes erupt. What is it like to witness an aerial force engage an army devoid of air combat capabilities? Much like the monstrous spider before them, its webbing had a limited range, rendering it ineffective against the airborne Harry and his allies. However, their attacks were capable of striking with precision from a distance, easily overwhelming the arachnids. Thus, bolstered by their magical potions, after slaying over 100 of the grotesque creatures, the remaining hundreds retreated in fear, leaving behind a field of carcasses. As Harry and his friends descended to check on Bob, Luna cautioned, "Do not touch the spider silk. It is corrosive and toxic." Heeding her warning, Harry swiftly withdrew his hand, and they then noticed the surrounding flora, now withered and decayed from the spider's corrosive threads. "We must attend to the spider silk immediately, otherwise it will continue to be eroded," Hermione remarked. "I have a solution," Harry exclaimed, nervously brandishing his wand. "You plan to sever the silk with a wind blade?" Neville interjected. "Are you certain you are not merely seeking to harm Bob?" Malfoy taunted. "But we lack proper weaponry," Harry acknowledged, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. "Let us return to Lake Town," Cedric suggested. "We should have enough time." Their herbal gathering had taken them quite a distance, yet flying back would still require approximately 10 minutes. "Then it is settled," Harry affirmed after a moment's contemplation. "First, we must secure Bob, then we can transport him back. This is simple. We can conjure a sturdy cage and use the petrification spell to safeguard it while we carry him home," Hermione promptly replied. Without contemplating alternative methods, Harry and the others proceeded with their plan. Thus, they could be seen with Cedric leading the way, each holding one end of the makeshift cage that contained Bob. However, just as they were about to ascend from the mountains, a new crisis loomed. A droning hum resonated throughout the valley, evoking a sense of curiosity and apprehension among them. Yet, their trepidation escalated upon witnessing what emerged from the valley, an ominous sight that obscured the sky. With astonishing speed and in overwhelming numbers, they realized it was a swarm of blood-sucking bees. Hermione gazed in sheer terror at the swarm of bees approaching, each the size of a fist, adorned with a striking red and black pattern, and armed with stingers measuring about 4 centimeters. Ever since receiving insights from the fairies about the wondrous creatures inhabiting this world, she had been particularly attuned to the existence of these deadly wasps. Even a creature as formidable as a troll, known for its powerful defenses, would retreat in the face of the blood-sucking bees. These lethal insects were relentless in their pursuit of prey, finding entry through any available orifice, including the nostrils, ears, and mouths of their adversaries. Witnessing the overwhelming tide of bees, Hermione's fear was palpable. "We must flee, or we shall perish here," she urged. There was no need for her to remind Harry and the others, who were already taking flight in a panic. However, they had not soared far when the voracious wasps continued their relentless advance. "This is futile. Our speed is insufficient. If we do not reach Lake Spirit Town soon, we shall be drained of our very essence," Cedric exclaimed as he glanced back at the encroaching swarm. "Then let us vanquish them," Harry declared, turning to wield his wand. Hurricane charm. A tempestuous wind howled, causing the trees to bow under its force. Yet, the sheer number of the blood-sucking bees proved overwhelming, their swift flight even countering the gale. Moreover, the wind merely scattered the swarm, allowing them to encircle the group from both flanks. "They fear flames." Hermione suddenly recalled what Bach had informed her. She cried out, "Fireball barrage! Fireball barrage! Fireball barrage!" Upon hearing her, Harry, Carly, and Forbes promptly unleashed their spells. While the fireballs indeed proved effective against the bees, their vast numbers rendered the area of effect of their magic woefully inadequate. "To the ground, let us erect a barrier," Luna proposed. "Descend," Malfoy shouted as he plummeted towards the earth. Without hesitation, the group followed suit. Altogether, shield. 10 wands were raised simultaneously, and within mere moments, a barrier enveloped them. At that instant, the blood-sucking bees launched their assault. In an instant, daylight transformed into darkness as the bees charged towards the barrier. The shimmering barrier rippled, indicating the gradual depletion of its strength. Luna conjured a luminous orb that floated in the air, illuminating the surrounding gloom and providing Harry and the others with vital information about the situation outside. "Keep a close watch on the barrier. Be prepared to act at any moment," Cedric advised, surveying their protective shield. "The primary attack of the killer bees lies in their stingers, akin to darts, possessing significant penetrating power. Surely, these wasps will not persistently pursue us?" Neville voiced his concerns. "I cannot say, but I hope they will retreat swiftly upon realizing they cannot breach our defenses," Harry reassured. "Then let us find a place to hide," Forbes proposed. "If they discover our absence, might they refrain from attacking us and simply depart? How do we conceal ourselves?" Ron inquired. "Of course, it's up to you," Utilize the earth wall spell to construct a dwelling, leaving a small opening, protected by a barrier that permits us to breathe, Forbes chuckled. Let us give it a try? Luna agreed enthusiastically. Then let's proceed, Harry remarked, noticing the collective willingness to attempt this. Shortly thereafter, Ron, Cedric, and Neville worked in unison, crafting a modest square abode with a side length of 4 meters. As discussed, they left a vent the size of an adult's fist in the ground, secured by a barrier. Now we can relax a bit, Neville said, leaning against the wall. Harry and the others felt similarly. From the appearance of the man-faced spiders to the astonishing number of blood-sucking bees, the surprises were relentless. Suddenly, 2 eggs rolled from beneath Ron's feet into the center of their gathering. The group stared at the eggs, momentarily taken aback, before shifting their gaze back to Ron. What are these eggs? Neville asked, somewhat perplexed. Man-faced spider eggs? Hermione fixed her gaze on Ron. Feeling the weight of their stares, Ron awkwardly admitted. I picked them up earlier and stashed them in my pocket. No wonder those man-faced spiders pursued us relentlessly. It turns out you took their eggs, Malfoy glared at Ron, his voice laced with irritation. Oh please, you were the ones contemplating roasting the man-faced spider eggs, Ron retorted, suddenly emboldened by Malfoy's accusation. Harry and the others paused for a moment, then broke into laughter. Let it be. We've already dealt with the man-faced spiders. Now, we just need to wait for the blood-sucking bees to leave before we return to Spirit Lake Town, Forbes smiled. Alternatively, shall we roast a couple of eggs to pass the time? Edward proposed. Waiting here with nothing to do is tedious, but roasting eggs is a different matter. Excellent suggestion, Harry exclaimed as he conjured a fireball, grinning widely. Forbes and Carly, inspired by Harry, also conjured fireballs, intrigued by the idea of roasting eggs. Observing this, Ron chimed in. Then let us roast the eggs. Harry, Forbes, and Carly swiftly acted, encircling the 2 man-faced spider eggs with 3 fireballs. In no time, a delightful aroma of roasting eggs filled the air. Hermione and Luna exchanged glances, both sporting faint smiles. The atmosphere lightened considerably. If the blood-sucking bees possess human-like intelligence, would they be infuriated to realize we're roasting eggs inside? Just then, as the enticing aroma reached its peak, the 2 fist-sized man-faced spider eggs suddenly exploded. Harry and the others were splattered with the remnants of the cooked yolk and egg whites, alongside fragments of the grayish-white shells. The crowd appeared somewhat disheveled, taken aback by the sudden explosion that left them in a state of bewilderment and mild fright. The roasted eggs are gone, Ron exclaimed in despair as he gazed at the scattered remnants of the eggs, utterly disheartened. Ha! Forbes chuckled, noticing that Cedric had a smudge of egg yolk on one eye, his low laughter unable to be contained. Edward's appearance was hardly better, adorned with egg whites, yolks, and shells, resembling a pitiable child with freckles. Eventually, Hermione and the others joined in the hearty laughter, as each of them shared a moment of clumsiness. From a gradual build-up of anticipation to an unexpected surprise, culminating in a release of laughter, Harry and his companions were blissfully unaware that their bonds had deepened immeasurably. Hey, we forgot something, Luna remarked with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Harry and the others quickly reacted and hurried toward the cage. Bob, in a dire state, bore a grim visage as the spider silk ensnared him, corroding his body. Hermione, Luna, can your healing spells assist him first? Harry inquired, observing Bob's condition. Hermione replied, I am uncertain of its efficacy, and the spider silk remains. The urgency mounted among them, as the silk would continue to erode Bob if left untreated. Suddenly, Harry turned to Malfoy, saying, Malfoy, use your lightning blade. Malfoy frowned at the suggestion, saying, that could injure him. Injury is a risk we must take. First, remove the spider silk, then let Hermione and Luna heal the wounds, Harry explained. My lightning blade is meant for inflicting harm, not for severing spider silk. Malfoy protested, still furrowing his brow. Malfoy, Harry said sternly, locking eyes with him, are you truly willing to stand idly by as he suffers? Under the scrutiny of the group, Malfoy finally acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall give it a try. Chapter 119, The Talking Magical Creature, the Cuckoo. Linghu Town, nestled by the sea, is endowed with abundant water resources. Hagrid, filled with curiosity about this world, quickly befriended the local dwarves due to his unrestrained nature. Gaining familiarity, he joined the dwarves on their fishing boats early in the morning, returning only by noon. Professor Kate, have you seen Harry and the others? Hagrid inquired upon his return, hoping to share the joys of his fishing expedition, but finding no sign of the little ones. I heard they went out with Bob to gather herbs, replied Catelare, who was engaged in discussions with a dwarven master craftsman regarding sword forging. They headed that way? Hagrid asked with intrigue. I'm not entirely certain, Catelare mused. But given their cleverness, they should be fine. I think so too, Hagrid responded thoughtfully. At that moment, a dwarf guard hurried over to Caturle. Addressing him with urgency, Master Caturle, the prince requests your presence. Curiosity piqued, Caturle inquired, what is the matter? The dwarf guard responded, this concerns your students. Upon hearing this, Hagrid quickly asked, What has happened to Harry and the others? The guard replied, we have received word that they are trapped in the dark forest. Caturle and Hagrid exchanged glances and nodded. The trio promptly departed. On the walls of Linghu Town, Roy Sophie was mobilizing personnel, preparing to lead a contingent into the dark forest to rescue Harry and his companions. Just moments ago, Roy Sophie had received alarming news via the cuckoo from the dark forest, informing him of the grave dangers Harry and his friends were currently facing. Without a moment's hesitation, Roy Sophie began organizing a team and promptly notified Caturle. Thus, when Caturle and Hagrid arrived, Roy Sophie had already assembled a battalion of 500 dwarf warriors, ready to embark at a moment's notice. Master Caturle, your students are also our esteemed guests. Rest assured, we shall devise a means to rescue them, Roy Sophie stated with utmost seriousness as he regarded Caturle's arrival. Caturle, acknowledging Roy Sophie's actions with gratitude, replied, I appreciate your generosity, Prince Roy Sophie, and I have received your intentions. However, there is no need to send anyone. Simply inform me of their current location and the specifics of their predicament. With unwavering determination, Roy Sophie asserted, Master Caturle, this is our sincerity. We cannot stand idly by while our benefactors are in peril. Hagrid interjected, it would be too slow for you, Prince Roy Sophie, to accompany us. Just tell us where they are. Moreover, he reminded Roy Sophie, we must trust in Harry and his companions, as well as in Professor Caturle. After a moment of contemplation, Roy Sophie whistled softly. The sound echoed through the air as a bird, adorned with gray and yellow feathers and resembling an eagle, alighted on Roy Sophie's shoulder. This is Caturle, a legendary mage. Roy Sophie introduced the bird to Caturle. Now, you shall guide Master Caturle to find his students. Very well, Sophie. The bird, named Thess, acknowledged, glancing at Caturle. A talking magical creature, Hagrid exclaimed, filled with excitement at Thess's speech. This is a cuckoo, one of the few magical creatures in our world capable of speech, Roy Sophie explained with a smile. Thess is my friend. Its kind resides in the dark forest and is intimately familiar with it. With Thess leading the way, we shall swiftly locate Harry and the others. After a brief pause, Roy Sophie reminded Caitlin, Master Caitlin, the Black Forest is a perilous realm. Please exercise utmost caution, for it harbors many dangerous magical creatures. Caitlin surveyed the cuckoo before him and smiled. Thais, I appreciate your assistance. Please lead the way. Thais sprang into the air, flapping his wings, and within moments, he was already 100 meters away. Thais possessed remarkable speed. Caitlin cast a flying charm and followed Thais toward the Black Forest. Roy Sophie watched Caitlin and Hagrid soar through the sky with a hint of envy. Had they possessed such aerial prowess, combined with the valor of the dwarven kin, they would charge fearlessly into battle, sweeping aside all adversaries. The Black Forest, a vast expanse of primordial vegetation, showcased trees towering 40 to 50 meters high, flourishing with dense foliage and teeming with magical creatures. These beings ranged from gentle to perilous, each adhering to their own territories and habits, often coexisting without interference. However, there were times when fierce confrontations ensued. This world, after all, was far from simple. Thais guided Caitlin and the others into the depths of the Black Forest, progressing westward for approximately 10 miles. It was here that I first discovered their encounter with the man-faced spider, Thais remarked, gazing down at the remnants of the battle. Caitlin nodded and inquired, is there a way to locate them? I will require a moment, sir, Thais replied. Subsequently, he emitted a melodious call, its notes long and pleasing. Yet Caitlin understood that this was not a song, but rather a means of communication with other magical beings. Indeed, numerous birds took flight around them, producing a chorus of sounds. After responding to a few calls, Thais flapped his wings and said, follow me. They encountered a vampire bee and successfully evaded danger. But they were then attacked by a ground dragon. Upon hearing Thais's words, Caitlin chuckled, they are quite fortunate to have experienced such adventures. I eagerly anticipate more such encounters. Professor Caitlin. After listening to Thais, Hagrid lamented, I cannot believe I missed out on so many magical creatures. I regret having gone out to sea to fish. Your intentions are exceedingly perilous, diminutive giant, Thais retorted from outside. Whether it be the man-faced spider, the ground dragon, or the vampire bee, they are all formidable foes. Once ensnared by them, you would be utterly devoured. Not necessarily. In the face of absolute power, they could serve as excellent training subjects, Hagrid confidently asserted. There's the sound of a struggle ahead. I believe we have arrived, Thais, with his keen instincts, discerned the commotion ahead and stated. Chapter 120. The sword slays the ground dragon. The lush forest, adorned with primordial vegetation, carries with it the weight of ancient history. Each towering tree boasts a trunk diameter of nearly a meter, yet, at this moment, they lie prostrate upon the ground. The instigator of this calamity is a colossal black serpent. This serpent is immense, with a head measuring 2 meters in diameter and a body extending nearly 100 meters in length. Its ebony scales glisten with a chilling luminescence, exhibiting remarkable hardness. Currently, this formidable serpent is locked in fierce combat with Harry and his companions. Thunder Kick, Exploding Pillar, Earth Spike Bloom, Blade Storm, Light Barrier. A torrent of spells rains down upon the serpentine beast as Harry and his allies exert every ounce of their strength, driven by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Having freed Bob from the clutches of spider silk and administered rudimentary healing, they narrowly escaped the pursuit of blood-sucking bees. However, they were caught completely off guard when the giant serpent emerged and devoured Bob from his prison. This unforeseen outcome left Harry and his friends in utter disbelief. Poor Bob, who had nearly been ensnared by a monstrous spider, his body marred by toxic silk, now faced the ultimate torment of being swallowed whole by a giant serpent. The fate of Bob, consumed by the serpent, remained uncertain, compelling Harry and his companions to strive relentlessly to vanquish the black serpent and rescue him. Even if Bob were to meet his demise, they would avenge him. Alas, its scales are too resilient. Our magic cannot inflict harm upon it. Malfoy lamented, as he struck the serpent with his fists and feet. Though his blows elicited some discomfort for the creature, they ultimately failed to breach its defenses, leaving his arms tingling with pain, forcing him to retreat to avoid being crushed. My flames are ineffective, Forbes exclaimed in despair. Its power is formidable. Our barriers and earth spikes cannot impede it. Ron, Cedric, and Neville exchanged glances, equally disheartened. What should we do? Bob has been swallowed for several minutes now. Hermione voiced her concern. If we cannot slay it and rescue Bob, he will likely be dissolved by the serpent's gastric acids. We are powerless. Our magic is insufficient to breach its defenses, Harry admitted with a heavy heart. They had exerted themselves to the utmost, overcoming their fears in the face of such a gargantuan foe. Yet, before this behemoth, their efforts appeared feeble and ineffectual. It seems you have encountered quite a predicament, came the voice of Cateriel, eliciting smiles of relief from Harry and his companions. Upon seeing Cateriel's arrival, the serpent's innate sense of danger was triggered, causing its large eyes to fixate on Cateriel, rendering it motionless. Cateriel, gazing upon the immense serpent, understood precisely why Thess referred to it as the Earth Dragon. Such a colossal form truly deserves the title of Earth Dragon. Behold the dark, glimmering scales that emanate a frosty sheen. It is evident that this Earth Dragon has existed for quite some time. When Luna beheld Catellaire, she expressed her joy as if she had encountered a savior, Professor Catellaire. Bob has been consumed by this giant serpent. Please, help us rescue him. Upon hearing this, Catellaire recalled Bob's diminutive figure and drew forth his wand. The scales of the Loxus Earth Dragon are exquisite materials for crafting armor. If you manage to slay it, do your utmost to preserve its body. Thais reminded Catellaire from the side. Nodding in acknowledgement, Catellaire aimed his wand at the Loxus Earth Dragon and intoned, Crosswind Charm. The Loxus Earth Dragon, though it harbored a trace of trepidation upon facing Catellaire, did not cower before its formidable opponent. This signified that it must confront Catelaire's magical onslaught. The outcome was swift. The Loxus Earth Dragon's contemplation ceased in the wake of a fierce gale. A colossal cross-slash severed the dragon's head in a mere instant. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Thais gaped in astonishment, his heart brimming with awe. Harry and the others inhaled deeply, their admiration for Catellaire intensifying as they witnessed the scene before them. Despite their prolonged battle, they had been unable to damage the scales of the Loxus Earth Dragon. Yet before Professor Catellaire, the creature's head had been dispatched in an instant. The vast disparity in strength did not plunge them into despair. Rather, it filled them with hopeful anticipation. Perhaps they too could grow stronger and, in time, effortlessly vanquish a Loxus Earth Dragon. Professor Catellaire, how do we rescue Bob? Harry inquired hesitantly, gazing at the decapitated Loxus Earth Dragon. Hermione and the others shared his confusion. The dragon's immense size left them at a loss regarding how to extract Bob. Catellaire, upon hearing their inquiries, smiled and declared, Holy Sword. In an instant, a 10-meter-long sword radiating divine light materialized in Catelaire's grasp. How magnificent! Exclaimed Neville, astonished by the luminous blade. Isn't it exceedingly heavy? Ron curiously asked. Can light magic be wielded in such a manner? Luna pondered, perplexed. Incredible, Hagrid marveled. While Catellaire acknowledged their admiration, he refrained from comment. With the sword in hand, Catellaire effortlessly glided it across the Loxus Earth Dragon's body, as though slicing through tofu. The remarkably resilient scales offered no resistance and were cleaved apart with ease. Open. Catelaire's voice resonated, and a lengthy fissure appeared along the Loxus Earth Dragon's form, its rounded body collapsing to the ground, quivering with succulent flesh. Catelaire's gaze swept over the dragon and soon detected a bulging area. As the lightsaber sliced through the air, a cage soared forth, crashing to the ground, shattering the petrified prison that had ensnared it. Bob's body fell to the earth, prompting Harry and the others to swiftly gather around him. Caitlin approached, examining Bob's injuries, most of which were rotting, primarily due to the corrosive stomach acid of the Loxus Earth Dragon. with some damage inflicted by spider silk. Hagrid leaned in to assess Bob's breathing and informed Caitlin, "He is still alive." Nodding, Caitlin's wand emitted a spell, Luminous Benediction. A radiant light enveloped Bob, and the onlookers soon realized that his wounds were mending at a remarkable pace, visibly healing before their eyes. Within mere moments, Bob's injuries had entirely vanished, leaving no trace of scars. A short while later, Bob opened his eyes and sat up. "Am I dead?" he inquired, gazing at Harry and the others. "You are alive, Bob," Caitlin replied with a smile. Turning to Caitlin, Bob's face lit up with joy as tears streamed down his cheeks. Witnessing Bob's revival, smiles graced the faces of Harry and the others. Chapter 121, Combined Magic. After Caitlin departed, Roy Sophie did not leave, but remained within the castle walls, waiting. He felt a blend of blind faith and confidence in Caitlin. Initially, Roy Sophie was uncertain as to why he harbored such thoughts. However, he eventually came to understand. The battle from the previous day had bestowed upon him ample strength and conviction. Thus, he believed that Caitlin would soon return with her students. Nevertheless, Roy Sophie refrained from disbanding the dwarven warriors, preparing them for a potential venture into the Black Forest. At that moment, a tremendous light erupted on the battlefield beyond the castle walls. Shortly thereafter, Caitlin and her companions emerged from the radiant barrier, accompanied by the slain Loxus Earth Dragon. Roy Sophie gazed in astonishment at the fallen beast, filled with awe. This formidable creature had been a terror, one that even at the height of their power, the people of Esladu would have paid dearly to vanquish. Yet now it lay lifeless. "Prince Roy Sophie, I trust you won't mind if we indulge in a sumptuous feast of roasted dragon meat this afternoon," Caitlin said, smiling at him. "Of course, it would be my pleasure. Esladu's most skilled dwarven chef is at your service." Roy Sophie laughed heartily. "Let us savor this delicacy together." Caitlin continued. "It is said that the scales of the Loxus Earth Dragon make for excellent forging materials. We shall present them to Esladu, hoping that the master dwarven artisans can craft powerful armor from them. We shall treasure every piece and fully utilize its potential," Roy Sophie promised with delight. The craftsmen of Esladu have never failed to impress in their forging endeavors. Brave warriors, let us spring into action. For tonight we are graced with yet another grand bonfire feast. Let us celebrate to our heart's content. Roars of excitement erupted from the dwarf warriors. Caitlin chuckled heartily as he observed the dwarves busily preparing their tools for the confrontation with the Loxdalong. He then addressed Harry and the others, saying, "Elemental magic is a wondrous art, with myriad methods of application. Today, I shall teach you another way to harness elemental magic. Mastering this will make your battle against the Loxdalong significantly easier." Upon hearing this, Harry and his companions eagerly exclaimed, "Professor Kate, is this truly so?" "Indeed. I have never misled you," Caitlin replied as he led Harry and the others to a relatively open area, where they could practice without disturbing the tranquility of Linghu Town or causing undue destruction. Each individual is unique, possessing varying affinities for the elemental energies of the world, which results in distinct capabilities in elemental magic. For instance, Malfoy resonates with the element of lightning, thus it responds to him. Harry, on the other hand, connects with the elements of wind and fire, prompting their respective responses. Most individuals will only ever possess an affinity for a single element, and some may not have any at all. Those who can command two or more elements are exceedingly rare. Consequently, some can only master one form of elemental magic, while others may grasp multiple forms simultaneously. In addition to personal spellcasting, elemental magic can also be combined among multiple users. I refer to this collaborative spellcasting as combination magic. Combination magic derives its power from the alignment of elemental attributes, resulting in spells of greater potency. To unleash combination magic, one must employ a magical array, which can be categorized into pentagram arrays and hexagram arrays. Spells of forbidden grade and above necessitate the use of a hexagram array, while spells below that grade require a pentagram array. The combinations of lightning and water magic, wind and fire magic, or water and earth magic, or even a triad of elements, yield varying levels of power based on the practitioner's respective strengths. As Harry and his companions attentively absorbed Caitlin's teachings on these new magical techniques, they listened with great diligence. Caitlin provided detailed explanations, hoping they would swiftly grasp the concepts, including how to construct pentagram and hexagram arrays, as well as the nuances involved in casting combination magic. Once the explanations were complete and Harry and the others had absorbed the information, Caitlin prepared a unique combination spell for each of them, encouraging them to collaborate in forming a pentagram array and releasing their combination magic. It is worth noting that light magic does not lend itself to combination spells, for it is inherently powerful in its own right. Luna could only observe as Harry and the others diligently endeavored to master their training. However, she was not idle. The deeper she delved into light magic and under Caitlin's guidance, the more she realized the vast expanse of knowledge that lay ahead of her. After an afternoon of relentless effort, Harry and his companions nearly exhausted their magical and mental reserves, barely managing to construct the pentagram array. Each attempt at forming the pentagram required considerable time. They needed to practice diligently, for on the battlefield, adversaries would not grant them the luxury of preparation. Professor Caitlin, how will we know when we have successfully constructed the pentagram? Harry inquired, fatigue evident in his voice. When you can conjure the pentagram with but a thought, that will signify true success, Caitlin replied. As she spoke, a magnificent pentagram enveloped them in its grandeur. Constructing the pentagram and unleashing combination magic demands a high level of mental acuity and mastery over one's own magical essence. The more formidable the objective, the more challenging it becomes. Thus, continued effort is imperative. Nonetheless, your performance this afternoon has been commendable. The mere fact that you managed to construct the pentagram after just a single afternoon indicates your exceptional talent. I believe that in the future, you will reach great heights. And I have faith in your potential. Hagrid, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily. Indeed, I have great confidence in myself. This is merely a matter of a few days of effort for me. Hagrid's self-assurance and words brought smiles to Harry and the others. Now, we ought to return and enjoy our feast, Roxas Dragon Barbecue. I can only imagine how delectable it must be, Caitlin remarked humorously, lightening the atmosphere once more. In a flash of light, they vanished within the magic array and reappeared in Spirit Lake Town. The town was still vibrant and lively, filled with the enticing aroma of grilled meat. Chapter 122, The Cursed Glacé. Combination magic represented a more advanced method of spellcasting for Harry and his companions and was a rather challenging aspect of elemental magic. Caitlin provided them with a direction for their learning, but the extent to which they could master combination magic ultimately depended on their own diligence. The meat of the Roxas dragon was exquisitely tender, and the grilled dishes were irresistibly fragrant. The scales of the Roxas dragon indeed served as excellent forging materials. Caitlin, alongside the dwarven masters, had crafted numerous armors and protective gear from these scales. Among them, one suit of armor and a corresponding set of soft armor were imbued with magic under Caitlin's expertise, granting them enhanced physical and magical defenses. Dwarves, lacking the ability to wield magic, relied instead on their strength and ingenuity as their greatest assets. However, the dwarven master craftsman possesses the remarkable ability to imbue their creations with enchanting effects through the meticulous combination of materials. Within the workshop of a prominent craftsman in Linghu Town, Prince Roy Sophie, accompanied by his guards, has been waiting for an extended period. Their anticipation stems from a notification received from Caitlin, heralding a delightful surprise. Prince Roy Sophie, I express my gratitude for the sword you bestowed upon me. During this time, you have gathered a substantial collection of materials and herbs. Therefore, I present you with this suit of armor and the sword, Caitlin announced as he emerged from the workshop, flanked by several dwarves. Each dwarf bore a helmet, protective armor, gauntlets, greaves, and a sword emanating an extraordinarily sharp brilliance. Upon hearing these words, Roy Sophie stepped forward, his gaze alight with excitement as he beheld the assembled dwarves and the magnificent armor and sword they carried. Caitlin smiled gently and instructed, let us adorn Prince Roy Sophie with his armor. With the assistance of two dwarves, Roy Sophie donned the armor, which enhanced not only his striking handsomeness but also endowed him with an air of dignity and authority. The armor fit him perfectly, allowing for complete freedom of movement, prompting a satisfied smile as he turned his attention to the sword. Give it a try? Caitlin encouraged. Nodding in agreement, Roy Sophie grasped the sword. In an instant, the blade radiated a luminous glow, and the armor he wore began to emit a subtle light, resonating in harmonious response. Simultaneously, Roy Sophie felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Faced with 100 half-orcs, he felt an exhilarating impulse to vanquish them all. Only those with righteous hearts can command the sword, granting them strength and protection. Observing Roy Sophie's exhilaration, Caitlin remarked, should your heart succumb to darkness, it shall lose its radiance, and strength will elude you. Listening to Caitlin's words, Roy Sophie swiftly regained his composure, responding, Master Caitlin's counsel shall be etched in my heart. Caitlin nodded in acknowledgement and turned to depart, saying, seize this opportunity well. May the valiant warriors of the dwarven race return to Esraldu under your leadership. Upon hearing this, Roy Sophie offered a slight bow to Caitlin's retreating figure, his expression brimming with resolve, admiration, and gratitude. Master Caitlin. Bach urgently sought out Caitlin, his demeanor fraught with concern. What has transpired, Bach? Caitlin inquired, intrigued by Bach's anxious state. It is Glacé. He has been attacked by Death Eaters and is now in grave danger, Bach replied, his urgency palpable. Where is he? Caitlin asked, his voice steady. Take me to him. This way, Bach exclaimed, leading the way. Following closely behind, Caitlin soon arrived at a room where Harry and the others were gathered. Luna was employing the light healing charm to treat Grace, yet the effects were minimal. Professor Caitrell, Grace has fallen victim to a potent dark curse. I am unable to dispel it, Luna murmured as she observed Catterall's approach. Catrell glanced at Grace's condition and offered a faint smile. Fear not, you have exerted yourself greatly. The rest I shall take care of. At that moment, Grace appeared quite ghastly, her body oozing blood, resembling a figure of pure crimson, and her form was withered. Beside them, Pock gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Master Catrell, this is an exceedingly perilous curse cast by a dark wizard. According to our historical records, those who wield such curses typically hail from Egypt. What curse? Catrell arched an eyebrow in inquiry. The blood collapse curse. Should it remain unbroken within a day, Grace will bleed to death, Pock replied, fear and urgency lacing his voice. She bears a distinctive mark upon her forehead, one indicative of the blood collapse curse. It was a dark mark, resembling a serpent. Catrell nodded, drawing forth his wand. He intoned, luminous benediction. As the holy light descended, it revealed dark red vapors emanating from Grace, coalescing into a ghastly apparition that emitted piercing sounds, instilling a sense of dread. The little ones, startled by the sudden emergence of the specter, screamed and retreated. Catrell raised an eyebrow slightly. He had to admit that this curse was indeed formidable. The Death Eaters had evidently prepared thoroughly to confront Grace. Grace possessed great power, perhaps even surpassing Snape, and with the fairy's innate talents. The Death Eaters must have laid a trap along her path. Holy light. Catrell noted the tenacity of the curse, with his strength. The luminous benediction alone was insufficient to fully dispel it. The sacred light fell upon Grace once more, visibly driving the cursed energy from her body. At her forehead, the dark mark began to fade rapidly. With the curse dissipated, Catrell cast the light healing charm again, finally rousing Grace from her stupor. However, having lost so much blood, she was exceedingly weak. Grace, you have awakened at last, Pock exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement as he gazed at her. Fairies, as extraordinary beings, possess a notably long lifespan, typically living for around 200 years. Though Pock seemed youthful, he was actually in his 60s or 70s, and he shared a profound bond with Grace. Thus, when Grace was ambushed and gravely injured by the Death Eaters, Pock was overwhelmed with anxiety and sorrow. Grace turned her gaze toward Pock, offering a faint, pale smile, and then, catching sight of Catrell, she spoke with a hint of urgency. Professor Catrell, the High Elven King has granted your request. Furthermore, I beseech you to assist us in saving my kin. They were currently enduring the oppression and enslavement of the Death Eaters. Chapter 123, The Rescue Operation for the Fairies. Grace had an audience with the High Elf King, and after a persuasive discourse, he ultimately convinced the king to lend the token to Kate Lyle for a few days of research. Additionally, Grace obtained crucial information regarding the captivity of the abducted fairies. Without delay, Grace returned swiftly, preparing to rally forces for the rescue of his kin. However, upon his departure, he had been spotted by the Death Eaters' spies, resulting in an ambush set for Grace and his companions just outside the Eternal Forest. In a valiant effort to ensure Grace's escape, the two other skilled fairies chose to perish alongside the Death Eaters. Thus, Grace managed to evade most of the Death Eaters' pursuit, enduring a fierce battle with 3 of them before reaching Spirit Lake Town, where he was fortuitously discovered and rescued by Bach. Grace, you must rest well now. Leave the rescue efforts to us, Kate Lyle said after understanding the situation in detail. Grace expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Professor Kate Lyle. Nodding, Kate Lyle instructed a dwarf to assist Grace before he and Bach departed the room. Bach, do you know where the Twin Peaks are? Kate Lyle inquired. I do. I can lead the way, Bach replied excitedly. Very well, you shall guide us to the Twin Peaks, Kate Lyle affirmed. Professor Kate Lyle, we also wish to participate in the rescue of the fairies. Harry stepped forward to address Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle pondered for a moment before responding. That is acceptable. I will assign this mission to you. Harry and his companions exchanged smiles, excitement bubbling within them. Professor Kate Lyle, Bach interjected anxiously. I brought them here hoping to train them, and you must trust in their abilities. Kate Lyle cast a serious glance at Harry and the others, stating, For me, this is a journey, but for you, it is a path of training. Harry and his friends had rarely witnessed Catalyle's serious demeanor, and they took his words to heart. Bach understood at that moment that he had no choice but to place his faith in Harry and his friends. In truth, Harry had already earned his respect through his actions. Yet, due to the stakes concerning the lives of his kin, Bach felt a sense of urgency, further bolstering his trust in Kate Lyle. Empowered by Kate Lyle's assignment, Harry and his companions swiftly gathered their belongings, preparing for immediate departure. Roysify, having received word, hurried over and exclaimed, Bach, the warriors of Israel are eager to assist you in rescuing your kin. Prince Roysify, I am immensely grateful for your support. Bach exclaimed with fervor. Nosa, organize 500 warriors to aid our steadfast allies. Roysify commanded a dwarf warrior. Half an hour later, a band of 500 fairies, 500 dwarf warriors, and 11 companions led by Hagrid set forth on their journey. Master Kettle, Do you truly trust your students to embark on this venture? Inquired Prince Roy Sophie, gazing at the departing procession from atop the city walls. Not entirely, Kettle replied with a smile. Confusion flickered across Prince Roy Sophie's face as he questioned, then what is your intent? I harbor a modicum of curiosity regarding Black Mountain and shall seize this opportunity to explore it, Kettle responded, still smiling. But, Master Kettle, Roy Sophie said, his tone tinged with anxiety, Black Mountain is an exceedingly perilous locale, the very lair of the Death Eaters. And it is said to be home to a fearsome black dragon. Fear not. No matter how dangerous it may be, it cannot harm me, Kettle asserted confidently. With that, he executed a disapparition spell and vanished in an instant. Observing Kettle's disappearance, Roy Sophie fell into a moment of contemplative silence before bowing his right hand to his chest in a gesture of sincere admiration. 100 miles from Linghu town, Kettle reappeared atop a craggy precipice, unfurling a piece of parchment, a map, albeit crudely drawn, yet sufficient for discerning his direction. Black Mountain, aptly named, loomed ominously, shrouded in an aura of decay and darkness. Its corrupted vegetation exuded an oppressive atmosphere, while spectral figures drifted about, reminiscent of dementors. However, the spirits that lingered were predominantly those of half-orcs and dwarves who had perished in battle. As a dark mist approached, it coalesced into a figure clad in black robes. The figure lowered her hood, revealing a visage of striking beauty, laced with a hint of malevolence, complemented by a flawless physique and an alluring gait. Her words dripped with a playful lilt as she stepped further into the cave, casting a captivating silhouette that ensnared the attention of 2 Death Eaters stationed at the entrance. Inside the cavern, despite the flickering braziers casting a dim glow, an air of coldness and gloom prevailed. David, we have received word from Eliphas. The fairies have summoned reinforcements from that realm, professors and students from Hogwarts. The woman's voice echoed in the somber chamber as flames flickered to life, illuminating 3 figures emerging from different shadows. Professors from Hogwarts? Is Albus Dumbledore among them? A sharp voice pierced the air, conjuring a chilling breeze that swirled through the cave, causing the flames to dance precariously as if on the brink of extinguishment. This individual seemed to harbor a lingering resentment towards Albus Dumbledore. However, the arrival was not the longed-for Dumbledore, but rather a promising young man. Heidi turned her head to gaze at the figure clad in a black robe behind her. Smiling as she remarked, he has conjured a unique form of magic, known as elemental magic, and there are numerous reports concerning him in that world. He is an exceptionally powerful individual. When faced with the orders of the Ministry of Magic and a warrant for his arrest, he acted without hesitation. Augustine, accompanied by a dozen Aurors, was effortlessly cast out of Hogwarts, becoming a laughingstock in the magical realm. The outcome was that the Ministry of Magic dared not take action against him. After finishing her words, Heidi closed her mouth, a faint smile gracing her face. The 3 figures in black robes fell silent, and had it not been for the flames still flickering within the cave, one might have been deceived into believing that time had frozen. At that moment, a voice echoed within the cave, a voice that did not belong to Heidi or the other 3. Upon hearing this voice, all 4 turned their gazes towards a single direction, and Heidi's expression reflected both respect and a hint of fear. Find him and bring him to me. Chapter 124. A visit to Black Mountain and the dark dragon. Caitlin traversed through the darkness, unnoticed by any soul. Even the wandering spirits exhibited no sign of awareness. As Caitlin moved through Black Mountain, observing all that lay within, she eventually reached the depths of the mountain, where she frowned slightly upon beholding the cave entrance. The searing heat enveloped her, akin to standing at the mouth of a volcano. The surrounding rocks were dark and solid, emanating intense warmth, while in certain areas, glimmering red crystals illuminated her path. Caitlin surveyed her surroundings as she floated further in. Suddenly, without advancing deeper, she witnessed an eruption of scorching flames surging forth from the depths of the cave. Drawing her wand, she unleashed a radiant white light, creating a protective barrier that thwarted the incoming flames. The flames, as they passed, scorched the surrounding rock walls, bathing them in vibrant hues, particularly enhancing the brilliance of the red crystals. Caitlin pressed on, her demeanor calm. Moments later, she arrived at the cave's terminus, a cavern of even greater magnitude, where the temperature reached staggering heights. This was due to a flowing stream of lava coursing through the area. Yet, why was there fire erupting into the passage? Roar! From the molten rock, a fire serpent, measuring 4 meters in length, emerged. Its elongated body and massive head were adorned with dark red horns, while its fiery form was mostly submerged in the lava. Remarkably, despite being a serpent, it emitted a roar akin to that of a lion. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the serpent's mouth, hurtling directly towards Caitlin. She raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on her lips as she quipped, "Little one, you possess quite the confidence." Caitlin raised her hand, the light shield once more intercepting the flames. Levitation charm. As magic surged forth, a serpentine creature of fire ascended. measuring an astonishing 15 meters in length, adorned with horns upon its head and capable of spewing flames, an entity the likes of which he had never before encountered. Roaring fiercely, the fiery serpent struggled against Ctrl's control, emitting a series of thunderous sounds. From the bubbling magma, 5 additional serpents of similar stature emerged, locking their gaze upon Ctrl and unleashing torrents of fire. Ctrl raised his hand, enveloped in a radiant shield, as flames erupted around him, a spectacle that persisted for a brief 10 seconds before subsiding. The serpents, observing Ctrl within the luminous barrier, expressed their fury at their failure to vanquish him. One colossal tail swung towards Ctrl with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the shield remained unwavering, while the serpent's tail rebounded. Within the protective light, Ctrl scrutinized the serpentine beasts, deep in contemplation. The creatures possessed formidable strength and intense heat. Were a battle to ensue here, even the mighty Lux Draconis would meet its demise. Yet, should they venture to the surface, these serpents would undoubtedly become prey to Lux Draconis. But why? In this dark mountain, did such fire serpents exist? Was it not perilous? Or had the Death Eaters discovered a means to control these serpents? If unleashed, they would pose a significant threat to the dwarves of Ice Raider. Be quiet, or I shall slay you and feast upon your flesh, he jested, as holy light enveloped the 6 fire serpents, binding them in place. The serpents thrashed within the radiant confines, their flames proving futile against the indomitable barrier of holy light. This, of course, was contingent upon Ctrl's immense magical prowess and strength. The serpents, possessing keen senses, noted his presence even while he remained invisible. Little ones, would you not consider departing with me to seek a new home? Ctrl pondered aloud. Alas, the serpents could not comprehend his words, continuing their futile struggle against his grasp. Seeing their plight, Ctrl shook his head and soared into the cave across from him. As he departed, the beams of light binding the 6 serpents shattered, causing them to succumb to slumber and sink into the flowing magma. Ctrl pressed onward, only to encounter a magical barrier that obstructed his path, rather than a blockade. It served as an alarm. A hidden mechanism lay in proximity, and should one attempt to pass without disabling it, the barrier would trigger, alerting its creator of an intruder's presence. Yet, this posed no challenge for Ctrl. With a shimmering aura, he effortlessly glided past. The path twisted and turned, leading inexorably toward an unknown destination. Who are you? A voice resonated within the cave, echoing around Ctrl. Kate Lyle did not pause in her stride, continuing forward as she spoke. If you wish to know who I am, it would be far better to meet me face to face. I have no interest in engaging in a conversation from afar. After a moment of silence, the voice remained silent, while Kate Lyle found herself on a suspended platform. A colossal eye, measuring 2 meters in diameter, slowly opened, gazing at the newly arrived Kate Lyle. She regarded the immense head before her, along with the body that was shrouded in darkness, and felt a twinge of astonishment. Judging solely by this head, the body must be at least 200 meters long. You are the Black Magic Dragon? Kate Lyle inquired, staring at the dragon. This is merely the manifestation of fear from a foolish, greedy, and weak creature, the Black Magic Dragon replied to Kate Lyle. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle nodded and began curiously surveying her surroundings. This is the underground. How did you manage to enter with such a size? A sphere of light ascended into the air, neither blinding nor harsh, illuminating the expansive cavern beneath. Only the High Elven Kings are known to wield the magic of light. Yet it is evident that you are not one of them, she remarked. The Black Magic Dragon closed its eyes and responded, you are not allied with those beings. I sense a unique aura within you. Without directly addressing Kate Lyle's question, the dragon shifted the topic. Kate Lyle glanced toward the opposite side of the Black Magic Dragon and asked, do you know what the token of the High Elven King is? The dragon opened its eyes, fixing its gaze on Kate Lyle, and said, you wish to obtain it from that individual. Who is that person? Kate Lyle inquired with curiosity. A very dangerous human has suddenly appeared in this world, inciting war, causing slaughter, and wielding dark magic that has plunged this realm into chaos, the Black Magic Dragon explained. That individual utilized a special form of magic to defeat the High Elven King and seize the crown of the High Elven King. This crown, sustained by generations of elven kin, possesses extraordinary magical properties, and when combined with other collected tokens, grants the miraculous ability to resurrect. The purpose of that individual is to revive himself. Chapter 125, The Legend of Eternal Life. Collecting tokens to resurrect oneself? Kate Lyle listened to the Black Magic Dragon's words. Feeling a sense of shock, the mastermind behind these Death Eaters sought to revive himself? Is he not alive? She asked in a low voice. In the eyes of others, he appears to be a living being. Yet in my perception, he is but a departed soul, the Black Magic Dragon's voice echoed within the cavern. Tinged with a hint of anger, it seemed that the dragon harbored a deep-seated hatred for that individual. Is it necessary to collect those tokens to bring someone back to life? Kate Lyle inquired with curiosity. Do you also desire these wondrous artifacts? The black magic dragon's enormous eye fixated on Kate Lyle as it questioned her. I have yet to encounter anyone capable of ending my life. Upon hearing this, Kate Lear smiled and remarked, in truth, I find these matters quite intriguing. If possible, I would like to conduct some small research on them. Research on how to acquire power, or perhaps on how to resurrect the deceased. The black dragon scoffed, stating, neither you outsiders, nor the dwarves, elves, or half-orcs can control your own desires and greed. Once one obtains a fragment, the longing for all ensues. No being can truly relinquish their greed when confronted with the prospect of eternal life. Kate Lear's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, is it true that when those tokens are gathered, one can attain eternal life? The black dragon's tone shifted to one of calm as it replied, there exists a legend of a man who collected the crowns of the elves, the staff of Mose, and the ring of eternity, living for 3,000 years. 3,000 years. What an extensive span of time, Kate Lear marveled, yet, that still does not equate to eternal life. The black dragon continued, during those 3 millennia, he died and was reborn 10 times. Its voice grew heavy as it added, he could have continued his existence. But he bestowed those 3 items upon 3 individuals of destiny. Thus, he met his end? Kate Lear hesitated. In the legends, he did indeed perish. The black dragon responded after a prolonged silence. Does that individual aspire to emulate the legend? Kate Lear pondered aloud. It seems he places great significance on his resurrection. I wonder if he has gathered all 3 items. I do not know, the black dragon replied coldly. The outside world bears no relevance. Kate Lear regarded the black dragon. Perplexed by its current demeanor, was it ferocious or malevolent? At that moment, it seemed unusually tranquil. Furthermore, it had provided him with a wealth of useful information without resorting to violence, leaving Kate Lear in a state of confusion. Do you know where that person is? The black dragon closed its eyes and began to snore, offering no answer. Whether it was unwilling or merely disinterested in responding remained uncertain. Kate Lear pondered briefly before turning to depart. Clearly, he could not extract answers from the black dragon here. After Kate Lear left, the black dragon opened its eyes, which glowed ominously in the darkness, turning a deep crimson, and soon, bloodlines began to manifest across its body. Kate Lear exited the peculiar cave, wandering through the valley, encountering numerous Death Eaters, yet he did not discover any notable figures, particularly the one mentioned by the black dragon. Perhaps that individual was concealed elsewhere, not present in this location. Kate Lear also failed to locate the relic of the High Elf King or the crown of the elven race. The Jean River, a vast expanse stretching 300 kilometers. The river surged with a furious current, deep and relentless, capable of sweeping away even a 1-ton stone. Yet, amidst this formidable flow, there stood a unique arch bridge, spanning 300 meters and connecting the lands to the east and west. Standing at the bridge's edge, listening to the roar of the rushing waters and gazing at the murky depths, Harry marveled, this river is truly magnificent. Indeed, it is spectacular. But beneath the surface lies peril. Should one fall, there would be no return, responded Bach. Below, not only did the tumultuous waters rage, but also resided a peculiar creature known as the sand crocodile, a giant reptile that could grow up to 10 meters in length and weigh 10 tons. They were exceedingly ferocious, possessing immense strength, and in sufficient numbers, even the mightiest of beasts would find themselves at their mercy. Hagrid, listening intently to Bach, exhibited a gleam of anticipation on his face and inquired, that sounds incredibly formidable, Bach. Can you enlighten me on how one might observe the sand crocodile? They usually rest at the riverbed, emerging only when hunger drives them to hunt, Bach replied candidly. Stupefy. Hagrid's voice rang out, causing Bach to pause mid-explanation. And Harry and the others stared in astonishment. They turned to witness enormous harpoons piercing the water's surface. Hagrid, what are you doing? You'll awaken the sand crocodiles. Or worse, provoke their wrath. Bach exclaimed anxiously. Nosa had gathered 500 dwarven warriors, all of whom shared a palpable tension. The mere appearance of a sand crocodile would be a formidable challenge for them. If several were to emerge simultaneously, it would be a battle of hellish proportions, with no chance of survival. Do not fret. I merely wish to ascertain whether any sand crocodiles inhabit this area, Hagrid said, offering an awkward smile before adding, you need not worry, my luck is rarely favorable. The group paid no heed to Hagrid, their gazes fixated on the river below. After a lengthy silence, they finally relaxed, confirming that no sand crocodiles had appeared. Thank goodness nothing occurred. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament, Harry sighed in relief. Haha, indeed, my luck is quite ordinary. Hagrid chuckled, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. With the absence of sand crocodiles, the group continued onward. Unbeknownst to them, however, a massive head emerged from beneath the bridge, eyes fixated upon them as it drew closer to the shore. Bach, how far are we from Twin Peaks? Hermione inquired. Bach consulted his parchment and replied, at our current pace, we shall arrive in a day. It seems we will need to spend the night outdoors, Hermione remarked. Glancing at Luna, Luna smiled softly, saying, That's all right. We have brought a tent. Stop. A sand crocodile. On the enchanted ark, the vigilant fairies, attuned to their surroundings, swiftly detected the advancing sand crocodiles preparing to assault Harry and his companions. They called out a warning. Heeding the fairies' alert, Harry and his friends immediately halted, assuming a defensive stance. Only Hagrid, amidst the tension, displayed a glimmer of anticipation. Chapter 126, Fierce Battle with the Sand Crocodiles. A golden hue radiated from Hagrid as he strode boldly ahead, brimming with excitement. The presence of sand crocodiles was indeed real. Suddenly, a colossal sand crocodile erupted from around the bend of the bridge, its lengthy tail crashing down with a thunderous thud, reverberating against the ground. The creature's size was as immense as described by Bach, but it was its elongated jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, that truly commanded both attention and dread. Who would relish the thought of being bitten by such fearsome fangs? Yet, one individual appeared utterly unfazed. Ha ha ha, is this truly a sand crocodile? Hagrid exclaimed, a mixture of shock and affection washing over him as he charged toward the formidable beast. As he approached, the sand crocodile, momentarily taken aback, soon lunged toward Hagrid, perceiving him as a sumptuous delicacy. With a thunderous crash, it opened its massive jaws, revealing its menacing teeth, seemingly intent on devouring Hagrid whole to relish a grand feast. The ground suddenly erupted. Spikes of earth shot upward, catching the charging sand crocodile off guard, sending it soaring through the air, flipping and crashing to the ground in a spectacular display. The spikes did not pierce the crocodile's hide, but merely grazed its skin. Akin to the scales of a rock dragon, this creature was far from easy to vanquish. Harry and his friends, witnessing this scene, were taken aback. But their astonishment intensified as two more sand crocodiles emerged from around the corner, surrounding Hagrid entirely. In truth, the sand crocodiles would not forsake their quarry for the sake of Hagrid. One crocodile charged at Hagrid while the other two advanced toward Harry and his companions. Earth Wall. Ron and Cedric simultaneously cast their spells, raising a wall of earth before them. Seizing the moment, Harry urgently urged, "Fall back, fall back." The bridge was unsuitable for battle and felt somewhat cramped, prompting the dwarves to swiftly change direction, racing down the bridge while positioning their shield-bearing warriors at the forefront, ready for combat. Meanwhile, Harry cast the flight spell, propelling himself into the air to confront the sand crocodile that had shattered the earth wall. "Fireball barrage," he declared. As Harry occupied the sand crocodile's attention, Ron and Cedric quickly retreated. "Hagrid is going to be in trouble," Hermione observed, glancing at the scene unfolding. Flight spell. Harry cast the spell on Ron and the others, enabling them to distance themselves from the sand crocodiles. Bach returned to the Spirit Ark, engaging in aerial combat, which afforded them greater safety while launching an offensive against the sand crocodiles. After confirming that Harry and Bach were unharmed, Norsa positioned himself at the forefront, declaring, "Prepare yourselves." The dwarf warriors, armed with shields and long swords or axes, swiftly dispersed, taking their positions and readying themselves for an imminent strike. Gathering together, they realized that not only could they not eliminate the dwarf warriors, but they could also send the sand crocodiles bowling down the lane, a fine home run that could inflict considerable damage. Levitation charm. Petrify them all. Shatter to pieces. Full bodybind curse. Just as Harry and his companions were poised for an intense battle against the two sand crocodiles, the fairies aboard the two arks simultaneously launched their assault. A chorus of incantations echoed in their ears, as spells rained down upon the two creatures. Before the sand crocodiles could even reach the dwarf warriors, or descend from the great bridge, they were struck down by hundreds of fairies. Witnessing this spectacle, Harry and the others shuddered. The advantage of wizards lies in their ability to vanquish even the mightiest foes. The adage that two fists cannot withstand four hands exemplifies this truth. These fairies, seemingly benign, revealed their ferocity upon engaging. Those sand crocodiles appeared so fearsome, yet they fell so swiftly. "These beings are truly terrifying," Edward exclaimed, shaken. Malfoy nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of arrogance, stating, "Indeed, it is perilous, but we are not without our chances of victory." Edward hesitated briefly before nodding in assent. "Harry, we must assist Hagrid," Hermione urged, casting her gaze towards Hagrid, who was fiercely battling the sand crocodiles. "There is absolutely no need," Harry replied after glancing over. At that moment, Hagrid displayed formidable prowess, leveraging his immense strength, coupled with the defensive bolster of earth magic, as he engaged the adversaries with earthen spears. 1, 2, 3. What once seemed impenetrable flesh was now mercilessly pierced by Hagrid's relentless strikes. Despite his large and somewhat cumbersome physique, Hagrid's movements were surprisingly fluid. Charge! Charge! Earth spear attack. He resembled a matador, though his opponents were sand crocodiles. Hermione chuckled at the sight of Hagrid toying with the creatures. "What is a matador?" Luna inquired curiously. "It's a unique profession in Spain, quite popular yet perilous," Harry explained with a smile. Pondering this, Luna remarked, "Is that an entertainment endeavor in the Muggle world? You could interpret it that way." Harry chuckled. Hagrid, gazing at the sand crocodiles, burst into hearty laughter. Although he relished the presence of such colossal beasts, he understood that to tame them, they must first be subdued. Hagrid's actions were deliberate and controlled. Without targeting the opponent's vital points, the intention was merely to tame the sand crocodile. However, taming such a creature is no simple task, and moreover, Hagrid did not possess the luxury of time to continue attempting to conquer a sand crocodile. Hagrid, you need to conclude this battle swiftly. We must find a place to spend the night before darkness falls, Bok called out from atop the elven ark. Hearing Bok's words, Hagrid replied, I just need a little more time. It will soon become my friend. Bang! No sooner had Hagrid spoken than the sand crocodile swung its tail like a dragon, sending him flying. Harry and the others gasped in surprise, but quickly erupted in laughter, for Hagrid was unharmed. Swiftly rising to his feet and charging at the sand crocodile once more. At this point, are you still intent on being friends? You little rascal. How dare you strike me with your tail? Now I am truly angry. The sand crocodile, provoked by Hagrid, was pierced by no fewer than 20 spears, causing it considerable pain. In its fury, it was eager to devour Hagrid. Hagrid hurled his spear, piercing the crocodile's massive head, then charged forward, grasping another spear tightly and leaping into the air. This time, Hagrid resolved to teach the wretched creature a severe lesson. Chapter 127, The Fierce Hagrid. A surge of magic enveloped the spear, rendering it hard and sharp. Hagrid unleashed his full strength, augmented by the force of gravity, resulting in a spectacular effect. With a resounding crash, the spear, propelled by Hagrid's considerable weight, penetrated the crocodile's mouth, pinning it firmly to the ground. The earth trembled and resonated with a deep sound, especially within a 5-meter radius around Hagrid, where a depression formed, and debris was flung into the air. The sand crocodile thrashed about, attempting to shake off the spear and Hagrid, but to no avail. Ultimately, it was slain by Hagrid's might. Harry and the others stood in astonishment at the scene before them, particularly Harry and Malfoy, who were both shocked and envious. As magical warriors, they understood precisely the magnitude of such a power explosion. Well done, Hagrid, Harry praised as he stepped forward. Hagrid, you are incredibly strong. You are now a true magical warrior, Hermione commended. Upon hearing their accolades, Hagrid beamed with pride and declared, this battle was truly exhilarating. Turning to Harry and Malfoy, he smugly remarked, of course, it is merely that simple. Malfoy, upon hearing this, exchanged a challenging glare with Hagrid and retorted, then you are merely my defeated foe. Harry extended his hand, a small whirlwind of wind energy forming within it as he mischievously proclaimed, Hagrid, defeating you is quite simple for us too. At the sight of the little whirlwind, Hagrid's proud smile vanished in an instant. The elemental warrior of wind possesses significant advantages, particularly in speed, as he cannot be caught by Harry. Moreover, in terms of offensive capabilities, Harry's wind magic exhibits far greater destructive power. Observing Hagrid's grim expression, Hermione and the others could not contain their laughter. Hagrid, you are truly remarkable, having single-handedly vanquished the sand crocodile. You are more valiant than our strongest warriors, remarked Norsa, an expression of profound admiration evident in his voice. Norsa's praise instantly brought a smile to Hagrid's face, prompting him to lift Norsa high into the air, joyously exclaiming, Thank you, Norsa. Norsa, delighted by Hagrid's display, beamed with happiness, while Harry and the others found the scene amusing. The dwarf warriors erupted in cheers, their laughter ringing out joyfully. As night began to fall, Harry and his companions swiftly advanced, seeking a suitable location for the rest of their 1,000-strong group. After a simple meal, they gathered around a campfire, lying on the ground and gazing up at the star-studded sky. The celestial expanse in this world was truly breathtaking, with twinkling stars adorning the firmament. What do you think our mission truly is? Edward mused, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. They had been in this elven realm for several days now, initially believing their task was merely to assist Glaze in rescuing her kin. However, they had since endured half-orc attacks on the fairy town and followed the fairies to Spirit Lake Town to support the dwarves. Now, they were set to accompany the fairies and dwarf warriors to the Twin Peaks to rescue the besieged fairies from the half-orcs. Yet, the unfolding events suggested that their undertaking was far from straightforward. There are Death Eaters in this world, Malfoy remarked, casting a glance at Edward. Perhaps Professor Kate's true intention is for us to drive the Death Eaters from this realm. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before Ron spoke up. Are we expected to devote our entire holiday to this mission? Does that mean we must fight continuously? Cedric chimed in. It is indeed an exhilarating and somewhat perilous journey. I can assure you, few have experienced such thrill in our time here. At least we have learned so much and grown stronger, Forbes added with a smile. Do you think Professor Kate is secretly following us? Neville asked innocently. Harry and the others shared a glance before scanning their surroundings, attempting to discern the presence of Kate Lyle. It appeared she had not made an appearance. I'm not so sure, Caliana said hesitantly. The extent of Professor Kate's power is beyond our comprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione suggested. Perhaps she is standing in some corner, watching us right now. Regardless of Professor Kate's presence, the task at hand was entrusted to them by her, and they were determined to execute it flawlessly. We must strive to complete it with excellence, Harry declared resolutely. I eagerly anticipate our arrival at Twin Peaks tomorrow, where we shall showcase our prowess, liberate the fairy clan, and triumph over the half-orcs in a moment of glory. Harry and Malfoy exchanged a glance, both brimming with martial fervor. Not far off, Hagrid observed Harry and the others gathered around the campfire, a playful grin adorning his face. On the following day, Harry and his companions pressed onward, traversing mountains and valleys until they finally reached Twin Peaks. Numerous half-orcs guarded the area, making their presence a significant target due to their overwhelming numbers. Consequently, they sought a temporary refuge and dispatched scouts to survey the surroundings before devising their plan. The half-orcs had tamed a pack of dire wolves. Should they draw too close, their scent would betray them. Furthermore, several watchtowers dotted the landscape, poised to detect their presence at any moment. To catch the half-orcs off guard, they needed to devise a method to eliminate the sentinels atop these towers without being noticed. The passage to Twin Peaks was essential, where a detachment of 100 half-orcs stood vigilant. Norsa meticulously organized and marked the gathered intelligence, gesturing to a rudimentary map as he addressed Hagrid, Bach, Harry, and the others. While magic was crucial in dealing with the half-orcs, the fairies would also face assaults from Death Eaters. Members of the Death Eaters were adept at casting spells, representing the only magical faction among the half-orcs. Our warriors needed to infiltrate the gorge above them. Half-orcs had amassed numerous boulders, making the venture perilous. Norsa pointed towards a route and stated, "We require your assistance in dealing with the half-orcs above the gorge so we may advance swiftly." "That's not a problem. Leave it to us," Bach confidently replied. Possessing elven vessels, they could soar through the skies, effectively neutralizing the half-orcs on the cliffs, yet this would inevitably expose them. This is the prison of the fairies. I hope you can enter while we divert the attention of the half-orcs and Death Eaters. Rescuing the fairies, Norsa said, directing his gaze towards Hagrid and the others behind him. Hagrid chuckled. This is no issue. Norsa nodded but maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "This is war. I hope you safely return to your world." "We will certainly return safely," Harry and Malfoy responded in unison. They exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with confidence and anticipation. Chapter 128, The Great Battle at Twin Peaks, Part 1. Though named Twin Peaks, it is a singular mountain, characterized merely by two summits at its apex. However, Twin Peaks serves as an indispensable thoroughfare, leading northward within a 100-mile radius. The mountain is strewn with rocks and scarce in vegetation, offering few places to conceal oneself. However, at the cliffs, apart from the observation towers, there was no force to grasp. This was fortuitous for Harry and his companions. Consequently, they divided into two groups. Harry, Ron, Malfoy, Forbes, and Caliana formed one team, while Hagrid, Hermione, Luna, Neville, Edward, and Cedric constituted the other. Harry's group ascended the cliffs with great determination, while Hagrid's team followed the dwarven warriors into the fray. This division was strategic. Luna and Hermione's magic was predominantly supportive, particularly Luna's light-based spells, which would enhance the dwarven warriors' prowess. Hagrid and his group were tasked with safeguarding Hermione and Luna, while also assisting the dwarven warriors to mitigate battle injuries. With the aid of the flying charm, the five of them soared upwards from the cliff's edge. At the summit, Harry and Malfoy cautiously poked their heads out, locking eyes with the half-orc stationed at the observation tower. Harry drew his wand and commanded, Petrificus Totalis. A bolt of lightning flashed as Malfoy entered the tower, managing to prop up the tumbling half-orc and keeping him in place. Without alerting others, the five swiftly dispersed towards the other two towers, employing similar tactics to effortlessly neutralize them. Rather than pressing deeper, Harry and his companions sought refuge. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Bork, leading a squad of fairies, cast disillusionment and ascended to the cliff top, where they launched a surprise attack on the multitude of half-orcs. Petrificus Totalis. Shatter them to pieces. Avada Kedavra. Flipendo. The fairies' instantaneous onslaught unleashed merciless spells, unrestrained by the Ministry's stringent regulations in this realm, driven by their deep-seated hatred for the half-orcs. The fairies' ambush heralded the commencement of battle. The half-orc's horn echoed across the Twin Peaks, stirring the half-orcs and dire wolves within the caverns into a frenzied rush. In that moment, it was akin to a pack of wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, their roars resounding endlessly. Bork had no interest in engaging in close combat with the dwarves. After ambushing the half-orcs on both sides of the gorge, he returned to the Elven Ark, leveraging the advantage of altitude to continuously unleash spells upon the advancing half-orcs. Meanwhile, Norsa and the dwarven warriors surged across the gorge, preparing for imminent confrontation with the half-orcs. At that moment, Luna waved her wand and began to chant, "O spirits of light, heed my summons and grant us strength." Blessing of light. A sacred radiance descended, enveloping nearly 100 dwarven warriors. Luna did not cease her incantations, continuing to wield her magic. 3 blessings of light descended, bestowing the protection of the sacred light upon 300 dwarf warriors. Realizing the dire circumstances, Luna was compelled to consume a vial of magical elixir. With her current magical prowess, even with the amplification from the magical artifact, the Guardian of Light, she could not encompass everyone under her aegis. As 2 more spells were unleashed, Norsa was already embroiled in fierce combat with the half-orcs. Hagrid observed the half-orcs, refraining from rushing into the fray. In such tumultuous warfare, he felt it imperative to remain close to Luna and the others, safeguarding their well-being. Thus, Hagrid and Neville were relegated to the rear, casting spells from a distance. The effects were remarkably pronounced. Traditional magic primarily focused on single-target assaults. Even devastating spells like Avada Kedavra and the Cruciatus Curse exemplified this. However, elemental magic was quite different. Abundant with area of effect spells. Particularly, earth magic exhibited significant range. The emergence of earthen spikes could swiftly annihilate clusters of half-orcs, even as many as 10. The Earth Gun spell, upon being cast, could often pierce through obstacles. The Quicksand spell transformed a designated area into treacherous sand, ensnaring the charging half-orcs, rendering them helpless. Consequently, even from the rear, Hagrid found immense satisfaction in his role. Of course, if he failed to manage his magic effectively, he risked endangering the dwarf warriors. As the battle commenced, hundreds of Death Eaters stationed at the Twin Mountains surged forth, their immediate attention drawn to the fairies in the sky. These fairies had allied with the dwarves to rescue their companions. Bertram gazed intently at the unfolding conflict, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the fairies aboard the Elven Ark, declaring, "Albert, use the black crossbow bolts to bring down the Elven Ark. I want these fairies to realize that their sanctuary can no longer shield them." Heeding Bertram's command, Albert departed with haste. In mere moments, atop the Twin Mountains, 2 formidable devices were assembled by the half-orcs. A 2-meter-long, 10-centimeter-thick arrow was drawn back and aimed at the Elven Ark. Whoosh, whoosh. The black crossbow bolts shot forth with incredible speed, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Brock, witnessing the incoming bolts, his eyes shimmering with determination, waved his wand and proclaimed, "Protect them all." Accompanying Brock were several fairies, conjuring barriers before the Elven Ark. The black bolts collided with the barriers, shattering the first and second defenses instantaneously. As they reached the third barrier, there was a brief pause, yet they pressed on undeterred. Levitation charm. Protect them all. The fairies, whose barriers had been breached by the black bolts, inhaled deeply as they continued to unleash their magic. Astonished by the sheer might of the incoming projectiles, the power of these black crossbow bolts was overwhelming. Boak gazed solemnly at the summit of the Twin Peaks, the very place from whence the black crossbow bolts had been unleashed. Fortunately, the dark projectiles were ultimately thwarted by a protective barrier, plummeting to the ground. Bertram, witnessing the interception of the bolts, felt no ire. He understood that the fairies had to mobilize around 10 of their kind and employ magic to counter the threat. "Albo," Bertram called out, and Albo nodded, springing into action without delay. Moments later, numerous half-orcs appeared atop both peaks of the Twin Mountains. 10 crossbow devices were swiftly assembled, and all 12 were armed with black bolts, aimed squarely at 2 elven vessels. Boak observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed as he commanded, "Fairy strike team, thwart them." In an instant, dozens of figures erupted from the elven vessels, soaring towards the Twin Peaks. Bertram's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Eliminate these fairies." Chapter 129, The Battle at Twin Peaks, Part 2. Protect them all. Avada Kedavra. Shatter them to pieces. The emergence of the black crossbow bolts unveiled their terrifying potency to Boak, as they possessed a certain anti-magic effect. As 12 bolts hurtled forth, Boak and the other fairies aboard the elven vessels found themselves compelled to defend with all their might. Trouble beset them, as the arrows necessitated their utmost efforts to shield themselves, hindering their advance to dismantle the devices. Harry, observing the fairies engaged in a fierce struggle with the Death Eaters, voiced his concern. As Harry and his companions prepared to infiltrate the cave to rescue the fairies, they paused, realizing Boak and his team were in peril. "Let us proceed and destroy those devices," Ron suggested. "If we intervene, we will expose ourselves," Malfoy countered, asserting, "Our primary mission now is to swiftly rescue those captured fairies. You go ahead, I shall dismantle the devices." Furrowing his brow, Harry was about to ascend when he declared, "You cannot go alone." Ron grasped Harry's arm firmly. Speaking earnestly, "They cannot capture me." Harry broke free from Ron's hold and swiftly soared into the air. Malfoy, observing Harry's departure, sought an opportunity to move away. Ron glanced between Harry and Malfoy before ultimately choosing to follow Harry. Forbes and Caliana trailed behind Malfoy, unwilling to leave him to venture alone into the fray. Harry's figure gradually ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the tower. He surveyed the bustling half-orcs, who were entirely oblivious to his presence. drawing forth his wand. He whispered incantations. "O omnipotent spirit of the wind, with the atmosphere as my bow and brilliance as my arrow, let the force of my will cleave through the void, blade storm." A tempest unleashed, slicing through the half-orcs, annihilating them, and obliterating the black crossbow devices in its wake. Accompanied by the 10 Death Eaters guarding the area, they had no chance to resist and were swiftly dispatched. "Is that all there is to it?" Ron remarked as he surveyed the defeated half-orc and the black crossbow apparatus. "Let us go." Without a moment's hesitation, Harry urged Ron to leave quickly. Petrificus totalis. Albo emerged from around the corner, launching an assault on the two. Harry and Ron deftly evaded, splitting to either side, and retaliated against Albo. Wind slash. Earth spike. Albo sheltered behind the corner, narrowly avoiding the attacks, and gazed in astonishment at the rising earth spikes. What baffled him further was how Harry and Ron managed to cast spells while in flight. Moreover, they were so young. At such an age, could they truly master apparition? What kind of magic was this? Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, and swiftly darted to the side. Unaware of their rapid repositioning, Albo peeked out, curious to see if they had departed. Finding no one, he emerged cautiously, wand in hand, alert. Slowly stepping out, with no one in sight, Albo approached the wall, focusing on the battle outside. Earth spike. Wind slash. Just as Albo was consumed by confusion, Harry and Ron dashed around the corner, launching their attack against him. Armor guard. Albo successfully blocked Harry's wind slash, but could not defend against Ron's strike. The erupting earth spike pierced through Albo's body. The gruesome sight caused a momentary discomfort for the two, prompting their hasty retreat to regroup with Malfoy and the others. At that moment, Malfoy, Forbes, and Carly had already infiltrated the cave's depths. Inside the cave, deep grooves had been excavated, with ropes and wooden planks forming bridges between various locations. Most of the half-orcs had rushed outside to battle, leaving only a small contingent to guard the corners and the prison where the fairies were held captive. Malfoy, with remarkable speed, unleashed a lightning blade and a thunder kick, swiftly dispatching the half-orc stationed at the corner. Malfoy was wild and imposing, exuding an aura of dominance. Carly and Forbes followed closely behind, hardly finding an opportunity to strike, merely advancing in Malfoy's wake, their admiration growing with each step deeper into the cave. Avada Kedavra! A voice suddenly echoed, and as Malfoy dashed around the corner, he seemed to move like lightning, performing a 360-degree backflip against the wall to evade the incoming lethal attack. Fireball barrage! Fireball barrage! Carly and Forbes charged out, retaliating against the assailant who had ambushed Malfoy. In an instant, the Death Eaters were engulfed in flames, resembling fiery specters, perishing amidst their anguished cries. Malfoy nodded to Carly and Forbes, urging them to follow closely. Carly grasped Malfoy's arm, cautioning him, "Be careful, that was far too perilous." Forbes, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement with Carly's admonition. After a brief silence, Malfoy responded somberly, "I understand. Drink this. You are the strongest among us three," Carly said, handing Malfoy a vial of magical potion. "You've expended considerable energy. Replenish yourself quickly." Without hesitation, Malfoy accepted the potion and consumed it. Meanwhile, Harry, who was preparing to venture deeper into the cave to join forces with Malfoy and rescue the fairies, was obstructed by Bertallum. 12 black crossbow bolts had been destroyed, preventing any further threat to the elven vessel, and prompting Bach and the others to unleash their full firepower, much to Bertallum's fury. Thus, Bertallum sought to assess the situation and was met with the sight of Harry and Ron. "You are the students from Hogwarts?" Bertallum remarked, recognizing their attire. "I heard that a remarkable professor accompanied you, the one who created elemental magic. Where is he now?" Surrounded by 5 adversaries, Harry and Ron exchanged anxious glances. Bertallum emanated an aura of danger, matched by the other 4. "Professor Kate is not someone you can simply meet," Ron stated, his voice tinged with apprehension. "If you wish to see him, perhaps you should search the vicinity." Bertallum, upon hearing this, surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Little one, this is war. Such tactics are futile. If I capture you too, I will have no trouble bringing that Professor Kate forth." At these words, Harry and Ron's expressions shifted dramatically. Gust charm. Harry swiftly cast a spell at Ron, transforming him into a gust of wind that vanished from sight. Chapter 130, The Fierce Battle at Twin Peaks, Part 3. As the gust charm took effect, Ron sprinted away. Before Bertallum and his compatriots could react, Ron appeared behind a Death Eater and launched an attack. Earth Spike. Magical energy erupted, and before the 2 Death Eaters could respond, they were impaled by the emerging spikes. Bertallum's pupils contracted at this sight, astonished by the destructive potential of such a unique spell. Simultaneously, he sensed an impending threat from behind and swiftly turned to cast a protective armor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of wind blades were deflected, shimmering with light, as Bertallum staggered back several steps. Harry and Ron's simultaneous strike caught Bertallum off guard. However, The remaining adversaries quickly regained their composure after the initial assault and retaliated against Harry and Ron. "Hey, what are you doing? Running like turtles?" Ron gazed at the Death Eaters pursuing him through apparition, a flicker of panic stirring within. Yet, in that moment, he could not help but taunt them. Avada Kedavra! The two Death Eaters, incensed by Ron's mockery, retaliated with lethal intent, disregarding any notion of capturing him alive. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Bertie and Harry grew increasingly tense. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. Stupefy. However, in the face of Harry's swift movements, Bertie found himself at a loss. His spells consistently missed their mark, while Harry's magic came at him like a barrage of Muggle firearms. Both combatants wielded single-target spells, which dissipated once cast. Yet, Harry's magic surged forth in relentless waves, piquing Bertie's curiosity about the nature of such sorcery. Thus, Bertie remained focused on apprehending Harry and Ron, refraining from using the killing curse and instead employing spells aimed at subduing Harry. Fireball barrage. Seizing the opportunity, Harry launched a counterattack. Faced with the onslaught of fireballs, Bertie could only conjure a shield charm for defense. "Harry!" Ron's voice pierced through the chaos. Harry turned to see Ron being relentlessly pursued by two Death Eaters, desperately evading their spells. Hurricane spell. Without hesitation, Harry abandoned Bertie and unleashed a tempest, sweeping the attackers away from Ron. The two Death Eaters, hot on Ron's heels, were instantly blown back. Earthen wall spell. Stupefy. A wall of earth rose before Harry, accompanied by two distinct sounds. In that critical moment, as Bertie sought to exploit the opening created by Harry's rescue of Ron, he cast a spell at Harry. Ron, noticing Bertie's intent, swiftly retaliated with his own spell. Stupefy. The spell struck the wall, and Harry quickly reacted, retreating from the scene. Bertie, momentarily stunned and vexed, cursed the sudden appearance of the wall that thwarted his perfect opportunity. Why must this accursed magic conjure a wall? Enraged, he hastily concealed himself, roaring in frustration. Harry and Ron regrouped, exchanging a determined glance. Triangle tactic, Harry declared. Ron's eyes sparkled with resolve as he nodded vigorously. All right, Earthwall spell. Hidden in the shadows, Bertie was taken aback by the sudden emergence of another wall. Fortunately, this wall posed no threat, offering him a brief sense of relief. Yet, as another wall rose before him, Bertie was startled into retreat, pressing against the wall in a desperate attempt to evade capture. At this moment, Bertram found himself confined to a mere square meter of space, save for the exit to his right. A sheen of perspiration gathered upon his brow as thoughts of impending danger coursed through his mind, compelling him to flee the scene. Hurricane curse. A fierce gale swept in, offering Bertram no opportunity for resistance as he was instantaneously thrust against the wall. His hand clutching the wand pressed tightly against the surface, immobilized. For Harry stood directly before him, the wind howling menacingly in his direction. Earth spike eruption. In the tumult of the tempest, Bertram's head, pinned against the wall and unable to turn, faintly discerned Ron's voice amidst the chaos, flooding his mind with despair. With a sudden whoosh, the sensation became painfully vivid. Harry retracted his wand, the wind dissipating, causing Bertram's form to plummet once more. His perforated body subjected to a second wave of torment. Blood trickled from the earth spikes, and crimson flowed from his mouth. Bertram could scarcely fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of two mere children. Ron and Harry, still grappling with the horror of the moment, hastily departed. Within the cavern, Draco, Forbes, and Carly had cautiously infiltrated, dispatching numerous goblins and Death Eaters along their path, until they finally encountered the imprisoned fairies. Their condition was dire. They bore the marks of brutal whippings, their faces ashen and wretched, many on the brink of death, clinging to their last breaths. These captive fairies were shackled with special black cuffs, suppressing their magical abilities. Known as anti-magic cuffs, these devices had been developed by the Death Eaters after corrupting the dwarven master craftsmen, specifically designed to subdue fairies and high elves. What further vexed Draco and his companions was the impenetrability of the dungeon door. Without a key, it was utterly unyielding. Carly observed Draco's futile attempts to kick open the door and remarked, "We must locate the key to unlock it." Draco furrowed his brow and replied, "Where shall we find the key?" Forbes, uncertain, scanned the surroundings in search of any sign of the elusive key. Carly glanced at the fairies within the dungeon and suddenly conceived an idea. Approaching one of the cell doors, she declared, "We are here on behalf of Glacé to rescue you. They are fighting outside and require your assistance. Do you know where the key to the dungeon is?" The other fairies, upon hearing Carly's words, lit up with hope and expectation, gathering at the door of their cell. One weakened fairy responded, "A tall half-orc has it." Another chimed in, "Yes, one that wields a long spear." "A half-orc with a spear?" Carly inquired urgently. "Forbes, have you seen him?" Forbes replied thoughtfully, "I have no recollection. Our powers are suppressed by this anti-magic bracelet. If you could assist us in locating the key to unlock it, we would regain our strength and be able to escape from this dungeon." An elderly fairy spoke. "Do you know where the key is?" Forbes inquired hastily. The aged fairy extended her hand and pointed into the distance, saying, "If you return the way you came, you will encounter a crossroads. Turn left and proceed inside. There lies a secret chamber. Within that chamber is the key to our anti-magic bracelet. However, you must exercise caution, for Death Eaters guard that place." Chapter 131, The Fierce Battle at Twin Peaks, Part 4. Malfoy and his companions swiftly retraced their steps, following the fairy's guidance. Along the way, they encountered a surge of half-breeds. The trio unleashed their magic, launching a counterattack. The number of half-breeds was considerable, compelling Malfoy and his friends to exert all their strength to fend off the assault. Malfoy led the charge, embodying the role of a magical warrior with fervor. Windblade spell, Fireball barrage, Earth spike. Just then, Harry and Ron arrived to provide support, significantly alleviating the pressure on Malfoy and his comrades. Moments later, after vanquishing the pursuing half-breeds, they regrouped. "Did you find the fairy?" Harry asked eagerly. "Yes, but we do not have the key. We need to locate it to unlock the dungeon door and rescue the fairy," Forbes replied promptly. "Where can we find the key?" Ron asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. "This way," Malfoy shouted as he sprinted ahead. Harry and the others followed, while Caliana quickly cautioned them. "The secret chamber where the key is stored is watched by Death Eaters. You must be extremely careful." Harry and Ron nodded in acknowledgement. The path to the secret chamber was devoid of half-breeds and Death Eaters, rendering it relatively safe for the five of them. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the secret chamber. It was a heavy, iron door, appearing quite formidable. Harry and Malfoy exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. "I shall do it," Malfoy declared to Harry. Harry stepped back, glancing at Ron, Forbes, and Caliana. All drew their wands, prepared for action. Malfoy knocked on the door of the chamber, but, after a moment of silence, no one answered. Alohomora. Malfoy brandished his wand towards the iron door. The spell, however, had no effect, causing anxiety among Malfoy and the others. "If the door does not open, we cannot retrieve the key. What shall we do?" Ron said, clearly distressed. "There must be a mechanism. This chamber cannot be accessed solely by those within," Harry pondered. "Then let us search quickly," Forbes urged. The five began to meticulously examine the surroundings, tapping on the walls here and there. Click. Ron encountered a wall that caved inward. Upon hearing the sound, Harry and the others paused, a sense of surprise washing over them. The iron door trembled slightly before it began to rise. Malfoy immediately positioned himself by the door, ready to act, and Harry did the same. As the door ascended halfway, both Harry and Malfoy charged in as magical warriors. A dark-cloaked figure concealed within had yet to react before they closed in on him. In unison, they struck, and the figure collapsed to the ground. "Earthbound curse," Ron exclaimed as he entered, swiftly casting a spell on the fallen figure. As Malfoy prepared to continue his assault, Ron quickly interjected, "Do not kill him. He may prove useful to us. What help could he possibly offer?" "Death Eaters must die," Malfoy retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "We cannot guarantee that all the keys are here. Having him with us could save us some trouble," Ron explained. Upon hearing this, Malfoy fell silent. "There are many keys here, and fortunately, they are numbered, making our task considerably easier," Caliana remarked as she examined the keys hanging on the wall, her spirits lifted. "Then let us take them all," Harry declared, seizing the keys and placing them into a bag enhanced by a concealment and expansion charm. Malfoy and the others followed suit. Gathering every key from the chamber, Harry cast a levitation charm on the Death Eater, controlling him as they made their swift exit. Malfoy led the charge, and as they pressed forward, they encountered only a few scattered half-breeds, with no Death Eaters in sight. The group returned to the dungeon without any hindrance, eliciting a sense of joy among them. "Quick, retrieve the keys," Harry urged, surveying the dungeon and the surrounding goblins. "Report your anti-magic bracelet codes. Mine is number 55. One goblin shouted. "Mine is 105. The calls continued in succession as Harry and his companions swiftly searched for the keys, handing them over to the goblins. The sound of clinking keys mingled with the goblins' excited voices, and smiles spread across Harry and his friends' faces. One by one, the goblins regained their magical powers, effortlessly ignoring the dungeon doors and appearing outside. Even the weakened goblins, seemingly on the brink of collapse, were brought out. "Thank you. We are immensely grateful," an elderly goblin exclaimed, approaching Harry and his companions with palpable excitement. A sense of relief washed over Harry and his friends, signifying that their mission was nearing completion. "We have no idea how the battle outside is faring, so we should hurry and assist," Caliana reminded. Harry nodded, producing 3 vials of healing potion. "These will help us recover quickly and mend our injuries." "I only have 3. Ron chimed in, revealing 2 vials of his own. "I have 2 here." The elderly fairies gazed upon the potions with great delight. Among them, 5 fairies bore grievous wounds, and with 5 vials of healing elixir at hand, their bodies would soon be restored, regaining a modicum of combat prowess. Gratefully, the fairies expressed their thanks as they distributed the healing potions to their companions, facilitating their recovery. After a brief tidying up, Harry and his companions led the charge, racing towards the outside world. They were deeply concerned about the ongoing battle beyond, particularly for Hermione's safety, which weighed heavily on their minds. As Harry and the others burst forth from the cave, they found the external conflict raging with ferocity. The moment the fairies emerged, they spotted the half-breeds and Death Eaters, and without hesitation, launched their attack. Avada Kedavra, shatter them to pieces, petrify them all, render them unconscious. Without the need for wands, spells shot forth from their hands. Amidst the chaos, the half-breeds and Death Eaters, caught off guard, suffered a fierce ambush from the fairies. On the elven vessel, Bach beamed with joy as he witnessed the arrival of the fairies. "It's Hobie. They've come out," he exclaimed with glee. The fairies, noticing the commotion, were equally elated. Fueled by their enthusiasm, their firepower surged forth relentlessly. Hagrid, upon seeing Harry and his friends emerge unscathed, laughed heartily. Though he had a heart full of bravery, he could not help but worry about the perilous tasks assigned to the 5 young ones. At that moment, the half-breeds and Death Eaters on Twin Peaks were facing annihilation. With the addition of hundreds of fairies bolstering their strength, the Death Eaters were decimated, and without their magical constraints, the half-breeds faced a massacre. Realizing that the situation was irretrievable, the half-breeds and a few Death Eaters fled in haste. Remaining here would only lead to death, a fate no one desired. Be they human or half-breed. "Well done, Harry, Malfoy, Forbes, Carly, Ron." Hagrid joyfully approached, embracing Harry and the others for a moment. Malfoy wore an expression of disdain, yet the upward curl of his lips betrayed his appreciation for the praise. As a strategic stronghold, Twin Peaks, now captured, could never be returned to the half-breeds. Thus, Norsa and the dwarf warriors promptly began to secure the battlefield, intent on holding this critical location to thwart the advancing half-breeds. "Hermione, come help over here. This fairy is gravely injured," Luna said, her face somewhat drawn as she diligently worked to heal the wounded fairies and dwarf warriors. They had exhausted their supply of healing potions, and their magical elixirs were nearly depleted. The battle at Twin Peaks was proving to be far more brutal than the confrontation at Spirit Lake Town. At this moment, neither the fairies nor the dwarves would retreat regardless of the circumstances. Thus, it was battle after battle. Had it not been for the support of Luna's moment, the casualties among the dwarf warriors would have been far greater, with not merely dozens remaining forever in this place. The corpses of the half-beasts and Death Eaters were piled together and cremated, while the dwarves' bodies were buried in a designated spot, marked by gravestones. Before the dozens of gravestones, Harry and the dwarf warriors offered prayers, departing with somber expressions. Although their time spent with these dwarves was brief, they had come to regard them as comrades. Witnessing the demise of these companions filled Harry and the others with sorrow and regret. War inevitably brings death, and this was the first time they had experienced such a feeling. In the fairy town, protected by a barrier, they had reveled in victory without knowing the taste of parting. In Spirit Lake Town, empowered by Caitlin's magic, the dwarves had triumphed over the half-beast army without a single casualty, still basking in the exhilaration of victory. Now, in the Battle of the Twin Peaks, they were beginning to grasp the grief and despair that war brings. As the sun set, Harry sat quietly on a stone, gazing at the descending sun, lost in silence. What was he contemplating? A voice broke the stillness, causing Harry to shudder slightly as he turned to see Caitlin's appearance, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Professor Caitlin. She sat beside him, observing the sunset and the gravestones illuminated by its glow, saying, "This is war. Some are still alive, while others have perished. The harsh reality can foster growth, yet it can also bring about troubles. Do you believe you have grown, or have you merely succumbed to despair?" Harry lowered his head, hands clasped together, remaining silent. As he sat in quietude, clearing his mind, memories of recent encounters surfaced, prompting him to reflect on the fallen dwarf warriors, the fairies, and his parents who had been slain by Voldemort. The death of his parents was, in its own right, another consequence of war. "Professor Caitlin, I do not know how to answer you. However, I will strive to strengthen myself. You once said that only by growing stronger can one protect those they wish to safeguard." His voice bore a hint of resolve. Upon hearing this, Caitlin affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, smiling. "That can be considered a response. Strive to grow stronger. Voldemort is an adversary you must confront." With that, Caitlin vanished in an instant. Harry was taken aback, quickly rising to search for her. "Professor Caitlin, you are here. Professor Caitlin, we have rescued the fairies." Yet, Caitlin had not truly departed. She had merely rejoined the others. Luna, Hermione, and the others, upon spotting Caitlin, eagerly approached, sharing the fruits of their battles from the day. Harry gazed at the jubilant Caitlin, his fists clenched, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He must become strong, as formidable as Professor Caitlin. Following the war, the Twin Peaks experienced a fleeting tranquility. Norsa, accompanied by the dwarf warriors, aspired to maintain a presence there. However, Caitlin urged them to reconsider. The half-orcs boasted a substantial army, and the combat prowess of the dwarven warriors and fairies was insufficient, lacking adequate strength for a sustained defense. It was deemed impractical to remain. Thus, as the fairies returned to their town, Norsa had no choice but to lead the dwarf warriors away. Before their departure, Caitlare concealed the tombstones of the dwarves and fairies, preventing the half-orcs from desecrating them once they had gone. Caitlare's actions garnered immense gratitude from both the half-orcs and the fairies. Escorting the fairies of Twin Peaks back to their town was also a task assigned to Caitlare. Consequently, Harry and the others followed Norsa back to Spirit Lake Town. The return of Hobby and his companions brought immense joy to Glaze and Noster. Master Caitlare, we are truly grateful. Without your intervention, we cannot fathom the sacrifices we would have endured to rescue our kin, Glaze expressed with palpable excitement as he approached Caitlare. Glaze, I have done nothing significant. It was those children, and indeed the efforts of Poke and Norsa that bore fruit, Caitlare replied with a gentle smile. Thus, there is no need for your gratitude. After a brief pause, he added, for me, this was merely a transaction. For Harry and the others, it is a rite of passage. Professor Caitlare, is this arrangement to prepare Harry for Voldemort? Noster inquired hesitantly. Indeed, Caitlare affirmed with a nod. To me, Voldemort poses no real threat. If I so desired, he would have no chance of survival. Professor, if you possess such power, why subject Harry to these trials? Noster questioned, somewhat perplexed. Why? Caitlare turned to gaze at Noster and Glaze, contemplating briefly before responding. You have lived for many years and encountered myriad experiences. How well do you believe you comprehend the magical realm? Glaze and Noster exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. They found themselves at a loss for a response. As their understanding of the magical world was confined within a limited scope, even their treasured, ancient tomes contained little of the arcane knowledge. Professor Caitlare, what troubles the magical world? Glaze ventured cautiously. Caitlare slowly turned, observing the jubilant fairies embracing one another outside, his eyes gleaming with insight. The magical world is far more intricate than it appears, and what I seek is merely to uncover a singular truth. Yet, revealing this truth is no simple endeavor. Chapter 133, The Eternal Forest, the High Elf King. Caitlare did not linger in the fairy town and soon departed. Grace and Noster, however, found themselves lost in contemplation, intrigued by Caitlare's words, which carried deeper meanings. Yet, they were at a loss as to where to commence their search. Despite their hearts brimming with uncertainty and curiosity, Grace and the others chose not to be consumed by it. The return of Hobie and his kin instilled confidence in Grace. Thus, they actively prepared for battle with great diligence. Master Caitlare, you have finally returned, exclaimed Roysify, who joyfully approached Caitlare upon his arrival. Standing beside Roysify were Noster, one of the bravest warriors of the Dwarven clan, and Lachio, the esteemed general of our Esladu. At this moment, most of the Dwarven warriors had gathered in Spirit Lake Town, diligently constructing fortifications around the area. Noster and Lachio, both renowned figures in Esladu, were rallying scattered dwarves from various directions to assemble their forces. Consequently, an army of 30,000 Dwarven warriors congregated around Spirit Lake Town, fervently preparing for battle, forging weapons, and readying themselves to reclaim Esladu at any moment. The kingdom of Esladu, in comparison to the human realm, is merely the size of a town and serves as a stronghold for the dwarves. Beyond its borders, forests, seas, and deserts are ruled by their own sovereigns, inhabited by wondrous creatures. At the height of their glory, the Dwarven population once neared 1 million. However, centuries of warfare inflicted severe losses, and by the time Esladu fell into the hands of the half-orcs, its populace had dwindled to around 200,000. This fate befell both the dwarves and the half-orcs, though the latter still maintained a significantly larger population. Greetings, Noster. Lachio. Caitlare acknowledged the two, then turned to Roysify with a smile and inquired, Prince Roysify, are you prepared to wage war against the half-orcs? Upon hearing this, Roysify's expression hardened with resolve as he proclaimed, we are diligently preparing for battle. We must reclaim Esladu from the half-orcs. Noster and Lachio's eyes sparkled with determination as they listened to Prince Roysify's words, their faces reflecting an unwavering commitment to the cause of reclaiming Esladu. I have faith in your conviction and tenacity, as well as in your strength. However, with your current forces, even with the aid of the fairies, you appear too fragile in the face of the vast numbers of half-orcs, trolls, and Death Eaters. To reclaim Esladu, you will require additional allies. After praising Noster and Lachio, Caitlare felt compelled to remind Roysify, though he could assist the dwarves, he remained merely a passerby and could not indefinitely intimidate the half-orcs. To achieve lasting peace and stability, it is imperative to foster amicable relations with fairies, high elves, and other diminutive races. Roy, grasping Cateriel's sentiment, stated, we have dispatched envoys, and I am confident they will return with favorable news. Cateriel shook his head, replying, enduring cooperation and friendship necessitate ample sincerity. Upon hearing this, Roy Sophie contemplated for a moment and declared, I shall personally meet with the High Elven King to seek collaboration. Cateriel nodded with satisfaction and smiled, saying, My student and I plan to visit the Eternal Forest. We may travel together. You should attend to some matters now. We expect to stay there for 2 or 3 days. After Cateriel finished speaking, he turned and departed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Cateriel observed Harry and others diligently concocting magical and healing potions. During this period, their gains had been substantial, particularly in the realm of herbs, aided by the dwarves, providing them with sufficient resources. As the prospect of conflict loomed once more, it was essential to expedite potion production for their safety and to mitigate unnecessary sacrifices. Watching them in their fervent preparations, Cateriel smiled, recognizing the essence of pre-war readiness. Although war brings despair, it also catalyzes rapid growth. Professor Cateriel, you are back. Luna exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him return. However, Harry and the others remained engrossed in their tasks, continuing their focused work on the potions. Cateriel chuckled again and instructed. Once you finish your potions, gather your belongings. We are soon to depart for the Eternal Forest. Eternal Forest? Ron exclaimed with delight. Professor Cateriel, are we going to meet the High Elves? High Elves? Cedric interjected. I have heard they possess extraordinary beauty and resemble us closely. Shall we have the chance to receive the blessings of the High Elves? Hermione whispered to Luna. Luna paused, a blush quickly rising to her fair cheeks, and softly cautioned. Do not be so captivated by their beauty that you refuse to return. Hermione narrowed her eyes, a smile gracing her face. Well, that is certainly preferable to them. Professor Cateriel, when do we depart? Hagrid emerged, looking at Cateriel with anticipation. I have heard the Eternal Forest is home to many magical creatures. We shall await the arrival of Prince Roy Sophie, who will accompany us, Cateriel replied with a smile. After a brief wait, Prince Roy Sophie approached alongside Norsa. Master Cateriel, we are ready to depart at your convenience, he stated. Cateriel nodded, producing a crystal-clear wand, and said, Come forth, everyone. Harry and Roy Sophie, along with others, swiftly gathered around Caitlin, as a magnificent hexagram formation rapidly took shape under their reverent and expectant gazes. In that very instant, as the magical array was completed, Harry and his companions vanished from their original location. Eternal Forest, a vast expanse teeming with magical creatures and presided over by high elves, sprawled majestically. Half of this enchanting forest faced the continent, while the other half met the boundless ocean. Its coverage was extensive, resembling the crescent of a moon. The High Elf King resided within a colossal tree hollow, its diameter exceeding 100 meters, making it the largest tree in the Eternal Continent. At that moment, the High Elf King stood atop the immense canopy, gazing into the distance. Sensing the vibrant energies of the world around him, he declared, Hess, prepare yourself. We have esteemed guests arriving. As the High Elf King spoke, strikingly beautiful male and female elves emerged gracefully from their tree abodes, their wands emanating waves of magic. The already lush trees began to adorn themselves with exquisite decorations or bore fruit. Chapter 134, Queen Alice. A silver-white beam descended from the heavens, drawing the attention of all magical creatures within the Eternal Forest. At that moment, the High Elf King, accompanied by 20 tall and handsome high elves, soared into the air. As the light dissipated, Caitlin and the others materialized by the riverbank. Harry surveyed his surroundings, inhaling the fresh essence of nature, feeling immensely at ease. Is this truly the Eternal Forest? He marveled, observing an Alaska bubble rabbit darting by. Wow, the water in this lake is stunning. What lies beneath? Emitting such a blue glow? Exclaimed Hermione, her excitement palpable as she noticed the shimmering azure light in the water. Luna and Carly promptly gathered around. For girls are invariably drawn to beauty. Prince Roy Sophie cast a glance around before focusing ahead. Caitlin also turned her gaze forward, where a gathering of striking high elves swiftly assembled, standing elegantly on either side. Harry and his companions beheld the approaching high elves, clad in silver armor, tall and handsome, their eyes widening in admiration. As Bork had described, they possessed features remarkably akin to humans, with most standing over 6 feet tall. With pointed ears, sapphire-like eyes, golden hair, and alabaster skin, their breathtaking beauty was utterly captivating. Luna, Hermione, and Carly, confronted with the sight of these armored high elves, erupted into excited squeals, akin to starstruck fans. Wow, they are so handsome. Our idols. Is this what high elves truly look like? The boys, including Harry, observed the girls' infatuation with a tinge of envy. However, soon enough, Harry and his companions were captivated by the enchanting scene before them. 20 female high elves, adorned in shimmering silken white gowns and exquisite jewelry, radiated beauty and grace with their beaming smiles. Cedric, along with Harry and the others, found their gazes irresistibly drawn to these ethereal elven women. Prince Roy Sophie, observing the enchanting ladies, particularly the one who approached afterward, inhaled deeply and took a few steps forward. With the decorum of a knight, he knelt slightly, paying his respects as he addressed her. I am Roy-Sophie, Prince of Eslador, and I greet Queen Alice. The High Elf King, a regal female named Debbie Alice, graced their presence. Barefoot, she seemed to glide above the ground, leaving a delicate halo beneath her feet, hovering just 10 centimeters from the earth. Her beauty was breathtaking, and her nobility was palpable. Standing at approximately 1 meter 80, with an impressive figure, golden hair cascading down her back, and a flowing white gown draped with purple veils. She exuded an air of elegance accentuated by her gentle smile. She was a flawless vision of elven beauty. As Queen Alice approached Roy-Sophie, she extended her pristine left hand. Her voice soft and soothing. Prince Roy-Sophie. He took her hand, placing a tender kiss upon it before releasing it and rising to his feet. Observing this exchange, Harry, Hermione, and the others felt a twinge of envy, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Among them, Malfoy stepped forward, moving towards Queen Alice with an expression filled with infatuation. Harry furrowed his brow at Malfoy's advancing figure, quickly reaching out to grasp his arm and exclaiming, "What do you think you are doing?" Malfoy, momentarily startled, regained his composure but shot Harry a resentful glance. Hagrid, though mesmerized by Queen Alice's beauty, was acutely aware of his own station and held no inappropriate thoughts. Indeed, Hagrid was perhaps the only man present, aside from Caturle, who maintained a modicum of rationality amidst the spectacle. "Draco, you are still too young," Hagrid remarked, playfully pulling Malfoy behind him with a knowing grin. Harry, Ron, and Cedric instinctively turned their gazes toward Malfoy, who trembled slightly at the attention. Glaring back at them in frustration, Queen Alice then turned her attention to Caturle and approached him, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Eternal Forest." Caturle placed his right hand defensively over his chest and bowed slightly, responding with a smile. Caturle pays his respects to Queen Alice and hopes our arrival has not disturbed your reign. Queen Alice regarded him with a gentle smile, saying, "The Eternal Forest warmly welcomes Master Caturle. We have prepared a splendid feast to honor your presence." Caturle, upon hearing her words, replied with gratitude, "Thank you, Queen Alice, for your generous hospitality. It is an immense honor for us." Queen Alice smiled gently, casting a glance at Roy-Sophie before turning away. Roy-Sophie awaited the approach of Catelyn, following closely behind Queen Alice. Hagrid led Harry and the others, accompanied by Norsa, closely trailing behind. The venue for Queen Alice's hospitality was situated atop a vast canopy, a platform exceeding 150 square meters, which also served as her favored retreat. From this vantage point, one could gaze far into the depths of the Eternal Forest. This area had now been transformed into a banquet platform. In addition to this grand space, massive tree trunks extended outward, creating smaller platforms that resembled balconies suspended in midair. On these smaller platforms, a few dashing male and female elves were gracefully performing melodies. Queen Alice sat upon her throne, with Catelyn and Harry positioned to her left, while Roy-Sophie, Norsa, and the princes and princesses of the High Elves occupied the other side. The exquisite cuisine of the High Elves was predominantly vegetarian, featuring an array of unusual fruits and vegetables with distinctive flavors that delighted Harry and his companions. Meat was scarce, limited to a small portion of steak, prepared specially for their guest Catelyn. Otherwise, the High Elves, in their benevolence, would seldom resort to the slaying of magical creatures, even a pig. This was, of course, reflective of the High Elves' vegetarian ethos, deeply intertwined with their principles. The banquet was not only rich in delectable food, but also filled with enchanting music and the elegant dances of handsome male and female elves. After the feast, Harry and his companions were free to roam, accompanied by the elves, and once the banquet area was tidied up, only Queen Alice, Prince Roy-Sophie, and Catelyn remained. As night descended upon the Eternal Forest, it revealed an extraordinary beauty. Fireflies danced like stars in the night sky, adorning the darkness with their glow, embodying the essence of the night. Alongside the fireflies, stones radiating blue light and the magical cattails emitting a faint red glow, along with moose that cast white light, contributed to the enchanting nocturnal scenery of the Eternal Forest, captivating Harry and his friends. Chapter 135, The One Who Changed the Ending. As Harry and the others departed, the banquet platform reverted to its original state. Catelyn, Prince Roy-Sophie, and Queen Alice ascended a smaller platform, gazing into the distance. "What I perceive of the future has already altered. The half-breed shall decline, and this transformation is due to a single individual." The gaze of Queen Alice appeared remarkably sharp, yet profoundly deep. In that moment, it seemed as though she glimpsed something extraordinary, leaving her in awe. Catelyn and Roy-Sophie exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Queen Alice's words, then curiosity ignited within them. Prince Roy-Sophie could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Who is that person?" The decline of the half-orcs heralds the rise of the dwarves, thus igniting a spark of anticipation within Prince Roy-Sophie. Queen Alice turned her gaze, sweeping past Prince Roy-Sophie until it settled upon Catelyn. "I can glimpse fragments of the future. However, your destiny remains elusive to me. Your formidable presence consistently leaves me in a state of blankness whenever I behold you. Queen Alice radiated an ethereal light, divine and pure, both beautiful and dignified. Her gaze towards Caitlin bore traces of both admiration and trepidation. Such overwhelming power, even with her extraordinary talents pushed to their limits. She could not perceive even a sliver of it. Consequently, the brilliance emanating from Queen Alice in the depths of the mountains shifted rapidly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Upon hearing Queen Alice's words, Prince Roycefe was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly recover, his excitement palpable. Caitlin had explicitly vowed to assist him in liberating the dwarves of Iceredu and expelling the half-orcs. Caitlin, fixating on Queen Alice, inquired, "Do you possess the ability to glimpse the future?" Just moments prior, as Queen Alice exercised that ability, Caitlin distinctly sensed a peculiar force attempting to influence him. Although he could perceive this influence clearly, it bore no effect upon him. The energy shattered upon contact. This was due to the overwhelming nature of his own power, which rendered the influence of Queen Alice's abilities ineffective. It appeared that glimpsing certain fragments of the future was only effective for those capable of instigating significant changes. Queen Alice, not concealing her abilities, responded to Caitlin. Nodding in acknowledgement, Caitlin smiled, "The strength of the half-orcs is of little concern to me. What truly piques my interest is the mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes." Uncertain of what Queen Alice might have seen regarding this enigmatic figure, Caitlin pondered. Hearing his words, Queen Alice hesitated slightly before sighing softly. "That is an indescribably powerful entity. Before the arrival of Master Caitlin, I had long feared that darkness would shroud this world under that individual's influence." As she spoke, Queen Alice ascended to her throne, extending her hand to caress the crystal embedded within it. The crystal floated gracefully into the air, and after a moment of gentle touch, Queen Alice declared, "Let us witness it together." Prince Roycefe and Caitlin stepped forward, their gazes fixed upon the crystal. The lustrous orb, emanating a soft silver glow, was abruptly enveloped in darkness. A colossal figure gradually materialized, casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. On the field, dwarves, fairies, elves, treants, stone giants, and trolls clashed fiercely in an expansive arena. The figure, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, appeared increasingly formidable and substantial. The entire scene unfolded over the span of 5 seconds before concluding. This was the glimpse I was afforded. Queen Alice sat upon her throne, seemingly drained of considerable magical energy and spirit by the display she had just revealed. Her voice tinged with fatigue. To peer into the existence of a formidable entity and to manifest it for viewing was a tremendous exertion for her, particularly since the being she observed was immensely powerful. "Who is this person?" asked Caitlin, gazing inquiringly at Queen Alice. "I do not know," she replied with a shake of her head, her expression turning grave. "The only certainty I possess is that he is the mastermind behind the wars that have erupted over the years, a being whose power rivals that of our world." Queen Alice's words prompted Caitlin to recall the Dark Dragon. From the Dark Dragon, he had gleaned some answers, albeit incomplete. "Queen Alice, does the elven crown conceal any secrets?" Caitlin inquired. Queen Alice cast a glance at Caitlin and Prince Roycefe, falling into a momentary silence. "It seems Master Caitlin possesses considerable knowledge," remarked Queen Alice. Her gaze fixed upon him. "My understanding is limited, but there is one matter that has piqued my curiosity," Caitlin responded. "This unseen individual is in the process of gathering tokens, one of which includes the elven crown. That person is attempting to resurrect themselves." Prince Roycefe, taken aback by Catterall's revelation, exclaimed, "To resurrect themselves? Does that mean they have already collected 3 tokens?" Queen Alice directed her gaze toward Roycefe, her eyes reflecting astonishment. She had surmised the purpose of that individual when the elven crown was seized. Yet, she felt powerless against such an entity, despite her efforts to instigate change. The city of Isla had already been breached and overrun by half-orcs, and the elven race had suffered significant losses of warriors. Caitlin, intrigued, turned his attention to Prince Roycefe. "Your knowledge surprises me, Roycefe. It seems you are privy to information regarding this matter." "This is a secret known only to the kings of Isla," Prince Roycefe replied, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "I learned of this secret from our father shortly before his passing. There exists a legend in Isla that beneath the palace lies a ring capable of bestowing courage and strength upon its bearer. The first king, equipped with this ring, vanquished the half-orcs and established Isla, bringing peace and prosperity to the dwarves. This ring is known as the Eternal Ring. Alongside the Eternal Ring, 2 other items accompany it, the Elven Crown and the Staff of Moss. It is said that once these 3 items are gathered, and with the vitality of 100,000 souls as nourishment, a person can be resurrected." Chapter 136, Infiltration of Iceredu. The information shared by Prince Roycefe is known to both Catterall and Queen Alice. However, what they are unaware of is that the Eternal Ring is concealed beneath the palace of Iceredu. "Prince Roycefe, do you know where the Eternal Ring is now?" Queen Alice inquired. With a hint of anticipation, Prince Roy Sophie replied, "It lies within the chamber once occupied by my father, where there exists a passage leading underground. However, I am uncertain of its precise location. My hope is that they remain oblivious to this secret." Upon hearing this, Cotterell pondered for a moment before stating, "Given the current circumstances, their occupation of Iceradal serves a distinct purpose. What shall we do?" Prince Roy Sophie asked, his expression tinged with anxiety. "Iceradal has been in the hands of the half-orcs for nearly 6 months. It is uncertain whether they have discovered the Eternal Ring during this time." "Then let us see for ourselves," Cotterell chuckled. "We must not allow them to acquire the Eternal Ring." After considering Cotterell's words, Queen Alice remarked, "This is imperative. We must locate the Eternal Ring before they do." Prince Roy Sophie hesitated before asking, "But Iceradal is currently occupied by half-orcs. And if we wish to muster an army to reclaim it, we will require at least half a month's time. With half a month to assemble forces, facing a much larger and well-equipped half-orc army, Prince Roy Sophie felt uncertain. Yet, at this moment, he recognized the necessity of action. He could not allow the half-orcs to obtain the Eternal Ring or permit that terrifying entity to emerge. "I shall deal with the half-orcs of Iceradal," Cotterell declared, smiling. "But you will still need to rally your forces to draw the half-orc strength out of Iceradal." After a moment of silence, Prince Roy Sophie stated, "Indeed, the warriors of Iceradal will not flinch in the face of peril. Our elven warriors are willing to stand alongside the warriors of Iceradal." Queen Alice smiled slightly, also expressing her support. Thus, an alliance was forged between the elven race and the dwarves of Iceradal. In the ensuing time, the three of them contemplated their course of action and strategized their plans. The exquisite eternal forest, with the rising sun and the slumbering moon, presented itself before them in a verdant splendor. Harry and his companions traversed the eternal forest, gathering the herbs they required, as well as collecting special fruit seeds. Among other things, Hagrid, filled with curiosity about the wondrous creatures of the eternal forest, meticulously documented his observations while cautiously attempting to capture a magical creature. Regrettably, these wondrous creatures are so amicable that even when Hagrid desires a moment of solitude, he feels somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, within the eternal forest, numerous elves are actively roaming, unwilling to let any incident disrupt their harmonious relations. Luna and her companions, though diligently attempting to gather herbs or magical flora, find themselves somewhat lost in the enchanting company of the beautiful elves. In contrast, Neville and Harry are particularly earnest in their herb-gathering endeavors. Additionally, Harry has taken out the memory crystal to document his experiences within the eternal forest. Speaking of the memory crystal, Harry has made ample use of it, capturing numerous precious moments that will serve as cherished memories. Consequently, Draco and his cohorts are filled with envy over Harry's possession of such a remarkable artifact. In the ensuing days, Cotterell has not intruded upon them. First, he sent Roy Sophie back to Spirit Lake Town to assemble an army to reclaim Isladu. Then, he busied himself with various matters outside. In truth, Cotterell need not have taken such actions, yet he remained deeply curious about the underlying motives. One night, Cotterell, accompanied by Prince Roy Sophie, silently appeared upon the mountains surrounding Isladu, gazing down upon the city nestled against the hills, lost in contemplation. The intelligence of the half-orcs may not be particularly high, yet it is not lacking either. They do not possess the same penchant for cleanliness as dwarves or elves. Thus the city of Isladu, after being overtaken and ravaged by war, appears exceedingly chaotic and desolate. The half-orcs do not intend to restore Isladu, nor do they envision it as another royal capital. Under the bright lights, a raucous celebration unfolds among the half-orcs. They drink merrily, feast on meat, and engage in loud revelry, roaring with laughter, and one can even witness duels and dances among them, creating a lively atmosphere. Master Cotterell, the half-orcs are on high alert, and it is certain that Death Eaters reside within the palace. Should we attempt to infiltrate, we might inadvertently alert them, Prince Roy Sophie remarked, his expression a mixture of complexity and nostalgia as he surveyed Isladu. However, one thing remains unchanged. Roy Sophie harbors a deep-seated hatred for the half-orcs. "Trust me, they will not detect our presence." "Invisibility charm," Cotterell declared, casting a spell upon himself and Roy Sophie, before leaping from the precipice of the 1,000-meter cliff. Roy Sophie's expression shifted slightly, yet he restrained himself from crying out. The sheer height and speed of their descent could terrify anyone. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Cotterell, which also exemplified his courage. Indeed, as they descended approximately 100 meters, their speed began to diminish, transforming their fall into a gentle glide, akin to feathers dancing in the wind. Kate Lyle cast a glance at Roy Sophie, observing the resolute determination in the latter's eyes, a glimmer of admiration evident in his gaze. They descended silently, landing with precision upon the palace of Iceradal. Roy Sophie surveyed his surroundings, familiar with the terrain, and knew it was time for him to lead the way. "Master Kate Lyle, this way." Roy Sophie gestured quietly, following closely behind. Kate Lau moved nimbly across the rooftop, eventually arriving at a secluded corner. Beneath us lies my father's chamber, Roy Sophie indicated. There is a balcony here through which we can enter. Kate Lau peered down, nodded in acknowledgement, and gracefully descended alongside Roy Sophie. They landed soundlessly on the balcony, surveying the interior of the king's bedroom. As Roy Sophie had mentioned, Death Eaters were present, engaged in conversation as they sought the Eternal Ring. Chapter 137. The Unexpected Door to the Secret Chamber. Bog, the Master is quite furious. He demands we locate the Eternal Ring post-haste. We have but half a month, and if we fail to find it within this time frame, you are well aware of the consequences. In the chamber, two men conversed. A burly figure, marked by a grotesque scar, sat at a table, listening to his companion. We have been striving diligently, Gaines. However, as you can see, we have scoured the entire palace, breached several secret chambers, and unearthed treasures of gold and silver. Yet the ring our master seeks remains elusive. I urgently require definitive information confirming that the Eternal Ring is still within the palace. Otherwise, I truly do not know how much longer I must spend searching here. I deeply regret my decision to remain. Gaines, feeling a twinge of annoyance and regret from Bog's words, reflected on the burdens he faced since the conquest of Iceredu. The responsibilities had multiplied, and controlling the half-breeds proved to be no simple task. Moreover, the pressing need to locate a particular ring added to his woes. I have no time for your complaints. We shall dig to the very depths if necessary. We must find it. I refuse to perish in this realm. Gaines cast a deep glance at Bog before turning away. Bog watched Gaines depart, remaining silent for a moment, his expression darkening. Outside the window, Kate Lyle and Roy Sophie listened to the exchange and let out a sigh of relief. The fact that they had not found the Eternal Ring was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. The wind stirred, causing the papers on the table to flutter. A strong gust sent a sheet flying into Bog's face, disrupting his thoughts as he had carelessly left the letters strewn across the table. Soon, he sank into contemplation. Borg rose to his feet, brandishing his wand as he surveyed his surroundings, gradually making his way toward the balcony. Yet, the room and the balcony were utterly devoid of life. A sense of surprise mingled with doubt washed over Borg. Could it be that he was merely overreacting? He closed the door leading to the balcony, and with the cold wind no longer sweeping in, the room began to warm. At that moment, Borg felt an increasing sense of unease. The room had always been warm, yet the door had opened silently. Was that truly possible? Suddenly, a voice echoed, and before Borg could turn to discern its source, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Kate Lair revealed himself, employing a wind-based spell to manipulate the unconscious Borg and gently guide him onto the bed. Roy Sophie emerged from invisibility, making her way toward the oil lamp by the door. Being of insufficient height, she procured a chair to stand upon, grasping the lamp's holder and twisting it. To her astonishment, the colossal pillar that served as the city wall opened to reveal a door. This door was rather small, measuring only about 1.5 meters in height, making it well suited for the dwarven folk. What was even more intriguing was that this door was not at ground level, but rather 2 meters above it. Such a design was unexpected. No one would anticipate that the massive 2-meter diameter pillar would serve as an entrance to an underground passage. Moreover, the height exceeded that of the dwarves, leading one to overlook the hidden door above. Kate Lair observed Roy Sophie approaching and remarked with a smile, "Isn't it astonishing?" Indeed it was. Roy Sophie gazed at the hidden door, nodding as she replied, "I would never have placed a door higher than ourselves, for it implies that without a staircase, I simply cannot reach it." Kate Lair nodded in agreement, lifting Roy Sophie with a single bound and placing her inside. Then, under her watchful gaze, he cast a spell upon himself. His height of 176 centimeters swiftly diminished to 120 centimeters, and his appearance transformed into that of another, somewhat endearing individual. "Kate Lair, what is this?" Roy Sophie exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Do not mind it. This is simply me, just a different version of myself," Kate Lair explained with a smile. Roy Sophie nodded, and the two entered the secret chamber, the door closing behind them, plunging the room into darkness. Yet, this was a trivial matter. A floating orb of light, under Catalair's command, illuminated the path ahead, revealing a spiral staircase. The pair descended step by step, covering approximately 100 meters. The air here remained neither thin nor murky despite their descent, indicating that the secret chamber was not entirely sealed. Contemplating this, Kate Lair and Roy Sophie soon found themselves in an area resembling a labyrinth. 6 openings led in different directions, each suggesting the potential for lurking dangers ahead. Roy Sophie found himself at a loss for choice and turned to Caturl. "It will take but a moment, yet fret not," Caturl declared, stepping into one of the openings and conjuring a gust of wind magic. Under the sway of Caturl's wand, a fierce gale surged forth. After 2 minutes, Caturl retracted his wand and proceeded to the next opening, stating, "This is a dead end, fraught with peril." Roy Sophie observed Caturl's actions, somewhat perplexed. It was not until Caturl had attempted 3 openings that he heard a sound from the 4th cave, reminiscent of a whistle, which illuminated Royzify's understanding of Catull's method. By allowing the winds to wander and flow, Catull sensed the changes within, discerning the safety of each passage. Catull listened intently, pondering briefly, then turned to the fifth opening, employing the same technique for 2 minutes before advancing to the final cave. A tempest rushed inside, shortly producing a sound akin to that from the fourth opening, albeit sharper, like a long whistle. After listening for a moment, Catull pointed to both the fourth and sixth openings, remarking, "Both of these lead deeper. Yet they may hold trials, or none at all. Furthermore, they may lead to disparate locations, potentially within or beyond the palace grounds." Upon hearing this, Royzify contemplated and addressed Catull. "I wish to hear your esteemed opinion." Catull chuckled, replying, "For me, there is little choice. No adversary could pose a greater danger than myself." Royzify paused, grasping the implication, and said, "Then let us proceed through the fourth opening. Though I have heard wandering poets declare that 4 is an ill omen, I often find myself envious of the phoenix's tale of rebirth from flames. That wandering poet is hardly a benevolent soul." Catull retorted with a laugh as he turned and entered the fourth cave. Royzify was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the poet's negative characterization. Chapter 138, The Small Castle and the Undead. Royzify's choice, alongside the wandering poet's tales, was met with Catull's casual remark, and no further deliberation ensued. For Catull, such passages posed little threat. As Royzify watched Catull begin to vanish into the cave, he hurried after him. The two moved through the dark, damp tunnel, a sphere of light floating before them to illuminate their surroundings. Royzify, having grown somewhat desensitized to the effortlessly controlled light sphere, mused that nothing seemed capable of challenging Catull. "The ground is rather moist. Do you suppose there is water in the place we are heading?" Roy-Sophie gazed at the ground. A hint of perplexity etched upon his face. Kate Lyle offered no response, but continued onward. After several minutes of traversing together, they arrived at a location where the sound of flowing water resonated clearly in their ears. In a space of approximately 100 square meters, a small waterfall cascaded down into a pool that radiated an ethereal blue glow, revealing the entire bottom of the pond. The luminous stones beneath the surface were the source of this enchanting light, illuminating the waters of the pool. Roy-Sophie examined the water in the pond and scrutinized his surroundings, remarking, "There are no eternal rings here." Beyond the pond and the petite waterfall, the space was devoid of any other features, utterly barren. Kate Lyle smiled faintly and gave Roy-Sophie a gentle push on his back, causing him to plunge into the depths of the pond. As he submerged in the nearly 3-meter deep water, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Instinctively, he attempted to surface. However, he noticed Kate Lyle standing calmly at the bottom, completely dry, exhibiting an astonishing phenomenon. Just as Roy-Sophie pondered how Kate Lyle achieved this, he felt the water around him parting, forming a vast bubble that enveloped him entirely. He stood steadily at the bottom of the pond, as if walking upon solid ground, his breathing unaffected, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within him. Kate Lyle glided forward with the grace of a fish, moving swiftly through the water. Roy-Sophie took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment to avoid losing sight of his companion. The underground waterway was vast and deep, and as Roy-Sophie followed closely behind Kate Lyle, he marveled at the walls adorned with intricately carved stone statues. These figures depicted armored knights. Though time and the relentless flow of water had rendered them somewhat indistinct, their forms appearing peculiar and grotesque. Upon emerging from the water, Roy-Sophie found himself in a forest, a sight that bewildered him as he had no recollection of this place, as if the forest had materialized out of thin air. "Master Kate Lyle, where are we?" Roy-Sophie inquired with immense curiosity. Kate Lyle turned to face him, a smile gracing his lips. "Do you find it astonishing to have no recollection of this place?" Roy-Sophie nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. I have lived in this region for many years and am well acquainted with the surroundings of Iceredu, yet I have never encountered this locale. This is an isolated realm," Kate Lyle remarked, gazing contemplatively at the scene before them. "Iceredu, I was a remarkable individual, one who wielded extraordinary powers, perhaps employing the hands of others to extricate this place from the original world. Thus, the world you behold before you came into existence. The world may not be vast, yet this is our destination." Roy-Sophie, upon hearing Caterly's words, grasped a hint of understanding while simultaneously brimming with anticipation. "Professor Cater, does this mean we can now acquire the Eternal Ring?" she inquired eagerly. "Perhaps," Caterly mused thoughtfully. The air in this realm was remarkably clear, and the sights that greeted them were lush and vibrant, resembling a paradise untouched by time. As they ventured forth, a series of pathways came into view, prompting Caterly to ponder deeply. Their journey soon led them to the site of a quaint castle. Roy-Sophie, upon beholding the castle, was taken aback and filled with joy, exclaiming, "A castle! The Eternal Ring must be inside." Caterly nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should indeed be able to locate the Eternal Ring." Eagerly, Roy Sophie dashed towards the castle, extending her hand to push open the heavy doors. Despite their weight, she managed to force them ajar with her own strength, an unexpected display of vigor that surprised Caterly. Although Roy Sophie was diminutive in stature and appeared somewhat frail, the strength she had just demonstrated was entirely incongruous with her delicate appearance. Nevertheless, her fierce spirit and strength on the battlefield were not to be underestimated. As the doors swung open, Caterly furrowed his brow slightly. A castle that had been dormant for so long should, in theory, harbor stale air within. Yet the reality defied such expectations. Unperturbed, Roy Sophie continued forward. The dimly lit castle, now illuminated by the open doors, revealed armored knights standing sentinel on either side. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sound of movement. Roy Sophie, in shock, witnessed one of the armored knights stir. And as its helmet illuminated with a pair of crimson eyes, she instinctively grasped her sword, readying herself for combat. With a thunderous crash, several heavy axes clattered to the ground, glinting ominously. As she searched for the source of the fallen axes, 3 armored knights leapt forth, intent on striking her down. Roy Sophie swiftly pivoted to evade a sword strike, retaliating with a kick that sent one knight sprawling. With a deft maneuver, she sidled past another knight, drawing her sword to slash at its neck, creating distance between them. The blade found its mark, leaving a shimmering trail across the knight's throat, causing it to tremble violently. In the next instant, black smoke billowed from the helmet's mouth, and the knight collapsed, leaving only its helmet behind. It appeared as though these armored knights were mere figments of air. Roy Sophie, bewildered, was left questioning the nature of this peculiar occurrence. However, the armored knights did not afford him the luxury of contemplation, as more of them launched an assault upon Roy Sophie. This was not only the case for Roy Sophie. Even Caterly found himself under attack. Yet, it was evident that they had misidentified their target. The armored knights barely approached within 2 meters of Caterly before being obliterated by a barrage of luminous orbs. Chapter 139, The Legend of the Undead Sorcerer. The might and swiftness of the armored knights were not to be underestimated. They were indeed rapid and fierce, displaying commendable combat acumen. However, they were fundamentally devoid of corporeal form. Their movements were sustained solely by the power of souls. Each armored knight represented a distinct force and individual. Those struck by the luminous orbs would instantaneously disintegrate, losing their strength and becoming mere armor. The same fate befell the armored knights wounded by Roy Sophie's sword. In a short span of time, apart from those slain by Caterly, the remainder perished at the hands of Roy Sophie, with the sword playing a significant role. Master Caterly, what are these armored knights? Roy Sophie inquired with a hint of curiosity. They are the undead, and they appear to be fallen dwarven warriors, Caterly elucidated. Undead? Dark magic? Roy Sophie responded, quickly grasping the implications. Why would there be undead here? Could the hidden eternal ring be connected to the undead sorcerer? Undead sorcerer? This piqued Caterly's curiosity. That is a tale from long ago, Roy Sophie reminisced. Legend has it that countless years ago, there existed 2 formidable sorcerers, one known as the white-robed archmage, also called the Holy Spirit Sorcerer, and the other referred to as the Undead Sorcerer. The Undead Sorcerer was immensely powerful, embodying death and darkness. Wherever he traversed, he left a trail of death, plagues, and desolation. The actions of the Undead Sorcerer incited the wrath of gods and men alike, prompting various races to seek the aid of the Holy Spirit Sorcerer, who resided in the remote mountains. The Holy Spirit Sorcerer lamented the world shrouded in darkness, devoid of its former vitality, and thus agreed to intervene and vanquish the Undead Sorcerer. Consequently, a fierce battle ensued in a valley between the Holy Spirit Sorcerer and the Undead Sorcerer, resulting in a grievous defeat for the latter, who subsequently fled and vanished from existence. Shortly thereafter, the Holy Spirit Sorcerer too disappeared from public sight. After his disappearance, the Holy Spirit Sorcerer bestowed 3 tokens upon the 3 most powerful races of the time: the High Elven King, the Dwarven King Aesradai, and the Half-Orc High Priest. In truth, not all members of the Half-Orc race were ignorant or solely inclined towards battle. Rather, within their ranks existed shamans who possessed knowledge of dark magic. According to the records, the necromancer subsequently emerged, bewitching the high priest of the time and inciting a war with the intent to seize the elven crown and the eternal ring. This conflict also gave rise to the long-standing enmity between dwarves and half-orcs. It remains unrecorded whether the necromancer ever obtained the Staff of Morris, for thereafter, no further sightings of such a figure were documented. Even though tales circulated in the realm, they were mostly the fabrications of certain individuals attempting to conjure fright. After listening to Roy Sophie's account regarding the necromancer, Caterly surveyed his surroundings once more, lost in contemplation. Master Caterly, could these undead be connected to the necromancer? Roy Sophie inquired with a hint of uncertainty. The very notion of a necromancer conjured images of ominous power, particularly given the legendary status attributed to such beings, which naturally caused concern for Roy Sophie. The concept of lifespan is elusive. High elves may easily live 5 to 6 centuries, and even the dwarves can reach around 200 years. For sorcerers, the greater the power, the longer the life. For instance, a holy sorcerer had already existed for thousands of years before clashing with the necromancer. I do not know, but it stands to reason that if one were to confront him, it would be a mere trifle, Caitlor replied confidently. Caitlor ceased his inspection of the hall and began to traverse the inner sanctum of the small castle. As he and Roy Sophie departed, the grand doors of the castle silently closed behind them, and lamps ignited one by one, casting a ghostly blue flame. Strangely, the air in the room did not warm. Rather, it grew cooler. Phantoms, exuding a faint green luminescence, gradually emerged from the walls. They stood silently, each specter displaying a myriad of expressions, and judging by their stature and attire, they were dwarves of noble lineage. These apparitions did not venture further into the castle, as though their realm of activity was confined to the hall itself. Caitlor and Roy Sophie ascended the staircase to the second floor. The corridor was lined with armored knights, their eyes aglow with a sinister red fixated upon them, creating a disquieting visual impact. Roy Sophie swallowed hard, startled by the scene before him, and tightened his grip on his sword. Caitlor extended his hand, brandishing his wand, and proclaimed, "Spirits of light, heed my call, banish the malevolence before me, and restore the sacred light of free souls." A surge of holy light swept through the corridor. In an instant, the dark, deathly aura surrounding the armored warriors was purified, and white souls soared forth, transforming into individual dwarven warriors. Though the dwarven spirits could not speak, they honored Caitlor with dignified gestures before ultimately dissipating into the shadows. Armor clattered to the ground, the sound of metal colliding ringing clear, yet somewhat cacophonous. Roy Sophie observed the unfolding scene, inhaling deeply, and followed Caitlor onward. Wherever they ventured, every armored knight encountered was purified by Caitlor, their souls liberated. Ultimately, Caitlor and his companion arrived at the third floor of a small castle. The third floor featured but a single door, with an expansive area of over 100 square feet before it. Roy Sophie stepped forward, attempting to force the door open, only to discover that his strength bore no effect here. This was a door imbued with released magic, still suffused with arcane energy, resolutely impervious to brute force. Caitlor patted Roy Sophie on the shoulder and explained. Hearing this, Roy Sophie, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "Master Caitlor, you should have informed me." Just moments prior, he had exerted all his strength in a futile attempt to push the door, his face flushed and glistening with sweat. "Ha!" Caitlor laughed heartily at the sight, saying, "I see you are brimming with enthusiasm, and I felt reluctant to dampen your spirits. Rather than this, I would have preferred if you had alerted me from the outset." Roy Sophie, feeling utterly embarrassed, replied. Caitlor smiled gently, produced his wand, and pointed it at the grand door, proclaiming, "Alohomora." Magic surged forth, causing the heavy door to tremble slightly before it began to swing open. The moment the door cracked ajar, an icy breath of death rushed forth, enveloping them in an aura of dread. Startled, Roy Sophie immediately gripped his sword, readying himself for any threat. Chapter 140. The Necromancer, William Thomas. The door continued to open slowly. Dark, deathly energy billowing forth, accompanied by a chilling wind. Inside the room, an impenetrable darkness prevailed, rendering visibility non-existent and instilling an eerie sensation. Gathering his courage, Roy Sophie prepared to step inside, but was halted by Caitlor. "Master Caitlor, what is the meaning of this?" Roy Sophie inquired, perplexed. "Simply follow my lead," Caitlor replied with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Roy Sophie waited for Caitlor to proceed before he followed. The glowing orb illuminated the space, yet it could not penetrate the entirety of the room. The suffocating black mist fought valiantly to obstruct the light's passage. Observing this, Caitlor snorted softly, emanating a brilliant radiance. The dazzling light pierced the darkness, flooding the room with brilliance. "There is a figure," Roy Sophie exclaimed, as darkness once more enveloped the room, clashing with the light. Accompanying the shadows were spectral entities reminiscent of dementors, their clawed hands reaching out in a terrifying display. Caitlor's lips curled into a faint smile as he stood resolutely. Allowing the darkness to surge toward him, the holy light that surrounded him remained unwavering, tearing through the shadows. The undead, ensnared within the darkness, were shredded by the light, causing the shadows to dissipate entirely. A silhouette emerged within Caitlor's line of sight. Seated upon a throne, crowned and adorned with a golden ring on his finger, he exuded a chilling aura. What is even more astonishing and shocking is the skeletal structure of this individual, which distinctly suggests a height of at least 1.80 m, entirely inconsistent with that of a diminutive person. "Is that ring an eternal one?" Roy Sophie inquired with a hint of anticipation. Gazing intently at the golden ring encircling the finger, Caitlor observed the golden ring, brandishing his wand and casting the levitation charm upon it. The golden ring trembled upon the finger, as if attempting to leap beyond control. At that very moment, the skeleton seated upon the throne began to stir. With a mere flick of its finger, the golden ring was firmly secured in its grasp. After so many years, has someone finally arrived? A hoarse voice echoed through the chamber, a chill of death once again permeating the room, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees. Akin to being enveloped in a frozen wasteland, the skeleton on the throne, shrouded in an aura of darkness, emanated immense magical power, causing a look of astonishment to cross Catalal's face. As the aura of death receded, the skeletal figure transformed into a living being, flesh and soul restored. He appeared to be a young man of no more than 26 or 27, draped in a tattered black robe. His slightly curly brown hair framed a handsome visage. Yet his striking green eyes, reminiscent of serpents, imparted an unsettling visual impact. "Who are you?" Roy Sophie asked, gazing at the individual seated upon the throne. "Why are you here?" "Who am I?" The man in the black robe slowly rose, smiling as he replied. "I have slumbered for so long that I nearly forgot my own identity." "William Thomas?" The man in the black robe gradually stretched his limbs and spoke. "If memory serves me, that is indeed my name." William Thomas paused, turning his gaze toward Kate Lyle, and continued, "However, I prefer to be known as the Necromancer, the Knight." Upon hearing William Thomas's words, Roy Sophie's expression shifted, becoming exceedingly vigilant. The power of a necromancer is indisputable, especially when one is unaware of the opponent's current capabilities, invoking a sense of unfathomable depth. Kate Lyle regarded William Thomas, a spark of curiosity illuminating his eyes as he asked, "Is your current half-alive state a result of a curse?" William Thomas, taken aback by Kate Lyle's remark, scrutinized him closely and replied, "You are not the old fellow, the spirit mage, yet. I sense a more profound and potent light emanating from you than from that old man." "Who are you?" William Thomas inquired, fixing his gaze upon Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle softly responded, "A traveler from another world." "From another world?" At these words, William Thomas's interest was piqued, and he chuckled. "It seems you have acquired the bell and traversed through it to arrive here. Might you enlighten me about the state of that world now? When I first entered this world, those noble individuals were still striving for the so-called pure bloods to dominate the realm, yet they faced repeated setbacks, unable to escape even that continent, with the vast ocean severing their hopes." The words of William Thomas left Kate Lyle astonished. His demeanor did not suggest deceit. "Are you not an indigenous inhabitant of this small world?" Kate Lyle inquired hesitantly. William Thomas reminisced, saying, "I am a Gaul. In my time, sorcerers were the rulers under divine authority. However, as the number of sorcerers increased, so did the entanglements of interests, and their ambitions grew ever stronger. I grew weary of the conflicts, and by a stroke of chance, I discovered the existence of this world and crafted a bell through alchemy. Upon entering this realm, I instructed my servant to hide the bell and the means of entering this world. Around 1000 BC, the Celts migrated from the mountainous regions of Central Europe to the area now known as France, referred to by the Romans as Gaul, and the locals thus came to be known as Gauls. William Thomas was a prominent sorcerer active in the 4th century. Listening to William Thomas, Kate Lyle fell into a brief contemplation before saying, "Though this is quite unexpected, I must admit that your survival until now is even more astonishing. I am curious whether your longevity is due to the eternal ring or a curse." Roy Sophie stood by, feeling the atmosphere was not as oppressive but still dared not relax, filled with curiosity about William Thomas's past. Additionally, Roy Sophie was taken aback that William Thomas acknowledged Kate Lyle's power, which far surpassed that of the legendary Holy Spirit sorcerer. This indicated that those legends held a grain of truth. The legendary necromancer William Thomas stood before them. How could the tales be entirely fictitious? William Thomas raised his hand, gazing at the golden ring adorning his index finger, a hint of derision flickering across his face as he remarked, "Ah, the passage of time. Living does not guarantee happiness. What is the meaning of existence?" At this juncture, William Thomas's gaze suddenly turned frenzied and grotesque, his serpentine pupils dilating, veins throbbing on his forehead. He spoke hoarsely, "Yet, the power and benefits bestowed by this ring truly drive one to madness, to obsession." Like a split personality, William Thomas soon regained his composure, his tone tranquil as he remarked, "Such temptation, that old fellow, the Holy Spirit sorcerer, actually had the audacity to part with it. I cannot help but admire him. But how could I possibly obtain the eternal ring without such actions?" Chapter 141, Summoning Magic. Observing the current state of William Thomas, consumed by the power granted by the eternal ring, Kate Lyle shook his head slightly. Regardless of the location, immense power invariably leads one to madness and a loss of self. And in that moment, William Thomas epitomized this reality. "Do you think I have decayed?" William Thomas observed Kate, while shaking his head, and chuckled. "Do you believe I am bewitched by this formidable power? You may think so, but I must inform you that from the very beginning, my desire has been to attain immense strength, and I have remained resolute in that pursuit. Once I arrived in this world, unbound by constraints, I reveled in slaughter, continually growing stronger. I once believed I could dominate this realm. But it was not until the emergence of the Holy Spirit Sorcerer that I realized there existed even greater powers within this world. At this point, William Thomas fell silent, a look of despondency crossing his features. And then, Kate Lyle inquired, noticing William Thomas's pause. You were defeated by the Holy Spirit Sorcerer, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. However, you discovered the Moss Scepter in the hands of the half-beast High Priest. To seize power, you manipulated the half-beast High Priest and incited war. While deceiving the half-beast High Priest, you also plotted against the dwarves of Esladu. When the half-beast army was pressing the dwarves, you exploited the opportunity and ultimately acquired the Eternal Ring. My conjecture, is it not approaching reality? Upon hearing Kate Lyle's words, a smile spread across William Thomas's face as he applauded. Though not detailed, it is remarkably close to the truth. So what are your intentions next? Will you attempt to wrest the Eternal Ring from my grasp? William Thomas's expression was one of indifference mixed with excitement, licking his lips with a hint of malevolence. Rob, you underestimate me, Kate Lyle replied, extending his hand towards William Thomas. What I desire has always been taken by my own accord. The smile on William Thomas's face grew increasingly sinister, and the aura of death surrounding him intensified, stirring his dark robe. O vengeful spirits that roam in darkness, heed my summons and rend the dark apostle before us. As William Thomas waved his wand and unleashed incantations, vengeful spirit knights materialized around him, encircling him protectively. These spirit knights were formidable, emanating an aura that caused even Roy Sophie to tremble. Kate Lyle, observing William Thomas casting spells and witnessing the summoned vengeful knights, was taken aback, narrowing his eyes in astonishment. This fellow is indeed extraordinary. He has already mastered the summoning magic within the dark arts. In the realm of elemental magic, advanced dark sorcerers possess knowledge of summoning spells. Depending on the nature of the summoning magic, the summoned entities differ. According to the classification system of dark magic, necromancers represent a form of dark magic adept in summoning, while black wizards, in comparison, are merely ordinary dark sorcerers and fall short of the necromancer's prowess. However, it is truly remarkable that William Thomas can evolve from a dark sorcerer to a necromancer, summoning creatures of magic. While his summoning abilities are commendable, I perceive a certain deficiency in them. Allow me to guide you through the formidable prowess of dark elemental magic. Caitlin extended her hand, and waves of dark elemental magic surged forth, the magical array beneath her feet shimmering as 3 colossal hellhounds materialized beside her. These hellhounds, with their 3 heads and limbs, bore black flames flickering from their foreheads, embodying the essence of the Cerberus far more than the creatures at Hogwarts. Roy Sophie trembled slightly beside Caitlin, overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating from the hellhounds. William Thomas gazed at the summoned beasts in astonishment, his expression a tapestry of disbelief. In his understanding, no one else possessed the ability to summon creatures as he did. Yet, Caitlin's display was a resounding slap to his perceptions. You are a necromancer too? He stammered, incredulous. No, that cannot be. You clearly wield the light. How could one blessed with the holy light also be a necromancer? His eyes searched Caitlin's face, grappling with the contradiction before him. He was convinced of what his eyes beheld, yet the dark aura surrounding Caitlin perplexed him. A smile graced Caitlin's lips as she remarked, what you see is not necessarily false. For instance, your Wraith Knight stands utterly defenseless against my Hellhound's onslaught. No sooner had she spoken than the Hellhounds charged forth. Wherever they traversed, William Thomas's Wraith Knights were mercilessly slaughtered or incinerated. The battle raged fiercely yet concluded in mere moments. William Thomas watched in horror as his summoned Wraith Knights were swiftly vanquished, his complexion shifting dramatically. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident, leaving him without recourse. Dark binding. A voice rang out as William Thomas, poised to retaliate, found himself ensnared by ropes woven from dark elemental energy. Black mist flickered around him as he struggled against the bonds, yet his efforts yielded naught. Under my magic, you should abandon all hope of escape, Caitlin declared. Witnessing William Thomas's attempts to cast further spells, with a disarming charm, she seized his wand. In truth, at their level of mastery, the absence of a wand did not impede the ability to wield magic. Moreover, a binding spell would not restrain someone well-versed in necromancy, as he could easily break free and flee. Caitlin, however, would not grant him such an opportunity, instead subduing him with overwhelming force. Approaching William Thomas, I extended my hand, my fingers beckoning. The golden ring slipped from his grasp and fell into Caitlin's possession. Upon acquiring the Eternal Ring, Caitlin immediately sensed its profound essence. A formidable wave of negative energy endeavored to ensnare her. Unfazed, she enveloped the ring in a sacred radiance. Alas, a cry of despair erupted. William Thomas was engulfed in excruciating agony, as holy light scorched his flesh, leaving burns upon his body. Caitlin remained resolute, the divine luminosity continuing to purify the Eternal Ring, while William Thomas writhed, tormented beneath its brilliance. I beseech you, cease this at once. I am prepared to submit, to become your most loyal servant. I am willing to forge a pact. In unimaginable suffering, bound and powerless, he could do naught but endure the relentless burning of the sacred light. If this persisted, it would not be long before he was wholly purified, vanishing entirely from this realm. Chapter 142, The Master-Servant Pact. The sight of William Thomas's torment instilled a chilling dread in Royce Sophie. For at that moment, he was but a gruesome skeleton, devoid of flesh, yet still clinging to life. The holy light continued its assault, and as his corporeal form approached annihilation, his bones darkened. A mere tremor would reduce him to dust, scattered in the air. In but a fleeting moment, as the eternal ring was entirely cleansed, William Thomas drew his last breath. A flicker of feeble flame danced within his skull, the essence of his soul. The eternal ring, possessing immense power, was also steeped in a curse. As one increasingly relied on its might, seduced into ruin, the curse would commence. While bestowing strength, it simultaneously corroded one's spirit, granting longevity at the cost of incessant bloodshed to repay the debt. Yet, there existed a remedy to this cursed power. Uniting the staff of moss and the crown of elves would grant one formidable strength, untainted by the curse's influence. Regrettably, you have only acquired the staff of moss, yet lack the vitality to proceed, succumbing to slumber. It appears your battle with the spirit sorcerer has left you gravely wounded. Caitlin observed as the sacred light receded, revealing a more lustrous and warm eternal ring, now silenced from its beguiling whispers, and spoke with tranquility. William Thomas, do you believe your old adversary, the spirit sorcerer, still survives? After a brief pause, she inquired once more. The flame of his soul flickered. Yet he offered no reply to Caitlin's query. Sensing this, Caitlin extended her hand, infusing the dark elemental energy into the fire of William Thomas's soul. In an instant, the soul's flame surged as if it had ingested a potent elixir, expanding rapidly. In but a fleeting moment, the fire of the soul took on the size of a basin, transforming into the visage of William Thomas. As the guardian of this world, his demise was not easily attained. Perhaps, at this very moment, he lurked in some hidden corner, surreptitiously observing the happenings of this realm. Upon my arrival in this world, he would reveal himself. William Thomas paused in silence, and before the formidable Caitlin, he opted for submission. A being of his stature, while alive, would certainly wish to avoid death. Thus, he endeavored to respond to Caitlin's inquiries as best as he could. Caitlin glanced at William Thomas and spoke coolly. How do you wish to live? Upon hearing Caitlin's words, William Thomas grew somewhat agitated and replied, I can help you draw out the spirit sorcerer. However, you must procure the elven crown and the staff of moss to truly resurrect me. Sensing Caitlin's keen interest in the spirit sorcerer, he presented this as a condition. Caitlin nodded, extending his hand toward William Thomas. Though William Thomas yearned to resist, he refrained, for the consequences could be perilous. Caitlin's finger pressed against William Thomas's head, commanding, swear an oath. The fire of William Thomas's soul trembled violently for a moment before settling into a state of acquiescence. From this day forth, I shall serve Caitlin for eternity, protecting you at all times. My existence is yours, my thoughts are yours. All that I am is at your disposal. Noble master, please accept this humble covenant, allowing me to remain by your side for all time. With a tone laced with humility, William Thomas uttered these words, and a formidable force descended upon his soul's fire. This was a potent binding power. Unless Caitlin chose to dissolve the contract personally, William Thomas would remain bound to him for life. Furthermore, Caitlin could, with but a thought, subject him to endless curses, leading him to a death from which he could never resurrect. Having established the master-servant contract, Caitlin subsequently unleashed dark elemental energy upon William Thomas. Under the weight of this immense power, William Thomas transformed into a pure energy entity, akin to a specter. Royce Sophie observed silently throughout, offering no assistance or words. Thus, Caitlin acquired the eternal ring, and the legendary necromancer became his thrall. All of this transpired before his very eyes. Taking a deep breath, Royce Sophie slapped his face to invigorate himself, and then inquired, Master William Thomas, may I pose a question to you? William Thomas glanced at Royce Sophie, initially reluctant to respond. Yet, with Caitlin present, he dared not be overly insolent. I can entertain one question, he replied with a hint of aloofness. It is rumored that my ancestor perished at the age of 60 while battling the half-orcs in the mysterious valley. Is this truth? Royce Sophie gazed intently at William Thomas and inquired. Indeed, he had already met his demise at that time, and it was I who struck him down. William Thomas replied calmly. In fact, he was gravely wounded and on the brink of death, while the dwarves fell into a trap set by the half-orcs. Thus, at that moment, he and I forged an agreement. I would assume his likeness, lead your dwarven kin to vanquish the half-orcs, and escape the mysterious valley alive. Upon hearing this revelation, Royce Sophie was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence. At this juncture, any talk of vengeance seemed laughable. That was an affair of countless years ago, an enmity that was hardly relevant. Moreover, if William Thomas spoke the truth, then he bore a debt of gratitude to the dwarves. Otherwise, had the dwarves not been ensnared by the half-orcs, they might have faltered from that point onward, perhaps leading to their extinction in the present day. Since the matter has been resolved and the eternal ring is in hand, we should take our leave. Kate Lyle's voice resonated, and Roy Sophie regained his composure. They retraced their steps, and this time, William Thomas appeared as a spirit beside Kate Lyle. As a spectral entity, he was ensconced within a crystal orb, accompanying Kate Lyle as they exited the cavern and returned to the king's chamber. Roy Sophie looked upon the slumbering Borg, brandishing his sword as he approached to bring an end to Borg's life. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for these Death Eaters. Had it not been for their assistance to the half-orcs, the kingdom of Israldu would not have succumbed, and they would not be forced to wander in exile. Kate Lyle did not impede Roy Sophie, and after the latter dispatched Borg, he led him away from Israldu. Shortly after their departure, Death Eaters discovered Borg's lifeless body, prompting a wave of turmoil. Gaines hastened to the scene, rallying the Death Eaters and half-orcs to seek the perpetrator. Chapter 143, The Assault on Israldu. Gaines, his countenance darkened, surveyed Borg's lifeless form, clenching his fists in rage. The dwarven army was advancing upon them, but that alone did not instill fear in Gaines. However, the involvement of the elves and fairies changed the dynamics entirely. The magic wielded by the elves and fairies posed a grave threat, one that the half-orcs could not contend with. Furthermore, their numbers paled in comparison to those of the elves and fairies. As the formidable army continued its approach, it was Borg's duty to lead and confront them. Now, as the second-in-command beneath Borg, Gaines was burdened with this weighty responsibility. "My lord, what shall we do next?" A Death Eater inquired expressionlessly from behind Gaines. "What shall we do now? Since they have arrived, let us ensure they never return. Though our number of wizards may not rival theirs, our Orcish forces are ample. We are not without means to contend with wizards. Let the orcs take action and once again instill the terror of war within them." Gaines approached the window, his expression cold as he gazed into the distance, and spoke. The Death Eaters commenced their operations, rallying the Orcish army. Before long, the orcs of Israldu, under the organization of the Death Eaters, roared with might, while the Death Eater forces continuously amassed and set forth into the distance. Israldu, as the kingdom of the dwarves, boasts relatively stable and secure fortifications beyond its mountainous citadel. The dwarven army numbers merely 30,000, representing the entirety of their combat strength, which they are prepared to deploy with full force in this conflict. The fairy clan, led by Grace and Nostard, took to the skies with 1,500 fairies aboard their enchanted vessel, soaring above the dwarven ranks, brimming with martial spirit. Meanwhile, the High Elves, under the guidance of Princess Lauren Alice, organized 3,000 elven warriors to unite with the dwarven soldiers on the plains. The combined might of these three factions totals 34,500, a mere fraction compared to the Orcish force that can easily swell to 100,000. Yet Roy, Sophie, and their companions brimmed with confidence. Despite the orcs' formidable physique, the dwarves are equally strong and even more battle-hardened. Harry, Malfoy, and others marched amidst the dwarven army, awestruck by the sight of the disciplined ranks before them, though they had participated in several battles prior. This time they were set to face a far grander scale of conflict, with an abundance of warriors. "Before our journey, could you have imagined it would be so exhilarating?" Cedric soared in the air, observing the advancing army, and inquired with a smile. "We are experiencing battles that are beyond our years, and not just once. Yet, I can distinctly feel how powerful I have grown during this time." Cedric's voice echoed in the air, prompting Harry and the others to reflect on their shared experiences. "No matter how strong you are, you remain no match for me." Malfoy, upon hearing Cedric's words, wore a proud smile as he replied. During this period, Malfoy had been honing his skills, and intriguingly, he, along with Harry and Neville, received blessings from the female elves, particularly Harry, who was favored by Queen Alice. Thanks to these blessings, Malfoy, Neville, and Harry significantly enhanced their magical and mental prowess, ascending from novice to intermediate wizards. Thus, Malfoy now finds it relatively effortless to cast intermediate spells. Upon hearing this, Cedric was left speechless with envy. The fact that Malfoy had already become a formidable magical warrior was impressive enough, but now that he had ascended to the rank of intermediate sorcerer, he was even more formidable. Hermione, Luna, and Carly felt a sense of regret and disappointment as they recalled the blessing of the elves. Their hopes had not been realized. Outside the city of Israldu, 100,000 restless half-orc soldiers had gathered, each one brimming with agitation. In addition to the half-orcs, there were over 100 towering giants, each wielding massive chain hammers. The destruction and carnage unleashed by these hammers, when swung and thrown, would be immense. This posed a grave danger for the fairies aboard the Elven Ark as well. The Death Eaters stood atop the city walls, their expressions indifferent as they gazed upon the assembled coalition army. Gannis, standing on a high platform, surveyed the gathering forces with a smile, and commanded, "Attack." The sound of the battle horn echoed, and the already restless half-orcs charged forward without hesitation, brandishing their spiked clubs. The roar of the half-orcs reverberated across the battlefield, and the sight of 100,000 half-orc soldiers sprinting caused the very earth to tremble. This overwhelming spectacle further shocked Harry and his companions, intensifying the visual impact. "O light, heed my call and protect these brave warriors who dare to challenge the darkness and guard the light," Kate Lear intoned, summoning the sacred light. Beneath his feet, a hexagram emerged, and with his wand, as pure as ivory, he unleashed a torrent of magical energy. The holy light enveloped the dwarf, elf, and fairy troops, as well as Harry and his friends. Under this divine radiance, the morale of the dwarven forces surged dramatically. A spell of the highest caliber was cast upon the multitude. William Thomas, hidden within a crystal orb, was astounded by this scene. What manner of being could bestow such magical enhancements upon thousands? It was simply terrifying. On the walls of Israldu, countless Death Eaters were left dumbfounded by the sight of the holy light. What was happening? The scope of this divine illumination was astounding. Was this truly the work of a mere mortal? Gannis clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Initially, he thought this might be the magic of a high elven king, but he quickly dismissed the notion, knowing that even such a being could not achieve this here. Thus, an unsettling feeling arose within Gannis. The two powerful war machines collided instantaneously, and as anticipated, the leading half-orcs were swiftly annihilated in the chaos. Beneath the sacred light, the dwarven race unfurled to form a slender wall, resolutely barring the half-orcs from advancing and posing a greater threat to the elven kin. The elves possessed formidable archery skills and astonishing magical prowess, serving as a crucial source of offense from afar, thus necessitating their vigilant protection. The fairy race, stationed on the elven arc as a third layer of defense, relentlessly unleashed spells upon the half-orcs below, particularly targeting those with ranged attacks. In the midst of the battle, the half-orcs relied on black crossbows, siege engines, and archers, with the dark wizard's magic as a secondary threat. However, amidst such a grand conflict, the relatively few yet formidable dark wizards showed no immediate inclination to engage in combat. They observed the unfolding battle with calm composure, attentively monitoring the situation on the battlefield. Gaines took a deep breath and cast his gaze upon one individual, Royzify, the last surviving prince of the Islador royal family. Capturing the Islador prince was imperative, as he undoubtedly held knowledge about the Eternal Ring. Although they had previously attempted to seize Royzify, he was always surrounded by skilled protectors, leading to repeated failures. Consequently, they had resorted to waging war in an effort to annihilate the dwarves and completely sever Royzify's support. Regrettably, their endeavors had once again met with failure, as the appearance of Kateriel and his companions thwarted the Dark Wizard's plans once more. Now, as Royzify fought valiantly on the battlefield, an opportunity had arisen. The sound of horns reverberated across the field, simple banners swirling high above, accompanied by a cascade of commands descending continuously. The half-orcs, caught in the frenzy of combat, roared in fury as they surged towards the center of the battlefield, where Royzify was safeguarded by 12 valiant dwarven warriors, clad in armor and wielding a sword. Royzify radiated bravery and strength, striking down the advancing half-orcs with each swing of his blade, embodying sheer ferocity. Kateriel hovered in midair, observing the oncoming behemoths, extending his wand and pointing towards the rear of the half-orcs, intoning solemnly, "Spirits of the earth, coalesce the light of the land, and bring forth destruction upon this realm. Let the heavens crumble and the earth shatter." The dark wizards, along with fairies and elves, all acutely sensitive to the energies of the cosmos, were struck with awe at the magnitude of Kateriel's spell. Those dark wizards poised to act, including Gaines, were equally astonished, eager to discern the direction and impact of Kateriel's unleashed magic. Boom! The ground trembled violently, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Behind the half-orcs, beneath the feet of the giants, the earth suddenly collapsed, creating a colossal pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters, resembling an enormous gaping maw. Countless half-orcs and giants plummeted into its depths. The half-orcs howled in despair, while the giants emitted low growls, yet they were powerless to prevent the ground from devouring them. In mere moments, nearly 40,000 half-orcs and several giants of a 100,000-strong army were swallowed whole. The half-orcs could not rise, and the giants could not escape, particularly those who fell first, crushed by the weight of other half-orcs tumbling down. High above, figures such as Harry, Malfoy, Grace, Nost, and the elven princess Lauren Alice gazed in astonishment at the battlefield behind the half-orcs. What kind of sorcery was this, so terrifying in its might? Just a single spell had caused the earth to be consumed, resulting in catastrophic losses for the half-orc army. Gannis, the foremost Death Eater of Eslador, stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, utterly speechless. The power of this magic exceeded anything he could fathom. Before anyone could recover from the shock of the abyss, another formidable force descended from the heavens. An overwhelming divine presence silenced all combatants on the battlefield, compelling them to look up in fear. Malfoy's gaze was fixed intently on the storm clouds, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. Such intense energy of the lightning element. What spell is Professor Kate about to unleash? He exclaimed. I can sense the fervor and fury of the fire element within as well, Harry remarked gravely from beside him. In that moment, Grace, Harry, Malfoy, Lorne Alice, and others turned their attention to Kate, regarding her as a deity. In a cloudless sky, a swift convergence obeys the ancient pact of lightning and fire. Unleash. Thunder and fire. Kate's voice resonated once more, and the storm clouds rapidly coalesced above the battlefield, where the half-orcs were gathered. Boom. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning and fire descended upon the half-orcs, causing them to fall in droves, obliterated in an instant. Particularly, those half-orcs and giants engulfed by the earth were transformed into a hellscape of thunder and fire under the onslaught. After the purification of lightning and flames, few half-orcs remained standing on the battlefield. Even those who survived lacked the courage to continue the fight. Gannis surveyed the battlefield after the storm had passed, where half-orc corpses lay strewn across the ground, with only a handful of half-orcs fleeing in terror, leaving him in utter shock, unable to regain his composure. Beside him, the other Death Eaters gazed at the battlefield and at Kate with expressions of sheer terror. Such a being was akin to a god among mortals, far beyond their capacity to contend with, too powerful, too terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming fear within could no longer be suppressed as the trembling Death Eaters retreated in haste, devoid of any courage to fight, akin to half-orcs, who, employing their illusions, swiftly departed. For a fleeting moment, one could witness the skies above Iceredu as Death Eaters continued to flee. The dwarves, fairies, elves, Harry, and thousands more observed the battlefield before them, watching the retreating Death Eaters and half-orcs. After a brief silence, an unparalleled cheer erupted. This was a battle of nearly 150,000 participants, and it also marked the swiftest conclusion of any battle in history, characterized by a cataclysmic spectacle that instilled terror. In light of such a reality and victory, the gaze directed towards Catrell shifted once more. They realized anew that they had underestimated Catterall's might. In his presence, half-orcs appeared as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless to resist. Clear the battlefield and reclaim Iceredu. Prince Royzify did not forget his duties. In the face of such triumph, there were still tasks to be accomplished. The fallen half-orcs were cast into a great pit, where they were collectively incinerated and buried. Glaze approached Royzify, cautioning him that the numerous deaths, if not addressed promptly, could spawn a plague that would claim countless lives. Heeding the advice, thousands commenced action. The slain half-orcs were gathered, and Catrell himself wielded magic, setting the vast pit ablaze until the remains were entirely consumed, and then he employed further spells to restore the land. The chasm vanished, yet it became the final resting place for tens of thousands of half-orcs. This site would henceforth serve as a memorial for the dwarven warriors of Iceredu, symbolizing their triumph over the half-orcs and the reclamation of their city. In the dwarven ethos of Iceredu, the honor of battle lies in vanquishing foes and trampling them underfoot, thereby securing a lifetime of glory. Chapter 145. The Confession of Princess Alice. Do you know what spell Professor Catrell just unleashed? Ron pondered, replaying the scenes of battle in his mind, unable to contain his curiosity. At the onset of the conflict, they had merely cast a few spells, essentially mere spectators. The battle was decisively concluded by the 3 spells wielded by Catrell. The first spell he unleashed was a protective spell from the realm of light elemental magic, remarked Luna Jennifer. The second spell, a manifestation of earth elemental magic, was not recorded in the tomes of earth magic, suggesting it was a forbidden level spell. Cedric chimed in after Luna, noting that once they delved into elemental magic, Catrell had prepared a compendium for them. According to the diverse elemental attributes, one can acquire various tomes of elemental magic. These tomes chronicle spells across 3 distinct tiers: novice, intermediate, and advanced, with forbidden and super forbidden spells lying beyond the advanced threshold. To unleash advanced magic, one must attain the rank of an advanced mage, while a grand mage can effortlessly cast advanced spells and even interact with forbidden incantations. The final spell cast by Professor Kate was a combination spell, infused with the energies of both lightning and fire elements. Harry responded from the side. The moment Professor Kate unleashed her magic, it was of forbidden level. How long will it take us to wield such power? Neville lamented. Just then, Hagrid ambled over, overhearing Neville's words, and playfully pinched Neville's round face, saying, "Mr. Longbottom, do let me know what you intend to do with such power." Under Hagrid's playful grip, Neville found himself in a state of despair. Over time, he had grown somewhat fearful of encountering Hagrid, who seemed to delight in playing with his face, claiming it was delightfully squishy, akin to cradling a plump coffee cat. Watching Neville being so affectionately toyed with, Harry and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Harry even took out a memory crystal to capture the moment. Returning to Esladu, Roy Sophie was overwhelmed with emotions as he gazed upon the ruins left by the battle and the blood splattered across the walls. Esladu, once lost to him, had seen his father, his family, and his kin perish while defending it. Now that he had finally reclaimed Esladu, his loved ones had departed from this world forever. In that instant, tears streamed down Roy Sophie's face. Lauren Alice stood upon the city walls, observing the battlefield before her. Her exquisite visage, momentarily shrouded in silence, bore a hint of coldness. In truth, her mind echoed with the memory of Kate Lyle's spellcasting, an image of a figure both striking and immensely powerful. Princess, Master Kate Lyle has arrived, announced a female elf, taking a small step forward as Kate Lyle approached. Snapping back to reality, Lauren Alice turned to face the approaching Kate Lyle, gently saying, "I am Lauren Alice, honored to meet Master Kate Lyle." After the two female elves paid their respects to Kate Lyle, they retreated a short distance. Kate Lyle nodded and inquired, "Princess Alice, you summoned me here. May I ask what the matter is?" With a soft smile, Lauren Alice produced a water blue jade pendant from her bosom and presented it to Kate Lyle, saying, "I kindly ask you to accept this, Master Kate Lyle." The water blue pendant resembled a droplet, roughly the size of a thumb, appearing exceptionally smooth and beautiful. Keitel stared at the aquamarine jade pendant, hesitating slightly before shaking his head and saying, "I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. We are ultimately not of the same ilk. Among the High Elves, there exists a tradition. When one harbors affection for another, they bestow upon them their most cherished possession." In this moment, Princess Alice was professing her feelings for Keitel. He could hardly fathom that the princess, whom he had encountered merely twice, would express such sentiments towards him. Their first meeting took place at a banquet hosted by Queen Alice, and their second, on the battlefield today. This sudden confession, coupled with their disparate statuses, rendered their connection fleeting as a flash in the pan. Lauren Alice's hands trembled slightly. She had summoned great courage to declare her feelings to Keitel, only to be met with rejection. Yet, she did not surrender easily. With her cerulean eyes fixed upon Keitel, she implored, "Does my beauty not evoke your compassion? Your allure is capable of captivating countless souls, who would gladly lose their senses for you." Keitel replied earnestly, "Is it that my strength pales in comparison to yours, rendering me beneath your notice?" Lauren Alice inquired once more. "In terms of power, I know not how many can surpass me," Keitel chuckled, "yet those who catch my eye are few and far between. However, those who could inspire my love remain unseen. Presently, your admiration stems merely from a reverence for my strength. Impulsive affection does not equate to true love. When you learn the peril of throwing oneself into the flames like a moth, you will grasp the inherent danger of loving someone." With that, Keitel gradually vanished before Lauren Alice's gaze. To Keitel, Lauren Alice was breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. A true heroine endowed with the grace and wisdom of an elf, as well as remarkable talent. However, she was also a princess, destined to inherit the throne upon Queen Alice's abdication. As she watched Keitel's figure dissipate, her eyes sparkled with determination rather than despair. Securing the jade pendant around her neck, she gazed out at the battlefield, a look of contemplation crossing her features. "Sonny, what does it mean to throw oneself into the flames like a moth?" Lauren Alice inquired of her approaching attendants. The elf named Sonny shook her head in response. "I have not heard of such a thing, Your Highness." "What about you, Lisa?" Sonny turned to her companion for insight. Lisa, puzzled, asked, "What is a moth? Why would it throw itself into the fire?" A sense of melancholy washed over Lauren Alice as she observed her two attendants. An intuition whispered to her that to win Keitel's heart, she must understand the meaning behind the phrase, throwing oneself into the flames like a moth. But what, indeed, did it signify? Chapter 146. War is not a solo performance with the assistance of many. The dwarves successfully reclaimed Esladu, igniting an extraordinary fervor among them. 30,000 dwarven warriors, under the meticulous orchestration of Roy Sophie, sprang into action. He dispatched 5,000, equipped with minimal provisions, back to Spirit Lake Town. Esladu, now in dire need of reconstruction and management, required the help of other dwarven kin. The remaining 25,000 dwarven warriors busied themselves with sorting various items and allocating resources for the restoration of Esladu. "Esteemed Master, you are far more formidable and terrifying than I had ever imagined. Your magic transcends my comprehension. It is unprecedented. The Holy Spirit wizards stand powerless before you." William Thomas observed Kate Lyle with profound admiration, completely shedding the dignity and pride he once held as a necromancer. Before such absolute power, he unhesitatingly relinquished his pride, merely to curry favor with Kate Lyle. Seated by the window, Kate Lyle received William Thomas's flattery without so much as a response. Yet, William Thomas remained undeterred. In fact, were he not a mere spirit at that moment, he would readily offer his assistance, serving tea and providing comfort to Kate Lyle. All he sought in return was revival and the importation of formidable elemental magic. In recent days, he had witnessed Kate while teaching Harry and others the intricacies of elemental magic, thereby becoming aware of the existence of dark elemental magic, such as the three-headed hellhound Kate Lyle had once summoned. William Thomas clearly perceived that he could develop in that direction, growing ever more powerful, and thus he found himself impatient. Black Mountain, the stronghold of the Death Eaters. Gannis and the other Death Eaters who had fled Esladu returned, their faces ashen. The events that transpired in Esladu had profoundly impacted them. Particularly, Gannis's heart churned with tumultuous emotions that refused to settle. Gannis, should you not be organizing the half-orcs in Esladu to slay the dwarves? A voice called out, pulling Gannis back to reality as he stepped into the cave. He looked up to see Heidi standing before him, his expression shifting slightly as he replied, Esladu is no more. The half-orc army has suffered significant losses. Heidi's face fell at his words, her gaze piercing into Gannis as she spoke gravely. Do you understand what losing Esladu signifies? Gannis remained silent, his countenance darkened. Have you found the Eternal Ring? Heidi inquired once more. Gannis shook his head, the absence of the Eternal Ring weighing heavily upon him, compounded by the fact that Esladu had been reclaimed by the dwarves. He is destined to face a grave punishment, one that may very well cost him his life. You should have perished in Esladu rather than return, Heidi remarked coldly, casting a sympathetic glance at Gaines. A formidable presence has emerged within the coalition, descending with divine light that bestows upon the dwarves immense strength and resilience against arrows, rendering the half-orcs utterly powerless. Most terrifyingly, this individual conjured a colossal pit spanning 1,000 meters, swallowing tens of thousands of half-orcs and giants. With another spell, he summoned thunder and flames, striking the half-orc army with pinpoint accuracy. We were afforded no chance to resist. Nearly 70 to 80,000 of the half-orc forces have already perished. We are utterly incapable of confronting such a terrifying entity. As Gaines spoke, his voice quivered uncontrollably, the harrowing images etched deeply into his mind, impossible to erase. Upon hearing Gaines's account, Heidi furrowed her brow and fell into a contemplative silence. She believed Gaines would not jest about such matters, implying that the professor from Hogwarts, the pioneer of elemental magic, possessed unparalleled power. Follow me. You should be fine now, Heidi stated, turning to delve deeper. Gaines, seizing upon her words like a lifeline, closely trailed behind her. Navigating through the dim corridor, they arrived at a relatively spacious cavern, where two individuals awaited their arrival. Gaines, recount everything you encountered, Heidi instructed calmly. Gaines spoke without embellishment, narrating the events in their entirety. However, recalling the harrowing scene once more caused him to tremble, his voice betraying a hint of quaking. This further illuminated for Heidi and the others the sheer terror of that moment, as well as the might of Catelyn. After a brief pause, Heidi spoke. Thus, the situation stands. It appears we need not intervene, for they are likely to come here themselves. Yet, the strength of our adversary is not easily surmountable. Catelyn, having aided the dwarves in reclaiming Esladu, would undoubtedly continue to assist them in suppressing the half-orcs. Given the animosity the people of that world harbor towards the Death Eaters, they would not miss the opportunity to eradicate them. David remained silent for a moment before stating, then let us await their arrival. Whether they are as formidable as Gaines claims will be revealed in the ensuing confrontation. You must exercise caution, they are not benevolent. Madden Johnson cautioned, suggesting, I propose we activate that plan immediately. Agreed. Heidi replied without hesitation. Agreed. David echoed after a brief silence. He then turned to Gaines and instructed, Gaines, continue organizing the half-orc army. This time, we shall restrain the adversary, while you lead the half-orc army, advancing stealthily to launch a surprise attack on Elisra. Upon hearing this, Gaines nodded eagerly, declaring, yes, I shall undoubtedly seize Elisra this time. With that, Gaines hurriedly departed, needing to organize more personnel to successfully capture Elisra. The strength of Catelyn exceeds our wildest imaginations. Should we fail to subdue him, our quest for the Eternal Ring would be thwarted, and the resurrection of that one would remain unattainable. David, are you certain you can control it? Heidi inquired, casting a glance at David. Smiling slightly, David confidently replied, having confined it for so many years has prepared me well. Moreover, we have devised numerous strategies here. No matter how formidable Catelyn may be, he remains but one man. War is not the stage for individual performances. Chapter 147, The Collapse of Mount Alada. We have reclaimed Elisra. And although the half-orcs currently hesitate to attack under the magical intimidation of Master Catelyn, the next large-scale offensive by the half-orcs is undoubtedly imminent. My suggestion is to capitalize on the prevailing morale and continue northward to completely seize Mount Alada. In the palace conference room, Royce sat upon the throne, clad in armor. Addressing those present, Glaze, Nost, Princess Alice, Catelyn, Rachel, and others, with a serious demeanor. The might of Catelyn instilled hope in Royce, and he firmly believed that this time they could decisively suppress the half-orcs. Your Majesty, Rachel is your loyal sword, willing to fight for you at Mount Alada. Rachel proclaimed, glancing at Glaze and the others before being the first to kneel before Royce, his voice filled with fervor. Royce nodded at Rachel, a smile gracing his face. However, what he desired even more was the support of Caitlin. Consequently, he turned his gaze toward Caitlin, a sentiment shared by Glaze, Nost, and Princess Alice. Seeing the collective gaze upon him, Caitlin remarked, taking Mount Alata is a straightforward task. However, your enemies are not merely the half-orcs of Mount Alata, but also the Death Eaters lurking in the Black Mountain. If you fail to eliminate all the Death Eaters, you will continue to face relentless troubles. Royce interjected. The half-orcs are but the pawns of the Death Eaters. Without the half-orcs to command, the Death Eaters cannot harm us. And what if they control the Black Dragon? Caitlin replied coolly. At this, the faces of Royce and the others shifted, a palpable fear washing over them. Master Caitlin, although we are loath to believe it, the Black Dragon is exceptionally unique. It possesses immunity to many forms of magic, and those Death Eaters may very well struggle to control it, Glaze said. Stepping forward with trepidation, Caitlin's gaze swept over Grace and the others as he spoke, though you may find it hard to believe. The Black Dragon lies beneath Black Mountain at this very moment, and it remains eerily silent. Roy, Sophie, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. If the Death Eaters had indeed managed to control the Black Dragon, they were in grave peril. The might of the Black Dragon was not something that could be resisted by mere unity. Even during the time when Queen Alice possessed the Elven Crown, it would have been futile. While the Black Dragon posed a significant threat, it was prudent to first address the menace of the half-orcs. Let us proceed to Erida Mountain, he concluded with a smile, observing their apprehensive silence. Upon hearing Caitlin's words, Roy Sophie immediately perked up, exclaiming, very well. I shall rally the warriors of Esraldu to lay waste to Erida Mountain. If faced with a choice between the Death Eaters and the half-orcs, Roy Sophie felt a compelling desire to confront the latter. In the face of a long-standing grudge, hesitation was not an option. Thus, Roy Sophie was prepared to personally muster the forces, even competing directly with Rachel for resources. Caitlin interjected, chuckling, there is no need to assemble a large army. The few of us will suffice. Upon hearing this, Grace and the others displayed expressions of eager anticipation, particularly Lauren Alice, who was especially animated. Caitlin drew forth his wand and tapped it against the ground several times, enveloping everyone in a hexagram. In the next instant, they vanished from the conference hall, reappearing on a lofty mountain near Erita. The half-orcs favored dwelling in caves, so while Erita Mountain appeared vast, its interior had been largely hollowed out by them. Moreover, the half-orcs would venture out during the day for hunting or basking in the sun near their caves. Thus, capturing Erita Mountain and inflicting significant losses on the half-orcs would prove to be quite simple. Master Caitlin, the half-orcs will be roaming outside during the day, but they return to their caves at night, Grace recalled, reminding him of Caitlin's formidable magic. Caitlin glanced at the time and noted that there were still 4 or 5 hours until sunset. There was no need to linger any longer, so he said, it matters not. Our current objective is merely to devastate Erita Mountain and inflict severe blows upon the half-orcs. This will grant Esraldu ample time to flourish. I am confident that the warriors of Esraldu will easily triumph against the half-orcs, who will be reeling from their losses. Roy Sophie, taking Caitlin's words to heart, replied with earnest determination, the warriors of Esraldu will not allow the half-orcs to continue trampling our homeland. We shall stand firm and protect our kin. The weapons of the dwarves of Iceritter descend upon their enemies without hesitation. Raichu moved forward, positioning himself behind Royzify, his chest held high, and his expression brimming with fervor. Thanks to the assistance of Caitlin, they had not exerted themselves significantly in their confrontation with the half-orcs, leaving them yearning for a battle that was truly their own. The dwarves of Iceritter not only possessed unparalleled forging skills, but also harbored a courageous and combative spirit. As a hexagram formed beneath their feet, Caitlin wielded his wand. Gazing solemnly at Mount Alata, he intoned, spirits of the earth, gather the light of the land, and bring forth destruction upon this realm. Let the heavens collapse. Before the astonished eyes of Glaze and the others, the massive Mount Alata trembled violently, akin to the tremors of an earthquake, and began to crumble. Even the ground beneath Caitlin and his companions quaked incessantly. Minutes later, a significant portion of the sprawling Mount Alata had collapsed, crushing an untold number of half-orcs beneath its weight. Those who survived, buried under the rubble, would ultimately succumb to their isolation. Witnessing the devastation of Mount Alata, even Royzify, who had previously boasted with bravado, was moved to tears. The dwarves, driven by a deep-seated vendetta, were fervently determined to obliterate Mount Alata. Yet, fate had conspired against them, as Iceritter had fallen to the half-orcs. Now, however, they not only reclaimed Iceritter but also dismantled Mount Alata. The destruction of Mount Alata was irrevocable and complete. Caitlin regarded the ruins of Mount Alata, showing no concern for the lives lost at his hand. Life, in its cyclical nature, often demands acceptance of fate. When destiny plays its cruel hand, No amount of wealth or power can alter its course. The Grim Reaper may choose to claim you in the dead of night. And resistance is futile. At this moment, he embodied that very Reaper. Chapter 148, High Priest Barrow. Gazing upon the crumbling Mount Alata, Gaines appeared pale and resigned. Once the stronghold of the half-orcs, it stood as the most formidable gathering of combat strength in the world. Yet now, it lay in ruins, with countless half-orcs perishing within its collapse. Some who had managed to escape the chaos were merely fortunate survivors, returning from the battlefield, their spirits crushed and filled with despair. Their homes had been destroyed, their kin lost. They had become pitiable wanderers without refuge. These half-orcs had lost their will to fight. To send them back into battle would be nothing short of a death sentence. Nevertheless, for the sake of their plans, Gaines had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he descended into the remnants of Mount Alata with the Death Eaters, gathering the half-orcs. Gaines, you owe us an explanation. As Gaines gathered the half-orcs on Mount Alata, an elderly half-orc clad in a beastly robe and wielding a staff approached with evident ire. Gaines turned to face the advancing figure and expressed, High Priest Barrow, I feel a profound sense of regret. This time, we shall confront a perilous adversary. We will spare no effort in vanquishing that individual. However, prior to that, I require your assistance to reclaim Esladu while we restrain him. High Priest Barrow, the priest and ruler of the half-orcs, had narrowly escaped a calamity while searching for herbs. The collapse of Mount Alata and the deaths of his kin filled him with profound despair. Yet, he recognized the inevitability of the current predicament. Listening to Gaines, he shook his head and responded, My people can no longer endure further losses. Your consecutive failures, coupled with the devastation of Mount Alata, have cost me at least 100,000 of my kin. The promises you made remain unfulfilled. Gaines furrowed his brow at Barrow's words and replied, High Priest, you must understand that if we do not eradicate the dwarves, granting them respite will only lead to far greater casualties in the future. Furthermore, they possess formidable wizards as support. Without our magical assistance, your losses will be even more catastrophic. Barrow fell silent. He was acutely aware of the truth in Gaines' words. However, to continue the fight would only result in more grievous losses for his people. Should they fail to decisively defeat the dwarves, the half-orc race would face inevitable decline. High Priest, this opportunity is singular, Gaines urged, observing Barrow's contemplative silence. Barrow, furrowing his brow, paced back and forth, deliberating whether to persist in the conflict. After a period of reflection, he solemnly declared, Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more, and this time, I shall partake in the endeavor myself. Upon hearing Barrow's words, Gaines' eyes glimmered with a hint of joy, though he feigned calmness as he replied, With your personal involvement, High Priest, we shall undoubtedly reclaim Esladu and utterly defeat the dwarves. With Barrow's consent and support, rallying the half-orcs became significantly easier. Moreover, to bolster morale, Barrow intensified the hatred of the half-orcs towards the dwarves. Consequently, one could witness the half-orc army, fueled by rage, rapidly assembling. Gaines beheld the reluctant gathering of 100,000 half-orc warriors and smiled. This army, brimming with animosity, was imbued with formidable combat prowess and destructive capability. Esladu awaited. Upon returning from the Erida Mountains, Roy Sophie did not take a moment's respite. Instead, he rallied his people to bolster defenses, extract ore, forge weapons, and construct dwellings. Days passed in succession, and with the involvement of the dwarves from Spirit Lake Town, Isla began to regain a semblance of prosperity and liveliness, with numerous houses undergoing repairs. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions were subjected to grueling training under Caitlin's watchful eye. William Thomas, the transparent observer, watched the proceedings with a blend of curiosity and anticipation. Aside from Roy Sophie and Caitlin, none were privy to William Thomas's true identity. Harry and the others found no oddity in his spectral presence roaming at night, for souls had become a commonplace occurrence at Hogwarts. Laurel Alice perched gracefully on a branch, her gaze fixed on Harry and the others training in the distance, her eyes reflecting an unwavering tenderness. The elven kind, blessed with lengthy lifespans, typically live around 800 years. To love an elf, one must possess a sufficiently long lifespan. Otherwise, their untimely demise would leave the beloved youthful and burdened with sorrow and regret. Laurel Alice, strikingly beautiful, had already lived for over 2 centuries, while Caitlin was a mere 29 years old. However, due to Caitlin's formidable prowess and certain unique circumstances, his lifespan was somewhat extended. Princess, the Queen has sent a message, Lisa said, approaching Laurel Alice and handing her a parchment. As Laurel Alice scrutinized the contents, her eyes narrowed, and she leaped forth to Caitlin's side, declaring, Master Caitlin, the half-beast army has launched another assault. Moreover, according to my mother's prophecy, the Death Eaters will deploy a dark dragon this time, collaborating with powerful wizards to eliminate you. Upon hearing Laurel Alice's words, Harry and the others ceased their training, directing their attention toward her. Caitlin responded with a smile, This is hardly surprising. After a brief pause, he added, But it is futile. Laurel Alice, sensing the gravity of the situation, interjected, "The dark dragon is exceedingly perilous. Its scales are said to be the fabled inverse scales, immune to magical harm. Additionally, among the Death Eaters, there are 3 formidable wizards, nearly as powerful as my mother." Caitlin, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied, "While the dark dragon's inverse scales may render it immune to magical damage, it does not imply immunity to all forms of magical harm. No matter how formidable the enemy, without the strength to vanquish them, they remain but a jest. Their efforts will find no reflection in me. Rather, they will only serve to accentuate my own might." Laurel Alice fell into a brief silence, contemplative. Caitlin's profound confidence left her puzzled, as she wondered what could instill in him such unwavering assurance to disregard the combined onslaught of the dark dragon and several powerful foes. Chapter 149. The Return of the Half-Beast Army to Eslad. Have you ever sensed that Princess Lauren Alice seems to harbor feelings for Professor Kate? Kalyana, gazing at Lauren Alice lost in thought atop the city walls, could no longer suppress her curiosity and spoke. Luna and Hermione admired the elegant silhouette of Lauren Alice. Their eyes filled with envy. There is no woman untouched by beauty, especially a stunning figure like Lauren Alice, a beauty that inspires fantasies. Yet, this enchanting lady finds herself ensnared in unrequited love, seemingly unable to extricate herself. Truly, Professor Kate is formidable and exceptionally handsome, capable of captivating Princess Lauren Alice so deeply. Luna Jennifer expressed in admiration. However, it appears that Professor Kate is somewhat indifferent towards Princess Lauren Alice, Hermione remarked. Perhaps it is simply because Princess Alice is too elevated. Professor Kaler may not be inclined towards her. Cedric, passing by, inadvertently overheard their conversation and interjected. The 3 women fell into a brief silence, their minds racing with imaginative scenarios. Perhaps that is indeed the case, Kalyana chuckled. Or perhaps not. Luna continued to express her admiration. It may also be that Professor Kate understands they inhabit entirely different worlds, thus hesitating to pursue a relationship, Hermione analyzed. The trio exchanged knowing glances, a smile gracing their lips. They trusted and admired Professor Kate, but that was the extent of their sentiments. They could offer no assistance regarding Princess Lauren Alice's affections for Professor Kaler. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed, as the dwarven warriors on reconnaissance rode in on giant eagles into the palace. Before long, the battle horn resounded, summoning all dwarven and elven warriors to gather upon the city walls, preparing for combat. Harry and the others quickly assembled and, under Hagrid's guidance, made their way to the ramparts. Roy Sophie, flanked by her guards, also arrived at the walls. After more than half an hour, the half-beast army finally emerged into view. A vast and imposing legion, their numbers were staggering. Even more astonishing was the sight of a multitude of man-faced spiders launching an assault from the opposite side. The sheer quantity of these arachnids was no less than 5,000, of varying sizes. Trailing behind them were towering stone giants, each 200 to 300 meters tall. Though the number of stone giants was limited to 3, their destructive potential was immense. The appearance of the stone giants left Harry and his companions agape, filled with disbelief. They had heard Norse ramblings, yet had not fully believed. Now, witnessing the colossal stone giants, disbelief was utterly impossible. Harry, the memory crystal, quickly record this, Ron exclaimed, recalling something important and urging Harry. Harry was urged to produce the memory crystal, meticulously documenting the stone giants, the man-faced spiders, and the vast battlefield before him, teeming with half-orc armies. This marked the 5th battle he was to encounter in my miniature world, and this time, we were to confront an adversary of formidable strength. Holding the crystal and capturing the scenes while explaining and recording, Harry appeared exceedingly earnest and cautious. His demeanor contrasted starkly with that of others. As if the imminent confrontation posed little peril, the indigenous people, including Grace, Roy, and Princess Alice, gazed at the giants with expressions of astonishment. How had they achieved this? These giants had remained concealed within the stone forest for centuries, rarely emerging, yet now 3 had appeared at once. Rachel, astounded, exclaimed at the sight of the stone giants. We are in trouble. The destructive capability of the stone giants is undoubtedly immense and perilous. Additionally, the man-faced spiders, with their venomous silk and sharp claws, pose a significant threat. This time, the half-orcs have dispatched such formidable forces to annihilate Esladu. Grace remained silent, her expression grave. Is that the half-orc high priest Barrow? Lauren Alice's keen gaze pinpointed the figure seated atop a dire wolf, its size twice that of an ordinary wolf, amidst the half-orc army. Rachel quickly scanned the ranks of the half-orc forces and soon identified the presence of the high priest, stating, yes, he is indeed the high priest Barrow, the ruler of the half-orcs. It appears that the emergence of the man-faced spiders and stone giants is his doing. Roy's expression was serious, with the stone giants, man-faced spiders, and the wrathful half-orc army, along with the monstrous creatures and thousands of Death Eaters. Such a force must be approached with utmost caution, even during Esladu's zenith. Master Ketterl, Roy turned to Ketterl, his eyes pleading. Ketterl nodded reassuringly, saying, "There is no need for concern. The man-faced spiders and stone giants pose little threat to us." Ketterl's words instilled a sense of calm in Roy and the others. They then turned their attention to the half-orc army, which, while a significant menace, seemed a lesser challenge compared to confronting the man-faced spiders and stone giants. "Nosa, bring up our cannons," Roy commanded, turning to his guard. Nosa swiftly departed, and moments later, 3 purple cannons were hoisted onto the city walls. "What is this?" Harry approached, crystal ball in hand, inquiring with curiosity. "This is the pinnacle of our dwarven craftsmanship. The magical crystal cannon," Nosa replied, assembling and inspecting the cannons as he spoke to Harry. "During the last war of Eslad, it was originally meant to be utilized. However, a traitor emerged among us, becoming a Death Eater, resulting in a missed opportunity. Ultimately, we had no choice but to continue concealing the magical crystal cannon. This time, in our quest to reclaim Eslad and protect our homeland and kin, the prince has commanded us to retrieve it once more. Is this device truly effective?" Malfoy, drawn by the commotion, approached and inquired. "Absolutely," replied Norsa, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his face flushed with excitement. "This time, we shall impart a profound lesson to the half-orcs, demonstrating that the craftsmanship of our dwarven race is not merely a matter of empty reputation. This contraption resembles a cannon from the movies, though the barrel of this magical crystal cannon is considerably larger," Hermione remarked as she assessed the device. "What is a movie?" Luna asked curiously. "A movie," Harry explained, "is akin to a memory crystal ball, a recording synthesized and edited by technology. It's quite marvelous. If there is time during the upcoming break, I shall take you to see one." Luna's face brightened at this. "Really?" "Of course," Harry replied with a confident smile. Chapter 150, The Magical Crystal Cannon. The emergence of the magical crystal cannon sparked curiosity among Harry and his companions, simultaneously elevating the morale of the dwarven clan. Catalier was no stranger to the magical crystal cannon. In fact, the ancestral memories he had inherited contained more extensive, complete, and terrifying information about it. Thus, his interest in the cannon before him was mixed with mere curiosity. The magical crystal cannon was crafted during the era of Eslad V, a creation born from the collaboration of the most elite blacksmiths and the study of magic by my ancestors. Originally, there were 10 magical crystal cannons, but due to prolonged disuse, the magical inscriptions on the remaining 7 have lost their efficacy. Only these 3 remain intact, Roysify lamented. "Have you ever attempted to use them?" Catalier inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Roysify, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated to respond. Realizing this, he understood that although they possessed the magical crystal cannon, they had never utilized it. This led Catalier to question whether they truly would know how to use it. Is this magical crystal cannon even operational? On the side of the half-orc army, High Priest Barrow gazed intently at the distant Eslad, his expression grave. "Gannis, where are your men?" In response, Gannis smiled. "They should be arriving shortly, as per our agreement. For now, let us unleash the man-faced spiders and stone giants to initiate an assault, depleting the enemy's strength while drawing that individual out." Barrow pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. He grasped his staff, his voice rising in incantation as a tremendous force began to emanate from him. The menacing Spider King, with its crimson eyes, emitted sharp, piercing sounds. The previously tranquil spider suddenly became agitated and launched an assault on the city. Roar! 3 colossal stone giants also bellowed, their thunderous footsteps noticeably quickening. "Prepare the magic crystal cannon. Aim at those 3 stone giants," Roy Sophie commanded, observing the unfolding scene. Without hesitation, Norsa placed a purple crystal, the size of a football, into the cannon's chamber. Once the crystal was secured, an elderly dwarf approached the rear of the cannon, placing his hands upon it while murmuring incantations. A faint magical aura began to emanate from him. Caitlin noted this development with keen interest. While we dwarves may not possess the vast magical prowess of elves or fairies, there are indeed some among us who can wield a modicum of magic. By forging alchemical items that absorb the energies of the world, we amplify magical fluctuations. This is the essence of the magic crystal cannon. Roy Sophie continued. The purple crystal just inserted is also an alchemical item, containing immense energy. Within the cannon, this energy is compressed, and upon being launched, it will create a powerful explosion upon collision, obliterating everything in its path. As Roy Sophie finished explaining, a loud blast resonated, and 3 beams of light shot forth, targeting the stone giants. They moved with remarkable speed and formidable force, creating a gust of wind as the air was rapidly displaced. Boom! The magic crystal cannon successfully struck the stone giant. The charging giant was violently battered by the force, staggering backward before ultimately crashing to the ground. Garns gazed at the toppled giant, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What kind of power is that?" he instinctively inquired. "The magic crystal cannon," High Priest Barrow recalled, his voice steady. If they hadn't employed this device, I might have forgotten about it entirely. Invented during the era of SlowBurn, it possesses tremendous destructive capability. Once, we faced them in battle, and SlowBurn deployed 10 of these cannons, decimating our half-beast army and turning the tide of the conflict. However, the cannon's ability to unleash such strength is significantly tied to a rare alchemical item used in its construction. Consequently, it is reserved for critical moments, serving primarily as a deterrent. Upon hearing Barrow's words, Garn's eyes sparkled with ambition. If we could seize the magic crystal cannon and wield it ourselves, would we not become invincible? The High Priest Barrow cast a glance at Gannis before shifting his gaze into the distance, remarking lightly, that may not be the case. The stone giant struck by the magic crystal cannon rose, revealing a large crater upon its form, with even one of its wastes pierced through. Composed entirely of stone, the stone giant lacked flesh and blood. As one of the most extraordinary creatures in this world, it could still survive even with severed limbs. Moreover, as long as its severed parts fused back with the stone, it could regenerate and acquire new limbs. However, should it lose its head, that would truly signify the end of its life. Aim for their heads, Lachio shouted at Nozar and the others, who were adjusting their angles in preparation for the next shot. Nozar and his companions remained silent, but were diligently recalibrating their aim. With 3 resounding booms, the magic crystal cannon successfully struck the stone giant once more, yet failed to hit its head, which left Lachio and the others somewhat anxious. The power was immense, but the adjustments required for the moving stone giant were considerable, rendering the wastage of such destructive capability on them unworthy. Observing the arrayed purple crystals, of which only 4 remained, and having witnessed the might of the magic crystal cannon, Kate Lyle spoke up. In response, Roy Sophie remarked, "If we cannot thwart the stone giant and allow them to draw near, we will have no means of resistance. At that point, the man-faced spiders and half-orcs will launch their assault, and it will be the end for Ira." Kate Lyle smiled faintly, clutching his staff, and declared, "Leave the stone giants to me, and do not concern yourselves with the man-faced spiders below. The crystals are still too scarce for you to squander." Taking Kate Lyle's advice to heart, Roy Sophie promptly instructed Nozar and the others to cease fire with the magic crystal cannon. Additionally, she readied the warriors with catapults and crossbows, preparing for the impending confrontation with the man-faced spiders. The forging of the purple crystals was exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, the special metals required were rare and precious. Without sufficiently skilled craftsmanship, they could not be produced. It was a monumental task. Therefore, Roy Sophie preferred to conserve them rather than expend all at once. Chapter 151. The Despair of High Priest Barrow. The might of the magic crystal cannon was formidable, yet our stone giants were equally powerful. Upon the approach of the stone giants to the city wall, the army commenced their assault. The stone giants withstood the damage from the magic crystal cannon and possessed formidable combat prowess. The man-faced spiders drew ever closer, their claws enabling them to scale the city walls while unleashing venomous silk to inflict harm and chaos upon the dwarves. At this moment, the opportunity for the dwarf army to rapidly advance and assault the city wall was imminent. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Barrow's eyes as he proclaimed, "We possess only 3 magic crystal cannons, and the number of shots is certainly limited. Having already squandered 6 shots against the stone giant, the remaining ammunition could hardly inflict any significant damage upon us." Gaines, upon hearing this, remarked, "Let us wait. That individual's magic is no jest." Boom. In an instant, 50 meters from the walls of Isla, the earth trembled, and a vast pit, spanning hundreds of meters, emerged, swallowing the human-faced spiders that were fleeing in a single gulp. The High Priest Barrow gazed at this spectacle, his face etched with horror, his eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Witnessing such a display once more, Gaines exclaimed in astonishment, "That individual has made a move." Boom. At that moment, within the abyss, a blazing inferno ignited, scorching the human-faced spiders that had plummeted into the chasm, their piercing cries resonating, further unsettling the psychological defenses of the half-beasts. Those half-beasts who had fled the battlefield, upon witnessing this scene anew, felt their inner fury and resilience quiver under the weight of fear. Cavalier paid no heed to the human-faced spiders being consumed by flames within the pit, instead turning his gaze to the stone giants that had approached the edge of the city walls. "Small, small, small," pointing his wand at the 3 stone giants before him. Cavalier uttered a size-altering spell, repeatedly chanting. Thus, before the eyes of the onlookers, the stone giants began to shrink, from heights exceeding 300 meters to 250, 200, 100, 50, 10, and finally to a mere 3 meters tall. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. The crowd, witnessing the colossal stone giants reduced to mere 3-meter figures, was left in disbelief. To diminish such immense targets to such a minuscule size, what tremendous power must Master Cavalier possess? Glaze gazed at Cavalier, utterly astonished, and cried out. Noster, Alice, and others shared the same sentiment. They understood the magic of enlarging and shrinking objects. Yet such feats depend on the size of the target and entail varying degrees of magical expenditure, at least in Glaze's estimation. Reducing such a massive stone giant would require nearly exhausting all one's magical energy, resulting in a mere reduction of several dozen meters. Yet, for Cavalier, this appeared to be an exceedingly simple task. The High Priest Barrow and Gaines were equally astonished, unable to fathom such a reality. However, the evidence lay stark before them. This was an opportune moment. Apart from that individual, even Queen Alice would find such a feat unattainable. Simultaneously, it implied that a substantial amount of magical energy had already been consumed. Gaines, snapping back to reality from his astonishment, exclaimed with immense joy. The High Priest Barrow concurred wholeheartedly. As a High Priest, he was acutely aware of the limitations of an individual's magical capacity. Even the mighty Queen Alice, with her immense power, would not dare to claim the impossible, yet it has been accomplished by others, which is indeed admirable. However, it is merely that, nothing more. What a foolish decision. High Priest Barrow cast a glance at Esraldu, a smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Advance." The battle horn sounded, and the terrified half-orcs charged forth. Yet, with the chasm before them, their advance forced them to maneuver around its edges. The emergence of the pit had diminished the range of their crossbows, stripping them of their formidable firepower, leaving even their catapults with little room for action. As for the three stone giants, upon shrinking, they exhibited remarkable agility, their strength undiminished, as their fists struck the city walls with thunderous resonance. Keitel raised his wand, uttering the levitation spell, and the three stone giants were cast into the abyss. To escape, they would either need to revert to their original forms or scale the walls, an arduous task indeed. Apocalyptic Storm. After dealing with the three stone giants, Keitel unleashed a forbidden-level spell upon the charging half-orcs. A tempest of wind and flames erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a fierce inferno. The firestorm spread across a 1,000-meter radius, consuming the majority of the advancing half-orc army in an instant. The few who survived the flames clustered protectively around High Priest Barrow, refraining from further assault. Barrow's eyes blazed crimson, his grip tightening around his staff, his heart heavy with anguish and despair. He had never witnessed such a spell, let alone one so terrifying. Tens of thousands of his kin would perish under this magic, leaving the half-orc shattered, unable to withstand large-scale conflict for decades to come. Gaines despaired as he beheld the flames, which enveloped his world as if heralding the end of days. He had not anticipated that after diminishing the three stone giants, Keitel would possess such tremendous power to unleash such a dreadful spell. In stark contrast to the despair of Gaines and High Priest Barrow, Princess Alice and Prince Roy Sophie were astonished and jubilant. With so many half-orcs slain, the threat they posed would be eliminated for decades, perhaps even a century. When will they arrive, Gaines? I want Esraldu to vanish completely from this world. High Priest Barrow roared at Gaines, consumed by rage following his despair. Gaines paused for a moment before producing a flute and began to play softly. The melody was discordant, yet emitted a peculiar magic. Through this magic, Gaines could sense the presence of a certain target. A roar akin to a dragon's echoed from afar, resonating throughout the battlefield. Gaines heard the voice, sheathed his flute, and a smile graced his face as he declared, "Our ally has arrived. If you wish to avoid demise, depart swiftly from this place." Having uttered these words, Gaines paid no further heed to High Priest Barrow and departed hastily. With that individual present, the Orc Legion had effectively lost its significance. After all, the Staff of Moss was already in hand. Barrow's existence merely facilitated the management of the Orc army. Now, Gaines harbored a singular hope that this individual would be vanquished, allowing them to reclaim Esraldu and seek the Eternal Ring. Chapter 152, The Black Dragon, suppressed upon its arrival. The roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the battlefield, resounding with an awe-inspiring clarity that unsettled the hearts of all present. The remaining orcs, now gripped by terror, fled in panic, daring not to linger for even a moment. The true enormity of the black dragon could be discerned from its shadow, which obscured the sky, measuring 600 meters in length. Its wings unfurled to create a majestic spectacle. With a thunderous roar, a tempest surged forth, and a torrential fire rained down from the heavens, akin to divine flames intent on annihilating the very fabric of existence. Harry and the others gazed in astonishment at the descending inferno, pondering how to withstand such a conflagration. Roy, Sophie, and their companions instinctively retreated, searching for objects to shield themselves from the flames. O spirits of water, heed my call, and with your might, unveil your formidable power. Raging waters, heed my summons. The incantation of Caitlin resonated, halting Roy, Sophie, and the others in their tracks. Columns of water surged skyward from the earth, swiftly coalescing into a sea that surged toward the encroaching flames. The collision of water and fire symbolized the dissolution of power, and a dense mist enveloped the battlefield in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the vast ocean dispelled the fire, colliding decisively with the black dragon, producing a resounding thud. It was at this moment that the black dragon seemed to lose control, plummeting toward the ground, revealing its colossal head to the onlookers. Although descending, the black dragon still opened its massive jaws, piercing through the mist to unleash flames once more upon Esmeralda. Caitlin beheld the dragon's blood-red eyes, emanating an aura of impending death, and once again raised her wand, declaring, "Spirits of water in the atmosphere, heed my call. Bind my enemy with your might, and halt their advance." Water binding spell. In an instant, a colossal water barrier emerged, intercepting the falling flames and ensnaring the black dragon within its grasp. Bound by the torrents, the black dragon crashed to the earth, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, accompanied by violent tremors that threatened to rend the ground asunder. Caitlin raised her wand, casting a whirlwind spell to disperse the dust, revealing the immense form of the black dragon. Wings of light sprouted from Caitlin's back, lifting her into the void above. In the distance, Gaines and High Priest Barrow gazed in astonishment at Catiriel, who bore luminous wings. Why do humans possess wings? Who exactly is he? How could such a formidable black dragon find itself utterly powerless before him? I remember you, and the repugnant aura that surrounds you. The black dragon was ensnared by numerous water columns, its wings rendered immobile, its massive head entangled as well. However, this did not impede its ability to speak. In addition, the dragon's eyes, once a deep crimson, now held a glimmer of clarity. Catiriel's wings gently fluttered, allowing him to hover in the void. "Your body is compromised," Catiriel remarked, fixing his gaze upon the dragon. The black dragon merely cast a fleeting glance at Catiriel, and in the next moment, its enormous eyes turned blood red. With a thunderous roar, the dragon erupted with dark radiance and immense power, shattering the water columns and breaking free from the binding spell of the water realm. The black dragon's immunity to numerous spells was not merely a legendary jest, it was a stark reality. The water binding spell could only provide temporary restraint and, in its prime, would pose no challenge to the dragon whatsoever. Its massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, lunged forward, intent on devouring Catiriel. Yet, in an instant, it was forcefully suppressed to the ground by a boulder of colossal proportions, revealing only its head. O spirit of the earth, granted a weighty form to slumber within these towering mountains. Catiriel unleashed his magic once more, channeling formidable energy to conjure a series of towering summits, relentlessly pinning the black dragon to the ground. Within mere moments, a mountain soaring hundreds of meters high and spanning nearly 1,000 meters completely enveloped the black dragon. As the mountains rose, the dragon emitted anguished cries, a miasma of death escaping from its form, struggling to escape this confinement. Yet, despite its efforts, it could only produce tremors. Unable to break free and soar into the sky, the black dragon could withstand magical harm, but it was not immune to physical damage. The suppression of the mountains was a manifestation of gravitational force. After a fierce struggle, the dragon ultimately could not extricate itself. In the distance, the three cloaked figures controlling the dragon watched the unfolding scene in utter disbelief. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be ruthless and malevolent? Wasn't it promised to be unmatched in its ferocity? Wasn't destruction assured? They had unleashed a mere flicker of flame, and now such a colossal creature lay subdued beneath the mountains. It was utterly pathetic. Gaines and High Priest Barrow looked on in disbelief at the great mountain before them, at the subdued black dragon, momentarily at a loss for words. They held great hope for the dark dragon, yet it left them utterly disillusioned, and for a moment, both collapsed to the ground. Grace, in profound astonishment, remarked that aside from Master Caitlin, it seemed unlikely that anyone else in this world could possess such overwhelming magical power and perform such extraordinary spells to subdue the dark dragon. Nost, too, expressed his amazement at the astonishing capabilities of elemental magic, which could conjure a mountain of such magnitude to suppress the dark dragon. This colossal creature had indeed been subdued, and Professor Caitlin was truly formidable. Harry, clutching the crystal ball, was utterly astounded by the sight of the towering mountain before him. Malfoy took a deep breath, realizing that surpassing Caitlin was beyond his reach. In the void above, Caitlin paid no further heed to the dark dragon, but soared high, crossing over the mountain and heading into the distance. The mountain obstructed the view of Roy, Sophie, and the others, leaving them puzzled about Caitlin's destination. Filled with anticipation, Harry cast a flying spell upon himself, eager to follow and see what lay ahead. "Harry, cast a flying spell for me too," Ron called out, watching Harry take flight. "I want one as well," Hermione chimed in promptly. "And me. Count me in." Malfoy, Cedric, and others were equally eager for the forthcoming battle. In his haste, Harry cast flying spells for them all and hurriedly pursued. Grace and Nost exchanged a glance before promptly boarding the elven vessel to catch up and ascertain the situation. "Grace, please take us along," Roy urged, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Speed up," Grace exclaimed, feeling the pressure. Thus, Grace, Rachel, Nosta, Princess Alice, and others boarded the elven vessel, circumventing the mountain to survey the battlefield on the other side. This urgency stemmed from the knowledge that someone was engaged in combat with Caitlin. Chapter 153, Inescapable. Caitlin flew over the mountain, arriving above a small hillside 1,000 meters away. Upon that hillside, 3 individuals concealed themselves beneath the rocks, daring neither to gaze upon Caitlin nor to utter a sound. Fearful of being discovered, these hidden figures were the principal orchestrators behind the Death Eaters, Heidi, David, and Madden Johnson. In truth, the trio had employed the disillusionment charm, rendering them invisible as long as they remained silent and still. As Caitlin approached their vicinity, Heidi and the others felt a mix of fear and tension. Caitlin's display of power was overwhelming, having effortlessly dealt with the Dark Dragon. Naturally, they wished to avoid confrontation with Caitlin. Yet, he stood above them, his gaze laced with mockery. How long do you intend to hide? Or do you believe I am blind and cannot see you? Upon hearing Caitlin's words, Heidi and her companions exchanged glances, remaining silent and motionless. Within their hearts lingered a glimmer of hope. Caitlin gazed at Heidi and her companions, raising her wand and aiming it at them. Avada Kedavra, overwhelmed by the terror surging within him. David could no longer contain himself and launched an attack the moment Caitlin lifted her wand. Stupefy. Following David's lead, Heidi and Maddie Johnson swiftly joined the fray. 3 menacing spells surged forth, yet Caitlin conjured a luminous shield that deflected them all. Witnessing this, David immediately executed a disillusionment charm and vanished from sight. With a resounding thud, David was propelled against the wall like a golf ball struck with force, only to bounce back. Heidi and Maddie Johnson stared in astonishment at the rebounding David. What was happening? Was this a ruse? Why wasn't he fleeing? Caitlin chuckled at David's bewildered expression and remarked, "What is the meaning of this?" David lowered his hood, revealing a youthful visage, and confronted Caitlin. Heidi, manipulating a stone, hurled it far away, only for a glimmering barrier to rebound it. In an instant, Heidi understood, exclaiming, "It's a barrier." Maddie Johnson and David exchanged knowing glances, realizing that their only recourse was to engage in a fierce battle. "Let us strike together. If we do not defeat him, we shall never escape this place," Heidi declared. Her gaze fixed on Caitlin. Caitlin, amused by Heidi's words, responded, "After scheming from the shadows for so long, you finally dare to step into the light? But are you truly prepared to dance?" At her words, the expressions of the trio darkened, and they swiftly dispersed. Water spear. Caitlin's voice boomed as an onslaught of water spears rained down from above. Each spear, approximately 5 feet long, shimmered with an azure glow. Though their exteriors were hard and sharp, within flowed a torrent of water. Caught off guard by the barrage, Heidi was struck, the spear piercing her left arm. Pain washed over her, leaving her pallid and anguished as another spear approached. Gritting her teeth against the torment, she grasped her wand and cried, "Protego!" Yet, the shield of protection faltered, shattering like a broken mirror, fissures appearing as the water spears threatened to descend upon her. Despair filled Heidi's countenance. Caitlin had yet to unleash her dreadfully potent magic. The relentless rain of water spears was already overwhelming. "Protego!" David appeared just in time, intercepting the water spear and rescuing Heidi. Avada Kedavra. Seizing the opportunity, Maddie Wilson retaliated. The dazzling magic glimmered, always so captivating and radiant. Yet beneath this dazzling and captivating radiance lies a terrifying power, one that could vanish in an instant. At this moment, Heidi, David, and Madden Johnson found themselves ensnared in the vast ocean of magical assaults unleashed by Caitlin, teetering on the brink of being consumed. The resplendent battle of magic saw Caitlin maintain a lofty disdain for the trio. They could not endure for long, soon becoming battered and ensnared. Their feet lifted from the ground, their bodies and hands ensnared by chaotic water spears. They resembled condemned souls bound to a cross, gasping for breath. "Where are the elven crown and the moss scepter?" Caitlin inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the trio. "In the hands of the adult," Heidi replied, her pallor betraying her excessive blood loss as she dared not harbor any illusions in the face of Caitlin's formidable presence. "Where is he?" Caitlin pressed further. "Black Mountain." Heidi hesitated before responding. Upon hearing this, Caitlin pondered for a moment and remarked, "I visited Black Mountain recently. I beheld the Black Dragon. Yet I did not see the so-called adult you speak of. Who is this adult you refer to?" The trio fell silent in response to Caitlin's inquiry. Observing their reticence, Caitlin asked, "Are you not afraid of death?" "Words fail me," Heidi finally managed to reply after a brief pause. Caitlin then turned to David, asking, "What about you?" David merely shook his head in silence. Caitlin's gaze shifted to Madden Wilson, who remained mute. "It appears you wish for me to enact some cruel fate upon you," Caitlin remarked with a chilling smirk as he brandished his wand. Dark elemental energy coalesced within Caitlin's wand, swirling black mist entwining towards the trio. An enhanced version of the heart-piercing curse. "I hope you can endure the torment." As the black mist coiled around their forms, long before any damage was inflicted, Heidi and her companions already felt the ravages of that power, their expressions contorted in anguish. When the mist began to infiltrate their nostrils and penetrate their minds, the agony became indescribable. Enveloped in darkness, they endured unspeakable torment, their cries transforming from sharp shrieks to hoarse gasps, gradually losing their ability to vocalize. Coturo retracted his wand, the black mist dissipating, and the trio felt as though they had returned from an endless hell to a brief paradise. Observing them gasping in the sunlight, relishing this rare moment of tranquility, Coturo was filled with delight. You have one more chance. The calm voice echoed in their minds, causing them to tremble instantaneously. It made them acutely aware that they remained on the precipice of death, their lives hanging by a thread. Magic is unspeakable, Heidi gasped, struggling to articulate, otherwise. We shall perish. Upon hearing this, Caitlin pondered, a curse? Then let me discover where he is concealed. Approaching Maiden Wilson, he extended his hand and seized his head. An infusion of dark elemental energy penetrating his body, delving into his memories. Within a span of 5 breaths, Maiden Johnson's eyes rolled back utterly, his breath ceased, and a surge of black energy erupted from his form, piercing the barrier and soaring into the distance. Observing this, Caitlin promptly pursued. Chapter 154, The Emergence of the Undead Army. The black mist represented a binding force tethered to Maiden Johnson, simultaneously the true puppet master behind him and his companions. Caitlin had long sought to uncover this enigmatic boss, yearning to discern his identity and procure the elven crown and the staff of Mose. In truth, the artifacts pilfered by the Death Eaters extended beyond these 2 treasures. There also existed the cherished elven necklace, fervently protected by the fairy clan. This necklace, pure as ivory, symbolized the faith of the fairy race, and its possessor would be endowed with formidable magical prowess. In the bygone world, the fairy clan's rebellion, which wrought tremendous devastation and turmoil upon the Muggle realm, stemmed from the elven necklace. They had been coerced and stripped of this precious artifact, compelling them to acquiesce to external machinations. The fairy clan, besieged by various powers and suffering grievous losses, was ultimately forced into this diminutive world. Prior to their retreat, they reclaimed the elven necklace. However, this act inadvertently attracted the Death Eaters, who subsequently wrested the necklace from them. Along with the myriad tribulations that unfolded over the next decade, it can be asserted that the fairy clan inadvertently ushered greater troubles into this world. In the absence of the Death Eaters, the realm of the elves could have sustained balance and stability. Yet, the emergence of the Death Eaters, in collusion with the half-breeds, shattered this equilibrium. Caitlin's departure left Harry and his companions, who observed the battle from afar, somewhat astonished. Caitlin had moved with such swiftness that following him was rendered impossible. What shall we do? Harry inquired, glancing at Heidi and David, who were ensnared within the barrier, as well as Maiden Wilson. Perhaps Professor Caitlin has uncovered something of grave importance that necessitates immediate action, Hagrid responded. Harry and the others contemplated this, nodding in agreement. That direction leads to the Black Mountain, Rachel remarked, gazing towards Caitlin's path. Indeed, that is the gathering place of the Death Eaters, Roy Sophie solemnly affirmed. Grace remained silent for a moment before stating, perhaps only Master Caitlin possesses the power to confront such an entity. Nostard echoed this sentiment, wholeheartedly believing in Caitlin's formidable strength. Behold, what transpires below. Luna sensed the palpable danger lingering in the air, prompting her to survey her surroundings, swiftly discerning the tumult of the battlefield. Dark tendrils of energy continuously emanated from the earth, and the lifeless bodies of the fallen half-orcs, coalescing ominously nearby. Witnessing this eerie phenomenon, a foreboding sensation gripped the hearts of the onlookers. To their astonishment, these shadowy vapors soon coalesced into ethereal forms, specters of the deceased half-orcs, human-faced spiders, and giants. They were the undead. Royzify, upon observing these apparitions, immediately grasped the situation. The emergence of the undead army instilled a profound unease in Royzify and her companions. Should these wraiths launch an assault, it would spell peril, as they possessed no means to combat such foes. Luna Jennifer gazed at the undead below, pausing in silence before activating her necklace, the Guardian of Light. She drew forth her wand and chanted towards the spectral figures, Spirits of light, heed my call. Banish the malevolence before me, and restore the sacred light to the souls imprisoned. A radiant luminescence emanated from Luna, akin to a divine sun illuminating the battlefield. The gathered undead, enveloped in this holy light, were instantaneously purified. Heart-wrenching cries reverberated across the field as the foul, evil forms of the undead began to dissolve. Royzify and her companions beamed with gratitude towards Luna Jennifer, their faces alight with smiles. Just as they grappled with strategies to vanquish these specters, Luna Jennifer had bestowed upon them a remarkable gift. Yet, her valiant effort lasted only a mere 10 seconds, enough to eradicate a portion of the undead, before her magical energy was utterly depleted. The strain of casting such potent magic at a level beyond her capacity exacted a heavy toll on her mana and spirit. Luna. Cedric was the first to notice her distress, swiftly soaring toward her and catching her as she faltered, plummeting toward the ground. Bring her up, Cedric. Glacé commanded from the elven vessel, drawing nearer to the two. Cedric hoisted Luna onto the elven craft, and Glacé hurried to examine her, stating, "It is merely the exhaustion of her magical and mental reserves. She is in no immediate danger. What shall we do now? Without the purifying light, we face the threat of the undead army." Roisify voiced her concern. "Our elven kin possess arrows designed to combat the undead, but, regrettably, we did not bring them to this battle," Princess Alice lamented. "Have her drink this." Harry approached, offering a vial of mana potion to Cedric. Cedric accepted the potion and administered it to Luna. Moments later, a rosy hue returned to Luna's visage. Relying solely on Luna is insufficient. "We must devise a strategy to confront these undead," Harry remarked gravely. "It matters not, for with the support of the magical elixir, I can still cast spells," Luna proclaimed with a smile as she rose to her feet. "The sword personally forged for me by Master Kettleyre can also vanquish the undead," Sophie declared, gripping the sword tightly. At that moment, an ever-growing horde of undead gathered on the battlefield, their presence saturating the stillness with a formidable aura, while the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, instilling a sense of dread. Princess Alice and her companions exchanged grave glances. "Alas, Master Kettleyre has gone to confront that individual. Had he been here, these undead would pose no threat," remarked Prince Sophie with a hint of regret, having witnessed Kettleyre effortlessly dispel the undead using light magic. "There is still a chance. Weapons coated with silver can slay the undead," Princess Alice suddenly recalled. Upon hearing her words, Sophie and the others fell silent for a moment before promptly responding. "Quick, let us return and forge a batch of silver to coat our weapons," exclaimed Rachel with excitement. Regardless of the time constraints, this was the utmost they could do. Inaction would surely spell their doom. Sophie and his companions hurried back to the city walls, swiftly gathering the dwarven artisans to collect all available silver, commencing the process of melting it into liquid form to coat their weapons. Meanwhile, Harry and his group hovered high above, gazing down at the undead in contemplative silence. "How do we combat such a multitude of undead?" Ron said, his voice trembling as he surveyed the orderly ranks of the undead. Professor Kettleyre mentioned that lightning elemental energy possesses a power to counteract dark elements, much like light. Malfoy pondered aloud after a brief pause, glancing toward Hermione. "If we utilize a magic circle to unleash a combined spell, perhaps we can contend with these undead." Hermione met Malfoy's gaze and nodded. "Let us give it a try." Chapter 155, The Thunderstorm Spell. They began constructing the magic circle, enhancing their powers, or releasing a combined spell. Until now, they had practiced extensively but had never engaged in real combat. The unmoving undead army before them provided a unique opportunity to hone their skills. Malfoy and Hermione had yet to experiment with the combination of lightning and water magic, though Kettleyre had imparted knowledge on the subject. Thunderstorm Spell. This intermediate combination spell summoned a torrential downpour, where each drop of rain was laced with electricity. In simpler terms, the rainwater conducted electricity, and the amalgamation of the two elements would cover a more extensive area. Beneath the mountains, the Black Dragon remained eerily still, with the demise of Madden Johnson. Both Heidi and Madden were utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to resist. Yet, the Black Dragon felt no fear toward the undead, nor did it harbor any concern about what the undead might do to it. However, for Harry and his companions atop the mountain, the Black Dragon exhibited a peculiar interest. Though invisible to their eyes, it could sense the fluctuations of magical energy. The power of Harry and his friends was not formidable, and in comparison to it, they could be easily subdued at any moment. Yet, at this juncture, they unexpectedly unleashed a surge of magical energy that seemed beyond their usual capabilities. A magical array coalesced beneath the feet of Malfoy and Hermione as they endeavored to construct a pentagram. This required time, for they had never collaborated before. Their initial attempt was cautious, yet filled with anticipation. 10 minutes elapsed. After 2 failed attempts, they succeeded on the 3rd try, establishing a pentagram beneath them. Harry and the others were overwhelmed with excitement and joy upon witnessing this moment. A smile illuminated Malfoy's face, brimming with determination. Hermione grasped her wand, inhaled deeply, and gazed at the densely packed army of the undead, solemnly declaring, "Let us commence." Malfoy nodded, and amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, began to chant, "O spirits of thunder, dwelling in the heavens and earth, heed my call, responding to the summons of the water spirits, unleash the rain of thunder, purging the filth of this world, thunderstorm incantation." Concurrently, Hermione chanted, "O spirits of water, residing in the cosmos, heed my call, answering the summons of the thunder spirits, unleash the rain of thunder, purging the filth of this world, thunderstorm incantation." With a resounding roar, thunderclouds gathered over the battlefield, the sound of lightning and thunder reverberating throughout. as torrents of rain poured down, accompanied by relentless bolts of lightning that unleashed their fury upon the field. On the Spirit Arc, Grace and her companions gazed in astonishment at the descending thunder and deluge, soon overtaken by sheer awe at the spectacle before them. The lightning, imbued with righteousness and akin to light, possessed immense power against the undead, inflicting significant damage. Under the purifying wrath of the thunder, the amassed army of the undead was being obliterated. Witnessing the remarkable efficacy of the combined magic unleashed by Malfoy and Hermione, Harry and his friends erupted in joyous cheers. "Marvelous! The thunder magic array is effective," Edward exclaimed, joyfully embracing Forbes. "Luna, you need not bear the burden of the undead army alone," Carly said, gripping Luna's hand with excitement. Luna's smile radiated warmth as she nodded enthusiastically. "With the thunder magic, our task is considerably lighter. This way, we can deplete and delay them, allowing the dwarves to forge sufficient silver weaponry to combat the undead." Harry clenched his fists, equally elated, and exclaimed with joy. After their initial astonishment, Grace and the others revealed expressions of delight. Thunder could harm the malevolent and corrupt undead, while water conducted electricity, achieving a broader impact. These children were remarkably clever. Nostert did not hesitate to extol the efforts of Harry and his companions, lamenting that had Hagrid not been occupied with crafting silverware, he would surely have been overjoyed to witness the industriousness of these children. "They are nothing short of prodigies. Nostert, perhaps we should first establish the barrier. Although it may not endure for long, we must learn from these children," Glacé remarked earnestly to Nostert. Nostert nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Glacé. Providing such an expansive area for Esra to unleash a formidable magical barrier is no small feat, and all the fairies must mobilize, which will require considerable time." The fairies toiled diligently to set the barrier, while the dwarves focused on forging silverware, and Harry and the others endeavored to purify the undead, buying time to thwart their assault. The fairy clan, however, found themselves somewhat ineffectual at this juncture. Lacking arrows with silver tips, they possessed knowledge of magic. Yet none could cast the cleansing spell to purify the undead. Princess Alice, feeling regretful for her inability to contribute, could only dispatch the fairies to patrol and observe the battlefield. The exposed undead were gradually being vanquished, albeit at a slow pace, though the effects of the thunderstorm incantation were promising. The successes of Malfoy and Hermione simultaneously inspired Luna, who received swift assistance from Harry to construct a pentagram array. This had a distinctly different effect. The magical array was formed by Harry and his friends, yet it was Luna who wielded it, channeling their collective power to enable her to unleash potent magic. Standing at the center of the array, Luna took a deep breath, her expression solemn as she gripped her wand and intoned, "Spirits of light, heed my call, banish the evil before me, and restore the sacred light of liberated souls." A radiant light erupted from Luna, illuminating the earth from above, as the undead army was subjected to the purifying brilliance and thunderous might. Under the dual magical sanctification, the undead were being hastened toward purification, dissipating back into the cosmos. Within the confines of the encased barrier, David slowly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a crimson glow, exuding an aura of terror. Moreover, dark energy began to emanate from David's form as he fixated on the undead army, muttering incessantly. Beside him, Heidi seemed to hear something, wearily glancing at David with astonishment, for he appeared almost demonic, unleashing an unfathomable power. In an instant, David broke free from the restraints of the water spear, gradually levitating into the air, standing upright, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. As David extended his hand and continued to chant, black tendrils emerged from beneath the battlefield, with an increasing number of undead rapidly coalescing in a brief span. On this battlefield, countless lives had been lost. In just the recent 2 battles with Esra, tens of thousands had fallen. The undead seemed to be inexhaustibly summoned, yet curiously, they did not launch an attack. Instead, they swiftly retreated from the realm shrouded in thunder and holy light. Harry and his companions, initially elated at the prospect of inflicting significant casualties upon the undead, were taken aback by their sudden flight. Moreover, they moved with remarkable speed. Where could they be heading? What prompted this unexpected retreat? Edward expressed his bewilderment. "Perhaps they merely wished to escape our range of attack," Draco observed, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. "What shall we do? If we cannot secure enough time for the dwarves, all will be lost," Neville lamented. "Our range of attack is insufficient," Hermione interjected swiftly. "However, since water conducts electricity, we should enlist the help of Glacé and the others. If we can conjure enough fresh water through the spell, we can create an ocean and inflict damage upon those undead." Upon hearing this, Harry promptly declared, "I will seek Glacé and the others for assistance." With that, he cast a flying spell upon himself and soared back. At that moment, a dozen tendrils of black gas, resembling colossal dragons of darkness, surged toward Draco and the others. The Chapter 156, The Undead Sorcerer, Grindelwald. The speed of the black gas was alarmingly swift and perilous. Within mere moments, it traversed kilometers and confronted Draco and his companions. Fireball barrage, light sphere spell, earth spike spell. Faced with the encroaching black gas, Ron and the others, uncertain of its nature, prioritized their safety and that of their friends, wielding their wands and launching their spells without hesitation. However, to their utter bewilderment, their magic passed through the black gas without inflicting any harm. Yet, the black gas struck them instantaneously, knocking them to the ground. As they fell, the protective magic array vanished. Hearing the anguished cries from behind, Harry turned to discover Ron and the others sprawled on the ground, along with the approaching black gas. Hurricane spell. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry unleashed a formidable spell, engaging in battle with the 3 streams of black gas. Although he managed to fend off one, he could not halt the 2 flanking him. The black gas surged through his body, and the immense forces collided, leaving Harry feeling as if he had been struck by a vehicle, his very soul battered. In an instant, Harry resembled a kite severed from its string, spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. Just as he was about to meet his fate, a figure appeared swiftly, using Harry to return to Ron and the others. Professor Cater. Ron and the others beamed with joy at the sight of Caterl. Apologies. I inadvertently fell into the opponent's scheme. However, it matters not. He has emerged, and there is no chance he will escape now. Caitlor gazed at David in the distance. Expressing a hint of regret, dark gas swirled above, seeking an opportunity to launch yet another assault on Harry and the others. Caitlor snorted coldly, brandishing his wand, and declared, "Holy light!" The radiant light erupted, instantly obliterating the encroaching dark gas. Praise of light. Another voice resonated, enveloping Harry and his companions in sacred illumination, swiftly healing their wounds. "You all stay here and do not leave," Caitlor instructed before hastily departing. In the blink of an eye, Caitlor entered the barrier, observing David shrouded in dark gas, and remarked, "You intend to drive me away, hoping to harness this deathly aura for your own gain. Yet, you still lack the eternal ring. How do you plan to resurrect yourself?" David, cloaked in darkness, heard Caitlor's words and replied, "Caitlor, professor at Hogwarts, a remarkable existence. How fares Albus?" Caitlor, taken aback, responded, "How intriguing. From your tone, it seems you share a favorable relationship with Albus. Let me guess your identity." At this point, Caitlor pondered for a moment and continued, "Among those I know who hold a fixation on Albus and maintain a decent rapport, there are few. However, the one long thought dead, the rumored individual, is none other than Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald was a multifaceted character, deeply idealistic and immensely talented, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his ambitions. Furthermore, he shared a profound bond with Dumbledore, having forged a blood pact as they sought the Deathly Hallows together. Aspiring to become the master of death and leverage that power to lead a revolution in the wizarding world, attempting to overthrow the international statute of wizarding secrecy and establish a new order. Regrettably, the two ultimately parted ways due to Ariana's death. Subsequently, Grindelwald absconded with the Elder Wand, operating outside the law on a journey of reform, committing numerous crimes alongside his followers. His influence spanned across America and Europe, with a vast number of devotees, and those who have arrived in this world are undoubtedly remnants of Grindelwald's original followers. Yet, the question remains, why are they Death Eaters? That is a tale for another time. It is truly astonishing that among the younger generation, there are still those who recognize my name. According to the customs of those old fellows, all information concerning me should have been meticulously concealed. David gazed at Caitlor, a sense of nostalgia in his voice. Indeed, David is Grindelwald, a legendary figure prior to 1998. I am intrigued. Were you not supposed to have been slain by Voldemort when he interrogated you about the Elder Wand's whereabouts? But why do you still exist? While a multitude of Death Eaters follows you, shouldn't they be subservient to Voldemort? Cateriel inquired, voicing the perplexity that lingered within him. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether Voldemort was indeed the mastermind behind these Death Eaters. After all, each of them bore the distinctive dark mark of the skull and serpent. To assert that there were no other underlying motives would indeed stretch the bounds of credulity. In truth, I too should have perished. However, the emergence of a microcosm forged a pact between us. He yearns for immortality, whilst I aspire to live, to instigate a revolution, to realize my dreams. Thus, he severed my soul. Yet, what he remains oblivious to is that the means of entering this realm is singular, and upon arriving here, he would be incapable of locating us. The outcome is evident. After years of meticulous planning, I am now merely one step away from acquiring the Eternal Ring. As the dark energy swirled around Grindelwald, it dispersed once more, revealing him wielding the Elder Wand, crowned with an elven diadem and adorned with a necklace of fairies. A formidable power erupted forth from Grindelwald, the dense black mist rapidly expanding, impervious even to barriers. A terrible scream erupted as Heidi was instantaneously drained of all her magical essence and vitality, reduced to a desiccated corpse. In the distance, the areas enveloped in black mist saw the army of the dead being absorbed, further augmenting the dark energy. This black mist was no ordinary phenomenon. Rather, it was the essence of death, a form of dark elemental energy, exclusive to necromancers. In essence, the corporeal Grindelwald had ascended to the status of a necromancer. Cateriel gazed at Grindelwald, his eyes shimmering with intensity, before producing a crystal ball. The spirit of William Thomas emerged, gazing at Grindelwald with astonishment, exclaiming, "What a remarkable being! In this world, beyond myself, another necromancer has appeared." At this juncture, Grindelwald's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "The Elder Wand, the Elven Crown, 3 tokens. And I have acquired 2 of them. Now, only the Eternal Ring remains. Another greedy soul seeking immortality and immense power. But what is that necklace? What alchemical artifact grants such overwhelming magical prowess?" Chapter 157. I am your ancestor. William, should you not provide further clarification? Cateriel cast a glance at William Thomas and spoke. In response, William Thomas inclined his head slightly and said, "Master, I believe he must have inherited something I left behind in a certain location. To be candid, I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the light wizards, hence, before my slumber, I concealed a fragment of my legacy. In him, I sense a familiar essence, drawn from the strength of a follower." As a necromancer who had lived for centuries, William Thomas, despite spending much of his time in slumber, had once stood at the pinnacle of this world. The legacy left behind from those bygone years is indeed familiar. The very purpose of this inheritance is to ensure that someone may rise to become a necromancer, inheriting his will, thus continuing to sow chaos in this world. As the earth descends into darkness and strife, the necromancer who has received the legacy grows increasingly formidable, marking the moment of his awakening from slumber and the seizing of the fruits of victory. Regrettably, his ambitions did not manifest as he had envisioned. It was only after several centuries that his legacy was discovered, and the darkness it had wrought upon the world lasted merely a decade. The emergence of Catellaire has further thwarted his plans, reducing him to the status of Catelaire's servant. Gellert Grindelwald observed the arrival of William Thomas, his eyes narrowing as he listened to the latter's words. In truth, Grindelwald had become a necromancer by chance, having stumbled upon a cave where he acquired the legacy of the necromancer William Thomas. However, the specter before him, who turned out to be William Thomas himself, left Grindelwald incredulous. "A legendary necromancer reduced to servitude? Who are you?" Grindelwald inquired, fixing his gaze on William Thomas. "I am your ancestor," William Thomas replied with a laugh. Grindelwald's expression darkened instantly as he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of deathly energy towards William Thomas. Observing this, William Thomas let out a cold chuckle and raised his own hand, remarking, "Using my own magic against me? Surely, you are overly confident." The death energy erupted from William Thomas, transforming into a multitude of black arrows that surged directly towards Grindelwald. The clash of their powers saw Grindelwald's death energy absorbed by the arrows of death, rendering them even more robust and powerful. Grindelwald's countenance shifted, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Thud, thud, thud. The death arrows struck the ground, producing a resounding thump. Each arrow unleashed tremendous force, plunging the earth into darkness and creating deep craters. Grindelwald stared at the gaping hole before him, momentarily enveloped in silence. "Grindelwald, you seem not as formidable as I had imagined. At present, you cannot even contend with my servant," Catellaire taunted, gazing at Grindelwald with mockery. Grindelwald remained silent for a moment as the death energy, which had absorbed and refined countless legions of the undead, swiftly returned to him. In that instant, his aura surged once more, reinvigorating his confidence. "Spirit binding spell," Grindelwald exclaimed, brandishing his wand at William Thomas. William Thomas chuckled, retorting, "You are blind to your own peril, utterly unaware of the adversary you face." With that, he vanished in an instant, reappearing within the crystal held by Catellaire. The Spirit Binding Curse, a spell specifically designed to combat phantoms, rendered even the mightiest of foes hesitant to confront Grindelwald directly. "Master, this poses a significant threat to me. I entrust it to you." William Thomas emerged with his head from the crystal, uttering a single phrase before retreating into the crystal sphere, reluctant to emerge again. Catellaire observed William Thomas's cowardice with a slight smirk. Extending his hand, a radiant light burst forth from Catellaire, incinerating the multitude of encroaching specters in an instant. The Spirit Binding Curse entailed a magic wherein numerous controlled souls would ensnare another spirit. Once a soul was bound, it would succumb to the control of the adversary, potentially becoming assimilated, thereby losing its freedom and allowing the captor to invade its essence and seize its memories. William Thomas, unwilling to become a mindless spirit or suffer imprisonment, naturally sought refuge. Grindelwald's expression darkened. Not only was Catellaire immensely powerful, but his light-based magic also countered Grindelwald's abilities. Although the confrontation could be navigated using the Staff of Moose, the Elven Crown, and the Fairy Necklace, Grindelwald was inexplicably plagued by a sense of inferiority. You are formidable, yet I am not without my own strengths. I refuse to believe you can truly vanquish me. Taking a deep breath, Grindelwald brandished the Staff of Moose, directing it at Kate Lyle, and intoned solemnly, O crimson spirits dancing in the depths of hell, transform your wrath into blades and annihilate the enemy. Erupting spirit hell. The crimson spirits, as referred to in Chinese lore, are perilous and formidable apparitions. The red spirits summoned by Grindelwald were deeply vengeful souls, transformed into a sea of crimson, rushing forth to rend Kate Lyle. With calm composure, Kate Lyle waved his wand and declared, Divine Judgment. In an instant, a colossal pentagram materialized in the void above, with glimmering swords of light, each over 2 meters in length, descending from the heavens. As the red spirits were cleaved by the radiant blades, they detonated. A destructive consequence of the erupting spirit hell spell. Each slain red spirit would compress its internal energy to the utmost, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered everything in proximity. It was akin to a spectral version of a human bomb. Seeing that the erupting spirit hell spell had not inflicted any discernible harm upon Kate Lyle, Grindelwald unleashed another incantation. O vengeful souls from the underworld, heed my call and become my strength. Hell Soul Cannon. From beneath the earth, the essence of death was swiftly siphoned by Grindelwald, coalescing before his wand into a pitch-black orb, exuding terrifying power and roughly the size of a basin. With a flick of his wand, the black sphere spun in midair, adopting a serpentine trajectory as it rapidly approached Kate Lyle. William Thomas emerged from the crystal ball, peering at the approaching sphere of energy, imbued with a terrifying essence of death, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Such a potent aura of mortality must indeed be delectable. Chapter 158, Grindelwald, Defeated. The Hell Soul Cannon. A magical bomb that condenses and compresses the essence of death before releasing it. The destructive power of this spell is immensely formidable, capable of obliterating a significant portion of Elysium. Cotterl had not anticipated that Grindelwald possessed such a formidable technique. This was tantamount to a forbidden-level spell. Raising his wand, Cotterl intoned solemnly, O ethereal sprite of light that traverses the realms, unleash your sacred radiance, rend the darkness asunder, and annihilate evil with the holy light exorcism. One spell emanated with divine light, while the other exuded the essence of death. Their collision resembled a fierce struggle between night and day. At this moment, it was also a contest of magical prowess. Grindelwald was confident that his magical strength was on par with Cotterl's, bolstered by the fairy necklace that significantly enhanced his power. Furthermore, the moth scepter amplified the destructive capacity of his spells, while the fairy crown granted him acute sensitivity to the essence of death, allowing him to draw it forth from the cosmos. Thus, the world behind Grindelwald appeared shrouded in darkness, for he was relentlessly siphoning the deathly energies from afar. Roy Sophie and the dwarves emerged from the forge, basking in the warmth of the sacred light, their curiosity piqued by the distant battle. Eager to discern the outcome, Roy Sophie departed the workshop, racing towards the city walls. Grace, Noster, and the other fairies stood upon the elven ark, speechless as they beheld the unfolding scene. Harry and his companions, though astonished, remained unwavering in their belief that Grindelwald, regardless of his might, could not rival Cotterl. William Thomas retreated into the crystal ball, hesitant to reveal himself. Despite his greed for the potent essence of death, he was unwilling to meet his end at Cotterl's hands. The holy radiance was blinding, a fatal threat to his ghostly form. The standoff between darkness and daylight persisted for mere seconds before onlookers discerned that the darkness was being enveloped by the light, swiftly consumed in its wake. Grindelwald, witnessing the luminous sphere drawing ever closer, succumbed to panic and fear. Yet, he found himself bereft of any opportunity for resistance. The light sphere engulfed him entirely. Not even a cry of despair escaped his lips as he was instantaneously obliterated. Under the sacred light, all filth and darkness are rendered pure. No matter how resplendent you once were, in my presence, you are but insignificant vermin. Cotterl regarded the dissipated Grindelwald with an air of tranquility, calmly remarking that throughout this ordeal, he had never deemed Grindelwald to be of great significance. For, no matter how formidable Grindelwald may be, he remains no match for him. William Thomas emerged from the crystal sphere, gazing at the dissipated Grindelwald, his heart still reeling with shock. The might of Catelyn once again exceeded his expectations. To him, Grindelwald's power seemed sufficiently formidable, even in his prime, requiring cautious engagement. Yet, before Catelyn, he found himself utterly powerless. Is this the conclusion? Roy Sophie observed Catelyn, who stood suspended in the air, alongside the vanished Grindelwald, at a loss for words. The half-orc had proven exceedingly troublesome, leading to Ezra's eventual subjugation, while his father and kin had met their demise, all orchestrated by the scheming Grindelwald. Grell and Noster exchanged glances. their faces breaking into smiles, tears cascading down their cheeks. The fairy necklace had been reclaimed. At that moment, the moss scepter, the elven crown, and the fairy necklace rested in Caitlaire's hands. Under the sanctified radiance of Caitlare, the taint was swiftly purified, reverting to its mundane form. Yet, their powers remained intact, still infused with wonder. Caitlare turned and ascended back to the ramparts. Glaze, Noster, Roy Sophie, Hagrid, Lauren Alice, and Harry quickly gathered around. Caitlare now possessed 3 tokens, along with the fairy necklace, an unprecedented gathering after centuries. William Thomas floated out from the crystal sphere, landing on the ground before Caitlare, slowly kneeling and proclaiming, "Master." Roy Sophie and the others turned to William Thomas, recalling the legend. Harry discreetly retrieved the memory crystal, eager to document the unfolding events. Caitlare glanced at William Thomas and stated, "The legendary 3 tokens have been assembled, yet whether they possess the power to resurrect you remains uncertain." William Thomas lifted his gaze to Caitlare, pausing in silence before declaring, "A lifetime without regret." He too was unaware if the convergence of the 3 tokens truly held the capacity for resurrection. However, having persevered for so long, retreat was not an option now. Caitlare nodded, saying, "If that is the case, then I shall attempt it." Placing the elven crown upon his head, adorning the eternal ring upon his finger, and grasping the moss scepter, Caitlare radiated a sanctified luminescence, akin to a deity. Witnessing this, Roy Sophie and the others could not help but kneel before Caitlare. An increasing number of people, bathed in the holy light, knelt before Caitlare from the depths of their hearts. No words were uttered, yet their expressions conveyed profound loyalty and reverence. Caitlare distinctly felt the surge of magic coursing through his body, as an abundance of information flooded into his mind following the interconnection of the 3 artifacts. This knowledge bestowed upon him a clearer understanding of the 3 relics. The existence of any single artifact, when examined in isolation, could only yield passive insights. It was only when they converged that their possessor could truly become acquainted with their entirety and their past. With a furrowed brow, Caitlare slightly closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, the sacred radiance emanating from him intensified, enveloping all those illuminated by its glow in a warm, comforting embrace, allowing them to perceive a unique power. Beneath this divine light, a figure gradually materialized in midair, clad in a flowing white robe, barefoot, and with long white hair cascading to his waist. He approached with a staff nearly 6 feet tall, eventually descending beside William Thomas, facing Caitlare. The elder in white gazed at the kneeling William Thomas and smiled gently. "It has been a long time, knight." The voice of the elder resonated, drawing curious glances from the crowd, who cautiously lifted their heads, only to be struck with astonishment. Who was this old man? Why did he evoke a sensation akin to that of Caitlare? William Thomas, too, was taken aback, feeling an eerie familiarity. Rising to his feet, he regarded the elder with growing shock, ultimately exclaiming, "Are you that ancient one?" "Huh, I prefer to be called Day, or the Spirit Mage." The elder replied with a benevolent smile. William Thomas retreated a couple of steps, as if wishing to render himself invisible, thereby making the awkwardness belong to the others. He positioned himself behind Caitlare and calmly stated, "Master, he is the Spirit Mage." Upon hearing William Thomas's words, Roy, Sophia, and the others turned their gaze towards the Spirit Mage with deep awe. The legendary figure had indeed appeared before them. What astonished Grace and the others even more was that the ghostly William Thomas, with whom they had conversed in recent days, was none other than the fabled necromancer, Knight. The presence of these 2 legendary figures filled their hearts with both dread and concern. Should such renowned individuals engage in conflict, the entire realm of Isla would be doomed. The Spirit Mage turned his gaze towards Caitlare, smiling as he said, "Young man, congratulations on becoming the new bearer of the sacred relics. I sense an exceptionally pure, luminous power within you. I am confident that under your guardianship, this world shall progress and flourish steadily." Upon hearing the words of the Spirit Mage, a smile graced Caitlare's face, as dark elemental energy surged forth, the aura of death encircling him. In an instant, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted several degrees. The spirit wizard gazed in astonishment at the deathly aura emanating from Caitlare, his smile gradually fading, overwhelmed by incredulity. "Do you still believe I can protect this world?" Caitlare remarked with a faint smile. The spirit wizard opened his mouth, hesitated, and found himself at a loss for words. William Thomas, observing the spirit wizard's utterly shocked expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The 3 tokens surrendered by the spirit wizard also bore the intent of seeking a successor. When these 3 tokens converged, the spirit wizard would awaken to meet the new heir and convey certain matters. The spirit wizard felt joy upon recognizing Caitlare, for he too possessed the power of radiance. In the spirit wizard's eyes, those endowed with the light's power were inherently benevolent, harboring the welfare of the world in their hearts. However, the force exhibited by Caitlare left him utterly astounded, surpassing his comprehension. For Caitlare, Not only the spirit wizard, but even William Thomas was profoundly shocked upon discovering that he wielded both holy light and death. How have you accomplished this? How can one individual possess such opposing forces? The spirit wizard, calming his astonishment, spoke solemnly. Opposing forces? It seems you harbor some bias regarding my essence. Catelyn replied with a smile, as the dark elemental energy surrounding him began to shift. Fiery flames blazed around Catelyn, prompting William Thomas to hastily retreat in fear. Flames come in various types, and the fire unleashed by someone of Catelyn's caliber posed a significant threat. The roaring flames illuminated the surroundings, casting a warmth distinct from that of holy light. It was an intense heat that made one sweat profusely. The power of fire? The spirit wizard murmured. Feeling the transformation of Catelyn's energy, his voice tinged with hesitation. A gentle breeze swept through, instantly bringing a refreshing warmth that caressed the cheeks of those present. Reminiscent of plunging into a cool swimming pool on a sweltering summer day, water sprites danced vibrantly around Catelyn, gliding gracefully and enchantingly among the onlookers. Is this the power of water? The spirit wizard exclaimed in astonishment. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a heavy force coalescing around them, imparting a profound sense of weight. Especially while standing on the ground, the sensation of the earth shifting became increasingly evident. Is this the power of earth? The spirit wizard was once again taken aback. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept in, sending leaves spiraling and dispersing the aura of battle, compelling everyone to raise their hands defensively. Thunder rumbled ominously. The storm clouds gathered, and the thunderous roars echoed in the void, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, as if something monumental was about to transpire. The Holy Spirit wizard had grown numb. He could not fathom how a single individual could possess such a plethora of diverse energies. It was an astonishing phenomenon. One might even assert that this power was unlike their own brand of magic. Holy Spirit Wizard, do you believe I am still worthy of inheriting your position and becoming the guardian of this world? Catelyn maintained a serene smile, as the seven powers swirled around him. In that moment, even the Holy Spirit Wizard felt that Catelyn embodied a true divinity. One could not help but concede that your existence transcended my understanding. I find myself at a loss for words to describe your current state. Your strength is overwhelmingly formidable. To be frank, I merely wish to quietly pursue other endeavors and seek a successor for my role. Yet, what I received was someone who surpassed me, someone who defied my comprehension, rendering me indecisive. The Holy Spirit Wizard spoke with profound regret. Catelyn chuckled softly, grasping the moss staff, and pointed towards William Thomas, proclaiming, I bestow upon you flesh and blood, the spirit of life, resurrect. Before the gaze of the assembled crowd, and amidst William Thomas's astonishment, a formidable power surged within him, radiating with brilliant light. Once the brilliance subsided, William Thomas was no longer a specter but a living being. He felt the warmth of his body and the tangible sensation of flesh, erupting into joyous laughter as tears streamed down his face. Having been gravely wounded by the Holy Spirit Wizard centuries ago, his body had decayed, and for hundreds of years, he had slumbered in that castle in a ghostly form. Thank you, Master. William Thomas, recalling the reason for his revival, quickly expressed his gratitude amidst his excitement. Do not forget the pact we forged and your loyalty to me. Catelyn replied evenly. William Thomas assumed his role, bowing slightly, his left hand resting on his left leg while his right hand was placed over his heart, declaring, As you command, I, your loyal servant William Thomas, shall obey and execute your wishes without fail. Chapter 160, The Return of the Token. William Thomas's resurrection made Roy, Sophie, and the others realized that the legends were indeed true. The gathering of the elven crown, the moss staff, and the eternal ring could indeed bring someone back to life. Such miraculous artifacts left Harry and the others in utter shock and envy. Naturally, these three items were beyond their reach. With the High Priest Barrow gone, the half-orc clan suffered another devastating blow, and it would take a century for them to regain their strength. Therefore, the Holy Spirit Wizard intervened to prevent Raichu from wiping out the half-orcs. The integrity of a world necessitates sufficient balance, and maintaining that balance requires multifaceted cooperation. The dwarves cannot unify this world, nor can the elves. The Holy Spirit Sorcerer gazed at Roy Sophie, smiling as he spoke. Despite the smile, Roy Sophie understood that this was a warning from the Holy Spirit Sorcerer. He could not refute it. The dwarves must not repeat the mistakes of history. And thus he could only strive to arm himself as best as he could. Taking a deep breath, Roy Sophie solemnly replied, Holy Spirit Sorcerer, rest assured. I know what must be done. The Holy Spirit Sorcerer nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Although he could not make Catelyn the guardian of this world, through their recent discussions, he had gleaned much knowledge, particularly regarding elemental magic. It was at this moment that the Holy Spirit Sorcerer realized that magic could indeed be wielded in such innovative ways, truly a stroke of genius. Looking to the future, he found himself filled with newfound joy, particularly in the study of elemental magic. After Grindelwald's demise, the Death Eaters were dealt with by Kate Lyle, alongside Harry and others. Of course, Kate Lyle had yet to identify all the hidden Death Eaters. However, the Holy Spirit Sorcerer could, for as the guardian of this world, he possessed a unique power that allowed him to locate individuals with precision. Aside from dealing with the Death Eaters, Kate Lyle devoted much of his time to studying the Elven Crown, Fairy Necklace, Moses' Staff, and Eternal Ring for exceptional magical artifacts. Indeed, in Kate Lyle's eyes, they were formidable magical instruments. The focus of his research revolved around how to unleash their powers, develop additional functionalities, and understand the principles behind their creation. Carly, in your time, what does it mean to fly into the fire like a moth? Lauren Alice hesitated for a moment, observing Carliana seated on the city wall, watching the sunset, before approaching to ask, fly into the fire like a moth? Carliana's long legs swung playfully as she pondered the question, her tiny finger pressing against her lips in a thoughtful manner, which was quite endearing. A moth is a special insect with beautifully delicate wings, which I adore, Carliana said, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, they are drawn to light, chasing after it, for that is their passion. When the light they pursue is distant, they strive unwaveringly to approach it. Yet, when the light they chase is a flame, they cannot discern whether it is light or fire. Carliana animatedly mimicked the flapping of wings, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she added, they flap their wings, wildly soaring towards the flames. Suddenly, Carliana mimicked an explosion, exclaiming, which startled Lauren Alice, causing her to step back. They crash headlong into the flames, utterly consuming themselves. Thus, the phrase fly into the fire like a moth is a metaphor for self-destruction. Lauren Alice fell into silence, reflecting on Carliana's words. In her mind, the words spoken by Kate Lyle echoed repeatedly. When did you learn that to throw oneself into the flames is to understand how perilous it is to love someone? Is loving another truly so fraught with danger? Lauren Alice turned away in disappointment. Carliana was not the first to whom she had posed this question. In fact, she had consulted numerous others, including Harry and others. She endeavored to grasp the essence of flying into the fire, yet each revelation was less than favorable, all advising her to exercise restraint. However, why was such an exceptional man so irresistibly compelling and formidable? Carliana observed Lauren Alice's retreating figure, her expression shifting, sometimes serene, at other times alluringly enigmatic, until she finally settled into tranquility beneath the setting sun. In the distance, Kate Lyle watched Lauren Alice's forlorn departure, shaking his head with a soft sigh. Love can indeed lead one to fly into the flames. Where one ultimately lands might be hell or heaven. Before one departs this world, no one can ascertain where their flight will lead. King Roy Sophie, this eternal ring now belongs to you. I hope you will uphold the justice within your heart and not be swayed by it, losing yourself in the passage of time. Kate Lyle said earnestly as he handed the eternal ring to Roy Sophie. Roy Sophie gazed at the ring, overwhelmed with excitement. The Holy Spirit Wizard had once gifted this eternal ring to his ancestor, and after being lost for centuries due to William Thomas, it had now returned to their dwarven clan, bestowing upon him even greater power. How could one not be thrilled? Thank you, Master Kate Lyle. I shall wield it with caution and safeguard it, as well as Elridor, Roy Sophie pledged solemnly as he accepted the eternal ring. Kate Lyle nodded, then turned to Grace. Producing the fairy necklace and jesting, Grace, do ensure it is not taken from you again. Grace stepped forward eagerly, producing a box for Kate Lyle to place the necklace within, exclaiming, thank you immensely, Professor Kate Lyle. The fairy clan shall forever remember your kindness. Kate Lyle laughed heartily, and then gazed at the open door. Grace and Roy Sophie exchanged puzzled looks at the vacant entrance, filled with speculation. Silently, two figures emerged from the shimmering light, the Holy Spirit Wizard and Queen Alice. Kate Lyle produced the elven crown, smiling at the approaching Queen Alice, declaring, the rightful owner returns. Thank you, Master Kate Lyle, for helping our elven clan reclaim the elven crown. This sacred fruit shall serve as our token of gratitude, Queen Alice said as she presented a crystal box, revealing a fruit radiating magical energy, akin to a snow pear, which she offered to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle gazed at the divine fruit before her, her eyes glimmering with brilliance and a smile gracing her lips as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Queen Alice. I shall accept this sacred fruit. As she received the fruit, she simultaneously returned the elven crown to Queen Alice. Upon donning the crown, Queen Alice's beauty intensified, radiating an even more formidable aura. It was only after Queen Alice had walked aside that the Holy Spirit Wizard approached Kate Lyle, smiling as he said, hand me the Moor's staff, it belongs to this world. I must seek a new master for it. Kate Lyle chuckled lightly, handing over the Moor's staff while replying, you must find a worthy guardian for it. That is indeed necessary, the Holy Spirit Wizard replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. I shall seek you out when the opportunity arises, he said, producing a small bell and adding, you are always welcome. Kate Lyle then presented him with a crystal orb, stating, this will guide you to me. Chapter 161. The journey concludes, returning home. Master Catelyle, are you truly departing tomorrow? Roy Sophie inquired, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Time has flown by so swiftly, it is difficult to part ways. Without your assistance, we would not have so easily triumphed over the half-orcs and Death Eaters. We are immensely grateful to you. Upon hearing that Catelyle and her companions would be leaving the next day, Roy Sophie expressed her heartfelt appreciation, reflecting on the peril they would have faced without Catelyle's support. The formidable black dragon, taken by the Holy Spirit Wizard, would not appear before the world so easily. The Death Eaters had been entirely eradicated, eliminating external threats. The half-orcs had suffered grievous losses, with no prospect of resurgence for a century. The powerful Death Eater boss had also been vanquished by Catelyle. Now, with armor and a sword crafted by Catelyle herself, along with the Eternal Ring, he felt himself growing stronger. All of this was bestowed upon them by Catelyle, their benefactor and deity. Our holiday is nearly over. Harry and the others must return to school, as many students at Hogwarts require instruction in the wondrous elements of magic. I am also sincerely grateful for your hospitality during our stay. We have enjoyed a delightful holiday, Catelyle remarked with a gentle smile. Master Catelyle, please allow us to prepare a lavish bonfire feast for you tonight, Roy Sophie suggested, knowing it was impossible to keep Catelyle from departing. A lively bonfire feast is certainly something to look forward to, Catelyle responded with joy. Roy Sophie smiled, happily directing Rachel and Nosa, among others, to make preparations. Among those bustling about were the remaining fairies and elves who had not yet departed. Harry and his companions wandered through Asraldor, as the restoration from war infused the nation with renewed joy. Neville, Ron, Cedric, and others became invaluable allies to Ezra, assisting the dwarves in reconstructing their damaged homes. Malfoy and Forbes mingled among the dwarves, boasting of their might, even engaging in friendly competitions. Meanwhile, Hermione, Luna, Carly, Harry, and Edward roamed the surroundings in search of various herbs or collecting intriguing items. As the evening bonfire feast commenced, Harry and his companions gathered, once again becoming the center of admiration. The contributions made by Harry and his friends to the dwarven race and the world at large during this time were indeed significant. Their diminutive stature belied their remarkable courage and strength, earning them much respect. Of course, Catelyle remained the most radiant among them. Accompanied by Roy, Grace, Noster, Queen Alice, and Princess Alice, an array of delectable dishes was presented before Catelyle, with beautiful elven maidens attending to the feast. Although the evening's entertainment was not extensive, it was filled with joyous songs and dances, creating a lively atmosphere. That night, Harry and his friends indulged in food and drink, temporarily setting aside their guard and reveling in the moment. However, Lauren Alice found the evening less enjoyable. She struggled to comprehend the concept of a moth drawn to a flame. Now that she understood, she realized it might have been better to remain ignorant. With the impending departure of the other party, her opportunities were swiftly dwindling. The following morning, Catelyle gathered Harry and the others and activated a teleportation array, transporting them back to the place where they first entered this world. There, Noster awaited them. There was no need for others to know too much about the bell, so Catelyle decided to leave quietly. Master Catelyle, Noster greeted with a smile as he approached. Thank you for your assistance, Noster, Catelyle replied warmly. Noster chuckled and said, we should be the ones expressing gratitude. Without your help, we would not have been able to recover the fairy necklace. And we too, Hagrid chimed in with a grin, contributed our share. Noster laughed heartily. Indeed, you were all splendid. I sincerely appreciate your help, and I hope you will cherish this unforgettable holiday. A hint of reluctance flickered in Noster's gaze, yet he understood that their choice to depart meant they would not easily return to their former world. Consequently, they would no longer cross paths with Harry and the others. This is essential, Hagrid said, patting his chest. We have documented our experiences, and we shall revisit them in times of nostalgia, Harry declared, proudly producing a crystal ball. Noster smiled and retrieved the bell, saying, then allow me to see you off one last time. As the bell chimed, the surrounding space shimmered with magical energy. In the next moment, the space trembled and began to twist. The group vanished from their original location, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves in the midst of a desert. The scorching heat, the loose sands of the West Sea, and the familiar sensations enveloped them. Gazing at the surroundings, which felt oddly familiar, Cedric hesitated and remarked, have we returned? Indeed, we have, Hagrid exclaimed joyfully. Ron and Harry, along with the others, joined in laughter, for without a doubt, this was an exhilarating, adventure-filled holiday. Noster, holding a bell, looked at the group and bowed slightly to Harry and the others, saying, until we meet again, my friends. Catelyle nodded and added, may you thrive and prosper in this new world, Noster. A smile graced Noster's face as he responded, thank you for your blessings. I believe, with Professor Catelyn's strength, such wishes shall surely come to fruition. Farewell, Noster. We will cherish the memories of you, Harry said with a smile. Goodbye, Noster, Luna chimed in. Farewell, Draco said calmly. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Noster inhaled deeply, shaking the bell, and soon faded from their sight. Caitlin turned to Harry and the others with a smile and inquired, with 5 days remaining until school resumes, do you plan to stay at Hogwarts or return home? I want to go home. Draco contemplated and responded. 5 days is ample time for me to spend 2 days at home, Luna said with a smile. I will return as well. Hermione raised her hand. Apart from Harry, everyone wished to go back and share the joys of this delightful holiday with their families and friends. Caitlin gently ruffled Harry's hair, comforting him while the magical array beneath their feet flickered. In that case, I shall take you all back to my home first. If you have a fireplace, you can use flue powder to return. If not, just provide me with your address, and I shall escort you back. Chapter 162, Caitlin's Home. Tris Street, a Muggle town. In the grand hall of Caitlin's villa, a pentagram was rapidly being formed. Caitvis sensed the surge of magic. Slowly turning to observe the pentagram on the ground, his eyes shimmering with light, and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in starlight, illuminating the space beautifully. Simultaneously, 12 figures appeared within the magic circle. Wow, why are there so many stars here? Ron exclaimed in surprise at the sudden sight. How beautiful! Luna exclaimed joyfully. Is this magic? Are those stars inside the house? Hermione curiously inquired, observing the floating stars. Professor Caitlin, is this truly your home? It is simply stunning. Harry remarked with a smile. Master, you have finally returned. Caitvis approached Caitlin with a respectful smile. Upon hearing the voice of Kate Weiss, Harry and the others immediately realized that there was indeed another person in the house. Catrell nodded at Kate Weiss and smiled. Weiss, it has been a long time. Yes, Master, you have been away from home for a year, replied Kate Weiss, rising to her feet. Catrell surveyed the house, which was impeccably tidy and clean. During his absence of a year, Kate Weiss had taken excellent care of the home. Weiss, prepare some refreshments. My students might be hungry, Catrell cheerfully instructed. Yes, Master. Kate Weiss responded, turning to head to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Catrell turned to Harry and the others, smiling. Make yourselves at home. Feel free to explore. Professor Catrell, who was that just now? Luna inquired with curiosity. My servant. He manages things for me when I am away, Catrell explained with a smile. Feel free to wander about, and then enjoy some food. If you wish to use flue powder, you may leave through the fireplace, he added, gesturing toward the nearby hearth. Harry and the others, filled with curiosity about Catterall's home, began to explore. What a large laboratory. These facilities are quite complete, and these herbs, I have never heard of them. What are these potions? Harry exclaimed as they wandered about the villa before arriving at Catterall's laboratory, where he was taken aback by the sight. Ron nodded in agreement, stating, It is indeed vast, but I have no idea what these potions are. However, Professor Catterall's work must be extraordinary. Look at this. It's a record of Professor Catterall's potion research. Harry discovered a book on the shelf, and, upon examining it, exclaimed in astonishment. Ron quickly approached and took down another book, engrossed in its contents. Just as Harry and Ron were perusing the books, Malfoy entered the room. The two glanced at Malfoy but said nothing, continuing their examination. After their recent experiences, Harry and Ron had grown less disdainful of Malfoy, thus refraining from mockery upon their encounter. While Malfoy was not particularly skilled in potion making, he knew the basics. Although he was astonished by the array of potions displayed before him, he showed no inclination to delve deeper. After surveying the laboratory, Malfoy turned and left. Meanwhile, Hermione, Luna, and Carly expressed great interest in Catterall's room, approaching it with a sense of cautious adventure. Carly Anna surveyed the room and remarked, Could this be Professor Catterall's chamber? Hermione opened the cabinet, her gaze falling upon the elegantly hung garments that exuded a gentlemanly nobility. With a smile, she remarked, This must be Professor Kate's room. These clothes bear a striking resemblance to her usual attire. Luna approached, her eyes alight with joy as she chimed in, Indeed. This is almost identical to what Professor Kate typically wears. The three women exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued like inquisitive cats, as they took in every detail of the room. Hagrid merely glanced around before settling onto the plush sofa in the hall, relishing the comfort of the chair while observing Kate Lyle, who was sipping coffee across from him. Professor Kate, your standalone villa is truly magnificent. In the Muggle world, it would be enormously valuable. You certainly know how to enjoy life. In response, Kate Lyle chuckled. This house belonged to my father. To him, such wealth is hardly significant. Hagrid smiled. A second-generation rich kid, then? Kate Lyle pondered for a moment before replying. Not quite. A third generation? Hagrid exclaimed in surprise. Kate Lyle shook his head, opened his palm, and grinned. Fifth generation. After a moment of astonishment, Hagrid remarked with envy, Well, I now realize you hail from a remarkably affluent family. Kate Lyle remained silent with a smile as Cedric and the others returned from their explorations, only to be drawn in by the culinary delights prepared by Kate Weiss. The dining room, though not large, was ample enough to accommodate 10 guests comfortably. Preparing refreshments for 12 individuals within a short span of time, while ensuring sufficient quantities would typically be a considerable undertaking. However, for Kate Wiss, it was a task executed with effortless grace. In the kitchen, every utensil and dish came together in harmonious order under Kate Wiss's magical touch, devoid of any chaos. In the dining area, an array of prepared snacks floated out from the kitchen and gracefully arranged themselves on the table. As the refreshments were set, the cutlery and plates were laid out in succession. "Master, the refreshments are ready," announced Kate Wiss, holding a white napkin as he entered the hall. Kate Lyle turned to Hagrid with a smile. "Shall we partake?" Hagrid laughed heartily. "The moment I caught a whiff of the aroma, I could hardly contain myself." When they arrived in the dining room, Cedric and the others were already seated at the table, while Harry and Ron had just entered. In the center of the table lay an assortment of bread, with an exquisite plate of delicacies before each guest's place. Kate Wiss pushed a small cart laden with coffee, tea, milk, and juice, moving from one person to the next, inquiring about their preferences and serving them with meticulous attention. The culinary creations of Kate Wiss brought joy to Harry and his companions. Once satiated, it was time to bid farewell. "Goodbye, Professor Kate." With little hesitation, Cedric exchanged pleasantries with Kate Lyle before stepping into the fireplace and vanishing with a sprinkle of flue powder. "Goodbye, Professor Kate." Luna waved as Cedric left. "Goodbye, Professor Kate." Malfoy hesitated for a moment in the fireplace before speaking. "Harry, if you don't want to go to your aunt's house, you can come play at my place," Ron said, smiling at Harry from within the fireplace. Hearing this, Harry nodded. "I will go, Ron." As Ron and the others departed in succession, Caitlin personally sent Hermione and Caliena away. Thus, the hall was left with Harry alone. He sat in silence, unsure whether he should return to his aunt's house. "If you do not wish to go back, you may stay here for 2 days before heading to Ron's," Caitlin suggested, ruffling Harry's hair with a smile. Harry looked at Caitlin and nodded solemnly. "Thank you." Chapter 163, The House Elf. "Dobby, are you finding it difficult to adjust to the current pace of life?" Caitlin asked with a smile, observing Harry's curiosity and slight unfamiliarity with his surroundings. After Ron and the others left, Caitlin did not remain at home, but took Harry out for a stroll. Harry had lived with his aunt before entering Hogwarts and was not entirely unfamiliar with the Muggle world. However, after spending a year at Hogwarts and exploring the small world, the outside seemed somewhat alien to him. Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor Caitlin, but this place is much more bustling than anywhere I've been before." At that moment, they were seated in a cafe, where snow fell heavily outside and the wind howled, yet many people walked along the street. The lively streets, speeding cars, and bustling shops merged into a vivid tapestry that evoked a unique feeling within Harry. He realized that his world, filled with the vibrant life of Hogwarts, the nature and battles of the small world, and the cacophony of city life, was rich and colorful. Many unpleasant experiences were not beyond alteration. After a simple coffee, Caitlin took Harry to watch an old movie, bought several outfits, and they enjoyed dinner at a popular steakhouse. Harry found himself quite fond of this lifestyle and cherished the comfort and relaxation he shared with Caitlin. Later that night, upon returning home, Harry immersed himself in Caitlin's laboratory. Caitlin did not press him to do anything, but reminded Harry to balance work and rest before leaving him to his pursuits. In Caitlin's study, a figure approached. "Master, during your absence this past year, 5 individuals attempted to intrude but were repelled by Weiss. The most recent intruder left behind an item as they were driven away, which I have been instructed to deliver to you," Weiss stated respectfully, placing a box on the table before Caitlin. Upon hearing the words, Caitlin's fingers moved slightly, causing the box to open and reveal its contents. Inside lay a feather, its quill adorned with a delicate shade of light blue. As Caitlin's fingers beckoned, the feather floated gracefully out of the box and into his hand. The moment it made contact with his palm, a series of crackling sounds erupted, and then it vanished from his grasp. Caitlin gently closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, he opened them again. He took out a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and whispered softly to it, which then transformed into a dove. With a gentle push, the dove flew to the shoulder of Caitlin's companion, Katie Weiss, and instructed, "Weiss, head to the laboratory, to the left, in the 6th compartment, retrieve 3 vials of blue potion, pack them in the coated box, and deliver them as instructed." "Yes, Master," Katie Weiss replied before turning to depart. Caitlin rose and approached a mirror set into the wall, extending his hand as magic surged forth. In an instant, the mirror rippled as though a stone had been cast into still water. At that moment, Caitlin stepped forward, and with him, he vanished from sight, the mirror returning to its original state. When Caitlin reappeared, he found himself in a house many miles away. Behind him stood a mirror identical to the one in his room. The room brightened as the flames of the candles flickered to life, and then a series of footsteps echoed from outside. A smile graced Caitlin's lips as he approached the door and opened it, revealing a little girl who hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing the figure at the entrance, she leaped with joy and wrapped her arms around Caitlin's neck, her petite legs dancing with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother, you've finally decided to come back. I haven't seen you in 6 months." I thought you had forgotten about Maggie. Caeliel embraced Maggie and stepped outside, laughing. How could I? I'm here to see you, aren't I? As Caeliel exited, the door closed automatically behind him. And as he descended the stairs, they transformed into a wardrobe. Emerging from the wardrobe, Maggie inquired, Brother, how long will you stay this time? I will return after celebrating your birthday, Caeliel replied with a smile. That's wonderful. I'll go call Soma and the others. We need to prepare food to host them. Okay, Maggie joyfully exclaimed as she hopped down from Caeliel's embrace. Go ahead, I'll prepare some food, Caeliel said, waving his hand to send Maggie off while he surveyed the familiar home, making his way to the kitchen. As he walked, Caeliel's hands occasionally waved, and in an instant, the items in the room were arranged meticulously in their places, sparkling clean. By the time Caeliel arrived in the kitchen, the previously disordered hall had been tidied and was now spotless. On Trish Street, within the confines of Kate Lair, Harry emerged from the laboratory and returned to his chamber, fatigue overwhelming him as he collapsed into slumber. At that moment, a figure abruptly materialized, crashing down upon him. Startled awake by the sudden impact, Harry beheld a creature with large, bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls, its grotesque visage reminiscent of a monster. Ah! Harry exclaimed, terror gripping him as he seized his wand from the table, directing it at the creature before him. Fireball spell. Armor guard. A voice resonated. And without the use of a wand, the creature snapped its fingers, effortlessly countering Harry's incantation. Dumbfounded, Harry descended from his bed, positioning himself to the side as he scrutinized the bizarre entity. It was then that he discerned not only its unappealing appearance but also its elongated nose, and the tattered clothing it wore, akin to that of a vagabond. What are you? Harry inquired, suppressing his astonishment. Curiosity piqued. After all, this was Professor Cattle's domain, and he regretted having resorted to magic against the creature. What if it were Professor Cattle's pet? I apologize, Harry Potter. I am not a thing. I am Dobby, a house elf. I have long wished to meet you, and I have searched for you as though I had vanished from this world. At last, I have found you. As Dobby's words registered, Harry was momentarily taken aback before his vigilance returned. A house elf? You are Professor Cattle's house elf? Why have I never seen you before? Chapter 164, Dobby's Warning. With a wary gaze fixed upon Dobby, Harry continued to observe him. The elf's appearance struck Harry as vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. It soon dawned on him that during the Elemental Magic Duel Club, he had met Jem, who managed Gryffindor House. Jem was a fairy, elegantly attired in a suit, while Dobby appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of a slum. Fairies and elves belong to distinct races, inhabiting disparate environments due to their circumstances. House elves are a subservient race, bound to serve their masters for generations, enslaved by ancient, affluent wizarding families, undertaking all domestic duties, and forbidden from defying their master's commands. Any disobedience necessitates self-imposed punishment, and while they possess magic, its use requires their master's consent. Conversely, fairies are powerful, proud, and noble, unshackled by wizards. Jem, along with Glacé and Nostard, exemplified this distinction. I cannot disclose everything, Harry Potter, but please, believe me when I say I harbor no malice. I merely wish to assist you, for there are those who seek to harm you, and you can no longer attend school. Dobby gazed at Harry with a pitiful expression, his large green eyes brimming with anticipation. Harry, observing Dobby, found himself unable to discern the truth behind Dobby's words. Dobby? Harry hesitantly inquired. Upon hearing Harry's voice, Dobby nodded fervently, his joy evident as he exclaimed, Yes, my name is Dobby. It is truly an honor that you remember me. As Harry watched the exuberant Dobby, bouncing energetically yet somewhat nervously, he sighed. Dobby, you must calm down. This is Professor Kate's home, and your sudden appearance may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Dobby, upon hearing Harry's admonition, grasped his chin with his right hand, his fingers nervously probing his mouth as he trembled slightly. Yes, the master of this house is very powerful. I must indeed quiet myself. When Dobby discovered Harry, he had also come to realize the presence of this family. Harry, noting Dobby's fearful demeanor, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Dobby, sit down and tell me why I am being targeted at school. Who wishes to confront me? Harry pulled up a chair and seated himself, addressing Dobby directly. Dobby, listening to Harry, exhibited an expression of disbelief, twisting from side to side, appearing both anxious and excited, embodying a peculiar contradiction. It is truly incredible that someone would invite me to sit and converse. I have received unprecedented respect. Harry, you are exceedingly kind to me. Tears welled in Dobby's eyes as he joyfully sobbed, leaving Harry somewhat speechless, yet he chuckled. Do not be overly excited. You need to settle down and then inform me of what is to transpire. Upon hearing Harry's words, Dobby quieted, his gaze fixed upon Harry Potter with a pitiful yet expectant look. Harry, amused by Dobby's expression, remarked, Dobby, you are a kind little elf, are you not? Dobby nodded vigorously, clasping his hands together in front of him, bubbling with excitement as he replied, Yes, I am indeed a kind little elf. At this juncture, Dobby's expression shifted to one of mystery as he urged, "Sir, you must believe me. I am here to protect you. You must not go to school. It is perilous there." Harry nodded in understanding, saying, "I comprehend your concerns. However, you may not realize that I am quite strong, and Hogwarts itself is formidable. If anyone intends to cause trouble at Hogwarts, the consequences would be dire." Filled with confidence, Harry was acutely aware that he must return to school. Compared to returning to the Dursleys, he preferred to remain at Hogwarts or beside Kate, which was far more appealing. "It is different. The one you face is exceedingly powerful," Dobby insisted hastily. "He is very dangerous and utterly evil." Harry, observing Dobby's urgency, fell silent for a moment before responding, "Perhaps I know whom you are referring to. Is it Voldemort?" In Harry's mind, the only individual who would dare to threaten his life was none other than Voldemort. The formidable presence of Voldemort and his pervasive network of spies have led many to seek his demise. To the outside world, he is a savior, the boy who lived against all odds. Yet, to Voldemort, he is the ultimate nemesis. Through the trials and tribulations within this microcosm, Harry has come to a profound realization. As adversaries, it is only natural that one would not allow the other to survive. Thus, from a certain perspective, Voldemort's desire to kill him mirrors Harry's own wish to vanquish Voldemort, to eliminate this foe and avenge his parents. Good heavens, how can you utter that name? It is a cursed name, fraught with peril. We must remain hidden. Should they discover us, our fates would be sealed, Mr. Potter. Dobby, in a state of palpable anxiety, trembled and grasped Harry's clothing tightly, urging, "We must leave at once." Harry could sense Dobby's trepidation, as well as the deep concern he harbored for him. Extending his hand, he grasped Dobby's and reassured, "Dobby, I truly appreciate your concern, but fret not. I shall be fine. Professor Kettleburn is an exceedingly powerful individual, and he will protect me." Upon hearing this, Dobby paused momentarily, replying, "Professor Kettleburn? What a remarkable figure. Although I have not seen him with my own eyes, I have certainly heard tales of elemental magic. It is wondrous and possesses unparalleled power and destructive capability. In our world of house elves, despite my limited circle of friends, they all speak of elemental magic with great intrigue." The mere mention of elemental magic ignited Dobby's excitement, and he could hardly contain his joy. "Yes, indeed. Elemental magic is a marvel," Harry remarked, observing Dobby's elation. "Professor Kettleburn is exceedingly formidable. Dobby, I can feel your admiration for him and your concern for me. But you must trust me and have faith in Professor Kettleburn. At Hogwarts, no one can harm me." Nevertheless, Dobby's anxiety persisted as he gazed at Harry, his eyes reflecting a hint of desperation. "But I still worry for Harry Potter. Dobby, I understand that there are many things I cannot explain to you. But one truth you must accept. I have defeated one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He is not as powerful as you imagine. The strength bestowed upon me by elemental magic is beyond Voldemort's comprehension." Dobby remained hesitant, unwilling to fully accept this. He recognized the magnitude of Harry's triumph over Voldemort's Horcrux, which was indeed remarkable. Dobby admired Harry for his strength and courage. He was simply irreplaceable. Finally, he nodded, reluctantly gazing at Harry, and said, "Harry Potter, you must take care. If I receive any news, I will surely inform you." With that, Dobby vanished from sight. Harry gazed at the vanishing Dobby, lost in contemplation. Was Voldemort, in his impatience, preparing to strike against him? Chapter 165, Journey to the Weasley Household. That night, Harry tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Within him stirred confusion and exhilaration. He pondered how Voldemort might attempt to take his life, and through whose hands he would orchestrate such a deed. Professor Quirrell had already issued a warning, leaving Harry to wonder how many innocent lives would be ensnared in this web. Nonetheless, Harry's excitement stemmed from his recent experiences during the holidays, which had instilled in him confidence and a fervent desire for battle. He could hardly wait to unravel the trap set by Voldemort. The following day, sunlight streamed onto his face, warm and inviting, prompting Harry to instinctively shield his eyes. It was at this moment that he awoke. Rising from his slumber, he opened the window to breathe in the fresh air and stretched languidly. After a brief morning routine, he made his way to the ground floor hall. "Mr. Potter, my master has departed for a matter, but before leaving, he instructed me to inform you that you are welcome to stay here. When you return to school, I shall escort you to the train station, or you may choose to relax at the Weasley residence," said Mr. Weasley, standing upright and addressing Harry. Harry nodded in response, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Weasley." With a slight smile, Mr. Weasley inquired, "Would you care for breakfast?" "I have prepared a meal." Harry placed a hand on his stomach and replied with a grin, "Thank you, I would love some. Please wait a moment in the dining room. I shall prepare your breakfast," Mr. Weasley remarked as he turned to leave, surveying his surroundings. Harry felt a tinge of loneliness with Mr. Weasley's departure, a hint of disappointment creeping in. Yet, knowing that Mr. Weasley had left due to pressing matters provided him with a measure of solace. With Mr. Weasley's attentive service, Harry enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast and, as Mr. Weasley cleared the table. He remarked, "Mr. Weasley, your breakfast was delightful. I truly enjoyed it. Thank you for your kind words. It is my honor." Mr. Weasley responded with a decorum that was nonetheless accompanied by a warm, welcoming smile. "Mr. Weasley, I have decided to visit the Weasley residence shortly. Please convey my message to Professor Weasley upon his return," Harry instructed. Mr. Weasley nodded with a smile, saying, "Certainly, just let me know the specific time, and I shall ensure your message is delivered." Harry, not declining the offer, shared the details with Mr. Weasley before returning to his room to neatly pack his belongings. When he re-entered the ground floor hall, Mr. Weasley was waiting by the fireplace. "Mr. Potter, I have conveyed your message. Mr. Weasley is most welcoming," Mr. Weasley said, holding a box containing flue powder. "Take this, stand within the circle, and clearly state your destination." Harry nodded, approached, and took a handful of flue powder, saying, "Thank you." Standing in the fireplace, he announced his destination and tossed the powder into the flames. A burst of green fire erupted, and Harry vanished from sight. At the Weasley residence, Ron, Fred, George, Ginny, Percy, and Mrs. Weasley stood expectantly before the fireplace. Recently, Ron had received an owl message informing him that Harry would be arriving shortly. Though they were unaware of how the owl had swiftly found them, the anticipation of Harry's visit filled them with joy. Suddenly, a flash of green light flickered within the fireplace, and Harry appeared before them, carrying a suitcase. Feeling somewhat awkward as he faced Ron and the others, he mustered his courage and waved, saying hi. Upon confirming that it was indeed Harry, Ron momentarily paused before rushing towards him, exclaiming, "Harry, welcome to my home." Fred and George quickly joined in, embracing Harry and playfully ruffling his hair, humorously adding, "Welcome to the Weasley household, Mr. Potter." Percy and Ginny regarded Harry with a touch of reserve, yet their smiles betrayed their delight. Mrs. Weasley beamed at the group of friends, playfully separating Fred and the others before gently cupping Harry's face, surveying him with a warm smile. "What a handsome young man you are. You are most welcome here at the Weasley home. Consider it your own, with no need for formality." Harry, upon hearing this, smiled back and replied, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Clearly fond of Harry, Mrs. Weasley then turned to Ron, saying, "Ron, please take Harry's luggage to his room and show him around the house." "Come on, Harry, follow me." Ron enthusiastically grabbed Harry's suitcase and led him upstairs. Fred, George, and Percy trailed behind, while Ginny expressed her desire to join them, but Mrs. Weasley held her back, saying, "Silly girl, help me prepare lunch." "Mom, I want to go up too," Ginny murmured, glancing at Harry and the others as they ascended the stairs. "We need to prepare a hearty lunch for him," Mrs. Weasley replied, guiding Ginny into the kitchen. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ron led Harry into a room, setting the suitcase aside before flopping onto the bed and grinning. "Harry, this is your room. We've decorated it just for you." He then leaned in with a hint of mystery, adding, "We've prepared some special surprises for you here." Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. Fred quickly closed the door while George moved aside a wardrobe, revealing a hidden compartment from which he retrieved a box. Fred approached, took the box, and opened it, saying, "Be careful while eating, and don't let my mother see. She forbids us from indulging in these snacks." The box was filled with an assortment of treats, predominantly Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Upon opening the box, Ron, George, and Percy eagerly grabbed several packs of snacks. Ron handed a packet of chocolate to Harry, remarking, "Now that you've been here for a few days, you needn't worry about lacking in food." Harry accepted it with a smile, saying, "Ron, where's the treasure nugget that Bach gave you?" Ron quickly covered Harry's mouth and replied, "What nugget? I know nothing of it." Fred, George, and Percy exchanged knowing glances, aware that Ron was lying. Consequently, the trio set aside the snacks and seized Ron to interrogate him. Realizing he had misspoken, Harry understood that Ron had not disclosed to his family about acquiring a hefty gold bar. Fred, grinning at Ron, said, "Ron, you're fibbing. You must tell me what treasure nugget you possess." "No, don't reveal it." Ron's expression changed dramatically as he waved his hands in protest. "Harry, you've doomed me." Chapter 166, The Gold Bar, The Wealthy Weasleys. The gold bar, an immense ingot weighing 100 pounds, was of exceptionally high purity. This bar had been refined by the masters of Esraldo. Such gold bars were abundant within the Esraldo royal family, piled high like small mountains. The dwarves, renowned for their combat prowess, mastery of metallurgy, and alchemy, were also notoriously greedy, harboring an insatiable passion for glittering jewels and gold coins, which they fervently collected. Ron had long yearned for this, and after Bach mentioned it to Noster, Noster stepped in to procure the gold bar, which Bach then delivered to Ron. Upon seeing the gold bar, Ron was overcome with exhilaration. Although the Weasley family was an ancient pureblood lineage, they were not affluent, and Ron often wore second-hand clothing. Thus, the prospect of earning money filled Ron with hope and longing. The gold bar undoubtedly resolved Ron's financial woes. At that moment, the value of a 100-pound pure gold ingot was beyond estimation. Not only did it possess such weight, but it was also remarkably intact and of exceedingly high purity. A cacophony of screams erupted in the room, exuding sheer madness. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny, who were preparing lunch in the kitchen, were startled by the commotion, with Mrs. Weasley hastily drawing her wand and rushing upstairs. What has happened? What is going on? Mrs. Weasley burst into the room, wand in hand, her anxiety palpable. Mom. We've struck it rich. We have money. Percy, typically composed, approached Mrs. Weasley, joyfully embracing her and exclaiming. Fred and George were particularly exuberant. Mrs. Weasley found herself surrounded by the three of them, their manic energy leaving her quite bewildered. Silence, she exclaimed, a mixture of confusion and discontent evident in her voice. Are you plotting rebellion, or have you grown tired of life and require a stern lesson? In her household, Mrs. Weasley held a position of great authority, and Fred and his companions were typically well-disciplined under her watchful eye. At her outburst, they immediately fell silent, though their faces still bore uncontainable grins. Harry observed the scene with amusement, fully empathizing with Fred and the others. Mum. Ron's voice piped up, weak yet distinct. Upon hearing her son's call, Mrs. Weasley scanned the crowd for him, her expression turning to one of puzzlement as she failed to spot him. Soon enough, however, she laid eyes on Ron, who was seated on the ground, clutching a substantial gold brick with an expression that was both defiant and sorrowful. Fred, George, and Percy couldn't contain their delight at the sight. By Merlin's beard, what is this? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed as she hurried over to Ron, kneeling down to gaze incredulously at the enormous gold brick. Am I seeing things? Is this truly a gold brick? Ron instinctively clutched the brick tighter, responding, Mom, this is mine. Step aside. Mrs. Weasley tugged at Ron's ear, pulling him aside. He winced in pain, but reluctantly relinquished his grip on the brick. Mrs. Weasley attempted to lift the gold brick, marveling at its weight and texture. In that moment, her expression transformed into one of sheer amazement. She was unequivocally certain that it was indeed a gold brick, and one of exceptional quality at that. We're rich, she shrieked, the words escaping her lips in a sharp gasp. After laboring tirelessly for her family, Mrs. Weasley could no longer contain her joy, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. Although Ron was reluctant to part with the gold brick, he ultimately released it upon witnessing his mother's exhilaration. Ron, where did you acquire this gold brick? Mrs. Weasley, a woman of both generosity and practicality, quickly regained her composure, having seen enough to temper her excitement. A friend gave it to me during our vacation, Ron replied nonchalantly. A friend? How extravagant! Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in disbelief. Harry chuckled softly and stepped forward to reassure her. Mrs. Weasley, I can attest that the gold brick was indeed a gift from a friend to Ron. In fact, everyone who traveled with us received a small gold brick, but Ron's is the largest. Mrs. Weasley believed in Harry's honesty. Thus, a smile graced her face as she turned to Ron and said, Let us visit Gringotts to exchange a sufficient quantity of gold coins. I shall ensure you receive a generous allowance each month, while I will safeguard the remainder. Ron, stunned by his mother's words, exclaimed, But that gold bar is mine. You are still too young, and with such wealth, you might find it unmanageable. Allow your mother to keep it safe for you, Mrs. Weasley replied, directing her wand at the gold bar and uttering, levitation charm. The heavy gold ingot began to float under her control, following her as she departed. Ron, watching his mother leave, collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. Fred and his brothers approached Ron, lifting him up as if he were made of mud. Fred chuckled, Ron, do not despair. That gold bar is of considerable value. Trust me, once we exchange it for coins, we will have more than enough. Now, let us contemplate how to utilize this fortune. I wish to buy a room full of snacks, Percy interjected eagerly. George, we now have ample funds for our experiments, Fred remarked, turning to George. Fred. We ought to acquire new clothes as well. Our room could use a makeover, George added. I need cosmetics, specifically that brand. Ginny chimed in, brimming with excitement as she joined the discussion. Fred then looked at Harry and inquired with a grin. And you, Harry? Is there anything you desire? Harry, noticing Ron's despondent expression, felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, I have money. You need not worry about me. Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron was instantly invigorated and tackled Harry to the ground, exclaiming with fervor, Harry, you owe me for that gold bar. My gold bar. Woe is me. Harry, feeling awkward, responded, Ron, you must understand, if I give you the gold bar, it will ultimately be confiscated. Ron sat there, stunned, muttering, my gold bar. Chapter 167. 3,000,000 galleons. The gold bar brought immense wealth and joy to the Weasley household, with laughter echoing throughout. Yet, the only one unable to partake in the merriment was Ron, for he had lost a vast fortune. Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, served as the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, a demanding position devoid of any substantial rewards. Nonetheless, Arthur found great joy in his work, deeply intrigued by all things related to the Muggle world. Today had been particularly busy for Arthur, but he received a message from his wife, indicating that a significant event had transpired at home, urging him to return at once. Anxious, Arthur requested leave and hurried home. "Molly, what has happened?" Arthur exclaimed, bursting through the door, his voice filled with urgency. The revelry in the hall came to an abrupt halt as everyone turned to face Arthur. Molly, in a fit of excitement, rushed to Arthur and enveloped him in a fervent embrace, exclaiming, "Arthur, we are rich. We have struck gold." Arthur, taken aback by Molly's words, asked in confusion, "What do you mean by wealth? Did you not mention that we were facing difficulties at home?" "Father, we possess an enormous gold ingot. We have made it." Fred interjected eagerly. "The ingot is mine." Ron quickly clarified from the side, fearing that such an achievement might be usurped and the wealth lost. "A gold ingot? How large is it?" Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired excitedly, "Where is this ingot? Even a small piece of gold would be immensely valuable, far exceeding his salary, let alone the existence of a massive ingot." "Dear, the gold ingot is right here," Molly said as she led Arthur to the ingot, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "This ingot is enough to sustain our family's expenses for at least a decade. We must plan wisely how to utilize it." Arthur stood in awe before the colossal ingot, his mouth agape, overwhelmed by disbelief. Such a tremendous gold ingot, an unfathomable wealth. Surely no one in the entire wizarding world possessed anything like it. "We have struck it rich. To Gringotts, we must auction it. Its value will surely soar," Arthur exclaimed with fervor. Observing his father and family in a state of excitement, Ron felt despondent, casting a hopeless glance at Harry, lamenting, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, this fortune would have been mine." Harry chuckled and replied, "Ron, while the ingot may be gone, you still have me. My ingot can also yield sufficient wealth and provide ample funding for our potion shop, ensuring a continuous stream of prosperity." Ron countered, "That requires uncertain labor. But the ingot demands nothing from me." While Harry and Ron continued their grievances, Arthur made his decision to head straight to Gringotts to auction the ingot. The matter of dining paled in comparison to the prospect of immense wealth. In Diagon Alley, Harry accompanied the Weasley family as they marched into Gringotts, proceeding directly to the innermost area where they found the highest-ranking goblin on duty, Zeller. Zeller, upon recognizing Arthur, chuckled, "Mr. Weasley, are you here to withdraw funds?" "Yet. I don't recall you having a vault here." It was evident that Arthur and Zeller shared a degree of familiarity. Fred attempted to interject, but was silenced by Molly. As the head of the family must command respect. "Zeller, I wish to auction a treasure," Arthur stated earnestly. Zeller leaned in, seemingly intrigued by the item Arthur intended to auction. With a slight smile, Arthur continued, "Zeller, we require a private room." Zeller paused thoughtfully before responding, "Please, follow me." The gathering found itself in a modest chamber, furnished with a singular table and a few chairs. Zyra sat upon one of the chairs, gazing at Arthur, and inquired, "What treasure do you intend to auction, Arthur?" Arthur produced a gold ingot, placing it upon the table, and declared, "I wish to auction this." Zyra, taken aback by the sight of the substantial gold ingot, rose in astonishment. As a fairy, he possessed an innate ability to discern authenticity, and he instantly recognized the unparalleled purity of the ingot before him. Taking a deep breath, Zyra turned to Arthur and asked, "Mr. Weasley, could you enlighten me on how you acquired this gold ingot?" "I regret to inform you, Zyra, that I cannot disclose that information. However, I assure you its provenance is entirely legitimate." Arthur, as the head of the Ministry of Magic, was well aware of the complexities involved, and he smiled, adding, "I have faith in Gringotts' capabilities. I require your assistance in orchestrating a sale that yields a sufficiently high price." Zyra fell silent, his gaze wandering back to the gold ingot. "Mr. Weasley, might we be permitted to confer privately?" Zyra suggested. Arthur nodded in agreement, "Certainly." Zyra swiftly exited, and the Weasley family quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly about the monetary prospects. Harry observed them with admiration, envious of the lively camaraderie among the Weasleys. Shortly thereafter, Zyra returned with 3 other fairies, all captivated by the gold ingot, engaging in discussions regarding its purity and size. The room was filled with exclamations of wonder, and the smiles on Arthur and the others' faces grew increasingly radiant. "Mr. Weasley, we have a modest request, and we hope you might consider assisting us," Zyra said with a smile. Arthur met Zyra's gaze, his eyes sparkling, and replied, "Zyra, are you suggesting that you wish to purchase this gold ingot outright?" "Indeed, Mr. Weasley. We are prepared to offer a substantial sum of galleons," Zyra affirmed cheerfully. "Zyra, do you comprehend that this ingot, of such purity and size, is a singular specimen in the entire wizarding world, and even in the Muggle realm?" Arthur Weasley stated gravely, "Yes, I am fully aware. Which is why we are willing to pay 2 million galleons," Zyra responded with a smile. Molly and the other Weasley children erupted with excitement, barely containing their exuberance. However, Arthur shook his head, extending his palm and declaring, 5 million galleons. The Weasley children gasped, suppressing their thrill, their faces alight with anticipation. Zyra instinctively took a step back, regarding Arthur Weasley, and replied, "Even at auction, it would be challenging to reach such a price. That may not be the case. For it is truly one of a kind, Harry interjected. Moreover, its rarity is profound, and the craftsmanship that produced this ingot is exceptional, resulting in such purity. Zyra glanced at Harry, fell silent for a moment, and then stated, 250,000 galleons. Molly, hearing this, grew anxious and was about to approach Zyra to contest the offer, but was restrained by Fred and George. 4.5 million galleons. Arthur Weasley squinted as he spoke nonchalantly. 3 million galleons. Zara replied in a low voice. This is the highest price we can offer. Deal. Arthur Weasley responded with a confident smile. At that moment, Molly, Fred, George, Percy, Ginny, and Ron erupted in cheers. The Weasley family was on the brink of ascendance. Chapter 168. To fulfill a pact. Bye. Those who come into wealth often cannot escape the habits of newfound affluence. New clothes were purchased, various experimental materials acquired. A Nimbus 2000 was bought, along with an array of magical products, and each received a generous allowance, with Ron being granted an additional 1,000 galleons, which made him, having lost his gold bricks, ecstatic to the point of tears. All of this was simply splendid. Harry, too, savored the exhilarating experience of shopping. He lacked for nothing, as his parents had left him a modest vault. The feeling of having money was truly delightful. Fred still had a considerable sum of galleons in his pocket, and as they strolled through Diagon Alley, he felt an overwhelming urge to purchase everything in sight. Fred, do you remember our dream of opening our very own shop here? George said, playfully draping his arm over Fred's shoulder. Indeed, I do, and you have successfully reminded me, George. Fred replied. Ginny slowed her pace to wait for Harry to catch up, bashfully asking, Harry, I heard my brother say that you are a master of both fire and earth element magic, and quite formidable at that. Upon hearing this, Harry smiled. Thank you. But there are many who are far more skilled than I at school. Ginny gazed at Harry with admiration, saying, My brother also mentioned that you are a magical warrior, having defeated many foes in the small world. Moreover, he said you both teamed up against numerous enemies, especially during school, when you defeated that person together. Harry nodded. Ron is incredibly brave and utterly dependable. Our synergy is remarkable, allowing us to vanquish many adversaries. I captured numerous moments in that world. We can watch them together in the evening. Ginny, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, Really? Are you sure, Harry? What are you talking about? Ron approached, noticing Ginny's excitement, and looked curiously at Harry. Brother, Harry said he has recordings from the small world, Ginny whispered enthusiastically. Ron quickly caught on and chuckled. Yes. Harry possesses a crystal memory orb that contains many recordings. We can enjoy them together tonight. Although Ron had seen some of the contents of the crystal ball, he had not fully explored it, and thus was filled with anticipation. Harry, Ron, just then, a voice called out. Both Ron and Harry turned to see Hermione, along with her parents, approaching. Hermione. To Harry and Ron's surprise and delight, they spotted Hermione in Diagon Alley. Wow, Ron, you look like a newfound wealthy man, Hermione remarked, her eyes widening at Ron's new attire. Do you remember the gold bricks that Pock gifted us? Harry chimed in with a chuckle. He truly embodies a nouveau riche now. Upon hearing this, Hermione grasped the implication and whispered with amusement in Ron's ear. Congratulations, Ron, you need not don your old clothes any longer. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ron shot her a glare, retorting, You talk too much. Harry and Hermione shared a hearty laugh, and after Hermione introduced her parents to Harry and the others, they strolled through Diagon Alley together. At a tea house, Harry and the group secured a large table, gathering around to dine. Arthur displayed an air of generosity, inviting Hermione's family to enjoy afternoon tea. His fascination with the Muggle world became evident as he engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Mr. Granger, ultimately inviting him over to their home. The Granger family, overwhelmed by such hospitality, felt compelled to accept the invitation. Soma, that steak was prepared for me by my brother. You cannot claim it, Maggie declared mischievously, her face glistening with satisfaction as she eyed Soma across the table. Soma, with her braided hair, brown skin, and full lips, appeared fierce while relishing the feast, showing no hint of delicateness. Understood, I shall settle for something else, Soma replied without lifting her gaze. Brother Kate, we are now quite formidable. Those individuals are no match for me, Latin boasted, his bare shoulders revealing 2 fierce scars as he gnawed on a roasted chicken leg. I often play in the Minotaur tribe, and their attacks no longer faze me. As he spoke, he conjured a small whirlwind in his hand, its velocity whipping up a gust throughout the restaurant. Latin, do you seek a beating? A fist from Booma came crashing down on Latin's head, her voice laced with irritation. The pain caused Latin to lose his small whirlwind, and he called out to the beautiful yet fierce elf. Booma, I challenge you to a duel. Do you really think you can defeat me? Booma replied, a teasing glint in her eyes as she regarded Latin. Enraged, he snapped back. Then let us see. Latin, there's no need to test. You cannot win against Sister Booma, Maggie laughed heartily. Kate Lair observed their playful banter, yet showed no inclination to cease enjoying the sumptuous meal. his laughter ringing joyfully. This realm was distinctly different from the elven world Grace inhabited. It was a unique magical domain, teeming with wizards, warriors, and magnificent magical creatures, whom the inhabitants fondly referred to as magical beasts. The existence of these magical creatures is not only vast in number, but also formidable in strength. Maggie, Soma, Latin, and Buma are the 4 young ones whom Catelyn took in and taught elemental magic during his sojourn in this world. In this miniature realm, there is no classification of elemental magic. However, the inhabitants release their spells through incantations akin to elemental magic. Furthermore, the warriors of this world are exceptionally strong and constitute the primary power structure, for the number of warriors undoubtedly surpasses that of mages. Maggie, the youngest at merely 10 years old, is followed by Soma at 12, Latin at 13, and Buma, the eldest at 18, is a beautiful elf who lovingly cares for the trio. According to their agreement, Catelyn was to celebrate Maggie's birthday, which explains the scene of Maggie rushing towards him as he opened the door. Of course, Catelyn had another purpose for his visit, to fulfill a promise made to someone upon his arrival in this world. Chapter 169, Moon Goddess, Tale Stillif. Happy birthday, Maggie. Under the gazes of Buma and the others, Catelyn presented a small gift to Maggie with a smile. Maggie gazed at the exquisitely decorated box, her large, shimmering eyes brimming with affection and anticipation. She eagerly asked, "Brother, can I open it now?" Of course. Catelyn nodded with a grin. Buma, Latin, and Soma also gathered around, their eyes alight with excitement as Maggie began to unwrap the gift. Before long, the box was opened, revealing a pair of earrings that caught everyone's attention. The light blue earrings appeared somewhat translucent and were shaped like centaurs. They were modest in size, measuring only 3 centimeters. Maggie looked at the earrings in surprise, extending her hand to take them. At that moment, the earrings shimmered with light and seamlessly integrated into Maggie's being. In the next instant, she distinctly felt the immense power contained within them. The brilliance came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In fact, that process was one of recognizing ownership. Maggie beamed with excitement, clutching the earrings, and hurried to the mirror to adorn herself. "Brother, do I look pretty?" She twirled around, her long, golden hair flowing gracefully, her radiant smile complemented by the earrings, rendering her utterly adorable. "Wow, Maggie, you look so cute," Soma exclaimed, unable to contain her delight, as she rushed forward to embrace Maggie, cheek to cheek. "Absolutely stunning," Buma added as she approached, admiring the earrings with envy. Latin stood to the side, smiling quietly without uttering a word. Catelyn took out his camera and said, "Latin, come over here. I'll take a picture of you all." Latin nodded, walking over with a smile. "Look over here, stand straight, and smile. Say cheese." "All right, another one." Catelyn smiled as she took numerous photographs of Latin and the others. Subsequently, Buma and the others presented their thoughtfully prepared gifts. They continued until late into the night, and after Maggie and the others helped tidy up, they finally went to sleep. Catelyn, however, found herself in a small dark room where she retrieved some equipment to begin developing the photographs. In this world devoid of cameras, those wishing to preserve memories must seek out talented artists to paint their likenesses. When Catelyn emerged from the dim confines of the room and stood upon the balcony, a gentle breeze swept through, and a figure silently appeared upon the balcony railing. "After many years apart, I presumed you had perished at the hands of the monsters." The soft voice, the upright silhouette clad in a flowing purple gown, with fiery red hair and an enchanting figure, appeared under the moonlight like a goddess of the night, exuding beauty and nobility. Catelyn gazed into the distance, where fireflies danced amidst the backdrop of distant mountains, the night sky, and twinkling stars, remarking, "Tonight's moonlight is quite gentle, I assent it. Then, shall I become a bit more passionate?" Came the cheerful voice, as the temperature began to rise, and the purple gown transformed into a vibrant red. Catelyn, somewhat exasperated, snapped her fingers. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the temperature rapidly plummeted. The woman on the railing watched as her gown shifted to a pristine white, her expression growing increasingly aloof. Too gentle, too passionate, both possess an air of aggression. "You are a walking contradiction, Moon Goddess, the least Duluth." Catelyn chuckled lightly, noting that the woman beside her remained unchanged, seemingly impervious to time. The title Moon Goddess was a revered epithet among the indigenous people of this world, akin to a divine moniker. It was bestowed upon the least Duluth due to her travels across the lands, ridding them of malevolence and rescuing the populace from dire straits, leading to a widespread faith and veneration of her. Moreover, the top of the least Duluth's staff bore a moon motif, further cementing her title. In truth, the least Duluth's magic was intricately linked to the moon. Beyond her, no one knew whence she came. They only knew that she emerged during a time of chaos, saving countless lives. "Are you confident?" the least Duluth inquired, her gaze fixed upon Catelyn. "Is there danger?" Catelyn countered. "Indeed, danger exists. Otherwise, I would not seek your assistance." The least Duluth replied gravely. "Then, Might you enlighten me about your origins? Kate Lair pressed further. Let us first fulfill the agreement between us. The least Duluth's demeanor shifted to one of coldness, her calm tone betraying an underlying chill. Kate Lyle smiled and remarked, well, I certainly do not wish for the chaos of this world to encroach upon ours. Each guardian of a little world has their own mission. Why do you seek to step forward? The gaze of Thalis Duluth shimmered with memories, yet such reminiscences swiftly faded away, as if those distant recollections were intangible to her. I find myself intrigued by the myriad of unspeakable secrets concealed within each hidden little world. From my understanding, each small realm is typically overseen by 1 to 3 guardians, tasked with preserving the stability and development of their respective worlds. Each little world is fortified by formidable powers. However, in my eyes, despite your strength, you remain rather feeble in the grander scheme of things. Yet, I concede one point. Your comprehension of this world surpasses mine. Thalis Duluth regarded Kate Lyle with an indifferent stare, locking her gaze for a prolonged moment before inquiring, do you wish to understand this world? And then what? You lingered in this realm for half a year, traversing places no less than I. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle chuckled heartily and responded, oh, Thalis, I merely seek to broaden my horizons. There is no ulterior motive. Thalis Duluth approached and stood beside Kate Lyle, speaking in a grave tone. But you have already grasped that once the abyssal demon descends upon this world and shatters its rules, the little world shall merge back with the greater world. And the races and beings within those small realms will return to the grand expanse. Can the armed forces of the greater world withstand our return from these little realms? The legends are not as simplistic as one might envision. They pertain to genuine entities residing within the greater world, who were either exiled or sought refuge in the little worlds for survival. Chapter 170, Black Phoenix Mountain. Thalis Duluth's words echoed in Kate Lyle's ears, and her thoughts began to swirl in response. Since her arrival in this world, emerging from that family, Kate Lyle had wandered the outside. The long-forgotten realms gradually unveiled themselves within her perception as she journeyed. Earth is not as uncomplicated as one might presume. What trials did the worlds of countless years ago endure? What intricate connections do these little worlds share with the realm of Earth? Which of these small worlds have evolved over countless epochs? The existence of little worlds is no mere jest. On Earth, the magical world and the Muggle world are 2 distinct realms. The magical world is concealed within the Muggle world, and to assert that they are 2 separate entities is by no means an exaggeration. Those phenomena that science cannot define are exceedingly commonplace and taken for granted within the magical world. Marvelous does not imply impossibility. It is truly perplexing. Why am I constantly confronted with such burdens? There seems to be no alternative but to embark on a journey myself, Kate Lair lamented, running her fingers through her hair. That night, a woman lingered outside the small house. It was not that Kate Lair was unwilling to offer her compassion, but rather that the woman was reluctant to enter. The following day, Kate Lair prepared breakfast and, after sharing a sumptuous meal with Maggie and the others, bid them farewell. Black Phoenix Mountain loomed ominously, as though one were ensnared in a hellish darkness. This region was inhabited by a multitude of magical creatures, formidable in stature, making it the epicenter of such beings in this world. Yet, concealed within this locale lay an existence even more terrifying and powerful than the creatures themselves. Though it remained sealed beneath the great mountain, Kate Lair and Thalis Duluth gazed at the imposing Black Mountain, its oppressive aura saturating the void, emanating various waves of magical energy. Narrowing his eyes, Kate Lair observed the mountain range and remarked, it seems that the magical creatures here have grown even more potent since my last visit. At this, Kate Lair turned to Thalis Duluth and inquired, have you not undertaken periodic purges of them? Thalis Duluth responded with a hint of indifference, there is no need. Although this place is deemed a forbidden zone, it remains a crucible for wizards and warriors to forge their wills and strengthen themselves. The magical creatures pose no significant threat to this world. The gravest danger lies within the abyss suppressed by the mountain. Kate Lair nodded, declaring, let us proceed. I am eager to witness the true power of the abyssal demon once restrained by the guardians. Thalis Duluth said nothing further, his form transforming in an instant into a streak of fiery crimson, darting into the Black Phoenix mountain range. At that moment, the magical creatures sensed an unusual presence, raising their heads or emerging from their lairs. The weaker beings, sensing the aura, scurried away in terror, while the stronger ones unleashed furious roars, either standing their ground or charging angrily forth. The entire Black Phoenix mountain trembled in response, as Kate Lair soared above. Observing Thalis Duluth's swift movements and the deliberate aura she projected, a smile graced her face. This woman remains as formidable as ever. In the scorching summer heat, a chilling presence swiftly enveloped the trees. The approaching magical creatures, before they could draw near, were instantaneously encased in ice, transformed into frozen statues. Consequently, the once bold magical beings, witnessing the demise of their kind at Thalis Duluth's hands, dared not approach any closer, resorting instead to distant roars of fury. Talus, perish. Not all creatures of darkness cower before Thales. The entities lurking in the abyss are not devoid of merit. In this world, amidst the shadows of the Black Phoenix Mountain, numerous followers still wander, concealed in darkness, awaiting the day when the Demon King shall rise once more. That moment draws near. Bang! A tremendous force erupted from the ground, and a colossal black centipede lunged toward Thales. His eyes glimmered with a chilling gaze, unperturbed by the massive creature before him. Standing resolutely, he intoned, "O great Lord of Flames, grant me the divine power to ignite a flame that rends the darkness." Fire God incantation. Flames shot forth from his wand, instantly igniting the black centipede. The crimson fire, imbued with an intense heat, caused the centipede to recoil as it felt the searing touch upon its head. Yet, the flames adhered to it like an unshakable bond, consuming it with an insatiable fervor. The creature's body blazed red as it writhed, its lengthy form erupting from the earth. Thales paid no heed to the centipede, pressing onward. Bang! A massive stone pillar ascended from the ground, and in a moment of calm, Thales teleported away, reappearing hundreds of meters above. Before him stood a towering black magic ape, its eyes glowing red, its fur a dark crimson, exuding immense strength. With wand in hand, Thales solemnly declared, "O black blizzard that freezes all, transform all into purest snow." Ice-binding incantation. In an instant, countless ice arrows shot forth like stars in the darkness, targeting the black magic ape. The creature roared, beating its chest, and a gray glow enveloped it, forming a barrier. "O holy mother of earth, heed my call. Tear asunder this realm and consume all." Magical energies surged forth, a powerful force causing the ground to tremble, and a massive fissure opened beneath the black magic ape. Caught off guard, it plunged into the abyss, and the earth sealed itself, swallowing the creature whole. Thales Dulov snorted softly and continued his advance. No matter how many beasts leapt forth to obstruct his path, he would strike without hesitation, leaving no trace behind. Thales possessed such power, formidable enough to be recognized as the mightiest by Cthulhu. Yet, within the depths of the Black Phoenix Mountain, a perilous entity awaited. This presence was on the verge of re-emerging. Cthulhu watched as Thales Dulov carved his path through the darkness, marveling. This fellow has grown even more formidable in just a few years. The elemental magic I taught him has evolved into such a splendid display. Truly a genius. Chapter 171. The Irresistible Baron, the Demonized Fiki. Deep within the Black Phoenix Mountain, upon a mountain, distinct amidst the dark peaks, a crimson glow emanates. While at its base lies a multitude of corpses, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. At this moment, the area is enveloped by 100 formidable demonic beings. Has that woman, the moon goddess, appeared? She must not be allowed to thwart our grand design. A robust minotaur sits upon the broad shoulders of a colossal black ape. Gazing into the distance, his voice deep and resolute. "Balin, you must go." The imposing lion, known as Balin, rises, towering over 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height. In the next instant, he dashes forth, creating a thunderous sound, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. The minotaur then turns to the eagle, declaring, "Fitch, you too must venture forth. Do your utmost to delay her and buy time for the resurrection of the demon lord." The eagle spreads its wings, spanning 100 meters, conjuring a tremendous whirlwind, and instantly disappears into the distance. With the departure of the lion and eagle, 2 bear demons take their place. Beneath the mountain lies an unseen network of magical veins, continuously extending into the earth. Below this land lies an endless abyss. Above the abyss, a barrier exists. These magical veins resemble tendrils, persistently eroding the barrier's strength. Beneath the barrier, within the abyss, a figure floats in the darkness. Its visage remains obscured, yet the aura it emanates is undeniably formidable. The lion-tiger demon stands upon a small hill, gazing at the figure of Talus Durov, intoning solemnly, "Depart from this place, Talus Durov." As it speaks, the lion-tiger demon radiates a pure moonlight. Simultaneously, its fur billows like willow leaves, golden lightning dancing within, exuding an air of danger. Talus Durov regards the lion-tiger demon and replies, "Balin, you should not be here." To this, Balin retorts, "You cannot comprehend my feelings, nor understand my resolve. Is this your justification for betraying your kin?" Talus Durov responds, dissatisfaction evident in his tone, "Leave this place, and I shall pretend I have seen nothing." Balin's voice grows firm. Talus Durov raises his wand, aiming it at Balin, asserting, "I will absolutely not depart. Should Bear of the Demon Lord be resurrected, this world shall plunge into eternal darkness. If that is the case, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Balin, now incensed, unleashes a surge of golden lightning that hurtles toward Talus Durov. At that moment, a beam of holy light descends from the night sky, causing Balin to leap back in alarm. Boom! As his feet touch the ground, he senses danger anew and continues to retreat. Simultaneously, the descending holy light reveals itself to be a colossal sword. Boom, boom, boom. A series of swords, forged from holy light, pierce the ground as Balin narrowly evades the impending peril. In but a moment, the vast expanse of land was adorned with dozens of luminous swords, and Beren found himself ensnared within their midst. Lie down, a voice commanded, and before Beren could discern its source, he felt a tremendous force, akin to several tons, pressing down upon him, pinning him to the ground. Despite the golden lightning crackling around him, he was rendered incapable of rising. Beren, it has been a long time. Catelyn descended gently upon Beren's immense head, untouched by the surrounding golden lightning. Grasping a strand of ethereal white hair that floated before him, he tugged it with force and remarked, "Since when did the Moonlight Guardian, the lion-tiger spirit, become a creature of the Black Phoenix Mountain?" As Beren absorbed Catelyn's words and sensed his formidable aura, his large eyes filled with terror and tremor. You are still alive?" he stammered. Catelyn, slightly puzzled, replied, "Why would you think I could not still be alive? Do you truly believe there exists a force in this world that could threaten my existence?" Beren fell silent, murmuring, "Perhaps there is. The one sealed beneath the abyss, Barav?" Catelyn chuckled with amusement. "It is not as powerful as you might envision. However, one thing is certain, should it descend upon this world, the Lion-Tiger clan may well face extinction. Darkness will never permit light to endure, for they are, by nature, adversaries." Listening to Catelyn's words, Beren's gaze was filled with struggle. Catelyn patted Beren gently and said, "Every situation has its duality. Though your body has succumbed to darkness, your heart remains in the light. Since you wander between darkness and light, allow me to guide you towards the latter." As the oppressive weight of gravity dissipated, Beren felt liberated from that burden. "Let us proceed. Let us forth," he uttered, unable to resist Catelyn's might, gradually rising to his feet. "Talus, join us now. Cast aside your other identities. For this is a fine mode of transport." Catelyn smiled at Talus. Talus Dulov did not refuse, alighting upon Beren's back, saying, "Beren, I hope you have not committed any actions that would cause me regret." Beren remained silent, while Talus Dulov's expression remained icy. A fierce wind surged forth, carrying a multitude of razor-sharp blades that felled trees and shattered them in their path. Catelyn squinted, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he extended his hand, exclaiming, "This wind magic is quite impressive. Oh, ethereal winds, transform into the dragon of guardianship, the wind mirage dragon." In an instant, a howling gale erupted, coalescing around Catelyn and his companions into a cerulean wind dragon that emitted a low roar, absorbing all incoming wind blades. After consuming the wind magic, the azure dragon roared, pursuing the fleeing Fiki, who soared high into the sky, emitting a piercing cry that resonated deep within the soul. Upon witnessing this, Catelyn slightly furrowed her brow and remarked, "This power is quite impressive, yet alas, it has succumbed to corruption." Fitch, embodying the essence of an eagle, had also been tainted, emanating an aura of death. Beren, observing Fitch entangled with the azure dragon, spoke, "Fitch, spare your efforts before this esteemed individual. Your strength is utterly insufficient to inflict harm." In response to Beren's words, Catelyn chuckled, "You certainly possess a sense of self-awareness. However, this fellow will not engage in cordial conversation with you." As Catelyn spoke, Fitch extricated itself from the azure dragon's grasp and ascended to a greater altitude. Upon reaching a certain height, it plummeted downward with a piercing cry, a surge of magical energy emanating from it. In an instant, 1, 2, 3, and 4 tornadoes formed, spiraling ever faster as Fitch flapped its wings, resembling a high-velocity drill descending with immeasurable force, intent on obliterating Catelyn and her companions. Chapter 172, Wrath of the Moon Goddess. Beren watched Fitch diving down, his gaze flickering with a blend of concern and sympathy. In the face of absolute power, no matter how one struggles, the outcome remains unchanged. Indeed, Catelyn extended her hand, unleashing a powerful wave of magical energy. The descending tornadoes were instantly annihilated. Even Fitch, before this force, found its massive form as if cast into a meat grinder, being shredded into pieces. Boom! The colossal skeleton crashed to the ground, shattering into fragments. Beren gazed at Fitch, now reduced to mere bones, his large eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. Fitch was formidable, and even with its aerial combat prowess, it would be a daunting task for him to subdue it. Yet, before Catelyn, it could not withstand even a single blow. Indeed, in the presence of such a deity, any futile resistance is utterly in vain. Accelerating, with its immense form surging at remarkable speed, Beren, accompanied by Catelyn and Thales Dulf, swiftly reached the towering mountain. Beren's arrival captured everyone's attention, yet soon their expressions morphed into fury. Beren had betrayed them and brought Thales along. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that among them, someone recognized Catelyn, a being that had once instilled profound terror in their hearts. Though this fear stemmed from a mere distant glance, It was sufficient to make them tremble. For a mere flick of her hand could easily overpower any one of them. What if she were to unleash her full power? Baron mused. From the looks of you, it seems the ritual is nearing completion. I suppose my assistance is no longer required, Kate Lau remarked, her expression revealing a smile as she surveyed the fiery mountain before her. Hearing her words, the Minotaur Hars remained silent. The appearance of Kate Lair took them by surprise. Yet fortunately, their ritual was nearing completion. Your strength exceeds my imagination. Nevertheless, we shall exert our utmost effort. Haas stood atop the black magic ape, clutching his wand adorned with the bones of unknown creatures, murmuring incantations. A formidable surge of magical energy enveloped the battlefield instantaneously, proclaiming, "Blessings of the earth, roar." The multitude of magical creatures present erupted with fierce waves of magical power under this force. Their strength, augmented by Haas's blessing, unleashed a terrifying might. Baron regarded these creatures with trepidation. If he were alone, he would not hesitate to flee. However, with Kate Lair present, the situation was vastly different. Talus Dolef, with an impassive expression, prepared to take action. Kate Lair restrained Talus Dolef, chuckling, "Allow me to handle this scene." "No need." Talus Dolef replied coolly, "This is my duty." With that, Talus Dolef raised her wand and soared into the air. A powerful magical aura emanated from her, as pure moonlight descended from the heavens and enveloped her. In that moment, Talus Dolef embodied her title as the Moon Goddess, radiating an immense aura that rivaled the multitude of magical creatures before her. O benevolent goddess of moonlight, heed the call of your devoted follower. Bestow upon us the breath of moonlight, obliterate the shadows of darkness, and purify all filth from this world. The wrath of the moon goddess manifested as beams of lunar light, cascading down like shooting stars. The magical creatures charging toward Kate Lair, Baron, and Talus Dolef were swiftly vanquished by the descending moonlight. At this moment, Talus Dolef's attire transformed into a radiant purple, her crimson hair billowed in the wind, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. She was the supreme ruler of this realm. No matter how empowered these creatures became, they could not contend with Talus Dolef. As a formidable being traversing this world, her strength was unparalleled. However, such an existence felt a sense of helplessness when faced with the impending emergence of the great demon, Lord Barov. Haas clutched his wand, hunched over, while Talus Dolef, suspended in the void, fell into silence. Baron gazed at Talus Dolef in fear, astonished by her overwhelming power. This was a horde of over 100 creatures, each not significantly weaker than himself, further enhanced by Haas's blessing, rendering them formidable adversaries. Yet, such power was utterly insufficient to withstand a single spell from her. Was this the vast chasm of disparity? The blood of the hundreds of powerful creatures soon soaked the ground, leaving it drenched and crimson. Haas, the traitor, sat upon the ground, his wand set aside, and clutched a black crystal sphere in his hands, murmuring incessantly. The blood-soaked earth shimmered with crimson light, exuding an aura of malevolence. Beneath the moonlight, the ground lay drenched in blood, which was swiftly absorbed, causing even the formidable magical creatures to wither rapidly, leaving only skin and bones. Witnessing such a scene, Baron turned and fled without hesitation. From beneath the earth, a terrifying presence surged forth. The Dark Lord Barov was to be revived. It was Haas who had employed dark magic to hasten the consumption of the barrier and resurrect Barov. A frenzied glint flickered in Haas's eyes as he cast his gaze upon Kateriel and Talus Dolef, proclaiming, "The Dark Lord Barov has returned. You shall both perish." Kateriel, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "Do not exhaust yourself too soon. I will not obstruct Barov's emergence. However, I shall show you that the Dark Lord you speak of is insignificant in my eyes." Haas, dismissive of Kateriel's words, retorted, "You have no comprehension of Barov's might, and you shall become the first sacrifice to his arrival in this world. And you, Talus Dolef, everyone in this realm must bow before the overwhelming power of the Dark Lord Barov." Talus Dolef raised his hand, the moonlight cascading down to envelop Haas. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Haas and declared, "Haas, you are doomed." Yet Haas laughed heartily, unfazed. "This world is but a prison. We are merely exiles. We must return to our original realm, and Barov is our hope." Talus Dolef, I am aware you have inherited the legacy of the Moonlight God, becoming the guardian of this world to prevent our escape. But the tides have changed. The Dark Lord Barov will lead the people of this world back to the original realm and ascend as a deity therein. As Haas completed his proclamation, the entire mountain trembled. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth shattered, the mountain crumbled, and countless stones scattered in all directions. A figure surged forth amidst the chaos. Chapter 173, The Powerful Dark Lord Barov. Ha ha ha. After so many years, I am finally free. This exquisite aura is utterly delightful. A figure emerged as the mountain collapsed. A torrent of deathly energy erupted, enveloping a radius of 10 miles. The cacophonous laughter, accompanied by the surging deathly energy, resembled a cataclysmic tsunami, sweeping relentlessly around. Faced with the onslaught of that aura, Baron trembled, shaking uncontrollably. Unlike Cateriel, who concealed his presence, Barev's power was brazen and arrogant, unrestrained in the slightest. Such a formidable presence is beyond what it can contend with. Thus, what Baron can now hope for is that Caitlare possesses sufficient strength to vanquish the Dark Lord Barev. Teres Duluv gazed gravely at the Dark Lord Barev, his aura unabated, as if preparing for a confrontation. Oh, the immensely powerful Dark Lord Barev. Your devoted servant prays and offers blessings, congratulating you on your resurgence, descending into this world to unify it and return to the primordial realm. Hars turned, unable to kneel, yet he squirmed and strained to gaze at the Dark Lord Barev above, exclaiming with fervor. In the void above, the Dark Lord Barev heard Hars's call, swiftly descending. Towering nearly 3 meters, with a robust physique, blood-red eyes, and curled crimson horns atop his head, he bore bat-like wings of deep scarlet that gently flapped. Hars, awestruck by the proximity of the Dark Lord Barev, rose momentarily, only to kneel again, smiling as he declared, "Your servant, Hars, welcomes the Dark Lord Barev back to freedom, to lead us in unifying the world." Upon hearing Hars's words, the Dark Lord Barev erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What a delightful sound! Ha ha! This world should rightfully fall into my grasp." Teres Duluv regarded the exuberant Dark Lord Barev with a somber expression, stating, "Barev, you are overly confident in yourself." After a brief silence following Teres Duluv's remark, Barev replied, "The aura of the Moon Goddess. Are you the Moon Goddess?" "No," Teres Duluv responded calmly, "but I am the one who shall slay you." Dismissing Teres Duluv's words, the Dark Lord Barev retorted, "Though you are strong, you are still too green to kill me. However, your aura bears the mark of the Moon Goddess, hence, you must perish." The Dark Lord Barev would forever remember the moment he was sealed by the Moon Goddess, enduring countless years of torment in the abyss of darkness. The Scythe of Darkness. In an instant, Barev appeared behind Teres Duluv, raising his hand as a torrent of black, malevolent energy transformed into a scythe. A beam of moonlight rose behind Teres Duluv, revealing minuscule moons and stars within its glow. When the barrier clashed with the scythe, Teres Duluv retaliated, unleashing the heavenly luminescence of the moon. Descending like a blade upon Barev, with a swift motion, Barev shattered the falling moonlight. The Moon Goddess's wrath. Teres Duluv wielded his staff, launching another attack. Barev laughed heartily, relishing the thrill of such a battle, invigorating and exhilarating. The demon's dark veil. A torrent of ominous energy erupted from Barev, enveloping him in a colossal black sphere that effectively thwarted all of Talis Duluf's assaults. Talis Duluf's expression turned grave as he aimed his wand once more at Barev, intoning solemnly, "O great King of Fire, in the name of the Covenant, I beseech thee to lend me the cataclysmic power to incinerate all malevolence in this world." Igniting the radiant flames that roar like the Earth's fire dragon. The fiery dragon rapidly coalesced beside Talis Duluf, unleashing a terrifying force in an instant. The roaring dragon surged towards the formidable Barev, who had just withstood the moonlight's brilliance. Wrath of Death. Barev's pupils constricted sharply as he summoned an overwhelming strength with his robust hands, conjuring 2 black orbs of energy that hurtled towards the fire dragon with astonishing speed. 2 were cast away, then 2 more, as if this arcane power were utterly unrestrained by the notion of waste. The successive black orbs collided relentlessly with the dragon, halting its advance. As an observer, Caitlare first recognized Talis Duluf's immense strength, but he was equally astonished by Barev's prowess. This individual was indeed a formidable magical warrior. Yet, as a unique being of an extraordinary race, the power he harbored was astonishingly profound. No wonder Talis Duluf found him so challenging, feeling a sense of uncertainty. With a thunderous crash, the fire dragon was obliterated, and Barev gasped for breath. However, far from being disheartened, he was invigorated. It had been ages since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. What a thrill! What kind of magic is this, so overwhelmingly potent? Barev gazed at Talis Duluf with fierce determination and excitement, charging at him once more. Talis Duluf, wary of allowing Barev to close in, unleashed a barrage of spells in an attempt to repel or eliminate his opponent. Yet Barev's physique was robust. He disregarded spells that he deemed non-threatening, relentlessly closing the distance to Talis Duluf. The two engaged in a relentless chase, their fierce battle unfolding amidst a flurry of magical assaults. Caitlare and Baron remained mere spectators, captivated and exhilarated by the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, Talis Duluf found himself ensnared by Barev's opportunistic strike. With a powerful whip of his leg, he sent Talis soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting forth as his complexion paled dramatically. Observing the staggering Talis Duluf, Barev wore an enigmatic, sinister smile. Extending his finger, he concentrated a surge of powerful magical energy into a black sphere, which then shot downwards. Talus Duluth, witnessing the descending spell, turned pale, rendered powerless to resist. Too swift, too formidable. Just then, Kate Lair materialized beside Talus Duluth, a silvery barrier shimmering to deflect the impending assault. To confront someone of his caliber, your magic may indeed be sufficiently potent. However, your casting speed leaves much to be desired. Observe closely, and I shall impart the knowledge necessary to contend with such adversaries. Kate Lair remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the void above where Barov, the Dark Overlord, lingered. Talus Duluth gazed at Kate Lair's retreating figure, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 174. The Utter Defeat of Barov the Dark Overlord. Barov the Dark Overlord? Huh. Let us ascertain who truly embodies the essence of a Dark Overlord. Kate Lair ascended into the air, fixing his gaze upon the amused expression of Barov, and declared with a smile, I have harbored an interest in you for quite some time. I trust you will provide me with some amusement. You have yet to fully regain your strength, I presume. So I shall engage you with merely 30% of my power for now. Barov the Dark Overlord was momentarily taken aback by Kate Lair's words. It was the first time he had been held in such contempt. What further vexed him was Kate Lair's audacity to vie for the title of Dark Overlord. You are courting death. Barov glared at Kate Lair, his voice low and menacing. Kate Lair merely smiled, radiant with holy light, and replied, Let us test the waters. Let us see if I shall perish. As Barov sensed the divine luminescence emanating from Kate Lair, a feeling of peril washed over him, causing his countenance to change dramatically. Barov distinctly perceived the formidable force that posed a significant threat to him. Taking a deep breath, he charged at Kate Lair with a ferocious expression. In that moment, a scythe appeared in Barov's hand, large and exquisitely sharp. Die. As Kate Lair stood mere moments away, Barov's obsidian scythe descended toward him. Block. The weapon clashed against Kate Lair, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. Yet, the outcome Barov envisioned did not transpire. A radiant white light enveloped Kate Lair, and his seemingly delicate hand grasped the scythe firmly. How is this possible? Barov the Dark Overlord's face contorted with horror as he exclaimed. How can you withstand my scythe? Is there truly anyone capable of withstanding my strike? Who are you? At that moment, Barov was engulfed in sheer disbelief, unable to fathom how anyone could so effortlessly absorb his attack without sustaining the slightest injury. Is it not astonishing? Fear not, for there remains much more to astonish you. Have you ever been struck by light? Kate Lair inquired, narrowing his eyes at Barov. As a glowing orb flickered at his right foot, Barov, the Dark Overlord, remained momentarily stunned, his mind echoing with the questions. How could he have caught my scythe? Can light truly strike a person? Have you ever been struck by light? Light? Are you insulting my intelligence? The aura of death surrounding Barov surged with dark energy, menacingly escalating as if it sought to devour Kate Lair, who roared in response. Bang! Barov was suddenly propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Thales Durif stood atop Baron's form, gazing in shock at Barov, who had been forcefully knocked down. Indeed, light can strike a person. Baron's admiration deepened. He was truly remarkable. Barov emerged from the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing quite disheveled. Consumed by rage, he sought vengeance against Kate Lair, only to quickly realize that Kate Lair was nowhere to be found. Are you searching for me? Kate Lair's voice resonated in his ears, leaving Barov momentarily dumbfounded. Bang! A powerful kick struck his back, sending Barov flying once again. Bang! Kate Lair transformed into beams of light, repeatedly volleying Barov as if he were a ball. Boom! When Barov was once again kicked into the void, Kate Lair arrived there first. A holy orb of light striking Barov squarely on the head. In that instant, teeth scattered like shrapnel. The thunderous sound of Barov crashing to the ground reverberated through the void, and to Thales Durif and Baron's astonishment, the earth began to tear apart inch by inch. Boom! The ground split and rose ominously, a sense of foreboding washing over Thales Durif and Baron. Flee! At that moment, countless wraiths surged forth from the fissures like a frenzied tide. The escaped souls scattered, emitting hissing sounds, and the already dark black Phoenix Mountain grew even more shadowy and frigid. Thales Durif, observing the fleeing wraiths, felt a surge of urgency in his eyes. If these threats were to leave Black Phoenix Mountain, chaos would ensue. O great moon god, heed my call. Descend with the radiance of the moon and cleanse the world of its impurities. Thales Durif stood beneath the pristine moonlight, releasing a formidable spell. The moonlight enveloped the area, swiftly purifying the scattered wraiths. However, the scope of Thales Durif's magic was limited, unable to cleanse all the souls. Just then, Kate Lair made his move. A sun-like orb of holy light appeared thousands of meters in the sky, enveloping the entire Black Phoenix mountain range, causing countless wraiths to dissipate wherever the sacred light touched. Beneath the massive pit, Barov lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his bones shattered. Before Kate Lair, Barov had suffered complete defeat. As Kate Lair descended beside the Dark Lord Barov, brandishing the sacred sword, he proclaimed with a smile, You, great Dark Lord, are far too weak. Since you have lost, I shall ensure your eternal disappearance from this world. Barov, blood spilling from his mouth, could only gaze at Kate Lear, rendered speechless. Even if he wished to utter a word, he found himself incapable, his eyes fixated on the sacred sword descending towards his heart. Just as Kate Lear's sacred sword was about to strike Barov, a terrifying energy rapidly coalesced in the void above, forming a colossal figure enveloped in darkness. With a thunderous roar akin to a motorcycle engine revving, a massive black hand descended from the heavens with astonishing speed. Kate Lear, wielding the sacred sword, swung upward. The colossal blade clashed with the black hand, shattering into fragments upon impact. Talishchalaf, witnessing the figure in the void, was struck with immense shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Who is this? Why do I feel such tremors?" Barlin, eyes wide in disbelief, trembled as he sensed a force far more terrifying than that of Barov the Dark Lord. How could such a being exist in this world, one whose presence was said to have endured for millennia, far surpassing this small realm? Talishchalaf gazed at the Mingdirdig Sunying with palpable dread, trembling as he spoke. "If it is him, then we are in grave trouble." Kate Lear furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to the shadow in the void, sheathing the sacred sword as he ascended swiftly from the pit to level his gaze at the apparition. Chapter 175, The Reaper, Thanatos? A massive figure took shape, standing in the void, surrounded by swirling black mist like a cloak. The shadow's gaze fixed upon Kate Lear before it struck. A wave of black energy descended, enveloping Barov. Under this power, Barov's wounds began to heal rapidly. Within mere breaths, Barov was fully restored. However, he was soon crushed beneath a cascade of boulders that pinned him to the ground. "No!" Barov roared in despair, attempting to break free from the binding mountain, but all his efforts proved futile. Observing the scene unfold, Kate Lear did not intervene. To him, Barov was formidable within this world, yet merely a weakling in his eyes. Nevertheless, the shadow that had emerged commanded Kate Lear's utmost caution. "Depart from this place, return to your world," resonated a voice that echoed through the heavens, accompanied by waves of deathly energy that gradually receded. Meanwhile, above the void, a series of ripples emerged, accompanied by a beam of light descending from the heavens. This statement was evidently directed at Kate Lear. However, Kate Lear did not depart as suggested. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the other and inquired, "I have long pondered a question. Within the origin world, there exist numerous small worlds. Who initiated their creation, and who sealed them? What has become of the legends enshrined in history? All of these matters are intrinsically linked to you, are they not, the god of death, Thanatos?" Talis Durlith, upon hearing Kate Lear's words, felt a rush of breathlessness, glancing at the shadowy figure with a palpable sense of anticipation. Could it truly be Thanatos, the architect of the universe? The shadow did not respond to Kate Lear. Instead, it made its move, sending ripples through the space surrounding Kate Lear. In the next moment, before the eyes of Talis Durlith and Balin, Kate Lear vanished without a trace. Talis Durlith and Balin stood in stunned silence, breath held, astonished that such formidable power could simply whisk Kate Lear away. Talis Durlith, the embodiment of light and darkness, existence and oblivion, understood the necessity of balance. As the deathly aura dissipated, the dark figure too faded, leaving behind a haunting phrase. Talis Durlith fell into a contemplative silence. On Earth, in the origin world, amidst the streets of London, Kate Lear observed the throngs of passers-by before closing his eyes to attune himself to his surroundings. After a considerable pause, he opened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "I have truly returned. Is this your power? Then where have you concealed yourself?" The existence of the god of death had always been Kate Lear's elusive quest. The magical realm harbored numerous unsolved enigmas, which were precisely the conundrums that Kate Lear, with his formidable prowess, yearned to unravel. As for Voldemort, he posed no significant challenge, for if he wished, he could presently locate and annihilate all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. "Professor Kate Lear, is that you?" A voice broke the silence, startling Kate Lear. He turned to see Quirinus Quirrell, laden with a backpack, standing behind him. Kate Lear smiled warmly at Quirinus, saying, "What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." "I am equally pleased to see you," Quirinus replied, stepping forward to clasp Kate Lear's hand. "There is a lovely cafe nearby. Shall we enjoy some tea and pastries together?" Noticing a cafe nearby, Kate Lear responded with a grin, "That sounds splendid." Quirinus nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded to the restaurant, where they settled in a cozy corner by the window with 2 cups of coffee and an assortment of pastries. "Quirinus, have you been traveling all this time?" Kate Lear inquired with a smile. "Indeed, Professor Kate," Quirinus Chilo responded with a smile, "over the past 2 months. I have ventured to 2 extraordinary places." "Oh, what are these wondrous locations?" inquired Kate Lyle with curiosity. "The corner of the Sea of Poseidon, a realm of the twilight of the gods," Quirinus Chilo said, mysteriously producing a trident ornament and handing it to Kate Lyle. "Within it lies a long-standing legend, encompassing a vast scope. Should you be interested, Professor, this serves as a key to guide your journey." Kate Lyle accepted the trident, which was no longer than an adult's middle finger, its material unknown yet pulsating with a magical essence. I stumbled upon this during my travels, procured from a black market. It was this very trinket that directed me as I passed through that place, Quirinus Chilo explained. Nodding in acknowledgement, Kate Lau replied, "Thank you. I shall certainly pay a visit when time permits." Quirinus Chilo expressed his gratitude towards Kate Lyle, brimming with conversation. Without the burdens of professorship or the torment of Voldemort, he radiated a newfound vitality and exuberance, shedding the pretentiousness and timidity that had once plagued him at Hogwarts. As they engaged in hushed banter at the cafe, time slipped away swiftly. When night fell, Quirinus Chilo led Kate Lyle to a charming bar. What made it charming, you ask? Most patrons were wizards. Beneath dim lighting, inconspicuous exchanges of information transpired, appearing utterly ordinary. At the bar's rear entrance lay a black market, accessible solely to wizards. As one who had traversed the shadows, Quirinus Chilo was undoubtedly more familiar with its winding paths than Kate Lyle. Together, they meandered through the market, Kate Lyle observing intently while murmuring softly. After gaining a sufficient understanding of the black market, they departed and proceeded to a restaurant for dinner. "Professor Kate, I have received word that the Death Eaters are stirring once again. Hogwarts students are in peril," Quirinus Chilo said quietly while slicing his steak. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle retrieved his pocket watch and noted the time. "School begins tomorrow. It seems I shall be unable to act on my intentions in time. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning, Quirinus." Quirinus Chilo nodded with a smile. "It is my duty, Professor Kate. I shall continue my travels, and should I make any discoveries, I will contact you promptly." After their meal, Kate Lyle bid farewell to Quirinus Chilo and returned home to Trestle Street. "Master," Katevis remarked, observing Kate Lyle's return, "please bring the information you have gathered during this time to my study." Kate Lyle nodded and proceeded directly to the study, saying, "Yes, Master." Katevis responded and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, in the study, Kate Lyle scrutinized the information gathered by Katevis, reading carefully, sometimes relaxing, sometimes furrowing his brow, and at times lost in contemplation. Chapter 176, A New Semester. King's Cross Station. Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley escorted Harry and the others as they approached Platform 9, just in time to catch the departing train. A series of events transpired during their departure that left Harry quite speechless, whether it was Fred, George, or Ginny. Every time Mr. Arthur started the car and had been driving for 5 minutes, he would suddenly remember he had forgotten this book or that suitcase, and so on. Consequently, they wasted a considerable amount of time, leading to a hurried demeanor. Fred and George, Percy and Mr. Weasley, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley successively entered Platform 9. Just as Harry and Ron prepared to enter, an unexpected incident occurred. A significant mishap caused Harry and Ron great embarrassment, resulting in a reprimand from a Muggle police officer. "What is going on?" Ron asked, perplexed, as he patted the wall. Harry, feeling similarly puzzled, carefully sensed the wall and replied, "It seems to be magically sealed. We cannot pass through. What should we do?" Ron said anxiously, "We have less than a minute. There's no other choice. We must find an alternative." Harry pondered aloud. "Perhaps we could fly over." "We'll be caught," Ron quickly countered. "Not at all," Harry said with a hint of mystery in his smile. "Remember the night Professor Kate took us flying? Filch never noticed us." Upon hearing this, Ron immediately understood, exclaiming with delight, "You've learned the disillusionment charm?" "Of course." Harry replied confidently, "I am a magical prodigy." "Haha, this is exhilarating, a first-time experience for me," Ron exclaimed in sheer excitement. The two found a secluded corner, where Harry first cast a flying spell for both of them, then followed with an invisibility charm, and they swiftly soared toward Hogwarts. As Harry and Ron departed, Dobby, who had been trailing behind, became anxious upon seeing the two vanish. "Where did they go? Mr. Potter is in danger." Dobby fretted. "What should I do?" The house elf paced anxiously in the deserted alley, his expression filled with worry and disarray. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had flown out of King's Cross Station, eager to shout in excitement, but knowing that such an outburst would cause the invisibility charm to falter, they had to suppress their exhilaration. Nevertheless, they remained thrilled, as the Ministry of Magic had strict regulations against using magic in the Muggle world, and being discovered would result in significant trouble. The notion of soaring freely through the Muggle world, undetected, is undeniably exhilarating. The breathtaking landscapes of lush forests, quaint villages and towns adorned with European architectural styles, the vast and majestic sea, and the expansive emerald plains, all these sights offered Harry and Ron an unparalleled experience. "Fred, is it truly all right that Harry did not board the train?" At the terminus of the Hogwarts Express, Ginny, pulling her suitcase, anxiously observed the stream of students disembarking, her heart racing as she failed to spot Harry. Fred, with a chuckle, reassured her, "Do not fret, my dear sister. Your Harry will find a way to soar to Hogwarts. Indeed, Harry is a prodigy, a master of aeromancy. I wager they will undoubtedly return aloft." George chimed in mysteriously. "Thus, you need not worry. Your Harry is an exceptionally clever lad." Flushed with embarrassment from the teasing of her brothers, Ginny retorted, "What do you mean by you're Harry? Are you certain you are my dear brother?" Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, laughing unabashedly. Unable to endure their mockery, Ginny hastily followed Percy, her suitcase in tow. "Hagrid, I suggest you return. Perhaps they have been delayed for some reason." Hermione, having not seen Harry on the train, assumed he was merely in another compartment that she had overlooked. However, as she noticed that nearly all the students had disembarked, her concern grew, prompting her to seek out Hagrid. Upon hearing her words, Hagrid replied with a smile, "That is a sound suggestion, but there is only one train, and returning would not adhere to protocol. Moreover, I trust that with Harry's ingenuity, he will devise a means to reach Hogwarts. Perhaps, upon your return to the Gryffindor common room, you will find them." Hermione, biting her lip, turned to leave, murmuring, "I hope so. I do not hold much faith in their cleverness." Hagrid, listening to Hermione's murmurs, felt a twinge of sympathy and reassured himself. "This year's first-year students at Hogwarts are in excess, twice as many as last year. I am quite busy." In the Gryffindor common room, having settled her belongings, Hermione approached Harry's dormitory and knocked on the door. Neville answered, looking puzzled at Hermione's presence. "Hermione, is something the matter?" Peering inside, Hermione inquired, "Have Harry and Ron arrived?" Neville shook his head. "No, I too am curious about their whereabouts. I did not see them on the train." Hermione sighed. "Let me know when they return, Neville." Neville nodded in response, "Certainly." Outside Hogwarts, Harry and Ron traversed mountains and crossed seas, finally catching sight of their school, which lay just ahead. They erupted into excited cheers. "Harry, we did it. We flew all the way to Hogwarts," Ron exclaimed, his exhilaration causing the effects of his disillusionment charm to fade away. Without much thought, Harry joined in the jubilant celebration, exclaiming, "This is simply marvelous." Soon enough, Harry and Ron landed on the ground, eager to return to the Gryffindor common room and boast to Neville and the others. "Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, I am quite honored to witness your use of magic outside of school at the beginning of the new term. Therefore, I shall gladly deduct 20 points from each of you in Gryffindor." Professor Severus Snape appeared expressionless from around the corner, blocking Harry and Ron's path. Upon seeing Professor Snape, a sense of foreboding washed over Harry and Ron. As expected, after hearing Snape's words, despair settled upon them. Even before the term had officially commenced, Gryffindor had already lost 40 points. He had not changed one bit. Professor Snape remained as unfriendly as ever, harboring malice towards Gryffindor. Chapter 177, The Welcome Feast. Harry, Ron, you finally made it. Quickly, tell us how you arrived at school. The excitement was palpable as Fred, George, Hermione, Neville, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Ginny, and others gathered around, eager to hear their tale. Amidst the animated chatter, filled with anticipation and playful jests, Harry and Ron found no joy in the moment. "What happened to you?" Hermione asked after calming the crowd. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, each wearing a bittersweet smile. "Well, it goes like this." Ron hesitated before recounting the events of their journey from start to finish. As the group listened in silence to Harry and Ron's ordeal, they were taken aback, yet filled with excitement. "Well done, Harry, Ron, you achieved what we could not. Truly remarkable." Fred and George embraced Harry and Ron with enthusiasm, filled with admiration. Neville, Ginny, and the others shared in their excitement, brimming with anticipation for the wind magic. "Harry, you're incredible. If only I had the talent for wind magic," Ginny said softly, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Harry. "You can have it." Harry reassured her with a comforting smile. In the face of Fred and others' excitement and enthusiasm, Harry and Ron felt considerably lighter after recounting their experiences, with smiles gracing their faces. "Hey, it seems you've forgotten something." Hermione's voice cut through the lively chatter, prompting the crowd to fall silent and turn their attention towards her. A sense of foreboding washed over Harry and Ron, particularly Ron, who whispered to Harry, "She can be rather annoying." Hermione fixed her gaze on Harry and Ron, saying, "You two used magic and were caught by Professor Snape," resulting in a deduction of 40 points from Gryffindor. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Harry and Ron exchanged glances and instinctively nodded. Indeed, she was rather bothersome. Bringing up that incident felt like rubbing salt in their wounds. The Gryffindor common room fell into an awkward silence, leaving Harry and Ron feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Come on, it's just 40 points. We'll earn them back," George said, patting Harry on the shoulder with a grin. "Exactly, we'll work hard to recover those points." Fred chimed in, giving Ron a reassuring pat. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, engaging in animated conversation. In Albus Dumbledore's office, Caitlin looked at Dumbledore and remarked, "Albus, it seems you've gained some weight since our last holiday together." Dumbledore chuckled in response. "I would actually prefer to gain a bit more. It would make me appear younger. Alas, my wish remains unfulfilled. I am curious about your holiday experiences. What growth and trials have the children faced?" Caitlin picked up a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, attempting to feed it to Dumbledore's fox, and said, "They have undergone ample trials and growth, and they now possess the courage and strength to fight independently." Dumbledore smiled, stating, "That is splendid. It is precisely what I hoped for." "Albus, you have quite the workload ahead of you," Caitlin observed, gazing intently at Dumbledore. "Not all of our students are model pupils." Dumbledore pondered for a moment before responding. "I understand, but this is a test for us, as well as for him." Caitlin chuckled quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. As the new semester commenced, the welcome feast unfolded. Countless candles floated in midair, and the ceiling sparkled with stars, resembling the Milky Way in the vast universe. The bright lights illuminated the hall, casting their glow on the students from each house seated at the 4 long tables, alongside the first-year newcomers lining up in the center. Another year had passed, and Harry, Ron, and the others had successfully advanced to their second year, welcoming a new batch of first-year students. Among the newcomers stood Ginny, her striking red hair making her quite conspicuous. Her small eyes scanned the crowd before landing on Harry, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. Observing Ginny in such a manner, Harry pretended not to notice and lowered his head. During his days at the Weasley household, he had lost count of how many times he had encountered this particular version of Ginny. Every time, Ginny seems to be lost in her own world, often engaging in peculiar antics, such as accidentally bumping her head, inadvertently touching something filthy, or even shattering her beloved cup. In the past, such incidents would have caused her distress, and Mrs. Weasley would have scolded her loudly, for the Weasley family was not affluent. However, now, the newfound wealth has brought a smile to Mrs. Weasley's face, and she comforts Ginny, saying, "My dear, it's all right if it's broken. I will buy you a new one." "Harry, you mentioned that when you were about to enter platform 9 3/4, the entrance was sealed by magic?" Hermione quietly inquired, gazing at Harry. "Indeed," Harry replied, instinctively covering his stomach, adding, "The sensation of colliding with the wall at full speed was utterly dreadful. I wonder who cast that spell. If I find out, I shall make them taste the flavor of a slug," Ron said through gritted teeth. "Wow, that is impressive. When did you learn that spell?" Seamus asked curiously, glancing at Ron with wide eyes. Ron, feeling embarrassed by Seamus's admiration, replied, "I didn't "Ah, so you merely talk the talk," Seamus teased, patting Ron on the shoulder. "You're becoming quite the braggart, Ron. I was just starting to believe you." Harry and Hermione exchanged quiet laughter at this. "Harry, that incident might have other explanations. It's worth noting that some individuals are not particularly friendly towards you," Hermione cautioned him. Harry nodded, his thoughts drifting to the house elf Dobby, whom he encountered at the Cattermole residence. Meanwhile, at the staff table, Professor McGonagall, with her glasses perched on her nose and hair tightly fashioned into a bun, placed the renowned sorting hat on the stool before the new students. Each year, this patched, worn, and somewhat dirty old hat would sort the newcomers into their respective houses. "You may think me unattractive, but do not judge by appearances," a familiar voice echoed. As the sorting hat began to sing, the first-year students were captivated by the hat, causing Harry and his friends to reminisce about the previous year's events. Last year, they had triumphed in securing the House Cup for Gryffindor, marking the first time in 7 years that Gryffindor had triumphed over Slytherin. However, during the dueling competition, Gryffindor had suffered defeat against Slytherin, leaving Harry, Neville, and Ron with a sense of regret. This year, they were determined to rectify last year's shortcomings. As such, their gazes turned towards Slytherin. On the Slytherin side, Malfoy's eyes were fixed on Harry and the others, filled with a fierce determination. Chapter 178, Gilderoy Lockhart. The feast at the welcome banquet was bountiful, leaving Harry and his friends in a state of exhilaration. As the new semester commenced, Dumbledore delivered his customary speech, officially inaugurating the welcome banquet. During the festivities, the freshmen, brimming with anticipation for elemental magic, invited Caitlin to showcase its allure. This year, Hogwarts enrollment has doubled compared to the previous year, largely due to students who would have attended Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, choosing Hogwarts instead, swayed by the formidable and enchanting nature of elemental magic. In truth, even more students wished to attend, but due to the overwhelming number and limited accommodations, many aspiring scholars were regrettably turned away. I've inquired and discovered that the new defense against the dark arts professor is none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. The textbooks we purchased are all authored by him, Ron remarked, eyeing Lockhart at the faculty table. Harry observed Lockhart, who was elegantly attired and exuding an air of boastfulness, and found the man rather ostentatious. He is indeed handsome, frequently gracing the pages of the Daily Prophet, and is a powerful wizard of considerable influence, Hermione interjected. He looks like a fraud, Neville said, scrutinizing Lockhart with a furrowed brow. Harry and Ron shared a laugh, with Ron teasingly adding, "Perhaps he is a fraud. I can easily imagine him being bested by Harry. Maybe it's Harry who would be knocked down." Hermione, displeased with Ron's disparagement of Lockhart, retorted, "Ron, you underestimate Harry. A true coward would never rise to the position of defense against the dark arts professor and make it to the Daily Prophet." At the faculty table, Caitlin observed Harry and his friends, puzzled by their spirited argument. What trivial matters are these children bickering about, after all they have endured? "Professor Caitlin, good day." Lockhart greeted with a smile, raising his goblet. I have long admired your elemental magic. It is a tremendous honor to see you today and to become your colleague. Caitlin replied with a slight smile. The pleasure is mine, Professor Lockhart. I have read several of your works. They are utterly fascinating. It is hard to fathom how someone as delicate as yourself could confront a banshee, mingle with ghouls, vacation with a banshee, or sail with werewolves, and yet remain unscathed in such harrowing experiences. When speaking of banshees, many might envision the alluring spirits of the Eastern world. However, in the magical realm, the reality is quite different. She resembles a spirit akin to the myrtle, a being of the soul. The ghost described in Gilderoy Lockhart's writings, known as the banshee, is often associated with mourning. Much like the nightmare, the banshee poses no direct threat, yet her appearance is frequently accompanied by death, rendering her a harbinger of doom that instills fear in the hearts of many. The banshee may manifest as a youthful woman or as a frightful, ugly witch, often haunting graveyards while combing her hair and weeping. It is not only muggles who are terrified by her presence. Even wizards find themselves unnerved. One can scarcely fathom the complexities of Gilderoy Lockhart's entanglements with such a spectral figure, nor the reasons behind their eventual estrangement. In the realm of magic, the term banshee does not merely denote a fierce woman, but refers to a distinct creature. Typically resembling a hideous old witch adorned with repulsive warts, they wield basic spells. The Ministry of Magic categorizes banshees within the human classification, much to the discontent of centaurs and merfolk, who would prefer to be classified as beasts rather than share a category with the banshee. Folklore tells of banshees transforming into alluring women to seduce men, leading them into nightmares and afflictions. Could a duplicitous character like Gilderoy Lockhart truly vacation with a banshee? Those familiar with Lockhart mock and deride the man who incessantly flaunts his myriad achievements, including 5 accolades for the most charming smile from the Wizarding Weekly. Upon hearing Professor Catlyre's words, a smug smile graced Lockhart's face as he jubilantly replied, "Thank you. It is my honor that my work pleases you." Gilderoy sipped his red wine, lowering his gaze while his eyes darted about, before exclaiming, "Professor Catlyre, I believe we have ample topics to discuss, such as our respective experiences." Professor Catlyre squinted at the seemingly sincere Lockhart and replied, "A splendid suggestion. Indeed, that would be delightful." Lockhart beamed. "What a wonderful idea, Professor Catlyre. Let us toast." At that moment, Hagrid approached with a large goblet, inadvertently nudging Lockhart aside, while laughing heartily. Lockhart stumbled slightly, about to speak, when Hagrid, seemingly just noticing him, looked down and said, "Oh, is that Professor Lockhart? My apologies, I didn't see you. I merely felt as if I bumped into something." Lockhart, gazing up at Hagrid's bearded visage, intended to respond, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a peculiar scent emanating from Hagrid. Instinctively, he produced a handkerchief to cover his nose and stepped back. "It's nothing, Hagrid. You two carry on. I need a moment to myself." With that, Lockhart offered an apologetic smile to Professor Catlyre and hurriedly turned to leave. Hagrid gazed at the retreating figure of Gilderoy Lockhart, pursed his lips, and then remarked to Kettler, "He thinks I am unaware of how to vanquish water sprites and goblins, and boasts about his prowess in banishing banshees. If even a single word of his claims holds truth, I shall relinquish my teapot. Professor Kettler, you must exercise caution around this charlatan. He is nothing but a hypocritical fraud. Were it not for the dire shortage of professors in defense against the dark arts, he would never have been chosen." Upon hearing this, Professor Kettler smiled and replied, "I am aware of certain tales regarding his exploits. Thus, I believe he is exceptionally suited for the stage. Perhaps in the Muggle world, he might even secure an Oscar for Best Actor." After clinking glasses with Kettler, Hagrid turned his gaze towards the distant Lockhart, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chapter 179, Competing for Talent, Humiliating Gilderoy Lockhart. As the new semester commenced, the first-year students began to acclimate to their lives at Hogwarts. In the elemental magic class, Kettler initiated the magical element testing for this year's first-year students. Alara Easton, Dark Elemental Magic Affinity. My goodness, Slytherin has finally produced a remarkably rare elemental magician. Nay, she is the first dark elemental magician to emerge from Hogwarts. A 6th-year Slytherin student named Brighton, tasked with assisting in the registration for Slytherin House, could hardly contain his excitement as he observed the flickering black light of the crystal ball, erupting into an ecstatic scream. The other students, upon hearing Brighton's exclamation, leaned in with curiosity. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and others could not resist gathering around, taken aback by the presence of the young girl before them. With her silver hair, amber eyes, and a beaming smile that radiated purity and gentleness, she appeared almost incredulous at her own dark elemental affinity. What a delightful little girl. It seems a pity for her to possess such a dark elemental magic affinity, mused Professor Snape. Such a child ought not to be in Slytherin. She would be far better suited for Gryffindor, where I shall guide her towards the light. As McGonagall approached Alara, intent on leading her away, Lockhart, with a glint in his eye, stepped forward. He extended his hand, pulling Alara away from McGonagall, declaring, "What a charming child. Such remarkable talent must not be overlooked. Why not allow me, the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, to personally mentor this young girl?" Hagrid, witnessing Lockhart's audacity, erupted into laughter. His booming chuckle drew the attention of the crowd, causing Lockhart, upon noticing the towering Hagrid, to instinctively take a step back while producing a handkerchief to cover his nose. Hagrid observed Gilderoy Lockhart's actions intently, his large nose flaring as he breathed heavily, a yellow aura emanating from him. In the next moment, a shield and a lance materialized in his hands. Witnessing Hagrid's imposing stance, everyone, save for Professor Snape, instinctively took several steps back, a hint of trepidation evident in their expressions. "Hagrid, what do you intend to do?" Professor McGonagall glared at him with a disapproving gaze. "You have openly violated the rules. Due to certain circumstances, Hagrid was forbidden from using magic. Were it not for Dumbledore's unwavering protection, Hagrid would not have been permitted to remain at Hogwarts as a member of the faculty, serving as the keeper of keys and grounds." With McGonagall's admonition, Hagrid's previously amassed bravado dissipated instantly. He blinked, retracting the shield and lance, and stammered, "I didn't mean to, Professor McGonagall. I merely wished to inform that charlatan, well, I mean to say, that hypocrite. Sorry, I meant to tell Professor Lockhart that he does not comprehend elemental magic and is incapable of teaching Isla." Lockhart's expression soured at Hagrid's words, particularly as Professors Flitwick and Trelawney seemed to concur with Hagrid's assessment. Yet, the most significant aspect was Hagrid's accusation of him being a fraud and a hypocrite, which left Lockhart slightly flustered and anxious. Snape, with a scowl, disregarded Lockhart and fixed his gaze on McGonagall, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Professor McGonagall, Isla Stennin is a Slytherin student. How can she transfer houses at this juncture? Once a Slytherin, always a Slytherin. Moreover, are you certain no one else can teach Isla?" Lockhart's countenance darkened further. Recognizing it as a blatant humiliation, he opened his mouth, intending to assert his status, but McGonagall's calm voice interjected, "Except for Professor Kettleburn, who is too occupied to manage many students. Even without him, I can personally instruct Isla Stennin in dark elemental magic." Snape, with a confident flourish of his black robes, declared, You can wield dark elemental magic?" McGonagall inquired, her eyebrows raised in doubt. Given Snape's character, it was indeed a possibility, Flitwick observed, unable to suppress his scrutiny of Snape. "I don't believe it," McGonagall retorted, fixating on Snape pensively. "Isla Stennin, congratulations on becoming a dark elemental magician. I shall personally conduct your future lessons in dark elemental magic," Snape stated, his face stern as he conjured a dark elemental magic sphere in his hand. Casting a challenging glance at McGonagall, the onlookers gasped at Snape's display of dark elemental prowess. "By Merlin's beard, Professor Snape, you are indeed a dark elemental magician. You have concealed this for far too long." Professor Flitwick exclaimed in astonishment. "Professor Snape has certainly given us a tremendous surprise." Madame Hooch gasped in awe, while Gilderoy Lockhart, his face darkened as though he had ingested a fly, felt the sting of humiliation once more. Not only was he disregarded, but he also faced a resounding slap in the face, deserving of a good thrashing. Professor McGonagall observed the scene with a hint of displeasure. Slytherin seemed to be the nemesis of Gryffindor. Why did such remarkable talents always gravitate towards Slytherin? Caitlin and Dumbledore exchanged glances as they watched the two individuals vying for talent, both revealing smiles. They shared a fondness for genius. Dumbledore, having witnessed the rivalry for talented students before, inquired with curiosity, "Are you not planning to personally impart your knowledge to such a rare dark element wizard?" Caitlin chuckled in response. "I would love to, but having someone share the burden is a blessing. Besides, Severus is truly extraordinary. Professor Flitwick, we have another light element wizard in our academy." A student from Ravenclaw rushed in, scooping up the diminutive Professor Flitwick in excitement and dashing back to their house. Flitwick, momentarily bewildered and attempting to break free, was soon overwhelmed by the delightful news. Upon hearing the student's words, Professor McGonagall was taken aback and quickly lifted her skirts, jogging over to investigate. Merlin's trousers. What is happening? Ravenclaw has produced yet another light element wizard. Hagrid glanced at Gilderoy Lockhart, his voice booming as he made his way towards Ravenclaw. Lockhart, drawn in by the spectacle, felt a sense of relief wash over him, but soon met Snape's icy gaze, causing him to shiver and awkwardly smile before hastily retreating. Chapter 180, The Light Element Wizard, Luna Lovegood. Where is it? Where is our light element wizard from Ravenclaw? Professor Flitwick, invigorated as if by a magical elixir, appeared exceedingly animated despite his diminutive stature and somewhat disheveled appearance. His exaggerated attempts to escape, yet remain captive to excitement, amused many students. "Professor Flitwick, it's her. Luna Lovegood, a light element wizard," the student responsible for the registration exclaimed, pointing at Luna. Luna Lovegood, with her golden locks, appeared remarkably calm in the face of the crowd's enthusiasm, despite her pale complexion. There was an intriguing aura about her, ethereal and whimsical. Yet, it could not be denied that Luna was indeed a quintessential beauty. Luna? Second-year Luna Jennifer? Professor Flitwick was so overjoyed that the student's words seemed to blur in his ears. Professor Flitwick, it's Luna Lovegood. The student said again. This time, Professor Flitwick understood clearly and, surveying Luna Lovegood with delight, exclaimed, "What a beautiful young lady. Congratulations on becoming a light magic practitioner. You know, last year, your senior, Luna Jennifer, was the only student in our institution to master light magic aside from Professor Kettleburn." Luna Lovegood gazed up at Professor Flitwick, who was of similar stature, the head of their college, and, with wide eyes, gently patted his shoulder, smiling softly. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick." The excited Professor Flitwick suddenly halted, his smile gradually fading, and he turned away in silence. Luna Lovegood watched the desolate figure of Professor Flitwick, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Well done, little Luna." Hagrid, suppressing a chuckle, bent down to pat Luna Lovegood, before turning to leave. However, after a few steps, he bent down to comfort Professor Flitwick but could no longer contain his laughter. "What is happening?" Luna Lovegood inquired, puzzled. The senior in charge of registration, stifling his amusement, whispered in Luna's ear. You shouldn't have patted Professor Flitwick's shoulder. He is very sensitive about his height. To him, your gesture felt like an insult. Hearing this, Luna Lovegood stood in shock, staring at Professor Flitwick crouched on the ground, hugging his legs. After a moment of contemplation, she approached him. "Professor Flitwick," she called, extending her hand. The Ravenclaw senior watched in astonishment as Luna again reached out to pat Professor Flitwick's shoulder. "Junior, are you serious?" Professor McGonagall looked at Luna Lovegood, momentarily at a loss for words to describe the girl. Realizing her mistake, Luna Lovegood retracted her hand, biting her lip. "I am truly sorry, Professor Flitwick. I did not mean to." A cold breeze swept through, leaving Professor Flitwick somewhat disheveled, his mind blank. Melancholic music inexplicably echoed in his thoughts as he faced repeated emotional blows. "Phileas, my dear friend, if you need, I have a potion that can assist in growth. If you wish to use it, you must be persistent." Professor Kettleburn approached, lifting Professor Flitwick and smiling. With his head bowed, Professor Flitwick replied resignedly, "Such is fate." Professor Dumbledore also approached, chuckling as he said to Professor Flitwick, "Ha, Phileas, this is uncharacteristic of you. Perhaps we should find a place to enjoy a glass of sherry, soda with ice, and some umbrella fruit." Professor Flitwick lifted his head to gaze at Caitlin and Albus Dumbledore, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he remarked, "Hey, is this really all right? I am simply overwhelmed with joy. If I do not express it, Professor McGonagall might grow envious of me." Upon hearing this, Caitlin chuckled heartily. "Phileas, do not become too complacent. There are still numerous students in Gryffindor who have yet to undergo their magical attribute assessments. Perhaps Gryffindor may yet gain a few rare attribute wizards. And what of us in Hufflepuff?" Professor Sprout approached, smiling. "Phileas, you truly underestimate me." Professor McGonagall added with a grin. Luna Lovegood observed Professor Flitwick and suddenly found him quite amusing. In truth, Phileas Flitwick was an exceptionally skilled wizard. In his youth, he had been a dueling champion, possessing a delightful sense of humor and a gentle demeanor, not overly strict with his students. His spellcasting classes were among the most favored by the pupils. "Professor McGonagall, we have a lightning wizard in Gryffindor," a voice exclaimed, prompting Professor McGonagall to radiate joy akin to winning a lottery as she excitedly turned to leave. "Professor Sprout, we have both a wind wizard and a lightning wizard in Hufflepuff," another voice called out, and the plump Professor Sprout, mirroring McGonagall's delight, laughed joyfully as she bid farewell to Professor Flitwick and hurried back to her own house. "How many prodigies might we witness this year?" Caitlin mused, surveying the first-year students. Dumbledore chuckled in response. "They are all prodigies. What I am currently looking forward to is cultivating a few commendable professors to help alleviate some of my burdens." Observing the various houses fervently testing their magical attributes, Caitlin remarked, "The student numbers are on the rise. Are we prepared for expansion?" The matter of expanding the teaching and dormitory buildings has already received approval from the Board of Trustees, and the funds are in place. In due time, we shall commence construction. One can only imagine the influx of students entering Hogwarts next year, Dumbledore replied. "Kate, did you know that Headmaster Maxime and Headmaster Kakarot sent me a letter a few days ago, complaining that I have poached their students?" Ha! Caitlin could not help but laugh at Dumbledore's words. The recruitment of students for magical schools extends beyond the magical realm. It also encompasses the Muggle world. There are indeed many potential candidates. However, due to certain limitations, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons all regulate their enrollment numbers, and owing to geographical distinctions, they primarily draw students from their neighboring regions, rather than seeking too far afield for attendees. However, with the emergence of elemental magic, which has gained immense renown in the magical realm, numerous parents traverse great distances solely for the opportunity to have their children learn elemental magic alongside traditional forms of sorcery. This, in turn, signifies that the prestige of Hogwarts Academy will only continue to rise, attracting an ever more exceptional caliber of students. This situation leaves the other two academies in a state of urgent concern. With gifted individuals flocking to Hogwarts, is it not inevitable that their institutions will face decline? Chapter 181. Display and Understanding. This morning, the first-year students underwent a magical attribute assessment, leaving everyone curious about what magical affinity Ginny would possess. Upon the conclusion of their morning classes, the group began to make their way to the dining hall. Ron recalled that Ginny's first class was in the elemental magic classroom and expressed his anticipation. Hearing this, Harry smiled and asked, "What do you think Ginny's magical attribute will be?" "I hope she possesses a rare affinity, perhaps light or dark magic. Of course, lightning would be quite impressive as well." Ron replied without hesitation. "Maybe wind would be splendid too. If I had a sister with a wind affinity, we would soar through the skies without needing your help. A magical car or a broomstick. It would be even better if she had a water affinity." Hermione, holding her books and listening to their conversation, chimed in. "That is not necessarily the case," Ron retorted. "Regardless of the attribute, they are all formidable." Harry laughed. As the trio reached the entrance of the dining hall, they encountered Luna Jennifer approaching. Harry greeted her with a smile and inquired, "Luna, has any brilliant wizard emerged from Ravenclaw?" Luna Jennifer, with a hint of mystery in her smile, replied, "I heard from a senior that our Ravenclaw has produced another light mage, and her name is also Luna." "Wow, what a delightful coincidence," Hermione remarked, somewhat enviously. "I am looking forward to meeting little Luna." Luna Jennifer's gaze drifted towards the first-year student section of the dining hall. "I must go and greet her goodbye," she said, hastily departing. Harry and Ron, filled with curiosity about Ginny's magical attribute, strode into the dining hall and located Ginny, who was enjoying her meal. "Ginny, what is your elemental magic attribute?" Ron asked, jogging over. Simultaneously, Fred and George approached, with George humorously stating, "I'm here to see what magical attribute our Ginny possesses." Feeling slightly bashful under the gaze of her brothers, as well as Harry and Hermione, Ginny cast a shy glance at Harry and declared, "I'm a wind mage." "Wow, a wind mage. Ginny, you truly are a prodigy, a genius of the Weasley family," Fred exclaimed with excitement. "Ginny, you have astonished us all," Ron said, looking at her with admiration and envy. "Did you know? Last year, during the magical attribute assessment, I was eagerly hoping to have a wind affinity, but the outcome was rather disappointing. It is merely the element of wind. Why the surprise? Our Slytherin has produced a dark attribute wizard, who is far rarer than any of you." Malfoy approached with Goyle and Crabbe, speaking with an air of superiority. Ron, finding Malfoy's remarks somewhat amusing, retorted, "Oh, a dark attribute wizard? Truly rare indeed. But what advantage does that dark wizard offer you? Who is she to you?" Although he spoke with a smile, his words were laced with sarcasm directed at Malfoy. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's expression darkened slightly. How infuriating it was to come here to flaunt, only to be humiliated. "The talents emerging from Slytherin surpass those of your Gryffindor. Last year, we allowed you to revel in victory. This year, Slytherin shall make Gryffindor regret it," Goyle declared ominously. "We shall see about that," Harry said, fixing his gaze on Malfoy with a mocking smile. "Malfoy, the new term has commenced, and the Elemental Magic Duel Club's points have been reset," Harry continued. Malfoy understood the implication, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "Then let us see who is mightier this year. In addition to individual competitions, there shall also be team contests, and let us not forget Quidditch. This year, we shall surely trample you underfoot." Ron spoke with confidence. Malfoy glanced at Ron, dismissively curling his lip. "The upstart with the fiery red hair. I am uncertain where your confidence stems from. But I must caution you. It would be wise to avoid encountering me during the matches, lest I make you regret it." With that, Malfoy turned and returned to the Slytherin table with his two bodyguards. Fred and George remained silent. As upperclassmen, they understood more magic than Malfoy, and it was prudent not to reveal their superiority, as it would lead to complications. However, if a true contest were to arise, they were well aware that they might not be a match for Malfoy, the wizard of lightning elements. This fellow seemed to have returned from the holiday even stronger, instilling a sense of threat in them. "Ron, keep it up. We support you," Fred and George said in unison, patting Ron on the shoulder. Ron rolled his eyes at them. "Though I hate to admit it, Malfoy is indeed a formidable opponent. He only grows stronger with each encounter." Fred and George exchanged glances and shrugged. "Then we are of no assistance. We shall not partake in your battles, but we are more than willing to place bets." "Fear not. Regardless of how powerful he becomes, we are still here for you," Harry said, putting an arm around Ron's shoulders with a grin. "In the individual matches, Malfoy is mine. In the team contests, the three of us will take them on together, ensuring their defeat. We are the strongest trio, our synergy is unmatched. And we possess the means to dominate the battlefield. They cannot contend with us," Hermione added confidently. "Greetings, allow me to introduce Luna Lovegood, a fellow practitioner of light magic. Much like myself." Luna Jennifer approached with a cheerful demeanor, presenting Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood gazed at Harry and the others, waving her small hand and exclaiming with a melodious voice, "Hello, I am Luna Lovegood, and it is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, little Luna." Hermione stepped forward, grasping Luna Lovegood's hand with a smile. The bond between the girls was effortlessly established, evoking a sense of warmth in Luna Lovegood. Harry and Ron regarded her with a hint of admiration. "You two standing together resemble a pair of lotus blossoms. Remarkably beautiful," Ron complimented, admiring Luna Jennifer and Luna Lovegood. "Thank you." Luna Jennifer responded with a smile. Words of praise invariably uplift the spirit, and after a series of introductions, Harry and his companions became better acquainted. In the Slytherin first-year dining area, Ella Easton cast her gaze upon Harry Potter and Luna, her gentle eyes shimmering with brilliance. Not far opposite Ella, another Slytherin student, Kalyana, directed her attention towards Ella, murmuring softly, her expression alternating between indifference and a smile. Chapter 182, A Dose of Romance. Outside Caitlin's quaint villa, Snape maintained his usual demeanor, gently ringing the bell, his expression as calm and steadfast as a seasoned dog. In the laboratory where Caitlin was engrossed in potion studies, he paused upon hearing the sound. "Severus, is there something you need?" Caitlin invited Snape inside, preparing him a cup of coffee with a smile. "Kate, I wish to inquire further about dark elemental magic," Snape said as he accepted the coffee with a slight nod of gratitude, taking a seat opposite Caitlin. "That is absolutely no problem, Severus," Caitlin replied with a smile, adding, "If you are able to master more dark elemental magic, it would be beneficial for me, alleviating some of my pressure. Speaking of which, is this for that first-year student?" Caitlin inquired, looking at Snape. Snape nodded, then shook his head. "My current knowledge suffices to teach her dark elemental magic, yet I remain eager for advanced spells." Caitlin chuckled, taking a sip of coffee before returning to his room. Upon re-emerging, he held a notebook, which he presented to Snape with a smile. "This is a tome dedicated to various dark elemental spells. You may take it home for thorough study. Furthermore, if you wish to delve deeply into dark elemental magic, I recommend finding a secluded space, as its destructive potential is significant, and certain spells may be quite startling." Snape accepted the spellbook, glancing through it briefly before securing it, saying, "Thank you for the advice, Kate." Kate Lyle chuckled softly and remarked, "Severus, there is no need for gratitude. I merely hope that in your learning, you find utility." Snape pondered for a moment before responding. During the past holiday, numerous students faced fear and threats. It is imperative that the school's students remain vigilant. After finishing his coffee, Kate looked at Snape and inquired, "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" Snape did not refuse and recounted the incidents involving students who encountered threats and attacks from Death Eaters upon returning home for the break. It became evident that many students had suffered intimidation during this holiday, prompting the school to respond in collaboration with the Ministry of Magic. However, the Ministry's cooperation was less than satisfactory, at least according to Snape and Dumbledore. Although no fatalities had been reported, the potential for other unknown dangers remained unclear. In fact, if all returning students were to undergo Veritasrum testing, most threats could be mitigated. However, the school possessed insufficient quantities of such potions, and administering them could incite unnecessary panic. "The Death Eaters are scheming in the shadows. If we do not address them, they will pose significant troubles for us," Snape stated solemnly. Kate glanced at Snape, pondering the Death Eaters' true intentions. While he was not entirely certain, he was aware of one matter. Contemplating this, he decided against revealing it to Snape, as it seemed to be known only to Dumbledore. "If we are to ascertain whether any students have been ensnared by the Death Eaters, I believe I have a method," Kate remarked, a hint of mystery in his smile. "Oh, what method do you propose?" Snape inquired with curiosity. "This endeavor requires your assistance, Severus," Kate replied with a smile. "I am more than willing to help, Kate," Snape replied without hesitation. "However, before we proceed, shall we visit the laboratory to discuss some remarkable potions?" Kate stood and began walking towards the laboratory. "During this holiday, I acquired a plethora of extraordinary herbs, minerals, and more. I believe it is essential for us to share and explore these findings together." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Snape's eyes, and a rare smile graced his lips. Potion making was a subject that captivated Snape, second only to defense against the dark arts, and at this moment, he had achieved remarkable success in the field. After concluding Professor Sprout's herbology class and exiting the classroom, Harry turned to Ron and asked, "What class do we have this afternoon?" "Defense against the dark arts," Hermione promptly replied. Ron looked at Hermione as if he had discovered a new world. He took her schedule and exclaimed, "Why have you circled all of Gilderoy Lockhart's classes in heart shapes?" Hermione, her face flushed with annoyance, snatched the schedule back and retorted, "It's none of your business." As Hermione stormed away, Harry turned to Ron and remarked, "Ron, there seems to be something amiss with your eyesight." "What do you mean?" Ron asked, bewildered. "You're blind. It needs fixing," Harry teased. "Haven't you noticed?" Many are captivated by Lockhart's biography, especially Hermione and Ginny. They seem utterly enamored. Ron pondered for a moment, then slapped his forehead, saying, "Isn't Professor Kettleburn admirable enough for them? If I had to choose between Kettleburn and Lockhart, I would unhesitatingly pick Kettleburn. He is formidable and far more dashing." Just then, Hannah Abbott happened to walk by, overhearing their conversation. Hannah, noticing Neville Longbottom, brightened and approached him. "Neville, I heard you had quite an extraordinary holiday. Would you care to share your experiences with me?" At her words, Neville broke into a goofy grin and replied, "Of course, I would love to share, Hannah. This is quite a tale. Perhaps we should find a place to sit and chat. Should we prepare some snacks?" Hannah suggested with a smile. "That's an excellent idea, Hannah." Neville responded, his spirits lifted. Watching Neville and Hannah walk away, Harry and Ron halted, their expressions one of disbelief. "Harry, did I just see that right? Is that really Neville?" Ron asked, still in shock. Harry adjusted his glasses, affirming, "Indeed, that is your rather daft Mr. Longbottom. They're still underage. How can they act like this?" Ron exclaimed, his voice rising. "Mr. Weasley, did I just hear the word underage?" Professor McGonagall looked at Ron with suspicion, inquiring, "What do you mean by that? Care to explain?" Ron and Harry were momentarily stunned. When had Professor McGonagall appeared behind them? Harry quickly clarified, "Professor, you misheard us. We were merely discussing what to have for lunch." Ron, nudged by Harry, quickly added, "Yes, we were talking about what delicious items might be available for lunch, Professor McGonagall." Though still somewhat skeptical, McGonagall decided not to press further and turned to leave, saying, "I hope you two aren't up to any mischief. Gryffindor can scarcely afford to lose points on your account." Both Ron and Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. "Is she a ghost? How come I didn't know she walked so silently?" Ron couldn't help but mutter. Professor McGonagall possesses the ability to transform into a cat, moving with an almost ethereal silence. Harry explained with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 183, The Fan. He was somewhat reluctant to attend Professor Lockhart's class, as he always exuded an air of insincerity. He recalled the moment he left the dining hall at noon, when that fellow had the audacity to drape his arm over Harry's shoulder, insisting that Colin capture a photograph of them together. Harry harbored grave suspicions that Lockhart sought to bask in his fame, leveraging it to bolster his own tales of grandeur. As Harry made his way to the classroom, he pondered the peculiar glances Lockhart cast in his direction, filled with an unsettling strangeness. After lunch, as everyone prepared to retreat to the common room, Lockhart eagerly approached him, regardless of the topic at hand, eager to interject. "Hey, have you all heard?" Lockhart audaciously attempted to usurp a prodigy during the first-year students' magical attribute tests, only to be humiliated by Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. What was even more amusing was that Hagrid had entered a magical warrior state, conjuring a shield and a spear, and thoroughly humiliating Lockhart. Harry lamented his absence during that moment. Andy trotted over, wrapping his arms around Harry and Ron's shoulders, brimming with excitement. Harry and Ron exchanged glances of delight. Ron clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Absolutely splendid. It should be just like that. What a magnificent display. I never expected Hagrid to intimidate him so brazenly." Harry echoed his enthusiasm. "Are you reveling in his misfortune? How can you treat him this way?" Hermione hurried over, having overheard their conversation, expressing her discontent. "Hermione, what are you thinking? Lockhart is clearly a vain individual, utterly incomparable to Professor Kettleburn," Ron retorted, equally displeased with Hermione's unwarranted outburst. Andy watched the two, caught in the midst of a brewing argument, feeling somewhat perplexed. Hermione fell silent at Ron's words. "It's different. His books are quite fascinating," she insisted, a stubborn glint in her eye. "That merely showcases his writing prowess," Ron replied dismissively. "Anyone can boast. Let me give it a try, and I could probably spin a more thrilling yarn than he ever could." Hermione huffed, refusing to meet Ron's gaze, and turned to walk away. What has gotten into her? How can she idolize that insincere fellow instead of Professor Kettleburn? Ron grumbled, visibly frustrated. "There's no need to dwell on it, Ron," Harry consoled him. "Lockhart is nothing but a charlatan. Once we unveil his facade, Hermione will surely see the truth." Andy nodded in fervent agreement. Ron, grinning mischievously, remarked, "Isn't it time for Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class soon?" "Perhaps we should." Harry and Andy exchanged amused glances, their faces alight with mischief. "Snap, snap. Marvelous. Your recent smiles are quite striking. Are you conspiring over something nefarious?" Colin Creevey exclaimed excitedly, holding his camera and gazing at Harry. "This scene is simply splendid. I believe we should enhance it with some disillusionment potion to immortalize your smiles and this moment forever." Colin Creevey, a fervent admirer of Harry Potter, approached after lunch requesting a photograph with Harry and a signed portrait. Moreover, he recounted, as if an expert, every morsel of information he had gathered about Harry. Colin's presence inadvertently provided Gilderoy Lockhart the opportunity to insist on a photograph with Harry as well, alongside a signature. "Colin, you must delete that photo," Harry exclaimed, grasping Colin with exasperation. "If that picture gets out, it could tarnish our reputations." "No, it simply cannot be. This is a remarkable memory, one filled with nostalgic value," Colin retorted, breaking free and dashing away. Harry attempted to pursue him, but Colin was far too swift, darting into the classroom. Is he a dog? How can he run so fast? Ron remarked, bewildered. Well, I may not have chosen the best analogy, but you should pray Colin doesn't encounter Ginny. I can assure you, they would undoubtedly form a Harry Potter fan club together, Andy commented. Harry, slightly exasperated, made his way towards the classroom. Never mind. We ought to hurry to class. It would be troublesome if Lockhart were to seize the opportunity to deduct points from us. The trio hurried and were relieved to find that class had yet to commence, and Gilderoy Lockhart had not yet arrived. Suddenly, with a series of rhythmic footsteps, Lockhart entered, carrying a large object covered with a cloth. He placed it on the lectern and, with a beaming smile, scanned the room, his gaze ultimately landing on Harry. With an exaggerated grin, he exclaimed, Harry Potter, we meet again. You are indeed a courageous fellow. I sense we have much to discuss. After class, please visit me in my office. Harry, observing Lockhart's smug demeanor, instinctively covered his forehead, his cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and resignation. Professor Lockhart, I apologize. While I feel immensely honored, I have other commitments and presently lack the time. If you wish to schedule an appointment, I can check my availability, he replied, pulling out a notebook and feigning to review it. Observing Harry's demeanor, Ron and Andy exchanged a knowing glance, discreetly giving a thumbs up. Quite impressive. Lockhart watched Harry Potter flipping through his notebook, his cheeks twitching slightly, and his mood darkening. Hermione glanced at Harry, then at Lockhart, furrowing her brow. In truth, Harry had no time to engage in idle chatter with Lockhart in his office. However, Harry's mannerisms left Lockhart feeling somewhat embarrassed. True to his thick-skinned and hypocritical nature, Lockhart forcefully diverted the conversation while shamelessly capitalizing on Harry's fame, prompting Ron and Harry to exchange glances of reluctant admiration for this insincere character. Well, it is no surprise that Harry Potter's renown warrants such busyness. If anyone wishes to request an autograph or has fans clamoring for your attention, feel free to consult me. I shall offer you some excellent advice. Now let us peruse these books. When I entered earlier, I noticed that many had purchased my complete works, which is simply wonderful. How about we conduct a little quiz today? Do not be so tense. I merely wish to see how well you have read. By the way, correct answers will earn you points. Chapter 184, The Catastrophic Day of Gilderoy Lockhart, Part 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? On which day does Gilderoy Lockhart celebrate his birthday? Harry stared at the distributed exam papers, utterly stunned. Harry, indeed confirmed. This fellow is nothing but a hypocritical fraud. Can one truly believe that a defense against the dark arts professor would boast about matters unrelated to magic? I harbor grave doubts that he is anything more than a mere boastful author rather than a professor of defense against the dark arts. Ron glanced at the exam paper, feeling as though he were reading an ancient script, and was overwhelmed with nausea, unable to suppress a series of low murmurs of complaint directed at Harry. Harry nodded and remarked, I doubt anyone could possibly answer such questions. Not necessarily, Ron replied, casting a glance at Hermione behind them. Hearing the exchange between Harry and Ron, Hermione lifted her head, glanced at the two, silently mouthing something, then lowered her head again, diligently writing. The two boys understood, feeling somewhat helpless. Consequently, Harry and Ron flipped their exam papers over, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Lockhart, noticing that Harry and Ron had yet to put pen to paper, approached them in confusion, asking, Have you not begun writing? Are you trying to tell me that you have not read my books? In truth, you are correct, Professor Lockhart. Ron straightened his posture and addressed Lockhart. Compared to reading your biography, I find myself far more captivated by Professor Lockhart's ability to impart magical knowledge. Ron then interjected, pausing momentarily before a smile crept across his face as he remarked, Of course, if Professor Lockhart wishes to engage in a sparring session, I would be more than willing to serve as his practice assistant. Upon hearing Ron's words, many students in the class, who were reluctant to tackle their assignments, turned their eager and excited gazes toward Lockhart, which caused him to hesitate slightly. Ahem, well, I suppose that's a splendid idea, he said. However, before we proceed, I believe it is essential for you to diligently complete your assignments, after which I shall teach you a practical spell, and then we can discuss the sparring. As he spoke, Gilderoy Lockhart distanced himself from Ron and Harry. At that moment, he realized that both Ron and Harry were rather irksome. Why must there be sparring? Could we not engage in more intriguing conversations? Such matters are indeed rare treasures. As Gilderoy Lockhart rambled on about his own exploits and works, generously offering reminders for them to keep in mind while answering their assignments, the students, save for the adoring Gryffindors, found themselves in a state of torment. This professor was exceedingly boastful and annoyingly verbose. In contrast to Lockhart, Harry and the others unexpectedly began to reminisce about Quirinus Quirrell. Although Quirrell may have appeared rather foolish and stammered while teaching defense against the dark arts, he at least brought them joy. Lockhart, however, was a different story. He was exasperating, akin to a nagging priest in a church, grating on the ears of those with discerning taste. It is truly unfortunate that most of you lack the confidence to read my books. This saddens me greatly. However, among you, there is one student who brings me immense satisfaction, Miss Hermione Granger. She is aware of my secret ambition to eradicate evil from the world and to market my own line of hair care products. Among all these students, you are the only one, Miss Granger. I am profoundly touched, thus I award Gryffindor additional points. Listening to Gilderoy Lockhart's impromptu performance, his exaggerated theatrics managed to capture the hearts of several young admirers, while Harry and Ron could not help but roll their eyes in exasperation. Andy and Seamus stifled their laughter, finding the professor not only tedious but also exceedingly self-absorbed. However, Lockhart's final remark illuminated Harry and his friends' expressions, prompting them to extend their hands and applaud vigorously. Professor Lockhart, you have finally done something right that has brought us joy. Amidst the applause, Gilderoy Lockhart reveled in the warm ambience and thoroughly enjoyed the accolades. Thus, Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat, a gentle smile gracing his features, and proclaimed, ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. I sense your fervor for magic, so I shall instruct you on how to defend against the most malevolent entities known within the magical realm. Soon, you will confront the most terrifying of creatures. At this juncture, Lockhart paused, observing the expressions of dread on the faces of the young girls and boys, and quickly reassured them. However, fret not. As long as I am here, you shall come to no harm. But before we proceed, I require your utmost silence. His gaze swept over the room, his tone softening, for the sound of screams may provoke them. Instantly, the classroom fell into a profound hush, and Lockhart lifted the cover. Clang, clang, clang. Before them was a freshly captured Cornish pixie, a perilous and loathsome creature. Lockhart spoke in a tone laced with a hint of menace. These pixies were a shade of pale blue, no larger than a palm, with sharp features and shrill voices that were far from endearing. As the cover was removed, the pixies began to chatter incessantly, leaping about, rattling their cage, and even making silly faces at the audience, provoking laughter. Ron, unable to contain himself, chuckled as he gazed at the pixies within their confines. Ha, Professor Lockhart, are you certain this is a truly dangerous and terrifying creature? Oh dear, I'm laughing so hard that I can barely hold back the tears. Ron, eyes gleaming with mirth, continued, in our eyes, these fairies pose no threat whatsoever. Seymour, Harry, and the others, initially intimidated by Lockhart, soon found the truth to be utterly amusing, and Ron's tearful laughter only incited their own unrestrained mirth. Having faced grotesque giants and participated in club challenges, many students harbored considerable courage. The Cornish pixies simply lacked any semblance of challenge. Lockhart, observing the laughter of the students, even Hermione, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Do you not feel the slightest bit of fear? They are cunning little destroyers, in their presence. You should tremble and feel frantic. Chapter 185, The Calamitous Day of Gilderoy Lockhart, Part 2. Lockhart continued in his attempts to intimidate Harry and the others, hoping such tactics would lend success to his forthcoming lesson. Yet, he still underestimated the students before him. They were bold, brave, and had already faced numerous challenges. In fact, some were quite familiar with the Cornish pixies. As for Harry and his companions, having encountered a myriad of magical creatures in their small world, they felt no fear of the pixies at all. Laughter echoed throughout the classroom, and Lockhart's expression grew increasingly sour, a surge of fury igniting within him. Well, your confidence is somewhat beyond my imagination. Gilderoy Lockhart, filled with dissatisfaction, proclaimed loudly, I shall see how you all deal with them. Before the gaze of Harry and his companions, Gilderoy Lockhart flung open the cage door. In an instant, the house elves erupted like a swarm of agitated wasps, scattering in all directions and wreaking havoc. Bang! The classroom windows shattered under the onslaught of several house elves, sending shards of glass raining down. Desks, books, chandeliers, and even Harry and his friends became targets of their rampage. Watching the house elves cause chaos, successfully frightening some of the younger girls, the classroom was filled with their screams, while Gilderoy Lockhart snorted with glee, his laughter resembling that of a pig. Look at his smug expression, it's utterly infuriating, Ron remarked, pulling Harry aside as they dodged a house elf darting toward them. Levitation charm. Neville's voice rang out, and one house elf was suspended in midair, unable to move. Waterball spell. Levitation charm. Wind spirit spell. Freezing spell. Harry glanced at Neville, Andy, and Seamus as various spells danced through the classroom, a smile spreading across his face as he whispered something to Ron. Upon hearing this, Ron grinned mischievously, bent down, and retrieved his wand, seeking a relatively concealed corner. He aimed at the podium beside Gilderoy Lockhart and declared, Spike trap. In an instant, the podium was thrust upward, and Gilderoy Lockhart, caught off guard, was struck by the airborne podium. A cry of dismay erupted, while Ron wore a smug smile as he hurried back to Harry's side. Meanwhile, Harry was earnestly engaged, collaborating with Hermione and others to subdue the house elves, seemingly unnoticed by the rest of the class about Gilderoy Lockhart's predicament. Amusingly, it appeared that Gilderoy Lockhart wished to avoid anyone witnessing his humiliation. He quickly stifled the pain, pushed aside the podium, and tumbled out. Harry and Ron exchanged sly glances, both wearing cheeky grins. Gilderoy Lockhart felt a twinge of fear. The pain radiating from his arm filled him with anxiety. As he pondered whether Harry and his friends would find themselves in an even more disastrous situation, he realized that the last house elf had already been subdued by the raucous students and placed back in its cage. Then, all eyes turned toward him, with expressions ranging from expectation to mockery and concern. Gilderoy Lockhart's complexion paled considerably. Had his recent embarrassment been witnessed? No, he must maintain composure. Perhaps they genuinely had not noticed his blunder as they diligently handled the house elves. Bravo, your performance once again exceeds my expectations. I did not anticipate that you would so effortlessly capture the little sprite. In light of your performance, I believe it is fitting to award Gryffindor 20 points. Gilderoy Lockhart descended from the podium and approached the center of the classroom, gazing at the sprites confined within their cage, many of whom had been frozen into ice sculptures or sustained various degrees of fractures and bleeding. Enduring the pain, he feigned composure, offering praise while attempting to bolster his image through the allocation of reward points, diverting attention from the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Andy and Simon were initially taken aback, but soon erupted in jubilant cheers. They suddenly recognized that, despite Gilderoy Lockhart's incessant prattling and narcissism, he truly excelled in the matter of granting points. Lockhart observed the cheering Harry and his companions, a smile gracing his face, while internally, he sighed with relief, thinking that perhaps he could salvage his reputation and gloss over the situation. Elated, Ron glanced up at the enormous crystal chandelier, swaying precariously above Lockhart, his mouth agape as he shook Harry's arm, pointing upwards. Harry and the others, noticing Ron's alarm, instinctively looked up to see the chandelier tilting dangerously downward. In an instant, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an eerie and perilous silence. With a beaming smile, Lockhart, perplexed by the sudden quiet, inquired, "What troubles you?" This abrupt silence made him uneasy. "Now, raise your hands and cheer." Observing Lockhart blissfully oblivious and immersed in his merriment, Harry reluctantly said, "Professor Lockhart, look up." Lockhart, upon hearing this, replied with a self-satisfied grin, "What is it above?" "Oh, I see. You're referring to my hairstyle, aren't you? I assure you, with my exclusive shampoo, you too can achieve such lush and resilient locks." Harry was rendered speechless. At such a moment, this fellow remained so self-absorbed. "Professor Lockhart, the chandelier above you is about to fall," Hermione exclaimed urgently. "The chandelier?" Lockhart echoed, initially bewildered, before quickly glancing upward. He saw the chandelier wobbling perilously, gradually detaching from its hook. With a sharp crack, the chandelier plummeted. Lockhart's face drained of color as he hastily dodged and screamed, "Merlin's beard!" Crash! With a loud thud, the chandelier struck the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Along with it, Lockhart's garments were torn by the descending chandelier. A chilling sensation surged from behind, accompanied by a twinge of pain, leaving Lockhart momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he reached behind to touch his rear, feeling something smooth, warm, somewhat elastic, and indeed, slightly damp. Standing aside, Harry, Ron, and their fellow students gazed in astonishment as the fabric was torn away, revealing a stark expanse of bare skin. Several girls hastily shielded their eyes with their hands, only to part their fingers, wide-eyed, as screams echoed throughout the classroom. Gilderoy Lockhart, pale-faced, let out a heart-wrenching, squealing sound once he realized the situation. By Merlin's beard. What? That fellow Lockhart was struck by a chandelier, his clothing shredded, parading about in the nude? This is nothing short of sensational news. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Will Professor Lockhart ever be able to show his face again? How could it come to this? The professor I admire so much has brought such embarrassment upon himself. How utterly pathetic. In the dining hall, the tale of Lockhart's nude escapades spread like wildfire, accompanied by an abundance of intricate details about the classroom incident, including the moment when the podium was sent flying by the ground's thrust. Who has a photo of Lockhart in his undignified state? Please, I would cherish a copy. A frail fourth-year student from Slytherin called out, his demeanor somewhat lecherous. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Unfazed by their scrutiny, he exuded confidence, even a hint of narcissistic swagger. Ugh, Ron, Harry, Neville, Seamus, and Andy found themselves retching uncontrollably, as did students from other houses. By Merlin's trousers, is there anyone more self-absorbed, more flamboyant than Lockhart? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. At the professor's table, Professor McGonagall's reaction was somewhat peculiar. The students below were in a state of delightful chaos, their smiles betraying any notion of dissent or disapproval. Well, Lockhart is indeed a most unfortunate soul. I dare say he will be unable to attend classes for the next few days. Hagrid chuckled heartily, his eyes glinting with mischief as he glanced at Harry and the others. Hagrid was certain that the podium's flight was the handiwork of Harry and his friends. Though I feel I should sympathize with him, I must admit, it's difficult not to laugh. What to do? Professor Flitwick spoke, his voice trembling and somewhat disordered. Ha ha ha. While I too find this rather unkind and unfriendly, I must confess, I cannot help but giggle. Hee hee hee. Madame Hooch clutched her stomach with one hand and covered her mouth with the other as she laughed. Severus Snape wore a cold expression, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, as if he were struggling to suppress a smile. Beside him, Kettleburn remarked, Severus, our defense against the dark arts professor is truly a peculiar character. I believe this marks a historic first among professors. Snape pondered for a moment and nodded. A faint smile graced Dumbledore's face, indicating his amusement. He then closed his mouth, rose to his feet, and addressed the assembly. Silence. Upon hearing Dumbledore's call, Harry and the others quieted down, turning their gazes toward him. Satisfied with the stillness, Dumbledore nodded and continued, although it is somewhat regrettable and evokes sympathy. Professor Lockhart is a member of our school. Thus, I urge everyone to approach this matter with seriousness, caution, and prudence to prevent similar incidents from occurring. As he spoke, a smile curled at the corners of Dumbledore's mouth, and he added, moreover, it is essential to extend compassion and comfort to Professor Lockhart. There are certain words best left unspoken. Therefore, if possible, it would be wise to choose forgetfulness. With that, he concluded, now, let us resume our meals promptly, so you may rest afterward or enjoy the dueling club. Dumbledore's presence established the tone, prompting Harry and the others to adopt a more serious demeanor as they hurried through their meals. The elemental magic dueling club had commenced, and those eager to earn points began to take their turns. Harry and Ron, unwilling to miss such an opportunity, finished their meals and made their way to the dueling club. Upon their arrival at the elemental magic dueling club, they found that battles had already begun. The vast arena was divided into 4 smaller dueling areas, each hosting competitors from different houses. Among these, Harry and Ron spotted Draco Malfoy. To their surprise, he had entered the fray so swiftly. Was he preparing to bully someone? Ron couldn't help but comment as he observed Malfoy, who had immediately assumed a combat-ready stance. Malfoy's opponent was a 4th-year student with a Mars magic attribute, who had been studying at the school for 3 years and had already mastered a considerable amount of traditional magic. Faced with Malfoy's relentless attempts to close in for an attack, the 4th-year student remained composed. Although he could not match Malfoy's speed, he adeptly balanced offense and defense, preventing Malfoy from easily overcoming him. In the professor's section, Kettler was also watching the new students with Dumbledore, curious about their spirited experiences and growth this term. Dumbledore surveyed the students in the arena and those watching from the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction. I see their growth, enthusiasm, and vitality. However, I find it difficult to ascertain how many of them belong to our school. Kettler, grasping Dumbledore's thoughts, responded, we shall have answers by tomorrow, Albus. Have you devised a plan? Dumbledore inquired. If they have fallen victim to the soul-binding curse, we can easily identify them, Kettler replied confidently. But if they have been brainwashed, that would present a more significant challenge. The brainwashed individual requires time for correction, Caitlin remarked solemnly. Is there anything I can assist you with? Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. No. With Severus present, that is more than sufficient, Caitlin replied with a smile. Then I shall trouble you, Kate. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. As time progressed, Caitlin and the others attentively observed the competition, soon joined by Hagrid and Severus. Harry and Ron, seated in the stands, could hardly contain their enthusiasm as they cheered, striving to secure additional ranking points. On the Slytherin side of the audience, Elaiston, visiting the club for the first time, was filled with curiosity. Naturally, her interest was particularly piqued by the fierce battles unfolding on the field and the magical prowess of Malfoy. A small notebook clutched in her hand rapidly filled with notes as her pen danced across the pages. Similarly, in various corners of Hogwarts, others mirrored Elaiston's fervor. Kalyana, nestled in a corner, surveyed the crowd, her gaze landing on Elaiston among others. In her hand, a petite notebook captured names as she diligently recorded each one. Chapter 187, Mitigating Risks. Is there truly no issue with this? Snape questioned, observing the 2 crystals installed at the entrance of the dining hall, his uncertainty palpable. The crystals, somewhat large, emitted a faint blue glow as magical energy surged within them. They resonated with one another, forming an imperceptible light that, to the untrained eye, appeared merely as decorative illumination. Yet, Snape understood Caitlin's intentions and the purpose behind these crystalline spheres. Despite having conducted tests, the effectiveness on the students remained uncertain. Severus, do you not trust me? Caitlin, sensing his skepticism, replied with a hint of exasperation. You have already experienced our experiments profoundly. Trust me, once you pass through this door, their true nature will undoubtedly reveal itself. Caitlin's confidence left Snape momentarily speechless. The dining hall entrance was a thoroughfare for all students. As the bell rang to signal the end of morning classes, students began to make their way towards the dining hall. Caitlin, Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Dumbledore had been waiting at the faculty table for quite some time. Before the students entered, the four of them discreetly applied a few drops of a special potion into their eyes. The appearance of the two crystal spheres aroused curiosity among the students. Some were eager, while others chose to ignore them. Just as Caitlin had initially anticipated, no one paid them particularly close attention. As students entered the dining hall, passing through the entrance, it became evident whether any of them had fallen victim to the soul snare curse. Those afflicted by this dark spell would reveal a spectral silhouette above their heads when illuminated by blue light, a manifestation of the sinister puppet master behind the curse. Not everyone was capable of perceiving this apparition. Only those who had imbibed a specially concocted potion that granted them certain magical abilities could see it. As more students gathered to dine, Professor McGonagall's expression grew increasingly grave, while Severus Snape maintained his perpetually sullen demeanor, rendering him inscrutable. Albus Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, his gaze scanning the students with a gentle smile. To those familiar with Dumbledore, his current countenance would not suggest any cause for concern. Such a facade was quite deceptive. Meanwhile, Caitlin wore a constant smile, further deepening the air of mystery surrounding him. Aside from the disreputable Gilderoy Lockhart, once all students and professors had settled down for their meal, Dumbledore and the others compiled a detailed list of those under the influence of the soul snare curse. Dumbledore glanced to either side, signaling McGonagall and the others to partake in their meal. The professors had long suspected that Death Eaters were planning something nefarious at Hogwarts, but the specific methods they intended to employ remained unclear. The use of the soul snare curse to control students and professors was but one facet of their scheme. After the students had finished their meal, they returned to their respective common rooms. Caitlin, Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore then proceeded to Dumbledore's office. Here is the list of those affected, Dumbledore said, conjuring his memories with a flick of his wand and inscribing the names onto a piece of parchment. The majority of these individuals hail from Muggle families, spanning various year groups, totaling 58 in number. Caitlin examined the list before him and remarked, "This is fewer than I anticipated. However, this only accounts for those controlled by the soul snare curse. We remain unaware of the others. What should we do next?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Being under the influence of the soul snare curse would eventually turn individuals into mere puppets for others, and prolonged exposure could inflict irreversible damage, particularly to their minds. Upon hearing McGonagall's words, both Snape and Dumbledore turned their gazes towards Caitlin. Recognizing the implication, McGonagall asked, "Professor Caitlin, have you devised a solution?" Caitlin produced a vial of shimmering silver potion and replied, "Indeed, it is prepared. This elixir was developed in collaboration with Severus. Once each person consumes a dose, it will expel the other soul residing within them. Of course, I could achieve this through magic as well, but creating a new potion brings a greater sense of accomplishment. Not everyone possesses the ability to wield light magic. However, concocting a bottle of the dispelling potion proves to be significantly more manageable. The recipe for this potion will be disclosed in Severus's Advanced Potion Making." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall nodded and remarked, "It seems you are well prepared. I shall assist you. Shall I inform Professors Flitwick and Trelawney and gather all the members on the list?" "There is no need for such formality. Simply distribute the dispelling potion to them and instruct each of them to take it in a designated location," replied Caitlin with a narrowed gaze and a smile. "It is not a troublesome task. Let us proceed as Professor Caitlin suggests, though I still recommend addressing one house at a time," Dumbledore interjected. "Very well, the first issue is readily resolved. Now, how many students remain with potential complications that require further scrutiny?" Caitlin inquired with a grin. "I must trouble you a bit more, Professor Caitlin," Dumbledore said, casting a glance at Snape before turning back to Caitlin. She nodded in agreement, stating, "There should be no significant issues, as Harry and his companions are no ordinary individuals." The subsequent matters became considerably simpler. Armed with a comprehensive list, Caitlin produced the prepared dispelling potion, prompting Professor McGonagall to spring into action immediately. Snape turned to leave, and while he offered no words, his movements were decidedly swift and decisive. Dumbledore and Caitlin each sought out Professors Flitwick and Trelawney, conveying essential information before each found an opportunity to act. The following day, the dozens of students previously ensnared by the soul-binding curse were entirely liberated. However, due to the prolonged duration of their control, a few exhibited signs of disorientation or even illness. As these individuals were freed from the curse, the Death Eaters concealed in various locations became instantly aware and began to mobilize. Chapter 188. The Undercover at the Edge of the Forbidden Forest. Our people have been discovered. They were summoned by the heads of their respective houses, and upon their return, they exhibited unusual behavior, residual effects from the lifting of the soul-binding curse. I reached out to a few, attempting to establish contact, but they remained unresponsive. At the outer edge of the Forbidden Forest, a diminutive figure sat quietly beneath the shadowy trees, if one did not approach closely, they would remain oblivious to the presence of another. The voice that spoke was distinctly that of a girl, soft and somewhat melodic. How were we discovered? As her words faded, a raspy voice inquired after a brief pause of about 5 seconds. Based on my observations over the past few days, it is highly likely related to the 2 crystal orbs located at the entrance of the dining hall. However, I have yet to ascertain their precise function. However, I have managed to ascertain that the 2 crystal orbs are the creations of Professor Kettler. The girl's voice resonated once more, cautiously responding. As before, following a brief silence, a hoarse voice echoed, "Continue observing, and be wary of concealing your identity." "Yes, sir," came the girl's reply, and after a moment of silence, she rose and departed. Her petite figure, draped in a dark cloak, darted through the shadows, stirring a swirl of black mist. "Who goes there?" a voice called out, prompting the small figure to hasten her pace. Hagrid gazed at the swiftly vanishing silhouette, his expression a mixture of astonishment and concern, before he too began to run. With the onset of the new semester, various dangers lurked in the shadows, and Hagrid had been expressly instructed by Dumbledore to patrol during the night. Little did he expect to encounter a suspicious figure, who appeared to be a student. One pursued the other, a giant and a child, both moving with remarkable speed. Yet Hagrid soon realized that, despite his size, he could not close the gap. The figure cloaked in darkness, though small, possessed astonishing swiftness. Earthen Wall spell. Hagrid activated his magical warrior state, accelerating while conjuring obstacles ahead. Nevertheless, the figure exhibited extraordinary agility, deftly evading collisions time and again. "You possess some skill, but you shan't escape my grasp." Freezing spell. Quicksand spell. Hagrid unleashed his full might, spells cascading like a torrential downpour. The diminutive form danced precariously amid darkness and magic, perilously close to capture on several occasions. "This time, I shall see how you evade me." Full bodybind curse. As Hagrid drew near, he glimpsed a flicker of panic and urgency in the eyes hidden beneath the cloak. Suddenly, in the obscurity, an object materialized with startling speed, intercepting Hagrid's magic. Concurrently, a cloud of black mist enveloped the cloaked figure, whisking them away into the night. Hagrid, witnessing this, yearned to continue the pursuit but found himself lacking the necessary speed. "We are in trouble," he murmured, hastily departing. This incident must be reported, it was his duty. This was merely the beginning. One location. Could it be the same elsewhere? Everyone inhaled deeply, knowing that this matter would not conclude so simply. "Seamus, what troubles you?" Harry inquired, observing Seamus's listless demeanor and pale countenance as they made their way to Charm's class. Seamus yawned and replied, "I don't know. Perhaps I just haven't slept well." Ron watched as Seamus walked away, then quietly remarked to Harry, "There are quite a few people who are similar to Seamus. Ever since Professor McGonagall called him out, they seem somewhat listless. It feels as though something is amiss." "What do you mean by something?" Harry inquired, bewildered. "Just that something," Ron stated earnestly, gazing intently at Harry. Harry shook his head, still puzzled. After a moment of silence, Ron fixed his gaze on Harry before quietly departing. Professor Flitwick's Charms class remained engaging and filled with discussion, allowing Harry, Ron, and their peers to enjoy a rather pleasant morning within the realm of relaxed learning. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, Hermione turned to Harry and asked, "What are your plans?" "Perhaps we should pay a visit to Professor Kettleburn," Harry suggested after some thought. "Very well. I shall not accompany you. I intend to head to the library," Hermione replied, clutching several books as she swiftly departed. Upon noticing the titles of the books Hermione was carrying, Ron couldn't help but comment, "Does she not realize how clever she usually is? Surely she must see that Gilderoy Lockhart is nothing but a pretentious fraud. He pales in comparison to Professor Quirrell." Harry adjusted his glasses and mused, "Perhaps. Neville, are you going to see Professor Kettleburn this afternoon?" Harry then asked as he spotted Neville passing by. "This afternoon is a rare opportunity for a break. Hannah has invited me to the lake to search for herbs, so I won't be going to see Professor Kettleburn," Neville replied as he walked on. Not far away, Hannah Abbott was at the corner, waving at Neville while holding several books. Harry and Ron exchanged wide-eyed glances and sighed, betrayed by affection. With no other option, the two friends set off to report to Professor Kettleburn on their own. In the library, Hermione, holding Lockhart's book, soon discovered that every table was occupied by students engrossed in his biography. Despite the embarrassment Lockhart endured during the infamous incident, which had turned him into a laughingstock, many had since moved on and remained intrigued by his biography, finding it a delightful diversion. "Hermione," Ginny called out, waving and smiling at her. Seeing several available seats beside Ginny, Hermione approached, set down her books, and asked with a smile, "Do you have class today?" "No, I don't," Ginny replied, noticing the book in front of Hermione. Lockhart's book seems rather different from his actual persona. Hermione, initially brimming with enthusiasm, quickly deflated and said, "It is indeed different. But the stories within are quite brave and interesting. Perhaps he truly is just a writer." Ginny opened her own book on fundamental wind magic, adding, "Indeed." Hermione pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat vexed when she noticed Ginny diligently recording something in a thick notebook. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Where did you acquire that beautiful notebook?" Ginny, with a hint of delight, replied, "It was a gift from my Laysden. It stands as a testament to our friendship. By the way, he is a first-year genius from Slytherin, possessing the rare dark elemental magic. Throughout this time, she has garnered numerous accolades in her studies, resulting in Slytherin being awarded an additional 30 points by the professors." Hermione was momentarily taken aback. "Ginny, I didn't realize you were here as well." Laysden approached, a book cradled in his arms, and seated himself across from Ginny. "Lies, you've come too," Ginny exclaimed, noticing the cheerful smile adorning Laysden's face. Her gaze fell upon the book on the table, and she chuckled, "Wandering with werewolves? It seems you both share the same interest." She continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Hermione Granger, another admirer of Professor Lockhart." Upon hearing this, Laysden smiled warmly at Hermione, saying, "Hello, I'm Laysden. I, too, have a fondness for Professor Lockhart's biography." Hermione waved her hand in greeting, thus establishing their acquaintance. The three girls settled down and engaged in a myriad of discussions. Their cheerful exchanges filled with laughter, hinting at the blossoming of a delightful friendship among them. Chapter 189, Severus, Will You Betray the Dark Lord? Hesteling. A region within the magical realm renowned for its abundant herbs, is also home to vast mountain ranges, where one might encounter numerous invisible magical creatures. For instance, one could cross paths with thunderbirds, flamingos, Tasmanian dragons, and more. The combination of the fur, blood, and certain unique herbs from these magical beings can yield extraordinary potions. During his travels, Catelyn had once lingered here for a time. "Kate, what herb is this? Have you ever seen it before?" Snape inquired, his curiosity piqued by a plant displaying pure white blossoms with a fruit resembling a head at its center, while its stems bore sharp thorns. This was a plant Snape had never encountered before, but he was certain it belonged to the herbaceous family. Catelyn approached, gazing at the white plant, a smile blossoming on his face as he proclaimed, "This plant is known as the Wraith Lotus. It is an herb often referred to as the Hell's Messenger. Its value is exceedingly high, and it is quite rare. Furthermore, according to an ancient manuscript I once perused, there exists only one Wraith Lotus within a 100-mile radius, and its growth conditions are rather stringent." At this juncture, Catelyn and Snape had ventured into this locale to conduct research on potion making, motivated by the scarcity of certain special herbs. Together, they had already spent 2 days and nights in pursuit of their goal. The abundant resources of Hesterling have greatly benefited the two individuals. Among these treasures, the ghostly lotus stands out as one of the most significant finds. "We have been fortunate." Severus. Catelyn carefully unearthed the ghostly lotus and placed it into a container. Subsequently, he produced a box, setting it upon the ground and opening it, while simultaneously casting a barrier around them. He then entered the realm within the box before Severus. Severus, accustomed to such occurrences, did not follow him inside, for he had already ventured into that world and was awestruck by its wonders. It was teeming with magical creatures and species from across the globe. Notably, Catelyn had even tamed a dragon. As Catelyn entered the world within the box, Severus's gaze drifted toward the distance, his eyes glimmering with intent. He then stepped out of the barrier, focused on the horizon, and brandished his wand, exclaiming, "Sectum Sempra." The attack sliced through the air with the ferocity of a blade, leaving a chilling aura in its wake. With a resounding crash, a massive tree was cleaved in half by the spell. In that instant, a figure swiftly apparated away from the scene. Severus glanced at the fleeing figure but chose not to pursue. Instead, he turned and cast another Sectum Sempra. "Avada Kedavra!" A voice rang out, as a masked figure concealed behind a stone launched an attack. Severus raised a black shield, which successfully deflected the assault. Meanwhile, a dozen more figures appeared around him, some even mounted on flying broomsticks. Observing the emergence of these masked individuals, Severus's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "Cowering rodents. Severus, have you forgotten your mission?" A masked figure intently observed Severus, speaking in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Severus's usually inscrutable gaze shifted ever so slightly, yet he refrained from immediate response. Noticing Severus's silence, the cloaked figure continued, "If I were you, I would promptly secure that box and employ a sealing charm upon it. Should you choose not to do so, we will interpret it as an act of betrayal against the Dark Lord. Are you prepared for the consequences?" As the masked figure concluded, the others aimed their wands at Severus, ready to strike should he show any inclination toward treachery. They understood that if Severus betrayed them, they would not hesitate to attack, shatter the barrier, seal the box, and imprison Catelyn within its confines, as his presence posed a grave threat to their plans. Severus raised his gaze to the assembled figures and calmly declared, "Ignorant and arrogant fools, you have no comprehension of the entity you are confronting. As for the betrayal you speak of, it is somewhat perplexing. Long ago, I severed my ties with the Death Eaters, a fact duly noted by the Ministry of Magic." At this juncture, Snape's demeanor grew increasingly formidable, his gaze upon the Death Eaters shimmering with an eerie crimson light. The deathly gaze. This light appeared suddenly and vanished just as swiftly. However, the hooded figure engaged in dialogue with Snape emitted a piercing scream at that moment. Before the congregation of Death Eaters could comprehend the situation, they beheld the hooded man, racked with anguish, removing his mask and hood to reveal a pallid face. Moreover, he clutched his head and hair in excruciating torment. Just as someone attempted to assess his condition, he abruptly fell silent, lying motionless on the ground, devoid of life. This sudden and uncanny scene left the Death Eaters in utter astonishment and shock. This individual was their leader, undoubtedly possessing formidable magical prowess. Yet, such a powerful sorcerer succumbed to agony and death without their knowledge. Attack! An unknown voice shouted, instantly inciting an assault on Snape. Not only did they target Snape, but some also directed their magic towards the barrier, hoping to divert Snape's attention and breach the barrier sealing the chest. A smirk curled at the corners of Snape's lips, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. The concentrated spells collided with the spot he had just occupied, unleashing a dazzling display of magical brilliance. Amidst the Death Eaters' confusion regarding Snape's whereabouts, they were met with the anguished cries of their companions. When they turned their gaze, they discovered that the source of the screams had ceased to breathe. Their bodies had lost their original hue, rendering them ghostly pale and emaciated. It was as if something had instantaneously stripped them of their flesh and power. As they stood in horror, darkness enveloped them. Fear and despair cloaked their beings. A formidable force tearing at their bodies, making them acutely aware of the life and strength ebbing away. No matter how they struggled, they were powerless to resist. In mere moments, Snape had visited each of the Death Eaters. When he reappeared, he stood outside the barrier, his expression tranquil and his gaze icy. At that moment, Snape's presence exuded an air of solitary pride, reminiscent of one perched atop a mountain, surveying the world below with disdain. Chapter 190. The Battle Belonging to Snape. Severus. This ghostly lotus is a remarkable find. Cultivating it will save us considerable time in our quest for such rare materials. Moreover, we shall possess a sufficient quantity of spectre lilies to assist us in conducting some intriguing experiments. By the way, I have suddenly realized that despite often wearing a grim expression, you possess a hint of luck akin to that of a fortunate emperor. How fortunate indeed. Caitlin emerged from the box, her face illuminated with a smile, expressing her admiration for the acquisition of the spectre lilies. Such high-grade rare herbs undoubtedly deserve to be concocted into more potent potions. As Severus listened to Caitlin's words, he slowly turned around to face her, a semblance of a smile gracing his countenance, albeit somewhat unappealing. Caitlin, if you say so, I too believe I possess such potential, Severus replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Caitlin inhaled the scents wafting through the air and remarked, "Your fortune seems to be quite splendid." Caitlin stowed the box away and began to walk in a certain direction, saying, "Let us proceed. May your luck yield us greater rewards." She refrained from inquiring further, choosing instead to place her trust in Snape. Severus remained silent as well, accompanying Caitlin in their continued search for herbs in the Shatelin. However, their journey was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of troublesome adversaries. This time, it was a pack of werewolves, numbering in the hundreds, accompanied by an equal multitude of Death Eaters. Caitlin was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her, then burst into laughter. "I am quite curious. How did you come to know of our presence here?" Caitlin and Severus had arrived via apparition, and their visit had been spontaneous. Yet, only 2 days later, Death Eaters had made their appearance. What intrigued Caitlin even more was the considerable number of them. "Are there more? Why not come forth together? If you are still en route, I can certainly wait." Caitlin's voice rang out again, provoking the pent-up werewolves. Werewolves, apart from their kind and animals, typically go berserk upon encountering humans, driven by an insatiable desire to consume them. However, these werewolves appeared somewhat different. It remained a mystery how they had overcome their primal instincts. At the very least, they exhibited a strong sense of self and had not succumbed to their chaotic desires. "Severus, do you foresee any issues?" Caitlin inquired, noticing the silence from the others and turning to Snape for clarification. Severus nodded, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his cold gaze as he remarked, "It has been many years since I have indulged in such recklessness. Shall I leave this to you then?" Caitlin smiled, stepping back a couple of paces to yield to Severus. "I am rather eager to witness the extent of your mastery over dark elemental magic." Severus Snape uttered no words. Immediately entering a state of focus, dark elemental energy orbs swirled within his palms, his cold gaze reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Cloaked in black, his robes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, embodying the essence of a formidable dark figure. Observing Snape's demeanor, Caitlin's lips curled into a slight smile before her form vanished without a trace. Caitlin's abrupt disappearance left the werewolves and Death Eaters momentarily stunned. Yet they were compelled to remain vigilant. Unbeknownst to Severus, Caitlin had departed. He had transformed into a harbinger of death, initiating his assault. As he moved, the werewolves howled and charged forward. Hundreds of werewolves confronted Severus alone, suspended in the void. The invisible Caitlin watched with curiosity, pondering how Severus would navigate this confrontation. The werewolves, far from weak, numbered in the hundreds. Even Albus Dumbledore would require time to triumph over them. Of course, with Dumbledore's formidable power and ample area of effect spells, he would find it relatively manageable. For instance, the roaring flames unleashed from Dumbledore's wand possessed vast reach and significant destructive capability. However, alongside the werewolves, a multitude of skilled wizards also stood ready. In such a scenario, even Dumbledore would need to tread carefully. The Death Eaters had mobilized extensively to confront Caitlin. Yet, such grand maneuvers bore little effect on her. Instead, they inadvertently facilitated Severus Snape's prowess. Renowned for his mastery of traditional magic, Snape was considered second only to Dumbledore. However, over a decade ago, that honor belonged to Professor Flitwick, a genuine dueling champion. After immersing himself in the study of dark elemental magic, Snape's strength ascended to new heights. For others, becoming a magical warrior might seem a formidable challenge, yet for Snape, this difficulty was dramatically reduced. As the battle commenced, Snape unleashed his full might. The werewolves' celebrated speed and razor-sharp claws became utterly ineffective. In his magical warrior state, Snape resembled a human bombardier. Dark elemental energy orbs, propelled at high velocity, were hurled forth, either striking the werewolves directly upon their heads or bellies. Any werewolf struck by an energy orb met a swift demise or severe injury, often falling incapacitated with a single blow. With scores of werewolves perishing, the Death Eaters grew frantic. They could no longer afford to guard against Caitlin, directing their full assault towards Snape. Avada Kedavra, soul extraction, heart-piercing, petrification, unconsciousness. A torrent of spells rained down, wreaking havoc and destruction. However, all magic that approached within 3 meters of Snape was entirely absorbed by the dark energy enveloping him. The Death Eaters looked on in utter shock and confusion. Yet up in the void, Caitlin nodded repeatedly. This was a form of magic known as energy absorption within the realm of dark elemental magic, a sophisticated art unique to dark element wizards. This spell allowed the wielder to release dark elemental energy, creating a 3-meter radius capable of absorbing a significant amount of magical energy. However, there was a prerequisite. The user needed a sufficient reservoir of magical power. According to the nature of dark elemental energy, a ratio of 1 to 2 applied. For every 100 units of magical power, 200 units of magical damage could be absorbed. Such a remarkable spell was the very reason Snape was confident he could first eliminate the werewolves and then the Death Eaters without hesitation. Undoubtedly, at this moment, the werewolves and Death Eaters before Snape were as insignificant as chaff before a scythe. Chapter 191, Team Competition. Standing at the edge, gazing at the blazing inferno, Snape's complexion flushed with excitement. The recent battle was an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. Yet, that sensation was utterly exhilarating. Hundreds of werewolves and countless Death Eater wizards, such a formidable assembly would have previously left him either surrendering or fighting to the death. But was such an approach necessary now? Absolutely not. How does it feel? Caitlin inquired, witnessing the flames consuming the corpses before extinguishing them with a flick of his hand. It was a liberation he had never felt before. Snape replied, "The might of dark elemental magic becomes increasingly profound and difficult to comprehend the deeper one delves into it." Caitlin chuckled heartily. Dark elemental magic and light elemental magic are among the most enigmatic forms of elemental magic. Snape quickly grasped the implication of Caitlin's words and asked, "Are there even more mysterious forms of light and dark elemental magic?" Pausing momentarily, he displayed a contemplative expression and continued. "Albus once mentioned that teleportation magic is a wondrous art involving space. If space were considered an element," then Caitlin gazed at Snape with a slight smile. "Severus, you are more astute than I had imagined. In fact, your conjecture is indeed correct. Therefore, elemental magic is not confined to merely 7 types." Snape understood and replied, "So, the power of elemental magic extends beyond just one form." As Caitlin walked away, he added, "The strength of elemental magic is not limited to one type. However, not everyone is capable of comprehending those elemental magics. To find 1 in 10,000 is truly rare." Watching Caitlin's departing figure, Snape fell silent for a moment. The subsequent events would be considerably simpler. Caitlin and Snape remained in Scathlin for another 2 days, gathering ample herbs. Time passed steadily, and Hogwarts remained tranquil during this period. The students are diligently engaged in their studies, and among the first-year newcomers, numerous prodigies have emerged, achieving greater success and efficiency in the study of elemental magic compared to traditional magic. The Elemental Magic Duel Club attracts many students each day to observe and participate in competitions, including Harry and his companions. In fact, during the team competitions, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, forming the Lion team, demonstrated formidable prowess, nearly sweeping through all group matches with a remarkable score of 19 points, currently placing them at the pinnacle of the rankings. This signifies that during this period, Harry's trio successfully completed at least 19 matches, each resulting in victory. Indeed, they achieved an impressive 19 consecutive wins, translating to 19 points. At the top of the team leaderboard is the Lion team, followed by the second-ranked Black-Bellied Snake team, the third-ranked Light team, and the fourth-ranked Flat-Headed Brother team. The Silver Fox team trails closely with 18 points, just 1 point behind Harry's group. Yet they are not to be underestimated. The members of the Silver Fox team include Malfoy, Kalyana, and Goyle. Malfoy serves as the primary force, complemented by Kalyana's powerful fire elemental magic and Goyle's defensive earth elemental magic, making their combat strength comparable to that of the Lion team. The Black-Bellied Snake team's slight disadvantage of 1 point compared to the Lion team is attributed to their defeat against the Light team. The Light team, currently ranked third with a total of 17 points, comprises Luna Jennifer, Edward Wilson, and David Little. Although David Little, a wind mage, may not possess the strongest abilities, he demonstrates exceptional combat awareness. Luna Jennifer's blessings amplify the combat effectiveness of Edward Wilson and David Little, greatly enhancing their capabilities. The clash between the Black-Bellied Snake team and the Light team, which occurred 5 days ago, sent the entire Elemental Magic Duel Club into a frenzy, as Malfoy aimed to conquer the Light team while preserving their winning streak to surpass Harry's Lion team. Unfortunately, his overconfidence led to a significant downfall in the face of Luna Jennifer. The synergy between Edward Wilson and David Little, utilizing a combination of wind and fire elemental magic, proved to be a formidable challenge for Malfoy. Despite Kalyana's exceptional talent in fire magic, she was overwhelmed by the raging flames. Even Goyle's earthen barriers faltered against the searing heat, causing their life points to steadily diminish. The Flat-Headed Brother team holds a total of 16 points, with members Cedric Diggory, Sahan Forbes, and Lian Bilton. The Flathead team exhibits an unwavering tenacity, initially facing off against the Lion team and suffering a rather devastating defeat, only to subsequently confront the Black-Bellied Snake team. Ultimately, when they squared off against the Radiant team, the Flathead team endured a series of 3 consecutive losses. Nevertheless, Lian Bilton, a water elementalist from the Flathead team, alongside the synergistic magic wielded by Cedric, truly captivated the audience. Remarkably, Lian Bilton's mastery over water elemental magic rivals even that of Hermione, who possesses the Water Spirit Pearl, and during individual duels, he nearly bested her. Currently, there are 50 magical teams from various year groups participating in the team competition at Hogwarts, with no restrictions on their combinations. During battles, lower-rank participants are allowed to challenge those of higher rank. Failure to do so results in a lottery among the teams that registered that day. It can be said that the Flathead team has suffered from unfortunate luck, continuously drawing the top 3 teams for 3 consecutive days. In breaking news, tonight, the Black-Bellied Snake team and the Radiant team have boldly announced their intention to challenge the Lion team. Those wishing to place bets are urged to act swiftly. George and Fred Weasley are bustling through the corridors, each carrying a box, their voices ringing out loudly. Their chatter fills the post-class corridors, piquing the curiosity of those unaware of the unfolding situation. What exactly is happening? The Black-Bellied Snake team and the Radiant team are joining forces to challenge the Lion team? This is monumental news. Has the Lion team accepted the challenge? Fred, I have 10 lollipops. What is the betting ratio? When does the competition commence? I'm betting on the Lion team. I am a super fan of Harry Potter. I'm backing the Black-Bellied Snake team. Our Slytherins shall not falter. Hey, let us not forget that just days ago, the Black-Bellied Snake team was utterly overwhelmed by the Radiant team. I'm betting on the Radiant team, wagering 10 sickles. I'm betting on the Lion team, offering a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Chapter 192, Lion Team vs. Radiant Team, Part 1. The Elemental Magic Duel Club is abuzz with excitement, as students and faculty alike gather to witness the clash of the top 3 teams in the competition. Among the crowd, the students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin are particularly animated, with Hufflepuff trailing behind. After their relentless determination, they must concede that in order to compete with Harry and his compatriots, they require further enhancement of their skills. This scene is truly vibrant, rivaling the atmosphere of an international Quidditch match. Gilderoy Lockhart surveys the throngs of students and the resounding cheers, even the chants and shouts exchanged between houses, filled with exuberance. Despite having previously experienced embarrassment, the crowd gradually forgives him, allowing Gilderoy Lockhart to rediscover his true self. At the professor's table, despite Mrs. Huichi and others still harboring some dissatisfaction with Gideon Lockhart's character, they maintained a facade of respect, engaging in light-hearted banter. The last time such a lively scene unfolded was during the inaugural session of the Elemental Magic Duel Club last year. Hagrid relished the vibrant atmosphere and remarked to Professor Flitwick with a smile, "Oh, how exhilarating it is. The battles between Malfoy and Neville, as well as Harry and Malfoy. are simply thrilling. Flitwick nodded in agreement. Indeed, there have been many exhilarating duels. Tesla nodded in concurrence, adding, "It seems we have returned at the perfect moment." As Caitlin approached the professor's platform, she smiled and said, "It's good to be back." Professor McGonagall, upon seeing Caitlin and the arrival of Snape, beamed and remarked, "Caitlin, Severus, I was beginning to think something had happened to you." Hagrid, spotting Caitlin, joyfully exclaimed, "Caitlin, you're just in time. Harry and Malfoy, along with Luna, have an exceptionally exciting team match tonight. How do you know it will be thrilling before it even begins?" Caitlin teased, surveying her surroundings with curiosity. "By the way, where's Albus?" she inquired. "Fudge sought him out. He went to the Ministry of Magic and has yet to return," McGonagall replied. Without further thought, Caitlin took a seat. Her eyes scanning the audience filled with students as she expressed her anticipation. "Having studied elemental magic for over a year now, I wonder how much progress they have made." Severus Snape, seated calmly, cast a steady gaze over the audience, lingering for a moment on the Slytherin section. "Are you drawing lots to determine who competes? Or will you decide amongst yourselves?" The fairy gem asked, looking at Harry, Malfoy, and Luna. "Our black-bellied snake team will duel the lion team first," Malfoy declared, his gaze fixed on Harry, brimming with competitive spirit. "That won't do. Our radiant team shall face the lion team first," Luna interjected, glancing at Malfoy before turning to Harry. Both teams were eager to confront the lion team directly, seeking to triumph without waiting for the other to weaken their opponents. "If you wish to avoid reaping the benefits of another's labor, then we can duel tomorrow. Today, our black-bellied snake team must take the stage," Malfoy stated, his voice low but resolute. "Not a chance," Luna Jennifer retorted without hesitation. "Then let us draw lots, regardless of who goes first." "Our lion team is not afraid of you," Harry declared, confidence radiating from his smile as he looked at Malfoy and Luna. "Indeed, we welcome the challenge," Ron added, puffing out his chest. "We await you in the dueling arena," Hermione said, a slight smile gracing her lips. As Harry and his companions departed with laughter, Malfoy and Luna exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, both sprang into action. "Rock, paper, scissors." Luna Lovegood beamed at Malfoy, who had chosen scissors, raising her powder-pink fist with a chuckle, declaring, "We are the first to compete. You can just watch." "Come on, Edward, David, today we must trample the lion team," Luna Lovegood urged, as she led Edward Wilson and David Little towards the Ravenclaw corridor. Malfoy, glancing at his choice of scissors, could not suppress a smirk before clenching his fist. "Let them go first. Harry and his friends have potions that can restore their strength. If necessary, we can allow them a 10-minute break," Carliana remarked, observing the retreating figures of Luna and her companions. Malfoy nodded and made his way towards the Slytherin player lounge. "Gryffindor. Gryffindor. In the face of desire, we never hide or falter. We are brave, decisive, and just. We pursue truth and combat evil. We are Gryffindor." As Harry, Hermione, and Ron emerged from the corridor, the cheers from the Gryffindor stands surged, accompanied by song, echoing throughout the arena. Although accustomed to such fervor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione still felt a rush of adrenaline, for as the top-ranked team, they embodied the pride of Gryffindor. "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Luna, our angel. Luna, bless us. Ravenclaw, we hail from the riverside, endowed with exceptional wisdom. We think calmly, delve deeply, pursue truth, and never give up. We are Ravenclaw." With the entrance of Luna Lovegood, Edward Wilson, and David Little, the Ravenclaw supporters erupted in excitement. The students of Ravenclaw, possessing great intelligence and diligence, excel in thoughtful contemplation. Their combat style, demonstrated over the past year of dueling, is marked by wisdom. Indeed, Dumbledore once remarked that acting with foresight, Ravenclaw students make significant contributions in various fields after graduation. A statement that is far from exaggerated. Ravenclaw is renowned for producing the most notable figures and inventions among the four houses. They are a collection of high IQ eccentrics. Thus, Ravenclaw students are often regarded as the epitome of craftsmanship and genius. In fact, in the team ranking competition, Ravenclaw boasts the largest number of teams, with 15 of the top 30 teams, eclipsing the cumulative count of the other three houses. Nevertheless, when it comes to elite combat prowess, they ultimately fall short, for they must contend with Malfoy and Harry. Chapter 193, Lion Team vs. Radiant Team, Part 2. Luna Jennifer waved to the audience, her face radiant with a smile, unfazed by the spotlight. This was not her first encounter with such a scene. Alongside Luna were Harry and others, as the competition with Harry Potter commenced. Luna Jennifer looked at Harry Potter, a confident smile gracing her lips. After a brief pause, she turned to Hermione Granger and remarked, "Hermione, our contest is far from over. In this competition, healing magic could restore a certain amount of life points. For instance, if the Fate Bracelet indicated only 20 points remaining, a light-based healing spell or a water therapy spell could augment that individual's score by 5 points. According to the rules, healing spells could only be cast on the same person 3 times within a single match. Thus, How Hermione and Luna seized opportunities to aid their teammates or themselves in securing victory became yet another contest. The reason the black-bellied snake team lost to the Radiant team was largely due to Luna's pivotal healing and blessing magic. Upon hearing Luna's words, Hermione Granger confidently raised her delicate chin and nodded, stating, "This time it will come to an end." "Perhaps not," Luna Jennifer replied, chuckling. Ron, standing to Harry's left, glanced at Edward Wilson and David Little, saying with a smile, "I wonder if your magic can breach my defenses." "Let us see about that," Edward replied with a chuckle. David Little remained impassive, saying nothing, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The match was officiated by the fairy Gem, whose petite form floated a meter above the ground. Gazing at the teams of Harry and Luna, "Begin," he declared. Harry and Luna's 6 participants exchanged glances, then raised their wands before them, bowing slightly and stepping back 15 paces. During their retreat, Harry looked at Ron, who nodded in understanding. As they completed their 15th step and dispersed into their positions, Ron swiftly initiated Earth Wall spell. Instantly, a 10-meter-long and 1.5-meter-high earthen wall surged up in the center of the battlefield. Flying spell. Harry's voice rang out, and Ron, Hermione, and Harry each sprouted a pair of invisible wings, lifting them into the air. Spirit of water, unveil your beauty with your gentle hands. Pierce the furious flames with arrows of rain. Hermione chanted, rising into the air with her wand in hand. In an instant, hundreds of rain arrows erupted with formidable strength, launching an assault against Luna Jennifer and her companions, who were separated by a wall. However, Luna Jennifer was not without means to counter Harry's trio. Seizing the opportunity, Luna Jennifer unleashed a blessing spell. Spirit of light, heed my call, grant us strength, light's blessing. For instance, David Little employed the gale spell, bestowing upon the trio enhanced agility. Consequently, as Hermione's rain arrows descended, Luna and Jennifer swiftly distanced themselves, evading the falling projectiles. Edward Wilson shifted to one side, observing Harry and his companions ascend, and aimed his wand at the nearest Ron, exclaiming, "Fireball barrage." 5 fireballs erupted in rapid succession, hurtling forth with remarkable speed. Ron, a prodigy in flight, perhaps driven by an innate desire to soar, deftly maneuvered to avoid the incoming fireballs. Elemental spirits, heed my call. Eradicate the foes that tread upon the earth. Earthgun spell. With wand in hand, Ron nimbly evaded the oncoming wind blades, retaliating swiftly towards Edward Wilson. "You scoundrels! How dare you conspire against me?" After casting his spell, Ron promptly created distance and could not suppress his exclamation. Edward Wilson chuckled heartily as he pursued Ron, declaring, "Ron, I shall make you scream in flames." "Nonsense. We shall see who prevails," Ron retorted, irked by the taunt. Light binding. Luna and Jennifer moved in tandem, with David Little steadfastly acting as a guardian, ensuring he remained within 2 meters of Luna to shield her from potential attacks by Harry and his allies. Luna and Jennifer served as the primary support for the Light Brigade, their endurance and resilience being crucial. She must not be the first to be eliminated. Water veil. As torrential rain fell, a curtain of water formed, deflecting the incoming light-based magic. Hermione swiftly approached Ron, stating, "It appears that David Little has yet to master the gale spell. We can execute strategy C." Ron and Hermione ascended into the sky, shamelessly evading Edward Wilson's attacks. Ron called down to Harry, "Harry, strategy C." At that moment, Harry was engaged in a contest of wind magic with David Little, as wind blades whirled across the battlefield, tearing into the ground and stone pillars. Meanwhile, Luna and Jennifer intermittently unleashed orbs of light or erected shields, assisting Harry and David Little in countering the magical assaults. Upon hearing Ron's voice, Luna promptly urged, "David, keep Harry occupied. We must not allow them to unite." David Little nodded, declaring, "Spirits of the wind, heed my call. Let the swift winds transform into the fangs of a beast to rend our foes." Wind/spell. Instantly, 3 small tornadoes formed from wind blades, lifting off the ground within a 5-meter radius of Harry, rapidly converging upon him. Caitlin observed the wind/spell unleashed by David Little, her eyes shimmering with surprise. It was an intermediate-level spell, notably challenging to master among its peers. David Little, after merely a year and a half of study, had astonishingly mastered intermediate magic, which piqued everyone's interest even further. It is noteworthy that Harry Potter, too, achieved a degree of stability in casting intermediate spells only after enduring various experiences and relying on his innate talent. As Harry beheld the oncoming vortex of wind blades, his expression shifted dramatically. If he were to be struck by these 3 whirlwinds, he would undoubtedly face immediate elimination. The wind murder curse, once it hit its target, would constrict mercilessly, remaining intact due to the caster's control over their magical and mental energies. Harry dared not linger. He dashed away, desperate to break free and avoid encirclement. Water barrier. Hermione, observing Harry in peril, swiftly conjured a water barrier, momentarily halting one of the whirlwinds. "This way, Harry." Light arrow spell. Luna Jennifer, witnessing this, activated the necklace around her neck, which emanated sacred light, enabling her to cast an intermediate spell with remarkable speed. Element of Earth, heed my call. Obliterate the foes that tread upon this ground. Earth Spear spell. Ron's voice rang out as 10 3-meter-long earth spears shot downward with great force. Chapter 194, Lion Squad vs. Radiant Squad, Part 2. Although the water barrier possessed considerable power, it only managed to withstand the wind murder curse for a fleeting second before being shattered. Nonetheless, it afforded Harry enough time to escape the curse's deadly grip. However, Luna Jennifer's light arrow spell was equally formidable, aimed directly at Harry's retreating path. Without a defensive maneuver, the light arrows would inevitably strike him. Fortunately, Ron's Earth Spear spell proved to be remarkable as well. The resilience of the Earth Spears exceeded expectations, with each spear intercepting 2 to 3 light arrows. The collision of Earth Spears and light arrows, combined with Harry's evasive actions, successfully created distance without inflicting any harm. All-powerful Spirit of the Wind, with the atmosphere as my bow and brilliance as my arrows, bear witness to my will and unleash a tempest of blades. Harry soared several dozen meters away, chanting as he flew, finally pointing his wand behind him. Countless wind blades surged forth from the wind spirit encircling him, colliding with the wind blades controlled by David Little. The dense and massive wind blades repelled the storm while still launching a formidable assault toward Luna Jennifer and David Little on the ground. Light shield. Luna Jennifer stepped forward, standing beside David Little, and with a flick of her wand, conjured a semicircular light shield to protect them both. Meanwhile, Edward Wilson, noticing that Luna and David were being overwhelmed by Harry, acted swiftly. Water prison spell. Hermione, having recognized Edward Wilson's intent, was quicker in her response. Upon seeing the approaching spell, Edward's eyes twitched. He abandoned his attack on Harry and hastily retreated. Magic failed to strike Edward Wilson, much to Hermione's dismay. However, Harry had successfully extricated himself from the entanglement with Luna and David Little, which provided Hermione with a sense of relief. As she observed Harry approaching, she promptly said, "Harry, you must hold them back while Ron and I cast that spell." Harry nodded in response, affirming, "All right." Taking a deep breath, he wielded his wand and traced circles in the air, exclaiming, "Wind Veil." A surge of magic erupted, conjuring a tempest that swept across the battlefield, obscuring the vision of the members of the Light Team. In the Slytherin common room, Malfoy fixated on the image projected by the crystal ball. Observing Hermione and Ron suspended in midair, his arrogant gaze glinting with intrigue. "They are about to unleash a combination spell," Malfoy stated solemnly. "The combination of water and earth magic should result in the Quagmire curse." Kalyana, her eyes fixed on Hermione and Ron, remarked, "Remember their tactic. If they cast this spell, we must swiftly seek an opportunity to thwart them." Malfoy nodded gravely in agreement. In the audience, the concept of combination spells was no longer a secret. Since the commencement of the team challenges, Harry and Luna had executed several. For instance, Edward Wilson and David Little had previously cast a dual-element spell of wind and fire. Seeing Harry and his companions in action, Flitwick chuckled, "This strategy is quite commendable, utilizing the wind veil to obstruct the Light Team's vision, thus granting Hermione and Ron precious time to construct their magical array." Professor McGonagall observed the 3 members of the Light Team sprinting away from the wind veil. Smiling as she noted, "They are taking this seriously, recognizing the need to quickly distance themselves and seek clearer sightlines." The magical array, forged through the collaboration of Hermione and Ron, was successfully completed in a mere 5 seconds. "Harry, it's ready," Hermione called out as the array was finalized. Hearing her, Harry commanded the wind veil, intoning, "Solidify." At that moment, the wind veil appeared to halt its motion, creating a brief pause in the air. In the next instant, the wind veil transformed into blades of wind, hovering in suspension. "Spirits of water, heed the call of the earth, alter the terrain, and nourish the land. Quagmire curse." Hermione chanted earnestly, wand in hand. Alongside her, Ron, equally serious, joined in the incantation, and together they unleashed their magic. The luminous waves of their spells converged, descending vertically towards the ground. As the curtain of wind was cast, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Hermione, Ron, and Luna Jane's expressions transformed in an instant, prompting Luna to exclaim, "Quickly, to the stone pillar. Elevate yourselves above the ground. They are unleashing the Quagmire curse." Upon hearing this, Edward and David Little dared not hesitate. They sprinted and leapt onto the stone pillar. "By Merlin's beard, they are being unscrupulous," Edward observed as the magic descended upon the battlefield. What was once solid earth swiftly morphed into a quagmire. Even the stone pillar beneath their feet seemed to lose its support, beginning to tremble as if it were sinking. Edward, David, unleashed the combined spell, Fire Tornado, swiftly. Luna Jane, recognizing the dire situation, understood that their time was limited. Should the stone pillar succumb to the mire, they would be ensnared as well, for they lacked the ability to fly and engage in aerial combat alongside Harry. David sprang into action, joining Edward atop the stone pillar, holding his breath as he began to construct the magical formation. Bladestorm. Harry commanded the wind blades, observing David and Edward's efforts without delay, launching his attack. As Luna Jane witnessed the descending blades, she swiftly cast Light Shield. A colossal shield of light rose above the trio, deflecting the incessantly falling wind blades, which clanged against it with a resounding chime. Around them, the blades struck the quagmire, creating a spectacle akin to hail cascading from the heavens. Water Prison. Just as Luna Jane upheld the light shield, Hermione soared into the air behind her, directing her spell at Luna Jane. Unable to evade, Luna Jane was instantaneously ensnared within the water prison. For her, it was a grim choice. Either be trapped by the water prison or see David and Edward assaulted by the wind blades, leaving them utterly bereft of opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, the end result remained unchanged, with the light shield diminished and Edward Wilson, along with David Little, both still in the midst of assembling their magical formation, being joined by the ensnared Luna Jane. They were subsequently bombarded by countless wind blades. The relentless onslaught of blades left the once vibrant Luminary Lion squad devoid of any defensive prospects, their scores diminishing rapidly until they reached 0, culminating in their transport to a designated location. Bang! Edward Wilson collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Despite the pain being somewhat dulled, the multitude of wind blades striking him elicited a cry of agony, leaving him powerless on the ground. David Little fared slightly better, trembling yet managing to remain standing. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luna Jane was spared from being transported due to the protective Light Guardian necklace, her fate ring indicating she still had 5 minutes remaining. Bathed in the radiant light, Luna Jennifer gazed upon the eliminated Edward Wilson and David Little, as well as the numbers displayed on her fateful bracelet. Enduring the pain, a smile graced her face as she addressed Harry, declaring, "I concede." Chapter 195, Do You Have Confidence? Though Luna Jennifer's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly. At that moment, the fairy gem appeared beside her, addressing the crowd. Luna Jennifer has conceded. David Little and Edward Wilson's scores are reset to 0. The Light team has been defeated, and the Lion team emerges victorious. Gem's voice echoed throughout the arena, and the students of Ravenclaw experienced profound regret, feeling a sense of loss. In contrast, the Gryffindors were exuberant. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. The cheers erupted, filled with excitement and fervor. Harry and his companions joined in the jubilant celebration. David, you astonished me. How did you manage that? It was the wind/spell. Harry approached David Little, embracing him and smiling. David Little maintained an air of aloofness, his expression rather subdued as he replied, "It was a fortunate coincidence." Harry, undeterred by David's demeanor, continued to smile. "That is still quite remarkable. If not for Hermione's assistance, I might have found myself ensnared by your magic and eliminated. Keep it up. I hope we have the opportunity to compete again in the individual challenge." "Harry, once I become an advanced wizard, I will defeat you," Luna Jennifer interjected, walking over to him. Currently, Luna's magical abilities leaned more towards support, having only mastered the light sphere and light arrow spells in offensive magic. This lack of aggressive tactics left her with limited advantages in the individual challenge. However, her defensive prowess was indeed formidable. Consequently, she ranked high in personal points due to her strength. "I look forward to it, Luna," Harry responded with a smile. "Luna, your opponent is me," Hermione chimed in. "In a battle with you, I'd prefer to be in the hospital, determining our standings," Luna Jennifer replied with a playful grin. Despite the loss, Luna and her companions bore little disappointment. As they departed, they waved goodbye to Harry and his friends, exuding a remarkably positive demeanor. Nonetheless, it was their first defeat in the team competition, leaving them with a tinge of regret. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Ron quickly retrieved a bottle of magical potion and drank from it, saying, "The next match is against the Black Belly Snake team, right?" Harry nodded, looking at Ron and Hermione, and smiled. "Do you have confidence?" "Absolutely necessary. I refuse to be outdone by that fellow, lest Malfoy prance before us." Flaunting his victory every day, Hermione declared, taking a deep breath and squinting her eyes. "Ha ha, I feel the same." Ron chuckled in agreement. "In that case, let us rest well for a while," Harry remarked as he led Hermione and Ron back through the corridor towards the common room. In the stands, Fred and George found themselves surrounded by eager spectators. Having initiated a betting scheme, they reaped a bountiful harvest. Those who had wagered on the Radiant team wore expressions of regret or dissatisfaction, while those who had backed the Lion team erupted in jubilant cheers, eagerly exchanging their winnings with Fred and George. At the professor's table, Dumbledore observed the conclusion of the first match, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "It is truly astonishing to think they are merely second-year students. Their wisdom and tactics command immense respect. Indeed, they have matured significantly. Their combat experience is certainly praiseworthy." Professor McGonagall added with a smile, As representatives of Gryffindor House, Harry and his friends celebrated the Lion team's victory, adding another 20 points to their score, which surpassed the Slytherin team by 2 points. This advancement further solidified their standing in the competition. Caterwall observed with a grin, they have indeed grown quite a bit, and their teamwork is commendable, though there remains ample room for further development. Gilderoy Lockhart, though not a novice to such contests, felt a rush of excitement that he had never experienced before. Professor Caterwall, the wonders of elemental magic are truly remarkable. May I include this as material in my biography? He inquired eagerly. Caterwall chuckled, replying, Professor Lockhart's biography is renowned far and wide, and your writing is undeniably captivating. If you could utilize this material to propagate the knowledge of elemental magic, it would be an excellent suggestion. Lockhart's face lit up with a smile as he responded. Trust me, Professor Caterwall, I will ensure an abundance of stories, making elemental magic even more illustrious. At that moment, Lockhart was overwhelmed with excitement. Envisioning a new biography that he yearned to pen, titles like Gilderoy Lockhart and the Elemental Magic, Lockhart's Elemental Duels, and many more topics flooded his mind. Drawing a deep breath to quell his exhilaration, he listened to the cheers from the audience, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming battles. Hagrid glanced at the animated Lockhart, stroked his beard, and then looked over at Caterwall. In the face of desire, we do not shy away. We are brave, resolute, and just. We pursue truth and stand against evil. We are Gryffindor. We emerge from the mire, imbued with untamed spirit, thirsting for power. We stand strong and composed, exuding elegance and restraint, devoid of regret. We are Slytherin. The resounding melodies of Gryffindor once again fill the air above the arena. While the serpents of Slytherin refuse to yield, their harmonious voices clashing against the roars of the Gryffindor lions. I find myself eagerly anticipating participation in such a battle. Professor Kate, may I engage in a friendly duel? Professor Flitwick, observing the lively exchanges between the two houses, noticed the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joining in the cheers, and turned to Professor Carlyle with a smile. Professor Flitwick, it seems you still possess the vigor of youth, with a heart that beats fervently for the thrill of combat, remarked Professor McGonagall, hearing Flitwick's words. Dumbledore chuckled, adding, Professor Flitwick, you must tread carefully. Even I tremble at the prowess of Professor Carlyle. In response, Flitwick quickly asserted, this shall be a most amicable duel. Professors McGonagall, Dumbledore, Hagrid, and Madame Hooch erupted into laughter at Flitwick's demeanor. Chapter 196, Lion Squad vs. Black-Bellied Snake Squad, Part 1. The notion of Flitwick wishing to duel Carlyle concluded amidst the laughter. Carlyle did not take it to heart entirely. However, should Professor Flitwick genuinely wish to test his mettle, Carlyle would be more than willing to oblige. Harry and his companions required rest, having endured a taxing battle that drained their mental fortitude. The 15-minute intermission was far from idle. The Platypus Squad faced off against the 6th-ranked Blue Butterfly Squad from Ravenclaw. More precisely, it was the Blue Butterfly Squad that initiated the challenge against the Platypus Squad, composed of 4th-year students. The Blue Butterfly Squad could be considered the elite among upperclassmen teams. This encounter was fiercely contested, with the Blue Butterfly Squad displaying formidable aggression, intent on decisively overpowering the Platypus Squad. Moreover, both the Platypus and Blue Butterfly Squads shared elemental affinities, wielding earth, fire, and water magic. However, in comparison to the Platypus Squad, the students of the Blue Butterfly Squad exhibited a significantly greater command of traditional magic, affording them a wider array of offensive options and combinations. Despite this, the synergy between Cedric Diggory and Seaham Forbes, as well as between Cedric Diggory and Leon Bilton, was nothing short of astonishing, particularly the collaboration between Seaham Forbes and Leon Bilton. With the possession of a fire crystal, Seaham Forbes held a distinct advantage in the application and intensity of fire magic, and the dynamics of the small-scale battle further amplified his fierce combat style. Leon Bilton, a boy with an extraordinary sensitivity to the magic of water elements, is not only bold but also audacious. Even when confronted with the imminent threat of fire element magic, he remains steadfast, chanting his incantations and launching a powerful counterattack in the face of danger. Such psychological fortitude astonishes many students and leaves Professors McGonagall and Sprout in admiration, the latter nodding in satisfaction. After all, the Pygmy Puff team comprises students from Hufflepuff. Ultimately, this battle concludes with a victory for the Pygmy Puff team, a welcome respite after 3 consecutive defeats. Even the most tenacious among them cannot endure a 4th loss in a row. As Harry observes the outcome between the Pygmy Puff team and the Blue Butterfly team, he rises and smiles at Hermione and Ron, saying, "All right, our battle has arrived. Hey, this time we must pin Malfoy down so thoroughly that his parents wouldn't recognize him." Ron responds with laughter, exclaiming, "We won't let them get away with it." Hermione joins in the merriment. Stepping out of the common room and into the corridor, the Gryffindor Lions unleash a roar reminiscent of the King of the Forest, their vibrant song echoing rhythmically throughout the arena. With smiles gracing their faces, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stride confidently to the center of the arena, waving to the crowd. Dumbledore, observing the trio's self-assured demeanor through the projection, remarks, "The stance of a victor is always imbued with confidence. This is indeed a good omen, provided they do not become overly proud from their success." Hearing this, Cutler observes Harry's serious yet confident expression and smiles slightly. He has invested considerable effort into Harry Potter, providing him with more resources than others, both in training and in support. Thus, Cutler is filled with interest regarding the impending battle. The focal point of this match undoubtedly rests upon Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. Malfoy relishes the exhilaration of being cheered on in the arena, thriving on the vibrant rhythm of the crowd. His rallying cry reverberates throughout the Colosseum, eliciting a resounding response from his Slytherin peers. "We hail from the bog, driven by ambition, thirsting for power. We are strong and composed, elegantly supportive, never regretting our choices. We are Slytherin." This deep chant resonates repeatedly across the arena, imbued with a sense of ritual and solemnity that captivates those who listen. Snape straightens in his seat, a faint smirk gracing his lips. As the head of Slytherin House, witnessing his students display such dominance, unity, and strength fills him with a sense of pride. "This fellow is awfully vain," Ron remarks, observing Malfoy and the Slytherins with a hint of disdain. "We Gryffindors are no less formidable," Harry replies with a subtle smile. "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure that I teach that fellow a lesson he won't soon forget." Hermione waved her petite pink fist, baring her teeth defiantly. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy and his companions made their way to the center of the arena, casting amused glances at Harry Potter. "Harry, trust me. You're the one who will lose this time," he taunted. "Not if I can help it. I won't make the same mistake twice," Harry retorted with a grin. "Team Black Serpent, Team Lion, prepare yourselves." Jem's voice resonated through the battleground. Upon hearing this, Harry and Malfoy exchanged knowing glances and aligned themselves. "Bow," Jem commanded, and the six of them performed a mutual bow before stepping back 15 paces. As they retreated, all eyes were riveted on the unfolding spectacle, brimming with anticipation for the clash between the two teams. Tempest Spell, Lightning Strike. Almost simultaneously, Harry and Malfoy unleashed their spells as they took their respective steps back. With the sounds of their incantations echoing in the air, Harry smiled knowingly while Malfoy appeared somewhat taken aback. Malfoy had acted first, aiming for an element of surprise, while Harry had anticipated that Malfoy would not adhere to the rules without a hitch, which prompted his own counteraction. The howling winds forced Caliana and Goyle to shield themselves. Yet Malfoy remained unperturbed, narrowing his eyes as the tempest swirled around him. A web of lightning surged forth, heading straight for Harry and his companions against the wind. Lightning, being intangible, surged forth unimpeded amidst the storm. Earth Wall. In this critical moment, Ron reacted swiftly, conjuring a formidable earthen barrier that intercepted the torrent of lightning. Levitation Spell. Simultaneously, Harry hastened to take flight, ascending into the sky. Fire Dance. Just as Harry and his friends ascended above the earthen wall, they felt a wave of scorching heat approaching from behind. Water Barrier. Hermione, quick on her feet, summoned a curtain of water to shield them. But it could only hold for a brief moment before a barrage of fireballs surged forth. The trio had no choice but to scatter as molten fireballs crashed around them, exploding like a dazzling display of fireworks. The battle commenced with such perilous exchanges, and the Lion team found themselves momentarily overwhelmed, eliciting roars of triumph from the serpents of Slytherin House. Chapter 197, Lion Team vs. Black Serpent Team, Part 2. Despite their attempts to evade the onslaught of the fire dance, Harry and his companions remained in a precarious position. Caliana and Malfoy unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks characterized by sheer quantity and speed, forcing Harry and his allies into a defensive stance. However, this state of affairs would not persist for long. As Ron and Hermione retreated in unison, they skillfully erected a sufficient number of earthen walls, stone pillars, and curtains of water on the battlefield, preparing for their ascent into the air. Malfoy, observing Harry and his companions soaring above, said darkly, "Harry Potter, if you have the courage, come down and face us." Harry, hearing Malfoy's words, chuckled. "Malfoy, are you foolish? We possess the advantage of height. Why would we relinquish it? Now, brace yourself for my magic." As he soared away, deftly evading the incoming fireballs, Harry began to chant while pointing at Caliana. Blade Storm. Earthwall Spell. Goyle, wielding his wand, spoke in a deep voice. Within the ranks of the black-bellied serpent squad, Goyle bore the full brunt of the defensive duties, occasionally casting the quicksand spell as support. The earth wall rose, and the descending blades of wind continuously struck against it, creating deep indentations. Goyle's expression shifted. He had somewhat underestimated the destructive power of Harry's wind blades. Earthwall Spell. Earthwall Spell. Goyle cast 2 spells in quick succession, reinforcing the rising wall to ensure its thickness and resilience. Meanwhile, behind the wall, Caliana did not simply cower, wand in hand. She murmured incantations. Ron focused on Goyle, and after his chant, directed his wand at him, exclaiming, "Earth Spear spell." Goyle's face paled as he quickly conjured an earth wall before him. Thud, thud, thud. The earth spears plummeted from above, with one penetrating the wall, startling Goyle, whose forehead began to bead with sweat. Should this spear breach the wall and he failed to evade, he would incur at least 20 points in penalties, and with a stroke of misfortune, he could find himself eliminated entirely. The earth spear was thwarted by the wall, sparing Goyle, prompting Ron to mutter under his breath, "That guy is just lucky." Ron had diligently practiced his earth spear spell, having learned a few tricks from Caterler, such as how to enhance the destructive capacity of the same spell under equal power conditions. Flame cannon. A voice rang out, and Ron caught sight of something hurtling towards him. Turning just in time, he saw a fireball crashing into him. Yet, this was far from over. As he was sent flying by the impact, more fireballs continued to rain down. In the audience, all the teachers and students watched in astonishment as Caliana unleashed fireballs upon Ron with such precision that it seemed as though she intended to turn him into a honeycomb. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Ron's anguished cries filled the air. At that moment, he was utterly disoriented by the barrage of fireballs. Moreover, the numbers on Ron's fate ring steadily diminished. 95, 90, 85, 80, 75. Caitlin observed as Caliana unleashed her magic with a frenzied intensity, striking Ron with unerring precision, prompting a frown to crease her brow. In stark contrast to the Caliana she had come to know, the current iteration resembled a tempestuous spirit. Typically, Caliana would occasionally utter bizarre remarks, yet most often she exuded a quiet, almost docile demeanor. However, once engaged in battle, she transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, embodying a duality of both madness and royalty. Water shield. Hermione gasped in shock as Ron was assaulted. Despite her valiant efforts to assist, 8 fireballs rained down upon Ron, causing his score to plummet to a mere 60. Levitation charm. Hermione swiftly grasped the falling Ron, who was ensnared by the levitation spell, and hastily retreated with him. "It hurts terribly," Ron cried out. Despite being uninjured, the sensation of pain was unbearable. "Be quiet." Hermione, burdened with Ron's weight and unable to retaliate, could only evade the relentless barrage of fireballs. Caliana, releasing her fiery projectiles, resembled a female gunslinger wielding a machine gun, her wand moving in sync with Hermione, continuously unleashing fireballs. The fire cannon spell transformed magical energy into bullets, with the wand serving as a machine gun, releasing a barrage of fire in large-scale confrontations, making it an exceptionally formidable combat spell. Observing Caliana's sustained magical onslaught, students proficient in fire magic gazed on with envy. The fire cannon was an intermediate spell, renowned for its devastating power and difficulty in mastery, with only a handful of individuals in the entire school capable of wielding it. Professor Caitlin. This child possesses remarkable talent and is truly astonishing, Dumbledore remarked, watching Caliana's performance with genuine admiration. Indeed, quite impressive, Caitlin nodded in agreement, smiling. Though this girl exhibits a hint of madness. At that moment, Caliana's fervor escalated. Finding the distance insufficient, she pressed forward, determined to close the gap and deny Hermione and Ron any opportunity to counterattack. While the spell was indeed impressive, the consumption of magical energy was equally critical. Losing her magical stamina would spell danger for her. Severus remarked somberly from the sidelines. True, this can only serve as a temporary suppression. Should her magical reserves become depleted, she will find herself in dire straits. Professor Flitwick nodded in affirmation. Just then, Hagrid noticed Caliana tilting her head back to consume a potion and immediately recognized it, exclaiming, "She's drinking a magical energy potion." Merlin's beard. She can't possibly intend to sustain this level of consumption indefinitely, can she? In truth, Caliana had precisely that intention. The scene before her had been meticulously planned after she and Malfoy had witnessed Hermione and Ron's combined magic in the common room. To her surprise, their scheme was unfolding remarkably smoothly. "Put me down." Ron was acutely aware that he was a burden to Hermione, and he realized that this situation could not persist. As he gazed upon the dense and chaotic arrangement of stone pillars below, he called out urgently. Hermione, without a moment's hesitation, adeptly evaded attacks, enduring the pain from a fireball that struck her, yet she persevered, successfully guiding Ron safely to the ground. "Caliana, this is not over," she declared, finally freeing her hands to wield her magic in retaliation. Meanwhile, Ron, having lost points and left with only 40, maneuvered through the stone columns, locking his sights on Goyle. He unleashed his spell, declaring, "Earth Spike Bloom." Goyle swiftly dodged and began to sprint, charging through the disarray of stone pillars with the intent to eliminate Ron. Unfazed, Ron retorted after casting another Earth Spike Bloom. "Goyle, we are both Earth mages, yet I am far superior to you. You think you can defeat me? Dream on." Goyle, incensed by Ron's taunts, roared in fury, using the stone pillars for cover as he launched a series of counterattacks. In Chapter 198, the Lion team faced off against the black-bellied snake team. Hermione, in a fit of frustration, sought to confront the erratic Calyana. With one combatant in the air and the other on the ground, spells such as fireballs, water orbs, and rain arrows flew incessantly across a corner of the battlefield. Within the dense cluster of stone pillars, Ron and Goyle engaged in a fierce contest. Their battle evoked the sensation of maneuvering through a labyrinth, as they continuously attacked and dismantled the ground, while simultaneously constricting each other's movement. In this contest, Ron displayed remarkable intelligence, consistently overpowering Goyle. By the time Goyle attempted to retreat from the stone pillar arena, it was too late. Under Ron's relentless assault, the data from Goyle's lucky bracelet began to plummet. Concurrently, as Ron battled Goyle and Hermione clashed with Calyana, Harry and Malfoy had already entered a standoff, both transitioning into their magical warrior states. Malfoy, enveloped in crackling lightning, resembled a scion, while Harry, shrouded in wind magic, was accompanied by a whirlwind sprite, his hair billowing around him. As they entered the striking range of the Whomping Willow, any misstep could plunge them into peril. Their combat devolved into an exhilarating close-quarters skirmish, swift, fierce, and electrifying. The arena was divided into 3 battlegrounds, overwhelming the audience with the intensity of the clashes. Yet, if one were to discern which battle was the most riveting, it was undoubtedly the confrontation between Malfoy and Harry, fueled by their reputations and their shared identities as magical warriors. Thunderblade, Thunderkick, Lightning Flash, the sudden onslaught of punches, kicks, and the rapid approach of lightning orbs prompted Harry to respond with utmost seriousness, showing no sign of retreat. Wind Cannon, Whirlwind Kick. As Harry and Malfoy engaged in a relentless battle beneath the thrashing branches of the Whomping Willow, they advanced and retreated in a fierce exchange. The menacing branches, once a source of terror, now appeared to be the victims of their onslaught. However, to underestimate the threat posed by this formidable tree would place both Harry and Malfoy in grave danger. Malfoy, akin to Calyana, exhibited a certain madness in his attacks against Harry, proclaiming, "Without their support, you are destined to lose." Harry, with a confident smile, retorted, "This is a duel between the two of us, Malfoy. Trust me, you are bound to lose." With those words, Harry suddenly accelerated, akin to a gust of wind, evading Malfoy's sweeping hand in an instant. Malfoy's expression shifted dramatically. This is troubling. He had anticipated Harry's rapid increase in speed. Before Malfoy could react, Harry delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, the sudden pain nearly causing Malfoy to expel his dinner. At that moment, Malfoy's score plummeted by 10 points, dropping to 70. In this magical contest, every clash and impact resulted in a gradual deduction of points, with both competitors already having lost 20 points since the onset of their duel. Whirlwind Kick. Harry's voice rang out, and Malfoy's face paled as sparks of electricity danced around him. Desperate to thwart Harry, he unleashed arcs of lightning, the best method to provoke Harry while he remained unable to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. Enduring the searing pain from the electrical discharge, Harry launched Malfoy skyward with a series of powerful kicks, sending him soaring dozens of meters into the air. Blade Storm. Harry, escaping the tree's grasp, pursued Malfoy and struck again. As Malfoy ascended, he raised his hands high, gathering magical energy in his palms. The smaller version of the Blade Storm, conjured without a wand, tilted toward the floating Malfoy. Despite exerting all his might to summon the energy of lightning that enveloped him, shielding against most of the wind blades, Malfoy was still bombarded by a multitude of them. In that moment, he felt each blade slicing through his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Ding! A sharp sound echoed in Malfoy's mind, filling him with an overwhelming sense of frustration. The next instant, he found himself at the edge of the arena, his score reduced to 0. In a shadowy corner, Malfoy clenched his fists, seething with resentment, yet powerless to alter his fate. The clash between Malfoy and Harry was undeniably exhilarating, stirring the hearts of onlookers and igniting their cheers. However, the battles between magical warriors are far more perilous than the duels among sorcerers. Now, witnessing Malfoy being seized by Harry and swiftly dispatched, the Gryffindor lions erupted in ecstatic roars. Even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the celebration for Harry. With Malfoy eliminated, Gryffindor was liberated, releasing the formidable power of Harry Potter. In that moment, it became evident to all that the black-bellied snake team had been vanquished. Indeed, after defeating Malfoy and triumphantly raising his fist in celebration, Harry immediately surged toward Calyana. Compared to Goyle, Calyana was undoubtedly more dangerous and unhinged. The confrontation between Hermione and Calyana had escalated into an intense clash. Calyana, having consumed 2 vials of magical potions, was fiercely engaged, while Hermione had also taken a potion and ceased her aerial maneuvering against Calyana. Calyana, undeterred by her disadvantage, gazed at the approaching Harry with exhilaration. Explosive Dance. Caliana forsook Hermione and launched an attack at Harry Potter. Explosive dance. Harry, undaunted, brandished his wand and unleashed the same spell. Fireballs, resembling molten lava, collided in a spectacular display akin to fireworks, showering the ground with a deluge of magma. Harry, however, showed no signs of retreat, advancing while continuing his assault. Disarm. A voice resounded, and Caliana's wand was abruptly sent flying toward Hermione. Deprived of her wand, Caliana was swiftly overwhelmed by Harry's barrage of lava fireballs, resulting in her immediate disqualification. Caliana reappeared beside Malfoy, but before she could regain her footing, she fainted. At that moment, a specialized rescue team, well-versed in healing magic, sprang into action to attend to Caliana. In an instant, Caliana regained consciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ron, at a cost of 15 points, successfully subdued Goyle, securing 100 points. Consequently, the entire trio of the black-bellied snake team was eliminated. With the defeat of the black-bellied snake team, the victors were declared to be the Gryffindor team. As Jim's voice resonated, the arena erupted once again in jubilant cheers. Chapter 199, The Black-Robed Intruder's Night Raid. Following the black-bellied snake team's defeat, the Gryffindor team's score soared to 21 points, while the black-bellied snake team plummeted from 18 points to 17. The flat-headed brother team, having triumphed over the blue butterfly team, increased their score by 1 to accumulate 17 points. Thus, this resulted in 3 teams vying for second place in the rankings: the black-bellied snake team, the light team, and the flat-headed brother team. The lion team has amassed a significant lead, boasting a 4-point advantage. However, this advantage is not absolute, as the points can fluctuate with the progression of their matches. According to regulations, if any team's score surpasses that of the top 5, the teams ranked within the top 5 cannot challenge those below them, while the lower-ranked teams may challenge upwards, with points awarded based on the outcomes of these encounters. For instance, the lion team, comprising Harry and his companions, can only passively accept challenges from those ranked second or lower, unless another team exceeds their score, in which case the lion team can aspire to challenge upwards. In the Gryffindor common room, the atmosphere was vibrant as Fred and George ignited celebratory fireworks upon the arrival of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The room was filled with jubilant cheers, as the victory of Harry and his friends also signified a triumph for Gryffindor, representing prestige and honor. Amidst the applause and small gifts, Harry and his companions relished recounting tales of their battles, eventually retiring for the night after a long day. Following the team competition, Gryffindor experienced a period of brief tranquility, although this tranquility did not extend to the daily competitive events where students faced the rigors of combat, enduring minor injuries without the threat of death, allowing them to engage in spirited clashes within the arena. Fred and George, ever the entrepreneurial duo, recognized the arena's students as prime customers for their wares. Thus, every few days, they would stockpile an assortment of snacks to sell. After his defeat, Malfoy became increasingly focused on his training, fixated on the idea of besting Harry Potter and keeping him underfoot. As Malfoy intensified his efforts, Harry and his friends were equally dedicated. For example, in the courtyard of the Elemental Magic Academy, as night fell and classes concluded, barriers would open, allowing 1 or 2 students to practice their spells in designated areas. Caitlin would occasionally visit to offer guidance. Life at school was busy yet fulfilling for Caitlin, leaving little time for leisure, as numerous concerns awaited her attention. On Trish Street, amidst the night's shadows, 6 figures approached from a distance, unnoticed by those already lost in slumber. As the 6 individuals arrived, they promptly established a barrier around a villa and released a mist that enveloped the area outside, rendering it impossible for those beyond to glimpse the interior. Once this was accomplished, they removed their hoods. The 6 dispersed, making their way toward the villa. Inside, Catevis emerged from his chamber, extending his hand as a wand slipped from his sleeve, firmly grasped within his fingers. His gaze, calm and measured, swept the surroundings before he ascended into the air, gliding silently like a specter. The front door creaked open, allowing a dim light to spill in, and a figure stepped across the threshold. Catevis stood to the side of the entrance, observing the silhouette that entered, his tranquil eyes glimmering with a hint of menace as he raised his wand and declared, "Petrify them all." Before the intruder could react, they became rigid and immobile. Catevis waved his wand and silently drifted away, the door closing behind him, plunging the hall back into darkness. The enchanted figure, unable to discern Catevis's appearance, merely sensed a shadow flitting past, devoid of sound. The other 5 cloaked figures had already infiltrated the villa through windows, the back door, and the balcony, unaware that one of their companions had already been subdued. In Caitler's room, one cloaked figure confirmed that the door was shut before casting a flickering light to illuminate the space, beginning to search. In the guest rooms of the villa, 2 other cloaked figures were engaged in a similar endeavor. One, having climbed through a window, cautiously assessed his surroundings before releasing a flickering light, realizing he had entered a study, and promptly began rifling through the bookshelf. Meanwhile, Another figure explored the kitchen but lingered only briefly, moving toward the exit. As this individual stepped out of the kitchen and headed toward the laboratory, Kate Viss appeared silently at their side, startling the cloaked figure, who instinctively sought to evade and collided with the wall. Avada Kedavra! The adversary retaliated immediately after the impact, believing it was a matter of survival. Regardless of the foe's allegiance, better to strike than to be mistaken. Bang! The spell missed its target, striking a vase in the corner instead, which emitted a sharp sound, alerting the others who had already entered the villa. Except for the figure in the study, the remaining 4 cloaked individuals exited their respective rooms, converging toward the source of the noise. Kativis's form vanished in an instant, like a phantom in the night, leaving no trace behind. However, at that moment, as a figure cloaked in black emerged from around the corner, he was struck by a spell and collapsed instantly. The sound of his fall drew the attention of others, who soon gathered around. Yet, their curiosity swiftly turned to regret and panic, for they were all silently eliminated by Catesvis. After dispatching these individuals, Catesvis did not let down his guard. Instead, he continued to wander, inspecting every room, laboratory, and study. In the study, as the door swung open, the occupants within swiftly retracted their magic and concealed themselves, preparing to strike at a moment's notice. However, as the door opened, the cloaked figure found no one entering, nor any visible presence. Confusion clouded the mind of the hidden figure, but he knew he must not reveal his identity. He had to await the arrival of his companions. Catesvis stood quietly at the door, cautiously extending the tip of his wand inside. In the next moment, a luminous orb flew forth, radiating a blinding light that illuminated every corner of the study. Taken aback by the intensity of the light, the cloaked figure hastily raised his hands in defense. Yet, by the time he lowered them, Catesvis was already standing before him, wand aimed directly at him. "Petrify," he uttered, and the figure was rendered motionless. Chapter 200, The Dark Organization. Catesvis waved his hand, illuminating the villa's lights, and then quietly positioned himself beside the fireplace. In the center of the hall lay 6 cloaked figures, sprawled on the floor. These were the intruders who had broken into the villa in search of valuables. Now, however, they had all fallen under Catesvis's control. They were aware that a butler managed the villa and that he was a wizard. Yet, they had not anticipated the immense power and skill of this butler, who had effortlessly subdued them. Green flames flickered from the fireplace, accompanied by a soft crackling sound, and from within emerged Caitlor. Catesvis regarded Caitlor as he stepped forward and whispered, "Master." Caitlor nodded, his gaze settling on the 6 intruders. "Have you learned anything?" he inquired. "Not yet," Catesvis replied. After subduing the intruders, he had immediately informed Caitlor, leaving no time for interrogation. Caitlor said nothing further, approaching one of the individuals and waving his hand to dispel the magic binding him. As the figure regained his freedom, he sprang to his feet, eyeing Caitlor warily. He was not unfamiliar with Caitlor. Otherwise, he would not have come seeking treasures here. "Speak, what is it you seek in this place?" Caitlor asked calmly, casting a discerning glance at the intruder. The expression of the cloaked man betrayed his anxiety, for he feared Caitlor. At that moment, he lacked confidence. He sought the documented training methods of elemental magic warriors. His honest response, devoid of any resistance, surprised Caitlor slightly. However, upon reflection, it was evident that these intruders must possess some knowledge of him. The documented training methods of elemental magic warriors? Caitlor mused for a moment before remarking, "You have quite an eye, indeed, contemplating the mass production of elemental magic warriors. Yet, I am curious, who are you people up there?" Caitlor inquired with a hint of intrigue. As he spoke, Caitlor extended his hand, and a surge of magic manifested, causing the sleeves of the fallen black-robed figures on the ground to tear into shreds. The absence of the Death Eater insignia piqued his interest. "Do enlighten me. What organization do you belong to?" Caitlor asked, his curiosity regarding their identities intensifying. The black-robed figures remained silent, offering no response. Caitlor's fingers twitched slightly, and a pure essence of magic struck the black-robed figure, slamming him against the wall, causing waves of pain to ripple through his abdomen. Yet, he found himself pinned against the wall by an overwhelming force, unable to move. Caitlor regarded the black-robed figure with calmness, stating, "Since you have come, you should have some understanding of me. My strength is not something you can defy. If you are unwilling to speak, I shall resort to some special magic to extract your memories. However, you must comprehend that the consequence of such an action will render you a fool for all eternity." With a resounding thud, the black-robed figure fell to the ground as Caitlor withdrew his magic, leading to an upheaval in his stomach, resulting in violent retching. "I cannot say," the black-robed figure uttered in fear, his voice hoarse. The sensation of vomiting was so unbearable that it felt as though his throat were being torn apart. Hearing this, Caitlor narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Stick out your tongue." Trembling, the black-robed figure hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, opening his mouth and extending his tongue. Caitlor gestured with his fingers, casting a spell without uttering a word. as a magical incantation struck the black-robed figure's tongue. In the next instant, a black magical mark flickered from his tongue before disintegrating into nothingness. Coughing ensued, as the black-robed figure experienced tingling and itching sensations upon the lifting of the magical prohibition. "Now can you speak?" Kate Lear inquired with a smile, keenly interested in the organization behind the black-robed figure. It was worth noting that even a vast organization like Voldemort's did not resort to such covert methods of restriction. Of course, they were anything but low-key. On the contrary, they operated ostentatiously, stirring trouble worldwide, recruiting followers, and sowing destruction. "The Shadow Organization," the black-robed figure replied. "Please elaborate." Kate Lear nodded in response. "The Shadow Organization, an enigmatic entity, remains shrouded in mystery. I am not entirely certain of its specifics, only that it was established by a group of 10 individuals during a roundtable meeting. The members beneath them, apart from communicating through coded signals, are unaware of each other's true identities. Upon the completion of our assignments, we swiftly disperse, maintaining minimal contact. During the execution of our missions, we are covertly monitored. Should anyone attempt to establish communication post-task, they risk being warned or eliminated." In light of Catterlair's formidable presence, the cloaked figure divulged nearly all that it knew. However, the identities of those around him remained unclear, with only vague assumptions regarding certain individuals. As the cloaked figure relayed this information, Caterwis busily inscribed every detail onto parchment through the use of magic. After the cloaked figure had been interrogated, 5 others underwent the same scrutiny, with all data meticulously recorded. Thus, it was revealed that the organization you serve hails from the United States, and you are members of its British division. Upon hearing the words of the 6 individuals before him, Catterlair chuckled, inquiring, "What are the intentions of this American organization? What schemes are they orchestrating?" "You possess no insight at all." The 6 remained silent, as they were merely tasked with executing orders in exchange for compensation, entirely oblivious to the overarching plans of the Shadow Organization. Perceiving their reticence, Catterlair reflected for a moment before stating, "Very well, it seems questioning you yields no fruitful results. Let us shift the topic." The 6 individuals looked upon Catterlair with a blend of anticipation and trepidation, for they could sense that this new subject would undoubtedly impact their fates. "Do you wish to survive?" Catterlair inquired with a smile. "Indeed," the first to respond eagerly stated, while the others nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Catterlair with hopeful expectation. "If survival is your desire, then I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Upon your return, begin to gather more intelligence regarding the Shadow Organization and relay this information to my steward. Can you accomplish this?" Catterlair's proposition momentarily took the 6 by surprise. Although the task of gathering intelligence might provoke suspicion and bring considerable trouble, the prospect of life outweighed the threat of death. Thus, they agreed without hesitation. However, Catterlair did not allow them to depart unencumbered. He unleashed dark elemental magic to bind their souls. Should they entertain any treachery, he could effortlessly determine their fates with a mere thought. Chapter 201, The Magical Chronicles of Loart. After releasing the 6 individuals, the barriers surrounding the villa dissipated, and the smoke cleared. Kate Lyle gazed thoughtfully at the intelligence compiled by Kate Weiss, pondering for quite some time. The shadowy organization was orchestrating something grand. Yet, from the information at hand, Kate Lyle could discern little of its true intentions. The only evident aspect was that this clandestine organization had been steadily amassing talent and perhaps engaging in covert assassinations. Thus, the current impression of the shadowy organization was akin to that of an assassin syndicate. However, the magical organizations of Britain and America operated within distinct structural frameworks. Despite the facade of amicable relations and exchanges, the underlying competition had never ceased. For instance, a British wizard venturing into American territory would invariably face special treatment from American wizards. While such distinctions might remain unspoken on the surface, they were palpable in practice. Kate Lyle had spent some time in America, albeit briefly, and had observed that wizards not registered in the United States were subjected to meticulous scrutiny. When American wizards undertook certain activities, it was deemed normal, but for foreign wizards, such actions could prove perilous and troublesome. Weiss, pay close attention to the intelligence. Kate Lyle instructed as he organized the documents and exited the study, making his way to the hall where Kate Weiss awaited. Yes, master. Weiss replied with a slight bow. Kate Lyle stepped into the fireplace and, using flue powder, returned to the small house at Hogwarts. Upon emerging from the fireplace, he poured himself a cup of coffee to invigorate himself before stepping outside. The sky was overcast, yet the early sun had risen, casting a golden glow upon the Hogwarts buildings, dazzling in its brilliance. A new day had dawned. Professor Kate, here is a story I have written about elemental magic during this time. I would appreciate your feedback. Gilderoy Lockhart, brimming with excitement, approached Kate Lyle at the dining table in the professor's lounge, holding a notebook. Mrs. Hooch, seated beside Kate Lyle, leaned in to glimpse Lockhart's narrative. While she was skeptical of Lockhart's boastful claims, One could not deny his skill in writing. The plot twists were engaging, with a deft balance of tension and relaxation. Kate Lyle accepted the notebook and smiled. Professor Lockhart, if you are not in a rush, I can spare some time at noon to review it. Lockhart responded with a hearty laugh. Of course, that would be splendid. I kindly ask that once you have reviewed it, you share any concerns, or, if you have your own remarkable tales, feel free to recount them to me. Lockhart was immensely delighted, as his understanding of elemental magic deepened. Having witnessed the battles among students during this time, he was filled with fantasies about the world of elemental magic he aspired to depict. Thus, he eagerly anticipated penning several volumes in the elemental magic series, despite his somewhat clumsy and often mocked attempts to impart traditional magic in his teaching. Professor Lockhart remained steadfast in his dedication to educating his students and composing new biographies. Of course, he also remembered to respond to the letters from his fans. Hearing Lockhart's laughter, Harry couldn't help but glance over from the student area. Recently, Harry found himself rather exasperated by Lockhart. Whether it was recounting his experiences or inquiring about elemental magic, Lockhart seemed relentless. Even more outrageous was his insistence that Harry assist in drafting responses to fan letters or folding the ones he had already written for easier mailing. Why was this man more brazen than Professor Quirrell? Harry lamented. He is merely envious of you, Ron teased in response to Harry's words. So, in a way, he is also your fan. Unlike Colin, the superfan, Professor Lockhart sought to bask in Harry's fame, elevate his own presence, and boast about his achievements, showcasing his own power and notoriety. Harry pondered this for a moment, then shrugged helplessly, admitting, perhaps, that is indeed the case. Hermione remarked wistfully. Casting a glance at Lockhart's retreating figure, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then broke into smiles. Initially, Hermione had been quite fond of Lockhart, but prolonged exposure revealed that his abilities were rather limited, barely sufficient to teach them the traditional magic of their second year. Teaching them third-year magic, however, was an altogether different challenge. Hermione's lingering disappointment stemmed from a defense against the dark arts lesson where Lockhart either miscast spells or caused other mishaps. And during practical demonstrations with Harry and others, he was swiftly incapacitated after just a round or two. This was true in Gryffindor House, as well as in Slytherin, leading to a situation where a significant portion of the second-year students across the four houses could easily overwhelm Professor Lockhart. Consequently, many of the fantasies and admiration people once held for Lockhart plummeted from lofty heights to harsh realities. Nonetheless, one could not help but admire Lockhart's writing, which was so engaging that even as others mocked him, they found themselves captivated by his biographies. Harry, the Quidditch matches are about to commence. I've heard that the other houses have already begun their training. What about you? Ron suddenly recalled and inquired. Harry nodded in response, saying, would mention to me that we need to rise early tomorrow morning to commence our training. Ron, lost in thought, remarked, this is your second year in the Quidditch tournament, and I still have no idea when I might join the team to represent Gryffindor. You can do it, Ron. I've always believed you would make an excellent keeper. Neville interjected, munching on a sausage. Why a keeper? Ron asked, somewhat disgruntled. You are a ground-type wizard, and you possess a natural talent for defense. However, your agility seems to be lacking, which is why you would be suited for the role of a keeper, Andy chimed in with a grin. Listening to their conversation, Harry turned to Ron and said with a smile, I agree, Ron, I think you would be a great keeper. Ron paused for a moment before responding. That does seem to make some sense. We should keep an eye on the time. We have Snape's potions class this morning, and it would be troublesome if we were late. Hermione, having finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and reminded Harry and the others. Realizing the time, Harry quickly finished his meal, grabbed his textbooks, and dashed out. Chapter 202, an explanation of Quidditch tactics. Snape's potions class remained as rigorous as ever, with his hawkish gaze fixated on the Gryffindor lions, exuding an air of menace that suggested any minor infraction would result in severe consequences. Fortunately, after more than a year of learning potions under Professor Kettleburn's guidance, Harry and his friends had become adept at memorizing numerous potion recipes and could brew them with ease. Thus, despite being under scrutiny, they encountered no significant issues. In fact, their exemplary performance served as an inspiration to their classmates, who, after class, often sought Harry and his friends' assistance with their own queries. However, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were more inclined to devote their energy to their studies in potions and elemental magic training under Kettleburn, leaving the task of tutoring their classmates to Neville. Fortunately, Neville's tendency to forget things had been addressed by Professor Kettleburn. Nevertheless, concerning Neville's parents, Kettleburn refrained from intervening directly. Instead, he provided Neville with a recipe that required him to gather herbs and brew a potion to help restore his parents' health. Neville's parents had once been Aurors but had become targets while fighting against Voldemort's army, particularly after Voldemort's downfall. Death Eaters were desperately seeking the missing Dark Lord and subjected Neville's parents to the Cruciatus Curse in an attempt to extract information about his possible whereabouts. They were driven to madness by the torment and ultimately resided in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Although they no longer recognized Neville, he still made time to visit them in secret. This situation was well understood by Harry and the others, which is why they diligently supported Neville in their potion studies and quietly collaborated on herb-gathering efforts. In the afternoon, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class presented no significant challenges for Harry and his companions, as they approached it with a gradual ease. After dining, Harry made his way to our house team's office, where a tactical briefing awaited us. During dinner, Wood sought out Harry and spoke to him in hushed tones. Upon hearing his words, Harry nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Understood." After conferring with Harry, Wood approached the twins, Fred and George. Last year, despite Gryffindor's valiant efforts to withstand Ravenclaw's relentless onslaught and secure a substantial lead, they ultimately fell to Slytherin by a narrow margin of 30 points. This outcome still weighed heavily on Wood's mind, fueling his eagerness to vanquish Slytherin and achieve a resounding victory. Of course, Wood, now a sixth-year student, faced the urgency of his final Quidditch season. "Best of luck," Ron remarked, glancing at Harry with an envious grin. "Thank you. This time, I will decisively suppress the Slytherin team, just as I did against Malfoy in the arena," Harry declared confidently. "We are rooting for you." Neville, Andy, Hermione, and Ron all nodded enthusiastically, giving him a thumbs up with cheerful smiles. After the meal, Harry arrived at the small office of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, where the other members had already gathered. "Harry, you're finally here," Fred and George exclaimed, bounding towards him and playfully draping their arms around him. Fred, in particular, affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful due to their exuberant welcome. Within the office, alongside Fred and George, stood Captain Wood, Flint, fourth-year student Elias Pinette, as well as chasers Katie Bell and Angelina Johnson. They greeted Harry warmly, expressing their delight at his presence. After sharing a laugh, Wood produced a large tactical diagram of the Quidditch match, adorned with colorful lines, arrows, and markings. "I gathered everyone here today for a tactical briefing to familiarize ourselves with our strategy. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence our training. This is a new training regimen I devised during the summer at home, and I firmly believe it will prove highly effective in securing this year's Quidditch championship for us." As the team gathered closer, Wood pointed his wand at the board, causing the arrows to wriggle across the diagram like caterpillars. He presented 5 tactical plans, meticulously detailing each one, and concluded by allowing Harry and the others to review them, ensuring they would commit the strategies to memory. 2 hours later, the tactical briefing concluded. Wood solemnly addressed the gathering, stating, "The strategy discussion ends here. I urge everyone to rest well tonight. Training commences tomorrow morning." After nodding in acknowledgement, Harry and the others departed the office, making their way back to the Gryffindor common room. Upon entering the dormitory, Ron, having spotted Harry's return, tossed aside his textbooks and cheerfully inquired, "What tactics did Wood share with you? Are you confident in overcoming the arrogant Slytherins?" "Wood has put in considerable effort, and the strategy is sound. I believe we can execute it flawlessly," Harry replied. "That's splendid news, Harry. This year, Gryffindor must seize the championship and deliver a resounding defeat to Slytherin," Andy chimed in, his excitement evident. Soon, the dormitory erupted in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, Hagrid sought out Kettleburn. After exchanging a few words, the two hurriedly made their way into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's massive, somewhat cumbersome frame propelled him forward, while Kettleburn glided effortlessly above him, delving deeper into the woods. Before long, at the entrance of a small vale, Hagrid and Kettleburn encountered the individual they had come to see, Firenze, the centaur of notable standing among his kind. Upon their arrival, Firenze promptly clenched his right fist and placed it over his heart, offering a slight bow. "Professor Kettleburn, I have been awaiting your arrival. Given the urgency of the matter, I must ask you to accompany me." Kettleburn nodded in response, stating, "Lead the way." "Hagrid, you should return. If anything arises, I will reach out to you," Kettleburn advised. Hagrid understood that the situation was complicated. Centaurs were not known for their willingness to engage with humans, let alone seek their assistance. When they did, it signified a dire predicament. "Professor Kettleburn, please proceed. I will make my way back alone. Should I discuss this matter with Albus?" Kettleburn pondered briefly before replying. "Inform him, but assure him there is no cause for concern." Hagrid chuckled. "I have great faith in your abilities. There is nothing you cannot resolve." Chapter 203, The Dispute. As dawn broke, the weather outside remained pleasantly warm, allowing the early rising Harry to bask in the gentle sunlight streaming through the window. After quickly freshening up, Harry donned his Gryffindor Quidditch team uniform and swiftly departed. Accompanying him were Ron and their friends. Though not members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, they unanimously agreed as housemates to offer encouragement and support during Harry's training. Upon arriving at the lounge next to the Quidditch pitch, Harry found Fred, George, and the others had just arrived as well. "Good morning, Harry," George greeted with a smile. "Good morning," Harry responded, returning the smile. "Regarding the tactical briefing from last night, I trust everyone still remembers it?" Wood, clutching his broomstick, surveyed the group and inquired. No problem. How could there be a problem? We are brimming with anticipation. Fred and George exclaimed with excitement. The others echoed their sentiments, and Wood, pleased, remarked, excellent. To secure victory in this year's Quidditch Championship, we must embrace a proactive spirit and dedicate ourselves to rigorous practice. Now, let us take to the field and put last night's strategies into action. As Wood's words resonated, Fred and his companions were filled with enthusiasm and eagerness as they made their way toward the Quidditch pitch. Upon entering the arena, Harry and the others found Ron and Hermione already seated in the stands. Harry, look over here, smile. Colin, standing beside Ron, held his camera, filled with curiosity about the Quidditch venue, snapping photos incessantly. Upon spotting Harry's entrance, he was instantly electrified, aiming his camera at him and exclaiming. The sound of clicks echoed as Harry turned his head. Observing Colin's excitement, Harry felt a tinge of exasperation. This fellow was quite something. Ron, noticing Harry's expression, burst into laughter. Harry, is that your fan? He seems rather thrilled. Fred, seeing the exuberant Colin, stepped forward, draping an arm over Harry's shoulder, and extended his hand in a peace sign towards Colin, grinning. Hey, up there, Quidditch fan, how about a photo? Absolutely, Colin responded, eager to seize the opportunity. The click of the camera sounded again, and George joined in, standing on either side of Harry, all smiles. Hey, what are you all doing? Hurry up. We need to make the most of our training time, Wood called out as he flew in, somewhat exasperated by the sight of Fred and the others posing for pictures. Wood, don't you think this is a splendid opportunity? We've never taken a group photo together, Fred insisted, pulling Wood down from his broomstick, compelling him to join in. Then, Alicia and Angelina were also brought over, completing a full Gryffindor team photo. All right, we need to get back to it. Despite being momentarily sidetracked by the photo, Wood felt a flicker of joy but quickly regained his authoritative demeanor, urging them to focus. Fred and the others chuckled heartily but climbed onto their broomsticks, feet pushing off the ground, ascending into the sky to commence their tactical training. Just as Fred and his companions took to the air, 7 figures clad in the distinctive green uniforms of Slytherin surged forward, blocking their path. Flint, what do you mean by this? Wood glared at the towering Slytherin captain, his voice low with displeasure. We have reserved this area for our practice today. Kindly vacate the premises. Marcus Flint, upon hearing Wood's words, displayed a sinister and cunning expression as he retorted, I regret to inform you, Wood, that this venue now belongs to us. You should leave as you came. Wood, incensed by this proclamation, fixed Flint with a steely gaze and asked, Are you looking for a fight? Flint, rather than showing anger, smugly replied, Oh, is that so? Come on then, we are not afraid of you. Harry, furrowing his brow, listened intently to the exchange between Wood and Flint. Yet his gaze was directed at Malfoy as he inquired, When did you join the team? Is it difficult to join? Malfoy responded with a hint of disdain. Some matters can be easily resolved with money. Wouldn't you agree, my friends? Flint and his companions erupted into laughter at Malfoy's words, and in unison, they brandished their Nimbus 2001 brooms, proudly showcasing the gleaming golden letters upon them. Flint grinned even wider, exclaiming, Behold this. The Nimbus 2001, the latest model. Just released last month. This is a particularly generous gift from Mr. Malfoy to Slytherin. At this juncture, Flint's gaze shifted toward Harry Potter as he declared, It far surpasses your Nimbus 2000 series in speed. By the way, I recall that Fred and George are still utilizing the Shooting Star series brooms, right? Haha. Such outdated brooms for flying are truly a stretch. I would recommend you use them for sweeping instead. Fred and George bristled at this remark. In the past, they might have retreated in the face of such taunts, but now, financial constraints were no longer an issue. Hey Flint, are you blind? Fred darted forward, confronting Flint directly. Take a good look. This is a Nimbus 2000, not a shooting star. Moreover, the Nimbus 2001 is not exclusively yours. We have one too. Flint's response to Fred's words elicited laughter from everyone except Malfoy, who furrowed his brow. He was aware of the wealth associated with gold bricks, which not only enriched his pocket money, but also uplifted the Weasley family's fortunes. A few brooms were hardly a concern for him. Flint, with merciless derision, sneered. Who doesn't he know that your Weasley family is destitute? Everything you own is second-hand, or even third-rate. Harry's expression darkened as he abruptly intervened, summoning a gust of wind that propelled Flint downward from the air. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished, including Ron and others in the audience, who gasped in disbelief. Flint, terrified by the prospect of plummeting from several meters high, braced for impact, fearing severe injury. However, contrary to his expectations, as he neared the ground, the wind caught him, suspending him in midair without allowing him to fall. Flint, what you possess is merely a gift from others. Do not revel in it here. Furthermore, it would be wise for you to clean up your language. Harry approached Flint, his tone icy as he stated, Should there be a next time, you shall witness how I deal with you. Flint, taken aback by Harry's warning, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Were it not for his inherently cunning and volatile nature, he would undoubtedly have engaged in a fierce confrontation with Harry. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, but Harry deftly evaded it. Malfoy, with a dark expression, fixed his gaze on Harry and said in a low voice, "Harry Potter, if you wish to brawl, I would be more than willing to oblige." "I am not afraid of you, Draco Malfoy," Harry replied, equally solemn. Chapter 204. I have secured your Nimbus 2001. Harry sought to uphold the dignity of the Weasley twins, for they were his friends. Additionally, Flint's humiliation was excessive, especially considering the Weasley family's past struggles and the gossip they had endured. In stark contrast to Harry's defense, Malfoy was intent on preserving the honor of Slytherin. His inclusion on the team, backed by Flint and others, stemmed from his father's sponsorship of 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms, alongside securing a spot on the team through Snape. Of course, Malfoy was also driven by urgency and hope. He was no stranger to Quidditch, having trained privately. Thus, Harry's sudden aggression towards Flint was, to Malfoy, a personal affront. Although Flint was the captain, Malfoy had already relegated him to the status of a subordinate. As the saying goes, one ought to consider the owner when striking a dog. To hit Flint was to strike him, inciting his ire. Wood, observing the escalating confrontation between the two, felt a headache coming on. Although he held a disdain for Flint, he had not anticipated the situation escalating to this degree. Nonetheless, it was imperative to prevent any private duels from occurring. Wood swiftly descended, positioning himself between the two, and declared, "The school forbids private duels and the indiscriminate use of magic. I urge you both to refrain from making a mistake. If a fight is necessary, we stand with you." Harry, Fred and George landed beside Harry, glaring at Malfoy as they stated, "What are you up to?" Wood, displeased, addressed Fred and George. "Do you wish to escalate this and risk expulsion from the team?" Fred and George remained silent, their fierce gaze fixed on Malfoy. Malfoy, undeterred by the presence of Fred and George, arrogantly dismissed them, believing that only Harry was worthy of his attention. At that moment, other members of Slytherin gathered, fixated on Fred and the others, prepared for conflict. The Gryffindor girls, not content to merely spectate, converged as well, with Angelina asserting, "Though dueling is prohibited, we shall not be intimidated by you." Wood, upon hearing Angelina's words, found himself at a loss for a response. At this moment, as the captain, he could not afford to diminish Gryffindor's morale, so he merely continued to gaze at Flint and the others. In the stands, Ron and his companions had already risen, anxiously observing the tense standoff that threatened to escalate into a confrontation. Colin was busy taking photographs, acutely aware that this was a momentous story, exclaiming, "If they do end up fighting, I believe Harry Potter will display remarkable bravery. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for capturing more valuable images." Hermione, overhearing Colin's remark, was instantly incensed and delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, "Colin, if they start fighting, you absolutely must not take pictures. Otherwise, they will all face consequences." Colin, chastened by Hermione's warning, felt his initial impulse extinguish in an instant. As a devoted fan of Harry, how could he allow his idol to suffer repercussions? "What are they discussing?" Caitlin's voice rang out, causing Hermione and the others to shiver slightly. Caitlin approached Ron and the others, observing the standoff involving Harry and the others, and began to speculate. "They must be deliberating something," Hermione quickly explained. Although they were very familiar with Caitlin and knew she would not easily deduct points, appearing quite amiable. If Harry and the others were indeed engaging in a private altercation, especially one involving so many participants, it could turn into a major incident, and Professor Caitlin might not be as lenient. "Harry, have you all come to an agreement? When are you starting the training?" "We did not come here merely to watch you chat," Ron remarked, reacting immediately to Hermione's words and calling out to Harry in the field. Ron's voice drew the attention of the crowd, all eyes turning toward them. Upon noticing Professor Caitlin seated in the stands, both Harry and Malfoy, along with the others, exchanged glances of concern. Continuing a physical altercation in front of a professor would be akin to inviting disaster. "Harry Potter, this matter stands as it is. I do not wish to embarrass myself before Professor Caitlin. However, this field belongs to Slytherin," Malfoy declared. Flint, hearing Malfoy's words, though dissatisfied and rebellious, had no choice but to calm himself and present a signed note, stating, "We have a signed note from Professor Snape." As Harry and the others examined the note's contents, they found it read, "I, Professor Severus Snape, hereby permit the Slytherin team to practice on the Quidditch pitch today to develop their new Seeker. I am the new Seeker. So this field is now ours," Malfoy stated coolly. Harry furrowed his brow slightly, with Snape's authorization. They truly had no means to contest the use of the Quidditch pitch today. Wood's expression darkened, for they had conducted tactical discussions the previous day and were eager to train diligently today, only to have Slytherin intervene, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. "Very well. It is now yours." Harry understood that there was no way to compete, so he simply stated it. Turning to Fred and George, Harry smiled and said, "Since the venue is no longer available, let us take this opportunity to relax and perhaps upgrade our equipment, lest we be deemed impoverished. Upon hearing Harry's words, Fred and George beamed with smiles, and George added, "That is indeed a splendid idea." Wood and Angelina, along with others, appeared somewhat perplexed by George's remark. Unsure of the current situation, Wood, Angelina, Aaliyah, Katie, let us procure new Nimbus 2001s, ensuring that their so-called advantages are rendered moot, Harry declared, looking at Wood and the others with a grin. So, consider the Nimbus 2001s as my treat. Harry, are you certain? Wood inquired with a hint of uncertainty. We do not possess sufficient funds for the Nimbus 2001. Harry, Katie said, her voice tinged with doubt. That is not a concern. I will cover the cost of your Nimbus 2001s, Harry responded promptly, smiling. In return, you must assist me in securing this year's championship. Katie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed forward to grasp Harry's hand, exclaiming, Really, Harry? Absolutely, we are not short on funds. Harry affirmed confidently. Trust in Harry. We are indeed well off, Fred and George chimed in, standing beside Harry with smiles directed at Katie and the others. Haha, splendid. We shall possess Nimbus 2001s as well. Wood and the others cheered in exhilaration as they departed. Malfoy and his companions wore grim expressions, but knew better than to interfere as they watched Harry and his friends leave. Ron and the others, relieved that no altercation had ensued, bid farewell to Caturle before making their exit. Caturle, however, remained, observing the Slytherin team as they commenced their training. Caturle's presence inspired Malfoy to dedicate himself fully to practice, driven not only by personal ambition but also by his father's support. Chapter 205, Not Short on Funds. A trifle. When it came to purchasing Nimbus 2001 series brooms, Harry was not jesting. He possessed ample resources to equip all the members. However, as it was school hours, they could not leave the premises. In contemplating this matter, Harry first thought of Caturle, followed by Hagrid. Thus, after lunch, Harry sought out Caturle. So, you wish for me to assist you in procuring 7 Nimbus 2001 series brooms? Caturle inquired, smiling upon understanding Harry's intent. Yes, Professor Caturle, could you assist me? Harry nodded, filled with anticipation. That is no trouble at all, Caturle replied with a smile. However, you must grasp one fundamental aspect. Quidditch matches are not merely contests of speed. They also require wit and skill. Harry certainly understood Kate's implication, but at this moment, it was a matter of pride, and having boasted, he was resolute in acquiring the Nimbus 2001 series broomstick. With unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, Professor Cater, I comprehend your concerns, yet I firmly believe I can secure the Quidditch championship. Since that is the case, why not accompany me on a little excursion to unwind? Cater suggested, showing leniency towards Harry. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly responded, Professor Cater, is this true? Taking a break for a while is quite an effortless task, and besides, have I not taken you all out of the school on numerous occasions? Cater chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair. A smile spread across Harry's face, filled with delight. Previously, their outings with Cater had primarily involved training, gathering herbs, and identifying various plants. However, they had never ventured to Diagon Alley for shopping. Leading Harry out of the small building, Cater swiftly used apparition to transport them to Diagon Alley in mere moments. The alley, bustling with activity at any hour, was always lively. As Harry observed the throngs of people and their haggling, he remarked, I hope the broom shop has just released the Nimbus 2001 series. One would assume so, Cater replied with a grin. Before we make a purchase, I need to collect enough galleons from Gringotts, Harry said, turning toward the bank. Very well, I'll accompany you, Cater replied with a smile. Inside Gringotts, Harry and Cater followed a goblin to the vault, where they retrieved 4,000 galleons. The latest Nimbus 2001 broomstick cost 400 galleons, a steep price for many families. However, for Harry, it was merely pocket change, especially since he had a substantial gold ingot hidden away securely. Karina's Broomstick Emporium, a renowned establishment in Diagon Alley, offered a wide array of broomsticks from various manufacturers. As they approached the glass front of the shop, Harry instantly spotted the Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks and exclaimed, Professor Cater, look, there is the Nimbus 2001 series broomstick. Shall we not take action? Cater prompted. With a nod of enthusiasm, Harry dashed into the shop, disregarding others admiring the Nimbus 2001 series, and directly addressed the proprietor. I require 9 Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks, madam. Karina, taken aback, scrutinized Harry before glancing at Cater behind him, and then smiled at Harry, saying, Sir, today is not April Fool's Day. Are you certain you wish to acquire 9 Nimbus 2001 series broomsticks? Absolutely, madam, Harry declared, retrieving a bag brimming with galleons. As Karina gazed at the glimmering galleons within the bag, a sweet smile instantly graced her face. She drew her wand and aimed it toward the galleons, shortly afterwards exclaiming, Congratulations, sir. You have successfully purchased 9 Nimbus 2001 brooms from my shop. While speaking, Karina waved her wand towards a nearby counter. and 9 boxes containing the Nimbus 2001 brooms soared before Harry, stacked quite high. If it proves inconvenient for you to carry, would you like us to arrange delivery? Karina inquired with a smile as she looked at Harry Potter. Thank you. I can manage, Harry replied gratefully, placing all the brooms into a bag that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Upon exiting the specialty shop, Harry and Caitlin did not leave immediately. Instead, they strolled leisurely through Diagon Alley. Seizing the rare opportunity, Harry resolved to spend the remaining 400 galleons on snacks or small gifts for his friends. It was not until the afternoon, just before classes commenced, that Harry and Caitlin returned to their small house at school. Harry, if you trust me, you can let me take the brooms. I'll make a few modifications for you, Caitlin suggested with a smile. Of course, that's no problem, Professor Caitlin. Though Harry was uncertain about the nature of Caitlin's modifications, it did not diminish his trust in him. Thus, Harry placed all 9 brooms on the table and hurried off to class. Caitlin chuckled, examining one of the newly released Nimbus 2001 brooms before carrying all of them to a room adjacent to the laboratory. This was where Caitlin practiced alchemy, and he was about to commence his alterations. Harry, you're finally back, Ron exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Harry's return. Where have you been? We thought you were with Professor Caitlin, but when we looked for you, neither of you was home, Hermione chimed in. In a hushed tone, Harry replied, I went to Diagon Alley with Professor Caitlin. I also bought you lots of delicious snacks and small gifts. At this, Ron and Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement. Hermione tugged at Harry's sleeve, asking, Did you really buy the Nimbus 2001 brooms? Absolutely. I keep my word, and I bought 9 of them. So you all have a share. Harry grinned. 9 Nimbus 2001 brooms? By Merlin's beard, you actually bought them? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. His outburst captured the attention of the entire class, who quickly gathered around. In an instant, everyone knew that Harry had purchased 9 Nimbus 2001 brooms and intended to gift 8 of them. Faced with the compliments and astonishment of his classmates, Harry shyly remarked, It's no big deal. This news swiftly spread throughout the school after class. Chapter 206, A Small Secret, A Grand Surprise. Ding ding ding. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione were the first to dash out of the classroom, heading towards the distance. Behind them, a throng of eager students followed, all anticipating a glimpse of the Nimbus 2001 series broomstick. In no time, everyone gathered outside the quaint little house. Professor Kettleburn, may I retrieve my broomstick now? Harry inquired, looking at Kettleburn within the small dwelling. Of course, I've completed the simple modifications on all 9 broomsticks, Kettleburn replied, gesturing to the 9 long boxes nearby with a smile. Overcome with excitement, Harry rushed forward, opened one of the boxes, and handed a Nimbus 2001 broomstick to Hermione, grinning. Hermione, this is for you. Thank you, Harry, Hermione exclaimed, taking the Nimbus 2001 and examining it with palpable excitement. This one's mine, Ron declared as he eagerly opened a box of his own and pulled out a broomstick. Absolutely, Ron, you are my good friend. Harry chuckled as he unwrapped another one for himself. Let me share a little secret with you. When you take to the skies, try channeling your magic into the broomstick for a delightful surprise, Kettleburn said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Harry and his friends felt a mix of skepticism and anticipation, and they could hardly contain their eagerness as they rushed out of the room to share their Nimbus 2001 broomsticks with their classmates. Harry, I heard you've bought us the Nimbus 2001 broomsticks, Wood exclaimed, bursting with excitement as he ran over. Following Wood were Fred, George, Alicia, Katie, and Angelina, all brimming with anticipation. Word had spread throughout the school that Harry was quite the benefactor, generously providing the Gryffindor team with the Nimbus 2001 broomsticks. Nearly every student was astonished by Harry's lavishness and eagerly speculated about the appearance and speed of the newly released Nimbus 2001 broomsticks. Of course, come quickly, Harry called out to the arriving Wood and the others, grinning with excitement. Before long, Harry led Wood and the others into the room, where they each claimed a Nimbus 2001 broomstick. Are you ready? Harry asked, looking at the line of eager students before him with a wide smile. Ready, Ron shouted, sitting atop his broomstick with uncontainable enthusiasm. The others echoed his excitement, while behind them, hundreds of students watched in anticipation. Lift off, with a resounding shout from Harry. The group propelled themselves off the ground, swiftly ascending on their enchanted brooms. In an instant, all 7 soared into the sky, leaving behind only their silhouettes. Ah, how exhilarating, Ron exclaimed, his heart racing with delight, only to be momentarily caught off guard by a sudden rush of cold air that nearly took his breath away. Angelina and the others were equally ecstatic, performing various acrobatics atop their Nimbus 2001 brooms, their long hair streaming in the wind. Ron, Hermione, Wood, Fred, George, Aaliyah, Katie, Angelina, channel your magic into the brooms, Harry called out, recalling Caitlin's words as the others gathered around him. Ron and Hermione immediately understood, while Wood and the others looked on in confusion. Just as their bewilderment lingered, Harry, Ron, and Hermione abruptly accelerated, vanishing into the distance. Their speed surpassed anything they had experienced thus far, leaving Wood and the others in utter astonishment. George was the first to take the plunge, inadvertently propelling himself into the air, startled by the experience. Wow, this is incredible. Fred's voice trailed off as he too soared away. Wood and Angelina soon followed suit, zipping off with a whoosh. Onlookers from the ground gaped in awe as Harry and the others flew, though they could still see the trails of their flight. They suddenly seemed to appear in different directions, as if they had teleported. The seven friends found themselves gliding over the lake, seated in a line, playfully stirring up waves and cheering joyfully. Harry hovered mid-air, flushed with excitement. The exhilarating speed brought no chill, nor did the wind sting their faces. As they infused their brooms with magic, their velocity undoubtedly exceeded 180 miles per hour, shielded by a faint barrier that protected them from the biting cold. This is absolutely phenomenal. Is this what the Nimbus 2001 feels like? Wood exclaimed, breathlessly joining Harry. Thank you, Harry. This is undoubtedly the most extravagant gift I've ever received. One by one, Angelina and the others landed beside him, erupting in joyous laughter. Their merriment illuminated by the setting sun and the rosy hues reflected on the lake's surface, truly a breathtaking sight. These were no ordinary Nimbus 2001 brooms. They were one of a kind. Harry, gripping his broom with excitement, declared, "Do you know? These brooms have been modified by Professor Caitlin. That little secret belongs solely to us. Malfoy and his lot do not share in such privileges." All eyes turned to Harry, their excitement palpable. At this juncture, if they still comprehend anything, it would be utterly foolish. Therefore, this matter must remain a secret, understood? This year's Quidditch Championship is assuredly ours. No, we are determined to secure victories for the subsequent years as well. Harry exclaimed with fervor. Gryffindor, champions, victory is ours. Wood shouted, his excitement palpable. Gryffindor, champions, victory is ours. Gryffindor, champions, victory is ours. Gryffindor, champions, victory is ours. In response to Wood's exuberance, Harry and the others joined in the jubilant cheers. With such a clandestine advantage at their disposal, if they failed to clinch the championship, it would simply denote their utter inadequacy. Upon returning to school, they were instantly surrounded by fellow students, all eager to inquire about their feelings on the matter. Even Andy, Seamus, and others expressed a desire to experience the sensation of riding the Firebolt 2001 series. In this regard, Harry generously allowed them to try it out. As long as their little secret remained undisclosed, everything else was inconsequential. Chapter 207. The notorious Ellie Aston treads on Malfoy's ground. Malfoy was in a rather foul mood. He had not anticipated that Harry Potter would indeed purchase the Firebolt 2001 series broomsticks for the Gryffindor team, thus becoming a figure of admiration within the school due to his extravagant generosity. Consequently, Malfoy found himself consumed by envy and admiration for Harry Potter. Draco, I've found you, a voice echoed, and a figure materialized before Malfoy. Malfoy furrowed his brow at the sight of Ellie Aston and inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss, Ellie? He was no stranger to her, having observed her consistently shadowing Snape to learn dark elemental magic, which posed a subtle threat to him. Most notably, he often noticed Ellie Aston casting him an oddly enigmatic smile. Is it that I cannot seek you out unless there is a matter at hand? Ellie Aston replied with a peculiar smile. This laughter unsettled Malfoy, prompting him to retort coldly, Speak your mind. I have no time for idle chatter. I wish to challenge you. You must accept my challenge, Ellie Aston stated, fixing her gaze upon Malfoy with a grin. As Malfoy prepared to depart, he abruptly turned to confront Ellie Aston, his voice low and serious. You claim you wish to challenge me? If your hearing is intact, then indeed, I intend to challenge you, Ellie Aston replied, her reaction far less dramatic than Malfoy's. As she chuckled lightly, You are quite confident in your dark elemental magic, Malfoy observed, his cold smirk betraying his thoughts. But have you forgotten? I am a lightning elemental mage, the one most capable of countering your magic, aside from light elemental mages. And what of it? Ellie Aston smiled subtly, turning to depart. I trust you will not refuse my challenge, will you? From the esteemed lineage of purebloods, the noble Draco Malfoy cast a gaze upon the retreating figure of Eli Easton. His fists clenched tightly. In that moment, he felt both threatened and humiliated. How dare such a mere first-year student, who had only been enrolled for half a year, challenge him? Did everyone now presume to toy with him? Thank you for your choice. I shall ensure you come to regret it, Eli Easton, Malfoy declared as he strode purposefully towards the Elemental Magic Duel Club. Upon hearing Malfoy's words, a slight smile graced Eli Easton's lips, her expression exuding an innocent charm. Yet beneath that facade of purity and gentleness lay a glimmer of madness in her eyes. Eli, you are making a foolish decision, one that will attract undue attention and unnecessary trouble. As Eli turned a corner, she encountered a girl leaning against the wall, her head bowed slightly, adorned with a black hat and a mask that obscured half her face, lending her an air of mystery and darkness. Upon hearing her words, Eli replied with a smile. Lena Bealton, trust my instincts. I can see clearly into your soul. If it were you, you would undoubtedly be far more reckless. Perhaps even eager to act at this very moment. The girl, known as Lena Bealton, slowly raised her head. Although her features remained obscured, an eerie smile curled upon her cherry lips, revealing a hint of cunning, madness, and volatility. Be cautious in concealing your identity. We do not wish to be implicated by you, Lena warned before turning away. Eli gazed out the window at the moonlight, a sweet smile gracing her lips. That very night, news of the duel between Eli Easton and Malfoy at the Elemental Arena spread swiftly. In this confrontation, Eli made a name for herself, leaving the student body astonished by the potency of dark elemental magic. Although Malfoy emerged victorious, he did not gain a significant advantage. Rather, he lost 60 points under Eli's dark elemental assaults and narrowly avoided expulsion from the arena. Of course, Malfoy's outraged retaliation brought Eli her share of difficulties. Yet, undeterred by the anger or disappointment that often follows defeat, Eli smiled at Malfoy and proclaimed, "In due time, I shall challenge you once more. I not only intend to challenge you, but also Harry Potter." Her words soon became the talk of the school. That day, Harry and Eli Easton became the focal points of discussion. Naturally, Malfoy also garnered increased attention, though the subjects of their conversations diverged significantly. "Have you heard about the duel between Harry, Malfoy, and Eli?" Ron eagerly inquired, spotting Harry returning from Quidditch practice. The duel between Malfoy and Eliza Aston? Harry was taken aback and filled with immense curiosity. They were not unfamiliar with Eliza Aston, as Harry had heard much from Ginny about her formidable strength and intelligence during their first year. They had previously experienced the potency of dark elemental magic, notably during their initial encounter with Snape in the Chamber of Secrets. That confrontation had ended disastrously for them. Had it not been for Professor Cate's timely intervention, they would have faced severe consequences. Who emerged victorious? Harry inquired with anticipation. Malfoy, Ron replied. Upon hearing this, Harry expressed his disappointment. What a pity. If Malfoy had lost to Eliza Aston, it would have been monumental news, and he would have surely become a laughingstock. Ron concurred. I feel the same way. However, I must admit that Eliza Aston is undoubtedly a genius. She has mastered 3 traditional spells and 3 basic dark elemental spells, utilizing them with remarkable agility. She strikes me as a specter, exceedingly difficult to contend with. Despite Malfoy's initial advantage, he had lost a significant 60 points and had narrowly avoided elimination on another occasion. Harry was astonished to hear this. After all, Malfoy was quite powerful, and the fact he had nearly been defeated was surprising. It seemed prudent to exercise caution around Eliza Aston, given that dark elemental magic is exceedingly rare. Well, this is truly unexpected, yet we must not be complacent. Our points are still quite high, and it is possible that Eliza Aston may challenge us again. Chapter 208, The Eerie Voice in Kate's Laboratory. She recorded data while observing the changes in a sample within a test tube. Severus, your student has gained quite a reputation lately, having challenged so many individuals, she remarked. Malfoy has been training alongside me for over a year now and, having undergone the trials of the small world, has matured in combat experience and courage, no longer resembling a mere child. Remarkably, he nearly lost without utilizing the abilities of a magical warrior. Presently, he has also defeated several upperclassmen. It has been over half a month since Malfoy was challenged by Eliza Aston. During this time, she has appeared in the arena daily, akin to a battle maniac, with a greater number of victories than defeats. This has revealed to many just how fierce and formidable this seemingly gentle girl truly is. Snape, upon hearing Kate's words, continued with his experiments, refraining from providing an immediate response. After a considerable time, Snape, having recorded some data, finally spoke. Elijah Easton is a prodigy. Her comprehension of magic surpasses my expectations. Upon hearing this, Caitlin nodded slightly and remarked, to achieve such results in just over half a year is indeed remarkable for a genius. Pausing for a moment, Caitlin continued, however, this young girl requires particularly careful observation. Snape furrowed his brow momentarily before smoothing it out, returning to his experiments. Since Elijah Easton was identified as possessing dark elemental magic, he had devoted considerable time to instructing her in elemental magic. Over the past 6 months, she had not disappointed him. The recent commotion had also brought him a measure of satisfaction, as it indicated his proficiency not only in potions, but also in teaching defense against the dark arts. As October arrived, the weather turned dreary and damp, with heavy rains intermittently falling, shrouding the mountains in mist and casting a somber ambience. Harry had been exceedingly busy during this time, as he not only faced challenges from adversaries, but also carved out time for Quidditch training, potion studies, and continued his in-depth exploration of elemental magic under Caitlin's guidance. All of these commitments had thoroughly drained Harry's leisure time. Despite this, he found joy in his fatigue, as he was reaping substantial rewards and growing rapidly. Achoo! This rain is relentless, Harry exclaimed, wiping the raindrops from his face with a hint of complaint. In the corridor of the Quidditch pitch, he grasped his broomstick and hurriedly entered, utilizing fire elemental magic to summon a fire elemental sprite that encircled him, warding off the chill from the rain-soaked air. Others, like Wood, Fred, and Angelina, who were also fire mages, joined him. They assisted their teammates until they returned to the Gryffindor common room, where their clothes had dried, and they felt warm and cozy. Given the heavy rains these days, it would be unwise to continue our training. Let's pause for now and take this opportunity to relax a bit. I will inform you of the specific training schedule later. Wood declared, recognizing the wisdom and moderation and the importance of health. Excellent, Wood. You've done a splendid job, Fred exclaimed, feeling exhilarated at the announcement. The three girls, Angelina, Elia, and Katie, let out a collective sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. After leaving the common room, everyone dispersed. Fred and George left with an air of mystery, as if they had plans of their own. The sound, akin to iron claws scraping against steel, suddenly reverberated in Harry's mind, sending chills cascading down his spine. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a hoarse voice began to echo intermittently in his thoughts. Who? Harry felt a surge of terror, involuntarily gasping, only to realize that he was alone. The quiet corridor, dimly lit, swayed slightly in the gentle breeze, casting shadows on the walls and floor that appeared particularly grotesque. Suddenly, it seemed as if someone was blowing out a candle right beside him. In an instant, all the lights in the corridor extinguished, plunging it into an overwhelming darkness. This abrupt change heightened Harry's alertness, prompting him to draw his wand and utter, Lumos. A brilliant light emanated from his wand, illuminating a significant portion of the corridor. Harry was determined to uncover who was playing tricks on him, attempting to instill fear. Blood for blood, the voice echoed again. However, Harry noticed that he still could not see anyone in the corridor. Furrowing his brow, he struggled to understand the source of the disembodied voices. Blood for blood. The phrase repeated incessantly, igniting panic within Harry. He hurriedly sprinted back towards the Gryffindor common room. Crash! As he rounded a corner, Harry collided with something, bouncing back violently. Yet, he was swiftly subdued. Harry, what are you so afraid of? Asked Caitlare, the duty professor for the evening, gazing at the startled Harry with a hint of surprise. Upon landing, Harry recognized Caitlare and sighed with relief. Professor Caitlare, I heard some strange and eerie voices. Just moments ago, the lights in the corridor abruptly went out, and the voices intensified. Harry hurriedly explained, overwhelmed by a sense that the voices were directed at him, steeped in malice. Blood for blood, the voice resounded once more. Professor Caitlare, did you hear that? The voice just now. Caitlare paused briefly before comprehension dawned upon him. It seems that event is about to commence. Caitlare surveyed the pitch-black corridor, extending his hand as magic surged forth, reigniting the lights. Though I find it hard to believe, I did not hear the voices you mentioned. However, I encourage you to boldly speculate and act decisively. Any scheme, when confronted with absolute strength, is rendered false. Although Caitlare understood the situation, he refrained from being overly explicit. Taking solace in Caitlare's reassurance, Harry nodded vigorously, responding earnestly, I will do my best, Professor. Chapter 209, The Awakening Potion and the Invitation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry recounted his experiences to Ron. After listening, Ron expressed his incredulity. Are you certain you were the only one who heard it? He said, his expression somewhat exaggerated. Are you sure it wasn't Peeves causing mischief behind your back? Harry shook his head, asserting, it cannot be Peeves. I am absolutely certain that I was the only one who heard it. Seeing Harry's earnest demeanor, Ron replied, all right then. If even Professor Kate couldn't hear the sound, it seems there is a secret to be uncovered. That evening, after washing up, Harry lay down and fell asleep. A chilling, raspy voice echoed in his mind. Your death requires blood. You shall die. Enveloped in endless darkness, he wandered alone, lost in the void. Suddenly jolting awake, Harry sat up, quickly putting on his glasses and surveying the surroundings. Sunlight streamed in. Dawn had arrived. Wiping away a cold sweat, he promptly got up to wash his face. Harry, you look a bit pale. Did you not sleep well last night? Neville inquired, noticing Harry's poor state. Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital? Thank you, Neville, Harry replied, shaking his head and forcing a smile. Perhaps I just didn't rest well. Neville nodded. Concerned, make sure to take care of yourself. You've been exceedingly busy lately, pushing your limits, which is quite taxing on your health. By the way, if you don't mind, I have some invigorating potion I brewed a few days ago. It can energize you for the entire day, much better than the pick-me-up potions Madame Pomfrey has. I gave Hannah a dose when she was feeling down, and it revitalized her for the whole day, keeping her alert while studying. Due to the recent damp and chilly weather, accompanied by frequent rain, many staff and students had caught a cold, making St. Mungo's hospital particularly busy. Ginny had also fallen ill, appearing lethargic and unwell, and was coerced by Percy into consuming some invigorating potion. Although effective, the potion had its side effects, such as causing one's ears to emit smoke for several hours. Consequently, One might observe students in class or passing in the corridors with smoke billowing from their ears, reminiscent of a steam locomotive. Considering Neville's suggestion, Harry pondered for a moment before saying, "I'll take one, please." Neville produced a no-show expandable bag and retrieved a green potion, handing it to Harry with a smile. "I hope you have a day full of vitality." Without hesitation, Harry downed the potion, responding, "Thank you for your well wishes." The morning consisted of Professor Longbottom's herbology class, followed by Professor Flitwick's charms lesson in the afternoon. Throughout the day, Harry felt remarkably energized, exhibiting no signs of drowsiness. The effects of the invigorating potion surpassed Harry's expectations. In order to induce weariness and ensure a restful slumber that night, Harry found himself compelled to visit the library, where he could both pass the time and cultivate a sense of drowsiness. Reading was the only method he could conceive to hasten his descent into sleep. However, when the library was forced to close, and he became the last to depart, he remained remarkably alert. I should have anticipated its effects. After all, I had once concocted the invigorating potion alongside him. Yet, why was its potency so overwhelming? Neville must have secretly altered the recipe. Harry mused as he walked back to the Gryffindor common room, unable to suppress his thoughts. As he traversed a corridor leading to the common room, a figure emerged from the wall and beheld him. "Hello, Nick," Harry exclaimed, regarding nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, with a smile. At that moment, Nick appeared quite fashionable, adorned with a stylish hat embellished with feathers and draped in a knee-length tailored coat, which featured a ruffled collar that cleverly concealed the fact that his neck was nearly severed. He floated like a wisp of smoke, ethereal and elusive. Harry could even gaze through his translucent form at the darkened sky and the torrential rain outside. "Harry, how delightful to see you. I am formally inviting you to my 500th birthday celebration," Nick beamed, presenting an invitation that resembled a drifting wisp of smoke, somewhat transparent. Harry's cheeks twitched slightly at the sight of the invitation. Not only was it transparent and impossible to open, but what in the world was this 500th birthday celebration? A birthday party in the realm of ghosts? "Oh, I apologize for your inability to open it, but not to worry. My 500th birthday is on the eve of Halloween," Nick remarked, quickly grasping Harry's expression, and chuckled heartily. "You see, I have secured a rather spacious underground classroom from Dumbledore for this grand occasion, where I shall host friends from all corners of the country. By the way, I've also invited Professor Kettleburn, who expressed great enthusiasm for attending and assured me he would bring a magnificent surprise. I am brimming with anticipation. I believe you would be most delighted to attend my 500th celebration, wouldn't you, Harry?" Observing Nick's excitement and eager anticipation, Harry felt an overwhelming desire to decline the invitation, as he could vividly imagine the gathering being a ghastly and chilling affair, filled with all manner of ghouls and specters. Rather than partake in such a soiree, he would much prefer a warm, bounteous, and lively celebration in the Great Hall. However, the fact that Professor Kettleburn would also be in attendance surprised him. Simultaneously, Harry found himself intrigued by the surprise Kettleburn had promised. "Yes, Nick, I shall certainly attend your soiree," Harry replied with a smile. "Could you kindly relay a message to Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger for me? I have been attempting to locate them, but regrettably, they seem to have vanished into thin air, and I have been unable to find them," Nick expressed once more with anticipation. "No problem at all." Harry nodded affirmatively. With great delight, Nick slipped into the wall and disappeared from view. Harry then returned to the Gryffindor common room, seeking Hermione to inform her about Nick's 500th birthday. Unfortunately, he could not find Hermione. Her roommates mentioned that they had not seen her since dinner. This caused Harry to feel a pang of anxiety. Could something have happened to Hermione? He shuddered at the thought and hurried back to his dormitory in search of Ron. To his dismay, Ron was also absent, and Neville and the others indicated that they had not seen Ron that evening. Where could Hermione and Ron have gone? Harry furrowed his brow, resolving to venture out in search of them. Just as he arrived at the common room, Ron and Hermione returned, appearing quite elated. "Where have you two been?" Harry inquired, his concern for Ron and Hermione's safety mounting, especially as he recalled Dobby's warning. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He feared that someone might threaten Ron and Hermione. "We were assisting at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Our revitalizing potion and Zuccolin draft have helped many students and staff suffering from colds. You see, Madame Pomfrey mentioned us to Professor Dumbledore, and he generously awarded Gryffindor 50 points. Ron exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Harry was taken aback to learn that Ron and Hermione had been volunteering at St. Mungo's, which alleviated his worries considerably. He then recounted the details of Nick's 500th birthday celebration. "A birthday party?" Hermione exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. "How delightful. I can assure you that very few have attended such an event. It is bound to be extraordinarily enjoyable, especially with Professor Kettleburn in attendance. I am eagerly anticipating the surprise he will present to Nick." Despite his initial reluctance, Ron, encouraged by Hermione's exuberance, decided to join her in attending the celebration. In the following days, amidst the anticipation, despite the dreary weather, the joy of life continued to shine through their smiles. They read, conversed, completed their homework, and gathered in the Gryffindor common room, watching as Fred and George engaged in their little experiments, captivating everyone's interest and eliciting peals of laughter. On the eve of Halloween, the Halloween feast was splendidly adorned with the assistance of Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, and other faculty members, creating a truly enchanting atmosphere. Hagrid beamed with pride at the enormous pumpkins he had grown, which had been carved into enchanting lanterns, proudly showcasing them to everyone. In addition to the exquisite decorations, the banquet hall was filled with a variety of delectable dishes, the tantalizing aromas wafting throughout the entire hall and spilling into the corridor. Furthermore, the evening would feature an array of entertainment. This led Harry, Ron, and Hermione to suddenly feel a reluctance to attend Nick's 500th birthday celebration. "What are you doing here?" Caitlin inquired curiously, observing the trio standing at the corner of the corridor. Upon seeing Caitlin, Harry and his friends felt a sudden surge of confidence in their hesitant thoughts. "Professor Caitlin, you accepted Nick's invitation, did you not?" Harry asked. Caitlin smiled in response. "Indeed. The ghost's 500th birthday party. Do you not find it incredibly intriguing?" Hermione's face lit up with a smile at Caitlin's words as she remarked, "I feel the same way. Our only hesitation stems from uncertainty about whether there will be suitable food for us." Hermione's concern was not unfounded. After all, there would likely be very few living attendees, with the majority being departed spirits. Would the food fit for ghosts be suitable for the living? Caitlin pondered for a moment before responding. "There should be. For although Nick may seem somewhat whimsical, he would certainly consider our presence as living beings. Come, it appears that Nick has invited you as well." Harry and his friends readily agreed and followed Caitlin towards the underground classroom. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, gazing at the candles on the walls, each of which had been lit after considerable time, Harry raised his hand and used fire elemental magic to ignite all the candles. However, Caitlin swiftly extinguished them. Such illumination may light our path, but it is even more crucial for Nick. He is the star of the evening, and this ambience only enhances his significance. Harry, who was about to explain, understood Caitlin's point. Nick certainly knew how to relish the moment. "What is this waltz?" Hermione asked, intrigued by the soothing music that filled the air. "I am not sure, but it is indeed quite pleasant," Caitlin replied, having never heard it before, yet. This did not diminish their enjoyment of the comfort it brought, which was uplifting to their spirits. Turning the corner, they were greeted at the entrance by Nick, who was draped in a black feathered cloak. Upon seeing Caitlin and the trio approach, he flew over in excitement, exclaiming, "Professor Caitlin, it is absolutely splendid that you could come. You know, I was just fretting that you might not have the time to attend. Nick, you are my friend. How could I possibly miss your 500th birthday? Moreover, this is my first time attending such a soiree, and I am truly looking forward to it." Caitlin replied with a smile. Upon hearing Caitlin's words, Nick joyfully laughed before finally greeting Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Harry, oh, let me see. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. It is a tremendous pleasure to welcome you all here," Nick exclaimed, removing his feather-adorned hat and bowing towards Kate and the others. As Nick led them into the great hall, transformed for the evening's festivities, Harry and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief. The space was filled with hundreds of pale, translucent figures, most of whom were crowded on the dance floor, embracing one another as they waltzed. In one corner, a rather eerie yet amusing skeleton band played joyously. However, one aspect left Harry and his friends feeling somewhat unsettled. The thousands of beautiful blue flames drifting from the ceiling brought no warmth. Rather, they emanated a chilling sensation. Among the many ghosts present, some were unfamiliar to Harry, yet there were others he recognized, such as the blood-curdling Barrow of Slytherin, the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff, the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw, as well as Peeves, Moaning Myrtle, and Professor Binns. Ladies and gentlemen of the departed, let us extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest of the evening, the renowned creator of elemental magic, Professor Caitlin. Nick proclaimed excitedly as he soared to the center of the stage. At the sound of Nick's voice, the ghosts momentarily froze before erupting into exuberant excitement. They were already well acquainted with Caitlin's illustrious reputation, particularly her creation of powerful elemental magic. In the next moment, the ghosts converged around Caitlin, and Harry and his friends felt their expressions shift. The gathering of hundreds of ghosts exuded a cold aura, causing them to shiver instinctively. Caitlin regarded the spectral assembly, radiating a serene, holy light that illuminated them. Contrary to their expectations of purification, the ghosts experienced a sublime and immensely comforting sensation. Additionally, some dark impurities upon them were cleansed beneath the holy light, Nick included. Within mere seconds, the ghosts transformed from mere translucence. Without touching them, they appeared almost corporeal, strikingly real, and their spirits were notably elevated. Thank you all for your warm enthusiasm, but tonight is Nick's 500th anniversary. I am not the star of the show. However, Nick's invitation fills me with great anticipation, and I hope to assist you all through this occasion, Caitlin stated. her holy light fading as she looked at Nick with a smile. Her voice stirred Nick from his reverie, filling him with profound excitement and emotion as he sensed the tangible change within himself. Nick approached nearly headless Nick with great delight, playfully draping an arm over his shoulder, and exclaimed, "Professor Catlow, your surprise is simply marvelous." As he surveyed the gathering of ghosts, he cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us revel." With Nick's command, the hundreds of ecstatic spirits began to celebrate with unrestrained joy. They no longer appeared as mere translucent phantoms glowing faintly. Instead, they embodied a more vivacious essence that was far more enjoyable and preferable to them. Harry and his friends observed this transformation closely, realizing that these jubilant beings seemed almost indistinguishable from the living. "Professor Catlow, Harry, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, come this way. We have prepared some delights for you," called out Moaning Myrtle, Peeves, and the Fat Friar, their voices brimming with excitement. To honor the presence of Professor Catlow and his companions, Nick had indeed arranged a delightful spread of food typically reserved for the living, nestled in a cozy corner adorned with charming decorations. A small fire crackled, roasting meat and providing warmth, creating an inviting atmosphere that contrasted with the raucous festivities of the main event. Yet, despite this separation, Harry and his friends were far from neglected. Numerous ghosts approached them to exchange greetings and forge friendships. Hermione, ever bold, quickly struck up conversations with many of the spirits. These spectral beings, having lived long lives filled with rich experiences, wandered in the afterlife, amassing even more tales. Hermione found herself captivated by their myriad stories. Ron, on the other hand, began to boast alongside the inebriated phantoms, either sharing his own tales or listening eagerly to theirs. Harry, while not one for boasting, preferred to demonstrate his capabilities to the ghosts. Among the spirits, Professor Catlow undoubtedly commanded the most attention. Even when Sir Patrick arrived astride a dozen ghostly steeds, he appeared almost subservient in the presence of Catlow, shedding his usual boisterous demeanor. This sight filled Nick with immense pride, as he was certain that without Professor Catlow's presence, Sir Patrick would have taken the opportunity to mock him for not being completely headless. As the banquet drew to a close, Catlow and his companions gracefully bid farewell to the festivities, while Nick continued to engage with the other spirits, whose spirits remained exceptionally high. To Nick's astonishment, his first experience at a ghostly 500th birthday celebration proved to be thoroughly enjoyable. "They are simply hilarious," Ron exclaimed as they walked down the corridor. "Indeed, they are not only amusing but also remarkably erudite," Hermione concurred. "They spoke of many intriguing places, and I believe we can organize a trip together during the holidays." Harry reminisced about the locations mentioned by the ghosts, feeling a sense of longing. Apart from visiting the miniature world, he had yet to travel abroad. "If time permits during this holiday, you could form a group for exploration," Kate remarked with a smile nearby. Harry and the others were filled with anticipation upon hearing this. Suddenly, a chilling and wrathful voice echoed in Harry's mind, vaguely familiar yet unsettling. "Harry, what's wrong?" Hermione inquired with concern, noticing Harry had abruptly stopped, his face pale. Ron, seemingly recalling something, asked, "Harry, you didn't hear that voice, did you?" Kate observed Harry thoughtfully, remembering that the last time he had heard that voice was on the eve of Halloween, when he left nearly headless Nick's 500th birthday celebration. "Yes, I heard it. Did you hear it too?" Harry looked expectantly at Ron, Hermione, and Professor Kate, eager for them to share in his experience rather than viewing it as his solitary dilemma. "I've been starved for the taste of blood for so long." The voice echoed again, prompting Harry to urgently exclaim. It spoke again. "Did you hear it?" Hermione and Ron remained silent, uncertain of how to comfort him. Reluctantly, Harry turned his gaze to Kate, just as the voice resonated once more. "It's time to kill. Who shall be first?" The voice grew weaker and fainter, and Harry sensed the speaker was moving away. He looked into the distance, feeling compelled to pursue and stop the source of the voice. "Yes, over there," Harry said, breaking into a run, employing the wind spell to accelerate his speed. Clearly distressed, Professor Kate, Hermione, and Ron glanced at Kate, viewing her as their anchor. "Let us investigate. Perhaps Harry is indeed right," Kate suggested, joining them. In the next moment, Hermione and Ron realized they were moving rapidly, the surroundings blurring past them. As they caught up with Harry, who had paused on the second floor, he seemed to catch a whiff of something and dashed upward. Kate followed Harry's calm figure without hesitation. "Harry, have you discovered something?" Ron anxiously called out, while Hermione, equally concerned, began searching the corridor for whatever target Harry was pursuing. Suddenly, Hermione gasped, pointing toward a corner of the corridor, exclaiming, "Look over there." On the torch bracket, there lay a curled-up form, with liquid dripping from it, accompanied by a metallic scent of blood. Hermione and Ron's expressions shifted once more, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, they had faced life and death in the wizarding world, encountering far more than what lay before them. How could they be daunted by this unexpected event? It was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. As Ron approached and recognized the creature hanging from the torch bracket as a cat, He immediately grasped the situation. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor, accompanied by laughter that followed a satisfying meal, as students arrived on the third floor and greeted Catley, who stood at the staircase. However, they soon noticed that Catley wore a solemn expression, devoid of his usual cheerful demeanor, leaving them perplexed. Typically, Catley radiated warmth and charm, making him a delight to behold. As they continued forward, they found Harry and the others ahead, notably spotting Mrs. Norris hanging from the torch bracket. A sudden hush fell over the scene. Harry and his companions grew tense, particularly Harry, who had already taken flight, ready to retrieve Mrs. Norris, yet hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he resolved to take her down. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and they were now enemies of the heir. Beware. The next shall be you, mudbloods. Draco Malfoy emerged from the crowd, casting a glance at Catley, then another at Harry and his friends. His attention was drawn to the bloodied words inscribed on the wall, which he read aloud. The gathered students were captivated by the ominous message, curiosity peaking among them. Chapter 212, Filch's Fury, the Resurrection Potion. The meaning of the words on the wall was somewhat understood by all. However, the question of why Mrs. Norris had been harmed and the significance of the bloodied writing left them filled with curiosity and confusion. With Professor Catley present, no one dared to suspect that this was orchestrated by him or that it was indeed Harry's doing. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and silent. Draco Malfoy's gaze flickered between the words on the wall and Harry, sensing this might be an opportune moment. Yet, if Professor Catley were implicated, his thoughts would render absurd. Pressing his lips together, Draco fell into silence. What has transpired here? Why are you still lingering? Do you intend to camp out here for the night? Filch's voice resonated from the crowd, sounding both disgruntled and irritable as he pushed through to discern the situation. It wasn't long before he spotted Mrs. Norris. In that fleeting moment, Filch was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair, mingled with a fierce anger. My cat! My cat! What has happened to Mrs. Norris? Filch rushed forward, snatching the bloodied Mrs. Norris from Harry's grasp, his fury intensifying as he beheld the grotesque wounds upon her. He then turned to Harry, shrieking, "Was it you who inflicted this upon my Mrs. Norris? You mischievous, insufferable brats will pay dearly for this." Caterwall stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand upon Filch's shoulder, and said, "Argus, your Mrs. Norris is not dead. Moreover, it was not Harry who harmed her. He merely discovered her here and removed her." In the original narrative, Harry found himself utterly helpless, ensnared by suspicion, with many casting wary glances in his direction. Upon hearing Caterwall's words, Filch's expression shifted to one of desperate hope as he looked to Professor Caterwall, pleading, "Professor Caterwall, can you save Mrs. Norris?" A gentle smile graced Caterwall's face, radiating confidence as he replied, "Of course." At that moment, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Lockhart, and other professors hurriedly arrived, having been alerted to the situation. "Oh, poor Mrs. Norris." McGonagall murmured in sympathy, observing her injuries. Dumbledore and Snape, on the other hand, merely cast a cursory glance at Mrs. Norris, their attention more captivated by the ominous blood-written message on the wall. "The chamber has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. The next victim will be you, mudbloods." Snape read the words aloud in a low voice, his brow furrowed with intrigue and contemplation. Dumbledore shared a similar demeanor, pondering the implications. "Professor Caterwall, please save my Mrs. Norris," Filch implored once more, redirecting Dumbledore and the others' focus back to Harry and Mrs. Norris. Caterwall nodded, stating, "She has been petrified. First, I must dispel the magic upon her." The spell to reverse the petrification was simple. Caterwall, without needing a wand, effortlessly lifted it. Before the onlookers, he produced a golden elixir, and under their watchful eyes, he dripped it onto Mrs. Norris's wounds. A soft golden glow emanated from the injuries, and they began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. Within mere moments, Mrs. Norris's wounds healed, and her limbs stirred. In the next instant, it seemed she recalled her harrowing ordeal, attempting to flee from Filch while emitting a sharp cry. The students, witnessing the miraculous revival of Mrs. Norris, erupted into jubilant cheers, their innocence shining through in their joyous celebration. Despite their disdain for Mr. Filch and Madame Loris, they were reluctant to witness the tragedy that befell her. It was a rather fitting conclusion. Do not fear, Madame Loris. It is I. It is I." Mr. Filch was overwhelmed with excitement and joy, his grotesque visage illuminated by a beaming smile as he swiftly apprehended the fleeing Madame Loris. Ultimately, she regained her composure, and tranquility settled within Mr. Filch's embrace. Yet, gazing into her small eyes, which darted anxiously around, it was evident that even in calmness, she remained vigilant. What a miraculous potion it was, capable of resurrecting Madame Loris. Mr. Lockhart observed the golden elixir still clutched in Caitlin's hand, speaking with a hint of fascination. Dumbledore's gaze also fell upon the golden potion as he remarked, "Indeed, this potion is extraordinary, far surpassing the Mandrix revival draft." I can only imagine it harbors even more wondrous applications. At this juncture, Dumbledore turned his attention to the students, saying, "All right, children, it is time for you to forget the events of this evening and return to your dormitories for a proper wash and a restful night. Preparing to welcome the glorious sun of tomorrow." The heads of the various houses took charge, guiding their respective students away. However, Harry, Ron, and Hermione lingered, uncertain whether to depart. "Harry, Ron, Hermione, you should head back," Caitlin urged, observing their bewildered expressions. Dumbledore and the others did not intervene. "Let us find a place to sit," Caitlin suggested, smiling at Dumbledore and the others. "Come to my office. It is the closest," Mr. Lockhart offered, eager for the ensuing conversation. "Very well, let us go to your office," Dumbledore replied without further thought. The group arrived at Mr. Lockhart's office, and the eyes of the assembly turned towards Caitlin, eager to learn about the earlier events. Caitlin did not withhold any details, recounting the happenings of the evening. "A 500-year anniversary gala? Is that truly the case? Such an event transpiring in our midst, and I was entirely oblivious. This is remarkable material that I have completely missed." Mr. Lockhart, invigorated by Caitlin's account, responded with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Lockhart's words, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and Professor McGonagall cast disapproving glances at him, particularly Mr. Filch, who seemed ready to strangle Lockhart. "Your focus is rather misplaced," Lockhart observed the subdued group, realizing his faux pas, and fell silent, somewhat embarrassed. "This matter requires serious attention. Voldemort has not truly perished." After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore spoke. "We must take responsibility and pay close attention to the safety of the students. Professor Kate, Harry could use your assistance. This child seems to have great trust in you." Kayla smiled knowingly at Snape and remarked, "He is far stronger than we imagined." Snape met Kayla's gaze for a brief moment before lowering his head, lost in thought. Chapter 213, The Unconscious Ginny. Despite Dumbledore's request for everyone to forget about the murder of Mrs. Rowley's and the bloodstains left on the wall, the following days saw numerous students discussing the incident. They understood that it had no direct connection to Harry and his friends, yet the underlying conspiracy ignited curiosity and anticipation among them. Thus, many students engaged in speculation regarding the matter. Just days later, as the discussions began to wane, a series of bizarre events unfolded within the school. One student, while rising in the middle of the night to use the restroom, found themselves inexplicably suspended in the air. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, avoiding any life-threatening consequences. Had this been an isolated incident, it might have been dismissed as mere coincidence. However, with incidents occurring daily across different houses, the situation took on a more sinister tone. For instance, one dormitory was splattered with blood, leaving behind a chilling inscription. Another time, demonic vines appeared in the school, launching attacks on students and professors alike. Additionally, first-year students lost control during their flying broomstick lessons, resulting in several injuries. Even during mealtimes, students fell ill from food poisoning. The string of incidents plunged Hogwarts students into a state of panic. To uncover the truth behind these occurrences, Dumbledore, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Trelawney, and others conducted nightly patrols, dedicating time during the day to investigate the respective events. Every ghost in Hogwarts was also questioned by Dumbledore. "Kate, I heard from Professor McGonagall that you possess a crystal ball capable of seeing everyone in Hogwarts," Dumbledore inquired of Kayla. Kayla replied with a smile, "Not quite." Dumbledore pondered for a moment, lost in thought. Kayla did not disturb him and prepared a cup of coffee for both herself and Dumbledore. "Many events have transpired during this time. We need to swiftly ease everyone's concerns and encourage them to focus on their studies," Dumbledore finally spoke. Meeting Dumbledore's gaze, Kayla responded with a smile, "What does it matter? Albus, they seem frightened, but it's only a small fraction of them. In truth, their courage surpasses our expectations. Therefore, one must have faith in their courage and capabilities. They will find a resolution." "Who are they?" Dumbledore inquired, perplexed. "Why, it is the delightful students, of course," Caitlin remarked, savoring her coffee and its sweetness with a smile. Dumbledore fell silent. Although merely a year had passed, he had to concede that the current students exhibited a boldness and bravery unseen in previous cohorts. This transformation stemmed from the Elemental Magic Duel Club, the Fate Rings, the obstacles in the competition arena, and more had liberated these students' true natures, leading them to act with increasing audacity and, as competition intensified, to value wisdom even more. This was a rapid and remarkable evolution. "Are you Ron, Ginny's brother? Your sister is in trouble." During their lunch break, Harry, Ron, and Neville were on their way to class when a girl suddenly rushed towards them, exclaiming, "What? Where is she now?" Ron shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety. Harry and Neville, upon hearing this, also felt a wave of concern. She was not only Ron's sister but their friend as well. "On the way to the hospital. We were about to leave for class when Ginny suddenly fainted," the girl replied. Ron sprinted away with remarkable speed, and Harry and Neville hurried to keep pace. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. When Ron and the others arrived, Ginny lay on the bed, her face pale and unconscious. "Madame Pomfrey, how is my sister?" Ron asked urgently. Just as he spoke, Percy, Fred, and George arrived, having received the news. She was their only sister, and they felt a profound responsibility to care for her, especially now that she was away from their parents' protection. Seeing Ginny unconscious only deepened their anxiety. "What is the current situation?" Fred inquired, his voice laced with tension. Madame Pomfrey examined Ginny and turned to the Weasley brothers, saying, "Gentlemen of the Weasley family." Ginny merely fainted from fright. "I believe she must have experienced something truly terrifying. I will prepare a potion for her shortly, and when she awakens, you must do your utmost to comfort her, but remember to be gentle, otherwise, you risk causing her further distress." After conveying this, Madame Pomfrey turned to leave. Her medical expertise reassured Ron and the others, who breathed a sigh of relief. "Who frightened Ginny? I will teach them a severe lesson," Fred declared, clenching his fists in anger. "They will pay for this," George added, equally incensed. Meanwhile, Harry listened to their furious mutterings, furrowing his brow with an unsettling premonition. For some time now, he had been unable to sleep soundly, as he was intermittently disturbed by peculiar sounds. During this period, various bizarre occurrences had transpired at the school. From afar, footsteps echoed, and upon receiving the news, Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore finally arrived. As for Kettler, he appeared directly at the entrance through apparition and approached them. Dumbledore glanced at the arriving Kettler, nodded, and said, "Kate." Kettler acknowledged him with a nod and then moved to Ginny's side, extending his hand in front of the gathered onlookers. A radiant light enveloped Ginny, rendering her, in her unconscious state, considerably more serene and relaxed. As Kettler withdrew his hand, a beam of light was drawn from Ginny's forehead. This light was cast into a crystal orb, which emanated a glow, revealing an image before the assembly. A pitch-black scene abruptly materialized, showcasing a skeletal hand that lunged toward them with astonishing speed. Harry, Fred, and the others, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the bony hand, instinctively recoiled. Yet, by the time they gathered their wits, the hand had vanished. "Is this the reason for Ginny's fright?" Professor McGonagall inquired hesitantly. "This is the information currently available," Kettler affirmed, retracting the crystal orb. "Perhaps there are other reasons as well. However, in this state, we can only wait for her to awaken." Kettler gazed at Ginny, his mind racing to uncover something, and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 214. The secret mission of the small team. Ginny had succumbed to unconsciousness due to an attack from an unknown entity, something that did not exist in Kettler's memories. Certain events were veering away from the original narrative and undergoing transformation. Was there someone orchestrating these alterations from behind the scenes? Nowadays, Hogwarts was far from simple. The existence of elemental magic and the active Death Eaters posed significant threats, even though some students had consumed potions to break free from the control of the Imperius curse. They constituted merely a fraction of the student body. What of the many students among them? Had those individuals become loyal Death Eaters? Becoming a Death Eater did not necessarily require bearing the mark. These children were still quite young, making them easy targets for scrutiny. The masterminds behind the Death Eaters would undoubtedly refrain from committing such foolish acts. Thus, the situation seemed to revert to its origin. To resolve these issues, it was imperative to identify the Death Eaters hidden among the students. Upon returning to the quaint cottage, Kettler reclined on the sofa, squinting as he fell into a brief reverie. After half an hour, he entered the alchemical laboratory, by the lake adjacent to Hogwarts. A gathering of a dozen individuals had formed. These individuals are all recognized and familiar to Harry, including his roommate, Luna, Cedric, Hans Forbes, Edward Wilson, Hermione, Hannah Abbott, Fred, George, and others. Ginny's situation has caused Harry considerable concern, especially as similar incidents have emerged among other students during this time. This sense of urgency compelled Harry to take action. The vastness of our school makes it impossible for the professors to monitor the safety of all students at all times. I believe we must mobilize. A flicker of wisdom and sharpness illuminated Harry's gaze as he spoke gravely. "What do you propose we do?" Hermione inquired. Harry glanced at Hermione and recounted the whispers he had heard recently. Though it may seem unbelievable, it is the truth. Each time I hear these voices, it signifies that someone has either been harmed or is on the path to harm. However, I have also identified a troubling pattern. There are incidents occurring even in the absence of these voices. Thus, I suspect that there are forces within this school that we remain unaware of, manipulating circumstances to incite panic and act against us. At this juncture, Harry added solemnly, "Perhaps their target is this school, or it may even be me." Upon hearing Harry's words, a profound silence enveloped the group. Ron and Hermione were privy to Harry's situation, but the others remained in the dark, finding it hard to believe. "I trust you, Harry Potter. Perhaps some among us are under control, or perhaps they always have been. Like members of the Death Eaters," Luna stated after a moment of contemplation. Cedric cast a glance at Luna, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "It appears that someone shares my thoughts." A month ago, those summoned by the headmaster returned in a state of disarray. Based on my investigations, they must have been under the influence of the Death Eaters during the break, possibly due to the Imperius curse. The professors called them to assist in breaking its effects. Luna turned to Cedric, her face lighting up with a smile, to which Cedric responded in kind. Fred and George exchanged a high five, with Fred exclaiming, "Finally! We can speak freely. It seems we are not alone in our suspicions." George nodded vigorously, adding, "Indeed, we've contemplated this for quite some time. Yet we hesitated to voice our thoughts." Harry, well aware of this reality as Catley had previously confided in him, decided not to elaborate further. Now that we are all on the same page, I shall refrain from saying more. In the time to come, I urge everyone to remain vigilant for any unusually behaving classmates. Luna, Cedric, and the others nodded earnestly in agreement. As the crowd dispersed, Harry and his companions remained vigilant, attentively observing those around them. Ginny stirred from her slumber, her recollections of the events that transpired bearing a striking resemblance to the memories extracted from Caitlin. The sole aspect worthy of note was Ginny's profound sensation of having her very soul wrenched from her being. After Caitlin conducted a thorough examination of Ginny's physical condition and confirmed the absence of any further complications, Harry and the others finally relaxed. "Isla, your actions have drawn significant scrutiny," Lena Bealton remarked flatly, her gaze fixed on Isla Alton. "Let us maintain a low profile for now. Our mission is to remain undercover at the school and focus on mastering elemental magic until we receive further instructions." Isla Alton glanced at Lena Bealton, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I am well aware that I am being observed, and I know precisely who it is." "Isla, so you are here. Let us attend potions class together," Ginny called out as she approached from a distance. Isla Alton cast a glance at Lena Bealton and responded with a smile. "Farewell. My dear friend has arrived. Ginny, let us depart." Upon Ginny's arrival, Isla stepped forward, gently grasping Ginny's arm, her face radiating a charming and innocent smile. "I hope this afternoon's potions class will not prove too troublesome. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in quite the predicament." Ginny laughed lightly in response, with Isla's intelligence. "I am sure there will be no issues whatsoever." Lena Bealton observed Isla Alton as she walked away, pondering for a moment before a faint smile crept onto her lips. "Sister," a voice called out, and Leanne Bealton stood beside Lena, speaking softly. Lena Bealton turned to her brother, her face lighting up with a smile. She playfully draped her arm around Leanne's neck, exclaiming, "My dear brother, I've heard that your team, the Flatheads, has been quite formidable lately, defeating many others. Your performance has been exemplary. If Father were to find out, he would surely indulge in another 2 bottles of whiskey tonight." Leanne Bealton removed her arm from his shoulders, exasperation evident in his voice. "Sister, how many times must I tell you not to place your arm on my shoulders?" With a resounding smack, Lena Bealton playfully struck Leanne on the back, causing him to stumble forward a couple of steps. "Leanne, as your sister, how can you deny me my affection?" Lena's hand once again settled on Leanne's shoulder as she chuckled heartily. Leanne, feeling somewhat resigned, allowed her to guide him as they walked together, knowing they would soon part ways, given that one was in Slytherin and the other in Hufflepuff. Chapter 215, The Chamber and the Quidditch Match in the Library. Hermione traversed the aisles, diligently retrieving the books she needed from the shelves. Alongside Hermione, there are also Luna Lovegood, Cedric, and others. They are all in pursuit of information regarding the legends of Hogwarts, prompted by the blood-written words on the wall that read the chamber. This revelation led Hermione and her companions to believe they might have discovered a breakthrough in solving their dilemma. Thus, in addition to observing those around them, they commenced their search for information about the chamber. "Ugh, my eyes are about to give out," Ron lamented, slumped in his chair as he set down his book. "This is the most I've ever read in a single day." Fred, similarly sprawled across his chair in a state of fatigue, remarked, "If there's ever a next time for this sort of endeavor, do not involve me. Otherwise, whoever calls for me shall face my wrath." George, equally impatient, chimed in. "Quiet. This is not a place for your loud complaints," Hermione whispered sternly to Ron and the others, her mood soured by their lack of tangible progress. Information regarding the chamber seemed deliberately obscured, leaving them with only fragments of knowledge. "Look at you all gathered here, so earnestly studying and poring over so many books," Professor Catterwall remarked as he entered the library, book in hand, and spotted Harry and his friends along with their scattered texts, offering his praise. "Professor Catterwall!" Harry and the others exclaimed, quickly rising to their feet. They held immense respect for Catterwall, not daring to be dismissive or casual in his presence. Catterwall nodded with a smile, saying, "There's no need for such formality. Please, sit down. Continue with your studies. I merely came to return a book." After a moment of contemplation, Harry ventured, "Professor Catterwall, do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned eagerly toward Catterwall, filled with anticipation. Understanding their intentions, Catterwall replied, "For this matter, it might be better to consult Professor Binns. He is far more familiar with the history of the school." "So you do know about the chamber, then?" Hermione interjected, her eyes alight with excitement. Indeed, I do, Caterwall affirmed with a nod. Since you are so eager to learn, let me share what I know. Instantly, Harry and the others straightened in their seats, their attention fully captured. A timeless tale is woven into the fabric of Hogwarts. In the past, the four founders of the school had significant disagreements regarding the admission of students. Slytherin believed that only those of pure bloodlines, the most noble blood wizards, were worthy of studying in his house. Consequently, Slytherin established a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, rumored to be accessible solely to his heir. Moreover, it is said that within the fabled chamber lurks a monstrous creature, the basilisk, as later witnessed. Upon the chamber's unveiling, this beast would be unleashed to eradicate all non-pureblood wizards within the school. Indeed, throughout the ages, the headmasters and faculty of Hogwarts have endeavored to locate this chamber. Yet all inquiries have yielded naught. Its whereabouts remain an enigma, shrouded in secrecy. Even with various methods employed, no resolution has been attained. That is all I know regarding the chamber. Should you wish to learn more, I suggest seeking out Professor Binns, and I hope he is inclined to enlighten you," said Catler, before departing. Harry and his companions fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. "Hermione, Ron, let us seek out Professor Binns," Harry declared, rising promptly. Ron and Hermione hastily followed suit, as did Fred and George. They found no desire to continue their studies in that moment. However, upon reaching Professor Binns and articulating their purpose, they were met with dismissal, as Professor Binns prohibited any further inquiries from Harry and the others, deeming their limited time wasted on trivial matters. Deprived of more detailed information, Harry and his friends were compelled to temporarily relent. After extensive training, the Quidditch matches at last commenced this year. Harry needed to concentrate fully on securing victory for his team. "Are you ready?" In the Gryffindor locker room, Wood briefly outlined the tactics before turning to Harry and the others, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "We are ready." The team brimmed with confidence, a sentiment stemming not only from their rigorous training, but also from the formidable Nimbus 2001 brooms. "Let's go." Wood confidently led the way as they departed the office. Moments later, upon entering the pitch, they were met with an electrifying roar of cheers. Supporters of Wood included not only Gryffindor students, but also those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, all eager to see Slytherin bested. Meanwhile, Slytherin students were not about to remain silent, responding with derisive jeers and boos. Flint eyed Wood with a sneer, declaring, "Wood, even with your Nimbus 2001 brooms, defeat is inevitable." Wood, undeterred, replied with a confident grin, "Flint, do not speak too boldly, for your loss will be quite substantial." Flint scoffed dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Had Wood's team not upgraded to the Nimbus 2001 brooms, perhaps Flint would have continued his taunts. But now, it was a contest of skill, as both teams wielded equal equipment. Madam Hooch signaled for the two men to shake hands, and at that moment, Wood and Flint displayed their masculine charm, gripping each other's hands firmly while glaring at one another, brimming with competitive spirit. "Today, you are bound to lose," Wood declared, releasing Flint's hand with a resolute tone. Harry and Malfoy exchanged glances. Neither was the captain, so they could only watch from a distance, equally filled with determination. The contest between the teams also mirrored a personal rivalry between the two of them. "Listen for my whistle," Madam Hooch called, clutching her whistle. 3, 2, 1. The whistle blew, and in an instant, all 14 players on the field soared into the air. Simultaneously, the bludgers, the quaffle, and the golden snitch ascended into the sky. Fred and George, wielding their bats, struck at the oncoming bludgers, protecting their teammates. Angelina, with astonishing speed, seized the quaffle ahead of Slytherin, skillfully evading two pursuing chasers, and passed the ball to Katie, who, amidst the aerial ballet, nimbly navigated the space, seeking an optimal opportunity. Without a backward glance, Angelina seemed to instinctively sense the looming force behind her, executing a swift turn and leveraging her momentum to launch the ball. Before Flint could react, the quaffle had already sailed through the hoop. In that moment, students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw erupted in cheers. Chapter 216, The Unruly Bludger. "What the hell are you doing? Intercept them. Are you all fools? You can't even stop a woman," Flint exclaimed, agitated, as he observed his seekers' futile attempts to halt Angelina and her teammates. As the goalkeeper, he was compelled to venture some distance away, attempting to thwart their advance. However, the moment he strayed from the hoops, he effectively left the goal unguarded. Fred and his companions were executing their plays with such precision and speed that it surpassed all expectations. Until now, Slytherin had not scored a single point, while Gryffindor had amassed an impressive 60 points, meaning they had scored 6 goals. In the stands, Snape, Dumbledore, and others were taken aback and astonished. Although they were familiar with the Firebolt 2001 series of broomsticks, having not purchased them, they wondered why there was such a disparity in speed despite both teams using the same brooms. As the match progressed, their curiosity grew, yet they dared not interrupt. "Professor Kettleburn, have you noticed something amiss with Harry's broom?" Dumbledore inquired, glancing at Kettleburn. Indeed, there seems to be an issue. Their speed is markedly superior. Kettleburn affirmed with a nod. Aren't those brooms the ones you purchased with him from Diagon Alley? Dumbledore pressed further. Indeed, he spent 32,000 gallons on it. Caterwall chuckled. I am well aware of this. Dumbledore laughed heartily, remarking, this boy is quite willing to part with his money. He is not lacking in wealth. He has more than enough for a lifetime. Caterwall jested. My word, what is happening? Gasps erupted from the audience, their attention drawn to the unfolding spectacle. For reasons unknown, two bludgers had suddenly lost control and were relentlessly pursuing Harry Potter. Observing this scene, Caterwall wore a smile. Such an occurrence was anticipated. Yet how would Harry resolve this predicament? Neither Caterwall nor Dumbledore showed any inclination to intervene, and the match continued unabated. Harry ducked to evade an incoming bludger and swiftly ascended on his broomstick, soaring into the sky. The two bludgers followed closely behind him, while Fred and George trailed further back, intent on intercepting the rogue balls to prevent them from harming their teammates and, when necessary, assisting their companions in successfully scoring against the opposing team's hoops. Wind. Harry glanced back at the pursuing bludgers and spoke solemnly. In an instant, a wall of wind materialized beside him, a tempest swirling as he abruptly extended a hand. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he grasped a bat, swinging with precision at one of the bludgers. With a resounding thud, the ball was sent hurtling away, plummeting towards the ground. Another crack echoed as yet another bludger was struck, this one aimed at the Slytherin seeker. Well done, Harry, Fred and George exclaimed, clapping each other in delight at Harry's impressive counterattack. A smile graced Harry's face as his gaze swept below, eager to see how Angelina and the others fared, only to catch a flash of light. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and soon he spotted the golden snitch. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry dove downwards. At that instant, Draco Malfoy also caught sight of the snitch, and both boys exerted their utmost effort. Harry, be wary of what's behind you, Wood shouted, noticing the two bludgers that had been struck away, now hurtling toward Harry. Heeding Wood's warning, Harry's brow furrowed in concern. Poor Harry Potter. You might as well play with the bludgers. Malfoy taunted gleefully as he noticed the incoming threats, then suddenly accelerated, creating a 2-meter gap between himself and Harry. Taking a deep breath, Harry infused his broom with magic. Boom. In an instant, Harry's speed surged, vanishing from the sight of the spectators. The once reticent Harry was now ready to reveal his true prowess. Malfoy felt a whirlwind rush past him, and when he focused his gaze, he saw Harry standing several meters away. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds echoed in his ears, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind, prompting Malfoy to instinctively lower his head. The bludger zipped past his ears, almost grazing him, and in that fleeting moment, Malfoy felt as if his head might be severed. His expression darkened ominously. Windblade spell. A bludger hurtling towards him was deftly struck down by Harry's hand, exploding with a resounding bang. Another explosion followed, as yet another bludger met the same fate. Harry's swift and agile responses elicited gasps of astonishment from the students in the stands. To them, Harry appeared overwhelmingly powerful. What astonished the students even more was when Harry raised his left hand, clutching a golden snitch. By Merlin S. Beard. Harry, you are truly magnificent. Not only did you shatter two bludgers and avert your own peril, but you also captured the golden snitch. Fred rushed over, enveloping Harry in an exuberant embrace, exclaiming in sheer excitement. Capturing the golden snitch signified the end of the match, especially as they had thoroughly outplayed Slytherin, who had failed to score a single point. At that moment, Flint, seething with fury, turned away in bitter disappointment. Malfoy was equally discontent, lamenting the absence of even a single point. While they ended with a score of 0, this was an unprecedented outcome for Slytherin. Despite some incidents during the match and their curiosity regarding Harry and his companions' flying brooms, Professor McGonagall wore a radiant smile, her happiness unmistakable. Severus, you know this is the most splendid victory for Gryffindor in many years. 1 golden snitch, worth 150 points, plus 8 goals. By Merlin, that totals 230 points. Yet, Slytherin has garnered not a single point. This is an unprecedented achievement for your house. Snape, his face darkened with displeasure, rose from his seat, clearly unwilling to engage with Professor McGonagall. Such a score had never been recorded since the inception of Hogwarts, a feat unmatched among the four houses. Harry was hailed as a hero, lifted into the air amidst the cheers of the crowd. In the Gryffindor common room, the Lions reveled in their triumph, relishing the humiliation they had inflicted on Slytherin. A jubilant celebration ensued, where the members of the Gryffindor team were showered with blessings, gifts, and praise. Chapter 217, Dobby's warning again. The following day, as they made their way to Charms class. Last night, after a night of contemplation, Hermione approached Harry's side and, walking alongside him, spoke in a low voice. Harry, do you realize how perilous your situation was yesterday? Had you not neutralized those two bludgers, they would have relentlessly continued their assault on you. That was an attempt on your life. Someone wanted you dead. Harry nodded, Acknowledging her words, I understand. But I did not discern who was behind it. Ron and Neville then joined them, with Ron adding, we also could not identify anyone. When you were attacked, we suspected that someone must have been lurking nearby, intent on harming you. However, we searched thoroughly and found no one suspicious. That individual was exceedingly elusive. Harry nodded once more, stating, when we search, we must not be overt. Since those individuals have targeted me, they will undoubtedly strike again. We still have a chance. Hermione and the others nodded gravely in agreement. Professor Flitwick's charm class remained as delightful as ever, alleviating some of the worries that weighed on Harry and his friends. However, after class, as Harry prepared to enjoy lunch, he suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. He bid farewell to Ron and Hermione and made his way to the restroom. Just as he entered, a figure abruptly appeared in his line of sight, startling him. Dobby, why are you here? Harry exclaimed upon recognizing the diminutive house elf, feeling a headache coming on. This house elf, Dobby, despite his well-meaning intentions, often left Harry feeling exasperated by his presence and methods. Mr. Potter, I am simply concerned for you. Upon hearing of the turmoil at the school, I was unable to sleep for worry. This is part of their scheme. They are still contemplating how to bring about your demise, and I cannot stand idly by. Dobby appeared anxious and agitated. I initially thought that by preventing you from boarding the train, I could keep you from entering Hogwarts and thus spare you from trouble. But I underestimated you. You can still fly, and your magic surpasses my expectations. I even hoped you might sustain a minor injury and leave Hogwarts, returning to the Muggle world. Yet, you effortlessly destroyed the bludgers. As Dobby grew more animated, his body trembled with intensity, and his large eyes shimmered with both pity and hope. This revelation caused Harry, previously filled with confusion, to understand that Dobby was the mastermind behind these events, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Dobby's intentions were solely to protect him, albeit through methods that were less than ideal. Well, Dobby, you certainly have surprised me. Harry finally replied. Had I not known your intentions, I might have considered ending you. Nevertheless, I am still somewhat displeased. Dobby, frightened by Harry's anger, took 2 steps back, appearing utterly despondent as he curled up in a corner, exuding an air of helplessness. However, in a moment of exaggerated nervousness, Dobby began to shake with excitement, stamping his feet and bobbing his grotesque head, even resorting to the erratic behavior of slapping his own head or banging it against the wall while babbling nonsensically. Truly, it was infuriating. Dobby felt utterly wretched. I merely wished to protect Mr. Potter, yet Mr. Potter possesses far too many methods. Dobby felt exceedingly foolish for failing to assist Mr. Potter and instead embroiling him in trouble. Observing Dobby's self-destructive antics, Harry felt a sense of exasperation. Despite his unfortunate appearance, Dobby's eyes conveyed an undeniable pathos. In a moment of compassion, Harry raked his fingers through his hair and commanded, Dobby, quiet down. If you don't want me to grab you and toss you out. As expected, upon hearing Harry's voice, Dobby ceased his self-harm, turned to face Harry Potter, and began to inspect his filthy clothing, wiping at the mucus on his face. This scene elicited a hint of disgust from Harry. Mr. Potter, although I have acted unfavorably towards you, I have been observing you in secret and have discovered that someone is scheming against you. Yes, this is a conspiracy orchestrated by someone. The Chamber of Secrets, you absolutely must not get involved. It is a plot directed at you. Dobby suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, filled with fervor. At this, Harry's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Dobby, speaking in a low tone. Dobby, do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Yes, I know. It has been opened before, but those who did so perished, Dobby replied, somewhat nervously. Do you know how to open it? Harry inquired, a mix of excitement and anticipation in his voice. I do not, Dobby said, retreating a few steps from Harry and leaning against the wall, finally stopping to add. That is an exceedingly dangerous matter, Mr. Potter. I believe you should leave this place. The opening of the chamber signifies that someone seeks to purify the school. They believe that only pure-blood wizarding families deserve to learn magic, while others must be eradicated. Harry, observing the anxious Dobby, remained silent to his question, a hint of irritation creeping into his demeanor, and thus stated firmly, Dobby, the only way to save oneself is to defeat the enemy. I will not retreat. Now, you must tell me, who can open the chamber? What dangers lie within? No, Dobby feels too distressed, Mr. Potter. You must leave this place. Dobby exclaimed, nervously backing away from Harry. I cannot speak of it. It is not to be mentioned. Yes, it is too late. I must return. Before Harry could advance any further, Dobby vanished in an instant. Harry stood there, momentarily stunned by Dobby's abrupt disappearance. Dobby, you troublesome creature, you are truly infuriating. Harry was filled with anger, yet there was naught he could do. Dobby had departed, leaving him unable to locate him. After a trip to the restroom, he returned to the dining hall, where Hermione, noticing Harry's unusual demeanor, inquired, Harry, what troubles you? Is it an upset stomach? Ron and the others also directed their gaze towards Harry. After some contemplation, Harry chose to withhold the details concerning Dobby. The existence of the Chamber of Secrets was undeniably real, yet it instilled within Harry a profound sense of unease. The presence on the walls seemed aimed at purging Hogwarts, eliminating all students who were not of pure wizarding blood. He belonged to a half-blood family, while Hermione hailed from a purely Muggle background, and their other friends shared similar fates. "It's nothing, just a slight discomfort in my stomach. It will pass shortly," Harry replied with a somewhat forced smile. "Here are some potions. Would you care to try them?" "They might work wonders," Neville chimed in, producing 3 differently colored potions. Observing the red, yellow, and blue potions in Neville's hands, Harry's cheeks involuntarily twitched as he promptly responded, "Thank you, Neville, but I am quite all right." Harry declined the offer, while Ron and Hermione expressed interest in the potions and began to inquire further. Harry, however, remained quietly nibbling on a sausage, his thoughts consumed by Dobby's words. Chapter 218. The list. In the ensuing days, Hogwarts was once again engulfed in a state of panic. Each day, 1 or 2 individuals were found petrified, hailing from various houses, with Gryffindor suffering the highest number of incidents. This alarming trend instilled a palpable sense of danger among all. Even Dumbledore wore a furrowed brow, imposing restrictions on Harry and his friends' activities. Outside of classes and designated breaks, they were forbidden from lingering outdoors or wandering alone. Even the Elemental Magic Duel Club was compelled to suspend its activities during this period. The unfolding events were beyond our wildest imaginings. Ron remarked somberly as he sat on his bed. "I understand. The enemy is perilous and deeply concealed, and we have no means of discerning who the true adversary is." Harry reassured him. Yet, there were still discoveries to be made. At the very least, they had identified certain individuals who appeared somewhat enigmatic. Fred and George each produced a list, representing students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw houses, respectively. Subsequently, Neville presented another list, stating, "This is something I requested a friend from Slytherin to help me monitor. And here is our Gryffindor list," Hermione added, producing her own. The 4 lists were laid upon the table, and the group gathered around, scrutinizing the names inscribed. Among them were the likes of Caliana, Alaire Elton, and Lena Burton. "Caliana? Why is she on the list?" Ron inquired, perplexed as he examined the Slytherin list. Having become somewhat familiar with Caliana, Harry, and others, I joined them in their journey to the small world, fighting alongside them. To their minds, those granted the opportunity to accompany them into this realm were relatively trustworthy individuals. I remain unaware of the names within the list. Neville, with a hint of surprise, gazed at the roster and spoke. "Neville, are those you have eliminated reliable?" Hermione inquired. "Yes," Neville replied hesitantly, nodding his head. Upon hearing this, Harry and the others fell into a brief silence. Despite their disbelief, skepticism persisted. Now that we possess this list, let us maintain a cautious outlook. Furthermore, we must exercise prudence regarding others. Harry deliberated for a moment before reaching a conclusion. After Hermione, Fred, and the others nodded in agreement, they each departed. There were numerous tasks awaiting them, all pertinent to their safety. Uncovering the mastermind behind their troubles would yield considerable advantages, such as renown and points for Gryffindor. "Ginny, where have you been? I've been searching for you. Your classmates mentioned you had gone out, but they didn't know where." As Ginny made her way to the library to study, Alerton trotted over, clasping her arm affectionately. Ginny's expression shifted slightly upon encountering Alerton. According to Neville's list, he was deemed an untrustworthy and dangerous individual. Yet, during their time together over the past 6 months, Alerton had consistently exuded warmth and kindness, presenting no signs of impropriety. Perhaps this was merely his demeanor in her presence, while he exhibited an entirely different behavior within the confines of Slytherin. "I was at my brother's dormitory. They held a small gathering, and I was invited," Ginny replied after some contemplation. Alerton paused momentarily, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he said, "How delightful. I would love to have an older brother like that looking out for me." At this juncture, Alerton grasped Ginny's hand earnestly, entreating, "Ginny, if there are future events like this, would you take me along?" Initially inclined to decline, Ginny reconsidered and responded, "All right, Alaire, if the opportunity arises, I shall bring you." "That is wonderful, Ginny," Alerton exclaimed joyfully, leading Ginny by the hand towards the library. Meanwhile, Harry, engrossed in his studies within the dormitory, found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Feeling a wave of agitation wash over him, after a moment of silence, he exchanged a few words with Ron and Neville before departing. "Are you feeling perplexed, Harry?" Caitlin inquired, placing a cup of coffee on the table before Harry, who sat upon the sofa. Harry nodded and said, "Yes, I believe what Dobby has said. This is a human conspiracy, and their aim is me." After grappling with his inner turmoil, Harry resolved to seek clarification from Caturle. Caturle pondered for a moment before responding. "There are other students in this school, hailing from various factions, one of which is the Death Eaters. Their intentions extend beyond merely targeting you. They also covet elemental magic." Upon hearing Caturle's words, astonishment washed over Harry's face. "Professor Caturle, did you know this long ago?" "This is hardly a surprise, Harry," Caturle replied without hesitation. Your existence poses a threat to Voldemort. However, to resurrect himself, he must also acquire you, thus making you one of his targets. As for elemental magic, it is merely one of the means by which the Death Eaters and other organizations seek to augment their power. You are already aware of elemental magic's destructive capability, which surpasses that of traditional magic in both potency and intricacy. Indeed, it can be asserted that while in your understanding, muggles who lack magical knowledge cannot become wizards. The reality is that if given an avenue, they can be guided by external means to become elemental mages. Elemental magic wields immense power and requires a lower threshold for entry. Presently, where in the world can one learn elemental magic? Only at Hogwarts. At this moment, Harry was profoundly astonished. Previously, he had not contemplated these matters, but now, under Caturle's guidance, he suddenly perceived this as the truth. In other words, the school harbors individuals from various factions and organizations. Professor Caturle, do you think Alerton and Linebilton are affiliated with some faction? After a moment of hesitation, Harry recalled certain individuals mentioned in the list and inquired. Caturle glanced at Harry and smiled. Harry, you are an astute individual. You often think of things that others overlook. Perhaps they are, or perhaps they are not. But regardless, as long as they do not pose harm to the school or their fellow students, we shall not act against them. In fact, many students in this school represent various factions, families, and organizations, such as the Malfoy family you are familiar with, the Forbes family representing American interests behind Sahan Forbes, and the Anna family from the Netherlands linked to Kalyana, among others. The dissemination of elemental magic necessitates the amalgamation and cooperation of various factions, driven by power and interests. We need not overly influence them. I apologize for digressing. I merely wish to convey that the solution to problems lies in becoming sufficiently powerful while maintaining a low profile, allowing those who spy on you to mistakenly believe they can eliminate you, thus revealing themselves, at which point you can deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 219, Another Christmas. The festive season approaches. Due to a myriad of events occurring within the school, many students have chosen to depart and return home. Professor McGonagall enlisted the help of the various heads of Gryffindor to conduct a census, while Harry, unwilling to return to the Dursleys, opted to stay. My dear friend, I comprehend your sentiments. Thus I shall accompany you at school this year, Ron declared, striding forward with a jovial laugh as he linked arms with Harry, who walked with his head bowed. And I, too, have no intention of leaving this year, Hermione chimed in, clutching a book as she approached with a smile. A fleeting glance at Ron and Hermione dissipated the melancholy that had clouded Harry's heart. Thank you, Hermione. Ron, Harry expressed his gratitude with utmost sincerity, devoid of any pretense. I've just received word that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle have also chosen to remain. How peculiar, Ron murmured, as a thought struck him. Those who have departed may return and present us with significant troubles, Hermione muttered nearby. Why is that? Ron inquired, perplexed. Because among them may lurk our adversaries. And returning home provides an excellent opportunity for them to communicate, while we remain oblivious, Harry elucidated. What shall we do? Ron asked, momentarily taken aback and at a loss. There is but one course of action. To counter whatever they present, Harry contemplated before adding. Of course, this is contingent upon our strength. They are targeting you, Harry. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, their expressions solemn as they regarded him. I am acutely aware, yet I am quite powerful now, Harry replied with unwavering confidence. As time quietly passed, Harry diligently endeavored to enhance his abilities, seizing every opportunity to train with Kettleburn. Malfoy, too, was striving to improve, which caused Hagrid considerable distress. Due to certain matters, Hagrid harbored a deep-seated dislike for Lucius Malfoy. However, despite his aversion to Draco as well, he begrudgingly served as the latter's sparring partner. Naturally, Hagrid did not hold back during their training sessions. Despite his seemingly cumbersome demeanor, he possessed formidable magical prowess. Initially, Draco managed to gain the upper hand, but ultimately, Hagrid could easily subdue him, which was precisely why Hagrid was willing to train Malfoy. If he could not find trouble with Lucius, he would extract interest from his son. Fred and George, having concocted numerous gadgets and caused quite a stir within the school, resulted in Gryffindor losing 30 points. Nonetheless, their antics provided some relief from the tense atmosphere. Furthermore, Fred and George were taken under Kettleburn's wing. You two are quite fond of experimentation. Thus, before your graduation, I shall have you study alchemy under my tutelage. This passage delves into various methods and taboos of alchemy. I urge you to peruse it. Your assignment is to produce at least one piece of work every week. Now, this laboratory is yours. Adjacent to his quaint villa, Caitlin employed earth elemental magic to construct a small laboratory on-site, serving as the base for the twins, Fred and George, who were elated by this development and immersed themselves in their pursuits whenever time permitted. During this period, the topic of the Chamber of Secrets remained a frequent subject of discussion among the students, as the repercussions of the chamber had yet to dissipate. Fortunately, few students had encountered threats or dangers. Nonetheless, the events at Hogwarts were relayed to the board, which expressed significant concern regarding the internal security of the institution. Additionally, the Ministry of Magic received word of the situation and issued a warning to Dumbledore. Professor Snape opposed the idea of granting the students a holiday until the matter was thoroughly resolved, fearing that those who departed might once again attract the attention of Death Eaters. Regrettably, this suggestion was not heeded, as it involved numerous factions and interests beyond Dumbledore's sole discretion. As the term concluded, many students departed, leaving the castle cloaked in a heavy blanket of snow. This year's winter felt considerably quieter and somewhat oppressive compared to the last. With their own independent laboratory, Fred and George were reluctant to return home, and Ginny and Percy chose to stay as well. Percy concocted an excuse, asserting that as the prefect, he bore the responsibility of alleviating the professor's burdens during this tumultuous period. His statement, however, drew mockery from Ron, Fred, and George. Frustrated, Percy exclaimed, "I am your brother. I cannot leave you in danger." Clearly, Percy perceived the school as still perilous, and with his siblings opting to remain, he felt compelled as their brother not to return home alone. Percy's words left Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny momentarily stunned and somewhat disoriented. Their recollections of Percy depicted a character devoid of humor, rigid, and brimming with fervor. Such expressions of concern were seldom, if ever, uttered by him. Despite this, Fred and the others chuckled and offered their apologies, recognizing that the sentiment was merely conveyed differently. Fred and George playfully engaged Percy, compelling him to join them in a snowball fight outside, a delightful form of entertainment and a means of strengthening their bonds, or so Harry believed. On Christmas Day, the snowfall was particularly heavy. Snow blanketed the roads and woods, while fierce winds toppled great trees, posing a risk of being swept away for those traversing the terrain. In the biting cold, Draco Malfoy held a beautifully wrapped gift as he traversed the snow-laden pathway towards the quaint little house, ringing the bell. Upon hearing the sound, Caitlin opened the door, gazing at the figure of Draco Malfoy outside, and smiled. "Draco, do come in." Malfoy stepped inside, presenting the gift to Caitlin with a cheerful, "Merry Christmas, Professor Caitlin." That morning, Malfoy had received several Christmas gifts, one from his mother, two from Goyle and Crabbe, and another from Dumbledore. However, it was the gift from Caitlin that brought him the most joy. Though modest and unassuming, it evoked a unique sentiment within Malfoy, stemming from his respect and reverence for Caitlin, as well as his father's teachings. "Thank you." Caitlin accepted the gift graciously and ushered Malfoy into the room, asking, "Would you like a cup of coffee?" "Certainly, Professor," Malfoy replied, settling comfortably onto the sofa. "You arrived quite early today, Draco," Caitlin noted as she prepared the coffee. Malfoy appeared lost in thought, seemingly hesitant, and did not respond to Caitlin's comment. Observing his distraction, Caitlin inquired, "Is there something on your mind that you wish to discuss? If there are any uncertainties, feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist you." At her invitation, Malfoy fell into a contemplative silence. It was only when Caitlin handed him the coffee that he regained his focus and said, "Professor Caitlin, I wish to speak to you about something troubling that I overheard my father mention during a conversation. It weighs heavily on my mind." Chapter 220, Malfoy's Choice. Caitlin was taken aback by Draco Malfoy's words. What could Lucius Malfoy have said that would so deeply affect his son? "Please, go on," Caitlin encouraged. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, Draco spoke earnestly. "The incidents at school may be linked to my father, or more precisely, to the forces backing him." Caitlin's eyes subtly widened at Draco's revelation. It was indeed evident that Lucius Malfoy was entwined with the events at the school. But was it truly wise for Draco to betray his father in such a manner? "Draco, do you fully comprehend what you were saying?" Caitlin asked, her expression grave as she regarded him. Malfoy fell silent, grappling with inner turmoil. He recognized Caitlin's formidable strength and pondered whether anyone could truly oppose her. If the investigations into the school's incidents continued, he worried about the potential repercussions for his father and their family lineage. Should it be revealed that his father is the mastermind behind the events, how would Draco Malfoy navigate the school's reproach, especially with Professor Caitlin's formidable presence looming over him? In the face of such overwhelming power, neither his father nor his family could withstand the pressure. This predicament weighed heavily on Draco Malfoy's conscience. He was torn between the desire to protect his father and family from the might of Caitlin and the unwillingness to forsake her. He was acutely aware that remaining by Caitlin's side would grant him access to potent magic, enabling him to grow even stronger. The occurrences at the school were entwined with the Death Eaters, who had infiltrated its ranks. His father had connections to this dark faction, and Draco dreaded the thought of him opposing the institution and standing against Professor Caitlin. After much internal conflict, Draco ultimately made his choice. Observing Draco's agitated demeanor, Caitlin remained silent. Once Draco had released his pent-up emotions, he sat on the sofa, gazing at Caitlin with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Suddenly, Caitlin burst into laughter, leaving Draco momentarily bewildered. What could this unexpected mirth signify? "Draco, I am delighted to see your gradual transformation, Caitlin remarked with a smile. You know, your family background and your parents' influence have instilled in you a certain arrogance and jealousy. Such traits may exact a toll on your development. I would rather you not experience the descent from the heights of privilege into the depths of despair, for that could shatter a resolute spirit. Witnessing your growth and change is precisely what I had hoped for. Draco, taken aback by Caitlin's words, found himself in deep reflection. Arrogant and envious? Perhaps there was some truth to that, especially concerning Harry Potter. As he contemplated the changes he had undergone over the past 2 years, he realized he had indeed transformed into a different person. Caitlin placed a reassuring hand on Draco's shoulder. I have long been aware of the situation involving your father and the school. It is perilous, which has led me to ponder whether I should expose certain individuals within the school and send your father to Azkaban, or perhaps ensure his permanent departure from this world without your knowledge. However, the change must come from you, Draco. You are, after Harry Potter, the most gifted student in elemental magic that I have encountered at Hogwarts. I cannot bear to see one of my acknowledged students branded with the stigma of a Death Eater, should intervention become necessary. You can imagine the implications of a Malfoy residing in Azkaban. Draco's complexion paled at the thought. The information bestowed upon him by Kettler was exceedingly substantial, causing Draco to tremble uncontrollably. From the very outset, had his father's actions been under surveillance? Once evidence was irrefutable, being sent to Azkaban would be a mere inconvenience. The thought of being executed was far more heart-wrenching. There had been an overwhelming number of occurrences at school during this time. Students from around the globe, each representing their own factions, harbored untold power. As the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy was acutely aware of how these factions would exert pressure upon the school upon their return, determined to unearth the culprit and safeguard their progeny. Upon returning from the holiday, the school would be compelled to provide an explanation. Professor Kettler, I comprehend now. I know what must be done, Draco Malfoy declared before promptly rising to leave. Arriving with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, he departed with an overwhelming sense of urgency. This sudden haste startled Harry and the others, who had come to congratulate Kettler, as they watched Malfoy exit in such a fervent manner. I can't believe he beat us to it in congratulating Professor Kettler, Ron remarked with a hint of jealousy as he observed Malfoy's retreating figure. Harry furrowed his brow, sensing that Malfoy had something pressing to attend to. He came alone, yet we have a larger gathering. We are far more jovial, Fred quipped nonchalantly. He held no particular grudge against Malfoy, nor did he feel jealousy or anger, and thus often jested about him. Ding dong. Hermione rang the doorbell, prompting Kettler to emerge from the room. Merry Christmas, Professor Kettler. As he stepped out, Harry and his companions, seemingly rehearsed, raised their small gifts and greeted him with enthusiasm. Merry Christmas. Come in. It's warm inside. Kettler welcomed them with a smile, stepping aside to allow Harry and the others to enter. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, and Percy placed their gifts for Kettler upon the table before casually preparing their own coffee or drinks. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang against the wall, and an enormous figure strode in. Oh, I apologize for my lack of control. Hagrid entered, shaking off the snowflakes that clung to him, joyfully exclaiming, "Ha, Harry. The Weasley kids, you're all here. Hagrid, Merry Christmas. We were just planning to come visit you this afternoon." Harry waved excitedly upon seeing him. "That is splendid. I was hoping you'd come. We could have our own private feast in my little cabin," Hagrid responded, his delight evident as he spoke. Ron, Hermione, and the others felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect. "Hagrid, your place is rather small. It would be better to host it here. There is still ample time, and we can arrange things beautifully. I believe I can procure a plethora of delightful and delectable treats. Tonight, let us indulge in the enchanting hot pot from the Eastern Realms. It is a unique delicacy, particularly suited for the winter season." Chapter 221, Confrontation and Persuasion. The hot pot is a remarkable culinary experience, igniting boundless excitement and revelry among Harry, Ron, and others who are tasting it for the first time. The assortment of prepared delicacies was devoured without a trace, satisfying Harry and his friends to the extent that they found little desire for dinner later that evening. After their meal, Harry and the others also arranged a variety of entertainment. They could freely engage in explosive card games without concern for disturbing others. For instance, outside the quaint cottage, they had snowball fights, and even indulged in magical duels without fear of repercussions. Later, they enjoyed a delightful performance of singing by Ginny and Hermione, whose voices were truly enchanting. In the ensuing time, they even took to the frozen lake to play curling or skate, while Harry and his friends reveled in their merriment. Draco Malfoy wore a countenance of melancholy. At that moment, in a secluded grove near the edge of the school, Malfoy awaited the arrival of a certain individual. Snowflakes fell gently upon him, and in the biting cold, he shivered slightly. "My son, why choose to meet here? If you must, why not wear an additional layer?" Lucius Malfoy appeared through apparition, landing beside Draco, and noticing his son's shivering form, he produced a coat and draped it over him. Draco looked at his father. momentarily at a loss for words. "Thank you. I feel much warmer now," he replied. "Speak. Why were you so urgent in summoning me? I am rather busy, and it is not easy to carve out time to come." Lucius, with his cane, gently tapped the ground, leaving a few imprints in the snow, suggesting a sense of urgency. Draco, upon hearing this, stiffened, his expression growing serious. "Father, are you using the Cruciatus curse on the students at our school to control them?" He fixed his gaze on Lucius, his voice low and firm. Lucius furrowed his brow, displeased with the tone Draco had taken. "Are you addressing me?" he questioned. Draco instinctively lowered his head, feeling hesitant to counter his father's authority. It was a long-standing pressure. However, recalling Caitlin's words, Draco summoned the courage to raise his head and meet Lucius's gaze. "Father, you still maintain contact with the Death Eaters, do you not? In the school? Is what transpired orchestrated by you?" Lucius Malfoy did not immediately respond to Draco Malfoy's inquiry. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Do you have something you wish to disclose to me, my son?" After all, he was his own offspring, and Lucius held great significance in their relationship, having witnessed Draco's growth and transformation. "Father, you must first answer my question," Draco Malfoy said, biting his lip earnestly. After a brief silence, Lucius Malfoy replied, "Yes, it is a scheme directed at Hogwarts and Harry Potter." Draco's countenance shifted once more, turning pale as if he had succumbed to a grave illness, which stirred an unsettling feeling within Lucius. Feeling distressed, Draco gazed at his father and urgently implored, "Abandon this so-called plan. No, you cannot partake in it. Sever ties with the Death Eaters. Harry Potter is mine. His adversary can only be me. I do not wish to witness your demise. Can you comprehend that?" Father. Hearing his son's words, Lucius Malfoy fell into a profound silence. In the midst of this stillness, accompanied by the howling wind, Draco's heart remained in turmoil, indifferent to the affairs of others. However, when it came to his family, Draco was exceedingly serious and concerned. Lucius took a step forward, while Draco instinctively recoiled. Lucius sought to pat Draco's head, yet halted upon seeing his son's reaction, saying, "My son, do you possess any knowledge of the situation?" After a moment's silence, Draco spoke somberly. "This morning, I visited Professor Kate. I learned from her that she has long been aware of the events transpiring at the school and is preparing to take action against you and those behind the scenes. You cannot contend with Professor Kate. She is immensely powerful, far beyond what you could oppose collectively. I do not wish to see you at odds with her, nor do I want you to come to harm." Lucius, taken aback by his son's words, felt an overwhelming shock. "Are you certain? My son, what I mean is, are you sure they truly possess evidence?" Lucius's body trembled slightly, whether it be Katerina, Dumbledore, or other members of the board. If they were to discover his involvement in the occurrences at the school, he would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned in Azkaban. After all, the events that had unfolded during this time were exceedingly egregious. "I do not know." Draco Malfoy shook his head and replied gravely, "but I trust Professor Katerina." Lucius Malfoy found himself at a loss for words, his heart brimming with panic. "Father, you must sever your connection with the Death Eaters and extricate yourself from this incident." Draco Malfoy called out once more, "I understand." Lucius Malfoy remained silent for a considerable time before turning to leave. Upon hearing his father's words and seeing his retreating figure, Draco's face broke into a smile, a genuine expression of joy that rendered him momentarily speechless. Lucius, upon hearing his son's laughter, felt a flicker of happiness. Yet his heart was also laden with conflict. The burdens borne by the Malfoy family were far more complex than they appeared on the surface, and detachment from them was not a simple matter. The wealth of the Malfoy family was, to a significant extent, tied to Voldemort, the Dark Lord lurking in the shadows. The elder members of the Death Eater army regarded the Malfoy family's riches as communal property of the Death Eaters. To safeguard this wealth and protect the family, Lucius found himself compelled to undertake numerous obligations he could not escape. "Silly boy, you have no comprehension of the formidable power lurking behind the Death Eater organization. Otherwise, it would have long been eradicated, and they would not still be allowed to roam freely." With a sigh, Lucius Malfoy vanished into the thicket, leaving Draco alone. Unbeknownst to him, Draco, under the impression that his father would extricate himself from this incident and the Death Eaters, departed with noticeably lighter steps. In a secluded corner by the grove, Severus Snape observed Draco Malfoy's retreating figure, his gaze imbued with a cold indifference. Chapter 222. Could Malfoy be the heir of the chamber? The Christmas holiday stretched on rather long, during which Hermione, Harry, and others engaged in their studies, practiced their skills, or accompanied Cattermole in exploring Diagon Alley and the streets of London. This delightful existence brought great joy to Harry and his companions, each of whom was well off. Under the company of Cattermole and Hagrid, they indulged in the pleasures of the Muggle world, an experience unlike any they had encountered before. However, such blissful times were destined to come to an end. As students began to return to school, their parents followed suit, filled with concern for their children's safety. The Daily Prophet also reported on the incidents occurring at the school, garnering widespread attention. Journalists accompanied the parents to the school, seeking clarification. Dumbledore granted an interview, assuring them that an answer would be provided in the shortest possible time. Though the crowd wished to continue their inquiries, they were politely escorted away from Hogwarts. The school entered a state of lockdown, permitting only students and staff to remain within its walls. At the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge extended his greetings and expressed his dissatisfaction, even going so far as to declare that should any similar incidents occur at the school, Dementors would be dispatched to guard Hogwarts. Dumbledore, however, graciously rebuffed Fudge's offer and insisted that he refrain from visiting. Once upon a time, Dumbledore and Fudge shared a cordial friendship, with Fudge often seeking Dumbledore's counsel, to which Dumbledore generously responded with numerous constructive suggestions. Yet, due to the matter of elemental magic, their relationship had soured somewhat. Dumbledore had borne considerable pressure regarding this issue, and over the past year, the news of elemental magic had spread, igniting much curiosity and anticipation among the populace. As a result, the ministry found itself unable to intervene, allowing Caturle to continue imparting knowledge of elemental magic. This, in turn, eased the tension between Dumbledore and Fudge. Time was of the essence, and uncertainty loomed regarding how many students might be ensnared. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore playfully teased the aging fox, who appeared on the verge of self-immolation. Beside the sofa, Caturle and Snape were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Both had heard Dumbledore's remarks, but refrained from immediate responses. Dumbledore turned to Caturle, who was intently focused on the game, and inquired, "Cater, can your scrying crystal ball deeply investigate those children who have fallen under the influence of the soul-sucking curse? Anyone touched by its light, whether cursed or transformed, or even those who have consumed Polyjuice potion, will reveal their true form or be marked." Without lifting his gaze, Caturle replied, "You must trust in its efficacy. Let us commence our elimination from here." After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore added, "Severus, ensure that some of those mischievous little schemers behave themselves. We must exercise stringent control." He then turned his attention to Severus Snape, who sat with impeccable posture, his demeanor always meticulous, whether walking or seated. "Very well," Snape responded, continuing his game with Caturle, seemingly unwilling to depart without a definitive outcome. Dumbledore did not hasten them, but sat nearby, observing their chess match while occasionally interjecting a few comments. "Are these reporters mad?" Ron exclaimed, tossing the newspaper onto the chair in frustration. "They are brazenly maligning our school and asserting that it is no longer the safest place, that students are in constant danger of losing their lives." Meanwhile, in the dining hall, many students were poring over the papers, engaged in fervent discussions. The joyful spirit of the holiday was gradually dissipating, replaced by an encroaching sense of dread. Harry picked up the newspaper and glanced at it before pointing towards the entrance of the dining hall, calmly stating, "Do not dwell on it. We merely need to protect ourselves. The rest will be handled by Professor Kettler. While we may harbor doubts about others, we cannot afford to doubt Professor Kettler." At the entrance, the enchanted crystal ball, which should have been stowed away by Kettler, once again hung prominently, scanning all who entered the dining hall. Ron cast a sidelong glance at the door, chuckling softly, yet remaining silent. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's gaze occasionally flickered towards the entrance or fixated on a passing student, exhibiting signs of nervousness. In addition to the students, Draco's eyes would occasionally dart towards the professor's table, where Kettler, Dumbledore, and others sat. He could not shake the recollections of Kettler's words, convinced they were not mere idle chatter. Dumbledore's eyes shifted from the newly arrived students to Draco, locking onto his for a brief moment. In that instant, Draco's complexion paled, his hands, concealed beneath the table, clenched tightly together, and his feet trembled slightly. Had something been discovered? Was this a warning? Or something else entirely? Draco's mood soured. He was uncertain of the changes that had occurred in the students after the blue light had swept over them, and he could not discern whether they had fallen under the control of the Death Eaters. Perhaps the professors had uncovered something, while he remained oblivious. Observing the scene, his expression darkened, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Noticing Draco's change in countenance, Hermione whispered, prompting Harry and Ron to turn their attention to him, both appearing somewhat taken aback. Draco seemed to sense their scrutiny and directed his gaze towards Harry. As their eyes met, Draco suddenly regained a semblance of vigor, restoring a degree of arrogance and confidence in response to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hermione leaned in to murmur, "He appears troubled, as if he is worried about something." Harry pondered her words and replied thoughtfully, "You may be right. He seems to be fearful of something. Could it be that Malfoy is the so-called heir of the Chamber of Secrets?" Ron interjected with a sudden burst of imagination. "Surely, nothing terrifying will occur today, right?" Ron's words caused Hermione and Harry to pause, both inhaling deeply. They exchanged glances, sensing the possibility that it might indeed be the case. Chapter 223, The Weeping Myrtle and the Tattered Notebook. The heir of the Chamber of Secrets. In the past, The victims of attacks predominantly hailed from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, while Slytherin remained unscathed. This stark comparison suggested that claiming Slytherin bore no issues would be rather excessive. Students entering Slytherin are predominantly schemers, ambitious individuals, and exemplary candidates for dark wizards. They are treacherous, haughty, and take pride in their pure blood status, holding a deep disdain for muggles and half-blood wizards, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. The remnants of the writings clearly target muggles and half-bloods, indicating a troubling sentiment. Hermione, Ron, and Harry unanimously suspect Draco Malfoy of harboring ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to him, Draco has aroused the suspicions of Harry and his friends. He has been distracted and even felt a sense of panic in recent days. He has witnessed several classmates and upperclassmen summoned by Snape, returning in a daze. Although they appeared normal the next day, claiming to have endured a rigorous lesson from Professor Snape, Draco remains unconvinced, aware of the implications. The Death Eaters are attempting to exert control over the students during the holiday. Clearly, their plan has once again failed. Furthermore, Draco has noticed that Ella Ayrton and other first-year students have been called to Professor Snape's office for instruction, which fuels his suspicion that they resemble war fanatics. Lacking concrete evidence, however, he cannot firmly accuse them of being Death Eaters. "Where are you headed?" Hermione inquired, observing the furtive behavior of Ron and Harry as they prepared to leave. After a moment of contemplation, Harry replied, "We intend to follow Malfoy and uncover what he is secretly engaged in." In recent days, there have been no reports of students being attacked, nor had any classrooms or dormitories been left in disarray. This absence of incidents left Harry and Ron feeling uneasy instead of reassured. Thus, they resolved to cast a disillusionment charm upon themselves to investigate Malfoy's activities. "I wish to join as well," Hermione exclaimed eagerly. "Then let us proceed together." Harry nodded in agreement. The trio exited the Gryffindor common room and sought a secluded corner where Harry cast the disillusionment charm on all three of them. Prompting their immediate action, they awaited outside the Slytherin common room. However, to their dismay, they found themselves waiting all afternoon without a sighting of Malfoy. Hermione, lifting the charm, whispered, "Perhaps Malfoy left early and is not in the Slytherin common room. I suggest we search the castle." Harry and Ron, dispelling their charm, nodded in agreement. The trio swiftly departed, wandering through the corridors of the educational building. As they strolled, they were suddenly startled by the hysterical shouts of Filch. Harry came to a halt, locking eyes with his companions, and promptly slowed his pace as he approached the corner. There, he beheld Filch laboriously mopping the floor, which was inundated with water. "Merlin's beard. How could she behave in such a manner? How many times has she added to my troubles? I toiled through the entire night. I could almost conjure a spell to resolve all these issues at once. This is simply intolerable. I must seek out Dumbledore." Filch, amidst his mopping, erupted in a tirade, eventually casting aside the mop in exasperation and turning to leave, soon disappearing down the corridor. Harry and his friends stepped out into the hallway. Gazing at the water that stretched along the floor with a sense of curiosity, they followed the trail of water. It flowed from Moaning Myrtle's restroom. Ron pointed to the adjacent door, which bore a sign indicating it was out of order. After Nick's 500th death day party, Harry and his friends had come to regard Myrtle with a certain fondness rather than disdain. They found her quite amusing, and Hermione had engaged in many conversations with her. Harry pushed open the door, and a loud, mournful wail filled the air. Inside the restroom, the toilet gushed forth water like a fountain, extinguishing the candles. The mirror above the sink was riddled with cracks, and books and scraps of paper lay scattered about. This left Harry and his companions in disbelief. Despite Myrtle's often sorrowful demeanor, she had never been known to weep. "Restore it to its former state," Hermione exclaimed, brandishing her wand at the damaged toilet. Moments later, the toilet was repaired, and through magic, the water on the floor was drawn away and sent cascading into the toilet. Harry, too, used magic to reignite the extinguished candles, illuminating the restroom significantly. "Myrtle, what troubles you?" Harry approached a stall, opening the door to find the weeping ghost hiding within. "Harry, someone threw a book at me." Myrtle lamented pitifully. "Someone threw a book at you?" Ron replied incredulously. "Could they even hit you?" "Forgive me, but I must ask, did it hurt? Did you feel pain?" At Ron's words, Myrtle's sobbing intensified, becoming even more shrill. Harry and Hermione instinctively recoiled. The sound was rather jarring. They exchanged glances with a hint of exasperation at Ron. "Are you certain you know how to console a ghost?" "I cannot feel pain, but I am exceedingly sad. Let everyone throw books at Myrtle, for she cannot feel it. However, if you strike her in the stomach, you earn 10 points. And 50 points if you hit her on the head. Is that not a most entertaining game?" "Ha ha. This notion strikes me as utterly uninteresting." I found myself seated upon the toilet seat, contemplating the reasons for my demise, when books began to cascade from my head. 1, 2, and then an increasing multitude. I instinctively recoiled, gripped by fear and sorrow. However, I could not discern their identities, as they were shrouded in black robes, obscuring their faces. Myrtle's words caused Harry, Ron, and Hermione to exchange glances, instilling within them a sense that they ought to have grasped something significant. When did they strike you with the books, Myrtle? Harry inquired urgently. I don't know. I know nothing. Myrtle nearly shrieked in a state of despair as she exited the restroom, her destination unknown. We missed our chance. Had we come to the castle to investigate from the outset, we might have apprehended them, Ron remarked, breathless. I share your sentiment. Harry approached the sink, sifting through the numerous tomes until he uncovered a somewhat tattered black-covered notebook. The notebook appeared vaguely familiar. Hermione approached and recognized the notebook, plunging into thought. Do you know whose notebook this is? Harry asked, a mix of astonishment and excitement in his voice. Chapter 224, Suspicion. Hermione's words rendered both Ron and Harry dumbfounded and incredulous, yet excitement coursed through them. If they could identify the owner of the notebook, they would unveil the truth behind the recent attacks on students within the school. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione suddenly lifted her gaze towards Ron. Ron, feeling perplexed by Hermione's hesitant stare, quickly queried, Why are you looking at me, Hermione? Is there something on my face? Harry, too, cast a dubious glance at Ron. Hermione's demeanor strongly suggested suspicion. Could this matter somehow involve Ron? I believe I have recalled the owner of this notebook, Hermione stated in a subdued tone. Who? Ron and Harry asked in unison. Ginny. Hermione hesitated before responding. Impossible. Absolutely not. She would never do such a thing. Ron immediately retorted without a moment's pause. Well acquainted with Ginny, his sister, who was notably gentle and well-behaved. How could she possibly engage in such actions? Harry, too, found it incredulous, even reluctant to accept this notion. He had a deep understanding of Ginny's character. She was indeed a tender and obedient child. Despite the disbelief, the reality was that he had previously seen this notebook in Ginny's possession. In truth, you should have seen it as well. Ginny often carried it while studying in the library. Although it was difficult to believe, Hermione made an effort to articulate this revelation. For a moment, both Harry and Ron fell silent. Upon further reflection, it seemed that Ginny frequently appeared in the library cradling a notebook. However, is this notebook something they truly dare to ascertain, or perhaps prefer not to confirm? Let us go and inquire with Ginny. That will reveal the truth, suggested Hermione. Thus, Ron and Harry were propelled by Hermione, leaving the restroom and returning to the Gryffindor common room. In no time, under Hermione's guidance, they arrived at the girls' dormitory and located Ginny's room. Is Ginny in? Hermione knocked on the door and called out. Shortly after, the door was opened by Ginny's classmate. Hermione's acquaintance with Ginny's roommate was quite familiar, alongside Ron, Ginny's brother, and the school's hero, Harry. The three of them were warmly invited inside. The girls' dormitory possessed a certain quaint charm that caused Harry and Ron to glance around in fascination. Nasha, is Ginny not in her room? Hermione inquired, surveying the surroundings. She has been out for a while. I reckon she is either in the library or taking a stroll, Nasha replied with a smile. After checking the time, she added, Perhaps she will return shortly. Why is that? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Unless something unusual occurs, she typically returns around this time, Nasha stated matter-of-factly. Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances, falling into silence. Could this matter truly be related to Ginny? It was already around 9:30 in the evening. Previous incidents had all occurred before this hour. Generally, no issues arose after 9:30. It wasn't long before they spotted Ginny entering from outside. Upon seeing Harry and Ron in her dormitory, Ginny curiously inquired, Brother, Hermione, Harry, are you here to see me? Of course, I was worried about you, Ron promptly replied. As he spoke, he approached Ginny, scrutinizing her closely. Are you all right? Am I not fine? Ginny asked, puzzled. Ginny, come with us. We need to ask you some questions. Hermione said, taking Ginny by the hand and leading her out of the dormitory to a secluded corner. Is something wrong? Ginny looked at the three of them with a perplexed expression, asking, Brother, has something happened at home? She suddenly inquired, her concern evident. Ron quickly reassured her, No, Mom and Dad are perfectly fine. They are safe. Ginny, I need to ask you something important, Hermione said, turning to face her earnestly. Ginny hesitated, glancing at Harry and Ron before nodding. Go ahead. I will tell you what I know to the best of my ability. Do you possess an old leather notebook? Hermione asked, fixing her gaze on Ginny. Oh, have you seen it? Where is it? I have been searching for it, but I cannot recall where I might have misplaced it. After an extensive search, I regret to say that I found nothing. Ginny was both astonished and filled with anticipation. Ron, taken aback by Ginny's revelation, quickly inquired, Did you misplace your notebook? Indeed, but I am uncertain as to where it was lost, Ginny replied, touching her head with a perplexed expression. Harry furrowed his brow, intending to retrieve the notebook to ask Ginny if it belonged to her. However, Hermione intervened, addressing Ginny. This notebook is rather significant. Could you possibly share where you acquired it? I would like to procure one as well. Both Harry and Ron exchanged glances with Hermione, curious to inquire further, but were silenced by her gaze. Though unaware of Hermione's intentions, they remained quiet. It was a gift from my dear friend, Alerton. Ginny joyfully recounted without hesitation. We were in the library, engrossed in our reading, sharing delightful conversations, and I exchanged notebooks as a token of our friendship. Thank you. I shall make time to explore Diagon Alley then. Hermione expressed her gratitude. Without further contemplation, the group engaged in light conversation before Hermione bid farewell to Ginny, accompanied by Harry and Ron. Hermione, have you discovered something? Is there something peculiar about this notebook? Why not inform Ginny that we found it? Is Alerton perhaps suspicious? Harry and Ron posed their inquiries, one after the other, while Hermione pondered, her pace quickening without an immediate response. Suddenly, she halted and spoke rapidly. Harry, I suspect there is something amiss with this notebook. Ginny places great importance on it, yet she cannot recall where she misplaced it. I have observed Alerton frequently in the library with Ginny. They seem quite close. However, Alerton is a person of interest on the list of suspects. I am convinced that she has ulterior motives and deliberately gifted the notebook to Ginny. This raises further questions. What secrets does this notebook conceal? Or perhaps it has been enchanted, ensnaring individuals within its depths, rendering them unable to escape. These are not mere baseless fabrications. They are substantiated concerns. Chapter 225, The Secrets of the Notebook, Part 1. Hermione's words cast doubt upon Harry. Gazing at the notebook in his hand, he struggled to comprehend its significance. He perused its contents, which primarily chronicled the mundane affairs of a diary belonging to Tom Riddle from 50 years prior, with some entries reflecting a rather darker tone. Abruptly, Harry found himself in a state of bewilderment. Are you certain this is the notebook Alerton presented to Ginny? He asked, his expression somber. Hermione and Ron nodded in affirmation, expressing their unwavering certainty. Harry furrowed his brow, flipping through the notebook, and said with confusion, since this notebook was gifted to Ginny by Ella Elton, why does it contain a diary belonging to someone named Tom Riddle, as well as Ella Elton's diary? What about Ginny's diary? Over the past 6 months, she must have written something, right? Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron and Hermione were equally taken aback and quickly snatched the notebook from Harry's hands to examine it. Moments later, both Ron and Hermione were left dumbfounded. Indeed, why was there no mention of Ella Elton or Ginny's diary within its pages? Harry, I think we might be mistaken. This doesn't appear to be Ginny's notebook, Ron said hesitantly. Impossible. This is genuine. I have a vivid recollection of this notebook, Hermione immediately countered. Then let us ask Ginny, Harry suggested as he took the notebook and turned to head to Ginny's dormitory. No, not now, Hermione interjected, blocking Harry's path, her voice serious. Perhaps this notebook conceals some secret. It must be Ginny's, but she may have forgotten everything. There might truly be magic involved. Ron, listening to Hermione's words, frowned. This concerned his sister, and he needed to proceed with caution. Why not return and investigate further? Ron suggested hesitantly, looking at Harry. I've heard my dad mention that in the Ministry of Magic, some confiscated books have been released from their enchantments and possess peculiar abilities. For instance, there's a book called The Wizard's 14 Lines. Anyone who reads it can only communicate in 5-line rhymes for the rest of their life. Also, there's an old wizard named Base who owns a book that, once picked up, one can never put down, becoming utterly engrossed in it wherever they go. Harry was unnerved by Ron's mysterious account. After a moment of contemplation, he said, all right, let us delve into this. We should also seek Professor Kettler's assistance. If this book harbors any peculiar magic that we cannot decipher or that could lead us into peril, Professor Kettler could intervene in time. Hermione quickly proposed. After a brief discussion, Harry and Ron readily agreed. After all, the unknown is often powerful and daunting. Despite their courage, they would not take unnecessary risks without cause. With Professor Kettler's formidable presence at school, it was prudent to utilize that support wisely. The sound of a bell rang, and Kettler opened the door. Harry stepped inside and promptly said, Professor Kettler, we need your assistance. Kettler, intrigued by their demeanor, remarked, you seem rather anxious. Harry placed the notebook on the table and replied, there is something wrong with this book. I suspect it has been enchanted. Caitlin gazed at the somewhat worn notebook, a glimmer of intrigue lighting her eyes. In a mere glance, she discerned that this book was no ordinary tome, reflecting on certain matters. She also grasped what Harry had been enduring. Picking up the notebook, Caitlin began to peruse it earnestly, her curiosity piqued by Tom Riddle's diary. Observing Caitlin's intense focus, Hermione, Harry, and Ron remained silent, their expressions tinged with concern that Caitlin might become ensnared in its enchantment. Approximately half an hour later, Caitlin had completed her initial reading of the diary and set the notebook down, turning to Harry and his friends with a question. What are your thoughts? After recounting the events of the evening, Hermione stated solemnly, we believe this notebook conceals a mysterious magic that caused Ginny to forget certain memories and engage in perilous actions. What do you intend to do about it? Caitlin inquired without haste, her curiosity piqued. I plan to employ magic on this notebook to unveil its hidden secrets. Though it may prove somewhat hazardous, hence I would like Professor Kettle to ensure our safety, Hermione promptly replied. Caitlin smiled upon hearing this and understood Hermione's intentions, responding, "That is agreeable." The trio of Hermione, Ron, and Harry beamed with delight at her words. "I suspect an invisibility potion has been employed here," Hermione remarked. Immediately retrieving her wand and, brimming with anticipation, tapped the notebook thrice, exclaiming, "Reveal, reveal." After a few moments of silence, the notebook remained unresponsive, demonstrating remarkable patience. Hermione produced a revealing eraser from her concealed bag, stating, "I also have this revealing eraser, which I procured from Diagon Alley." She vigorously rubbed the eraser against the notebook, yet still met with no results. Observing the situation, Ron pondered aloud, "Perhaps we should adopt a different approach to trigger the magic. Some books, I've heard, may devour their readers, drain their life force, or have an aversion to fire." Harry and Hermione exchanged peculiar glances at Ron, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. "I'm merely sharing what I've heard about enchanted tomes," he clarified hastily, not wishing to be perceived as peculiar. Hermione, with utmost seriousness, proposed, "I think we should give it a try. I've heard of certain magical books that behave in such a manner." Subsequently, Hermione conjured a water sphere, preparing to submerge the notebook within it. Harry interjected, tossing it into the sphere, "It is not afraid of water. We found it in the pool." Did no one consider that the book only has some water stains on the cover, while the pages within remain perfectly dry? At that moment, the notebook was enveloped by the water sphere, prompting Hermione to hastily retract the spell upon hearing Harry's observation. As the outcome unfolded as Harry had articulated, Hermione, feeling a sudden surge of annoyance, questioned, "Now that you are aware, why did you not disclose this sooner?" Harry, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I only just came to this realization myself. Besides, none of you seem to have noticed either." Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione and Ron indeed recognized their oversight. They had overlooked this situation entirely. "Why not test it with fire?" Ron suggested with unexpected eagerness. "Now that we know it can withstand water, can it also resist fire? Perhaps you could try dripping your blood on it," Hermione retorted, fixing her gaze on Ron. At this, Ron's expression shifted slightly. "Why must it be my blood? What if it drains me like a vampire?" Chapter 226, The Secret of the Notebook, Part 2. It cannot be burned, nor can it be destroyed by water. The notion of blood binding it to its master seems utterly ludicrous. Regardless of the method employed, this notebook remains impervious to water and fire, indestructible by any means. This series of futile attempts left Harry and his companions feeling quite vexed and powerless. "Professor Kate, how was this notebook even created?" Harry, having exhausted his options, turned to Kate for assistance. At this moment, Hermione and Ron finally regained their senses. They had squandered so much time and effort, when they could have sought Professor Kate's help from the outset. Kate had been observing Harry and his friends struggle with Tom Riddle's notebook, showing no inclination to assist, finding their endeavors rather amusing. She couldn't help but concede that Voldemort, in certain respects, possessed remarkable prowess. "Harry, pick up your pen and write on it," Kate instructed. "Simply inscribe hello, Tom Riddle." Harry, albeit perplexed, complied, selecting a blank page to write. Soon enough, the trio discovered that the words Harry had inscribed had vanished. As they continued to marvel at this phenomenon, a line of text materialized in the empty space. "Hello." The trio was utterly astounded, with Harry exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Kate smiled gently, stating, "There is nothing impossible about it. It is Tom Riddle, a figure who has instilled fear in the wizarding world for decades." The three fell into a moment of silence, lost in thought. "By Merlin's beard, I now know who he is," Hermione suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock. "Who?" Ron inquired hastily. "Voldemort," Hermione whispered. "Tom Riddle is his name. To be more precise, his name is Tom Marvolo Riddle," Kate interjected. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, both visibly astonished. Particularly Harry's gaze upon the notebook grew increasingly intense. "Would you be interested in exploring Voldemort's world?" Kate inquired with a smile directed at Harry and his companions. "The world of Voldemort? Can we truly witness it?" Ron asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Of course, we can, but this notebook only retains what you are permitted to see," replied Professor Caitlin with a smile. Professor Caitlin implied that what we observe is not the entirety of Voldemort's memory realm. Hermione pondered before responding. "Indeed," Caitlin affirmed. "How can I venture into that world?" Ron inquired, his anticipation evident. "Voldemort. Perhaps they once trembled in fear of him, but now? Oh, who is Voldemort? Is he powerful?" Caitlin drew forth his wand and directed it at the notebook, a beam of black light enveloping it. The pages of the notebook began to flip rapidly, eventually settling on the notes from June 13th. A magical vortex materialized, swiftly absorbing the dark elemental magical energy, and in the next moment, Harry and his companions vanished into the notebook. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an extraordinary world. The magical realm transitioned from a haze to clarity before their eyes. "Where are we?" Ron exclaimed, gazing around with curiosity. "This person seems so familiar," Hermione remarked, observing a frail, elderly wizard seated at a desk, his white hair illuminated by the flickering candlelight as he perused a letter. Harry regarded the figure before him, feeling no recognition, and turned to Professor Caitlin. If I am not mistaken, his name is Armando Dipet, the former headmaster, and also the headmaster during Voldemort's era, Caitlin noted, smiling as he looked at the elderly man. His portrait hangs in Dumbledore's office, though that image is considerably younger. Can he not hear us? Ron instinctively asked. This is a memory realm. We are mere spectators and shall not affect them, Caitlin clarified. Just as Harry and his companions came to understand this, a figure entered the room. It was a boy of about 16, strikingly handsome, adorned with a silver prefect badge upon his chest. A Slytherin prefect, Ron remarked with evident disdain. Ron nodded but remained silent, intrigued as to what the boy intended to do. Riddle, you have arrived. Armando Dipet lifted his gaze to the boy, addressing him. Riddle? Ron exclaimed in surprise, realizing, is he Voldemort? Quiet. Ron, listen to their conversation, Hermione admonished, somewhat displeased with Ron's reaction. In truth, Hermione was also taken aback. For Voldemort at this juncture appeared remarkably handsome and did not bear the semblance of a malevolent fiend. Professor Dipet, I understand you wish to see me, Tom Riddle stated. Taking a seat opposite Armando Dipet, his demeanor somewhat anxious. Yes, Riddle, Dipet responded. Armando Dipet gazed kindly at Tom Riddle and said, I regret to inform you that, although I would like nothing more than to keep you here, there are certain matters preventing me from doing so. Would you consider returning home for a holiday? No. Riddle immediately rose to his feet, declaring, I would rather remain at school than return there. It is not a place for me. Riddle, Armando Dipet called out. I understand your reluctance to return to the orphanage, but there are troubling events occurring at the school. You must leave. At these words, Tom Riddle fell into a brief silence. Ron, listening intently to their conversation, speculated, could the happenings at the school be related to the Chamber of Secrets? Both Harry and Hermione shared similar thoughts, though they remained uncertain. Caterwall glanced at Ron, somewhat surprised that the young lad had deduced the matter so swiftly. With his head bowed and hands resting on his knees, Riddle hesitated for a moment before finally lifting his gaze. Professor Dipet, are you referring to the attacks? Harry and his companions immediately perked up at this, realizing it indeed pertained to the chamber. Rumors had it that the last time the chamber was opened, a Muggle-born girl had lost her life. Although it was a painful truth, it could not be ignored. Armando Dipet spoke with a hint of regret. This is a tragedy. You are still so young, and I do not wish for you to endure such sorrow. Keeping you at the school would be exceedingly unkind, especially considering the unfortunate demise of that poor girl. You would be much safer in the orphanage, at least for now. Furthermore, the ministry is deliberating whether to close the school, in which case you would have to return to the orphanage anyway. Most critically, I have no leads on the perpetrator who took the life of that young girl. Listening to Professor Dipet's words, Tom Riddle fell into silence once more. Professor Dipet, if that person were apprehended, would this all cease? The professor's words had ignited a spark of opportunity within Tom Riddle. Beneath his gaze lay a cold and ruthless conspiracy. Brewing quietly, Dipet stood, fixing his stare on Riddle, and asked solemnly, Riddle, do you know who attacked that girl? A surge of panic coursed through Tom Riddle, and he quickly replied, No, Professor Dipet, I do not know. I was merely speculating. Dipet slumped back into his chair, disappointment etched across his face, and waved his hand dismissively. You may leave, Riddle. Riddle stood, dragging his heavy feet as he exited the room. Let us follow him, Hermione urged, quickly trailing behind. Without a second thought, Harry and Ron followed Hermione's lead. Caterwall cast a glance around the room before departing as well. Descending the spiral staircase and traversing the dimly lit corridor, Tom Riddle suddenly came to a halt. Realizing that Riddle would not discover their presence, Hermione boldly approached Tom Riddle, keenly observing his demeanor. At that moment, Tom Riddle appeared deep in thought, his expression serious, as if grappling with a significant decision. After a considerable pause, he arrived at a conclusion and hastily departed, prompting Hermione, Harry, and Ron to closely follow, eager to uncover Riddle's intentions. There stood a young Professor Dumbledore. At the entrance of a grand hall, Tom Riddle encountered a tall wizard with flowing chestnut hair and a beard, who greeted Riddle from atop the marble staircase. Instantly, the trio recognized him. What are you doing here, Tom? It is late, and you should not be wandering about, Dumbledore admonished upon spotting Tom Riddle. I am on my way to see the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, Riddle explained. Very well, then return to your dormitory promptly, Dumbledore replied, choosing not to press further. There has been some unrest lately, and this is for your safety, Riddle. Riddle wished him good night and swiftly departed. Harry and his companions trailed Riddle to the underground classroom, where he exhibited a cautious demeanor, as though spying on something while concealing himself in a corner. Is that Hagrid? Ron suddenly exclaimed, spotting a tall figure passing by. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, as it indeed appeared to be Hagrid. At that time, Hagrid looked younger and less imposing, yet still considerably taller than Riddle. He entered a door, and the sight of it caused Harry's group to gasp. Is there a door here? Did you see that? There's a door, Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. I distinctly remember there being no door here, Hermione asserted confidently. I can assure you of that, Ron echoed, taking a deep breath. Harry felt a wave of shock wash over him as he speculated, the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione and Ron's spirits surged, and they hurried forward, fearful of missing a crucial moment. Come here, to the box. They heard Hagrid's familiar voice, causing their hearts to race, as if the truth lay just within their grasp. Yet, just as they felt on the verge of revelation, Riddle suddenly emerged and stood in the doorway. Good evening, Rubeus, he said. Hagrid, startled, attempted to close the door. Rubeus, it must come to an end. Tom Riddle fixed his gaze on Hagrid, stating, I regret to inform you that they are deliberating on a matter of great importance. If this issue cannot be halted and resolved, Hogwarts will face closure. What did you say? Hagrid felt an overwhelming sense of urgency upon hearing Tom Riddle's words. How can this be possible? He exclaimed. Tom Riddle, disregarding Hagrid's concerns, replied with calm seriousness, Rubeus, I understand that you did not intend to kill. Yet a monster is a monster, not a pet. I see your intention. You merely wished to let it roam, but the outcome. No, it did not kill. It would never kill. Hagrid forcibly shut the door, roaring, Step aside, Rubeus. Tom Riddle brandished his wand at Hagrid and declared, The school must have an explanation. It is the culprit. Hand over this villain, and Hogwarts shall not face closure. Impossible, Hagrid retorted, drawing his own wand and aiming it at Tom Riddle, asserting, It would not kill, and I shall not allow you to harm it. Binding curse. Tom Riddle acted instantaneously, ensnaring Hagrid before he could react, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Tom Riddle then shouted once more at the grand door, Alohomora. The door swung open, and a colossal figure charged forth. Harry and his companions at the entrance were immediately startled into screams. Only after the figure passed them did they realize it was merely a creature from beyond, posing no threat. After Ron screamed and scurried away with the spider, Tom Riddle leaped into pursuit, regaining his composure to remark, It is a gigantic spider, considerably smaller than the Aragog. Perhaps I have an inkling of the identity of this enormous spider, Hermione observed. It is the horrid eight-eyed giant spider, Aragog. From the Forbidden Forest, it turns out to be Hagrid's pet. So, it was Hagrid who opened the chamber 50 years ago and unleashed Aragog, leading to the death of a girl? Harry furrowed his brow, incredulously stating, This does not align with Hagrid's character. As Harry spoke, the surrounding space began to shift, swirling and blurring, and the four found themselves back in the small cottage, suddenly pulled from the realm of the notebook and thrust back into reality. Harry and his friends felt a sense of disorientation. After a moment, Harry, Hermione, and Ron regained their bearings. Professor Kettleburn, do you believe Hagrid is the one who opened the chamber? Harry pondered, reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, still reluctant to accept such a reality. Hermione and Ron fell into silence, grappling with the unsettling truth of what they had just seen. If what they had witnessed was accurate, then Hagrid had indeed opened the chamber, harboring the monstrous Aragog within. But if the vision was false, then what lay beneath the surface of this enigma? Chapter 228, The Truth, Part 1. What is the truth? When posed to the right individual, it becomes quite simple. Moreover, is Tom Riddle, now the Dark Lord Voldemort, truly a benevolent soul? Kettleburn gazed at Harry and his companions, smiling enigmatically. The situation has progressed to this point, and it is nearly conclusive. During this time, Harry and his companions have exerted tremendous effort, accomplishing more than ever before. This is tangible progress, driven by intellect. Given Harry and the others' pace, they are drawing ever closer to the answer. Should we seek Hagrid? Harry promptly inquired, realizing the urgency. No, I have already informed him to come. Caitlin replied with a smile. However, before that, let us first hear from Aragog, the Acromantula. Hermione exclaimed upon hearing this. Indeed, Caitlin responded, tracing a circle in the air with his wand. Harry and his friends nodded, filled with anticipation. In the Forbidden Forest, the slumbering Acromantula, Aragog, hidden beneath the trees, was suddenly enveloped in a beam of light. As the light surrounded him, Aragog was awakened, and his body shrank at a visible rate, vanishing abruptly. When he reappeared, he found a colossal figure standing before him. Greetings, Aragog, Caitlin said, smiling at the creature. Aragog, upon seeing the figure before him, was momentarily stunned, quickly succumbing to profound terror. His small eyes darted wildly, and his claws flailed as he sought to escape. Aragog recognized Caitlin. For the previous year, he had been subjected to a thorough reprimand by him, during which some of his essence had been extracted for potion making. If it were not for the inability to resist, he would have eagerly retaliated against Caitlin. Is this Aragog, the Acromantula from the Forbidden Forest? Harry remarked in disbelief, gazing at the spider that now rested on the table, roughly the size of a basin. Although this spider was indeed sizable, it bore little resemblance to the Acromantula they had seen in Tom Riddle's diary. It should be him, but he is far too small, Hermione mused, glancing at Caitlin for confirmation. Professor Caitlin, given its rate of growth, Should it not be enormous after 50 years? Perhaps as large as this hall. I have merely reduced its size. Otherwise, my house could not accommodate such a massive creature, Caitlin clarified. Hearing this, Harry and his friends sighed in relief. Aragog, I wish to know the truth regarding the opening of the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. Can you enlighten us? Harry earnestly asked Aragog. The Acromantula did not respond immediately, remaining silent as he processed the information. Caitlin's power was beyond anything he could contend with. Moreover, the fact that Caitlin had summoned him directly from the Forbidden Forest and reduced his size from afar was a remarkable feat, resigned to his fate. Aragog understood that there was no choice but to comply. That was many years ago, he finally reflected. Aragog's eyes drifted towards Kettler, occasionally rolling in a comical fashion. Yet he stated, in light of Professor Kettler's formidable stature, perhaps I shall unveil the truth of yesteryear. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were instantly electrified, sitting up straight, with Harry hastily retrieving his memory crystal ball to document this pivotal evidence. Unfamiliar with the function of the memory crystal ball, Aragog merely glanced at it before recounting the events of the past. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was breached, resulting in the death of a Muggle girl, who perished in a restroom. If memory serves, her name was Myrtle, and Hagrid was deeply saddened and troubled by this tragedy. Whispers circulated that I was the perpetrator of the Muggle girl's demise, deemed a monster residing within the chamber, while Hagrid was accused of being the one who unleashed me from its depths. However, many were unaware that I did not originate from within the castle. During that time, I dwelled primarily within that cupboard, having never seen other parts of the castle, for we spiders favor dark and secluded spaces. Aragog was hatched in a cupboard at Hogwarts, a gift from a distant traveler to Rubeus Hagrid when he was merely a student. He grew up in the cupboard, nourished by Hagrid's scraps of bread. Instinctively, Aragog was inclined to feast upon humans, yet out of loyalty to Hagrid, he never preyed upon any human at Hogwarts. However, after a beast from the chamber emerged and attacked a student, both Hagrid and Aragog were apprehended by Tom Riddle, who would later become Voldemort, the one who had opened the chamber. The community believed Aragog to be the murderer of that student. Under Hagrid's protection, he was forced to flee into the Forbidden Forest, while Hagrid was expelled due to Riddle's slander. Nevertheless, in the following year, Albus Dumbledore, then merely a professor of transfiguration, steadfastly advocated for Hagrid, convincing others to appoint him as the keeper of keys and grounds. This advocacy endured for 50 years. Although Rubeus Hagrid harbored a modicum of resentment, he persevered without complaint. For Albus Dumbledore had granted him a second chance at life. Otherwise, he would have faced a grim existence in Azkaban. Aragog resided in the Forbidden Forest, feeding on its creatures, while Hagrid became the caretaker of Hogwarts grounds. They maintained their bond, with Hagrid even finding a mate for Aragog. Together, they formed a thriving family, living a tranquil life away from humanity. According to Aragog, a far larger and more terrifying beast inhabited the castle, a nemesis to their kind, often roaming the school grounds. Out of fear, Aragog became increasingly reluctant to venture forth, even pleading with Hagrid to take him away from the castle. Yet, Hagrid misinterpreted his intentions, and at that time, Aragog lacked the ability to speak. Perhaps, had he departed then, Hagrid would not have been misunderstood. Listening to Aragog recount the truth of the past, Harry and his companions were struck with profound astonishment, unable to fathom that the reality was such. It was beyond their imagination that Hagrid had been misunderstood all along. Just as the trio laughed at the information provided by Aragog, Hagrid entered the room, and upon seeing them, he felt a spark of curiosity. He called out to Kettleburn. Professor Kettleburn, is there something you need from me? What is this? An eight-eyed spider? Where did you find this little creature? Is it a gift for me? He exclaimed. If this eight-eyed giant spider is indeed intended for me, I would be absolutely delighted. Let me see if it is male or female. If it is a female, that would be splendid. Some of my little friends are in need of a female spider from outside. Hagrid gazed at the eight-eyed giant spider on the table, filled with curiosity and joy. In a bold move, he picked up the spider, eager to discern its gender. Kettleburn listened to Hagrid while observing him handle Aragog, a smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends exchanged puzzled glances, realizing the identity of the eight-eyed spider. They were taken aback that Hagrid failed to recognize it, finding the situation amusing. What a pity, it is a male. Hagrid remarked regretfully as he placed the eight-eyed giant spider back on the table. Rubus, is this how you treat your friends? Aragog finally could not contain himself any longer. You can speak? Hagrid gasped, startled, for such a diminutive eight-eyed spider should not possess the ability to speak human language. Yet, the spider before him was different. By Merlin S. Beard, why does that voice sound so familiar? Hagrid, struck by a realization, looked incredulously at the eight-eyed spider and exclaimed, You are Aragog? Who else would I be? Aragog replied, disappointment lacing his voice. We shared a familiar childhood. I still remember how you looked in your youth. Yet you do not recall my appearance, Rubus. Upon hearing Aragog's words, Hagrid remained incredulous. Why are you here? Why have you shrunk so much? Aragog turned to Kettleburn. Professor Kettleburn is deeply interested in the truth from 50 years ago, and I could not refuse. Hagrid, reflecting on the past, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Very well, it is an unpleasant memory. The one who killed the little girl was a serpent, a massive serpent, which resided within the castle's Chamber of Secrets. Aragog gazed at Hagrid, inquiring, "Are you finally willing to speak of it?" Hagrid trembled, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, and his voice quivered as he spoke. Harry, Ron, and Hermione observed Hagrid's demeanor, first feeling shock, then understanding, and their hearts filled with sympathy for him. Aragog gazed at Hagrid, hesitating for a moment before offering a comforting remark. "Rupert, I deeply regret not having said this sooner, but you are a cherished friend, and I cannot bear the thought of you falling victim to the basilisk. Anyone who lays eyes upon it is doomed." Upon hearing Aragog's words, Hagrid wiped away a tear and chuckled heartily. "Thank you, Aragog. I understand your intentions are born of concern for my safety. However, that was in the past. I have grown considerably stronger now. I am aware you have boasted of this before, yet my worries for you remain unvoiced." Aragog observed Hagrid, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Hagrid had nurtured and raised him, even seeking out a mate for him, and he swore to never harm Hagrid or his descendants. Yet, he hesitated to reveal the truth, fearing for Hagrid's life. Simultaneously, Hagrid had borne this heavy burden for over 50 years, a tormenting ordeal. Enough of your reminiscing. We must proceed to eliminate the lurking threat hidden within the Chamber of Secrets. If we delay, Hogwarts may be forced to close its doors, stated Kettler, gripping his wand as he escorted Aragog back to the Forbidden Forest and headed outward. Hagrid, witnessing Aragog's departure with Kettler, felt a sense of resignation, understanding Kettler's purpose. Yet he couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Professor Kettler, do you know where the chamber is located?" "I was unaware until now, but with the clues Harry has provided, I believe we can ascertain its location," Kettler replied, pausing to turn and gaze meaningfully at Harry and the others. "Is it even necessary to search? After all, the entrance has been known from the very beginning." Surprised expressions spread across Hagrid and Harry's faces at this revelation. The group made their way to the castle, ascending staircases and traversing corridors when suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed around them. Students from various houses, their faces painted with panic, hurriedly vacated their classrooms, racing towards their respective towers. This unexpected scene instilled a sense of unease in Harry and his companions. Observing the commotion, Kettler pondered aloud, "Let us move. Something perilous must have transpired. However, locating the chamber and resolving the basilisk threat remains our utmost priority." Hagrid and the others concurred with this sentiment and continued to follow Kettler. Before long, the group arrived at the restroom where moaning Myrtle resided. "Professor Kettler." As they entered, Myrtle floated out from one of the stalls, exclaiming, "It is wonderful to see you, Professor. Another person has been attacked." "Who is it?" Hermione inquired, curiosity piqued. Myrtle gazed at Ron and spoke. "The red-haired girl, Ginny Weasley, has been abducted and imprisoned in the Chamber of Secrets. On the outer wall, a message was left. Her bones shall remain forever in the chamber." "What?" Instantly, Harry and his companions turned pale, particularly Ron, whose complexion drained and whose breath quickened. Caitlin fell into a moment of silence, feeling a hint of curiosity as the storyline shifted once again. He had initially believed that intervening at this juncture would be perfectly timed, ensuring that Ginny would not fall victim and that Tom Riddle would remain at bay. Yet, unexpectedly, Tom Riddle acted, and he did so prematurely. Contemplating this, Caitlin turned his gaze towards Harry and his friends. Perhaps it was due to their inquiries concerning Ginny and the notebook. After all, prior to this, Ginny had already been manipulated by Tom Riddle to perform numerous deeds. Moreover, she had engaged in extensive dialogues with him, conversations that ensnared her mind without her awareness. It was akin to being subjected to the Cruciatus curse, yet far more sophisticated. It was a form of psychological suggestion. As for how he evaded the scrutiny of the crystal ball, perhaps Tom Riddle, concealed within Ginny, had foreseen this circumstance and thus prevented her from bringing it to the dining hall. Chapter 230, Tom Riddle, Part 1. "Ginny will be fine, trust me." Caitlin's voice pierced through, snapping Harry and the others back to reality as they quickly found their anchor. "Professor Caitlin, are you certain Ginny will be all right?" Ron inquired anxiously. "What, do you not trust me?" Caitlin replied, fixing his gaze on Ron. Ron hesitated, saying, "I'm merely worried for Ginny's safety." "I understand, trust me. With me here, Ginny will be safe," Caitlin reassured him, then directed his attention to the faucet. "Harry, focus on this faucet and say open in Parseltongue." Harry, taken aback, stared at the faucet, adorned with carvings of small serpents, puzzled by its significance. Parseltongue was no longer a secret to Ron and the others. Harry had previously displayed this ability to rescue their dwarf friend. Regrettably, Lockhart had shown disdain, failing to acknowledge Harry's efforts. "This faucet is faulty. It has never released water," Myrtle floated over, observing it. "Yet it has taken your life away, Myrtle," Caitlin remarked, gazing at her. Upon hearing this, Myrtle fell silent. a sense of loss enveloping her. I died here. That day, as I washed my hands, I thought I saw something, and then I felt my soul rise. Only later did I realize that I had perished. Myrtle's voice echoed in the restroom, and Harry and his companions regarded her with compassion and sympathy. Years ago, it was here that the Myrtles were slain, leading to Hagrid's unjust vilification by Tom Riddle. Open, Harry hissed, his voice echoing like a serpent issuing a warning. Under the expectant gaze of the onlookers, the tap engraved with the image of a small snake began to glow. In the next moment, the tap sank into the basin, which transformed as if it were a stage, contracting on both sides to reveal a passage 1 meter in diameter. Is this the entrance to the chamber? Ron exclaimed, a surge of excitement propelling him forward. He was eager to descend and rescue Ginny, feeling a pang of distress with each passing moment. This passage is far too small. How am I supposed to fit? Hagrid remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the entrance. Shrink, came the voice of Kate Lair, and in an instant, Hagrid's immense form diminished to a size akin to Harry's, albeit even more robust. In this moment, Neville could easily have been knocked down by a single blow from Hagrid. Let us proceed together, Kate Lair urged, casting another spell that sent Harry and his companions uncontrollably soaring into the tunnel, with Kate Lair following closely behind. The passage was serpentine, a vast labyrinthine network, and they felt as though they were sliding downward for an extended period. Upon emerging from the tunnel, they did not crash to the ground. Catalair's magic enveloped them, allowing for a gentle landing. As Hagrid touched down, he swiftly reverted to his original form. That felt rather delightful, he remarked, stretching his limbs with a hint of joy. Kate Lair chuckled in response. Since you enjoyed it, perhaps I should keep you small indefinitely. Just occasionally would suffice, Hagrid quickly retorted. Over time, that would not be ideal. After all, I am a giant, not a dwarf. Kate Lair chose not to respond further, instead scanning their surroundings. The dark stone tunnel was damp, flanked by pools of unknown depth. The flickering candlelight cast reflections on the water's surface, creating an almost dreamlike haze. As they continued, the sound of crunching underfoot revealed bones, mouse bones, to be precise. The sight of these remnants intensified Ron's unease. At that moment, he could only hope that Ginny had not fallen prey to the great serpent. Leading the way, Kate Lair navigated through twists and turns until they reached a dead end, where a door barred their passage. Is this the final entrance to the chamber? Harry inquired hesitantly, gazing at the imposing door. Intricate engravings of 2 serpents entwined adorned the surface of the door, their eyes set with enormous, gleaming emeralds. The dazzling light evoked an extraordinary sensation, as if the 2 serpents had come to life and lunged towards them. Instinctively, Harry and his companions recoiled in fear, causing Ron to collide with Hagrid. Harry! Catrell brandished his wand, and a beam of holy light swept over Harry and his friends, rendering them impervious to the illusionary spell. Understanding his role, Harry stepped forward and, in a low hiss, commanded, open. The 2 serpents parted, and the stone wall cracked open, gradually vanishing to either side. Before them lay a long, dimly lit chamber. In the obscured light, one could faintly discern the stone pillars on either side, adorned with carvings of serpents, each embellished with gemstones of varying sizes. Particularly striking was a colossal serpent statue before them, shrouded in light, its fierce gaze fixed upon them, its mouth agape as if poised to devour these intruders. In that moment, Harry and his friends felt as though they were ensnared by countless serpents, their faces paling in fear. If it were merely 1 or 2, even a creature as formidable as a basilisk would not deter them from a challenge. Yet now, Harry inhaled deeply, steeling himself, for Ginny awaited his rescue. Catrell surveyed the vast chamber, observing the stone pillars and walls. With a wave of his hand, orbs of white light floated into existence, illuminating the entire space. As the sacred light radiated, the imposing statue exuding a sense of terror evaporated, alleviating some of the tension for Harry and his companions. Ginny! At that moment, Ron spotted Ginny lying beneath the foot of a colossal statue and rushed towards her in exhilaration, followed closely by Harry and Hermione. However, in the next instant, a dark aura enveloped Ginny, whisking her away. Witnessing this, Harry and his friends were filled with urgency, and Harry cast a gust spell towards the rushing Ron. Yet, by the time Ron arrived, Ginny had vanished from sight. I'm afraid she is my prize now. You cannot take her away. A voice resonated, capturing everyone's attention. A boy, appearing to be around 16, stood atop the colossal statue's head. Beside him lay the unconscious Ginny. Chapter 231, Tom Riddle, Part 2. Tom Riddle, Harry exclaimed, his expression serious as he gazed at the figure atop the statue. The sight was not unfamiliar to him. However, Ginny's captivity in the hands of this adversary filled him with dread. Release my sister immediately, or I shall not hesitate to confront you, Ron declared. His gaze fixed on Tom Riddle, brimming with fury. Concerning the safety of his sister, Ron was filled with urgency. Release her, he demanded. A smile graced Tom Riddle's face as he replied, whether I release her or not is inconsequential. She will not awaken. Infuriated by Riddle's words, Ron retorted, "Silence. She will not die?" With desperation, he waved his wand, directing it at Tom Riddle. However, Riddle effortlessly produced a small wand of his own, easily countering Ron's spell. "Such an impulsive youth," he remarked with a slight smile. "Very well, she is alive, but not for much longer. Her life is flowing into my body in a most peculiar manner, facilitating my resurrection." Held in a watery prison, Hermione, taken aback by Riddle's proclamation, acted without a second thought, casting another spell. Unfortunately, her magic was again thwarted. Riddle, with keen interest, turned his gaze to Hermione and said, "You must be Hermione Granger. Ginny has spoken at length about you, calling you intelligent yet somewhat loquacious. She admires you but wishes not to emulate you." Riddle's attention shifted to Harry Potter, his eyes gleaming with a hidden meaning. "However, in comparison to what she has mentioned about you, Ginny has spoken far more of Harry Potter. She holds a fondness for you, yet fears you may not reciprocate. Such a pitiful girl, longing for unrequited love. But is it truly wise for you to engage in such youthful romance? Do your professors not intervene? Moreover, she has been misled by me, committing numerous misdeeds." She opened the Chamber of Secrets, strangled the school's roosters, and inscribed those terrifying words upon the walls. Oh, she even unleashed the basilisk, attacking many students and claiming the life of a cat. Having committed such vile actions, do you truly wish to save her? She is, after all, a wicked girl. Riddle's voice was laced with seduction as he recounted the events of the past year. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, upon hearing these revelations, turned pale and trembled at the weight of the truth laid bare before them. They had never imagined that all of this was orchestrated by Ginny. "Thank you for providing my students with such a valuable lesson and revealing to them an answer." Catelar and Hagrid stood at the rear, observing and listening to the exchange, showing no intention of intervening. Yet now, it was evident that Ron, Hermione, and Harry had succumbed to a psychological breach instigated by Tom Riddle. Although this would undoubtedly incite their anger, the passage of time remained perilous for Ginny. Furthermore, the presence of Tom Riddle here was sustained by his formidable magic and Ginny's vitality. "You must be Catelar, for Ginny speaks highly of your prowess in creating elemental magic, which is indeed wondrous. I am quite intrigued and eager to give it a try." Tom Riddle had long been aware of Kate Lyle and, through the serpent, had gained some insight into the happenings at school. However, that was the extent of his knowledge. He remained uncertain about the true extent of Catalyle's powers, which piqued his curiosity even further. Upon hearing Tom Riddle's name, Hagrid's face broke into a peculiar smile, and he calmly remarked, "Tom, I presume I should address you as such. 50 years ago, you were indeed a master of scheming. Nevertheless, if you intend to challenge Professor Catelyle, I strongly advise against it. After all, your life is not entirely your own at present." Tom Riddle, upon hearing Hagrid's words, smiled slightly and replied, "It has been quite some time, Rubius. I did not expect our reunion to occur in such a manner. I suppose I owe you my gratitude. Without your intervention, I would not have been able to remain at the school and acquire what I desired." Hagrid's expression darkened slightly, and with a snort, he retorted, "That great serpent is under your control, isn't it? Where is it? Bring it forth. I need to vent my frustrations. Had it not been for its actions in slaying Myrtle, I would not have endured such humiliation." Tom Riddle chuckled softly, but his demeanor grew somber. In the midst of the standoff, Harry suddenly sensed something amiss. He raised his hand and cast a spell towards the distant pool, exclaiming, "Gust of wind." With a tremendous splashing sound, a colossal figure emerged from the water, lunging at Harry with its mouth wide open, provoked by Harry's earlier actions. "Get away!" a voice boomed. An enraged Hagrid rushed forward, brandishing a spear and shield, colliding with the serpent. The serpent, fixated on Harry, was taken aback as Hagrid's shield sent its massive form flying. "Harry, leave the serpent to me. You all step aside." Hagrid was particularly furious, especially since this serpent had been the reason for his expulsion from school, and he had endured much disdain over the past 50 years. Realizing the situation, Harry and his companions quickly moved aside and approached Catelyle. "Professor Catelyle, I implore you. Save Ginny," Harry pleaded urgently. Catelyle smiled and responded, "To rescue Ginny, there are two methods. One involves my intervention, and the other requires your own action." Harry and his friends looked at each other in confusion. "Professor Catelyle, do you mean?" Harry hesitantly inquired. "The notebook is a Horcrux of Voldemort," Catelyle reminded Harry. The trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, were taken aback, realizing that Voldemort's Horcrux had been in their midst all along. Harry, breathing heavily and with trembling hands, hastily produced the notebook. To vanquish Voldemort, it was imperative to destroy all of his Horcruxes. Otherwise, he would continue to resurrect. The inability to vanquish Voldemort signifies an enduring threat from him and the Death Eaters. "How can I destroy this notebook?" Harry inquired urgently. "You cannot do that," Tom Riddle exclaimed upon hearing Harry's words, a note of fear creeping into his voice. He was apprehensive. Should the notebook be destroyed, he would indeed perish, and his plans would be thwarted. He was perplexed as to how Catelyn could discern that this notebook was a Horcrux he had meticulously crafted. He had concealed it so well, and the individual who obtained the notebook had left no trace behind. Chapter 232, Tom Riddle, Part 2. In a state of magical combat. Hagrid exhibited unparalleled bravery, wielding a shield and a spear, reminiscent of an invincible Spartan warrior, robust and immensely powerful. His sturdy shield repeatedly absorbed the assaults of the giant serpent and the sweeping strikes of its tail. The spear, brandished by Hagrid, tore through the serpent's flesh time and again, while javelins, akin to those used in bullfighting, were driven into the creature's body. In those fleeting moments, Hagrid showcased the wildness and formidable strength characteristic of a giant, rendering the serpent utterly disoriented. The ground trembled as Hagrid seized the serpent's tail, slamming it against the earth and the walls, leaving Harry and the others in sheer astonishment and envy. How wild, how imposing. So this is the true Hagrid, Harry mused, momentarily forgetting Tom Riddle's words and the task of destroying the notebook. It's all your fault, you wretched beast. Had you not killed Moaning Myrtle, I would not have been expelled all those years ago. And you, cursed Tom, cursed Voldemort. You are the so-called heir of Slytherin, the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed this monster. Today, your end is nigh. I shall skewer you and roast you for Aragog's offspring to feast upon. They will surely delight in it. Hagrid unleashed his full might, wielding one spear after another, and his shield suffered multiple fractures from the serpent's onslaught. Yet, for Hagrid, this was of little consequence, as he could simply replace the shattered shield. He was not lacking in magical energy, only in a target to unleash his fury upon. Listening to Hagrid's words, Harry and the others felt a pang of sympathy. Had the giant serpent not slain Moaning Myrtle, had Tom Riddle not falsely accused Hagrid, he might have graduated normally and spared himself decades of internal torment. A truly excruciating ordeal. With a sudden crash, Hagrid was caught off guard and swept away by the serpent's tail, colliding heavily with the wall before plunging into the depths of an unknown body of water. The giant serpent, humiliated and enraged by Hagrid's assault, was experiencing a level of indignation it had never encountered before. Instead of retreating into the water, the furious serpent turned its gaze toward Harry and the others, its eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Upon witnessing this, Caitlin raised her hand, and a radiant beam of holy light burst forth, dazzling and overwhelming, as she proclaimed, "Close your eyes, lest you be turned to stone." At her command, Harry and his companions hastily shut their eyes, unwilling to meet the gaze of the colossal serpent. In this state, the serpent was exceedingly perilous. Anyone caught in its crimson glare would be instantly petrified. The intense holy light assailed the serpent, rendering it unable to open its eyes, thus preventing its powers from being unleashed. As Harry and the others closed their eyes, before they could fully comprehend the situation, they were met with the serpent's anguished roar and an enchanting melody resonating in their ears. When the radiance faded and they reopened their eyes, they beheld a magnificent crimson bird alighting upon the serpent's head, its sharp talons and beak relentlessly assaulting the creature's eyes. The serpent was blinded. "Fox!" Harry exclaimed, recognizing the magnificent bird as the phoenix from Professor Dumbledore's office. "Is this the Sorting Hat?" He suddenly realized, feeling something atop his head. Upon removing it, he was taken aback. "Is this Hat Fox?" At that moment, Hagrid, who had been plunged into the water, pushed against the edge of the pool and sprang up with ferocity. Armed with a long spear, he thrust it directly into the serpent's jaw. With a sickening sound, the nearly 2-meter-long spear pierced through the serpent's formidable skull. The creature suffered a grievous blow, writhing in terror and agony, its powerful tail thrashing wildly and striking the ground with a resounding crash. After a final, desperate struggle, it fell silent. "Ha ha ha, I have finally slain it," Hagrid exclaimed, gazing at the lifeless serpent with immense exhilaration, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, instinctively reaching up to wipe them away. Tom Riddle, observing the serpent's demise, wore an expression of profound humiliation. Throughout the ordeal, he had not been afforded a single opportunity to intervene. The serpent had been vanquished in a swift and decisive flurry of blows. "Tom, you have no chance now," Hagrid declared, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Tom Riddle. "Rubeus, you have indeed proven underestimated," Riddle retorted darkly, seizing Ginny Weasley and casting a glance over the crowd as he proclaimed, "Ginny." Ron's face blanched in shock as he cried out fervently, "You scoundrel! Release my sister at once." Meanwhile, Caitlin vanished from sight. Harry, momentarily stunned, was soon overwhelmed with joy as he beheld Caitlin reappear beside Tom Riddle. "Calmly," she stated. "The one I seek to protect cannot be slain by you, not in your current state." Tom Riddle, oblivious to how Caitlin had materialized beside him, only realized her presence when her voice rang out, and he felt her hand take Ginny away from his grasp. As Ginny fell into Caitlin's hands, Harry and the others were overwhelmed with exhilaration. The tension that had just gripped their hearts instantly dissipated. Tom Riddle, with considerable effort, turned his head to face Caitlin and asked, How did you accomplish this? Caitlin smiled faintly in response, saying, how did I do it? I fear that even in your prime, you would not comprehend. After all, if we were to categorize it like a pyramid, you would merely occupy the second tier. You may have heard tales of those on the first tier, but you have never encountered them. Well, that is not entirely true. You have seen me now. With that, Caitlin cradled Ginny and returned to Harry and the others, handing Ginny over to Hermione and Ron. Harry, I once told you that the key to vanquishing Voldemort lies in destroying all of his Horcruxes, ensuring he never rises again. Harry paused, momentarily taken aback by Caitlin's words, and nodded, pen in hand. I understand, Professor Caitlin, but I do not know how to destroy the Horcruxes. There are numerous ways to obliterate a Horcrux, Caitlin explained. For instance, employing a more potent form of alchemy to refine the Horcrux and eradicate the soul within. Alternatively, one could utilize the sword of Gryffindor or the venom of this basilisk to annihilate the diary. There is also a method that involves wielding immense power to purify the soul hidden within the diary completely. With each of Caitlin's statements, Tom Riddle's body trembled. For every word rang true. Now, Caitlin possessed the strength to obliterate the diary, and thus, Riddle himself. A beam of holy light shot forth, severing the basilisk's fang, which Caitlin promptly collected. After purifying it with the holy light, he handed one of the fangs to Harry. It is now yours, Caitlin said, looking at Harry. Destroy it, and Ginny will awaken. Ron and Hermione exchanged eager glances, their eyes fixed on the fang in Harry's hand. With the fang larger than his fist, Harry gazed resolutely at the diary. Witnessing this, Tom Riddle was engulfed by fear and rage, darting towards Harry in an attempt to thwart him. With a swift thrust, the fang pierced the diary as if it were flesh, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain, accompanied by Riddle's anguished cries. No. In an instant, Riddle, suspended in midair, vanished completely. Chapter 233, Dumbledore's Regret and Shock. As the diary was penetrated by the fang, blood erupted, sizzling as Voldemort's soul hidden within was utterly obliterated. The incident thus reached its conclusion. Ginny, you're awake, Hermione exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as she watched Ginny's eyelashes flutter. Harry and Ron quickly turned their attention to Ginny, just in time for her to open her eyes and regain control over her body. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I. The awakened Ginny looked at Harry and the others, her anxiety palpable. There's no need for such distress, Ginny. We all understand that it was Tom Riddle who cast the spell on you and compelled you to act. We comprehend that Tom Riddle has been vanquished by us, and the monstrous serpent has met its demise at Hagrid's hands. At the very least, the threat to the school has been alleviated, Harry reassured Ginny, his gaze filled with comfort. Ginny gazed at Harry with a hint of vulnerability, ultimately choosing to accept the grim reality. Ginny, do not be so anxious. All is well. Thanks to you, I have acquired exceedingly rare and precious materials, said Kater, stepping forward, extending his hand as a radiant light enveloped Ginny, prompting a smile. The divine glow eased Ginny's troubled heart, lulling her into a peaceful slumber. Ron and Harry quickly reached out to catch the sleeping Ginny. In this moment, Ginny requires a restful sleep, during which she shall embark on a beautiful journey in her dreams. Upon awakening, everything will be pure, and her worries and sorrows shall swiftly dissipate, Kater spoke gently. Harry and the others paused, comprehending the weight of his words. Hagrid approached, taking Ginny from their arms. Allow me to take her. You are too small to hold her comfortably, he stated. The trio did not protest, recognizing Hagrid's greater suitability for the task. Kater cast a glance at the Chamber of Secrets before using magic to shrink the serpent, subsequently carrying it away. The six of them returned to the restroom. Moaning Myrtle, seeing Harry and the others return with the rescued Ginny, exclaimed joyously, "Oh my, Ginny has been saved. How wonderful." With spirits lifted, Ron and the others expressed their gratitude to Myrtle before departing, eager to take Ginny for a thorough examination at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries to prevent any lingering issues. Despite Kater's prior assessment of Ginny's condition, revealing no problems and the use of magic, Madame Pomfrey was still called upon to conduct a comprehensive examination. Meanwhile, in an office nearby, professors who had been deliberating on Ginny's rescue arrived with news. How splendid. The poor Weasley girl has finally returned, Professor McGonagall remarked, looking at Ginny, who lay unconscious in bed, her face a blend of concern and relief. Snape cast a glance at Ginny before turning to Kater, inquiring, "What has happened?" She was somewhat startled. "I let her sleep, and upon awakening, she will be fine," Kater explained with a smile. Dumbledore, listening to Kater's words, allowed a hint of a smile to grace his features. "Harry, you and your friends stay here with Ginny. We shall step outside to discuss a few matters," Dumbledore instructed, turning his gaze towards Harry. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded in agreement. The events of the day required elucidation, and undoubtedly, Caitlin possessed greater authority and credibility to elaborate. He, alongside Dumbledore and others, proceeded to a small conference room. Caitlin recounted the entire sequence of events. including the matter concerning Tom Riddle. It was time for Hagrid to regain his freedom. The restrictions imposed upon him could no longer be maintained. Glancing at Hagrid, who appeared somewhat bewildered, Catelyn addressed Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore chuckled heartily and turned to Hagrid, saying, "Hagrid, I have always believed in you." Hagrid, upon hearing this, beamed with a broad smile and replied, "I know, Professor Dumbledore. I have always had faith in you as well. I have long awaited this day." Dumbledore nodded reassuringly, stating, "Rest assured, the truth has emerged, and I shall visit the Ministry of Magic regarding your matters." "Take this," Catelyn remarked, handing Dumbledore a crystal ball. "It will serve as compelling evidence of Hagrid's innocence." Hagrid gazed at the crystal ball, perplexed, as he had not perceived Catelyn extracting a memory crystal ball for any recording. However, he felt it prudent to refrain from questioning, recognizing that anything Catelyn had done was undoubtedly justified. Dumbledore accepted the crystal ball without further inquiry. Since Catelyn had provided it, and spoken in such a manner, it was clear that it would not harbor any adverse implications for Hagrid. "Very well. We shall conclude matters here. Please offer some comfort to the students. This incident has reached its resolution. Let us also joyously celebrate the fact that Hogwarts will not be closing." Dumbledore concluded succinctly, prompting the professors to depart. Hagrid, elated to finally clear his name, left with an exuberant demeanor, resembling a jubilant rabbit, as if performing a lively jazz dance. Snape chose not to leave immediately. The office retained Dumbledore and Catelyn. "Catelyn, please leave some materials regarding the giant serpent for me," Snape directed, looking at Catelyn. Catelyn smiled slightly, responding, "Certainly, you may come by tonight." Having received what he desired, Snape turned and departed without delay. Catelyn then turned to Dumbledore, producing the sorting hat and handing it to him with a smile, saying, "Albus, your fox and the sorting hat have not fulfilled their purpose." Dumbledore accepted the hat without any sense of regret, replying, "I merely wished for Harry to understand certain truths and to convey to him that immense courage and righteousness could aid him in acquiring Gryffindor's sword. Oh, I may have underestimated your presence. I had presumed you would maintain rationality and allow Harry to undergo a more enriching experience." As Catelyn chuckled heartily, a radiant flash of holy light revealed the Gryffindor sword, which should have been concealed within some warehouse, now firmly in her grasp. Dumbledore gazed at the sword in Catelyn's hand, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "By Merlin's beard, how could you possibly obtain Gryffindor's sword at this moment?" The holy light flickered around the sword, causing it to vanish once again, leaving Dumbledore's heart profoundly shaken. When had the Gryffindor sword become so readily summonable? It seemed as though it had transformed into a personal possession of someone. "Albus, for me, regardless of where it lies hidden, the sacred light will always beckon its arrival. It is a wondrous summons. Not only I, but also the two young ladies, Luna Jennifer and Luna Lovegood, will, when they reach your level of prowess, be able to summon it effortlessly. By the way, regarding the course on defense against the dark arts, I suggest a change of instructor. Lockhart is now too engrossed in the creation of elemental magic to effectively teach the students any longer. Moreover, we must take action against those foul individuals lurking around Hogwarts. Failing to deliver them a stern lesson would lead others to underestimate us." Chapter 234, The Cleansing Operation. After Ginny had been captured and imprisoned in the Chamber of Secrets, aware of the dangers that might prevent her escape forever, Professor McGonagall had already contacted Mrs. Weasley and Arthur. In truth, regardless of Ginny's condition, the school had an obligation to inform Mrs. Weasley and Arthur, especially since Ron, Percy, Fred, and George, the other Weasley children, were also at Hogwarts. Thus, that evening Mrs. Weasley and Arthur arrived and found Ginny at St. Mungo's Hospital. Ginny had regained consciousness, but Madame Pomfrey suggested that she remain in the hospital for an additional day for closer observation. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny exchanged whispered confidences, sharing unspoken thoughts and shedding tears in the process. Meanwhile, that night, Dumbledore, Catelyn, and Snape departed from Hogwarts to the forest beyond. Hogwarts was concealed in a particularly special location, perched at the edge of a cliff, surrounded on all sides by dense woods. These areas were currently harboring numerous Death Eaters, who secretly manipulated students, using brainwashed individuals to relay information on their behalf. Their operations were exceedingly covert and cautious. However, unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore and Catelyn had been silently observing everything. No matter how they tried to conceal their actions, it proved futile. Catelyn, Dumbledore, and Snape separated into three directions, operating towards the locations they had already discerned. Outside a cave nestled by the sea, Catelyn arrived, its entrance hidden from sight unless one were to soar above or approach from the ocean's edge. Beneath the cliffs lay a cavern nearly 2 meters in diameter. Within this refuge, 6 individuals concealed themselves, resting quietly, their warmth and light provided by several small campfires flickering in the shadows. Catelyn glided down from the cliff, entering the cave with a graceful descent. Upon crossing the threshold, he halted, gazing upward in astonishment. Above him, embedded in the stone wall, A crystal reminiscent of a ruby shimmered, casting gentle glimmers of light in various directions. Though faint, the illumination was sufficient to alert the inhabitants of the cave. This red crystal, imbued with magic, served as a warning to those who entered, rousing the resting figures to alertness as they swiftly concealed themselves. Were they allies? They would have flown directly in, avoiding the triggering of the alarm. Catelier shook his head, recognizing the futility of further discretion now that he had been discovered. Raising his hand, his wand ignited with a brilliant white light, extending inward. The Death Eaters lurking around the corner exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in trepidation. Such potent holy light, as they understood, could only emanate from one being, Catelier, the creator of elemental magic. Their presence here was solely for the pursuit of that very magic. Alas, Catelier's might was overwhelming. Even united, they could not hope to challenge him. Yet now that Catelier had arrived, the situation was bound to grow perilous. Vok exchanged anxious glances with Felix across the cavern, conveying unspoken messages. Felix nodded in understanding and turned to relay information to another figure. In mere moments, the essential communication was established. Vok extended 5 fingers towards Felix, who mirrored the gesture. 5, 4, 3, 2. Avada Kedavra. As the countdown concluded, the 6 figures emerged from their hiding places, launching their assault upon the entering Catelier. Bathed in holy light, a protective barrier enveloped him. Vok and his companions unleashed their attacks from various angles, believing that such a coordinated strike might exploit any potential vulnerability in Catelier's defenses. However, as their most formidable spells converged upon him, they found themselves momentarily stunned. What astonished them even more was that the holy light emanating from Catelier directly thwarted their magic, rendering them incapable of vanquishing him. Catelier's power surpassed their wildest imaginations once again. In that fleeting moment, as if preordained, they synchronously retracted their spells and simultaneously invoked the art of apparition, seeking to escape the perilous situation. Bang, bang, bang. The holy light materialized at the cave's entrance, and the 6 members of Vok collided violently against it, tumbling to the ground, left dizzy and disoriented. The sheer velocity and force nearly cost them their lives. Before they could react, black arms emerged from the ground, dragging them into the abyss. Within the cave, shrouded in unending darkness, Catelier unleashed a torrent of dark elemental energy. The curse. The 6 were firmly bound to the walls, and shadowy arms penetrated their forms, inflicting no physical harm, but tormenting their very souls. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the cave until they were so weakened that they could no longer vocalize their despair. At that moment, 6 diminutive black figures erupted from their heads and fell into Catelier's grasp. These were the entirety of their memories. To fully extract an individual's memories is an impossible feat, however. Through certain techniques, it is feasible to awaken dormant memories and retrieve them. The method Catelier had just employed caused their mental defenses to collapse, allowing him to effortlessly acquire all knowledge related to them. Naturally, with the retrieval of these 6 memories, the individuals ceased to exist entirely. With a wave of his hand, dark elemental energy enveloped the 6, and in an instant, they vanished without a trace, departing from this world. Upon exiting the cave, Catelier soared towards other destinations. The eyes on Hogwarts were not solely those of the Death Eaters. Other forces were also observing, drawn by the formidable destructive power exhibited by elemental magic, which far surpassed that of traditional sorcery. For some individuals and organizations, this bore no difference from the missiles of the Muggle world. Thus, they sought to neutralize such power and attempted to seize control of it. Chapter 235, A Delightful Revelation. In the dead of night, within Catelier's quaint residence, Dumbledore and Snape returned shortly after Catelier's arrival. Snape's expression bore traces of joy and comfort, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Observing this, Catelier immediately understood the source of Snape's rare smile and playfully inquired, after being repressed for so long, does it not feel exhilarating to finally unleash such power? Snape nodded lightly and casually took a seat, remarking, these filthy rodents are not as weak as one might imagine, but that only adds to the intrigue. Kate, they have begun to learn some elemental magic. Someone is teaching them. Upon hearing Snape's words, Dumbledore concurred, saying, among those I have encountered, 6 have mastered elemental magic. Although their grasp is only rudimentary, it is a rather concerning development. Caterpillar, upon hearing this, expressed no surprise and replied, this is not beyond the realm of possibility. If they have learned, then so be it. Elemental magic is integral to my plans and deserves a rightful place in the magical world. However, it is unfortunate that these individuals will not apply their knowledge of elemental magic for noble purposes. Both Dumbledore and Snape fell into thoughtful silence, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief pause, they departed, leaving Caterpillar to his own thoughts, who soon washed up and retired for the night. The events of the evening were prompted by these individuals, who had been diligently infiltrating Hogwarts for over half a year and clandestinely learning elemental magic. Were it merely this, Caterpillar might have chosen to overlook it. After all, he could not control what these students would ultimately do upon graduation. His influence could only extend to a select few whom he deemed worthy of assistance, while the broader familiarity with elemental magic would merely proliferate. Yet, regrettably, these individuals sought to instigate a fatal incident within the school, a notion that Caterpillar could not allow to transpire. The following morning, within the dining hall, all students gathered for breakfast, with nearly all professors present. Dumbledore arose from his seat and addressed the assembly, saying, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." His formal greeting elicited a mix of curiosity among the students engaged in conversation over their breakfast. However, those who were already privy to certain information quickly grasped the significance of his words. In the crowd, Harry met Caterpillar's gaze, and upon receiving a nod and an encouraging smile, he felt a sense of understanding and relaxation wash over him. First and foremost, I must share some critical news. Last night, a significant event transpired. Ginny Weasley of Gryffindor was abducted and confined within the Chamber of Secrets. I am aware that for nearly a year now, this situation has caused much distress and danger, leading to a state of constant apprehension that has hindered your focus on studies. However, I assure you that this peril has been thoroughly resolved. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger from Gryffindor successfully located the Chamber of Secrets, faced great danger, vanquished the monstrous serpent that had been a source of our troubles, and rescued Ginny Weasley. Their courage and wisdom illuminated a beacon of hope and growth, providing us with a sense of security. Thus, I have resolved to award each of these three valiant heroes 100 points. As Dumbledore's voice resonated, nearly all the students erupted in cheers. Freed from the threat of the Chamber of Secrets, they could once again revel in their merriment. Naturally, the most elated were the students of Gryffindor, for Harry and his companions each received 100 points, totaling 300. This significant boost meant that in the forthcoming end-of-year standings, they would far surpass the other three houses, an event worthy of celebration and excitement. In a jubilant flurry, the upperclassmen of Gryffindor approached Harry and his friends, greeting them with warm embraces and expressions of gratitude. Treated as heroes, the trio was overwhelmed with exhilaration and delight, a feeling that lingered even as the day progressed. Observing their joyous demeanor, Dumbledore refrained from interrupting immediately, choosing instead to wait a while before calming the assembly with a gesture, announcing, "The second matter at hand, the Quidditch matches, postponed due to the chamber, shall resume tomorrow. I wish you all the best for your performance." Cheers erupted once more, and Harry, Wood, Angelina, and others were particularly animated. Armed with the enhanced Firebolt 2001 brooms and effective strategies, they were eager to claim this year's championship. Meanwhile, the captains of the Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw Quidditch teams exchanged uneasy glances. Faced with Gryffindor's newfound advantage, they felt immense pressure and deemed it necessary to unite against Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall, wearing a broad smile, instinctively glanced at Snape. In their last match, Gryffindor had bested Slytherin decisively. Would they do so again this time? Perhaps Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw could also seize the opportunity? With this thought, McGonagall's gaze shifted to Wood, Fred, George, Katie, Alicia, Angelina, and Harry Potter, silently urging them to perform splendidly and to triumph over the other two houses, seeking to vindicate their previous lackluster reputation. For the past year, Gryffindor had languished in the lower ranks, often occupying the last or second-to-last position. Dumbledore once more raised his hand, signaling for quietude, and declared, "Lastly, in light of this academic year's challenges and progress, as a gesture of goodwill from the school, I have decided that all students, except for those in the 7th year who will sit for their graduation exams, shall be exempt from examinations and will advance to the next grade." In comparison to the previous two surprises, this final announcement ignited an unprecedented wave of enthusiasm and excitement among all students outside the 7th year. In an instant, the Great Hall reverberated with ecstatic screams. As students, none would willingly embrace the prospect of final examinations. Simultaneously, this implies that for the forthcoming brief period, one can navigate the end of the term with considerable ease. Caitlin observed Dumbledore conclude his announcement of 3 matters and return to her table, cheerfully savoring her breakfast, also sharing a smile. This represents the school's compensation and various comforting measures. Otherwise, even if the situation were resolved satisfactorily, the feedback from parents post-holiday would significantly impact Hogwarts enrollment and educational standards.